Chapter 1, Archenemies always want to repeatedly taste one. This went on until the middle of the night. Shereimo sat up in bed, still a bit dazed and holding himself up with one hand. The quilt slipped off, revealing unmistakable traces of intimacy. He glanced down briefly, his eyes landing on Yi Chi who was still sound asleep beside him. Memories of their frenzied encounter resurfaced, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Deserves being the protagonist, really full of energy. But this skill still needs more practice. He thought, intertwining his hands and raising them above his head as he stretched. Then, he moved Yi Chi's arm which was resting on him, got out of bed, and picked up his clothes lying on the ground. Shereimo looked at the clothes in his hand that were already soiled and no longer wearable, falling silent for a brief moment. With a lowered gaze, he decisively put on Yi Chi's clothes and took his own clothes with him. As for what Yi Chi would wear when he woke up, that wasn't within his scope of consideration. Back at his place, Shereimo had just prepared the hot water, ready for a comfortable bath. Suddenly, a fluffy pinkish-white ball appeared from thin air. The little ball had two wings, circling around Shereimo again and again, its tiny hands waving in shock and disbelief. Little Momo. You really did it with the protagonist? Did you really? Shereimo cast a glance at the system interface that had just been released from the black room. Retracting his gaze, he tilted his head back. His soft ink-black hair was damp from the water droplets sliding down the ends of his hair, steam swirling making his face flush lightly. In response to System 447's inquiry, Shereimo replied carelessly. Or what? I warned him there was something wrong with the alcohol, but he drank it anyway. Could I not do it then? System 447 grew anxious, but you're the antagonist. He's the protagonist. How could you sleep with him? Because I was hungry. Shereimo's eyes crinkled slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. His hand rested loosely on the edge of the bathtub, his fingertips tapping intermittently. His voice was naturally raspy, the tone rising slightly at the end, imbued with an indescribable allure. Little Seven, you know me. I am, after all, a succubus. His aura was too tempting, and he willingly offered himself, how could I resist? System 447. Looking into Shereimo's enchanting eyes and seeing his smiling expression, System 447's eyes widened instantly. For a moment, he felt some unknown tenderness inside him stir, making his whole body feel fuzzy. Ah. How could little Momo be wrong? Little Momo is absolutely not wrong. It's all Yi Chi's fault for seducing him. All Yi Chi's fault. Besides, my mission is to get rid of the fake protagonist who altered the storyline and stole destiny luck, ensuring Yi Chi, the original protagonist, takes his rightful place. Shereimo paused momentarily while speaking, his hand placed over his abdomen. Narrowing his eyes, hiding the sense of satisfaction within, he smiled cunningly. It never specified where he should take the position. System 447 fell silent for a moment, hesitating, is that what the mission means? For some reason, this sounds strange. Little Momo. Were you just teasing? Shereimo softly laughed, was I? System 447. Not really. Of course not. Leaning back, Shereimo relaxed completely, asking. By the way, how's that fake protagonist Lin Ran doing? Well, finally managed to edit the summary without going crazy. After deleting and revising for so long, we finally have a normal version. So, let's consider the summary below as the complete version. Let's settle for this for now. Being a small succubus, Shereimo only does two things in the task world. First, accomplish a bet with someone. Second, make sure he eats his fill. Ask, what to do when the protagonist smells too good. Shereimo smiles sweetly, naturally, I'll take a small taste. However, he didn't anticipate that the darkened protagonists would want to continuously indulge in him. When his sworn enemy was manipulated by others, he leaned against the door to provoke, yet allowed himself to be overturned before saying it was just an accident. Later, the sworn enemy took him to a carefully arranged room filled with pictures of himself, chuckling lightly. Amo doesn't want to look at me. Then look at yourself. When the Xian Lord fell from grace, as the Demon Lord, he hid his identity to help the other person cultivate, tricked him into practicing together, and then left without a trace after patting his sleeves clean. Later, the Xian Lord rushed to the demon realm and pinned him on a soft couch, tossing a box full of dual cultivation techniques. Gripping his ankle, he coaxed softly. Amo, be a good boy. Let's practice these few more books. When surrounded by attackers as a blood hunter, being of the bloodline race, he took the person home, fed him until full, then threw him back into the family. Later, the blood hunter, holding a dark red silk ribbon, entwined it around his wrist, unbuttoned his clothes exposing his neck, and smiled seductively. Master likes my blood so much, right? Would you like another taste? Also, little Mo is always a long-haired beauty, no matter which world he is in, he remains a long-haired beauty. Finally, place the brain, here, I will, take good care of it. Chapter 2, Deadly Foe always wants to repeatedly taste him, 2. Oh, he came with his men but failed to corner Yi Chi, so after throwing a tantrum, he went back. 447 replied, but since he hates Yi Chi so much and didn't succeed today, he will surely look for another chance to ruin Yi Chi's reputation. Shereimo, what should we do next? Shereimo recalled the plot of this world's destruction, his own mission, and the original host's wish. Closing his eyes, he fell silent for a long time. As a member tasked by the villain department, Shereimo was different from others who play villains and help complete the storyline. His job was to act as a villain and eliminate these pseudo-main characters in small worlds who steal the true protagonist's luck. Shereimo sighed softly. In some heavily tainted small worlds, there are always a few individuals overlooked by fate. They might be outsiders not belonging to the world, or reborn people out of sync with the timeline, or even opportunists who accidentally obtained rogue systems. Armed with their abilities to foresee events and what they call golden fingers, they recklessly disrupt the rules of the world, stepping over innocent corpses while stealing the protagonist's destiny, and sometimes even causing the death of the real protagonist. The original main character of this world, Yi Chi, as the elder son and sole heir of the Yi family, has been admired by many since childhood. He was supposed to take over the Yi family business after enduring some setbacks and bring it to greater heights. Then, dedicate his life to charity, making significant contributions to the world. Even after 100 years, people would remember him deeply. If the pseudo-main character of this world, Lin Ran, who had Yi Chi in a past life, hadn't been reborn, things would have unfolded like that. The Yi, Lin, and Shir families had a decent relationship, and Yi Chi, Lin Ran, and Shereimo grew up together since childhood. Lin Ran liked Yi Chi, especially after being saved by him once, his feelings reached an obsessive level. But Yi Chi had no feelings for him and rejected his confession clearly from the start. Yet Lin Ran refused to give up, constantly Yi Chi. He used the cooperation between the two families to get closer to Yi Chi, targeting those who approached Yi Chi, and even attempted a commercial marriage alliance to force Yi Chi into marrying him. Meanwhile, the Lin family originally planned to outwit and swallow the Yi family using underhanded methods. However, their plan was discovered by Yi Chi who countercalculated them. In the end, the Lin family faced bankruptcy due to their own actions, and Lin Ran, once the center of attention as a young master, lost everything overnight. Because of this, Lin Ran harbored hatred for Yi Chi, believing Yi Chi had betrayed his affection and used it to successfully annex the Lin family, which led to the deaths of his parents. He wanted to crash into Yi Chi and take him down together, but ended up dying in the car accident himself, while Yi Chi only suffered minor injuries. Not willing to accept his fate, Lin Ran was given another chance at life through a loophole in destiny. So, this time around, Lin Ran used his foreknowledge to fiercely retaliate against Yi Chi, aiming for blood revenge. He also collaborated with other villains who opposed Yi Chi in the previous life. And his current identity is one such villain, Yi Chi's lifelong enemy. The original Shereimo disliked Yi Chi from a young age and opposed him in various ways, though mostly petty disputes. After all, the two families still maintained business relationships and couldn't afford to make things too difficult. But after the Yi family annexed the Lin family, the win-win situation among the three families was disrupted. The original Shereimo worried that the Shir family would be the next victim, so he started opposing Yi Chi everywhere. Ultimately, he was defeated by Yi Chi and sent out of the country, never returning. Although the three of them grew up together, Lin Ran and the original Shereimo didn't interact much, except when Lin Ran went to bother Yi Chi. The original Shereimo would just come along to watch the show. However, Lin Ran had an inexplicable illusion that the original Shereimo targeted Yi Chi because of his hidden affection for Lin Ran. So this time around, he wanted not only to retaliate against Yi Chi but also to cherish this secret admirer who had always followed him. Lin Ran thought this way, but after reincarnating, he completely exploited the original Shereimo and the Shir family. Finally, in order to plot Yi Chi's demise, Lin Ran forced the original Shereimo and Yi Chi to die together in that abandoned warehouse. Before leaving, he even shed 2 tears, naming it as, "I know you like me. In the previous life, you took revenge for my sake. This life, you definitely hope I live better. So rest assured, I'll carry on your part of life well." Shereimo still finds it somewhat amusing to think about now. Because in the collapsed plotline, Yi Chi did die from that explosion. The original Shereimo died of anger caused by Lin Ran's betrayal and his absurd statements. Thus, when 447 made a deal with the original host, he learned the truth and willingly handed over control of his body. His only wish was to protect the Shir family and send Lin Ran back to where he belonged. As for Yi Chi, if they could deal with him, great, if not, so be it. Shereimo opened his eyes, a trace of blood color flashing in them as he let out a soft sigh. Unfortunately, he had entered the wrong timeline, arriving 3 years too early. Initially, he planned to kill Lin Ran before everything unfolded. But after attempting to kill him several times, he gave up. Killing the reborn Lin Ran would prevent the world's mission from being completed. So, for 3 years, he played the role of the antagonist in this world, watching Lin Ran's nearly maddening obsession end with Yi Chi, occasionally stopping by just to stir up trouble. Yesterday was the day Lin Ran was reborn. Still adjusting to his new life, Lin Ran hadn't done much yet except plot to humiliate Yi Chi at today's charity gala. In the original storyline, he succeeded. But last night, Shereimo warned Yi Chi. Perhaps because they've been enemies for so long, even though Shereimo told Yi Chi there was something wrong with that glass of wine, Yi Chi still drank it, giving Shereimo the chance to step in. Let him come to me on his own. Shereimo reined in his thoughts, his tone casual. He rose from the bathtub, dried off, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and sat by the bed barefoot. Lying down, Shereimo rubbed his eye corners, feeling somewhat drowsy. It was understandable, considering how long he'd spent with Yi Chi earlier. Even though he was a demon, his current body could barely handle it all. With a sigh, Shereimo curled up under the covers, reminiscing about the events of the night and his interactions with Yi Chi over these past 3 years. A flicker of light passed through his eyes as a faint smile touched his lips. He wondered what Yi Chi's reaction would be tomorrow morning upon realizing he slept with his archenemy. The thought was amusing. With that, Shereimo drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he left, Yi Chi had already awakened. Yi Chi had intended to embrace Shereimo but reached out into empty air, jolting him awake and sitting up abruptly. Seeing the empty space beside him, Yi Chi fell silent for a moment before accepting that Shereimo had left. With no expression, he turned on the light and glanced at the floor, his face instantly flushing red. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 3, The Archenemy Always Wants to Taste Him Again, 3. Yi Chi was initially still a bit angry and upset, but after seeing the things on the ground clearly, his ears turned red, and he looked away uncomfortably. He found his phone and had someone bring him some clothes. While waiting for the clothes, Yi Chi kept thinking about those crazy scenes, the words that Shereimo said, and how Shereimo left him alone here. In the end, he couldn't help but go online and post a query about what he should do in this situation. Even though it was late, quite a few people were still up late at night. Soon, his post received numerous replies. The first reply, which also received the most likes, sarcastically asked him if the OP's skills weren't up to par. Yi Chi. Yi Chi logged out of the app with an expressionless face, lay down on the bed, hugging the pillow that Shereimo had just hugged, but could not fall asleep. Although he didn't want to admit it, all kinds of thoughts filled his mind, including those comments mocking his skills, along with Shereimo's reaction. Thinking over these issues, Yi Chi flipped his phone to switch accounts and continued searching. What should one do when their skills are deemed inadequate? When Shereimo woke up the next day, he immediately saw 99+ messages popping up as soon as he picked up his phone. His eyebrows slightly arched, a faint smile curling on his lips as he opened his phone. Sure enough, Lin Ran was now planning to come see him. What surprised him somewhat was that Lin Ran had only sent a few messages informing him that he would come see him today. All the other messages were from Yi Chi. Most importantly, if he scrolled directly to the top, he noticed many withdrawn messages. Shereimo wasn't interested in the concerned messages about himself. Instead, he was curious about what Yi Chi had retracted. Little 7, help me retrieve the messages he retracted. 447, alright, give me a moment. Yi Chi, where did you go? Did you go home? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Chi, what kind of ring do you like? Do you prefer a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western-style wedding? Should we have both? Yi Chi, aren't you very fond of roses? I happen to own a rose plantation where we can hold our wedding. Yi Chi, why don't you reply to my messages? Is it because you don't want to? Yi Chi, why did you leave? Is it because you think my skills are insufficient? But it was my first time, I can learn. As Shereimo viewed the retracted messages that 447 had recovered, visions of Yi Chi's rambling came into his mind, making him chuckle inwardly. In those retracted messages, Yi Chi had even planned to adopt 2 children, one surnamed Yi and one surnamed Shir. Aside from those deleted ones, the currently visible messages seemed relatively normal. Shereimo directly scrolled to the bottom, looking at the newest few messages that had been sent just minutes ago. It appeared that the guy hadn't slept all night, just sending him messages non-stop with his phone. Yi Chi, actually, this matter was just an accident. You don't need to dwell on it, nor am I overly concerned. Yi Chi, I truly don't care at all. However, this is partly my fault towards you. If you demand responsibility from me, I won't refuse. Yi Chi, how about I come find you? If you don't want me to take responsibility, I can offer you appropriate compensation. Shereimo paused slightly, deep in thought, then sent him a message. You're right, it was just an accident. I don't need you to take responsibility. Since neither of us cares much about it, let's just forget about this incident. If you want to compensate me, you can let me have a 10% discount on the Beichuan project. The person on the other end seemed to have been waiting for his message, as they began typing immediately after he sent it. After a full minute, Yi Chi finally sent back a response. Yi Chi, alright, no problem, I'll offer you a 30% discount. I'll send someone over with the contract shortly. Yi Chi, I just feel that since our families already have a good relationship, if we engage in a business marriage, it will be beneficial for both sides. Yi Chi, besides, a few days ago, my mom was here and accidentally left my household registration book here. If you agree, we can go register right now. Yi Chi, don't misunderstand me, I'm not trying to harass you. But a commercial marriage is something you might consider. It wouldn't hurt either of us. 447 hovered above Shereimo's head, reading the messages from Yi Chi, hesitating to speak. Little Momo, is this main character deviating from his role? He wasn't supposed to have a romantic line in the original plot, so what's this overt and covert attempt to marry you all about? Shereimo's eyes curved with amusement. He wasn't at all surprised by Yi Chi's reaction. After all, since 3 years ago when he came to this world, he had already set his sights on Yi Chi. But isn't the world we're in now itself one where the plot has collapsed? Shereimo's slender fingers tapped against the keyboard as he replied to Yi Chi's messages while speaking absent-mindedly. They weren't originally puppets being controlled, and moreover, in a collapsed plot, we can't demand that the protagonist must maintain their character. 447 wanted to say something but couldn't refute Shereimo's words. It did make sense, somehow it just felt a bit off. Unable to figure it out, 447 simply stopped thinking about it. Shereimo only sent one reply to Yi Chi, no need. Even if I wanted a commercial marriage alliance, I wouldn't choose you. After replying, without bothering to care about Yi Chi's reaction, he raised his phone, smiled sweetly, and said. Besides, I've always maintained my role as his archenemy. Even if anything goes wrong, it definitely won't be my fault. As Shereimo spoke, he pinched the little bundle on his head down, gently rubbing its small belly with his fingertips. The fluffy texture made him exceptionally pleased. 447 let him twist and squeeze him back and forth until he was dazed. Right. It's all his fault. There's nothing wrong with you. He's clearly craving your body. Little Momo, you should stay far away from him in the future. Shereimo paused slightly in his movements. Can't stay far away, we still have tasks. Saying that, his gaze fell onto the chat window with Lin Ran again. Seeing Lin Ran's message about coming to find him, he paused briefly and replied with a sure. After dealing with all of these, he finally got up and began tidying up. Looking into the mirror at himself, Shereimo's lips tilted upward slightly. He rolled up the cuffs of the dark red shirt, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons, revealing his exquisite collarbone. His ink-black long hair was slightly messy but extremely alluring. Shereimo's fingertips touched the marks on his collarbone, and his expression darkened slightly. There were more such suggestive marks in places not visible on his body, which made him sigh softly. Really like a little mad dog. 447 saw his response and realized he didn't like these marks. He fumbled around in his little pocket for a while, pulling out a tube of ointment. Little Momo. Here, take it. The people from the strategy department say this ointment is very effective. Is that so? Thank you, little 7. Shereimo hesitated for a moment and then thanked him with a smile. His fingertips dipped into a bit of the milky white ointment and smoothed it over the noticeable suggestive marks. Soon, all the marks disappeared completely. Shereimo looked rather satisfied, preparing to go downstairs to eat something, then wait for Lin Ran to come. This would also give him a chance to see what the reborn Lin Ran would turn into. Chapter 4, His biggest rival always wants to taste him again, 4. Lin Ran found him much faster than he had anticipated. Unfortunately, he went to the wrong place. Lin Ran, AMO, I'm looking for you. Why aren't you at home? Lin Ran, Aunt Shir said you already moved out a long time ago. How come you didn't tell me? Where are you now? Shereimo stared at his messages, staying silent for a while. The original owner of this body cared deeply about his parents, so even though he owned many properties, he never moved out. He was afraid they would notice something was off, so when he entered this world 3 years ago, he bought an apartment and moved out of the Shir family house, occasionally returning to visit. Before Lin Ran's rebirth, all his thoughts and actions revolved around Yi Chi. He followed Yi Chi around every day, showing no care or attention toward Shereimo, and naturally, Lin Ran had no idea Shereimo had already moved. Shereimo thoughtfully considered not revealing his current address to Lin Ran. Instead, he directly invited him to meet in a private room at one of the clubs under his control. Lin Ran quickly agreed, and Shereimo grabbed his coat to head out. Lin Ran must have really wanted to see him because by the time Shereimo arrived at the private room, Lin Ran had already been waiting for some time. As soon as Shereimo opened the door, someone suddenly lunged forward, trying to embrace him. Shereimo instinctively dodged, leaving Lin Ran's motion hanging empty. He almost fell to the ground. Shereimo watched as Lin Ran struggled to stabilize himself and reached out to poke the ball-like thing resting on his head. At that moment, 447 understood instantly and rushed forward, shoving Lin Ran from behind. Lin Ran hadn't expected Shereimo to dodge him, barely managing to regain his balance. He suddenly felt a force pushing him from behind, causing him to fall flat with a slap sound. Seeing this scene from a distance, Shereimo chuckled softly. How about it? Trying to extort sympathy. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and stood up quickly. Turning around, his eyes were filled with tears, his voice choked with emotion. AMO. I've finally seen you again. Saying this, he walked to Shereimo and stretched out a hand to touch his face, calling his name with deep emotion. AMO. Shereimo dodged his movement and frowned as he began speaking. Lin Ran, if you want something from me, just say it directly. Don't act in such a disgusting manner. Hearing these words, Lin Ran froze slightly, displaying a wounded expression on his face. Amo, are you still mad at me? Mad that I failed to recognize my own feelings, or failed to understand yours, making you chase after me for so long? Even though Shereimo had prepared mentally, hearing Lin Ran speak these words personally made him snicker involuntarily. If the reason you came to find me today is to spout nonsense like this, then don't bother coming anymore in the future. With a smile that bent the corners of his eyes, Shereimo raised a hand to wipe away the tear at the corner of Lin Ran's eye. In the midst of Lin Ran's expectant gaze, he continued calmly. Otherwise, I might end up hitting you every time I see you. If I accidentally beat you into uselessness, it would ruin our two families' cooperation, wouldn't it? He could clearly feel that when he said those words, Lin Ran's body stiffened momentarily. Shereimo remembered how the original owner also refrained from lashing out immediately upon hearing Lin Ran's strange remarks due to considerations of the cooperation between the two families. Later on, Lin Ran relied on the fact that he knew about several very promising projects from the past life. He approached the original owner with collaboration offers involving those projects, bringing immense benefits to the Shir family. Additionally, Lin Ran deliberately revealed hints that the Yi family had intentions to swallow up the Shir family. Therefore, their alliance was formed. After all, the fastest way to turn two people into friends is to give them a common enemy. However, who would have known that while Lin Ran continuously professed his crazy love for him and lamented about his blindness in the past, he ultimately betrayed him at the critical moment. Reorganizing his thoughts, Shereimo looked at Lin Ran, who gripped his wrist tightly, and his gaze turned cold all at once. Lin Ran firmly believed that Shereimo liked him, it was merely a matter of being bad at expressing himself. Coupled with Lin Ran's previous pursuit of Yi Chi, which had broken Shereimo's heart. They completely dismissed Shereimo's threats. Instead, Lin Ran held Shereimo's hand, letting it remain pressed against his cheek, closed his eyes, and spoke with sorrow in his voice. Amo, I know it was all my fault in the past. But rest assured, I no longer like Yi Chi. From now on, I only like you. TSK. Mr. Lin, everyone knows you chase Yi Chi every day. Now you say you like me, don't you think that's funny? Shereimo smiled and shook off Lin Ran's hand, pulling out a wet wipe from beside him. He carefully wiped his fingers and then threw the wipe into the trash can. There was a faint look of disdain in his eyes, as if he had touched something dirty. Seeing Shereimo's actions, Lin Ran felt a sharp pain in his heart, and a wave of bitterness spread through him. He slightly lowered his gaze, hiding the hurt emotions in his eyes, unsure whether he was speaking to Shereimo or himself. It doesn't matter, it's alright, even if you don't believe me, that's fine. All my mistakes were in the past, but I'll prove that the person I like is you, not Yi Chi, that scumbag. Lin Ran's eyes were somewhat red, and the last sentence was practically said through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. Shereimo's lips curved upward, then let me see your sincerity first. He stressed the word sincerity, ready for Lin Ran to show how he planned to confront Yi Chi. However, after hearing this, Lin Ran looked up, staring at him with fervent eyes, his face suddenly turning red as if thinking about something. Shereimo watched his appearance and found more amusement in his eyes, mentally asking 447. Little 7, what do you think he's looking at me like that for? For 47, I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be anything good. By the way, Mr. Lin is only 100 meters away from you. A bit of amusement disappeared from Shereimo's eyes, replaced by a hint of confusion. What is Yi Chi doing here? For 47, looks like he might have come to find you, and he's even brought a contract. Shereimo's eyes darkened slightly. He hadn't told Yi Chi he was here. This guy's reach really was long. But just the next moment, Shereimo lost interest in these thoughts entirely. Because the very same Lin Ran who'd just been blushing, acting somewhat awkwardly, was now, in front of him, rapidly taking off his coat and unbuttoning his shirt. Shereimo. What are you doing, undressing like that? As the shirt buttons were already half unfastened, Shereimo's eyelids twitched, and he quickly grabbed Lin Ran's wrist to stop his action. The original owner, during their first meeting with the reborn Lin Ran, merely had his feelings declared by Lin Ran. So what was happening now? Why was Lin Ran starting to undress? Lin Ran looked at him, with an unusual sentiment in his eyes, speaking shyly. Aren't you, asking to see my sincerity? Shereimo nodded, finally laughing out loud at these words. Indeed, one could be made to laugh when they're speechless. He wanted to see Lin Ran's plan to deal with Yi Chi, but Lin Ran was offering himself directly. Shereimo seriously contemplated the possibility of killing Lin Ran on the spot. Lin Ran once again took his hand and moved 2 steps closer, narrowing the distance between them, grabbing his hand and placing it on his waist. Amo. I truly like you. As long as you wish, you can do whatever you want with me. Shereimo slightly raised the corner of his eyes, his gaze flickering as he half smiled, half stared at Lin Ran. You let me do whatever I want. Lin Ran's cheeks turned redder. Before Shereimo could make a move, the door to the private room opened again. What are you two doing? Chapter 5, his archenemy kept trying to taste him again, 5. Yi Chi's smile froze the moment he opened the door of the private room. From his perspective, the two were very close, almost completely pressed against each other. Lin Ran's coat was on the floor, the buttons of his shirt were undone for the most part, and Shereimo's hand was resting on Lin Ran's waist. Two men alone in a private room in such an ambiguous pose, it was hard not to jump to conclusions. Shereimo originally planned to knock Lin Ran unconscious first, but he didn't expect Yi Chi to arrive so quickly, catching this scene exactly. Yi Chi. Why are you here? Though he still wore a smile, his gaze flickered momentarily. Knowing that Yi Chi was nearby was one thing, but finding his private room this fast was something else entirely. It seemed some people around here needed to be reprimanded, or replaced. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Ran paused his movements, hatred flashing across his eyes, and let go of Shereimo's hand. He turned around to look at Yi Chi, having concealed all traces of hatred, leaving only irritation. He started buttoning up his shirt. Yi Chi, why have you come here? Yi Chi looked coldly at Lin Ran, gripping the file tightly in his hand, almost gritting his teeth. What? Can't I come? Lin Ran had already buttoned up his shirt. After hearing him, he gave a derisive laugh and said, raising his head. Yi Chi, I know you don't like AMO, but as far as I can remember, this club is under Amo's name. For you to cause trouble on his own turf, isn't that too much? As Lin Ran spoke, he took a few steps closer and stood in front of Yi Chi, shielding Shereimo behind him. He openly showed his disdain for Yi Chi. Yi Chi. If you dare lay a finger on AMO today, I won't let it go. Yi Chi frowned, unable to suppress the suspicion rising within him. If his memory served correctly, the tainted drink last night was delivered by Lin Ran. At that time, their parents were there. Although he disliked Lin Ran, he couldn't refuse them outright. Who would have thought that the drink was compromised? Moreover, Lin Ran's attitude towards him now seemed quite strange. Just a few days ago, this person was following him around incessantly, driving him mad with annoyance. Now, Lin Ran was looking at him with pure hostility, as though he viewed Yi Chi as an eternal enemy. For a moment, Yi Chi thought Lin Ran must have lost his mind, but without evidence, there was nothing to confirm it. However, whether Lin Ran had become foolish or insane, it made no difference to Yi Chi, he didn't care. In fact, if Lin Ran hated him, then it suited him fine, there wouldn't be any more chasing around. But seeing Lin Ran standing between him and Shereimo made Yi Chi unhappy. Yi Chi didn't want to argue with Lin Ran there, so he simply ignored Lin Ran and walked a few steps toward Shereimo. When their eyes met, Yi Chi raised the contract in his hand slightly and cleared his throat. I came to sign this contract with you, the promised compensation. Shereimo chuckled softly, didn't you say someone would deliver it to me? Why bring it yourself? Yi Chi pursed his lips, then replied seriously. My assistant got into a car accident, so I had to bring it over myself. But this place doesn't seem suitable for signing a contract. How about we find a quiet spot? As he said this, Yi Chi casually glanced at Lin Ran, who had been completely ignored by them. Lin Ran glared at Yi Chi, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, trembling all over. Recalling everything from his past life, staring at the man he once loved so dearly but who ultimately led to the destruction of his family, Lin Ran longed to strangle Yi Chi right there. But the last bit of rationality in him warned that he shouldn't act on impulse, he couldn't yet afford the consequences of such rashness. Given the rare opportunity to live this life again, how could he ruin everything just because of Yi Chi? Lin Ran closed his eyes and forcibly suppressed the fury and hatred welling up inside. One day, he vowed to exact his revenge personally, and he would make Yi Chi pay 100-fold or even 1,000-fold for what he endured in his previous life. Lin Ran took a deep breath and looked at Shereimo, extending his hand again earnestly. Amo, don't go with him. I still have something important to tell you. 447, watching his actions, whispered quietly into Shereimo's ear. Little Mo, Lin Ran's blackening degree is severe. Right now, he's dangerously close to Yi Chi, siphoning off his good fortune. Shereimo's expression changed subtly as he stealthily appraised Lin Ran. Although he had been in the villain department before, this was his first task of its kind, so naturally, he didn't know how a pseudo-lead character might drain the luck of a true protagonist. Now, it appeared to be related to their degree of moral corruption. Since that's the case, then Shereimo has to get Yi Chi out of here as soon as possible. Shereimo thought silently. Seeing his lack of reaction, Lin Ran became somewhat anxious and spoke again. Amo. Trust me, what I have to say is really important. He gritted his teeth, it concerns our future. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chi, who had been calm until then, lost his coolness. He immediately grabbed Lin Ran's wrist, furrowing his brows and tightening his grip. The sudden action of Yi Chi and the pain in his wrist made Lin Ran instinctively let go, inhaling a cold breath. Hiss. Yi Chi. What are you doing? Yi Chi looked at him coldly, who says we have a future? You're not close to Amo anyway. Where does our future come from? The person who could have a future with Amo could only be him. Hearing this slightly displeased response from Yi Chi, Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist. Yi Chi had always been indifferent towards him, never giving him a glance no matter how much he pursued. Never like now, this demeanor obviously indicated he was angry, and it seemed like there was some jealousy. After realizing this point, Lin Ran just turned his head and scoffed, throwing off his hand, speaking with an icy arrogance. Yi Chi, I'm telling you, I don't like you anymore. Whether I have a future with someone else is none of your business, and you don't have the right to interfere. Yi Chi. Is this Lin Ran truly crazy? Shereimo blinked. Wow, little 7, he's so confident. For 47 completely agreed. Yeah, I'd really like to give him a bit of my self-esteem when I used to feel inferior about sending pictures online. But on the other hand, Yi Chi indeed lost half of his good fortune after being reborn, and if you don't take him away now, he will probably keep having bad luck for the next 3 days. Shereimo smiled amiably. No rush anyway, it's not me who's going to suffer from bad luck. Despite saying this, he still patted Yi Chi on the shoulder, took a step forward, and stood between the two of them, separating them. Let's go, find a place to sign the contract first. Yi Chi nodded, also unwilling to get entangled with Lin Ran any longer. He genuinely believed that Lin Ran was suffering from mental illness now. If it flared up and either attached to him or Shereimo, that would be inconvenient. But as they were about to leave, Lin Ran wouldn't let them go, more precisely, he wouldn't allow Shereimo to follow him. Lin Ran once again grabbed Shereimo's hand, expressing his deep feelings. Amo, I know you like me, and I also understand that all the previous hostility you've shown towards him was because you didn't want him to hurt me. But rest assured, I won't let you bear everything alone anymore. With every word he spoke, Yi Chi's expression grew colder. Don't go with him, I. Slap. Chapter 6, his archenemy keeps wanting to taste him again, 6. Lin Ran's words were yet to finish when a sharp slap echoed in the private room, standing out conspicuously. For a moment, the air became completely silent. With a stoic face, Yi Chi shrugged his hand. Sorry, I slipped my hand by accident. I kept feeling as if there was a fly buzzing around my ear and couldn't help myself. Lin Ran covered his red cheek and glared at Yi Chi with eyes filled with disbelief. His trembling voice spoke up. Yi Chi, you hit me. You actually dared to hit me. In his previous life, no matter how much Lin Ran harassed Yi Chi never personally laid hands on him. But now, Yi Chi directly hit him with such force. Lin Ran could distinctly feel the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he gasped for breath, his emotions wildly unstable. Indeed. Yi Chi wasn't a good person after all. In his past life, Lin Ran chased after Yi Chi everywhere, being considerate and giving in to him in every situation. It turned out that today was the first time Lin Ran openly contradicted Yi Chi, and the result was a slap. Baring his teeth, Lin Ran thought that, in this new life, he didn't want to keep tolerating it. He wanted to return the slap immediately. However, his hand didn't reach Yi Chi's face. Slightly stiffly, Lin Ran turned his head to look at Shereimo, quite confused. Mo. Shereimo had originally been watching the commotion from the sidelines. Seeing Lin Ran attempt to strike Yi Chi, he stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ran's wrist, halting his movement. Lin Ran obviously didn't understand why Shereimo stopped him. A streak of pain flickered across his eyes as he stared at Shereimo, feeling deeply hurt. With a bitter laugh, his eyes full of loneliness, he said, Amo, could it be because I failed to recognize your feelings earlier that now you choose to stand by the person you hate most, just to take revenge on me? Yi Chi. He clenched his fists, ready to act. Even though Lin Ran had been harassing him for so long previously, Yi Chi ignored him, considering the face of their cooperative relationship between the two families. But now that Lin Ran was doing the same to Shereimo and even declaring Shereimo's supposed affections, Yi Chi found himself almost unable to restrain the impulse to act physically. However, Shereimo acted first and directly threw off Lin Ran's hand. Though his face still wore a smile, the strength in his hand was undeniably great. With one toss, Lin Ran fell flat on the floor. Ah! Despite landing on the ground, Lin Ran didn't rush to get up. Instead, he looked upward with tear-filled eyes at Shereimo. Amo, how can you treat me like this? To be honest, Lin Ran had a fairly good appearance. This sight, his pouting, pitiful demeanor, would easily soften the heart of others. Unfortunately, his audience today consisted of Yi Chi and Shereimo. One of these men was itching to find an opportunity to beat him up, while the other wanted to kill him outright. Shereimo lightly chuckled, don't look at me like that. We don't have any close relationship. If anyone doesn't know, they'd think I'm some kind of cheating bastard. Besides, don't you have any clue why I'd do this to you? The last sentence left coldness in Shereimo's tone as he turned and walked away without concern for Lin Ran's reaction. Lin Ran momentarily forgot his own pain and sadness, staring blankly at Shereimo's departing back, somewhat dazed. His eyes brimming with bewilderment seemed deep in thought over Shereimo's meaning. Not knowing what he pondered over, suddenly a gleam of insight lit up Lin Ran's eyes. Seeing such a look in Lin Ran's eyes, Yi Chi furrowed his brows, his expression showing undisguised disgust. Nevertheless, holding the contract, he turned around and left to chase after Shereimo. He feared that if he stayed longer, he might really beat Lin Ran up. After all, their several families were interconnected in both visible and hidden ways through business ties. Especially now with a few key cooperation projects with the Lin family, he couldn't afford to rashly lay a hand on Lin Ran. As Yi Chi was about to leave the room, he paused momentarily and glanced at Lin Ran, casting a deep and dark look. At least publicly, he shouldn't take action against Lin Ran. Caught in that gaze, Lin Ran abruptly snapped out of his thoughts, his body tensed as a chill surged up from his feet through his entire body. But before he could rise, the door to the private room slammed shut, leaving him alone amidst the emptiness, looking rather disheveled. After Yi Chi exited the private room, he immediately searched for Shereimo. When he finally found him, Shereimo was washing his hands. Shereimo didn't even glance up. Tell me, how many people have you placed under my watch? Yi Chi coughed lightly and avoided the topic. We should first find a place to sign the contract. While drying his hands, Shereimo turned his head slightly toward Yi Chi, smiling without any warmth in his eyes. So unwilling to answer my question? Or is it that the people you've placed here mean so much to you? Or maybe, young Master Yi installed a tracker in my phone. The latter statement was meant as a jest by Shereimo. After all, after 3 years of acquaintance, Shereimo knew Yi Chi somewhat well. He wouldn't be the type to do such things, at most placing his own spies within Shereimo's territory. But to everyone's surprise, when Yi Chi heard this last statement, his gaze shifted momentarily. How could I? Gradually, Shereimo's smile faded from his face. Little 7, help me check my phone. Could it be true that he really installed a tracker on it? 447, nope, little MOMO. 447, but it doesn't mean he wasn't thinking about doing it. I just checked secretly. Not only did he prepare trackers, but also miniature surveillance cameras. Shereimo. Shereimo looked at Yi Chi with a complicated expression. 447 sighed, this protagonist has completely collapsed. It's all because of that fake lead. Little MOMO, stay away from him. Just yesterday after you spent the night with him, he was already preparing these things. I estimate he's been plotting ways to get back at you. 447 rolled around atop Shereimo's head, its eyes fixed vigilantly on Yi Chi. Shereimo's lips curled slightly, amusement flashing in his eyes. I see. Then let's see how he plans to get back at me. Yi Chi was different from the male protagonists Shereimo had encountered before. It was his first time entering this world 3 years ago when he immediately identified Yi Chi as his meal. His looks and physique were exceptionally to Shereimo's liking. As an incubus, he would never let go of the meal he fancied, even if it was this world's male protagonist. Keeping food happy and willing to be tasted was an important matter. Thus, during these 3 years, while maintaining the appearance of being sworn enemies publicly, behind the scenes, Shereimo had done quite a lot for Yi Chi. Just so Yi Chi would feel happy in his presence, not reject him, and maintain a good taste. Otherwise, Yi Chi wouldn't have gone directly to bed with him yesterday. Now that 447 said Yi Chi prepared those devices as retribution, Shereimo didn't believe it. Yet, he was indeed curious about how far Yi Chi could take things. Shereimo's eyes twinkled again with amusement as he simply pulled his hand back and wiped his fingertips, still slightly wet, directly onto Yi Chi's clothing. Since you say you won't, I'll believe you. Let's go sign the contract. Lowering his gaze, Yi Chi caught Shereimo's wrist, caressing it with his fingertips. A hint of disappointment and frustration passed through his eyes. Gone. All the marks he had left yesterday were now vanished. But the traces of last night were still imprinted on his back, and this wasn't fair. Chapter 7, Rival always wants to taste him again, 7. What? Do you like my hand so much? Shereimo gave a sarcastic laugh and pulled his hand back. I didn't know you had this kind of hobby before. His words brought Yi Chi out of his thoughts, pulling him back from the crazy memories. His ear tips flushed slightly red. Yi Chi said seriously, I just wanted to check if your hands were clean. Lin Ran was acting strangely today. Since he touched you, what if he's sick? What if he infects you? Such nonsense was said by Yi Chi in a deadpan manner, almost convincing. Shereimo raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking with an offhand tone. If that's the case, since he hugged me earlier, does that mean I should go take a shower? And you should watch personally to make sure I'm clean. Yi Chi coughed lightly, that's not impossible. Shereimo. Shereimo, he touched you too. How about we both take a shower together at my place? Yi Chi's eyes lit up as he feigned modesty. Since you're inviting me, should we go to your place or mine? Yi Chi, you're actually getting cocky after hearing a few words from me, right? You're good at climbing higher once given a chance. Why don't you head over to Beijing Zoo and try seed monkeys? Shereimo reached out and patted Yi Chi's face, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. The gesture combined with his expression carried a sense of insult. In reality, Shereimo was just bringing 447, who had been preparing to pull Yi Chi's hair, back onto his head. 447, puffing his cheeks angrily, rolled once more on Shereimo's head, speaking with discontent. Mo, how could the protagonist be like this? He even wants to bathe with you, clearly trying to take advantage of you. Shereimo did not respond to 447's words but instead snatched the contract from Yi Chi's hands. He glanced down and reviewed it briefly. You've compromised quite a bit here. This way, you won't make much money. Saying this, Shereimo flung the contract back into Yichi's arms and turned around to leave. Yichi wasn't bothered and picked up the contract, following closely behind. The compensation I promised you wouldn't be complete if something was missing, right? Oh, I remember you love roses. I own a rose plantation. How about we visit it later? If you like it, I can give it to you. When Yichi asked this question, he was somewhat nervous inside. Shereimo merely paused his steps, turning his head to look at Yichi with a cool smirk. What, is this part of Master Ye's compensation? Do you think I lack such an estate? Hearing these words, Yichi's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly started explaining. That's not what I meant. I think you would like it. And I was serious about the talk of marriage alliance between our families. You can consider it. After all, it's a good thing for both of our families. Shereimo stared silently at Yichi without speaking, and that single glance made Yichi deflate instantly. As Yichi met the calm gaze of Shereimo's eyes, he felt as though all his little schemes were laid bare. The hand hanging loosely by his side tightened subconsciously, and he continued following Shereimo into the elevator. Yichi couldn't quite figure out when exactly he started harboring feelings for Shereimo. Though they were rivals since childhood, his dislike for Shereimo wasn't as strong as it was for Lin Ran, who always trailed behind him, but still very evident. However, only their surface-level cooperation existed due to business needs. Privately, except for instances when Shereimo intentionally caused trouble, they rarely interacted. But from when? From when did he start paying attention to Shereimo, start noticing that Shereimo wasn't entirely what he had imagined? Perhaps it began 3 years ago. On the surface, Shereimo still loved seeing his misfortunes and occasionally schemed against him, throwing obstacles his way. Yet somehow, he couldn't despise him anymore. Shereimo wasn't naturally inclined to wear a smile. But from then on, his lips often tilted slightly upward with an air of amusement, his beautiful eyes often holding smiles that made people unable to dislike him. Even those in the circle who didn't initially care for Shereimo later admitted multiple times that Shereimo wasn't that bad after all. Some even secretly attempted to confess to Shereimo, only to be rejected. Initially, Yichi simply stopped feeling as averse towards Shereimo as he used to. Hearing others' rejections of Shereimo, outwardly he acted nonchalant, but internally, his mood invariably improved. It wasn't until one day when he visited Shereimo that Yichi noticed the latter stepping out of the bathroom after a shower, barefoot on the carpet. His body was loosely wrapped in a bathrobe. That pale skin, exquisite collarbone, faintly visible abs under the robe, and long, well-shaped legs. He almost forgot what he came there for that day and how he left, only aware that the tear mole at the corner of Shereimo's eyes was irresistibly alluring. To be precise, there wasn't a single spot on this person that wasn't seductive. After returning home that day, he started dreaming, and the subject of all his dreams was Shereimo. It was from then that he suddenly realized he had developed feelings for Shereimo that were different from before. But evidently, dreams were just dreams. In those dreams, Shereimo would either cry pitifully or laugh seductively beneath him. In reality, Shereimo only seized any chance to ridicule him or dig traps for him. Even though they now shared an intimate, deeply connected relationship. And despite Yichi's desire to use this opportunity to break down the barriers between them, it still didn't work. There weren't even marks left on him anymore. With a sigh, Yichi fixed his gaze on the nape of Shereimo's neck. He had distinctly bitten and nibbled on that soft flesh repeatedly, yet now there wasn't a trace, clean as ever. Moreover, people usually felt some discomfort after such intense moments, but Shereimo showed no sign of unease, instead appearing more energetic than ever. If Shereimo hadn't already confirmed their intimacy, Yichi might have thought it was just an illusion of his own making. Yichi tightened his lips, plunging into deep self-doubt. Could it really be that his skills were inadequate? Could it really be that he couldn't satisfy? These thoughts sprang up without warning. Those two questions pierced like sharp arrows straight through the tiny figurine kneeling on the ground inside Yichi's heart, turning it to stone. As if in a daze, Yichi thought he heard the sound of his heart breaking. Not until Shereimo halted his steps did Yichi stop as well. Shereimo took Yichi straight to the rooftop, led him into his private lounge, grabbed a pen, and signed the contract. "Alright, you can leave." Hearing these dismissive words while glancing at the signature on the contract, Yichi blurted out unconsciously, "Aren't you going to check it?" Shereimo didn't hesitate, he directly opened his wardrobe and retrieved a fresh set of clothes. "No, I touched something dirty, so I need to clean myself thoroughly. And about that estate, if you truly want to give it to me, stop talking about it and transfer ownership to my name. I certainly won't refuse anyway." While saying this, Shereimo headed toward the bathroom. Seeing that Yichi remained motionless, he smirked. "What? Do you really plan to stay and wash with me?" Yichi's ear tips turned slightly red, revealing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Would it be alright? Borrowing your clothes is fine too, I don't mind." 447 frowny face. 447 widened his eyes in disbelief and immediately flew right in front of Yichi, roaring. "Not. How come you're not only taking but also eating?" Chapter 8, Rival always trying to taste him again, 8. Shereimo only stood at the bathroom door listening to him, then turned around to look at him, leaning back slightly with his head tilted to one side. He crossed his arms and said, "Yichi, why don't you just come wash at my place instead?" The buttons of his shirt had already been unfastened, revealing large patches of skin as he moved. At this moment, the places on his body not covered by ointment revealed their marks clearly in front of Yichi's eyes. Yichi's Adam's apple rolled up and down, his eyes darkening instantly. The doubt that he might not be good enough disappeared in an instant. Shereimo seemed unaware of the lustful glint in his eyes and gave a cold laugh, saying, "Just so you know, the password to my house is my birthday. If you remember it, feel free to go there and wash instead of bothering me here." Saying this, he turned and walked into the bathroom, closing the door. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom start, Yichi reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Remembering Shereimo's words earlier made his heart itch. He thought, for Shereimo to say such a thing evidently meant he didn't care about him much. Perhaps he assumed Yichi didn't remember his birthday, or perhaps he thought Yichi wouldn't really consider going to his house to wash. But, why wouldn't he? Yichi lowered his eyes, his eyelashes casting a shadow covering the murkiness in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he picked up the signed contract along with all sorts of crazy unspeakable thoughts in his mind and left. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Shereimo disdainfully threw the clothes Lin Ran had touched aside. AI 447 couldn't help but ask. "Young Master Mo, why did you still tell him the password to your house? He has already prepared those things, now that you've told him, what if he goes there and does something bad?" "Little 7, I deliberately told him these things and gave him sufficient time, precisely so he could do something bad," Shereimo said with a grin, which confused AI 447 even more. It was obvious Shereimo had no intention of explaining much further to him, just poking his furry belly and saying, "Well, forget about him. How is Lin Ran doing?" After hearing this, AI 447 stopped worrying about Yichi and responded, "After you both left, Lin Ran also left. He's now heading to the Lin family company, intending to meddle with a few recent collaborations between the Lin and Yi families." After pausing for a moment, AI 447's tone became excited. "Hey, young Master Mo. I've just detected that when Yichi slapped Lin Ran, the protagonist's luck returned a little." Shereimo's hand movement halted, his eyes showing a trace of interest. "Oh. So, can karma be recovered this way too?" AI 447 pondered, maybe physical slaps count as part of the process. Though not much luck returned, it's better than nothing. Shereimo nodded thoughtfully, "That makes sense, not a bad idea. Young Master Mo, that guy actually went to your house. And, he's lying on your bed." Not long after, AI 447 became flustered again, shocked and confused by what it saw. Even if his character collapsed because Lin Ran, the false protagonist, stole his luck, it shouldn't have deteriorated this thoroughly. What's his behavior now different from that of a deranged stalker? "No, young Master Mo, maybe you should move somewhere else. Given his current audacity, he'll brazenly come to your home and sleep in your bed." AI 447 became quite urgent. "What if one day while you're sleeping, he sneaks into your bed at night?" Shereimo thought about the dreams he weaved for Yichi. Listening to AI 447's words, he simply leaned back, relaxing completely with a light smile. "I wouldn't mind if he actually dared to crawl into my bed at midnight." AI 447, "Wow, oh. AI 447, he just bought the floor above yours." AI 447, "And he bought the floor below yours too." AI 447, "Young Master Mo, how perverted he is, installing tiny surveillance cameras in your bedroom." Shereimo, so it's only in the bedroom? There aren't any in the bathroom, are there?" AI 447, "No, only in the bedroom." Shereimo sighed, "Alright then." AI 447. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel like Shereimo seemed somewhat disappointed? AI 447 felt quite conflicted. Yichi couldn't figure out why the protagonist had become like this, and in the end, he could only secretly blame it all on Lin Ran. After all, if it weren't for Lin Ran trying to make Yichi look bad by drugging him, Yichi wouldn't have ended up sleeping with Shereimo, and now certainly wouldn't be behaving so creepily towards Shereimo. Shereimo was completely unaware of what AI 447 thought, merely tidying up a bit before heading home. When he returned, Yichi had already cleaned up every trace. Without AI 447, no one would have noticed that someone had been there. Returning to his bedroom, Shereimo gave a silent glance at the location of the surveillance and sighed inwardly. It was truly a pity, 3 years of cultivating his prey, and yet its boldness still fell short. No matter, delicious and delectable prey always made hunters extremely patient. The following day, Lin Ran did not come to find him again, nor did he respond to any messages sent on his phone. Shereimo also stayed indoors, casually stripping off his pants and shirt in front of the camera as soon as he got home. He only wore a loose red work shirt, then laid down to play games. Once Yichi had finished handling his affairs and had some free time, he immediately opened the surveillance. He hadn't really expected Shereimo to be home at this moment, he just wanted to see his room. But who would have guessed, as soon as he clicked open, he caught sight of those long, white legs, bare feet, and marks on his ankles where it looked like someone had gripped them forcefully. Shereimo's calves were clean, but looking further up revealed intimate areas, all of which had been left by him. The dark red work shirt barely covered the base of his thighs, the wide collar slipped down, revealing his clavicle and one round shoulder. Yi Qi's breathing quickened. The person lying on the bed was completely unaware that they were currently being watched by another person. At that moment, he was playing a game on his tablet with one hand while holding a bag of milk in the other, drinking from the straw. Under this scene, Yi Qi strangely zoomed in on the surveillance screen. Clearly, he saw Shereimo's slightly upturned lips, the white milk stains on them, and the slight movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed. For a moment, Yi Qi felt his breath catch, the sight stirring him immensely. And just at that moment, Shereimo stopped drinking his milk, his thin lips slightly parting to reveal his red soft tongue as it curled in the white residue on his lips. Seeing his action, Yi Qi's pupils suddenly tightened, his mind felt like a tight string snapping. A wave of heat surged in his chest, he felt an itch at the tip of his nose, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Then, dazedly looking at the blood on his hand, for a while he didn't react. Coming back to his senses, Yi Qi's face instantly turned red, hurriedly grabbing a tissue to wipe away the blood. After cleaning up simply, he replayed the scene again and recorded the screen to save it. However, the result was that after watching it once more, the blood that had barely stopped began to flow again. Chapter 9, Rivals Always Want to Taste Him Again, 9. When 447 told Shereimo about the matter, Shereimo's expression didn't change, but there was a hint of laughter in his eyes. That evening, he received 2 more messages. One was an apology message from Lin Ran, who also invited him out for dinner and promised to make amends properly. Shereimo looked down at the message with a lowered gaze, his fingertips playing on the keyboard as he recalled the slap Yi Qi had given Lin Ran. He replied with a simple, yes, while smiling. Lin Ran seemed to have been waiting for his reply, and as soon as he responded, a video call popped up immediately. Shereimo glanced subtly at the position of the surveillance camera before answering the call. Is there something so late at night? I. Initially, Lin Ran was glad that Shereimo had finally decided to pay attention to him and wanted to clarify everything right away, mentioning the things he hadn't managed to say earlier in the day. But just as the video connected, Lin Ran saw Shereimo sitting lazily by the bed, his manner enticing yet aloof. Lin Ran stared fixedly at Shereimo, unable to say a single word of what he intended. He felt a moment of bewilderment. Had Shereimo in the previous life been like this? It somehow felt different from his memories. But upon closer reflection, since his family went bankrupt, he had never seen Shereimo again. And he hadn't really paid much attention to Shereimo in the past either. Perhaps Shereimo had always been like this, it was just that he hadn't noticed, so naturally, he didn't know. A flicker of guilt passed through Lin Ran's eyes, he should have paid attention to Shereimo sooner. In the beginning, all he could think about was how, in their past life, Shereimo avenged him by targeting Yi Qi, leading to an unfortunate outcome where Shereimo was forced to leave the country. This time around, he couldn't let down Shereimo's feelings. He must change the fates of both himself and Shereimo, and he must cherish Shereimo properly. Still, guilt outweighed his other emotions. Yet now, as he looked at Shereimo like this, strange feelings arose within Lin Ran. He suddenly realized that Shereimo wasn't any less appealing than Yi Qi, it might even be pleasant to be with Shereimo. Shereimo noticed Lin Ran remaining silent for too long, growing slightly impatient. Seeing Lin Ran's flushed face, he remembered that he had changed clothes specifically to give someone hiding behind the surveillance cameras a better view. The curve at the corner of Shereimo's lips softened slightly as he adjusted the angle, allowing Lin Ran to only see his face and not more. Speak up. What's wrong? Lin Ran regained his senses, still blushing slightly. Feeling a little uneasy, he cleared his throat lightly and opened casually. Amo, do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow, I want to take you out for dinner. Afraid that Shereimo would refuse, Lin Ran continued without letting him speak. What I did today was wrong. I got overly excited because I hadn't seen you for too long, but you trust me, I'd never harm you. That Yi Qi is no good. He'll ruin us. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let him hurt you. Shereimo smiled, even though my relationship with him isn't great, he probably wouldn't go as far as wanting my life. Lin Ran, if you're sick, I actually know a few doctors I can introduce to you. They specialize in brain-related issues. Cases like yours are not uncommon. You can rest assured. At least we've known each other for some time. As long as I'm here, they will definitely treat you properly. Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, internally criticizing himself. So, it wasn't really his fault for failing to realize that Shereimo liked him. Though Shereimo had a good-looking face, the words coming from that mouth were truly venomous. Had it not been for everything he witnessed Shereimo do after his death in the previous life. Or recalling how every time he confessed his love to Yi Qi, Shereimo would always be there, later mocking Yi Qi sarcastically when his confession was rejected. And these years of Shereimo consistently targeting and challenging Yi Qi. If it weren't until after death that all these details surfaced, he wouldn't believe either that Shereimo liked him. Never mind then. After all, who else could blame him for owing Shereimo something? Let his words be sharp, they can be sharp. Once they are together, he'd definitely need to train Shereimo properly so he wouldn't always talk so rudely in the future. Lin Ran was planning how to discipline Shereimo in the future. Just imagining that Shereimo would continue being sardonic in front of others but gentle and obedient in front of him made his lips curl upwards involuntarily. Shereimo didn't know what he was scheming mentally, but he disliked Lin Ran's look very much. Just as he was about to disconnect the video call, Lin Ran spoke up again. "Amo, I know you're not willing to trust me now, and I also know that my constant chasing after Yi Chi in the past must have hurt you deeply. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, I'll show you something. Once you see those things, you'll know I'm not lying to you." Lin Ran's gaze burned intensely with a fervent gleam in his eyes and an air of certainty. This made Shereimo somewhat curious about what he would bring out. "Is that so? You'd better come up with something convincing." As for what Lin Ran was talking about, Shereimo had already guessed some of it, but he still wanted to see it. Lin Ran now had a semi-main character aura which made everything easier for him. To reclaim this main character fortune successfully, Shereimo needed to prescribe the right remedy, understand what Lin Ran was planning to do, then thoroughly ruin him. But tomorrow won't work. I have to go home tomorrow. Let's change the time. Shereimo declined Lin Ran's invitation upon remembering another message he had seen. Lin Ran didn't think too much about it. After mulling over it briefly, he nodded in agreement. All right. It was also good timing for him to arrange all those things in advance. Having another chance at life, he wanted not only to take revenge on Yi Chi but also to live a much better life. Shereimo saw the ambition in his eyes but merely offered him a faint smile, his voice gentle. "That's how it is then. You arrange the time and place and let me know when it's done. Lin Ran, I'm looking forward to what you have. Don't disappoint me." Lin Ran lost himself momentarily while staring at Shereimo's smile, and by the time he came to, the video call had already ended. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the frantic pounding of his heart, taking a deep breath, struggling to suppress his emotions. Then, he got up, sat down at the table, opened his computer, and began recalling those popular TV dramas he had watched in his previous life. For 47, Little Mo, Lin Ran does indeed plan to release scripts, songs, and novels from the Collapse plotline ahead of schedule like in the storyline. He even set up a dedicated account for himself to build a perfect public image. And he's already preparing products that are meant to be invented later, seemingly intending to grab patents first. Shereimo softly murmured, he is more greedy than the character in our version of the Collapse plotline. 447 also quite agreed, that's true. Lucky for us, we've prepared enough. Thinking that restarting his life gives him the right to openly claim other people's achievements, how disgraceful. Shereimo lowered his gaze and recalled the story arc. Back then, Lin Ran created a flawless public persona for himself. Combining it with his influential family background and a bit of a main character glow, this made him admired by countless individuals. Even when there were doubts or opposition, they were all shut down viciously. Even worse, Lin Ran turned around and accused the original creators of plagiarism, resulting in them being heavily criticized and driven into bankruptcy, or even madness, by those mindless fans blindly supporting Lin Ran. The real culprit, shielded by stolen main character luck. Trampled on the real protagonist, climbing atop countless lives to reach the peak of life, receiving worship from 10,000 people, without suffering any retribution whatsoever. No problem. The higher he climbs, the worse he will fall when the time comes. Shereimo smiled faintly as he walked to the window, gazing at the night outside, his expression inscrutable. After a long pause, he collected his thoughts, interlaced his hands, stretched his back, and said. It's getting late, little seven, get some rest early. We need to go home tomorrow. As Shereimo was speaking, he turned around and found 447 already snuggling on the pillow obediently. Shereimo chuckled helplessly, massaged his temples, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. However, he didn't fully fall asleep but entered a dream instead. For pure-blooded succubi, they can remain conscious during dreams. Not only that, they can enter others' dreams and weave one dream after another for their chosen targets. In the last 3 years, he hadn't stopped weaving dreams for Yi Chi. Yet, looking at the scene before him now, he couldn't help but pause. Because this wasn't a dream he had woven, it was Yi Chi's dream. An additional comment outside the main narrative. Since some parts were modified, I deleted a few things, but it's not a big deal, it didn't have much impact. I posted the deleted parts on Weibo. Those who are interested can take a look. 1 UU with 3 cups of milk tea a day. Chapter 10, Archenemies always want to taste him again, 10. Even in the carefully woven dreams he used to have, Yi Chi had never been so wild. Fortunately, he was a Meima, and though he felt a bit unaccustomed at first, after a while he had only one thought on his mind. This feeling, wasn't it pretty good? But Yi Chi was too timid and dared only to do such things in his dreams. In his dream, he could remain somewhat awake, yet there still lacked something meaningful. Not until the end did everything wind down. Shereimo lay limply in Yi Chi's embrace, lowering his eyes to hide the hint of satisfaction within them. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Indeed, dreams could only satisfy one's cravings temporarily, no matter how much one indulges, it can never be fully satiated. It seems that some stimulation for this fellow is necessary. As Shereimo detached himself from the dream, he briefly came to his senses before flipping over and grabbing the little ball nearby, hugging it tightly as he fell back asleep. 447 was suddenly awoken by his sudden action, muttering something sleepily and then moving closer again. The person and bundle of fluff slept particularly peacefully and contentedly. Meanwhile, Yi Chi, who had woken up from the dream, froze momentarily upon sensing something amiss. He remained expressionless as he pulled off the blanket, took a deep breath, then got out of bed and turned toward the bathroom. Recalling the craziness of the earlier dream, his ears turned red, and he quietly opened the photo album, watching the video he had recorded today. The sound of flowing water grew louder. With the night stretching endlessly, some slept peacefully while others remained wide awake all night long. Shereimo returned to the Shir household early the next morning. His parents were already waiting for him at home, and besides them, there was a young woman who looked about his age. The young woman possessed a sweet appearance and a gentle smile, wearing a pair of white high heels and a goose-yellow dress, with a rice-white pearl chain outlining her waist just right. Her chestnut-brown hair with curls swept through the air following her head-turning motions, holding an amber-like gaze filled with laughter. At the moment she saw Shereimo, there was an undeniable streak of surprise evident in her eyes. "Amo, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yun's daughter. When you were younger, you often played together. Mu Jing, this is your older brother, Shereimo." Shir's mother said with a smiling face, one hand pulling Shereimo's and the other hand pulling Yun Mu Jing's. Yun Mu Jing bent her eyes and gave Shereimo a bright smile, actively extending her other hand. "Big brother Shereimo, long time no see." Shereimo smiled lightly and shook her hand, "Long time no see. Little Seven, what's going on with this Yun Mu Jing? I remember that when she was 10 years old, she left the country with her family and rarely returned afterward. She didn't appear in the storyline. They currently didn't have much contact with the Yun family. Just like he'd spent 3 years in this world, aside from receiving group blessings from Yun Mu Jing during festivals, they generally had no communication. Why would Yun Mu Jing suddenly return?" 447, resting on his shoulder, also seemed confused. "I don't know. Yun Mu Jing is irrelevant to the plotline, so I couldn't find out much information." Shereimo indifferently retracted his hand and added a trace of inquiry in his gaze when looking at Yun Mu Jing. Mr. Shir coughed lightly. "Alright, stop standing here. This time, Mu Jing will be staying with us for a period of time. Take your time catching up, go inside to eat first, or the food will get cold. Big brother Shereimo, may I sit beside you?" Yun Mu Jing blinked her eyes and asked in a very light tone. Shereimo couldn't help but wonder if it was his own misunderstanding, but somehow this Yun Mu Jing seemed overly enthusiastic toward him. Mr. and Mrs. Shir exchanged glances, tacitly leaving the seat beside Shereimo empty. "Shereimo, of course, you may." 447 had already crawled onto his head and looked at this scene thoughtfully before speaking. "Little Mo, why does this atmosphere feel strange to me? And the way your parents are looking at you too. Could they possibly be trying to bring the two of you together?" Shereimo ate the food calmly, completely ignoring the looks from these three people. Seeing Shereimo keep silent, Shir's mother glanced at her husband, cleared her throat, and spoke. "Old Shir, peel an orange for me." Mr. Shir immediately understood her intention, quickly peeling an orange for her and carefully removing all the white veins on the orange. Shir mother, "Oh, isn't this orange nice? Not only is it sweet, but none of them lack company." Shir father, "Yes, oranges always come with companions." 447, "Ah. I knew it wasn't my illusion just now. They are trying to set the two of you up." Upon hearing their words, Yun Mu Jing put down her chopsticks and instinctively glanced at Shereimo before speaking. "Uncle, Aunt, Shereimo is still so young. There's no need to rush about finding a partner. You don't have to push him." Shir's mother helplessly said, "Mu Jing, it's not that I want to push him as his mother. It's just been so many years, there hasn't even been anyone close to him. When I was his age, I already had him." 447, "Little Mo, is your mom actually praising you for staying pure while complaining that you've been single for so long?" Shereimo, 447, "Actually, you could have chosen not to speak." Chapter 11, Rivals Always Want to Taste Him Again, 11. Yun Mu Jing's eyes lit up when she heard what Mrs. Shir had said. "Really?" She was about to ask more questions, but Shereimo put down his utensils and spoke with a faint smile. "I've finished eating. Mom, Dad, Mu Jing, you continue to eat slowly. I'll go upstairs first." Saying that, Shereimo didn't care about their reactions and got up, heading upstairs. Not long after, Yun Mu Jing knocked on his bedroom door. "Brother Shereimo, Auntie asked me to bring you some fruit." "Shereimo, come in." Yun Mu Jing saw Shereimo sitting cross-legged on the hanging chair on the balcony, basking in the sun. She quickly went over and placed the fruits on the table in front of him, then sat down on the nearby soft couch and directly said. "Brother Shereimo, you should have figured out by now what Uncle and Aunt are trying to do. They want to match us together and they've already discussed it with my parents." She smiled gently. "They hope that we can arrange a business marriage. This time they even let me come back, deliberately arranging for me to stay at your house. Their intentions are very clear." Shereimo nodded, agreeing quite a bit with Yun Mu Jing. "It is indeed obvious. But But I don't want to be with you, and I don't want a business marriage with you. Yun Mujin beat him to saying this sentence. Shereimo paused his actions as Yun Mujin continued. I don't want a business marriage with anyone. But compared to the other people they've arranged for me, you're my best choice right now. Shereimo's eyebrows slightly arched upward. Mujin, are you suggesting we cooperate? Yun Mujin smiled faintly. I thought my meaning was clear enough. And now your parents are also pushing you, so if we just go through the motions, it would benefit both of us. Shereimo sighed. If it were any other matter, I might help you, but not with this one. Yun Mujin looked at him confusedly. Why? When I came back, I checked already and specially asked uncle and aunt. Over these years, there hasn't been anyone else around you. Could it be that you like someone? An image of Yi Chi appeared in Shereimo's mind, and a slight curve formed at the corner of his lips. I like men. Just liking men isn't something. Wait. You like men? Yun Mujin suddenly realized, her expression toward Shereimo changing a little, her tone rising somewhat. Shereimo. Yes. It felt like Yun Mujin became even more excited upon knowing he liked men. Realizing she'd lost composure, Yun Mujin lightly coughed while covering her mouth with a loosely clenched fist. Cough, cough. But I heard that among those who confessed to you, not only were there women, but also many men. You just simply didn't like any of them. Shereimo said nonchalantly. Yun Mujin, momentarily speechless, took a sip from her cup, relaxed for a while before cautiously asking. I understand. However, I returned to China with other matters to handle, so I won't leave soon, and everything has already been arranged. Thus, I still need to stay at your place during this period. Shereimo nodded. Of course, do as you please. I usually don't live here either. The two remained silent again for quite a while. Unable to bear the silence, Yun Mujin broke it. Can I ask what kind of person you like? Shereimo, someone good-looking, quiet, and obedient to me. Yun Mujin nodded thoughtfully, muttering under her breath. Pragmatic, devoted, it really fits. Shereimo. Little Momo, did she think her voice was small enough? Also, what does she mean by pragmatic, work or dry labor? Shereimo, I'm more curious about what she meant by fit. Little 7, can you help check? For 47 somewhat dizzy, Sure, I'll do my best. Yun Mujin smiled at Shereimo again. Alright, I get it. Have you decided how you're going to tell uncle and aunt about this? Shereimo thought for a moment. I'll tell them directly later. It'll save them from making similar arrangements for me. After all, if there's a first time, there's a second time. If he doesn't make things clear, they will likely arrange someone else for him. Yun Mujin, in that case, I think they'll probably arrange an appropriate man for you. This time Shereimo didn't respond because he believed Mr. and Mrs. Shir really would do that. Yun Mujin added, so, you might as well mutually assist each other with me instead. Of course, I'm not asking you to agree to be with me. We can just stay the same as before and treat me as a friend. Since they all hope that we properly get to know each other now, as long as we don't explicitly refuse, they won't arrange anyone else for us, at least temporarily. Shereimo slightly lowered his eyes, recalling his previous plan, and nodded, all right. He didn't have the energy right now to deal with the arranged marriage plan set up by his father. Yun Mujin leaned back. Since it's like this, let me stay a little longer here. Shereimo didn't object but continued playing his game. After finishing a round, Yi Chi's message popped up. Are you back at the Shir residence? I heard that Uncle Shir and them are planning an arranged marriage for you. Which family is it? Male or female? How old? By the way, I recently organized some information, and if you really need to go through with this, no one would be more suitable than Yi family. Why aren't you replying? Are you chatting with your arranged marriage candidate? Aren't you seriously considering marrying someone else? You said there wasn't anyone in this circle who caught your eye. Well, wait 10 minutes. Shereimo glanced at these messages, focusing on the last line. He chuckled lightly, curious, and asked. Little 7, what's Yi Chi doing? For 47, driving his way over. He knew about the arranged marriage and has already thoroughly investigated everyone who might be possible candidates, especially their scandals. Shereimo smiled faintly. Alright then, let's wait. Though he said 10 minutes, Yi Chi arrived after 5. The hurried knocking drew the attention of both people inside the room. Shereimo immediately stood up and opened the door, looking at Yi Chi standing outside, seemingly calm but actually breathing unevenly. He raised an eyebrow. Tsk. Why so rushed, Master Yi? Yi Chi feigned composure. I'm not in a hurry, I'm just a little hot, that's all. As he said that, his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance into the room. Who could guess his feelings when he had just learned downstairs that Shereimo had been spending quite a while with the potential candidate for the arranged marriage? Shereimo looked at Yi Chi, who was trying to hide his feelings, but didn't expose him. Yun Mujin noticed something odd happening here, so she directly got up and walked over to them. She looked at Yi Chi, then at Shereimo, and her face lit up with realization. Oh. Yi Chi clearly hadn't expected the potential arranged marriage partner for Shereimo to be Yun Mujin, who hadn't returned for many years. Recalling all the things he'd had others check on, combined with the sight of Yunmujin in front of him, his prepared speech on the road completely left him speechless. Brother Shereimo, I suddenly remembered that I have some matters to attend to. You two chat slowly, I won't disturb you. Yunmujin said cheerfully and turned to leave, winking at Shereimo before she went. Having bid farewell to Yunmujin, Shereimo turned back and looked at Yi Chi. Alright, speak. What brought you rushing over to my house? Chapter 12, Rival always wants to taste him again, 12. Shereimo, if you really want a marriage alliance, I am your best choice. Yi Chi looked calm, but only he knew that his palms were already sweating at this moment. Without waiting for Shereimo's reply for a long time, he became nervous, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Shereimo chuckled lowly, his tone quite casual, Yi Chi, it seems like my marriage alliance with whoever has nothing to do with you, right? Saying this, he paused, lowering his eyes so no one could see the emotion in them. Then he carelessly reached out to straighten Yi Chi's collar, and with his fingertips hooked on Yi Chi's tie, he suddenly pulled hard, forcing him to lower his head. The distance between the two suddenly closed, their warm breaths mingled, creating an ambiguous atmosphere around them. Yi Chi stared straight at Shereimo's lips, thinking only of how soft they were, what taste. His breathing became erratic, and his heartbeat even faster. But then he only heard Shereimo laughing with amusement near his ear as he spoke. What? Just because we slept together once? You actually think I'm yours? For a moment, Yi Chi's eyes dimmed, but quickly returned to its usual composure, embracing Shereimo's waist in the process. I don't mean that. I'm just talking about facts, though the Yun family is good too, the Yi family and Shir family are more suitable when compared. Shereimo squinted at Yi Chi, his words so serious. If Yi Chi hadn't taken advantage of this opportunity to touch his waist, he might have believed his seemingly formal demeanor. The familiar sensation on his waist reminded Shereimo of last night, when Yi Chi had hooked him around the waist and dragged him back again and again when he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to escape. He tilted his head and smiled at Yi Chi, and when Yi Chi lost himself momentarily, Shereimo suddenly raised his knee to strike him sharply in the abdomen. The sudden pain made Yi Chi involuntarily groan and unconsciously let go. Shereimo kicked Yi Chi down directly. Then he slowly squatted beside Yi Chi, meeting his eyes, smiling innocently and harmless, looking as pitiable and guiltless as possible. He lifted his hand and patted Yi Chi's face, his thin lips parting gently. It's my call who is most suitable for me, Yi Chi, you're getting too involved. Moreover, who says your Yi family is the most suitable for me? I think Lin family is not bad either. Shereimo completely ignored the increasingly cold expression on Yi Chi's face. As he helped him straighten his disheveled clothes and retied his tie, he continued to speak. Although Lin Ran liked you a lot before, these past few days I don't know why he has been crazily pursuing me. He can also be considered a good option, at least now he appears to like me very much, isn't it? Shereimo patted Yi Chi's face, but then had his wrist tightly grasped by Yi Chi. Yi Chi looked darkly, so, are you choosing him? Shereimo didn't answer his question, but instead freed his hand from Yi Chi's grip and returned to recline on his chair to sunbathe. You know me, I prefer benefits. If your Yi family is indeed better than the Lin family, well, I am not saying I won't consider it. Shereimo tilted his head slightly, watching Yi Chi who just stood up, his eyes curved slightly. Seeing such a Shereimo, Yi Chi felt somewhat dazed. Shereimo looks very beautiful when he smiles, something Yi Chi has always known. Especially now, as he turns his head, his black hair draws an arc in the air, swaying lightly in the wind. Rose petals swirling in the breeze passed behind him, some falling on his head and shoulders. The sunlight scattered over him, enveloping him in a soft glow, making his mesmerizing eyes shine brilliantly. Yi Chi gazed at Shereimo, holding his breath, acting faster than his brain could compute. When he realized, there were already dozens of pictures of Shereimo in his photo album. Yi Chi. Looking alternately at Shereimo and his phone held up in front of him, his face immediately flushed red. This was the first time he openly took Shereimo's photos right in front of him. Thinking about how Shereimo did not like him, yet here he was photographing him blatantly in front of him, Yi Chi panicked. Holding tightly onto his phone, fearing Shereimo would demand him to delete the pictures next moment, he left without hesitation. Yi Chi quickly walked to a deserted corner and repeatedly admired the photos in his phone, his infatuation clearly evident in his eyes. After admiring them enough, he skillfully added these photos to a private album and selected one to set as his wallpaper. Thinking about Lin Ran that Shereimo had mentioned earlier, Yi Chi's smile disappeared, and his eyes turned cold. He wouldn't let Shereimo go to anyone. After Yi Chi turned away and left, Shereimo also turned with a smile and grabbed 447 who was nearby scattering petals. Little 7, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation for why you messed with my petals. Shereimo was smiling, but there was no warmth in his eyes. In his grasp, the little ball of fluff still tightly held a stack of rose petals. Due to his words, his hands trembled, causing the petals in his arms to fall onto him. On the other side, the flower pot that originally had very charming roses now stood bare and pitifully so, as if begging for sympathy. The last remaining petal couldn't hold on any longer and drifted down to the ground. 447 carefully looked at Shereimo, nervously twiddling his two index fingers together while offering a timid smile. Little Momo. I didn't mean to. I just thought that the atmosphere back then should have some petals falling, so I tore the flowers from nearby. 447's voice grew quieter and quieter until it became almost inaudible at the end. He genuinely believed that the previous moment had called for a few petals to fall. It was proven correct as even Yi Chi, the main character, lost himself in the scene. Still, he hadn't expected Yi Chi to brazenly take photos right in front of Shereimo. Shereimo lazily tossed him onto his shoulder and said indifferently. Fine, just grow me a few more when we get back. 447 happily rolled over on his shoulder, sure thing. Perhaps because his words stimulated Yi Chi or because he felt guilty for taking pictures, Yi Chi didn't stay long at the Shir residence. Shereimo, however, wasn't bothered by this at all. Instead, later in the evening, Shir mother came to talk with him, subtly probing their relationship with Yi Chi. Once they confirmed they currently had no relationship, Shir mother brought up how Yunmujin hadn't returned for a long time and asked him to take her out to play tomorrow. Shereimo immediately agreed, then turned around and told Yunmujin. Yunmujin, but I'm going to meet an online friend tomorrow, bringing you along might be inconvenient. Shereimo, I've got things to do tomorrow too, so it'll be awkward for you to tag along anyway. When we go out tomorrow, we'll each do our own thing. Yunmujin, okay. Yunmujin, though, I am curious, was that guy who came to see you Yi Chi? Does he like you? Shereimo narrowed his eyes and quickly replied, is he troubling you? Yunmujin, not really. It's just that he's been inactive in my contact list for so long, but today he suddenly messaged me asking why I'm back this time, and said we aren't suitable for each other. Yunmujin, hee. But honestly, I think you two are quite a match. Shereimo, then you should know that I don't have a good relationship with him. Yunmujin, yes, arch rivals I understand duel to the bitter end. Yunmujin retracted a message. Chapter 13, Arch enemies always want to repeatedly taste him, 13. Shereimo. Don't think that retracting quickly will make him unable to clearly see what she just sent. Yunmujin, it's getting late. Brother Shereimo, go to bed early. I'm sleepy too. Good night. After sending this final message, Yunmujin went offline directly. Shereimo then opened the chat window with Lin Ran. He saw the message Lin Ran sent him half an hour ago but didn't reply, instead playing a game. Shereimo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he looked at the time and place Lin Ran sent. Pretty good choice of location. 447 leaned over to take a look. This restaurant is under the Lin family name. It's quite normal for Lin Ran to choose here to meet you. However, why did he also buy movie tickets? I just checked. This is also a romantic film. He probably wants to watch the movie with you and build some rapport. As 447 said this, his tone was full of disdain and loathing. Shereimo replied to Lin Ran with a yes, then picked up the little puffy bun and placed it next to the pillow. Alright, time to sleep. That guy even knows about my meeting today with the suspected matrimonial candidate. Whether Lin Ran can survive until tomorrow to watch the movie with me is still uncertain. 447 knew who he was talking about, and he nodded in agreement, no longer dwelling on this matter. The next morning, Shereimo left the house together with Yunmujin. Yunmujin glanced at Shereimo several times, looking somewhat guilty. But upon seeing Shereimo's lack of reaction, Yunmujin assumed he hadn't noticed her message from last night or perhaps didn't understand its meaning, so she sighed in relief. Then the two separated ways. Shereimo proceeded to the location Lin Ran gave for their appointment. However, Yi Chi's actions were quicker than expected. He had only just arrived when he received a message from Lin Ran. Lin Ran was hospitalized. Shereimo. After reading the previous few messages, he learned the reason for Lin Ran's hospitalization. On his way to the appointment, Lin Ran saw a few young couples by the street buying flowers and remembered how Shereimo liked roses, so he decided to get a bouquet for him as well. But the moment he got out of the car, he was dragged into a side alley with a sack over his head and beaten. By the time Lin Ran realized it, both the flower seller and buyers had vanished without a trace, and he wasn't sure who hit him. When asked to investigate the nearby surveillance cameras, they found either there weren't any or they were broken. Currently, Lin Ran lay in the hospital bed, fuming, but when messaging Shereimo, he couldn't forget to act cute and pitiful. Shereimo lifted his gaze and stated very confidently, if I'm not mistaken, it was Yi Chi, wasn't it? 447, yes, Mo, you guessed right. Especially that hand of his which touched you a few days ago, it got stepped on a few times. 447 thought about it and added, Yi Chi personally stomped on it because some luck came back. Humph. Upon hearing this, Shereimo couldn't help but sneer. That guy is, quite proactive. It's indeed impressive how such a protagonist would know to reclaim his own fortune without needing any intervention. Shereimo was highly satisfied with Yi Chi secretly beating someone up with a sack. Had it not been for his character portrayal and current situation, he would have wanted to send Yi Chi a small red envelope as a reward to keep up the good work. Let's go, since he's already in the hospital, let's go visit him. Shereimo's lips curved slightly as he headed straight to the hospital where Lin Ran was. However, before even reaching Lin Ran, he bumped into Yi Chi, who came to pick up medicine due to discomfort. Yi Chi looked at Shereimo, showing concern. What a coincidence. Are you here too because you're not feeling well? Lin Ran got attacked, I'm here to check on him. Shereimo casually replied after letting out a calm, oh, preparing to leave. But unexpectedly, after hearing his response, Yi Chi followed closely, how pitiful. Let me accompany you and check on him. Shereimo lightly glanced at Yi Chi. Little 7, see that? 447, eh? See what? Shereimo, a man who's a great actor, a killer pretending to be a passerby checking on the victim. 447, you put it that way, then I see it very clearly. Throughout the conversation, Shereimo kept chatting offhandedly with 447 while ignoring Yi Chi completely. They soon located the ward where Lin Ran was staying. Lin Ran was lying in bed eating fruit, with Mr. and Mrs. Lin standing beside him. Mrs. Lin's eyes were red as she looked at him and spoke fiercely. Xiao Ran, don't worry, Mom will definitely catch those who beat you up and break their legs and arms to avenge you. Wah, my poor Xiao Ran, suffering this without reason, may those bastards rot. Mr. Lin noticed someone had entered and glared, growling quietly. That's enough, crying here like this is disgraceful. Mrs. Lin gave him an angry glare, she was about to say more but caught sight of Yi Chi and Shereimo entering, so the words died in her throat. She looked at them and forced out a very strained smile. You've come to see Xiao Ran. Mr. Lin also looked up briefly. His gaze swept over Yi Chi, carrying an extra sense of inquiry and a barely noticeable calculation, before quickly hiding it again. He shifted his gaze away, speaking gently, Xiao Ran, rest well, I still have some company matters to handle. As for what you said, I'll consider it. Since the moment they walked in, Lin Ran's eyes had been glued to Shereimo, flashing with excitement and pleasure. However, all that pleasure vanished instantly when he glanced at Yi Chi. In response to his father's words, he mumbled vaguely. I know, Dad. Mrs. Lin sighed once more, finally just urging him to rest properly and tucking the blanket around him, then followed Mr. Lin out. For a while, the large ward was left with only the three of them. Lin Ran completely ignored Yi Chi and beamed at Shereimo. Amo, I knew deep down you cared for me, and you'd surely come see me. Yi Chi stood beside coldly snorted, his gaze sweeping across Lin Ran's hand. Lin Ran went on unperturbed, Amo, I've prepared everything. But these things are only meant for you to see. As for certain individuals, it's best if they leave now. As he paused mid-sentence, seeing no sign of Yi Chi leaving made his brow furrow with impatience, adding sharpness to his tone. Yi Chi, how can you be so shameless? I already told you to leave, do you not understand human language? Shereimo, who had originally been watching this performance, turned cold at hearing this. Little 7, go stick a few needles into his leg. Got it. For 47 had disliked Lin Ran for quite a while. Now having received Shereimo's command, there was no hesitation from him. He immediately pulled out several needles from his pocket and flew towards Lin Ran's legs, jabbing them harshly. Ah. Ha. Chapter 14, Rival always trying to repeatedly taste him, 14. Leg. My leg. Aya. Lin Ran's face instantly turned pale, his face tense with wide eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as screams of agony echoed throughout the entire ward. This caused Yi Chi, who originally wanted to retort, to stop what he was about to say and instead watch Lin Ran cry out in pain. Shereimo curled his finger and took a couple of steps back, asking with a trace of regret. Your leg is fine, isn't it? Your screaming is so frightening, it couldn't be that you want sympathy again, could it? And 447 had already put the needle away and returned to Shereimo's head where it lay obediently, sticking out its tongue at Lin Ran mischievously. It's not. You guys, just now. Lin Ran panted heavily as if the sharp stabs of pain in his leg were merely illusions that disappeared momentarily. He pointed at his leg and then at Yi Chi, becoming incoherent, confusion and bewilderment showing in his eyes. Lin Ran didn't understand why he became like this, all he could do after recovering slightly was glare fiercely at Yi Chi. Yi Chi responded coldly, if you don't want your eyes, they can be donated to mountainous regions. Drenched in cold sweat, Lin Ran clenched his teeth and said. Yi Chi. Don't get too cocky. Do you think I'll still chase after you like before? Let me tell you, you're unworthy. You're not worthy of my affection, and you're not worthy of being in my room. Get out. I don't want to see you. Yi Chi twitched his lips but held back rolling his eyes, noticing Shereimo beside him and worried about giving a bad impression. Since he doesn't want us to stay here, let's go then. I have something to discuss with you anyway. Pausing briefly, Yi Chi added, it's about the project in S-City that you've always wanted to take. Shereimo looked at Yi Chi smilingly but did not immediately reply, thinking inwardly. Little 7, he's tempting me, and using money to tempt me. He's getting better at this. For 47, yes, but today we're not here for what's in Lin Ran's hand or to uncover his plans, are we? Shereimo, so, it looks like we'll irritate him again. For 47. Was it his illusion? Why did it feel like Shereimo knew doing this would make Yi Chi angry but seemed excited by it nonetheless? Amo. At the same time, Lin Ran, lying in bed, looked longingly at Shereimo and softened his voice, laced with some coquetry. I miss you. You'll stay with me, won't you? Upon hearing these words, Shereimo's body slightly stiffened. He sighed deeply, lowering his gaze to hide his emotions. 447 noticed his impatience and asked excitedly. Shereimo. Should I give him a few more needles? Shereimo, no need, another round will definitely make him suspicious. 447, oh. Shereimo, but you can come when it's quiet at night. Eyes lighting up, 447's voice carried excitement, alright. After pacifying 447, Shereimo finally focused his gaze on the two men in front of him. Yichi stared at him calmly but revealed subtle anticipation in his eyes. Shereimo smirked. Perhaps Yichi thought that since he'd offered the most coveted project, Shereimo would surely leave with him, so there wasn't much anxiety evident in him at the moment. However, under Yichi's expectant look, Shereimo turned around and walked toward Lin Ran. The slight smile lingering on Yichi's lips disappeared along with a colder look flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of leaving and continued to stare straight at them. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement and happiness the moment he saw Shereimo coming closer. Looking at Yichi arrogantly, Lin Ran's eyes were filled with mockery. See? He knew Shereimo liked him. It was just stubbornness, unable to express his liking. Regardless, even if Shereimo didn't say it aloud, Lin Ran felt reassured knowing it deep inside. As soon as Shereimo reached Lin Ran, without even sitting down, he heard Yichi coughing from behind. Both their gazes fell onto him for a moment, and Lin Ran, quite dissatisfied, blurted out. Yichi, why are you still hanging around? I've already said that you're not welcome here. Shereimo, on the other hand, noticed the medicine in Yichi's hand. To be precise, Yichi had intentionally placed the hand holding the medicine in front, making it impossible to miss. Shereimo paid attention to Yichi's little move and played along quite well by sitting down on the chair beside Lin Ran's bed. He crossed his legs and asked in good spirits. How? Is young master Yi sick? Shereimo's tone carried a teasing nuance as all his attention was on Yichi at the moment. For a while, he didn't notice that Lin Ran was staring at him with infatuation, lost in thought. Lin Ran fixated his eyes on Shereimo's lips, feeling his heartbeat quicken. His Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed hard. He thought, if only he could have met Shereimo earlier in his previous life, perhaps he wouldn't have reached that regrettable conclusion. Either Shereimo hadn't noticed or chose to ignore it, but Yichi saw through Lin Ran's little calculations clearly. Yichi's eyelashes flickered slightly as he looked at the medicine in his hand and responded indifferently. Yes, I have a bit of a cold. Shereimo grinned, tsk. Young Master Yi seems unfit for marriage. Anybody who follows you might end up suffering. Yichi curled his lips upward, revealing a rare trace of smile and replied cryptically. My health has always been fine, I just caught a cold after being out in the wind for an entire night. As he spoke, Yichi chuckled lightly, there's nothing I can do about it. The cat I raised was too mischievous, taking my clothes and even pulling off my blanket in the middle of the night. Shereimo exclaimed, exclamation point. Shereimo retorted coldly, what a pity, that the cat didn't scratch you to death. Yichi sighed with regret, it did, scratching and clawing so much that there are still marks on my back, but unfortunately for you, I wasn't scratched to death in bed. Shereimo went quiet, looking at Yichi with surprise. When did this guy start talking without any restraint? Could it be that he's upset about my earlier choice? If that's the case, then young master Yi should go back and rest well. Shereimo turned away, not looking at Yichi anymore, picking up the pear and a knife nearby to start peeling it. Yichi stared silently at Shereimo's hands for a long time before gritting his teeth. Shereimo, are you really going to stay here with him? Are you willing to give up the project in S City for him? 447 reminded, Shereimo, Yichi's darkness factor is rising. Be careful. Shereimo arched an eyebrow but continued peeling the pear leisurely, replying slowly, I know. Darkness, huh? Sounds quite interesting. Chapter 15, Rivals always want to taste him again, 15. As Shereimo showed no care at all, 447 guessed that he probably didn't take his words seriously. Just sitting on his shoulders, he sighed. Shereimo, if you don't care about Yichi's darkness growing stronger, you're definitely going to suffer because of him in the future. Shereimo still smiled and did not answer, but slightly turned his head to look at Yichi. How about it, aren't you leaving? The hand at Yichi's side loosened and clenched again before he finally turned around and left. Lin Ran frowned tightly, the atmosphere between the two just now made him feel something was off. Now, looking at Yichi's reaction, he felt even stranger. But looking at Shereimo in front of him, he suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and smiled warmly toward him with a slight curve in his eyes. Amo, thank you for agreeing to stay and accompany me. Lin Ran was about to take the pear Shereimo had just peeled when Lin Ran watched as the latter bit into it right before his fingertips could touch it. Lin Ran. The smile on Lin Ran's face became somewhat stiff, and his hand was still suspended mid-air, making things awkward. He casually pulled his hand back and adjusted the blanket. I'm just interested in what you have. Since it's just us here now, tell me, what exactly do you want to show me? Shereimo bit another piece of the pear. It tastes pretty good. Lin Ran looked at him and smiled, a flash of confidence crossing his eyes, then raised his finger pointing to the cabinet nearby. It's in the file bag on the 3rd level, AMO, go get it out and take a look. I know you also desire that project in S-City, but trust me, I have something better, something that will bring you more benefits. Yi Chi would merely allow you to take a small share from that, but I can let you take the lion's share among these projects. While saying this, Lin Ran leaned back, allowing Shereimo to go through those materials. These were all immediately organized by him after he came back to life. However, the truly important things were not placed inside. The parts put there had been processed, so naturally, he wasn't worried about other things. Moreover, there were some fake pieces of evidence fabricated by him regarding the Yi family wanting to swallow both Shir's and Lin's families. Shereimo naturally saw through Lin Ran's manipulation, quickly went through the items in his hands, and turned to look at Lin Ran, laughing softly. Lin Ran, are you planning to confront the Yi family directly? Do you aim to dominate everything without considering the consequences? If the current situation continues, it won't be easy. One slip up and neither the Yi family nor the Lin family will end well. Someone else will benefit. You once liked Yi Chi so much, but now you say you want to cooperate with me and claim you like me instead, and want to give all these things to me. Lin Ran, do you think I am that easy to deceive? This comment by Shereimo made Lin Ran, who had just lain down, suddenly tense up. No. AMO, I'm not deceiving you. I genuinely wish to cooperate with you, and I really like you. In a hurry, Lin Ran sat up. Because of the sudden movement, it pulled at his wound, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain. Still, he couldn't worry about that now, fearing that Shereimo might misunderstand him. He quickly explained. AMO, listen to me, in the past, I must have been blind to fancy Yi Chi, that jerk. Now I realize how wrong I've been, knowing that the person I truly like has always been you. AMO, give me a chance. You chose me just now, wasn't it because in your heart, I'm more important than him? Isn't it because you also have feelings for me? Lin Ran bitterly smiled at Shereimo. AMO, I know I did wrong in the past, which is why you refuse to accept me now. But who hasn't made mistakes? You shouldn't sentence me to death because of my past mistakes. And you shouldn't reject me just because I once liked Yi Chi. Shereimo quietly watched Lin Ran perform his one-man drama, his emotions reaching deep enough that 2 tears fell. And yet all he did was stand there discussing with 447, little 7, didn't Lin Ran read a lot of melodramatic novels in his previous life? 447 quite agreed, nodding. Yes, if it weren't for the original owner's wish sitting there, I would have thought the original owner and he experienced a tortuous love affair. Shereimo, his acting skills are pretty good. He should enter the entertainment circle. 447, speaking of the entertainment industry, these days, he has already written out that script which was a major hit in his previous life, then arranged for people to shoot it. But probably also feeling somewhat guilty about stealing others' stuff, in order to pursue speed, he didn't seek out the same people who acted in the original version of the script. Instead, he directly had the entertainment company under the Lin family arrange for those with available schedules now to shoot it. The quality would be terrible to look at. Shereimo let out a light tsk, walking straight to Lin Ran and interrupting his words. Alright, I don't care what your exact intentions are. However, since you can bring me higher benefits, I will naturally choose to cooperate with you. As Shereimo spoke, his eyes slightly curved as he extended his hand toward Lin Ran. Besides, I don't like Yi Chi either. Since he isn't righteous, there's nothing we can do about it. So, it's a pleasure to cooperate, Lin Ran. Don't let me down. Lin Ran's face flushed slightly red as he grasped Shereimo's hand, opening his mouth with determined eyes. AMO, I absolutely will not let you down. Shereimo smiled while raising the documents in his hand. I'll take these things away then. As partners, there should be a little bit of trust, right? Lin Ran wasn't worried about it, of course. Then you rest well, I'll come see you again when I have time. Having obtained what he wanted, Shereimo did not intend to get further entangled with Lin Ran and was about to turn around and leave. Lin Ran stared at him all the way until he casually shut the door to the room, only then reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. After leaving the hospital, Shereimo directly handed those items over to 447. Little 7, figure out a way to deliver these to Yi Chi. For 47, no problem, but little MOMO, basically these won't have much use, and even if Yi Chi gets them, they won't cause much impact on Lin Ran. Shereimo blinked an eye, he is the male lead, this is more than enough for him. For 47, wow. I didn't expect you to trust him so much, little MOMO. Shereimo, not exactly. It's mainly because I want to give him something to do. If he can handle it himself, wouldn't that save us quite a lot of trouble? As Shereimo spoke, he paused his steps, his gaze lingering on a milk tea shop not far away, his lips curling into a smile. If he can't even handle this kind of thing, then I'll deal with him too. 447 silently shivered, not speaking anymore. When Shereimo came out from the milk tea store, one hand held the milk tea cup, sipping from the straw, while the other hand still carried another cup. Looking at the little girl selling flowers nearby, and Yi Chi, who should have been home, but now, coincidentally, appeared before his eyes buying flowers. His eyelids twitched lightly, and he stepped closer. As soon as he approached, he heard the little girl thankfully speaking to Yi Chi. Thank you big brother, you're really a good person. After saying that, the little girl bounced happily away, leaving Yi Chi alone holding a big bouquet of roses. Yi Chi's gaze fell onto Shereimo, and he coughed slightly, trying to sound composed as he said. What a coincidence. Shereimo looked at the roses in his hands, indeed, quite coincidental. Who would have thought that just buying a cup of milk tea would lead to meeting young Master Yi buying flowers here? Yi Chi maintained a serious demeanor. I merely found the little girl a bit pitiful, so I bought all her flowers, wanting her to go home earlier. However, I'm not very fond of these flowers either. Fortunately, I remembered you like them, so these flowers are for you. Shereimo took a glance at the clearly meticulously selected roses, ultimately choosing not to expose Yi Chi's little thoughts. Lifting the milk tea in his hand, he grinned and said. This is such a coincidence. Originally planned to bring it home, but now with the need to carry these flowers, I can't hold it. So, I'll give it to you then. Trading a cup of milk tea for a bunch of roses left both parties highly satisfied. After returning to his apartment, Shereimo specially searched for a vase and placed a few stems of the roses inside, arranging them in his bedroom. Then, he removed the remaining rose petals, preparing to soak in a bath infused with rose essence. This scene caught Yi Chi's attention through surveillance, making him feel a mix of urgency and irritation. How could he have only installed surveillance in the bedroom? Why hadn't he put one in the bathroom as well? Otherwise, he would now be able to watch Shereimo bathe with his flowers. Such a scene. Chapter 16, The Deadly Rival Always Wants to Taste Him Again, 16. 447 hesitated to speak, Little Momo. Yi Chi seems to be planning to install surveillance in your bathroom as well. Shereimo slightly closed his eyes, looking completely relaxed. He had just shaken hands with Lin Ran, which made him feel quite nauseous, and he needed to wash himself thoroughly. Upon hearing what 447 said, Shereimo showed no surprise at all but slowly responded. I was wondering how long he could endure. For 47, he is the male protagonist of this world after all, don't mess him up too easily. Shereimo's eyes curved into a smile, no worries. If he can so easily be messed up by me, how could he be the male protagonist? 447 fell silent for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Little Momo. What you said makes so much sense. Shereimo wrapped in a bath towel came out of the bathroom and lay down on the bed, replying to several people's messages. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced casually at the place where the surveillance camera was located. Little 7, tonight you go sleep in the black room. I estimate some people will not be able to hold back. Then he raised one leg, the casual action inadvertently causing the bathrobe to open a little more. 447 immediately understood his meaning. Although reluctant, he simply replied with a soft, oh. Before entering the black room, he couldn't help but say. Little Momo, if it doesn't work, prepare a separate room for me. I don't want to sleep in the black room every day. Even though following Shereimo before hadn't involved such experiences, he'd read plenty of novels. If Yi Chi really climbs into bed with him tonight, that kind of thing definitely happens once it starts, probably countless times afterward, and he did not want to sleep in the black room every night. Shereimo pondered for a moment and agreed, alright, tomorrow I'll arrange a separate room for you. 447's eyes lit up, he twirled in the air a few times, then stuffed himself into the black room. After he left, Shereimo's actions grew bolder, he flipped over and laid face down on the bed. With his movement, the bathrobe was pulled up further, the wide hem folded over, barely covering his buttocks. His long, white legs were thus completely exposed in front of the camera. The view beneath the bathrobe, barely concealed but fully revealed, was clearly presented right before Yi Chi's eyes. Yi Chi almost sucked in a sharp breath, staring intently at the screen, expressionless as he picked up the tissue beside him. He thought to himself that he must have gone truly mad. Regarding Shereimo, he continuously lowered his standards, doing one outrageous thing after another, things even he couldn't believe. Just like now. If someone had told him a few years ago that one day he would secretly install surveillance in another man's bedroom, only so he could watch him constantly, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. After all, although he wasn't exactly a good person, he certainly wasn't the type to do something like this. But now, he truly and unmistakably carried it out, and he even thought it wasn't enough. He wanted more. Yi Chi's gaze darkened. Today Shereimo went to sleep exceptionally early, and took medicine before sleeping. This tightened Yi Chi's heart instantly. Is Shereimo sick? How did he not know? His eyes quivered, and quickly zoomed in on the surveillance image, trying to see clearly what medicine Shereimo took. However, when he finally saw, his breathing paused momentarily, his heartbeat missing a beat. The sedative that Shereimo had taken just moments ago. Now, Shereimo was downstairs, he knew the code to his house. And now Shereimo has also taken a sedative. A chord in Yi Chi's brain tightened suddenly. His Adam's apple rolled, and his breathing grew heavier. Looking at Shereimo lying in bed, that pose reminded him of last night's crazy dream. Finally, he could not bear it anymore, rushing straight into the bathroom. An hour later, Yi Chi came out of the bathroom feeling increasingly irritable. There was a voice in his mind screaming non-stop, telling him how good an opportunity this was. That voice tempted him, attempting to make him cross his own limits again, driving him to do even worse things. Yi Chi felt dazed and bewildered. The sound of the door opening snapped him back to reality. Right now, he stood outside Shereimo's door, still wearing his bathrobe, and had already opened Shereimo's home. Recalling that Shereimo was in bed as seen through the surveillance, seeing the already open door in front of him, he started convincing himself inside. Shereimo was sleeping without a blanket, he was merely worried about him catching a cold, so he was going over to help cover him with a blanket, that's all. Yi Chi successfully convinced himself and entered the door at the fastest speed, closing and locking it behind him. He walked to the bedroom with familiar ease. Opening the bedroom door, the person he had been yearning for was lying in bed. Unlike his usual self who would always needle Yi Chi a few times whenever they met, and enjoyed laughing while calculating his moves. And also unlike in his dreams where Shereimo would proactively tempt him, only to tearfully accuse Yi Chi when things got too rough. At this moment, Shereimo lay there quietly, behaving so obediently it was almost unbelievable. Yi Chi had originally planned to just cover him with a blanket and leave, but seeing such a tranquil Shereimo, he found himself frozen on the edge of the bed, unable to move. Perhaps Shereimo was having a pleasant dream, as he wore a faint smile on his lips. When Yi Chi tenderly touched his face, Shereimo instinctively leaned into the touch slightly. Yi Chi's fingers trembled sharply, pressing lightly onto Shereimo's lips and softly caressing them. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed hard. The voice in his heart began to rise again. Since he was already here, since Shereimo had taken a sedative. As long as he didn't overstep, Shereimo wouldn't wake up. So it should be fine if he just stole a kiss. Thinking this, Yi Chi did exactly that. However, some things couldn't be restrained by mere thoughts. Human desire never ceased to grow, impossible to satisfy. He started out wanting only to look and touch, then to kiss, until finally. He climbed onto Shereimo's bed and embraced him tightly. Shereimo's clavicle bore the marks he'd just left. Yi Chi closed his eyes, trying to conceal the desire in them. He felt truly insane, capable of doing such a thing while Shereimo slept. But, he didn't want to stop. He simply refused to stop. This person was his, and could only belong to him. He wanted to completely possess Shereimo, to make him thoroughly belong to him alone. He wished to imprint every inch of Shereimo's body inside and out with his own traces and scent. That voice in his heart kept roaring, urging on. Just then, Shereimo turned over unconsciously, reaching out to drape his hand around Yi Chi's waist, drawing closer, emitting a soft hum. This snapped the last thread of restraint in Yi Chi's mind. He thought, if madness was inevitable, let it come. Strangely, contrary to his earlier mad obsession with leaving marks all over Shereimo to assert ownership. Even in the midst of his madness, Yi Chi remained acutely aware of the shameless nature of what he was doing now. He dared not leave any conspicuous traces on Shereimo. Instead, his kisses became gentle and meticulous, landing carefully and cautiously. Chapter 17, Rival always wants to taste him again, 17. When Shereimo woke up the next day, he rubbed his shoulder and couldn't help but softly tisk in annoyance. Indeed, he was quite a little mad dog, not showing any restraint at all. He got up and went to the bathroom. When he came out, he changed clothes and didn't stay in the bedroom. Instead, he went to another room, bought some things, and prepared a small bed for 447. At this moment, Yi Chi was watching the surveillance camera and became incredibly nervous as soon as Shereimo woke up. After all, yesterday was his first time doing such a thing, with absolutely no preparation. Even though he had carefully cleaned up before leaving, he was still worried about leaving any traces that Shereimo might find. When Shereimo showed no abnormal signs, Yi Chi felt slightly relieved. However, he waited for a long time but failed to see Shereimo reappearing in his view. Yi Chi pursed his lips, then picked up his phone calmly and bought more surveillance cameras. He was indeed a greedy person. After having experienced one benefit and tasted its sweetness, he could no longer let go and even wanted more. He wanted to be able to see Shereimo at all times, regardless of what kind of state Shereimo was in. When 447 told Shereimo about this matter, Shereimo simply curled his lips and smiled. It seems our little mad dog has become much bolder, but it's still not enough. If he could do such crazy things in his dreams, why should he act so timidly in reality? He should still be wilder. 447 hesitated, wanting to say something. Little Momo, stop it. I don't know who is crazier, you or him. Shereimo blinked lightly, pinched 447 gently and massaged him while smiling and saying. Little 7, I just like my food being more proactive. What could be more delightful than having the food you've been keeping an eye on proactively come to let you taste it? Shereimo thought, there probably isn't anything better. At least, he hadn't encountered it yet. 447 suddenly understood, raised his little hand and shook it excitedly. I get it. Just like the novel I read yesterday, advanced hunters often appear as prey. Shereimo seemed lost in thought. Novel. 447, what's wrong, little Momo? Shereimo, nothing, just suddenly think that I should send him some study materials. After all, he only hoped that Yi Chi could be a little crazier, instead of blindly rushing forward during intimate moments. Yi Chi's technique was really wasting such good physical capabilities. If he weren't a succubus, he would have long been unable to bear it. Shereimo silently thought about this and immediately had 447 help download some study materials, package them up, then switch to a secondary account and find the post Yi Chi had sent before. He first gave a thumbs up to the first comment that questioned Yi Chi's technique. Then he privately messaged Yi Chi, telling him to practice hard on his techniques and conveniently sent those materials to him. Yi Chi replied with only one word, "Thank you," followed by a red envelope. Shereimo paused momentarily with his hands, and eventually did not accept this red envelope. However, what he didn't expect was that the original intention was to have Yi Chi study properly, but Yi Chi came every night looking to train. As the number of times increased, Yi Chi dealt with it more and more skillfully. Shereimo didn't even need to pretend not to notice. If he didn't feel full each morning after waking up, he wouldn't be able to find any trace of Yi Chi coming over at all. Even the medication applied to his body prevented him from feeling too uncomfortable. But recently, because he has always stayed at home, Yi Chi also hasn't been able to install the surveillance cameras inside his house, which made Yi Chi increasingly urgent when he couldn't see him. Shereimo couldn't help but sigh to 447, no wonder the main character, he has quite abundant energy. He goes to the company every day to handle so many affairs, and still comes to me at night, without any sign of fatigue. For 47, it's probably because he naps at the company. After all, his subordinates are pretty capable. Shereimo nodded in great agreement. In fact, according to the original plotline, he should have entered the company a long time ago. But he just can't stand handling all those affairs, so he just registered his name. Other than occasionally competing with Yi Chi for projects, most of the time he doesn't go to the company at all. After all, his father above was covering him, so he doesn't need to work too much. Unlike Yi Chi, once his ability was demonstrated, his father directly handed over the power to him and went on vacation with his mother. However, he soon gave Yi Chi this opportunity because Lin Ran started causing trouble again. After spending a week in the hospital, Lin Ran was finally discharged early and said he would recuperate at home. But the first thing he did after returning home was to go directly to the Shir family residence. When Shereimo received the message from his father, he was a bit surprised. Lin Ran had acted too quickly. 447 also came over and widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, is he okay? His injuries aren't even healed yet, and he's already coming to your house to propose an engagement. He really doesn't care about getting hospitalized again. Little Momo, I think I went easy on him when I attacked him a few days ago. 447 ground his teeth, glaring as he said, I'll send him back to the hospital tonight. Shereimo didn't have much of a reaction. He replied to his father's message and then immediately received another one from Yunmujin. Yunmujin, holy shit. Yunmujin, brother Shereimo, your father already told you, right? What's up with that guy Lin Ran? Wasn't he chasing after Yi Chi before? Why does he suddenly want to propose an engagement to you now? Yunmujin, you won't believe it, the way he looked at me just now, like I stole someone from him or we have some deep hatred. Yunmujin, tsk. People always end up hating the same person at different times. Shereimo let out a light laugh but didn't say anything. In this circle, the three of them formed a small group. Besides the fact that their three families were equally powerful and collaborated often, the most important reason was Lin Ran. They had all grown up together, but Shereimo and Yunmujin had a better relationship. Because Lin Ran always trailed behind Yi Chi since childhood, not allowing anyone else to get close. Back then, the Yun family hadn't left yet, and Yunmujin used to frequently hang out with them. But Yunmujin had a temper too. After being warned by Lin Ran a few times, he simply stopped bothering with them and instead got closer to Shereimo. So, if you count it up, Yunmujin wasn't particularly close to the other two and especially disliked Lin Ran. After snapping back from his memories, Shereimo gathered his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yunmujin continued sending messages. Brother Shereimo, spill the beans, how have your relationships been with him over these years? Yunmujin, if, hypothetically speaking, if he accidentally slips later and his face just so happens to meet my fist, would you be mad? Chapter 18, Rival always wants to taste him again, 18. Shereimo looked at Yunmujin's message, knowing she was really upset, otherwise she wouldn't have said such things. This made him curious for a moment about what Lin Ran had done again. I have nothing to do with him. If you don't like him, just go ahead and fight. Don't worry about me. After sending this reply, Shereimo prepared to return to the Shir residence to see what had happened. Meanwhile, he wanted to give Yi Chi some room to maneuver. When Shereimo closed the door, his lips curled slightly into a smile, his eyes flickering with a gleam of anticipation. He truly looked forward to finding out what new little toys might be waiting for him when he returned tonight. He had given Yi Chi enough time, he hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. The Shir family residence. As soon as he entered the house, Shereimo realized that the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat off. His father and mother weren't home. Yunmujin was sitting on the couch with her legs crossed, peeling an apple. And Lin Ran was also sitting on the other side of the sofa, glaring at her intently. His resentful eyes looked as though he were staring at an enemy. A closer inspection revealed a clear handprint on Lin Ran's face, which indicated that whoever slapped him must have used tremendous force. Shereimo inwardly sighed but still quickly walked over. What's going on? At the sound of his voice, both of their gazes fell upon him. Lin Ran stood up immediately, walking toward him, showing a look of joy. "Amo. You finally come back, I've been waiting for you for so long." As he spoke, he glanced at Yunmu Jin who was approaching them as well, then immediately acted weak and leaned toward Shereimo. "You have no idea how much I've been bullied." However, all his attention was focused on Yunmu Jin, a flash of defiance crossing his eyes, completely missing that Shereimo had already turned away from him. Before he could catch himself, he missed Shereimo completely and lost balance, falling to the ground with a loud thud. Ah! Lin Ran was dumbfounded, unable to finish what he was saying. His previous injuries from being beaten hadn't fully healed, and now having fallen again, the severe pain left him unable to gather his wits. Yunmu Jin couldn't help but pause, followed by bursts of laughter. "Ha ha ha. Lin Ran, if you're sick, why didn't you stay in the hospital? Why did you even come out? Now it's perfect, you fell earlier, and you've fallen again. TSK TSK TSK. Seriously, if your legs are already useless, just tell me. At least we've known each other for a while, and I would definitely buy you a cane." Yunmu Jin stood high above Lin Ran, arms crossed, with mockery evident in her eyes. It was only at this point that Shereimo noticed Lin Ran had fallen. He held a cup of freshly poured water in his hand, looking back at Lin Ran with slight surprise. "Lin Ran, how did you fall? Haven't you recovered yet? Should I call a doctor to check on you, or take you to the hospital?" Shereimo asked with apparent concern, but without any sign of urgency on his face. He leisurely walked over to the two people, glancing at Lin Ran who was still lying on the floor. "What? Can't you get up? Let me call an ambulance for you." Shereimo slowly spoke, leaving Lin Ran, who was still waiting for him to help, speechless. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and stood up on his own eventually. "I don't need your trouble, I'm fine." How could Shereimo be so unsympathetic? Not helping him earlier was one thing, but not even pulling him up after he fell. Lin Ran seated silently, thinking he'd better write a perfect boyfriend manual once he got back home. He needed to make sure Shereimo learned his lesson. Something like this should never happen again, or else no matter how much Lin Ran liked him, he would still get annoyed. "What's wrong? What happened again?" Shir father's voice echoed from above, clearly revealing signs of fatigue on his face. Upon seeing Shereimo, Shir father couldn't help but glare at him. After raising his son with difficulty, his son refused to manage the company's affairs, forcing him to handle everything at his old age without retiring. That was bad enough. And today, which was supposed to be a rare day off, someone came to discuss an engagement with his son, ruining even his brief rest. Shir mother had been at home initially, but after realizing that talking with Lin Ran was an exhausting endeavor, she decisively went out shopping with her friends. She left all the matters here to Shir father. Thus, when Shir father saw Shereimo now, he merely scoffed coldly, "You actually still know how to come back." Shereimo, quite innocently, shook his phone, "Wasn't it you who sent me a message to come back?" Shir father. Tomorrow, he would throw this troublemaker back to the company for overtime. No, right now, he would personally drive him back for overtime work. Lin Ran hurriedly interjected, "Uncle Shir, don't blame Mo. It's all my fault. I just haven't seen Mo for too long and got worried about him." Yunmu Jin, munching on an apple while watching the drama unfold, smiled sweetly as she spoke. "Brother Shereimo, choo choo choo, did you put green tea in your water?" "Choo choo choo, why do I, choo choo choo, smell something like tea everywhere?" "Swallow." Lin Ran's face turned cold instantly, glaring fiercely at her. "Yunmu Jin, your words are far too harsh." Yunmu Jin shrugged indifferently, aired both hands and nodded helplessly. "It can't be helped, nice words are spoken only for people as good-looking as Brother Shereimo." "Lin Ran? Lin Ran, are you saying I'm ugly?" Yunmu Jin gave him an appreciative glance, nodding in agreement. "If that's what you want to say, there's nothing I can do." Lin Ran gritted his teeth in anger, glaring viciously at Yunmu Jin. "Yunmu Jin. Don't go too far." Yunmu Jin immediately hid behind Shereimo and mockingly repeated his words. "You don't go too far." For 47 was already rolling around laughing madly above Shereimo's head, and Shereimo finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Shereimo had no doubt that if it weren't for himself and Shir father being present, these two would have definitely started fighting. However, he enjoyed seeing Lin Ran angry. Shereimo mused, "Little 7, if this keeps up, do you think he'll end up like the original host and get so angry he dies?" 447 thought about it carefully before replying seriously, "Probably not, and if he really does die from anger, what will happen to the protagonist's fortune he carries?" Shir father had seen enough of the fun and decided to step forward at this moment, coughing a few times. Hem. "Alright, Mo and Lin Ran, come with me to the study, I have something to discuss with you." With that, he headed upstairs towards the study. Shereimo also calmed down a bit and followed. Lin Ran quickly responded, "Alright, uncle." But before ascending the stairs, he looked at Yunmu Jin with icy eyes, and there was a glint of calculation in them. Yunmu Jin smiled and threw the apple in her hand directly at the back of his head just as he turned around, then covered her mouth and exclaimed. "Oops. My hand slipped accidentally. So sorry." Chapter 19, The rival always wants to repeatedly taste him, 19. Lin Ran was truly getting angry. Just as he turned around, ready to retaliate, the voice of Shereimo sounded from behind him again, light and carefree. Alright, she didn't do it on purpose. Why are you so picky with her? Lin Ran turned his head toward Shereimo, revealing a look of helplessness on his face, but amo, she just threw an apple at me. Yunmu Jin, I already said it was an accident. Shereimo, she has said it was an accident. Lin Ran. 447, ha 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 ha. Little mo. Look quickly. Lin Ran is smoking in anger. 447 laughed so much that he rolled several times in the air, almost out of breath. I always thought smoking in anger was just their exaggerated way of saying something, but I didn't expect someone could actually get this angry. Ha ha ha. Isn't he just too fun? Lin Ran couldn't believe that Shereimo, who liked him so much, would actually take sides with someone else. He gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at Yunmu Jin. It was all because of this woman. If it weren't for her, Shereimo wouldn't be like this towards him. Lin Ran was originally confused. Yunmu Jin did not even appear in the previous life, so how did she come back in this one? But now he no longer cared why Yunmu Jin was different from the last time. He lowered his gaze, concealing the shadow in his eyes. Even the hand hanging by his side had clenched into a fist, with veins faintly protruding on the back of his hand. He and Yunmu Jin had no significant interactions in the previous life, nor any grudges. But now, since Yunmu Jin kept targeting him and even wanted to snatch Shereimo away from him, he would take the initiative. Lin Ran's calculation took shape within his heart, prompting him to chuckle coldly. But this wasn't his fault either. After all, Yunmu Jin shouldn't even be here in the first place. He was simply making everything return to its normal course. Lin Ran followed Shereimo to the study, while Yunmu Jin downstairs sneezed multiple times. Yunmu Jin rubbed her nose tip and muttered softly to herself. Could it be that thing called Lin Ran plans to scheme against me? Meanwhile, Lin Ran stood solemnly before Shir's father and earnestly opened his mouth. Mr. Shir, I genuinely like amo, and I hope you can bless our union. Shir's father didn't respond immediately, only setting down the document in his hand and directing his gaze toward Shereimo. Amo, what are your thoughts on this matter? He says as long as you're willing to be with him, he will give you a 10% stake in Lin Corporation, and also those few projects you previously liked, he can acquire them for you. With every sentence spoken by Shir's father, the arrogance and joy in Lin Ran's eyes grew deeper. Although Lin Ran didn't feel Shereimo would still reject him after his offer became this explicit. He naturally wanted to show enough dignity for the person he loved and was willing to provide him with the best possible future. Anyway, after they become a family in the future, all these assets will naturally belong to both equally. Shir's father's eyes shifted between the two, probing with a hint of suspicion. After all, he couldn't quite figure out when the relationship between Shereimo and Lin Ran had gotten this close. In the past, Lin Ran had been chasing Yi Chi every day, everyone knew this. Now, suddenly, there seemed to be such a turnaround as he began pursuing Shereimo, directly proposing marriage. This situation probably made anyone suspicious no matter who they were. However, Lin Ran truly intended to transfer shares, which made his stance seem far from a joke. His first reaction was to call Lin's father. Lin's father merely chuckled, expressing only the hope that the two children would be happy. It appeared that he was informed of and supportive of the matter. Shir's father adjusted his glasses slightly with his fingertips, hiding the sharp intelligence in his eyes. For a businessman, the conditions offered by Lin Ran were absolutely tempting. But he was more than just a businessman, he was also a father. Moreover, the Shir family was doing well currently. Rather than engaging in business alliances or interest entanglements, he hoped Shereimo could find someone he truly liked. But based on his observation and understanding, it seemed that his son only liked money. Therefore, under the condition that Lin Ran had offered sufficiently lucrative incentives and considering that he didn't know when the two had become so close, Shir's father did not outright refuse Lin Ran. Instead, he summoned Shereimo back and asked the two to negotiate face to face. Under Lin Ran's expectant yet confident gaze, Shereimo smiled lightly. Sorry, we can cooperate if necessary, but as for the arranged marriage, let's skip it. I don't have any plans to sell myself for the sake of the family currently. Then we'll go to get, what? You're unwilling. Lin Ran confidently started speaking, but halfway through he belatedly realized Shereimo had rejected him. He looked at Shereimo with disbelief, his eyes full of confusion. Why? Amo, are you still upset with me because of Yi Chi? But I've already said I don't like him. You've been silently protecting me for so long, why won't you give me a chance? Just moments ago Lin Ran had been quite self-satisfied, but now his eyes were instantly red, the speed of his mood change causing even Shir's father to sigh involuntarily. Wait a moment, silently guarding. Secretly in love. Shir's father couldn't help but lose his smile, as a complex look crossed his face while observing Shereimo subtly. TSK. With such an attractive face, could his son really be into this secret crush thing? No, how come he never knew Shereimo liked Lin Ran? Shir's father fell into deep thought. Was it that he wasn't being responsible enough as a father, or was Lin Ran just crazy? After just a bit of thought, Shir's father chose to believe the latter. Shereimo noticed Shir's father's gaze and her smile faded slightly. Don't slander me, Lin Ran. I've never said I like you. Lin Ran gave a bitter laugh. Impossible. You absolutely like me. Otherwise, why were you always present whenever I confessed to Yi Chi? And after I failed, you always went to provoke him. Isn't it because of me? You have been at odds with Yi Chi ever since we were kids, targeting him everywhere. Isn't it because I like him? Otherwise, why do you only consider him your archenemy and not me? Shir's father, Tisk. The kid seemed to have a point somehow. Shir's father watched the drama unfold with the eye of an onlooker, showing no sign that he thought it inappropriate for a father to enjoy his son's predicament. Lin Ran lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Shereimo, speaking resolutely. Shereimo, if you really don't like me, look me straight in the eye and tell me yourself that you feel nothing for me. Shereimo, yes, I feel nothing for you. I don't believe it. Lin Ran's smile was becoming increasingly forced, yet he stubbornly persisted. You're just mad that I betrayed all the feelings you've had for me these years. I know they don't believe I like you, and neither do you. They all think I'm scheming against you, and you think the same. But it doesn't matter. I will prove to you that I truly like you. Shir's father remarked without any restraint, how devoted. Shereimo remained silent, simply casting a glance down at her phone. Yi Chi had given her that rose estate a few days ago. Also several seaside villas, another estate, and a club she used to frequent regularly. All these had directly been transferred to her name. She'd heard he was also quietly arranging some share transfers recently. Lin Ran, didn't you say you planned to gift me the shares? Is the contract ready? Let's sign it now. Shereimo smiled as she spoke, but a trace of hesitation appeared on Lin Ran's face. Amo, I certainly intend to give them to you, but as you know, I can't make such a big decision right now. Meeting Shereimo's mocking eyes, he hastily added. But as long as you agree to marry me, none of these will be problems. Chapter 20, The Sworn Enemy Always Wants to Taste Him Again, 20. Shereimo looked at Lin Ran's urgent and explanatory appearance, then smiled and asked 447. Little 7, did you see that? 447, sitting on his shoulder, nodded, I saw it, a man crazily drawing big pies. So hypocritical, talking so much but unwilling to give you anything practical. This Lin Ran, whether for you or the original main character, whether it's affection or guilt, truly loves only himself. 447 sighed, otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed the original main character in the end and said such self-righteous words. Shereimo's lips curled slightly, quite satisfied with 447's response. But when his gaze fell on Lin Ran who was still trying to justify himself, the laughter in his eyes dimmed. He raised his hand to cut off Lin Ran's words. That's enough. You don't need to say more. Lin Ran, I'm interested in the cooperation you mentioned before, and I'm willing to continue cooperating with you. But if you bring up this kind of talk again, don't blame me. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ran, who had just been saying how much he loved him, went silent instantly. Though the three families seem evenly matched on the surface, after all Yi Chi is the protagonist. Since Yi Chi took over, Yi family has developed rapidly in recent years. Lin Ran is a pseudo-protagonist who just reborn not long ago. Even though he has half of the protagonist's halo, it's temporarily not enough to catch up with Yi Chi. If he really wants to take down the Yi family, then absolutely cannot go without cooperating with them. Lin Ran bit his tongue, drew a deep breath, suppressing the emotions inside him. I'm sorry, Amo. I've understood. Lin Ran said, and in the look he directed toward Shereimo, there was an added layer of confusion. He couldn't understand why someone who liked him so much in the previous life would treat him like this now. In the novels he read, protagonists are often abandoned by their scum husbands and quickly turn to the person who silently protects them for years, resulting in a flood of gratitude, right? Shereimo being the person he is, not responding passionately, Lin Ran didn't blame him for that. But why would he repeatedly reject him, even speaking words of mockery? Or perhaps in Shereimo's heart, his feelings never measured up to benefits? Lin Ran thought about what Shereimo had just said, the more he pondered, the more plausible this possibility seemed, and a flash of mockery crossed his eyes. He closed his eyes, feeling a slight prickling sensation at the tip of his nose. No, if it were like this, there was no way he would have gone against Yi Chi for his sake last life. Maybe Shereimo hadn't realized his feelings yet this life, maybe he'd realize them in the future. He remembered from the previous life during Yi old man's birthday banquet, when he declared his love and proposed marriage to Yi Chi, everyone mocked him except Shereimo, who spoke up for him. Perhaps it was then that Shereimo realized he liked him. Lin Ran opened his eyes again, and his determination strengthened once more. He still shot Shereimo a smile. Amo, I will prove it to you. It didn't matter if Shereimo hasn't realized his own feelings yet. In the last life, he did so much for him, this life, it's his turn to chase after him. 447, oh my goodness, little Momo, it looks like you're about to be completely entangled by this mad dog. Shereimo, TSK, don't exaggerate. He's just a brain-damaged individual, don't associate him with my little mad dog. His little mad dog could only be Yi Chi. 447, alright then, what should we do next? Looking at Lin Ran's retreating back, Shereimo's lips curved upward slightly, his eyes also twinkling. Of course, it's to enjoy the show. Yi Qi's minor antics aren't enough yet. Let him reach the peak, then let him plummet into the mud. One move straight to the finish line, recovering all the protagonist's luck directly. 447's eyes shone brightly, excitement tinged in his tone. Then should I help push things along? Shereimo didn't respond. 447 took it as tacit consent, and immediately prepared to boost Lin Ran's momentum online. Amo, tell me the truth, how exactly are you feeling? Shir's father gave a light cough, bringing his thoughts back. What's going on with this Lin Ran? Before he was always following Yi Qi around, now he suddenly turns around and says he likes you. Shir's father couldn't help but sigh while speaking. And he made it sound so deep in emotion. If you weren't my son, I'd really think there's something going on between you two. Shereimo turned around and looked at him, smiling at him. Just consider him crazy. Shir's father nodded thoughtfully, then questioned seriously. Lately, Lin family's actions have been rather large. Does it have something to do with you? Shereimo, somewhat. Father Shir furrowed his brows. Do you know what you're doing? Shereimo, I do. Father Shir snorted with a laugh. I'm getting old, and the Shir family will eventually be handed over to you. As long as you know what you're doing, that's fine. Shereimo raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll ruin the Shir family? Father Shir said offhandedly, if it's ruined, then it's ruined. After I die, it's you who'll be scolded by our ancestors, not me. Besides, your mom and I have already saved enough for our retirement. Just make sure you don't end up in jail. Shereimo. Alright, since you've said that, I'll continue doing my thing then. Shereimo chuckled lightly and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as he reached the door, Father Shir stood behind him and patted his shoulder. Since you're back, why don't you stay for dinner before going back? After dinner, I can even take you to work overtime. Shereimo tilted his head to look at Father Shir. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just nominally involved. Moreover, I've already done what I need to do, so it's fine if I don't go this month. Father Shir sighed quite matter-of-factly. Can't help it, I can't bear to see you being so idle. You've graduated already, I can't send you back to school. Of course, if you'd like, I could sign you up for some interest classes or something. Shereimo, no thanks needed. And, when you rejected Lin Ran, you only said you didn't like him. But you never said you didn't like men. Father Shir paused after saying this, looking at him with a more probing gaze. Amo, do you like men or women? If you like men, I'll explain clearly to Mujin, so we won't keep her waiting unnecessarily. Shereimo chuckled lightly. You seem to be pretty open-minded about it. Father Shir replied carelessly, as long as you're happy, being with a man is no problem. Anyway, it's not my bloodline that's ending, it's you who'll get scolded by our ancestors afterward. Shereimo raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded in agreement. Alright, I like men. Even Father Shir, who had mentally prepared himself, sighed upon hearing Shereimo confirm it aloud. Then he stared into the void thoughtfully and spoke. Good, understood. Father Shir patted his shoulder again and left. Shereimo watched him, his eyelids twitching slightly as a bad premonition arose in his heart. But upon careful consideration, Father Shir wouldn't plot against him. Even if there was anything planned, Shereimo felt confident in dealing with it when the time came. Nevertheless, he stayed for lunch and went to the company with Father Shir, after all, giving Yi Qi enough time. There weren't few people working overtime on weekends, mostly for double pay and afternoon tea. Though Shereimo didn't manage much in the business, he did care about these kinds of benefits. 447 acted quickly. Lin Ran had already set up an account recently, intending to craft his perfect persona. Even after being beaten and staying in the hospital these past few days, he didn't stop trying, instead gaining sympathy from others. With Lin family throwing a lot of money at traffic, now supplemented by 447 operating behind the scenes. Within just a few short hours, Lin Ran's videos exploded in popularity. Now even as Shereimo walked through the office corridors, he could hear chatter among the employees discussing this incident. He wasn't particularly bothered though, after all, this was only one part of their plan. What intrigued him more was why he'd encountered Yi Qi here. Yi Qi, what a coincidence. Chapter 21, his sworn enemy keeps wanting to taste him again and again, 21. Shereimo looked at the small cake in his hand, then glanced at the milk tea in Yi Qi's hand. It was the same 2 cups he bought last time. Indeed, quite coincidental. Shereimo let out a soft laugh and was about to walk past Yi Qi when he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. Bought them on the way here. The shop had a buy one get one free promotion, but I couldn't finish them all alone. Yi Qi cleared his throat as he shoved the milk tea into Shereimo's hands. Here, it's for you. Shereimo raised an eyebrow. Thanks, but I don't like this flavor. But last time, you drank this flavor, 7/10 sugar, less ice, with taro paste and no pearls. Yi Qi almost blurted it out, and after finishing, he met Shereimo's half-smiling gaze. He immediately fell silent, feeling somewhat guilty and turning his head away. Shereimo chuckled and shook the milk tea in his hand. Young Master Yi seems to remember my tastes very clearly. Isn't this something you said you bought casually? On hearing this, Yi Qi's eyelashes fluttered. I have a good memory, I remember things at a glance. Yi Chi, you've been acting strangely recently. Shereimo said offhandedly as he unwrapped the straw and took a sip of the milk tea. Seeing that Yi Chi still didn't react, he leaned close to him, staring at his now red ear tips, whispering. Lin Ran suddenly went crazy and said he likes me. Yi Chi, could it be that you also like me? Or, after we slept together once, did you keep thinking about it? Young Master Yi, are you craving my body? Shereimo softly laughed, with teasing undertones in his words. His warm breath brushed against Yi Chi's earlobe as he listened to Shereimo's words. He recalled all the nightly antics over the recent days. Those chaotic, wild images intertwined in his mind, as if something had suddenly exploded. Yi Chi's face turned red instantly, and his mouth felt dry and parched. He stared at the milk tea in front of him that Shereimo had just sipped from. Unknowingly, Yi Chi bit down on the straw that Shereimo had just been sucking on. Humph, the taste was indeed good. Shereimo, what? What happened to giving me the milk tea? Why is he drinking it himself? Shereimo narrowed his eyes, pinching Yi Chi's already red ear tip, seemingly laughing through irritation as he spoke. Tastes good, huh? It tastes good. The moment Yi Chi said those two words, the cup of milk tea was thrust back into his arms. If it tastes good, then you can drink it all by yourself. Shereimo smiled at him and walked away with the little cake. Only leaving Yi Chi standing there, one hand holding the milk tea, the other covering his ear tips that Shereimo had just pinched. Looking at the extra shoe print on his shoe, he was lost in thought for a long while. Shereimo's previous stomp wasn't hard at all. Lost in his thoughts, Yi Chi remembered the feet he saw in the surveillance footage stepping on the soft carpet. If those feet weren't stepping on his, but instead. Yi Chi lowered his gaze, focusing on the milk tea in his hand. He wasn't usually fond of milk tea, but at that moment, he drained the entire cup. Then, he sent a red envelope to the person who messaged him not long ago to tell him that Shereimo had come to the company. He thought, if only he could install a tracker on Shereimo, then no matter where he goes, he could know immediately. As Yi Chi secretly planned, he remembered the bracelet that Shereimo mentioned liking at the auction 3 months ago. He had purchased that bracelet but hadn't yet found the right opportunity to give it to him. But now, he was glad he hadn't given it yet, so he could put some things inside. Shereimo was unaware of Yi Chi's scheming. When he returned home in the evening, he seemed no different than usual, but 447 reminded him. Little Momo, our future communications will only happen in our minds. 447 indignantly added, Yi Chi installed so many cameras and microphones here. He really can't help wanting to watch every inch of you. Shereimo showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever, instead, the corners of his lips curled slightly upward, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, his little mad dog had started to gain some courage. As 447 continued speaking, it seemed to recall something and fell silent. It nearly forgot, Yi Chi had not only seen Shereimo from head to toe, but he had also touched him all over. And now, with all these monitors around, Shereimo had intentionally given him this chance. 447 was quite puzzled, little Momo, I really don't understand. If you do this, and he watches you every day, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? Shereimo blinked, of course not. Only by letting his prey think that he is the hunter would they willingly fall deeper and deeper into his trap. Based on his understanding of Yi Chi, anyway, the one who couldn't bear it would not be him. He had patiently waited for 3 years and finally waited for these days when he could eat to his heart's content without any responsibility. How could he possibly feel uncomfortable? After all, there wasn't a single part of his body that Yi Chi hadn't seen or touched. So, he naturally didn't care about these little gadgets Yi Chi installed. 447 nodded but still had some confusion. But I don't understand, since he likes you so much, why doesn't he confess directly instead of resorting to such tricks? Shereimo replied while walking toward his bedroom. Probably because he thinks we're sworn enemies, and even if he confessed, I would only mock him and not agree. Otherwise, Yi Chi wouldn't keep emphasizing the topic of a business marriage. In the end, it's just that Yi Chi thinks a regular confession or proposal will be rejected by him, so he tries to stay with him under the guise of a commercial marriage. As long as the goal is achieved, the process doesn't matter. 447, will you reject him? Shereimo sighed, of course. After all, I'm playing the role of the antagonist. Even though I don't have to oppose him, I can't truly be with him. And besides, he's just my food. No matter how delicious it is, if I keep eating it, I'll eventually get tired of it. Once I've had enough, I'll naturally go look for the next food. 447 was instantly speechless. He wanted Shereimo to be happy, but there was no way to refute what he just said. Unless the cosmic rule relaxes its stance, otherwise, after they complete their mission, they should leave this world. Let alone being with Yi Chi, the protagonist who shouldn't have any romantic connection at all. However, 447 looked at Yi Chi's corruption value and fell silent. It felt like even after they completed their mission, it wouldn't be easy to leave here. As for Shereimo saying he'd get tired of eating, 447 didn't take it seriously at all. After all, having done so many missions, Yi Chi was the first person Shereimo had shown interest in. Considering Shereimo's level of affection and indulgence towards Yi Chi, it might take a while before he gets bored. By the way, little Momo, Lin Ran has been quite busy recently. I doubt he'll have time to bother you. 447 shook his head and stopped pondering those overly complicated things. Then he flew back in front of Shereimo, looking at him with bright eyes, rolled over, and was practically begging for praise. Shereimo smiled lightly. Little 7 is amazing. Keep up the good work. Once we deal with Lin Ran, I'll take you out for some fun. 447 cheered joyfully. Great. Chapter 22 Eternal rivals always want to keep tasting him. 22. As Lin Ran had mentioned, although Lin Ran wanted to continue him, the sudden surge of online traffic made him reluctant to give up this opportunity. So naturally, matters concerning constant had to be set aside for now. Without Lin Ran around, Shereimo found it much easier to coincidentally bump into Yi Chi during this time. It wasn't that Shereimo particularly wanted to go out every day, but his every move was under Yi Chi's watchful eye, making many things inconvenient. Especially when 447 wanted some sweets, Shereimo had no choice but to take him out to eat. Yet on every outing, he would run into Yi Chi. And every time, Yi Chi managed to come up with rather poor excuses to give him all sorts of things. Shereimo didn't reveal Yi Chi's intentions, sometimes accepting what he gave, and other times refusing. Yi Chi really couldn't hide his emotions in front of Shereimo. Whenever Shereimo accepted a gift from him, Yi Chi became like an ecstatic little puppy, wanting to wag its tail high up to the sky. But if Shereimo refused a gift, Yi Chi would say he didn't care, yet would leave looking like a wronged puppy, unable to even wag his tail. Even 447 couldn't help but comment, "Little Momo, I finally understand why you said he's a little mad dog, he really does look like one." Shereimo merely smiled at this and didn't say anything. After Shir father had made him go back home last time and sent him to overtime work, Shereimo hadn't returned to the Shir residence for quite some time. Until Shir mother sent him another message, saying there was an important person she wanted him to meet. Shereimo was somewhat curious as to who this important person could be, warranting such a return trip. When 447 investigated, he ended up laughing and rolling on Shereimo's bed. "Ha ha ha. Little Momo. They're planning to deceive you back home to set you up on a blind date. They've really gone through a lot, managing to find a few suitable candidates with good family backgrounds, good looks, and decent personalities. Among so many people. Apparently, they're truly desperate for you to settle down since after you admitted that you liked men, they have been trying hard to find the right man for you. Shereimo. For 47, maybe you should just tell them outright that you like Yi Chi, or else who knows how many blind dates they'll keep setting you up on. Shereimo, little 7, if I told them I like Yi Chi, considering his current disposition, we'd probably end up getting our marriage certificate tomorrow." Recalling Yi Chi's recent habit of carrying his household registration book around with him, 447 fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You're right. What do we do? We can't let them keep setting you up like this. They are taking this matter very seriously. I checked the profiles of these guys, and they're arranging, those types for you." Shereimo. Seeing Shereimo's lack of reaction, 447 felt slightly awkward and laughed dryly twice. "Heh heh. They all thought you were the dominant one." In fact, not only them, but even 447 himself initially assumed that Shereimo was in charge of *ing Yi Chi. It wasn't until the next day that he realized it was the other way around, Shereimo seemed to be the one being *ed. Shereimo, tisk. If that's the case, then let me go back one more time and clarify this matter to them while I'm at it. Looking at Shereimo like this, 447 swallowed his saliva and felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that Shereimo was scheming something again. He shook his head to discard these thoughts. No, no. How could what little Momo is doing be called scheming? It's all for the mission. With firm determination in his eyes, 447 leaned on Shereimo's head and followed him back to the Shir family residence. As soon as Shereimo arrived home, he saw sitting in the living room besides his parents, a young man. "Amo is back. Come over here and sit down. Your Uncle Chang's son just came back not long ago. Come and greet him." Shir mother beamed, waving him over warmly. Shir father got up to head upstairs, pausing briefly beside Shereimo to cough softly and spoke in a lowered voice. "I've looked him over, Su Nan is a pretty good kid. You two should chat properly. Even if nothing comes of it, you could become friends." Shir father then went upstairs, and Shereimo clearly saw Yun Mujin standing at the stairwell corner, her eyes filled with excitement and a mischievous glint. He shifted his gaze back to Shir mother as he approached her. At this moment, Cheng Sunan also stood up and extended his hand with a gentle smile, opening politely without distance. "Shereimo, nice to meet you. I am Cheng Sunan, 3 years older than you. You can call me Brother Sunan." Shereimo didn't have too bad an impression of Cheng Sunan, so he lightly chuckled and returned the handshake. "Nice to meet you, Brother Sunan. Just call me Imo." Though it was clearly an arranged blind date for them, Shir mother seemed more excited than either of the two people involved. After chatting with them briefly, she intended to create opportunities for them to be alone, sending both of them out together, and even handing them 2 movie tickets. Cheng Sunan maintained that polite smile throughout, without saying much or refusing. It seemed as if today's visit and going out to watch movies and eat dinner were just tasks to him. Shereimo raised an eyebrow, pinched the 2 movie tickets in his hand, and lightly chuckled before agreeing. On their way to the cinema, 447 perched on his shoulder, sighing. Little Momo, I just checked up on Chingsunan. I think you two won't work out. His younger brother at home isn't an easy one. Shereimo was originally closing his eyes for some rest, but upon hearing 447's words, he became interested. Tell me more. Chingsunan is actually a foster son of the Ching family, strictly speaking, not even that. The Ching family fostered him so he could pave the way and take on calamities for Ching Ziyu, the only child of the Ching family. But Ching Ziyu seems to have different feelings towards him. Once the Ching family found out about this matter, they thought of making Chingsunan go on blind dates, using commercial alliances to gain more benefits while cutting off his aspirations. 447 paused momentarily. Little Momo, there are 2 cars following you behind. One is Ching Ziyu, and the other is Yi Chi. Upon hearing this, Shereimo's lips curved upward slightly. Looks like today's movie will be quite lively. Mo, I think there are some things I should make clear to you. Just as Shereimo was thinking this, Chingsunan suddenly spoke beside him. I don't like you, and I can also see that you don't like me either. I don't know if you've looked into me, but I've already found out quite a bit about you. Recently, you've been getting closer to Yi Chi, and your relationship is ambiguous. I think, the person you like should be him. Chingsunan said this with a very determined tone. After knowing the thoughts of the Ching family, he had already had someone investigate Shereimo. In most of the recent photos, 8 out of 10 had Yi Chi in them, and Shereimo's gaze towards Yi Chi was distinctly different from others. Shereimo opened his eyes, turned his head to look at him, and spoke with a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. So you still came. Chingsunan helplessly shrugged. No choice, there's a kid at home who's too clingy. I want to make a deal with you. Without using this opportunity, I wouldn't be able to get out at all. Chapter 23, Archenemies always want to savor him, 23. What deal? Shereimo had just listened to 447's introduction about him, and hearing these words now sparked even more interest. Chingsunan's eyes slightly curved. Lin Ran found me a few days ago. He said he could cooperate with me and help me leave the Ching family. All I needed to do was to help them set up a trap for the Yi family, tampering with the cooperation project they would sign with them in a while. Shereimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He approached you for cooperation, and the condition he gave you was merely helping you leave. Chingsunan smiled. That's right, but unfortunately for him, I never thought of leaving. Shereimo, then why do you want to cooperate with me? He remembered that such a plot did not exist in the storyline he knew about the collapse. Unexpected, but still reasonable. After all, no matter which plotline it was, this antagonist of his never expressed any liking for men. Chingsunan thought for a moment. Originally, I didn't have this intention. Actually, whoever I cooperated with didn't matter much to me, I only cared about who could bring me greater benefits. The conditions Lin Ran offered were not enough to make my heart race, but I was very interested in him. He knew far too much. Chingsunan murmured softly, as if also realizing he had said too much, so he stopped and brought the topic back. However, the moment I saw your picture, I decided to cooperate with you. Chingsunan smiled. Mo, from the first look at you, I knew we are the same kind of people. Compared to Lin Ran, I would rather cooperate with you. He has been getting a lot of traffic online lately and built himself a perfect image as a multi-talented person. The Lin family is also giving him a ton of resources. At this critical moment, he approached me wanting to deal with the Yi family, probably not just for some minor skirmish, but to directly take down the Yi family. If he's going to do this, it won't be limited to collaborating with the Ching family. He should have also approached you since Shir family and Yi family already have plenty of cooperations and would find it easier to act. Chingsunan's tone remained calm throughout, his speaking gentle and soft. Shereimo didn't deny what he said. Instead, he slightly nodded, openly showing his interest and gesturing for him to continue. Yes, you're right. That's indeed the plan, but he overestimates the Lin family and underestimates the Yi family. They can't swallow it all. Chingsunan, so now he's trying to make Lin family's stomach bigger, capable of swallowing the entire Yi family. As long as you agree, I can cooperate with you, breaking up the Lin family. Shereimo asked, why do you want to do this? Chingsunan, if you're planning to scheme against others, you should be prepared to get schemed against yourself, right? Moreover, I can see that you treat Yi Chi differently. From an emotional standpoint, you wouldn't sit idly by and watch Yi Chi get tricked. From an interest-based perspective, Lin Ran daring to scheme against Yi family today means next time he might target Shir family. Seeing Shereimo watching him without saying anything, Chingsunan assumed he was doubting, so he continued. Of course, you don't need to doubt me either. I'm also considering for my child. He just took over the Ching family, and he needs to achieve some significant results to make everyone respect him. Besides, isn't it about time the 3 major families had new blood? Shereimo lightly laughed and extended his hand again. Lin Ran choosing to cooperate with you truly was his biggest mistake. So, Brother Sunan, nice cooperation. Cooperation is fine, but I only have one request, go find Yi Chi and work with him. In Ching Sunen's slightly puzzled eyes, Shereimo retracted his hand, opening casually. Since you've investigated me, you should know I don't like meddling in these things. Of course, if there's anything I can assist you with, I can try to help a bit, like, your child who's been following us the whole way. Ching Sunen. Ching Sunen, tisk, each other, isn't Master Yi also following us the whole way? Shereimo blinked, looks like today's movie will be quite entertaining. Ching Sunen smiled, do you want me to tease him for you? I see that you seem to enjoy playing tricks on him. Shereimo showed great curiosity, aren't you afraid your child will get jealous? Ching Sunen was entirely unconcerned, occasionally feeling jealous is good for health. Hearing those words, the amusement in Shereimo's eyes deepened further. He now believed what Ching Sunen had said. They were indeed the same kind of people, especially in certain aspects. Though they had just met not long ago, they already had a great deal of tacit understanding. After arriving at the cinema, one went to buy cola while the other bought popcorn. They completely ignored the two people trailing behind them, hiding and feeling anxious. Not until they sat down did the person sneaking behind them finally walk in as well. Yi Chi glanced at his movie ticket, it was for the seat next to Ching Sunen. This made his expression look a little unpleasant. Then he looked at the seat next to Shereimo where a similarly dark-faced youth stood behind her. The two exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in an unspoken agreement in the air. Without hesitation, they swapped positions. Yi Chi coolly and calmly took the seat next to Shereimo, seeing no reaction from him, he cleared his throat slightly. What a coincidence, you're also here to watch the movie. His words had just fallen when he heard Cheng Ziyu's coquettish voice from the other side. Brother, how could you sneak out to watch a movie without telling me? Can I eat your popcorn, brother? Can I take a sip of your cola, brother? Brother. I've heard this is a horror movie. Can I hold your hand, brother? Brother. Ziyu, stop fooling around. Cheng Sunen, seeing Cheng Ziyu holding his hand tightly interlaced as if declaring ownership over him, felt momentarily helpless. Cheng Ziyu blinked lightly with his innocent gaze, gripping the cola Cheng Sunen had just drank from. Then deliberately raising both their hands to wave in front of Shereimo, smiling. I'll listen to whatever you say, brother. Yi Chi turned his head towards Cheng Ziyu, a flash of surprise passing through his eyes, then a look of deep thought followed. He didn't know what Yi Chi was thinking about, but his gaze gradually became resolute. Shereimo noticed that something was off about Yi Chi's reaction from the corner of his eye, which caused a light laugh. What's wrong? Is Master Yi afraid of ghosts? Yes, I'm very scared of ghosts. Can I hold your hand? Yi Chi fell silent for a moment, as if making a resolution. Brother. Chapter 24, Rivals always want to taste him again, 24. This laugh came from Cheng Ziyu on the other side. But soon Cheng Sunen patted his hand, and he immediately composed himself. Shereimo. Yi Chi. Do I need to recommend a few psychiatrists to you? Shereimo looked at Yi Chi with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, then pulled his hand away from Yi Chi's grasp. Yi Chi looked at his empty hand in confusion, a touch of indignation, making his eyebrows droop as his eyelashes trembled. Seeing this, Shereimo couldn't help but give a soft tisk. TSKS. Don't make it seem like I bullied you. Yi Chi, you're older than me by several months. If anyone should be called brother, it should be me, not you calling me that. Yi Chi blinked, his ears slightly red, asking with full anticipation, can I? Shereimo. You've really got some nerve thinking that. 447 sat on Shereimo's shoulder and sighed, learning everything will only harm him. Shereimo fully agreed, however, his call of brother indeed sounds good. 447, but I see that he is now seriously considering what you just said, looking even more eager for you to call him brother. Shereimo, let him think about it then. Thinking about it isn't against the law. At this moment, Shereimo didn't care at all, thinking that Yi Chi had been provoked by Cheng Ziyu. It wasn't until later that he vaguely regretted what he had said today. However, this time was right at noon, and except for the four of them, there was no one else in the large venue. This made Cheng Ziyu completely uninhibited. From the very first ghost appearing at the beginning of the movie, Cheng Ziyu directly hugged Cheng Sunen's waist, cooing and trying to act cute, wanting nothing more than to hide completely in his arms. Big brother. I'm so scared, hold me. Yi Chi wasn't interested in the movie to begin with, but seeing this scene now, he felt an itch of desire rise within him. He tentatively hooked his little finger around Shereimo's. He wasn't shaken off. This made his eyes light up, and silently, he gripped Shereimo's hand tightly, moving closer. Shereimo. I'm also a bit scared. Yi Chi looked at Shereimo with a trace of anticipation, though he didn't expect Shereimo to hug him as Cheng Sunen did with Cheng Ziyu. He still hoped Shereimo wouldn't push him away. After putting in such efforts recently to improve their relationship, yet Shereimo's attitude towards him remained unchanged. Slightly pursing his lips, after waiting a long while without being pushed away by Shereimo, Yi Chi brightened up and became more daring in his actions. He reached out directly to wrap his arm around Shereimo's waist, leaning closer into Shereimo's embrace. The corner of Shereimo's lips maintained its shallow curve, showing little reaction. This made 447, whose position had been taken, extremely angry and ready to fly to Yi Chi's head and pull his hair. However, Shereimo naturally wouldn't let 447 do this, grabbing him with a gesture and placing him back on his own head. Wah! Xiao Momo. Do you no longer love me? His big head suddenly leaned down earlier and startled me. 447 cried out in grievance while rolling over on top of Shereimo's head. In order to cover up his previous action, Shereimo casually placed his hand on Yiqi's head and gave it a rub. It felt quite nice. Originally, Yiqi's ears were slightly flushed, but now his entire face was completely red, his heartbeat speeding up significantly. Shereimo initiated touching his head. He already initiated touching his head. He took the initiative to show affection toward him. So, how far could they be from getting married? What kind of wedding would it be? Chinese or Western? Or maybe both? Unfortunately, Rose Manor had already been sent away, but that island before wasn't bad either. Maybe buy it back. Holding Shereimo, Yiqi's eyes were full of joy, and the upward curve at the corners of his lips couldn't be suppressed. It seemed that his strategy wasn't wrong, spending lavishly on gifts truly brought them closer together. When their relationship improved, then he could propose. Arrange everything when he gets home. As Yiqi thought more, his mood grew better and better. Holding Shereimo, he pressed his head against Shereimo's neck and couldn't resist rubbing his cheek against it. If only he could keep hugging his wife forever. Shereimo had no idea that Yiqi had started secretly calling him wife inside his heart. All Shereimo noticed was the ticklish feeling of these movements. He lifted his hand to press against Yiqi's face and threatened in a low voice near his ear. Don't move around so much. Yiqi, Omega. His wife touched his face. And she even whispered to him, that was so nice. Yiqi responded with an act of calmness, then after a thought, he added, I'm really scared. Shereimo couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply covered Yiqi's mouth. The soft touch of her lips made his fingers curl involuntarily. The next moment, a bit of moist softness made his pupils tremble. Yiqi's boldness was getting larger and larger. How dare he? But when Shereimo glanced down, Yiqi seemed as usual, leaning on his shoulder and watching the movie quietly. It was like nothing had happened earlier when he'd suddenly poked his tongue out. This made Shereimo involuntarily narrow his eyes slightly. TSK, why hadn't he realized before how good Yiqi was at pretending? When Shereimo thought Yiqi had grown bold, he didn't expect Yiqi to do nothing else after that moment. Shereimo sighed inwardly, thinking the little mad dog had already been so daring. And he didn't know that Yiqi regretted what he did after that. Yiqi feared that Shereimo would dislike him or push him away, so upon realizing there was no reaction from him, he dared not move either. Until the end of the movie, Shereimo finally pushed Yiqi away. He looked at Ching Sunan, do you want to go eat something? Or shall we end today here, and you head back? Ching Ziyu was clearly a bit taller than Ching Sunan but clung to his waist like a child, lowering his head. There was a hint of vigilance in his gaze at Shereimo. Upon hearing Shereimo's words, before Ching Sunan could speak, Ching Ziyu held his hand and shook it gently in a playful manner. Big brother, I'm hungry, let's go home for dinner. Following suit, Yiqi also held his hand and shook it. Shereimo, I'm hungry too. Let's have dinner together. However, Ching Sunan smiled and pushed Ching Ziyu's hand away. Ziyu, tonight big brother has to accompany friends, you go home and eat by yourself. Seeing Ching Ziyu being rejected, Yiqi's smile disappeared instantly. Yiqi. He thought this would work. Yiqi glanced at the dazed Ching Ziyu, then at Shereimo, silently let go of his hand, and spoke seriously. I meant the three of us having dinner together. Ching Ziyu gave Yiqi a look, his eyes dark and unreadable, and wore a fake smile. If it's going to be three people together, adding one more wouldn't make any difference, right? Small interlude. Ching Ziyu, playful big brother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Ching Sunan, okay. Yiqi, realizing got it. Yiqi, playful imo tonight I also want to hear you call me brother. Shereimo, rubbing his waist, throwing a pillow, closing the door. Shereimo, sleep on your sofa then. Yiqi, Sigma, LLL. Why is it different from what we agreed? Chapter 25, Archenemies always want to taste him again and again, 25. No, Ziyu, today is brother's date. You've already disrupted my movie, now you can't stop me from having dinner. Shereimo hadn't even said anything yet when Ching Sunan smiled and refused first. While refusing him, he gently pulled his hand out of Ziyu's embrace. The smile on Ching Ziyu's face almost instantly disappeared, and a look of madness flashed in those dark eyes but was quickly restrained. He cautiously tugged at Ching Sunan's sleeve corner, opening his mouth with a hint of, brother, don't you really want me anymore? You just met him for the first time today, unwilling to come back and eat with me is fine, but now even if I follow, you don't let me. Ching Ziyu's voice started trembling, and his eyes began brimming with mist. If later you two are together, does it mean you won't want me anymore? Are all these years of feelings fake? Brother. But Ching Sunan, who had always been gentle and indulgent towards him, now simply pried his hands open once more. Ziyu, you have grown up and are no longer a child, so don't act like one. Understand? Taking their interaction into his eyes, Shereimo raised an eyebrow and lightly chuckled. He figured out that Ching Su Nan wasn't wanting to help him, rather, he wanted to use him to provoke Ching Ziyu. That was fine though. As partners, mutual exploitation was the most basic thing. After all, he also intended to use Ching Su Nan to stimulate Yi Chi. Looking as if reluctantly bearing, he actually directed everything and even enjoyed it. Let's go, Mo. I've already booked a restaurant, and it'll be perfect if we head there now. Ching Su Nan extended his hand toward Shereimo, his lips curving slightly, showing clearly that he was in a very good mood. At the instant their gazes met, Shereimo also curled his lips and then, ignoring Yi Chi, clasped his hand. At this moment, both knew they'd achieved their goals and naturally felt quite good. However, such a scene appeared particularly glaringly offensive in the eyes of the other two. The moment Ching Su Nan turned around, Ching Ziyu immediately gathered himself, retracting the pathetic and pitiful expression on his face. His eyes darkly stared at the pair's backs, his expression cold as he stood next to Yi Chi and spoke. Mr. Yi, how about it? Didn't your assistant say you had a car accident and thus postponed the contract signing? Yi Chi glanced at Ching Ziyu indifferently. I remember Secretary of Mr. Ching also mentioned Mr. Ching isn't feeling well today. Ching Ziyu asserted confidently, Yi Chi, do you like him? Yi Chi merely nodded slightly, so what if I do? Ching Ziyu laughed lightly, since you like him so much, why don't you confess to him? Is it because you're afraid since you're archenemies? Yi Chi. Something suddenly pierced his heart. Yi Chi, this doesn't concern you. You don't need to provoke me. Instead of starting from me and wanting me to take Amo away to restore your two-world harmony. You'd better figure out how to keep your good brother away from Amo. How, does your brother like you so much that he doesn't stay with you, is it because you don't want to? Ching Ziyu. It felt like something shattered, oh, it was his heart. Ching Ziyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the emotions inside, and flashed Yi Chi a smile. If so, why don't we cooperate? You take your person, I take mine. This would be beneficial for us. Yi Chi thought briefly, looked at the hand extended towards him, and eventually clasped it, agreeing to cooperate with him, asking. What's your plan? A flicker of wild light shone in Ching Ziyu's eyes before being replaced by boundless joy. Relax, you don't need to do anything. Just come over to take the person away when I send you a message. Seeing Yi Chi's colder gaze, Ching Ziyu seemed to also feel that his words were too much, paused for a bit, then slowly continued. Don't look at me like that. I won't harm them. If you're not at ease, you can go with me. All right. Yi Chi didn't hesitate at all, directly nodding and agreeing. Ching Ziyu. You really don't trust me at all, and still want to be allies. Yi Chi, no choice, you wouldn't leave your brother to me to handle either. Ching Ziyu deeply gazed at him for a while without saying a word. What Yi Chi didn't expect, however, was that Ching Ziyu's so-called plan was simply to have Ching Su Nan's friends invite him out to play. Not only that, but Ching Ziyu also had Ching Su Nan bring Shereimo along. The group gathered in a private room at the Huangdu Club. Ching Su Nan laughed as he politely declined all the drinks offered to Shereimo. During a moment of leisure, he leaned slightly backward and whispered softly into Shereimo's ear. Tisk, it's just children's antics. Brother Mo, when you have time, teach me how you trained him. No matter how much I provoke my kid, all he does is resort to this kind of tactic. Ching Su Nan sighed softly with an air of helplessness in his voice. Shereimo swirled the fruit tea in his hand, smiling faintly as he responded. Brother Su Nan, you've been too indulgent toward him. As soon as he cries or causes a fuss, you soften up. You clearly know he intends to use these people to get you drunk and take you away, yet you still came, even drinking this much, all for the sake of cooperating with him, right? But if you keep cooperating like this, he'll always think this method works, and next time a similar situation arises, naturally he'll think of using this most effective trick first. As Shereimo lowered his eyes, he lightly clinked glasses with Ching Su Nan and drank the entire cup of fruit tea in one go. You can dote on children, but not excessively. Otherwise, you won't get what you want. Ching Su Nan stared at Shereimo with dark, unfathomable eyes, nodding after a long pause before smiling again. Brother Mo, you're absolutely right. Their voices remained low, audible only to the two of them. The others were unaware of their conversation, only noticing their intimate postures and gestures. Most people within the circle already knew each other more or less, even if they weren't particularly close to Shereimo. At that moment, seeing Shereimo drinking together with Ching Su Nan and sharing such a good relationship. A strange look of curiosity and profound significance appeared in everyone's eyes as they glanced at each other. Some even directly took a photo and posted it on their social media. This seemed to be nothing more than a casual little action. But coincidentally, in that photo, Shereimo was resting his head on Ching Su Nan's shoulder, eyes slightly closed, lips curved with a smile, and his face flushed a delicate red. Ching Su Nan also had his hand placed on Shereimo's shoulder, looking down at him with an expression full of warmth and care. The photo was utterly brimming with ambiguous undertones. Ching Ziyu ground his teeth in frustration, glaring darkly before sending a message to someone else. Yi Chi looked coldly, his eyes swirling with ink-like darkness mixed with an edge of madness. His fists clenched tightly by his sides, leaving traces of red marks from his nails digging into his palms. You said all I need to do is come and take him away, right? When will I be able to take him away? Soon, just wait a little longer. Chapter 26, Rivals always want to taste him again and again, 26. 447 looked at Shereimo, who had already started drinking alcohol, his eyes filled with worry. He climbed directly onto Shereimo's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Xiao Momo. Don't drink anymore. Your tolerance for alcohol isn't very good, if you keep drinking, you'll get drunk. Shereimo, hearing the voice near his ear, couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a hint of red, and his jade-like face also carried a light redness, like a juicy peach that made people want to pick it. Especially those beautiful eyes, now full of haze, floating with faint mist, the corners of his eyes raised a little curve, like a small hook that ensnared one's soul. Shereimo let out a light hum and grabbed 447. Seeing Shereimo like this, 447 finally realized something was wrong. What a disaster. Xiao Momo seems already drunk, what should I do? Oh no. Should I not have come out at this time? Will Xiao Momo say something he shouldn't in front of him? 447's mind was in chaos, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, getting nervous, his fur stood on end, his whole body got bigger. Then he began frantically searching inside his little pocket, looking for items like memory loss spray. However, the obviously drunk Shereimo just stared silently at the ball of fluff in his hand. Especially after the ball of fluff in his hand grew a bit larger, he couldn't help but blink, passing over a curious look through his bewildered eyes, then pinched it again. 447. So obedient, cute. Shereimo softly opened his mouth, and right when 447 gave him a blank stare, he directly grabbed him and shoved him into his mouth. 447. Help. Eating system. Waya. 447 always knew Shereimo's poor alcohol tolerance, so Shereimo basically didn't drink much during missions in the past. Even when he needed to drink alcohol, 447 would create an illusionary trick, thus he has never seen Shereimo drunk before. But today Shereimo clearly wanted to create an opportunity for Yi Chi, so he indulged himself by drinking some alcohol intentionally. 447 came to remind him as soon as he sensed something amiss, yet ended up almost being stuffed into Shereimo's mouth. If he hadn't pulled out a teleportation card in time, Shereimo might have really taken a bite. 447 wept biting his hanky. Woo! He will never ever let Shereimo drink again. Drunk Shereimo is truly terrifying. However, Shereimo stared blankly at his empty hands. His eyes flickered lightly, and his lips glowed with moisture as they slightly parted. Cheng Sunan sitting beside him obviously also had some drunkenness, especially after carelessly drinking down a glass handed to him from beside. Almost the instant the glass entered his stomach, he noticed that the person handing him the wine had an odd look. This caused him to subtly frown, but after remembering that person was Cheng Ziyu's friend, he relaxed a bit. TSK. Didn't expect to learn such drug-laced tactics either. Cheng Sunan raised his hand to pinch his temple, and caught sight of Shereimo seated nearby, who was muttering softly with his head lowered. Unable to resist, he leaned closer. Aimo, what are you looking at? Dumpling, gone. I want to eat. Shereimo grasped at the air in front of him, his voice soft, seemingly carrying a hint of 447, OAO. Help. Such a well-behaved Xiao Momo, he wants to touch him. But what if Xiao Momo eats him? However, 447 quickly lost interest in whether he should approach to let Shereimo play with him. Because the door to the private room was opened again, and two more familiar people walked in. Cheng Sunan also felt the medicine take effect, making his body feel weak. He could only allow Cheng Ziyu to lift him up horizontally. Cheng Ziyu laughed softly in his ear, You really know how to make me angry. But don't worry, we still have a lot of time. You can apologize slowly. Holding Cheng Sunan, Cheng Ziyu didn't hesitate to leave. The people left in the private room exchanged glances, they all gathered because of Cheng Ziyu too, so there wasn't any surprise for them regarding the scene. But they never expected Yi Chi would be here as well and heading straight towards Shereimo. After all, these two are famous rivals in the circle. Shereimo got drunk because of them, and if he was taken advantage of by Yi Chi in his vulnerable state and got beaten, they would probably be in serious trouble as well. President Yi, wouldn't you like to have a couple of drinks too? One with slightly more courage had already coughed lightly, trying to intervene. Some others had already taken out their phones hesitating whether they should call the police or an ambulance first. However, there was no sight of the anticipated brawl between the two. All they saw was Yi Chi standing in front of Shereimo, then Shereimo voluntarily rushing into his arms, hugging his waist and muttering softly. Dumpling. Yi Chi's body stiffened for a moment, revealing a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his mind frantically searched for anyone they knew named Dumpling. Very good, none existed. Yi Chi felt a slight relief, yet in the next moment, he involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. For just a moment earlier, Shereimo, who had been snuggling him behind a thin layer of clothing, suddenly bit down on his abs. Yi Chi. Shereimo seemingly didn't think this was enough, directly pulling himself up from Yichi, but becoming unsteady on his feet, once again throwing himself into Yichi's embrace. How could Yichi withstand Shereimo's voluntary advance? When had he ever seen such a Shereimo, other than in his dreams? No, even in his dreams, he hadn't envisioned a drunk Shereimo. Yichi only felt his heartbeat racing uncontrollably, even his breathing became hurried and disorganized. He lifted his hand to encircle Shereimo's waist, ignoring everyone else's gazes as he directly carried Shereimo away. Shereimo, with head low, leaned against Yichi's shoulder, finding a comfortable position by rubbing against it. His hands rested on Yichi's shoulders, loosely circling around his neck, while both long legs tightly wrapped around Yichi's waist. Afraid that Shereimo might fall, Yichi could only support his waist with one hand and cradle his buttocks with the other. Yichi brought Shereimo to his car, driving at top speed to take him back to his apartment. 447 had never seen Yichi appear so happy, considering compared to those he wasn't familiar with, Yichi relatively was much safer. At least Shereimo had certain feelings for Yichi, even if something unspeakable happened, it would somewhat count as mutual consent. Thus, after watching Yichi taking Shereimo home, 447 satisfiedly locked himself inside the black room. Ha! Black room. He came here. At least being locked in a black room eliminated any worry about being accidentally bitten by Shereimo. As Shereimo lay on Yichi, his nose twitched slightly, always feeling someone was cursing him behind his back, so he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Initially, Yichi managed to keep control, thinking it was a good chance to improve their relationship. As long as he properly took care of Shereimo, once Shereimo regained consciousness, he definitely wouldn't dislike him like before anymore. But unable to resist Shereimo's persistent clinging, every time he tried to leave, Shereimo would use all his limbs to wrap around him and whine softly in his embrace. If it was merely so, it would have been fine, however, Shereimo kept biting and nibbling on him. The force wasn't great, yet made him feel hard to bear. Seeing the person he secretly adored behaving capriciously in his own arms, cooing and rubbing around. This was simply something unbearable. What Yichi didn't expect was that after noticing something unusual, Shereimo showed not the slightest sign of fear or alarm, instead, there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Then, Shereimo released his grip and slid off Yichi's body, sitting cross-legged on the ground. With dry mouth and throat, Yichi swallowed his saliva, confusedly staring at Shereimo. In the next instant, his pupils tightened drastically. Oh whoa. SSH. Yichi cupped Shereimo's face, looking at the bite mark Shereimo left on his thigh. Dangerous glimmers flickered in his shadowy eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. AMO. This is your initiation. Shereimo gazed at him through tearful eyes, appearing utterly innocent, then tilted his head. How could Yichi resist such a Shereimo? He immediately carried him into the bedroom. Chapter 27, His archenemy always wants to taste him again, 27. When Shereimo woke up, the sunlight felt somewhat blinding. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes and let out a soft hum. Yes, delete everything deleted. Shereimo was silently calculating in his mind that he should eat less over the next few days, or else he'd feel too full. He lowered his hand and glanced at Yichi beside him, thought for a moment, then turned over and burrowed into his embrace. He buried his head under the covers to block out the sunlight, adjusted himself into a more comfortable position, and continued sleeping. Yichi, who had woken up much earlier. Yichi had already braced himself to be kicked off the bed as soon as Shereimo woke up. Yet, he still wanted to stay on the same bed with Shereimo for just a little longer. Even though he knew what was waiting for him, he did not leave. What he absolutely didn't expect was that after waking up, Shereimo didn't kick him off the bed and yell at him. Instead, he voluntarily snuggled into his arms. Yichi swallowed hard, feeling Shereimo's hand on his waist, his head pressing onto his hand, and his face almost pressed against his chest. The warmth from Shereimo's breathing sprinkling on his chest instantly made Yichi blush. His body tensed momentarily, but fearing that it might make Shereimo uncomfortable, he forced himself to relax, though his heartbeat still quickened uncontrollably. The corners of Yichi's lips went up wildly, unable to contain themselves. Shereimo not kicking him off the bed, does this mean he doesn't actually hate him that much? If that's the case, then proposing could be on the agenda. The joy in Yichi's eyes couldn't be hidden, and he couldn't help placing a tender yet restrained kiss on the corner of Shereimo's eye. Shereimo, wanting to rest peacefully, only felt something brushing against his face, which wasn't unpleasant but caused some itchiness. This definitely affected his rest. So, he immediately left a bite mark on Yichi's chest. Yichi. What should I do when my wife is asleep in my arms and bites me? Dare not move, cannot dare to move at all. Shereimo buried his head even deeper. Excellent, nothing was going to disturb his sleep now. As for Yichi, who was being used like a pillow, would his arm get numb or feel uncomfortable from being crushed? That wasn't within Shereimo's consideration range at all. Shereimo slept until evening before finally waking up again. Shereimo yawned lightly, stretched his back, and then opened his eyes. Upon opening them and looking up, he met Yichi's gaze directly. Neither said a word. They just stared at each other silently for a minute without making any movement. For a while, the atmosphere became oddly awkward. It was Yi Chi who first cleared his throat, breaking the awkwardness. Cough, you're awake. I've already applied your medicine. Is there any place that still feels uncomfortable? Are you hungry? Let me prepare some food for you. What would you like? This was completely unlike his usual self, where he maintained a certain aloof demeanor around Shereimo. At this moment, Yi Chi's eyes were filled with gentleness, and his tone had softened considerably. While he spoke, the other hand remained resting on Shereimo's waist with no intention of moving. Shereimo, likewise, had his arms wrapped around Yi Chi's waist, leaning into his embrace. He didn't even have to look deliberately, everywhere he glanced on Yi Chi's body showed marks left by him. The scratches, the bites. It looked worse than the first time they'd been together. When Shereimo had briefly woken up earlier, he had been too tired to examine properly. Now, having seen clearly, a rare flicker of slight guilt passed through his eyes. Generally speaking, he wouldn't be so rough on his own food. After all, delicious food always needed to be savored slowly to better appreciate its taste. Besides, he wasn't fond of wasting energy on such things. If he occasionally did anything, it was certainly for flavoring or stimulating the food, thereby unleashing deeper flavors. But yesterday, he really got drunk. And when he drank too much, he had a habit of biting whatever he was holding. Drinking moderately enhances the mood, excessive drinking harms the body. Shereimo paused for a moment in silence. Yesterday, he just wanted to get slightly tipsy to give Yi Chi a chance. After all, Yi Chi climbed into his bed every night recently, and Shereimo also felt somewhat exhausted. But who knew he lost control first? Moreover, had his tolerance for alcohol diminished to such an extent? Yesterday, he seemed to have had only 2 or 3 cups. Shereimo's eyes clouded with confusion for a moment, then gradually grew determined. There must be something wrong with the alcohol. It's definitely not about his tolerance. However, there were clearly more important matters to deal with right now. Mo. When Yi Chi saw Shereimo not reacting, his heart, which had relaxed a bit, tightened again. With some hesitation, he carefully called out that name, the one he had called countless times in dreams and thoughts. Yi Chi, your heartbeat is so fast. Shereimo lightly smiled, and his fingertips idly tapped on Yi Chi's chest. What are you nervous about? Sorry, last night I took advantage of the situation, but I will take responsibility for it. I'll tell my parents soon. Tomorrow, I'll go talk with Uncle Shir about the engagement gifts. Luckily, I also have my household registration book with me. We can register our marriage tomorrow, and on the 13th day of next month, we'll get engaged. It's an auspicious day. As for the wedding, we can take our time. Don't worry, I will prepare everything carefully, making sure you don't feel shortchanged. You can make any requests, and I will do my best to meet them. Almost in one breath, Yi Chi poured out all the words he had kept hidden in his heart, not giving Shereimo a chance to interrupt. Then, his heartbeat quickened even further. Even Yi Chi hadn't expected their relationship to progress so quickly. And he certainly didn't think he would dare to say all these things under such circumstances. But since the words were already out, what else could he do? After speaking, Yi Chi looked at Shereimo with eager eyes, like a little dog awaiting its owner's reply, full of anticipation. Shereimo, being watched by Yi Chi with such a gaze, couldn't help but wonder if rejecting him would result in this obedient puppy transforming into a crazy one biting him back. Thinking this, a smirk curved at the corner of his lips, and he slowly opened his mouth. Yi Chi, you don't need to apologize. Last night, though drunk, I remember very clearly that I initiated it. It's normal that you lost control. Shereimo's eyes slightly curved as he lifted his hand to pinch Yi Chi's cheek. So, I won't blame you for what happened last night. However, let's just forget about getting married. As usual, act as if nothing ever happened, wouldn't that be better? Hearing this, Yi Chi grasped his hand tightly, his eyes flickering with a hint of hurt. His gaze darkened, and his voice became slightly hoarse. Shereimo, why do you always reject me? Can you give me a reason? Yi Chi thought to himself, if there was anything he had done poorly, he could change. Yet, Shereimo simply blinked his eyes and replied, maybe it's because your skills aren't good enough yet. Lord Ye's current skills aren't sufficient to make my heart flutter, nor to qualify you as a candidate for my marriage partner. Stunned, Yi Chi could only think of 4 glaring words carved onto a massive boulder that had suddenly appeared, crushing down upon his chest. No Tekken Ik. At this moment, Yi Chi felt as though an enormous stone had appeared and was pressing heavily on his heart. Chapter 28, Rivals Always Want to Taste Him Again, 28. Yi Chi's lips were almost pressed into a line, and his whole body tightened once again. You rest first, I'll go cook for you. Yi Chi took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down, but when he said these words, his voice still trembled slightly. He just left this one sentence hanging before throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. Shereimo was lying on the bed watching Yi Chi leave. His back figure seemed to be running away in defeat, and Shereimo chuckled softly again. To be fair, Yi Chi had not been practicing for nothing during this period. The skill now was far better than it was the first time. But he would never admit that. After all, who could refuse something better? Only dissatisfaction with the current situation will push one to pursue something better and higher. The same applies to skills. There is still plenty of time ahead, and Yi Chi really needs to practice more. A faint smile appeared in Shereimo's eyes as he flipped down from the bed, opened Yi Chi's wardrobe directly, thought for a moment, and took one of Yi Chi's shirts, slipping it on his body. At the moment, Yi Chi was in the kitchen, taking a look at the soup he had prepared before Shereimo woke up, intending to use this soup to boil noodles. But doing these things now, he simply couldn't focus. What netizens previously said was one matter, doubting himself was another. However, hearing personally from his wife that she disdained his skills, that's a completely different thing. Moreover, it's precisely because of his lack of skill that she doesn't want to marry him. As Yi Chi thought more, he became angrier, mingled with a trace of grievance. He hadn't experienced these kinds of matters before, and even lacked much desire for them. Even when realizing his feelings for Shereimo, they were heavily suppressed. The worst he'd done was looking at surreptitiously snapped photos of Shereimo and then using some cunning to obtain clothes from him, resolving his own desires through those items. The previous time he was drugged was what shattered that last barrier inside him. Once certain boundaries are broken, there's no going back. Now he was completely entrapped in the honey jar that is Shereimo. He didn't want to crawl out, instead desiring only to dive deeper and possess completely. But why, despite working so hard recently, did he still get criticized? Could it be because every time, it happens after Shereimo sleeps? If that's the case, should he find ways to do it while Shereimo is awake? Yi Chi silently calculated, since Shereimo doesn't want to take responsibility, maybe he could make Shereimo responsible. They've already slept together twice, and this time, Shereimo initiated it voluntarily. Isn't it reasonable for me to make him responsible? Even if marriage isn't desired right now, perhaps starting as boyfriends works. But probably Shereimo wouldn't agree. In the worst-case scenario, he could settle for being lovers. And if Shereimo refuses even that, well, then becoming bed partners might work. Yi Chi seriously considered it, deemed it feasible, and his gaze became resolute. That's how it will be. Start as bed partners, improve the technique, and progress to become lovers, then boyfriend. Marriage will come sooner or later. Did you make this soup? It smells delicious. Suddenly, Shereimo's voice came from behind, instantly pulling Yi Chi out of his thoughts, causing him to lose balance momentarily and nearly drop the spoon he held. Reacting instinctively, Yi Chi turned around to see Shereimo only clad in a shirt, barely covering his thighs. And the shirt belonged to Yi Chi. On Shereimo, the shirt looked somewhat oversized, and the top two buttons were left unfastened. He saw the collarbone he had repeatedly kissed and the chest below it. Shereimo nibbled and marked him yesterday. Similarly, Yi Chi had left numerous marks belonging to him on Shereimo's body, some sort of territorial claim. Just by looking at these traces, Yi Chi could vividly imagine the sensation of touching those places. Shereimo initially smelled the aroma, wondering what Yi Chi had cooked. Seeing Yi Chi like this, however, he paused for a few seconds, then laughed aloud. Shereimo crossed his arms and looked teasingly at the stunned person in front of him, his tone laced with jest. Mr. Yi truly has a lot of fire in him, doesn't he? How about handling it first? Yi Chi swallowed hard, only realizing belatedly something was amiss. He touched his nose with his hand, finding a spot of red instantly staining his fingertip. Yi Chi. Yi Chi immediately turned around, simply dealt with it, and only dared to look back at Shereimo after the bleeding stopped. The weather has been a bit dry lately, and I've had some internal heat. Although this explanation didn't make much sense and sounded weak, Yi Chi still calmly explained it. But Shereimo didn't seem inclined to investigate further, as he was more curious about the soup Yi Chi had simmered, and whether he could eat it right away. Can I have a drink now? Shereimo walked up beside Yi Chi, glanced at the soup, and then looked over at him while his hands were already reaching for a bowl to serve himself. Sure, just wait a moment. I'll cook you some noodles. The joy in Yi Chi's voice was unmistakable. Seeing Shereimo wearing his clothes, obediently standing by his side waiting, Yi Chi's actions became quicker. He'd imagined such a scene countless times in his mind. Yi Chi made 2 bowls of noodles, placing a lot of meat in Shereimo's bowl. After the meal, looking at Shereimo who was sitting on the couch satisfied, Yi Chi put away the bowls and chopsticks before sitting next to him. Shereimo, let's continue our conversation from earlier. You don't want to marry me, but you remember yesterday you initiated things, so, you need to take responsibility for me. Shereimo's eyebrows arched slightly, surprised as he looked at Yi Chi. Yi Chi, are you serious? Seeing Yi Chi nod seriously, Shereimo developed a slight interest and curiously asked. So tell me, how do you expect me to be responsible? Money or projects? Knowing fully well that Shereimo didn't want to marry him, yet Yi Chi insisted Shereimo should bear the responsibility. He was curious what else Yi Chi wanted from him. With a look filled with curiosity, Yi Chi spoke gravely. I think we actually fit quite well in bed, and we both need someone to fulfill our needs, so, be my bed partner. Shereimo. Shereimo, why don't you just say be my lover? Yi Chi, alright, then be lovers. This time it was your idea. Shereimo, ? What happened to the little obedient dog who even sent gifts only after finding various excuses? How did he suddenly become so adept at taking advantage of every opportunity? Mr. Yi, do you know what you're saying? Shereimo laughed, his eyes clouded with an ambiguous glint, and as he said it, he raised his leg to kick Yichi's abdomen, but his ankle was caught. Yichi's expression was earnest, his tone calm. Of course I do. Shereimo, I'm serious. In fact, there's always been one rule in our Yi family, regardless of gender, no one can indulge in fleeting affairs, and relationships can only happen after marriage. Yichi started talking nonsense earnestly. I know the last 2 times were accidents, and if you don't want to give me a proper title, it's fine, I'll accept being your lover or your bed partner. Of course, if one day you encounter someone you like, you can let me know, and I will definitely let go. Unless Shereimo likes someone else, in which case he'll release his hand and grab his foot. Thinking to himself, Yichi lowered his gaze and looked at the ankle he held in his hand, where traces of madness flickered through the tenderness. He couldn't help but caress it gently with the pads of his fingers. Such a beautiful ankle would truly be wasted without marking it in some way. Chapter 29, Rivals always want to taste him repeatedly, 29. Huh. Shereimo softly chuckled, his eyes filled with intrigue as he stared at Yichi. It took him barely a glance to figure out what the latter was thinking. Still, it couldn't be denied that Yichi's wild and restrained manner really pleased him deeply. Shereimo knew he shouldn't push his little, mad dog, too hard. To get what he wanted, although indulgence couldn't go overboard, proper rewards were necessary. Since Mr. Yi has said so, how could I possibly refuse? Shereimo curved his eyebrows slightly, making his emotions unclear, leaving others uncertain if his words carried sincerity or deceit. As he spoke, he propped one hand on the sofa, leaning forward a little, and then used the other hand to caress Yichi's face before gently grasping his neck. With just a slight effort, he instantly reduced the distance between them. Shereimo opened his eyes and let out a soft breath near Yichi's ear, whispering. Yichi, if you want to be my lover, I'll oblige you. Yichi's Adam's apple moved slightly, although his grip on Shereimo's ankle hadn't fully loosened, the force behind it weakened. Yet, Shereimo did not take this opportunity to free his foot from Yichi's grasp. He said in a relaxed tone, however, if we're to be lovers, there must be the awareness of such a relationship. You cannot disclose our relation in front of others. Except at home, during other times, an appropriate distance must be maintained. What happens on the bed and off the bed are 2 different matters. Do you understand? Yichi couldn't believe that Shereimo had managed to tease him so intensely but pulled away at the critical moment, leaving him alone in torment. Seeing that Shereimo was truly about to leave without any intention to help him, Yichi eventually could no longer hold back. He stood up quickly and walked swiftly to Shereimo's back. He embraced Shereimo's waist, pressing his head against his shoulder blade. The clothes Shereimo wore belonged to him. It was impossible to separate their intertwined scents, not to mention the intimate posture they held. This created a highly ambiguous atmosphere between them. It wasn't until Shereimo recovered, then expelled him from his house. Clutching his clothes, holding his phone, barefooted, Yichi stood by the door, staring at the tightly shut door of his own house, lost in thought. After hesitating for less than 3 seconds, he decided against overthinking anymore. What's mine is my wife's, my room is my wife's room. Thus, it was completely reasonable for my wife to kick me out of my own home. Wife being willing to stay at my place, willing to linger here, that's my honor. Since he liked it so much, then tomorrow he would proceed with the transfer of ownership and gift this property to him as well. As for why he got kicked out, Yichi attributed this issue to the fact that he still hasn't done enough. But no worries, though insufficient now, he can always learn gradually. He can learn more tricks and styles, surely, he could make Shereimo satisfied. Once he becomes proficient, he can officially transition from being a lover. Considering he already upgraded from a rival to becoming a lover, having both of their names appear on a red booklet, marriage certificate, will only be a matter of time. Cheerfully, Yichi sent out red envelopes in all his groups and also distributed an additional 8,888 yuan to every netizen who gave him advice. When 447 mentioned this to Shereimo was lying on Yichi's bed, wearing Yichi's clothes, playing with the phone. Oh, let him send out the money if he wants. Shereimo glanced at a transfer notification popping up on a certain app, tapped into it, and accepted the 8,888 yuan transfer. 447. 447, Shereimo, didn't you say the antagonist and the protagonist couldn't be together? So does this mean you two are now together? Shereimo sighed softly, little 7, he's currently only my lover, and apart from the 2 of us, no one knows about our relationship. How can this count as being together? 447 lay on the pillow next to him, listening to his words and fell into deep thought. Something felt off, yet he couldn't articulate where exactly it was strange. 447, wanting to speak but stopping himself, Shereimo. Are you exploiting a bug? If the protagonist really got together with the antagonist, surely heavens would be enraged. Although they had done everything they should or shouldn't have done, nobody knew about their relationship. Even if guessed, it hasn't been openly exposed, nor directly admitted. Then, in the eyes of the heavenly way, without an official title, they were not considered to be together. But what difference did it make now if they weren't officially acknowledged? Isn't this just exploiting a bug in the system for the heavenly way? 447 looked at Shereimo with complicated feelings, then crawled next to him and poked his cheek. Shereimo, we are merely passers-by to this world. You mustn't get too deeply involved, or you'll feel sorrow when it's time to leave. Shereimo didn't answer 447's concern but deflected the topic by asking. By the way, how is Lin Ran doing? Oh, his popularity has reached an unprecedented peak. The Lin family has taken advantage of this opportunity to secure several big deals and snatch quite a few collaborations from the Yi family. Almost immediately, 447's attention was diverted by Shereimo's question, as he flipped through online comments about Lin Ran right on the spot. The majority of them are filled with envy, astonishment, and shock. Some people have even used him as a prototype to write novels. Take a look at these netizens, they're jokingly speculating whether he's reincarnated or equipped with some sort of system. Otherwise, how could he be so remarkable? 447 chuckled happily as he scrolled through the comments to show Shereimo, the scripts he wrote are still in production, but thanks to this opportunity, they've already started building momentum for those shows. This makes him increasingly eager to release those dramas sooner rather than later since the entire network is expecting them now. However, the greater the expectation, the more crushing the disappointment can be. Oh, and there's this too. Chapter 30, Rivals always want to repeatedly taste him, 30. As 447 flipped through other comments, he grinned and said cheerfully. Admit it, even though he's been given an insane amount of traffic, it has also brought him a huge backlash. Some people simply can't stand seeing others succeed. Once they saw Lin Ran become popular, they just had to unleash their frustration and hurl some truly nasty insults. Also, there are quite a few more rational individuals who are questioning him. How could he have written so many works with such different styles in such a short time? Writing scripts, songs, novels. Just now, no one has accused him of plagiarism yet. They all think he bought the works from someone else or hired ghostwriters. Some believe this is just the Lin family spending money to hype him up. Of course, there are more people praising him. Lin Ran has really been put on a pedestal during this time. Shouldn't we be moving our plan forward now? After sighing, 447 didn't forget to ask a question. No matter how many worlds they've crossed, the power of the internet still left him in awe. A person can skyrocket to godlike status overnight, but can also fall into the mud just as fast. Shereimo was flipping through these comments, his lips curving into a smile, and slowly spoke. Not in a hurry, let's wait a bit longer. Oh, right, Shao-Chi, suppress those rational comments. If there's any backfire, make sure to suppress those comments entirely. Startled, 447 asked, why? Isn't it good for us that people are questioning Lin Ran? Shereimo changed his posture, already having exited the game interface, clicked into the several trending topics, and was looking at what people were saying as well as what Lin Ran had done during this time. Idiot, of course it's to silence mouths and make the situation bigger. Some people might just see the video and comment casually, not even taking this event seriously. But if we suppress their voices, it's easy to provoke rebellious feelings in them, making them remember this incident and remember this person. By then, the backlash he'll face will be much greater. Shereimo sighed softly and patted 447 again. Hearing his words, 447's eyes lit up and he immediately prepared to take action. However, before he could move, Shereimo grabbed him. The familiar gesture, the familiar posture made 447 stiffen instantly. 447, OAO. Shereimo, you're sober now, right? You wouldn't want to eat me, would you? With despair in his voice, 447 trembled while asking. Shereimo. The suppressed memory suddenly resurfaced, giving him a bite. Shereimo coughed lightly, rarely speaking with a hint of guilt. Of course not, that was just an accident. I got drunk by mistake, don't worry about it. Sniffing, 447 tried to hold back his tears. Shereimo, I swear, I will never let you drink alcohol again. Looking at 447's appearance, Shereimo also got the urge to tease him, and with a soft sigh, opened his mouth and said plaintively. But what if I insist on drinking? Would Shao-Chi tie me up? 447. Help. He didn't want to feel sympathetic, but Shereimo was flirting with him. After twisting anxiously for a while, 447 finally spoke. If you insist on drinking, then I'll lock myself in the black room. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the black room, at least he wouldn't be bitten off by a drunken Shereimo. Shereimo lightly laughed again while holding on to 447, although he didn't say anything, it was clear he was in a great mood. When he had had enough, he finally let go. Alright, get to work. Cheerful in his tone, 447 responded, sure thing. Shereimo shook his head and logged into his alternate account, opening a group chat within which there were over 20 people. It was quiet in the group, and the last message remained untouched for more than a month. Shereimo lowered his gaze and typed a line. Have you all seen the recent news online? Are all preparations ready? It will soon be your turn to take the stage. As soon as his message went out, someone immediately responded. Leaf, rest assured, I'm all set. That damn thief. I won't let him go. Peaceful Mind, I'm ready too, but speaking hypothetically, can I hang him at his own doorstep? Peaceful Mind, I've worked on my script for 5 years. And all he does is change the protagonist's name and claim it as his original creation. Guan Shanhai, me too, it's fine that he stole my song, but he actually changed the melody. And made it so ugly to listen to. Guan Shanhai, damn him, I shouldn't have listened to that thing he sang. A counterfeit will always be a counterfeit, garbage is still garbage, it really dirted my ears. Yezi, good thing we've got Amo, otherwise with the current situation, we wouldn't know what to do. Jojo, yesterday I logged into a throwaway account and said his work was copied. His brainless fans not only cursed me endlessly but also reported me, resulting in my account being banned. Jojo, that just made me laugh harder. Yezi, but talking about this, I'm really curious, where did he get all these things from? Is it true like what they say online? Does he have some kind of system? Zinpingkai, I wish I could hang his system outside his door as well. Jojo, rest assured, his arrogance won't last long. Let him gloat for now. The higher one stands, the more painful the fall will be. As Shereimo read through the discussions in the group chat, he didn't send any messages, just smiled slightly at the corner of his lips. Lin Ran thought he had an advantage since he lived a few extra years over others, so he knew future trends and which items would become popular. He assumed by restarting his life, he could claim all those works beforehand without restraint. But he didn't realize all those were the hard work of others, meticulously crafted and repeatedly revised. These works were set to emerge earlier than Lin Ran anticipated, they just hadn't been presented to the public yet. And all these people were original creators who, during the plot distortion events instigated by Lin Ran and his fanbase, had unfairly been accused of plagiarism. Although entering the storyline prematurely meant Shereimo couldn't outright kill Lin Ran, it allowed him to make advanced preparations. Shereimo brought these individuals together, let their creations surface earlier than intended, and registered patents for them. He intentionally kept their heat under wraps to keep them away from the eyes of the general public, all for this day. This included the script Lin Ran was currently rushing to shoot. These people had started filming it a year ago already. Otherwise, how could Lin Ran possibly find no available actors originally destined for that script? Unfortunately, a dim-witted person remains such even after being reborn. Even so, blinded by short-term gains, Lin Ran failed to notice anything suspicious. Shereimo then lowered his eyelids and logged out of his alternate account. There were certainly people who disagreed with his methods, but he'd removed all such members from the group chat. His help was merely an incidental action, primarily focused on completing his own tasks. If someone didn't cooperate, there would be no reason for him to flatter or cajole. Moreover, by building such a massive reputation for Lin Ran, creating enormous traffic and attention around him. When the original creators reveal themselves and deliver undeniable proof, then all that immense popularity and fortune will fall squarely onto them instead. This way, they'll receive far more than what they would have obtained initially. However, upon switching accounts and reading the message notifications popping up, his eyebrows involuntarily arched. Almo, let's grab dinner tomorrow. Chapter 31 Rival always wants to taste him again, 31. It was a message sent by Lin Ran. Shereimo looked up with his eyes slightly lowered. During this time, Lin Ran had been dazzled by enormous traffic and popularity, so he had little energy or time to bother him. Even so, every night Lin Ran would still take the time to send him a goodnight message. Even without any response, it didn't affect Lin Ran in the slightest, as if this were a way to show how deeply devoted he was. Shereimo couldn't help but give a light scoff, it seemed that Lin Ran had already handled things well enough to have time to invite him. Still, come to think of it, although Lin Ran was still an incompetent person behind his back, there was still the Lin family behind him. Lin father wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity, and handling these matters wasn't a major issue. Shereimo recalled the comments he had just seen, along with the videos and statements that Lin Ran had been posting recently. He decided to reply with just a good. Lin Ran immediately replied, confirming the restaurant for tomorrow and sending over the address. Then, there was a long ongoing input lasting 2 minutes. Shereimo waited patiently for Lin Ran's next message, only to receive a few shared videos. Lin Ran, AMO, have you been online recently? So many people think we are a great match. Lin Ran, AMO, look at these videos they edited. They don't even feel off, anyone who doesn't know might think we're already together. Lin Ran, oh, speaking of which, a few days ago someone shared with me several fictions written about us, they're actually not bad. Do you want to read them? I can share them with you if you do. Without waiting for Shereimo's reply after sending that message, Lin Ran went ahead and sent over those few fictions. Shereimo, of course, knew why this situation occurred. Not only had Lin Ran established himself online as an all-around perfect figure, but also as a deeply repentant romantic. Possibly because of the arranged marriage issue, Lin Ran refused completely beforehand. Although Lin Ran never explicitly stated that the person he liked was Shereimo, he had provided plenty of subtle hints both overtly and covertly. When someone came forward saying that the person he used to chase was Yi Chi, Lin Ran simply gave a bitter smile, saying that he had mistaken his feelings before, but he wouldn't anymore from now on. He would cherish those who truly love him from here on out. In addition, due to Lin Ran's intentional guidance and the hired internet trolls entering the fray, many began to question what Yi Chi must have done to make the man who once liked him say such words. Some were enthusiastically pairing them up, believing Lin Ran to be like the protagonist of a novel. There were those who anticipated Lin Ran and Shereimo getting together, joining forces strongly to slap faces. Others believed that one who betrayed true feelings should endure 10,000 needles, and eagerly awaited Yi Qi's downfall in pursuit of lost love. Only a small number of people held a skeptical or neutral stance regarding this matter. However, the voices online were too overwhelming. Even if they disagreed, it was hard to voice their opinions. Even if they did speak up, their voices were quickly drowned out amidst all the noise. Shereimo scrolled through those posts and videos, and found it unsurprising. But then again, imagining Yi Qi becoming the antagonist in those stories made him want to laugh. He wondered how Yi Qi would react upon seeing these stories. Shereimo thought for a moment and figured he would probably go insane with anger. Before, when Lin Ran merely said he liked him and wanted to marry him, Yi Qi had already become extremely upset. Now, with the internet full of /fictions and video edits featuring him and Lin Ran. TSKS. Shereimo turned over, leaning back against the bed. He remembered the time when Lin Ran invited him for dinner and got beaten into the hospital by Yi Qi midway. If Lin Ran hadn't learned his lesson, they might meet again at the hospital. But evidently, this time Lin Ran didn't commit the same mistake as last time. The next day, they met at the agreed-upon place. Lin Ran had booked a couple's restaurant and deliberately chose a table in the hall rather than a private room. At the time they arrived, there weren't many people in the restaurant. Shereimo's gaze inadvertently swept past those people, gaining insight into Lin Ran's purpose of inviting him out today. These people appeared to be here for a meal, yet were actually keeping an eye on them constantly. It seemed Lin Ran brought them here to gather material for their /fiction. Shereimo had barely sat down when Lin Ran presented him with the red roses he had prepared early, his eyes brimming with tender devotion. "Amo, this is specially prepared for you today. It's your favorite red rose." Already quite a few people had discreetly recorded this scene. Those excited and ardent gazes, no matter how well hidden, could still be sensed. Shereimo curled the corner of his lips, giving Lin Ran a meaningful look before accepting the roses. "That's truly, thank you." Lin Ran smiled with a curl of his lips. "Mo, between us there's no need for gratitude." 447 sat atop Shereimo's shoulder, stealthily noting down all those who had been taking photos earlier. It then commented. "Little Mo, he's really good at this stuff. You two are still sitting here, dinner hasn't even been served yet, but your rumored relationship has already spread like wildfire. There's that guy to your left rear. He appears to be on a video call with his girlfriend, but in reality, he's live streaming. Even though neither of you parties has directly confirmed it, basically everyone has now taken for granted that you two are a couple." 447 paused, snorting again after its explanation. As it glanced across to where Lin Ran was trying to strike up conversations and continuously exposing his deep affection under the constant lens of those around them. 447 rolled its eyes outright, emitting a discontented hum. It seems he not only plans to step on Yi Qi and set up an image of himself as a clear-headed romantic breaking free from the bad guy label, but he also intends to use public opinion to completely bind the two of you together. Though I know this is part of your plan too, little Mo, seeing him like this makes me feel so uneasy. Shereimo's eyes slightly curved, his smile deepening as freshly served dishes arrived. Upon hearing 447's words, a faint curve graced his lips as he responded. "Since he has made our little seven unhappy, let's make sure he doesn't get happy either." The gleam in 447's eyes brightened instantly as it eagerly asked. "Little Mo, do you have some other plan?" "Shereimo, there's no grand plan, just a spur-of-the-moment thought. The number of online viewers for the live stream must be considerable. Go mess with it a bit, manipulate it." Shereimo lowered his gaze slightly, hiding the emotions within his eyes. Since he wants the entire web to witness his devotion, we'll help him achieve that. But if something unexpected were to happen by accident with so many people watching, it would surely be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Chapter 32, The Sworn Enemy Always Wants to Taste Him Again, 32. Upon hearing Shereimo's words, 447 immediately understood and glanced at the person live streaming in the back. He then felt that one person wasn't enough, so he subtly messed up a few virtual accounts, starting a live stream that meticulously recorded everything happening here, with no blind spots. "Little Mo. I'm all ready, let's get started." 447 was eager to create a little surprise for Lin Ran, making him look foolish in front of everyone online. His tone carried an air of excitement. However, in the next moment, his smile vanished. Because Lin Ran knelt down on one knee right in front of everyone and pulled out an exquisite box. Lin Ran gazed deeply into Shereimo's eyes as he opened the box, revealing a diamond ring inside. "Mo, I like you. I know I've done wrong things in the past, so I missed many years with you, but now I have clearly realized my feelings. I also know you are fully focused on your career, but I am willing to wait for you and stand behind you, accompanying you to achieve your career goals. Mo, will you give me a chance to stand behind you?" As Lin Ran spoke, there were tears glinting in his eyes, filled with anticipation as he looked at Shereimo. Previously, at the Shir family house, Shereimo had been very straightforward. Therefore, Lin Ran didn't expect any response from Shereimo at this moment. What Lin Ran wanted was for everyone to know about this matter. He wanted them to know how much he liked Shereimo. He also wanted Shereimo to know the depth of his feelings for him. When Lin Ran knelt down, the music had already changed to another song, indicating it was all planned ahead of time. As his words came to an end, cheers from the surrounding people began to erupt, shouting, "Say yes." Shereimo maintained a calm expression, though a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Well, this was certainly unexpected. He thought Lin Ran had specially invited him to a couple's restaurant and arranged so many people present to secretly take some intimate photos of them together, using public opinion to tie them together first. But to his surprise, Lin Ran had just been clearly rejected by him moments ago and yet still dared to propose publicly in front of so many people. Shereimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless of whether Lin Ran's proposal was accepted or not, it seemed Lin Ran wouldn't suffer much loss from this move. Before Shereimo could respond, 447, who'd caught on to the situation, widened his eyes and bit his teeth while exclaiming, "No! Why is his face so big?" Unable to bear Lin Ran looking so sentimental, 447 immediately pulled out a few spike balls from his small pocket and threw them directly towards Lin Ran's face. SSSS. The muscles on Lin Ran's face twitched as sudden pain made him gasp sharply. But he didn't think too much about it, assuming it might be just some kind of insect, reflexively slapping his own face. Meanwhile, 447 also brought a small speaker close to Lin Ran's face and smacked a loud sound with his hand which instantly reached everyone's ears. The crowd who had been cheering suddenly fell silent. Lin Ran himself was somewhat dazed as he stared at his own hand. Did I hit myself that hard? However, when everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Ran's unexpected slap to his own face, Shereimo already calmly picked up a cup nearby, fingers moving lightly. Looking at Lin Ran with a faint trace of laughter in his eyes, Shereimo gently helped him up and handed him the cup in his hand. "Let's eat first. I'm hungry, and I'll seriously consider what you said." Hearing Shereimo say this, Lin Ran momentarily forgot about what happened earlier. His eyes lit up, and with a laugh, he accepted the cup of water. "Alright, let's eat first." Shereimo, on the other hand, didn't eat much but watched him constantly smiling, occasionally engaging in light conversation with him. Since his rebirth, this was the first time Shereimo had been so gentle toward him. Lin Ran looked at the person in front of him, whose smiling face and features caused his ears to grow warm. It felt like the current Shereimo was even more handsome and heart-wrenchingly charming than the Shereimo in his memories. Especially those eyes, beautifully alluring peach blossom eyes shimmering with a glossy light, holding fragmented glimmers of laughter. When being so attentively gazed at by such a pair of eyes, it was indeed difficult not to fall under their charm. Lin Ran swallowed, his eyes captivated by Shereimo. Now, he almost couldn't hear anything Shereimo was saying, yet he still gave responses sentence by sentence. 3 minutes later, Lin Ran's legs started trembling, and even his breathing became heavy. His face turned red, yet under Shereimo's amused gaze, he still tried to maintain his composure, pretending nothing happened so that he could continue eating. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Shereimo asked with a grin, causing Lin Ran's body to stiffen instantly. However, unwilling to miss this opportunity to interact with Shereimo, he managed to let out a forced laugh. "Nothing, nothing. You go on." But his voice quivered as he spoke, revealing how unconvincing he sounded. Lin Ran's muscles tensed further, his breathing grew heavier. Veins protruded on the back of his hands, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. It was as if he had reached his breaking point. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to leave, he realized his legs wouldn't move at all. It felt like his body was no longer under his control. This realization brought an immediate flash of terror to his eyes, quickly followed by anxiety. "What? Are you really okay?" Shereimo still grinned, asking with apparent concern. Had Lin Ran remained lucid and rational at this moment, he would have noticed there was no trace of tenderness in Shereimo's laughter, only amusement from watching the commotion unfold. I'm fine, really." Lin Ran gave a very strained smile before losing the ability to keep smiling altogether. He collapsed onto the ground, drawing everyone's attention with the sudden noise. Clutching his stomach tightly, Lin Ran gasped heavily and groaned in agony. "Ah. 447 chuckled as he read the chat messages to Shereimo. "Little MOMO, some people are calling you cold-hearted for ignoring someone who likes you when he fell. You didn't even try to help. Haha, I just kicked him out of the live stream. Also, here's another one. Someone is saying that maybe Lin Ran has mental issues since he suddenly went crazy. But most comments express concern about him, suggesting he might have a stomachache." Shereimo calculated the time in his mind, then stood up calmly without changing expression. Looking at Lin Ran, who had begun writhing and crawling on the ground, he immediately took several steps back. With a faint tut, he shook his head lightly, eyes still laughing as he watched Lin Ran crawl toward the nearest person who was live streaming. "No. Don't come near me." The person, unaware of what had happened or why Lin Ran acted this way, instinctively panicked and wanted to escape. Lin Ran didn't give him any chance to evade, grabbing his phone and smashing it on the ground before starting to violently destroy other things around. "No. It's not." Lin Ran shook his head, attempting to explain that these weren't actions he intended to take. However, his body betrayed him and smashed several tables consecutively. My God, what's gotten into him? Is he mutating? Damn it. We agreed on taking a few photos only. This money isn't worth the hassle. Maybe we should call an ambulance first. I think calling the police is better. Heaven help us. Stay away. Chapter 33, Rivals always want to taste him again and again, 33. Shereimo stood in the corner, taking in everything slowly with a calm gaze. For 47 curiously asked, little Mo, he was fine, why did he suddenly go crazy? Could it be that you used your power to control him? Shereimo chuckled lightly, a useless person like him doesn't deserve to be touched by my power. I just exchanged a little medicine from the system mall that can make his limbs lose coordination, and mixed in a bit of laxative. For 47 nodded thoughtfully, that's why he seems relatively clear-headed right now but can't control himself. But this move has made a lot of people online say that he's gone mad. He's been very popular lately, and what just happened instantly topped the hot search list. The Lin family noticed too, and they're frantically trying to take it down. However, come to think of it, Lin Ran proposed to you in front of so many people. Yi Chi hasn't even come over yet. Shereimo played with the cup in his hand, watching as the restaurant, meticulously decorated, descended into chaos all at once. His eyes slightly curved. Ah, perhaps it's because he finally remembered what he should do. 447 paused silently, then turned to check Yi Chi's current whereabouts. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. So during this period, those few projects that the Lin family took from the Yi family were intentionally given up by Yi Chi. Yi Chi was bothing you and also collaborating with Cheng Ziyu, planning to set a trap for the Lin family. No, how did he manage to do all these things without us knowing? There was disbelief in 447's tone. To him, Yi Chi had been doing nothing but pestering Shereimo all this time, never expecting that he was actually plotting behind the scenes. Shereimo, however, wasn't surprised at all, as he had already sent all of Lin Ran's plans to Yi Chi beforehand. Since Yi Chi is the male protagonist, naturally he knows how to prioritize things. While continuously him during this time, wasn't it also a way to show others? Lin Ran was busy acquiring traffic and attention, leaving no time for festivals and such, but Mr. Lin wasn't someone to be underestimated. Now the Lin family believed they were working together with others to divide the Yi family, unaware that they themselves were the ones being trapped. Just a glance at the information 447 found, and his eyebrows slightly arched in surprise. What Yi Chi did went beyond his expectations. Even though he'd been so busy lately, he still managed to find time to deal with their private matters. Should he say that it's truly worthy of being the main character? Such boundless energy. But if calculated like this. Once Lin Ran is dealt with, wouldn't Yi Chi have less time to arrange traps, and thus more time to? Shereimo fell silent for a moment. After some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. After all, he was a demon of charm, how far could Yi Chi's energy possibly reach? As for the other people in the restaurant, they were originally arranged by Lin Ran as well. It's unclear who reported to the police, but the already chaotic scene grew even more disordered. Shereimo, after having watched enough of the commotion, let 447 record enough videos and then quietly left unnoticed. But he didn't expect that when the elevator door opened, there were 7 or 8 people inside who looked like gangsters. They looked ferocious, with dyed hair in various colors, holding batons, and some even had lollipops in their mouths. Of course, his focus wasn't on them, but rather on Yi Chi standing in front of them. Yi Chi had probably just rushed over, with a light sweat on his forehead, still dressed in a well-fitted suit, wearing a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, and his hair perfectly styled, his expression as cold as ever. But the moment the elevator doors opened, the indifference on Yi Chi's face shattered, his eyes full of shock and panic. Shereimo immediately stepped forward to block the elevator door, looking at Yi Chi with an amused yet teasing gaze. Yi Chi, in his tension, didn't even know where to place his hands. TSK. Big Master Yi sure puts on a big show. Why does everyone dye their hair except you? You don't seem to fit in. The others, upon seeing this, looked at each other awkwardly for a moment, unsure whether to leave or stay. They cast a look of pleading at Yi Chi, who simply turned his head away quietly and cleared his throat softly. You misunderstood, I'm not familiar with them. I was discussing cooperation nearby, just came here for a meal, and coincidentally ran into them downstairs, so we came up together. Ah, that's right. This young man, you mustn't misunderstand, we just happened to meet. The red-haired one laughed heartily as he explained and nudged the blonde next to him with his elbow, the blonde also nodded repeatedly. We're here to look for Lin Ran. He asked us to do some work before but hasn't settled the final payment yet. We heard he's having a meal here today, so we've come to claim our debt. Do you know where he is? Seeing their amateurish act, Shereimo didn't want to expose them or look further. Shereimo moved slightly to one side and pointed them in the direction. He's over there, go ahead. The surrounding people, upon hearing his words, sighed with relief as though they'd been given a pardon order, hastily leaving the elevator without daring to look back. For 47 remarked, now I understand why he didn't come find you first, he was gathering reinforcements. He wants to beat Lin Ran up in front of everyone while framing him at the same time. Gathering a group of hoodlums to cause trouble certainly is an effective and quick method. However, after witnessing the scene, 447 was only momentarily surprised before he quickly deemed it normal. Lin Ran has already blatantly tried to poach resources from Yi Chi's side, it would be strange if Yi Chi could stay calm. For 47 thought for a moment, still, I think he likely intends to tarnish Lin Ran's image in your eyes too. As Shereimo stepped into the elevator, he glanced at Yi Chi, whose body was still tense, unable to look at him or speak. Didn't you say you were hungry and wanted to eat? Aren't you going out with them? Yi Chi quietly defended himself, I really have no connection with them, please don't misunderstand. Although he appeared calm on the surface, only he knew how nervous and fearful he was that Shereimo's impression of him might worsen because of this incident. To the point that he had rehearsed countless explanations inside his head but couldn't manage to utter a single word. Shereimo chuckled lightly, then shall we go have dinner together? Upon hearing this, Yi Chi first froze, then his eyes lit up immediately. He promptly pressed the elevator button and edged closer to Shereimo, grabbing his hand in the process. His movements flowed smoothly, afterward, he nodded lightly. Realizing Shereimo hadn't let go of his hand, Yi Chi's heart soared, tilting his head up slightly to glance at him sideways. What do you feel like eating? Or we could go home, and I'll cook for you. Yi Chi always believed Shereimo agreed to be his lover due in part to the soup he made. After all the guides online claimed that to capture someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. And indeed, Shereimo seemed rather fond of the soups Yi Chi prepared. Since this was the case, naturally he needed to cook more delicious dishes for Shereimo, capturing both his heart and his stomach firmly within his grasp. There was a faint gleam of anticipation in Yi Chi's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Amo, let's go to my place. Shereimo arched an eyebrow, gently holding his fingers, his tone laced with laughter. What will we eat at your place? Will Master Yi cook me noodles again like last time? At the mention, Yi Chi's eyes wandered a bit, a sudden blush tinging his cheeks, even his earlobes turning red, leaving him momentarily speechless. Watching his reaction, Shereimo's lips curled even higher, a trace of interest flickering in his eyes. Truly, teasing puppies was always the most entertaining. Just as he turned away, recovering his gaze, he heard Yi Chi casually whisper by his side. If you want, I can cook noodles for you. Chapter 34, Archenemies always want to taste him again and again, 34. Shereimo. Had he just been flirted with? Shereimo glanced at Yi Chi, whose expression was as calm as ever but still had red ear tips. It must be an illusion. How could Yi Chi intentionally say such things? Shereimo suppressed his thoughts without changing his expression and eventually followed Yi Chi to his house. As soon as they opened the door, Yi Chi casually tossed his suit jacket aside and, while complaining about the heat, began untying his tie and opening his shirt buttons. Yi Chi acted nonchalant as he undid 3 shirt buttons and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a smooth-lined, muscular forearm. All the while, Yi Chi's peripheral vision kept observing Shereimo's reaction. When he noticed that Shereimo's gaze didn't linger on him for too long, a tinge of disappointment flickered in his eyes but quickly disappeared. It's kind of hot today, why don't you take off your coat as well? As he spoke, Yi Chi extended his hand toward Shereimo, intending to help him take it off. Shereimo noticed immediately after entering the house that the temperature inside was slightly higher than outside. And he certainly didn't believe it wasn't Yi Chi's intention. Though Shereimo thought this way in his heart, he didn't expose Yi Chi's small scheme. He simply let Yi Chi remove his coat and then subtly rubbed his waist as if by accident. Shereimo. Seemed like even when taking advantage, Yi Chi only dared to use such trivial tactics, clearly what was said in the elevator earlier was just casual talk. You can sit on the couch for a while, I'll go make dinner for you. With reddened ears, Yi Chi hung up Shereimo's coat neatly before quickly heading towards the kitchen. Shereimo observed his somewhat bashful appearance and couldn't help but raise a brow. After all, between them, the most intimate acts had been done many times over already. This guy even dared to install so many cameras in his own house. Dared to climb into his bed quietly while he slept and have deep exchanges with him. But now, when interacting normally, he actually got shy. Just touching him evoked such a strong reaction, Shereimo couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he kissed him. Shereimo suddenly felt curious and thus didn't stay sitting on the sofa as Yi Chi suggested but instead stepped forward. I'll help you. Saying this with a smile and twinkling eyes, he walked behind Yi Chi, fastened his apron, and then naturally wrapped his arms around Yi Chi's waist from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. In this position, the two were extremely intimate, with Yi Chi almost entirely embraced by Shereimo, pressed tightly against him. Shereimo could distinctly feel how Yi Chi's breathing became heavy, and his heartbeat quickened. Yet Shereimo pretended to notice nothing as he sighed softly into Yi Chi's ear. What should I do? Young Master Yi, I suddenly feel like you also taste quite good. Yi Chi's body tensed immediately. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and his gaze grew dim and ambiguous. He wasn't sure whether Shereimo saying these words meant wanting to do something or just teasing him. Yi Chi lowered his gaze, trying to mask the madness lurking in his eyes. He believed it was likely the latter, yet even though he knew Shereimo said this to mock him, he couldn't help but get excited. Moreover, he couldn't resist wanting to pick Shereimo up right there and place him on the counter. Then he'd use everything he had to embellish Shereimo until he sparkled brilliantly. Afterward, he'd be able to savor him carefully. As these thoughts intensified, Yi Chi's heartbeat accelerated. However, at that moment, a sudden soft touch came to his cheek, startling him back to reality. Shereimo had kissed him. This realization left Yi Chi first stunned and then filled with elation. Turning his head abruptly, Yi Chi looked at Shereimo, who smiled and opened his mouth. Master Ye's flavor isn't bad. Weren't you going to cook for me? Why are you standing here motionless? As Shereimo spoke, he had already let go of Yi Chi and focused his gaze on the dishes Yi Chi had just taken out. His demeanor seemed as if nothing had happened, like it wasn't him who had kissed Yi Chi just moments ago. Yi Chi's hand, hanging loosely at his side, tightened slightly. Was it indeed merely a mockery? However, if this teasing allowed Shereimo to kiss him more often, then he wouldn't mind being teased further. Shereimo liked fine food, but he didn't know how to cook well. To put it simply, whatever he cooked might be edible, but only just. Towards cooking, Shereimo showed no particular concern and never intended to learn seriously. After all, no matter which world it was, he was never short of money or people around him who could cook for him. Why should he trouble himself to do something he wasn't good at? Yi Chi was undoubtedly the one that suited his taste so far among those he had encountered. Master Yi, would you mind if I watch how you do it? Shereimo asked with a smile again. I can help you. Yi Chi neither refused nor assigned Shereimo any tasks. He simply took a small dessert from the fridge and brought a chair over, asking Shereimo to sit quietly by the side. Looking at Shereimo, who obediently followed his arrangement and sat down as told. Yi Chi's brows and eyes curved slightly, amusement flickering in his gaze as he spoke gently. Watching here is the greatest help you can give me. As he spoke, he also patted Shereimo's head, ruffling the soft, ink-like hair into slight disorder. Shereimo held the little cake Yi Chi gave him, looking up at him slightly, lips parting slightly but letting him make all the motions without anger. After all, he didn't come to the kitchen to truly assist Yi Chi. Shereimo's lips curled faintly, then he pulled out 447 from the system space. Alright, relax for now, Xiaoqi, take a break. Record Yi Chi's cooking steps and measurements, I wouldn't want to miss such delicious dishes in the next world. Shereimo nibbled on a little spoon, the aroma of cream and fruit melting between his lips and teeth. The jam inside was probably made by Yi Chi, it tasted different from what he'd had before, but he liked it very much. Alrighty. You can count on me, Mr. Mo, I've got this. 447 tumbled in the air, wiggling its fluffy body upon hearing Shereimo's request. It immediately chirped cheerfully and flew over to Yi Chi, following him step by step to completely record every single move he made. Shereimo watched Yi Chi busy in a pink and white cat paw printed apron and soon smelled the aroma of the dishes, making him close his eyes instinctively. It already smelled so delicious. Shereimo opened his eyes and gazed at Yi Chi's profile, observing his gentle smiling expression. For a fleeting moment, Shereimo suddenly felt like staying this way might not be too bad after all. But only for an instant, he quickly dismissed this thought. Just as 447 had reminded him before, to this world, he was merely a passerby. In theory, once he completed his mission and dealt with Lin Ran, he would leave this world for the next one. Anyway, in the endgame of this world, the antagonist was destined to be forced to go abroad. At that time, he just needed a reason to go overseas and arrange some accidental incidents, plane crash or robbery, and then he could transition to the next world. But. Chapter 35, Archenemy always wants to repeatedly taste him, 35. The thought of not being able to eat such delicious food and desserts soon made Shereimo feel a bit uncomfortable. And he had no idea how long it would be before he encountered another person whose taste suited him. After all, for their kind, enchantress demons, the food that truly filled them was the good fortune unique to humans. Shereimo was particularly picky and hadn't found anyone who matched his taste in the main world. But always eating those things wasn't enough to fill him, and he couldn't let himself starve, so he joined the bureau as a mission taker. By completing missions, he could gain points and then exchange them for good fortune, using it as his own food. This was Shereimo's original plan, only he didn't expect after passing through so many worlds and transferring to a new department, that he would take a liking to someone from a minor world. Even more so, this person was the male lead of this world. From physique to appearance, even down to sufficient energy levels, Yi Chi suited his tastes perfectly. The meals were even exceptionally good. This person was entirely tailored to Shereimo's preferences. Giving up on him like this felt somewhat regrettable. Shereimo stared at Yi Chi's back, already forming a small plan in his heart. A flash of calculation passed through his eyes but quickly vanished, replaced by a deeper curve at the corner of his lips. Yi Chi soon finished preparing the meal, and Shereimo also ate the little cake. While they sat together for dinner, there was an unusual silence between them as both kept their gazes lowered at their phones. Shereimo knew that Yi Chi was probably handling some things and didn't bother him. After all, spending every day together yet having to squeeze out time to deal with so much business, naturally required making full use of available time. Meanwhile, he was reading comments online. Though the Lin family acted promptly to remove the trending topic, what Lin Ran did at the restaurant today was still witnessed by quite a few people. Lin Ran ended up being taken away by an ambulance, directly transported to the Lin family's private hospital for a full-body checkup. But how could the medicine produced by the system store possibly be examined for any issues? In the end, when nothing was found during the checkup, someone subtly reminded Lin's father to have his son's mental health assessed. Not just them, but people online also guessed whether Lin Ran had psychological problems. People who questioned Lin Ran earlier and were criticized now stood out to mock him, saying Lin Ran's brain was indeed faulty and might even have multiple personality disorder. Otherwise, how could someone simultaneously create works with so many different styles, even entirely opposing ones? Shereimo's fingers curled slightly, knocking against the table indifferently as he scrolled through these comments. The Lin family exerted considerable effort to subdue the situation. But the perfect persona Lin Ran built online had started to crack. For over a month afterward, Lin Ran was locked inside the house. Lin's father forbade him from going out or contacting anyone. Shereimo actually enjoyed a rare moment of peace under the Lin family's management. Subsequently, several scandals involving other stars erupted, burying this incident entirely. Although the internet has a memory, with fresh gossip available to consume, people gradually lost interest in past matters with no developments. Additionally, the drama Lin Ran urgently pushed for production unofficially announced its release date. The Lin family hired numerous internet trolls who blindly praised the show, somewhat salvaging his reputation. Finally, the day came when Shereimo logged into a secondary account and sent just one message in the group chat indicating that they could begin. That show they'd long since completed filming for and meticulously planned everything for except the release timing. The two dramas' release times were only 3 days apart. Lin's father had noticed something amiss during this period. Quite a few contracts obtained by Lin Group had issues. These weren't major contracts, so initially, they paid no attention, nor worried about it too much. Now, Lin's father finally realized someone was targeting them, but by this time, there were already problems with the cash flow. Even realizing this, he was unable to do anything immediately but to figure out ways to resolve the financial crisis first. He wanted to exploit Lin Ran to raise money and profit from this drama. Thus, during the initial promotional phase, he cared more than anyone else, pushing for very aggressive marketing efforts. However, before their show was released, another one premiered just before theirs. The plot similarity between the two shows reached as high as 85%. But Phoenix, which was released 3 days ahead of their Phoenix Cry to the World, despite having no promotion beforehand, gained more popularity than Phoenix Cry to the World within 3 days. Initially, many people thought Phoenix was the same one Lin Ran had invested in. After all, the plots were too similar. However, soon they realized that neither the cast nor the director matched the ones they often saw related to Phoenix Cry to the World. The whole internet was intrigued and eagerly anticipated Phoenix Cry to the World. Some even intentionally mentioned the official account of Phoenix Cry to the World under the official posts of Phoenix, waiting for a clash. After watching Phoenix, the anticipation for Phoenix Cry to the World grew even more. So on the premiere day of Phoenix Cry to the World, the views exploded. Lin Ran was initially shocked upon learning about this. After all, in his memory, Phoenix was supposed to come out 2 years later. How could it be released so early? Without needing to ask, Lin's father knew what kind of person he was, scolding him severely, and started figuring out how to solve the problem. However, once they noticed the viewership numbers for Phoenix Cry to the World were higher than those for Phoenix, they both sighed with relief. After all, in today's era, popularity is the most crucial thing. As long as their show had enough buzz, they could easily turn the tables, even accuse Phoenix of being the plagiarist. However, they didn't get to smile for long. Netizens watched Phoenix Cry to the World with a mix of curiosity and anticipation from its extensive pre-release promotion. Thus, the first episode of Phoenix Cry to the World garnered unprecedentedly high viewership. But starting from the second episode, it plummeted drastically. Even the comments for the second episode were overwhelmingly negative, except for a few water army comments scattered sparsely among them. Tired soul, hahaha, damn, I shouldn't have been curious about what ridiculous stuff he would write next. Please give me back a pair of unwatched eyes. Chapter 36, Archenemies always want to taste him again, 36. Look at what you've done. Didn't you say it's all your own work? Didn't you say it would definitely be a hit? Now it's good, it's indeed popular, but everyone is saying you plagiarized and demanding an explanation from you. I invested so much in the beginning, and now it's all for that, Phoenix. Lin Ran. You really have become too confident to consult us on such important matters. Lin father roared furiously, his eyes red as he trembled with anger. Lin Ran sat on the sofa, head hanging low, gritting his teeth so that no one could see the emotions in his eyes. He tightly gripped the cup in his hand, the veins bulging on his knuckles, showing how hard he was holding it, as if he were about to crush it. Lin mother quickly came forward with another cup of water to comfort him. All right, don't get mad at Xiao Ran. He didn't intend for things to turn out like this. As she pushed the water cup into Lin father's hands, she patted his back consolingly, smoothing over his frustration while looking at Lin Ran with a slight rebuke. Xiao Ran, you also messed up. If you were going to do something like this, couldn't you have done it a little more thoroughly? How did you let Phoenix come out and be released? Lin mother sighed again. You shouldn't blame your father. This situation is really difficult to handle. Lin father's mood slightly calmed as he sipped the water, but Lin Ran spoke up just then. I'll try to figure out this matter, but you can't keep locking me up anymore. I need to go find Shir. I know what's happening at home, only the Shir family can help us now. Lin Ran said this very calmly. Go out. Do you still want to go out? If you go out now, people will spit on you until you're dead. The fire within Lin Father flared up again, and he was ready to slap Lin Ran. However, upon meeting Lin Ran's deep and unfathomable gaze, his hand froze mid-motion. Lin Mother saw the tension and immediately sat down beside Lin Ran to protect him. What are you doing? Let's talk this through properly. Why must you resort to hitting your child? Things are already bad enough, will beating him solve anything? Lin Father glared coldly at Lin Ran and directly threw the cup of water onto the ground, creating an ear-piercing sound. How could I have begotten such an imbecile like you? Lin Mother embraced Lin Ran tightly and frowned, speaking up. We've invested so much before. Everyone online knows we've been shooting Phoenix song. Although Phoenix has premiered ahead of us, we can still claim that they. Are you insane? Lin Father angrily shouted and cut off Lin Mother. There's such a big difference between these two series. Who would believe that we are the originals and they plagiarized? Anyone with eyes can tell Lin Ran copied. The Phoenix came out exactly at this time. Clearly someone's pulling strings behind the scenes, waiting for us to strike back. At a time like this, you want to accuse them falsely. Are you afraid Lin Ran hasn't been criticized harshly enough? Isn't our stock falling low enough? Lin Father watched the two hugging on the couch and nearly lost consciousness due to rage. Still, this is his only son. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed himself and then opened his mouth coldly. For the time being, don't even think about leaving or contacting anyone. The less you say right now, the fewer mistakes you make. This matter has grown too large, even muzzling won't stop the noise, we can only make a public apology. I'll contact the other party, making sure they don't hold you accountable, and then arrange for you to leave the country. When this storm passes, you can come back. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. He knew this was currently the best choice, but he was still somewhat reluctant. Thinking back to everything in his previous life, remembering the resentment he felt as he drew his last breath in a pool of blood. Especially when the image of Shereimo flashed in his mind, the sense of bitterness reached its peak. Lin Father looked at Lin Ran, a trace of disappointment visible in his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he paused thinking about the other things Lin Ran had brought out before. Turning around and looking at Lin Ran, a flicker of suspicion crossed his face. I don't know where you got this script from, nor am I interested. But, Lin Ran, were the other things you wrote before truly all your own work? Did you thoroughly clean any traces if you took anything from others? You'd better tell me everything now. I don't want any more trouble. There was a strong warning tone in Lin Father's words. Lin Ran opened his mouth but ultimately didn't reveal the truth about his rebirth. Meeting his father's icy gaze, he shook his head slightly. How could Lin Father not be fully aware of his son's nature? Seeing Lin Ran like this, all he did was let out a cold laugh. You'd better clean up those messes thoroughly. Don't wait for me to handle it again, or else I'll deal with you myself. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Lin Mother watched Lin Father's retreating back, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She then looked at Lin Ran, eventually only embracing him as she sighed repeatedly. Xiao Ran, are you sure everything is dealt with? If not, I'll take care of it for you. Lin Ran suddenly grabbed her hand, speaking seriously with a deeply shadowed look in his eyes. Mom, give me my phone. Trust me, I have other ways to handle this. Lin Mother hesitated somewhat but couldn't refuse his request, so she finally nodded as well. Your dad took your phone away. I can't give it back to you, but you can wait a little while, I'll bring a new one tomorrow. Lin Ran's eyes immediately lit up as he hugged his mother, laughing. Good. I knew you were the best, Mom. Even though he smiled, there was no warmth in his eyes, only an unfathomable murkiness. Lin Father's earlier words had indeed reminded him of something. If no one was secretly scheming, how could Phoenix, which should have come out 2 years later, appear now and exactly at this critical moment? In almost no time at all, Lin Ran thought of Yi Chi. After all, it was Yi Chi who ruined his life last lifetime. At this moment, he even doubted whether Yi Chi had also been reborn. Since he himself could be reborn, why couldn't Yi Chi? If so, everything made sense. All of these events were driven by Yi Chi behind the scenes, which explained why things escalated so quickly. Just thinking about it filled Lin Ran with uncontrollable hatred. Memories from his previous life overlapped with the present, making him want to kill Yi Chi right now. A voice inside his mind kept screaming, urging, tempting him. That voice told him to murder Yi Chi. If the source of his misfortune across both lifetimes were dead, everything would end. Lin Ran closed his blood-red eyes, his last shred of rationality suppressing this insane idea. He had to contact Shir quickly. Now only the Shir family could help them. As long as Shereimo agreed to help him, the Lin family would get through this crisis. Though Lin Mother said it would be the next day, she brought a new phone for Lin Ran by the afternoon. Without a second of hesitation, Lin Ran logged into his account and found Shir. Looking at their chat history, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. For this entire period, he hadn't been able to contact Shir, and it seemed Shir hadn't reached out either, not even a single message. Lin Ran bit his tongue, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. It must have been because of what happened in the restaurant that frightened Shir, along with all the recent turmoil, which is why Shir didn't reach out. Lin Ran swallowed hard before still sending Shir a message. Brother Mo, can you do me a favor? Chapter 37, The Archenemy Always Wants to Taste Him Again and Again, 37. At this moment, Shereimo was lying in Yi Chi's arms, playing a game. Yi Chi handed him the fruit tea that had just been chilled, and he naturally bit the straw and took a sip, then slightly closed his eyes, savoring it. Seeing the message sent by Lin Ran, he arched an eyebrow, then sat up straight. His black hair brushed against Yi Chi's face, leaving a ticklish sensation. Yi Chi did not see clearly who had sent the message. But upon seeing Shereimo sit up, he adjusted his posture accordingly, still holding him in his arms, and twirled a strand of his hair. Shereimo glanced at Yi Chi playing with a lock of his hair under his fingertips, and directly slapped his hand. In Yi Chi's slightly aggrieved gaze, Shereimo only smiled faintly and spoke. If you dare dirty my hair again, you'll roll back home tonight, and don't come back ever. Yi Chi wanted to sigh silently in his heart but dared not speak out loud. He spent all day cajoling Shereimo to make things good again. Now how could he say more? Shereimo, on the other hand, didn't care about what he was thinking, and directly clicked into the message Lin Ran had sent him. He raised his eyebrows slightly, chuckled lightly, then replied. What do you want me to help you with? The person on the other end had apparently been waiting for his reply. Lin Ran seemed sure that he wouldn't refuse, having already prepared a long message beforehand. As soon as his message was sent, Lin Ran's message came over. AOMO, right now only you can help me. Don't believe what's online. I admit the script wasn't written by me, but it absolutely wasn't plagiarism. That script, I bought from another person because he really needed money, and I truly liked that script, so we made that deal. But I never expected that person to be someone arranged by Yi Chi. Yi Chi intentionally schemed against me, wanting me to be disgraced, and also wanting to take over our Lin family. AOMO, there is a problem with our family's cash flow, and right now, only you can help me. Otherwise, if our Lin family collapses, he will turn against your Shir family next. AOMO, as long as you are willing to help me this time, whatever I need to do for you, I will do. Shereimo narrowed his eyes after reading Lin Ran's last message. Would you really do anything? It took quite some time before the other side replied. Yes, whatever you want to do to me, I'll let you. Even myself, if you like. Shereimo couldn't help but laugh softly, but before he had a chance to reply, his phone was snatched away by Yi Chi. Yi Chi looked expressionlessly at Lin Ran's message and the picture just sent out. Lin Ran was slightly tilting his head without wearing a shirt, merely wearing a pair of gray athletic pants, showing distinct six-pack abs. His face revealed a touch of shyness, with a slight redness around his eyes. Yi Chi was so angry that he felt his teeth itch. He immediately deleted the picture and wanted to curse Lin Ran at once. But he remembered that he was still just a lover and had no standing or position to scold Lin Ran. Moreover, this was Shereimo's phone, and Shereimo was watching beside him. Even if he wished, he couldn't scold Lin Ran using Shereimo's phone in front of him. Otherwise, if he angered Shereimo, he would lose even his status as a lover. With a hint of, Yi Chi pressed his lips together briefly, but still lowered his eyes, returning the phone to Shereimo, speaking softly. Don't believe his words. I didn't scheme against him, he's the one with brain problems. The Lin family can't be helped now. Let's ignore him, alright. While speaking, Yi Chi hugged Shereimo's waist from behind, resting his head lightly on his shoulder-neck area, his tone muffled. He's lying to you, seducing you, he's not a good person. Less money than me, worse character than me, cooking isn't as good as mine, not as good looking as me, not as fit as me either. AOMO, don't look at him. Looking at Yi Chi like a wronged puppy, Shereimo couldn't help but find it amusing. He thought that if Yi Chi had a tail, it probably would have drooped down already. Hasn't the young master Yi forgotten his place? You're nothing but my lover, how dare you tell me whom I should or shouldn't look at? Shereimo laughed with playful intent, saying mockingly. In fact, he's not bad looking either. AOMO, stop teasing me, otherwise I won't be able to resist breaking his legs. Yi Chi's voice was soft, but his dark eyes brimmed with intensity. Shereimo knew that Yi Chi was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. After all, Yi Chi had once put someone in the hospital by beating them while wearing a sack, almost destroying Lin Ran's hand. However, what Shereimo wanted wasn't this kind of result. He chuckled softly, what a little mad dog. Then he paused as if it were an offhand remark. I thought you'd lock me up. Yi Chi stared intensely at his collarbone, where there were still marks from a few days ago. Hearing Shereimo's words, he responded in a hoarse voice. How could I couldn't bear to treat you like that. Yi Chi kissed Shereimo's earlobe, encircling his waist with one hand, while the other hand already started to caress his leg, gently grabbing his ankle and tightening slowly. Of course, that was what he wanted to do. Yi Chi never considered himself a good person. For what he liked, he would definitely make great efforts to get it. If he couldn't acquire it easily, then he would resort to any means necessary to obtain it. Only rarely in his life did something drive him so wild with love, and everything he loved always ended up in his possession. But Shereimo was an exception. He could start as a lover, strive to become the kind of person Shereimo would like, and give him everything about himself. Then step by step rise in position until finally standing by his side. But if Shereimo dared to run away, he would lock him up and keep him forever by his side. For now, everything was developing according to his plan, so he wouldn't do that yet, nor wanted things to escalate to that point. Because he knew once he crossed that line, Shereimo's eyes wouldn't carry laughter looking at him anymore. Suppressing the insane thoughts in his heart, Yi Chi cleared all emotions from his gaze. And Shereimo had already refused Lin Ran, shifting all responsibility onto Yi Chi. He even hinted that Yi Chi had already begun making moves against the Shir family, implying there was nothing more he could do. This made Lin Ran extremely angry. Even 447, who was sleeping, woke up due to the alarming increase in Lin Ran's villain quotient. Losing control. Little MOMO, Lin Ran's darkness level has skyrocketed beyond control. 447 immediately rushed into the room, dashing into Shereimo's arms and rolling around. He only calmed down after being firmly held down. Little MOMO, what did you do? Why did you suddenly drive him crazy? Now he is very dangerous and might pose a life-threatening risk to you both anytime. Shereimo didn't respond to 447 but merely blinked at Yi Chi, his beautiful eyes filled with laughter. What should we do? Lord Yi seems to hate you even more. Chapter 38, Sworn Enemies Always Want to Taste Him Again, 38. Then let him hate. Yi Chi spoke without any concern, and even with more pleasure in his tone because Shereimo had rejected Lin Ran. As for Lin Ran, he would make sure Lin Ran could never hate again. Shereimo shook his phone and asked. I just dumped this mess directly on you, and you're not even angry. Yi Chi held his wrist and placed a kiss on his fingertips. Why should I be angry? AMO, I'm glad that you think of me when you encounter things. This proves that you still need me. At any time, no matter what you do, as long as you need me, I will always stand behind you, for you to use as you wish. Yi Chi's tone was very serious, and his eyes were full of warmth and tenderness, along with love and joy that couldn't be hidden, like a sea nymph trying to lure someone into drowning. Shereimo could clearly feel his heart beat faster, his eyes flashing with unusual light, and he softly laughed. Really, anything I want. He slowed down his voice, the last sound rising slightly, with an indescribable seductive quality. Shereimo eventually fell asleep in Yi Chi's arms. Yi Chi looked at the sleeping Shereimo, satisfied sigh escaped his lips, then kissed the corner of his eyes. And picked up his own phone to check the message Cheng Ziyu sent. Cheng Ziyu, I've prepared everything on my side, but I have to remind you, Lin Ran might take desperate actions. You'd better be careful recently. Cheng Ziyu, it's been so long, Mr. Yi hasn't reacted yet. Is it because he hasn't seen those messages online, or is he up to something? Yi Chi, you seem to know quite well. Cheng Ziyu, what? Finally decided to reply. Yi Chi, can't help it, my wife is so clingy. Yi Chi, I remember now, your partner hasn't let you inside since the last time you brought him back, right? Cheng Ziyu. Cheng Ziyu, should I sell your message to Lin Ran now? He needs it badly. Yi Chi, go ahead. Yi Chi, I don't mind telling AMO about this either, you know, AMO and your partner get along pretty well. Cheng Ziyu. Cheng Ziyu, Yi Chi, you really have no shame. How come I didn't notice you were this kind of person before? Yi Chi, same here, you were also shameless when chasing your wife, otherwise we wouldn't have met on the forum. Yi Chi, but now I can only wish you success. Cheng Ziyu, tisk. As if you've already succeeded. You, a secret lover, how dare you say this to me? Yi Chi, he likes me a lot now, I'm preparing to propose soon, it's just a matter of days. Yi Chi, it's better than some people who haven't even managed to find a bedmate yet. Cheng Ziyu, sometimes you can't blame Cheng Sunan, maybe it's your technique that's bad. Practice more, relying on skills to rise is not a bad choice. Cheng Ziyu didn't respond. But facing the learning materials Yi Chi sent, he still received them instantly. Yi Chi smirked, replied to other people's messages, and finally looked at the message Yun Mujin sent. His hand movement paused slightly before clicking in. Just as Yi Chi replied, messages from the other side started coming in one after another. Yun Mujin, holy cow. Yi Chi, are the things on the internet really done by you? They must be fake, right? You shouldn't do such tasteless things. Yun Mujin, where's AMO? Is he with you? I can't contact him now. If he's there, make him go online and check. Yun Mujin, Lin Ran is declaring his love to him all over the web. Yun Mujin, no, I think he's throwing mud at you too, without any evidence. Chapter 39, Archenemies Always Want to Taste Him Again, 39. Yi Chi read these messages, replied with a few sentences, then exited the chat interface before turning his attention to what was happening online. By the end, he couldn't help but frown. Lin Ran had recently started a live stream and publicly apologized, stating that the screenplay for Phoenix Cry wasn't actually written by him personally, rather, he bought it from someone else. The reason he purchased the screenplay, according to him, was to prove himself to someone he liked. However, he didn't anticipate someone taking advantage of this opportunity to scheme against him. In the live stream, Lin Ran directly revealed that the person targeting him was Yi Chi, whom he had adored for many years. What should have been a case of plagiarism turned into a complex emotional entanglement involving three people under Lin Ran's narration. Lin Ran did not entirely absolve himself nor explicitly state that Empress was the plagiarizing work. Instead, he portrayed himself as a victim manipulated out of love. Having previously amassed a fanbase of fervent supporters, now seeing him step in to speak on the matter, those fans launched aggressive campaigns everywhere, sparing even Shereimo. They believed that if only Shereimo hadn't refused Lin Ran's feelings, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to buy the screenplay, nor would he have fallen victim to manipulation. Most were cursing at Yi Chi, especially those who previously expected to see his fiery reconciliation. Now they loudly called for him to just enter the funeral parlor, allowing no chance to win back anyone. Others expressed doubts and ridiculed Lin Ran's statements, believing them utterly unreliable. These critics were immediately berated by Lin Ran's fans. Facing the skepticism, Lin Ran gave a wry laugh, saying, "I know I was wrong with what I did here, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have bought someone else's screenplay and passed it off as my own. Your current doubts about me are also justified, after all, I'm partially at fault here. But this is absolutely not plagiarism. If not deliberate scheming, why did there seem to be no reaction while I kept saying I'd shoot Phoenix Cry? Why was Empress released right before the premiere of my Phoenix Cry?" Lin Ran's appearance wasn't bad to begin with, and now he deliberately wore makeup that added some redness around his eyes. Moreover, sitting in front of an open window, with sunlight scattering across his body and a light breeze rustling his hair, he projected a slightly disheveled image, evoking sympathy from quite a number of viewers. Some listeners were persuaded by his words, showing strong agreement. They began questioning why no one had come forward over such a long period if Empress had truly been plagiarized, pointing fingers instead at deliberate schemes. Seeing this public response, Lin Ran's father, already overwhelmed by the incident, seized this moment to hire wave after wave of internet trolls to amplify their claims. If everything could be pinned as Yi Chi's calculated scheme, firmly slandering him, whatever Empress might say later could simply be explained away as collusion between Yi Chi and others. Upon observing all the comments online, Yi Chi's expression grew serious, yet he didn't react strongly. After all, this wasn't something he had orchestrated. Being cursed didn't matter much to him since losing flesh due to insults meant nothing. What could still provoke emotions in him, though, were those remarks attacking Shereimo. No wonder Yun Mujin mentioned earlier, Lin Ran was declaring love online towards him but at the same time throwing mud on both of them. Whether intentional or not, Lin Ran's words clearly conveyed. He bought someone else's screenplay out of affection for Shereimo and therefore committed this error. A cold glint flickered in Yi Chi's eyes. Indeed, his past punishment for Lin Ran had been too lenient. He should not have merely given Lin Ran a lesson, he should have completely ruined him. As Yi Chi delved further into thought, the ferocity in his gaze became increasingly uncontrollable. "What are you looking at so intently?" Shereimo's casual voice reached Yi Chi's ears, bringing him back a bit from his contemplation. Yi Chi obviously hadn't anticipated that Shereimo, who was supposed to be sound asleep, would wake up at this moment. Startled, he slightly shook his head and locked his phone screen, placing it aside. "Nothing. Why did you wake up so soon? Shouldn't you sleep more?" Shereimo reached for Yi Chi's phone without answering, pressing himself onto Yi Chi's body. Touching Yi Chi's phone briefly, he took a glance at it. Then he directly shoved the phone in front of Yi Chi, unlocking it with his face before continuing to look at the page Yi Chi hadn't managed to exit earlier. "Those people know nothing, all they do is talk nonsense. Amo, don't take it to heart. Give me some time, I'll handle this matter properly." Holding Shereimo gently, Yi Chi softly said, "I've always said that Lin Ran isn't a good person. He used to chase after me all the time, saying he liked me. But under the pretense of liking me, he hurt innocent people indiscriminately. No matter how I tried to teach him a lesson and warn him, it was useless. Eventually, I had no choice but to keep my distance from everyone, only then could I ensure those people wouldn't get hurt." Yi Chi's gaze darkened as he continued, his tone cooling slightly. "Now he claims he likes you, but when things happen, instead of admitting his mistakes, he starts throwing dirt on us. Lin Ran can't be blind to the comments online, yet he didn't explain anything because in this situation, he chose himself, so he tacitly approves, even condones, the netizens distorting right and wrong." "Amo." Yi Chi lightly kissed the corner of Shereimo's eyes, a gesture full of comfort. "A man as selfish as him doesn't deserve you, nor does he deserve anyone. As for the comments online, they're either hired trolls or uninformed netizens who jump on the bandwagon, thinking they're standing for justice. So don't let their words bother you. It's not worth damaging your health over such people." Actually, both of them were aware that not everyone supported Lin Ran. But with the narrative being pushed hard now, even those who opposed would be drowned out, and might even be verbally attacked by Lin Ran's fanatical fans. So most people chose silence and observation. Yet due to how strongly the momentum had been driven, Yi Chi worried deeply that Shereimo might be affected. At the moment, all he could do was gently comfort Shereimo while contemplating ways to resolve this issue as soon as possible. A glimmer of insight passed through Yi Chi's eyes. He felt someone must have been manipulating things behind the scenes, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many coincidences. Still, if one mentioned people Lin Ran offended, that list was endless from childhood to adulthood. Thus, he really couldn't figure out who had done this. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shereimo smiled lightly, adjusting into a comfortable position in Yi Chi's embrace and picked up his phone to start playing games. Let them curse all they want. The harsher they cursed, the better. Because of this incident, Lin Ran's main character, Luck, his protagonist Fortune, had already been taken away by a third. But the current extent wasn't nearly enough. When Lin Ran tries to crawl out of the mud, he would kick him back down hard. After all, what Lin Ran claimed as his own wasn't just one screenplay. But since the fire had already ignited, now it was time to drop the bombshell directly. A tinge of blood red flickered in Shereimo's eyes but was quickly masked. As Yi Chi hugged Shereimo, watching him massacre opponents in the game, he seriously stated. "Amo, rest assured. They won't continue much longer, this will end soon." It seemed it was time to accelerate matters. All Lin Ran relied on at present was the backing of the Lin family. Once the Lin family collapsed, Lin Ran alone would be nothing to fear. After finishing a round of the game, Shereimo tilted his head slightly, gazing at Yi Chi while listening to him. These two protagonists, who were currently being cyberbullied, weren't affected in the slightest. In their gazes towards each other lay laughter and deep scheming. Yeah, you're right. It'll end soon. Chapter 40, Rivals always want to taste him repeatedly, 40. It wasn't until the next day that Shereimo slowly sent a message to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, don't you think you owe me an explanation regarding what's online? Lin Ran on the other side seemed to have been waiting for his message all along, and replied immediately. Amo, I know you're angry now, but please don't be. Just hear me out. Lin Ran, although there are indeed some unfavorable remarks about you online right now, you shouldn't care about them. They're just saying things. If you stay indoors for the time being, it won't affect you much. Lin Ran, but this matter is very important to me. I believe you can understand my dilemma, right? Lin Ran, and moreover, you can't blame me. I know Yi Chi has threatened you, which is why you can't help me now. So I had no choice but to save myself this way. Lin Ran, also, Amo, the words I said were not only for myself. I truly like you. Lin Ran, believe me, once this is over, I will definitely make up for it. Shereimo chuckled softly. Lin Ran, your words sound good, but I'm the one affected now. What are you going to compensate me with? Will you give me all the shares of your family as compensation? This time, the other side remained silent for a while before sending a message. Amo, the transfer of shares is not something I can decide. But if you're willing to be with me, I would certainly give them to you. Lin Ran, Amo, be with me. As long as you're with me, we can shift the blame onto Yi Chi together. This way, those netizens won't keep targeting you anymore. Shereimo glanced at the message and couldn't help but make a tisk sound. The little 447 who was lying in his arms nibbling chips using his coat to hide suddenly saw it and widened her eyes. 447 exclaimed repeatedly, little Momo, his scheming is so loud, I can even hear it from another dimension. I thought he went on and on at first, but this is what he truly wanted to say, just trying to use online public opinion to pressure you into being with him. He's cleaning himself up, wants to be with you, and also plans against Yi Chi. With so many tricks, it's amazing he hasn't spilled water by accident. With resentment, 447 kept munching chips. Shereimo chuckled lowly and reached out to remove the chip crumbs from 447's face. Then he opened his mouth slowly. It's fine anyway. He won't be able to jump around for much longer. How's the fate recovery progressing? 447 slowly opened the task interface, stuck at 35%, but his darkening value is too high. There's no sign of it going down either. The risk level remains quite high. Little Momo, you must be careful. I'm worried that when you release those people later, he may lose control and take action against you. 447 hesitated because she knew that in the collapse storyline, Lin Ran ultimately devised a kidnapping scheme that led to both the original protagonist and Yi Chi being killed. Yi Chi was the one he wanted dead, and the original protagonist was someone he framed to take the blame. More importantly, this allowed him to swallow both the Yi and Shir families simultaneously. Lin Ran had just barely escaped public opinion, now Shereimo was pushing him back into the mud, crushing him underfoot without any chance of reversal. 447 was genuinely worried Lin Ran might resort to extreme measures. Shereimo's eyes flickered with a glint as he spoke gently. Little 7, I'm not afraid of him making a move, I'm only afraid he doesn't. 447 paused for a moment but quickly understood. Shereimo's words indicated he already had a plan of his own. This relieved her slightly. If you've made arrangements, then it's fine. I was just worried he might go crazy and hurt you. Shereimo lightly rubbed little 7's furry head with his fingertips. Facing her concern, he was filled with laughter in his eyes. Little 7, we've been partners for so long. Why do you still distrust my abilities so much? As long as I can defend myself, I won't let myself get hurt. 447 softly muttered an oh, but still couldn't help whispering. Given his high darken value. I just don't want you to get hurt. Shereimo didn't reply further, and 447 also fell quiet. On the other side, Lin Ran became impatient after receiving no response, so he messaged again to urge. AMO, I know that the remarks online have more or less affected your family's reputation. You wouldn't want this to continue, right? Lin Ran, but those people's remarks are beyond my control. If you agree to be with me, then we can hold a high-profile wedding. Lin Ran, at that time, I will manipulate things, hire some internet trolls, and they will only offer us blessings. This will benefit both of our families, it is the best choice now, isn't it? Lin Ran, MO, I don't want you to reject me. That's why I'll give you plenty of time to think about this. I believe you will give me a satisfying answer. Lin Ran, an answer that satisfies both of us. After sending the last message, Lin Ran went quiet. Shereimo finished reading his threatening words with a smile, then got up to look for Yi Chi. It wasn't clear if it was because the incident caused too much trouble, or simply because Yi Chi wanted to stay here to be with him. Originally prepared to go see the Aurora, Yi father and mother were forcefully brought back by Yi Chi to help handle these issues. Yi Chi, however, found himself free from worry after Lin Ran threw dirt at them, and stayed inside without stepping out again. Since Shereimo had not yet fully taken over the family business, after this matter occurred, he did the same as Yi Chi, offloading everything to his parents. Shir's father was so angry he almost couldn't bear it. He knew Shereimo was up to something, but he hadn't thought Shereimo would create chaos while leaving him to clean up the mess. But once a video call came in, Shereimo sat by the window, looking down with an appearance of dejection. Immediately, Shir's mother grabbed Shir's father's ear and dissuaded him from dragging Shereimo back to handle the situation. She also comforted him for quite a while, telling him to rest well at home and not to dwell on the matters online. So it was during this most critical moment that Shereimo and Yi Chi were oddly at ease. Shereimo quickly found Yi Chi making desserts for him in the kitchen. He blinked. You're making small cakes again. Yi Chi casually picked up a large, red strawberry and shoved it into Shereimo's mouth, speaking calmly. There's nothing I can do. Last night these little cakes showed up in my dreams. They said they wanted to be eaten by the most handsome person in the world and hoped I could help them. Shereimo couldn't help but laugh softly, directly wrapping his arms around Yi Chi's waist and resting his head on his shoulder. Looking at the small cakes he hadn't previously tasted, amusement laced through his voice. Yi Chi, why are you so good at this? Shereimo spoke absent-mindedly, picking up a chopstick and scooping a bit of cream, dabbing it onto Yi Chi's nose and cheek. Master Yi has become a little cream cat, very obedient. Yi Chi's eyes slightly darkened as he dipped his finger in the cream, preparing to smudge Shereimo's face. However, Shereimo anticipated his move and tilted his head before Yi Chi could act, causing the dollop of cream to land on the corner of his lips instead. Shereimo raised an eyebrow, locking gazes with Yi Chi's fiery stare. In front of him, Shereimo opened his thin lips slightly, exposing a hint of red tongue as he licked up the white cream. It tastes pretty good. Seeing Shereimo like this, Yi Chi's breathing paused momentarily, the thought he had suppressed earlier resurfacing again. Unfortunately, his hand was still suspended in the air, his fingertips still carrying remnants of the cream. When Yi Chi didn't make a move, Shereimo's eyes curved slightly. In the shocked gaze of Yi Chi, he sucked his fingers into his mouth. Chapter 41, The Archenemy Always Wants to Keep Tasting Him, 41. Don't waste it, Yi Xiaomao. Shereimo's voice was slightly hoarse, bright with a teasing undertone. Yi Chi suddenly came back to his senses, his heart racing, the soft touch still lingering on his fingertips from before. This made his Adam's apple involuntarily move as he asked, why does AMO keep coming to bother me recently? Shereimo had been too proactive lately, making Yi Chi feel rather unaccustomed for a time. Sometimes an inexplicable panic would even arise, fearing this person might leave him. As such, whenever he woke up, he had to check first if Shereimo was still by his side. Only when he could feel the warmth of Shereimo did he let out a sigh of relief. Is it bad that I take the initiative? Or, you don't like it? Shereimo smiled lightly and slowly. Yi Chi didn't have time to think much about it at the moment, but merely sighed helplessly. Not at all, I just feel, too good, too lovable, it seems so unreal, sometimes I really feel like I'm dreaming. Yi Chi whispered softly, raising his hand to encircle Shereimo's waist, pulling him closer. He then lowered his head, touching foreheads with Shereimo, and finally kissed his lips. Shereimo chuckled, is that so? Are you also so gentle to me in your dreams? Don't think he doesn't know what dream this guy had last night. In last night's wild dream. Yi Chi turned him into a deliciously tempting cake right here, then ate him bit by bit. The Yi Chi in the dream acted crazily, but in real life, he seemed to act otherwise. Probably recalling the dream from last night, Yi Chi's body tensed slightly for a moment. But he believed Shereimo couldn't possibly know what dream he had, so he replied quite calmly. Of course. Upon hearing this, Shereimo raised his hand and rested it on Yi Chi's chest, gently pushing him away, looking at him with a smile that was half mocking, half serious. Really? Definitely real. In that case. I thought you'd be harsh to me in your dreams. Shereimo noted the brief flash of guilt in Yi Chi's eyes, the curve of his lips deepening slightly. Yi Chi felt guilty for a second, yet firmly stated, "No, Amo, I won't be harsh to you." Indeed, Yi Chi wasn't lying. After all the effort to achieve such a breakthrough with Shereimo, he now cherished these days so much. How could he possibly be harsh to Shereimo? What troubled him was the increasing madness in his dreams. But after some thought, those were just dreams. Though he really did want to do those things to Shereimo, if Shereimo disagreed, he wouldn't force anything. Just imagining things in dreams isn't excessive. Moreover, how could that be called harsh? It was just about spicing things up a little. Yi Chi successfully convinced himself, completely erasing the last bit of guilt. Shereimo only watched him laughingly, instantly discerning his thoughts but choosing not to expose them. "Well, let's continue making small cakes. I can't wait to eat them." Yi Chi remained silent for several seconds, slowly nodding and continuing to make the little cakes, though a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Shereimo had been so proactive earlier, leading him to believe they could. Unexpectedly, he had thought too much. These two were getting along extremely well, remaining unaffected by everything happening around them. Parents from 3 families were scheming against each other, competing fiercely, none willing to give way to the others. When they met, there was open mockery and covert sarcasm, tearing off the once tolerable facade. However, the tendency of cooperation between Shir family and Yi family was evident, leaving Lin family relatively disadvantaged. Lin's had somewhat salvaged their reputation through Lin Ran's previous remarks, otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago under repeated pressures. Initially, Lin father, having met Yun Mujin, sought cooperation with the Yun family for assistance, and even considered arranging a commercial marriage between Yun Mujin and Lin Ran to obtain substantial funding. Lin Ran was initially against the idea, saying he loved only Shereimo. He thought Shir family's cooperation with Yi family was entirely due to Shir father, not representing Shereimo. However, after receiving no response from Shereimo and listening to Lin father's detailed reasoning, he began to waver. When he agreed with Lin father's plan for a business marriage with the Yun family, intending to approach Yun Mujin. Yun Mujin was shocked to see him come unexpectedly. Yun Mujin had already finished her business. The only reason she was still in the country was because of the big events happening domestically. She wanted to stay and enjoy the spectacle from up close. But she never expected that this spectacle would eventually involve herself. While she had no problem enjoying the show, when it came to her own affairs, that was absolutely unacceptable. She immediately called her parents to inform them of the domestic situation, trying to dissuade them from the idea of arranging a marriage alliance between her and Lin Ran. Then, she hastily booked the next available flight and fled overnight. Before leaving, she didn't forget to send a message to Shereimo, letting him know she'd keep an eye on the situation. She reminded them to update her with any new developments as soon as possible. Even though she wouldn't be in the country, she still wanted to be at the forefront of gossiping about the matter. On top of all this, Yun Mujin also sent a message to Yi Chi, stating that for the time being, to avoid being forced back into an arranged marriage, she wouldn't return to the Yun family. If they were ever together, she insisted they send her a wedding invitation. Upon hearing Yun Mujin's tearful voice message, Yi Chi fell silent. "Yun Mujin, wah, if you two ever get married, remember to send me an invitation. I'm looking forward to your wedding candy." Lowering his gaze, Yi Chi listened to the voice message again, a smile involuntarily curling the corners of his lips. Marriage, wedding candy. These were indeed issues he should consider now. Once this matter was resolved, the custom-made rings he ordered would probably be ready by then. He would propose to Shereimo then. As for the voice messages sent by Yi father this year, Yi Chi knew without opening them that they were likely scolding him. After all, if he and Shereimo went out later and got interrupted to deal with things, he'd be upset too. But there's nothing he could do, it just wasn't he and Shereimo who were getting disturbed this time. Yi Chi thought about this while replying to Yi father's messages. He explained his current actions were all aimed at pursuing someone, and even sent a photo of Shereimo over. Initially, seeing that Yi Chi had finally responded, Yi father was about to continue reprimanding him. However, after reading his last message, he swallowed his words. Yi father glanced at Shir father sitting opposite him, who had just been praising Shereimo. Looking at the photo sent by Yi Chi, he fell silent. "So, you really managed to hook Shir's boy?" Yi Chi, "Yes, only the proposal remains. So, I'll need some time in this period. Taking a deep breath, Yi father looked up again at Shir father across from him and broke into a laugh. "Ha ha ha. I agree with you. That kid Amo is truly excellent. Much better than my stinking son. My stinking son has no comparison with Amo." Shir father watched Yi father with a confused expression. He couldn't understand why the man who was arguing moments ago about whose child was better had suddenly agreed so easily. Nevertheless, faced with compliments about his own son, Shir father readily accepted them with pride in his tone. "That's obvious. You should have let Xiaoqi learn more from our Amo, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into such trouble." Yi father grinned, nodding enthusiastically at Shir father across from him, who seemed completely unaware of what had happened. Right. Everything you said is correct. I'll definitely make sure that stinking son learns well from Amo. Yi father not only encouraged Yi Chi to work harder but also eagerly urged him to quickly bring home a fiancé and get the certificate. He was already counting down the days until he could mute the world and revel in the sound of his dear friend breaking his cool composure. Chapter 42, his arch-nemesis always wants to taste him again, 42. What are you thinking about, smiling so happily? It's not like the Lin family went bankrupt, is it? Shereimo glanced at Yi Chi, his eyes slightly raising. Although he asked like that, it was just a rhetorical question. Being able to stably occupy one of the three major families, the Lin family certainly isn't that easy to be taken down. Not to mention, Lin Ran's protagonist fate hasn't been fully reclaimed yet, and there's still a barely alive protagonist halo hanging on. During this period, he had been continuously observing the external situation through 447. He also knew that the current Lin family was nothing more than a spent force, but there was an invisible power helping them hold on to their last breath. Yi Chi probably also discovered this problem, but he believed that with some effort, he could solve it, so he wasn't worried. Of course, Shereimo wouldn't let him worry for too long either. Not yet, but it won't be long. As Yi Chi said this, he rubbed Shereimo's head, took out his phone casually, then raised his hand and rested it on Shereimo's shoulder, pulling him into an embrace. The sun is pretty good today. Yi Chi paused briefly, then cleared his throat lightly before opening his mouth as if implying something. Amo, how have you felt during this time? Shereimo didn't understand what he meant. What do you mean by feeling? Are you still worried that I'll be affected by those people's comments online? The corners of Yi Chi's lips twitched slightly, and for a moment he couldn't find words. Until the blush from the tips of his ears spread across his face did he softly open his mouth. I mean, how do you feel about my skills? This made Shereimo hesitate for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Chi to ask so straightforwardly. He gave a soft laugh, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he deliberately slowed his voice and paused for quite a while before answering. I think, it's still alright. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, Yi Chi's heart, which had been tense, finally relaxed. Then he shifted the way he held Shereimo, his eyes shining brightly as he asked. Then, can I claim a title now? Amo, I don't want to always be your lover. How about letting me be your boyfriend? I will definitely treat you well. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. As long as you're willing, I can transfer all the properties under my name to yours. As Yi Chi said this, he lowered his head, burying it in Shereimo's neck, and his voice was filled with anticipation and joy. No matter what you do in the future, I will always accompany you. Whatever you want to eat, I will cook it for you. Amo, can I become official? Shereimo chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness as he opened his mouth. How about this? Does it mean that if I don't agree to be your boyfriend, you won't cook for me anymore? Hastily, Yi Chi replied, of course not. Shereimo remained calm. If that's the case, why should I let you become official? Yi Chi OAO. Amo, do you still feel that my skills aren't good enough? Yi Chi muttered sadly, looking at Shereimo. Being considered as only having decent skills by Shereimo, and thus relegated to being merely a lover, almost became an unresolvable hurdle in his mind. It was like an intangible label, stuck to his back, unable to be removed no matter what. Shereimo gently caressed Yi Chi's head again, then touched his face. Then, amidst Yi Chi's aggrieved and confused gaze, he initiated cupping Yi Chi's face and placed a kiss on the corner of his lips. Yi Chi's eyes flickered slightly, hearing Shereimo sigh softly in his ear. Isn't this good enough? Why must you become my boyfriend? Mr. Yi, I still prefer your current state. If you insist on needing a title, it's something I cannot offer you. You could also choose to end our relationship. Yi Chi's heart trembled because of Shereimo's words. Almost instinctively, he tightened the strength of his hands encircling Shereimo's waist. He couldn't understand, clearly he could feel that Shereimo had feelings for him. But why is he still dissatisfied? Still unwilling to grant him a title, to make him his boyfriend? A sense of grievance began to spread in his heart, almost making Yi Chi's nose tingle and his eyes water. With one hand hugging Shereimo's waist and the other lifting his neck, he kissed directly. Unlike the gentle kisses from before, this one was hurried and wild. MMPH. At this moment, the Yi Chi before him and the unrestrained Yi Chi in his dreams almost merged together. A flicker of excitement crossed Shereimo's eyes, only to be quickly masked. He indulged and acquiesced. He tolerated everything Yi Chi did to him. Let's go back to the room. Shereimo spoke softly with a slight tremble in his voice, knowing what Yi Chi wanted. Aware also that he had just refused Yi Chi, he understood Yi Chi needed an outlet at this moment. So when Yi Chi unusually resisted nothing, Shereimo merely sighed lightly, and continued to indulge. The consequence of such indulgence was that Yi Chi didn't take any precautions whatsoever. And he felt fuller than ever before. As a result, later, all he could do was allow Yi Chi to carry him back to the room, where they lay in bed for an entire day. Shereimo's last conscious thought was that if he wasn't a demon of charm, he might have fallen ill because of this. But now all he wanted was a good night's sleep. Yi Chi looked at Shereimo sleeping soundly on the bed, feeling regretful and frustrated. He was indeed too anxious and therefore so unrestrained, treating Shereimo like this. He wondered if Shereimo would blame him when he woke up, and whether he'd use this as an excuse to break off their relationship completely. The more Yi Chi thought about it, the more panicked he became, his gaze touching the marks he left on Shereimo's ankles. Just a little while ago, he had almost been unable to suppress the insane thoughts in his mind. He really wanted to lock this person by his side forever. Yi silently moved his gaze away, but then fell upon a small black box placed in a corner. His breath hitched as he stood up and walked over to that box. It was like there was a voice constantly whispering temptations into his ears. He knew better than anyone else what was inside this box. When he came back to his senses, he was holding a long chain in his hand. It was a silver-white bracelet, intricately carved with rose patterns. This was something he prepared 2 years ago. That day was Shereimo's birthday. Looking at Shereimo standing in the midst of a sea of roses, he took his first covert photograph of him. And then custom-ordered this bracelet. Back then, all he imagined was how beautiful this thing would look on Shereimo. Later on, however, he thought these ideas were far too crazy. So, he locked away the bracelet but never deleted that photo. Until now. Yi could feel his heart beating faster and faster, yet he still wrapped the chain around Shereimo's ankle. As he had envisioned countless times in his dreams. Ultimately, he went ahead and did it. From above, Yi watched Shereimo, who was unaware and deeply asleep, his figure mostly shrouded in darkness, his gaze fiercely burning. Moonlight seeped through the window, falling onto Shereimo's face. The cold moonlight made him look exquisitely noble and elegant. However, the traces on his body carried a hint of intimacy. Each mark declared without question how this clean sheet of white had been slowly turned into a painting by someone hidden in the dark. Yi gently played with the chain, wrapping it again and again around Shereimo's ankle as though trying to swallow the person before him whole, whispering tenderly. Amo. I won't give you a chance to leave me. Every word was full of madness, swallowed entirely by the darkness. Ultimately, Yi turned and left. He thought, he shouldn't have done this. At least not right now directly like this. He needed to prepare everything properly. He needed to make sure Shereimo had no possibility of abandoning him. Thus, he failed to notice that Shereimo, who was asleep, quietly curved his lips upward after he left. Shereimo's ankles were sensitive. Even though he was very tired now, being grabbed and played with so arbitrarily earlier by Yi had left him wide awake. Currently, he sat up with one hand supporting himself, letting out another yawn lazily. Glancing idly at the chain still adorning his ankle. It's quite pretty. He hoped the other things Yi prepared would be as lovely as this chain. Otherwise, he'd be very disappointed. Chapter 43, Rivals always want to taste him repeatedly, 43. When Shereimo woke up the next day, the chain around his ankle was already gone. Yi sat beside the bed with a full gaze of guilt, looking at him. The moment he saw Shereimo awake, Yi immediately helped him sit up, then handed him a pillow to lean against and gently asked softly. How are you doing, Amo? I've already applied medicine on you. Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere? Are you hungry or thirsty? I have prepared soup and porridge for you. What do you want to eat? While asking, Yi handed over a glass of lukewarm water that had been prepared by his side. It seemed as though the man who looked crazed last night and tried to lock Shereimo up was not Yi at all. Shereimo glanced at him, not intending to expose his pretense, and instead held the cup of water, drinking it in small sips. I'm fine. Shereimo's voice was slightly hoarse. I just want some porridge. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi directly picked him up in his arms horizontally. Shereimo. Shereimo, I just want to drink some porridge. Do you really need to carry me like this? Yi answered confidently, Amo, you're not convenient right now. Let me feed you. Shereimo, just say if you want to hold me. Yes, I want to hold you, I want to hold you every moment. Yi answered rather frankly. He paused after saying that, lowering his head. I know I went too far yesterday. I'm sorry, Amo. I was just a little upset. I shouldn't have treated you that way. If you want to punish me, I will gladly accept it. But we'll wait until you're fully recovered. After resting for one night, he had digested most of what happened, and his body was recovering nicely. However, Shereimo simply didn't want to move, and hearing Yi's words, he arched an eyebrow and chuckled derisively. If you truly want to make up for it, don't mention anything about titles anymore. After all, we're quite well suited in bed. He sighed softly, having parted ways with such an excellent lover as Master Yi, I can't find another appropriate person so quickly. Yi's fingers tightened slightly, but he did not answer Shereimo's words, only stating. Lin Ran is being hyped up again recently. I don't understand why his group of fans suddenly became so crazy, continuously defending him and demanding that we give them an explanation. This was also something Yi couldn't figure out during this period. He initially thought these people were paid internet trolls hired by the Lin family, but later discovered they were genuinely Lin Ran's fanatical fans. These people were indeed extremely frenzied. Shereimo naturally understood why. After all, Lin Ran still had the main character aura attached to him. He did not continue the previous conversation with Yi. After having a bowl of porridge, he claimed he wanted to rest, and let Yi carry him back to bed. Watching Yi close the room door. 447 silently flew in from the window, rolled around in Shereimo's arms, and looked up at Shereimo in confusion, starting the question. Little Mo, were you just deliberately provoking him? Shereimo, while logging into an alternate account, lightly laughed. Why does little 7 think so? For 47, it's not that I think so, it's because the system just alerted me, Yi Chi's corruption value has increased significantly. If things continue like this, Yi Chi's corruption value will skyrocket. For 47 said hesitantly, little Momo, I've always trusted that you know your limits. You must have your own reasons for acting like this. But Yi Chi is our task target, the protagonist of this world. It's fine if you're just playing around, but if you truly ruin him, our mission. 447's voice became quieter and quieter, shrinking himself into a ball of fluff in the end, daring not to look at Shereimo straight in the eyes. He was afraid Shereimo would get angry, but since it involved their mission, he couldn't help but remind Shereimo. Shereimo gently stroked his head tenderly. Don't worry, little 7. I know how to handle this matter without affecting our mission. Upon hearing this, 447 cautiously peeked out again, looking at him with a determined gaze, nodding in response. Then, little Momo, what should we do next? Now, most people online are starting to believe in Lin Ran's statements. His rabid fans have once again lifted him back up, and he has begun to slowly snatch away Yi Chi's fortune again. Little Momo, isn't it time for us to release those pieces of evidence? 447 eagerly questioned. Shereimo shifted his eyes away from the phone screen, then shook his phone at him with a faint smile curling on his lips. Of course. On his phone screen, there clearly showed the chat group he had been in before. He had already instructed those people in the group to release all the evidence that they had prepared long ago. Lin Ran must be very proud right now, thinking he once again climbed up the stage by stepping on the original creator. But Shereimo intended to drag him down at the moment when Lin Ran felt most proud and step on him hard so that Lin Ran would never recover. A trace of blood crossed Shereimo's eyes, but it was soon concealed by a smile. Little 7, go add some fuel to their fire. Shereimo's thin lips slightly parted, speaking with indifference as he lightly tapped 447's head. Now, the only reason the Lin family can cling on to one last breath is because of Lin Ran's main character aura and good fortune. I'm going to destroy everything he owns now and reclaim all the good fortune attached to him. 447's eyes brightened, immediately responding. All right. Little Momo, don't worry, I'll definitely make sure this won't disappoint you. Then, looking quite pleased, he turned around and returned to the system space. This was something he had already prepared for a long time, so it was extremely easy to execute. Previously, in order to maintain his perfect image, Lin Ran claimed authorship over many creations. It's just that the commotion caused by Phoenix Cry Under Heaven was so huge that it made them temporarily forget about other things. But that didn't matter, he would make them remember everything. Shereimo played with his phone, patiently watching the online comments defending Lin Ran while waiting for the turn of events. Not only him, but also those who had released all the evidence earlier were paying close attention to this matter at this moment. They feared that before this issue became a major topic, the Lin family would suppress it and eventually leave it without traffic or public interest. And they also worried that people might blindly defend Lin Ran, making all their efforts end up being a joke. But what they hadn't expected was how much faster and fiercer the development of this event occurred than they imagined. Hashtag Lin Ran copies again. Hashtag 30 original creators simultaneously defend rights, accuse plagiarizer of reversing blame. Hashtag how many of Lin Ran's words are actually true. Hashtag Lin Ran habitually plagiarizes. Hashtag defend original creators' rights. Hashtag plagiarists deserve to fall into disgrace. Hot search entries burst forth one after another at an incredibly fast speed, leaving the Lin family no time to react or resolve the situation. By the time they realized, the heat of this incident had already skyrocketed beyond control. Lin Ran had originally been live streaming, trying to uphold his image. At first, sporadic abusive messages appeared in the comments section, but he paid no heed. Until later, when the entire screen was filled with insults, Lin Ran began to panic, staring at the trending hashtags that kept coming out one after another. There were also original creators tagging him on social media and posting their own evidence. Lin Ran's works were virtually copied verbatim, some merely changed a few names or made slight adjustments. No color comparison charts were even necessary, one could easily tell at a glance that his works were plagiarized. Instinctively, Lin Ran wanted to blame Yi family like he did the last time. However, the netizens simply wouldn't buy his excuses. After all, they had deliberately asked Lin Ran in his live stream if all his other works were entirely original. Thinking that Phoenix Cry Under Heaven was an anomaly, Lin Ran responded affirmatively and confidently, stating that all his other works were original with no transactions involved. The recordings of those statements still existed, so Lin Ran's current attempts to use them as excuses completely fell flat. The previously silent netizens finally started commenting en masse, supporting the rights of original creators. Even the casual onlookers, who had watched the drama unfold from beginning to end, began berating Lin Ran when the tide turned against him. The internet is a double-edged sword. If they could elevate him back to a pedestal, they could equally pull him down. The Yi family seized this opportunity to sue Lin Ran and publicly demanded an explanation from the Lin family. Lin Ran, who had been on top only this morning, instantly became an object of universal hatred and curses. His fortune was rapidly declining, and he subconsciously sought help from his father, Lin. Unfortunately, the Lin family was already in chaos, with Lin father struggling to take care of himself, let alone having extra energy to assist Lin Ran. Lin mother wanted to do something to help him, but unfortunately she was powerless, and in the end could only advise Lin Ran to stay home quietly and avoid going outside. Lin Ran glared red-eyed at the overwhelming criticism flooding in, smashing his phone and computer in anger and wrecking his room into a mess. He stared at his almost deranged reflection in the mirror, mutteringly. No. No. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be this way. I was reborn, I am the protagonist of this world. I am the main character. It shouldn't be this way. Ah. With a cry of anguish, he grabbed the water glass beside him and hurled it at the mirror. As the mirror shattered, countless cracks appeared on the reflective surface before his eyes. Staring at his distorted reflection, Lin Ran's eyes turned bloodshot. Clenching his teeth, he managed a horrifying laugh. Yi Chi. Yi Chi. Ha ha ha. Even with a second chance, you still won't let me go. You still won't let me go. Ha ha ha. Chapter 44, His archenemy always wanted to taste him again, 44. Little MOMO, Lin Ran's main character aura has already been recycled by 90%, and his protagonist glow is almost broken, but it's still lacking a little bit. Sitting on Shereimo's shoulder, 447 was flipping through the reactions online together with him while holding a pinkish-white cotton candy. With the Yi family taking the lead, those original creators didn't let go of Lin Ran because of this. They also expressed their intention to sue Lin Ran and refused any mediation. Yi Chi seized this breakthrough point to target the Lin family, preparing for a fatal blow. So he left early and returned to the Yi family, barely coming back for 2 days in a row. And Yi Chi also vaguely felt there was an invisible hand behind this pushing things along. Otherwise, those original creators wouldn't have conveniently gathered at just the right time to retaliate. But when he privately approached those people, not one of them was willing to tell him who was helping them. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that they all shared a common enemy and could temporarily form a partnership. The Lin family had already been barely hanging on. But they never imagined that the last straw to break their backs would be the Qing family. Lin Ran knew that the Qing family had set a trap for him. For this reason, he even called specifically to scold Qing Su Nan. However, Cheng Ziyu answered the call. After letting him finish speaking, Cheng Ziyu then lightly smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Lin, if you have the time to meddle in other people's affairs, why don't you take care of your own problems first? Oh, sorry about that, look at my memory. Mr. Lin, you're going to have no home soon. TSK. Lin Ran, why don't you just roll over to the recycling station? You are nothing but a garbage thief after all. Could it be that you, as such garbage, can't be recycled? If so, I can show you a way out. You could just buy a plane ticket now and jump into the sea of a certain island country. That might cause quite a bit of pollution and have at least a little value. Of course, if you're really willing to do this, I'll provide you with the money for the plane ticket. Cheng Ziyu spoke lightly and quickly, with a trace of laughter, giving Lin Ran absolutely no chance to open his mouth. After finishing, he hung up directly and blocked Lin Ran's number. As for how enraged Lin Ran might get, what did it have to do with him? For someone who wanted Cheng Su Nan to leave his side, not being able to destroy Lin Ran personally was his greatest regret. When 447 told Shereimo these matters, Shereimo only laughed softly. It's expected. Cheng Ziyu is not an easy person to get along with. Just like this, his last retreat route has also been cut off. He probably will resort to extremes next, little MOMO, you need to prepare yourself. 447 spoke somewhat wistfully. Shereimo got up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside. As the wind blew his hair, he couldn't help but squint slightly, hiding the gleeful light in his eyes. Yes, cutting off his final route, the madman has no choice but to take extreme measures. Little 7, want to place a bet? Guess when he'll make a move against us? Sitting by the window, 447 hummed softly, I'm not betting with you. You always find a way to win, and every time we bet, I lose a lot of points. Shereimo said with a touch of regret, alright, that's truly unfortunate. But, we still have to give him a chance to make a move. Soon we'll be able to reclaim all the good fortune. 447 thought about it and then asked, are you going to inform Yi Chi about this matter ahead of time? Let him also be prepared. Blinking once, Shereimo thought for a moment and slowly replied. Let's skip it. I'm afraid he won't be able to perform well enough. 447, alright, then I'll keep monitoring him for you and come back to inform you once he's ready to act. Shereimo, go ahead, and after this matter concludes, I'll take you overseas to eat the dessert shop you've been wanting to try. Hearing this, 447's eyes lit up brightly with joy, cheering before leaving without hesitation. Lin Ran was indeed completely driven mad. In the end, he still took the same path from the breakdown plot. Choosing to use all his savings to hire a group of people to kidnap Yi Chi and Shereimo. To be precise, his original target was only Yi Chi. But coincidentally, he saw a photo of Shereimo and Yi Chi together. The Shereimo in the picture clearly showed no sign of being forced. At this, Lin Ran immediately grew angry, and further recalled that Shir family had also taken action against Lin family earlier. He thought Shereimo's actions were a betrayal against him. This notion intensified when he once again saw them getting out of the same car, so he had those people kidnap both Shereimo and Yichi at the same time. When Shereimo and Yichi opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an abandoned warehouse. Shereimo glanced downward with lowered eyes, his hands were tied up now, and he was sitting on a chair. On the other side, Yichi wasn't as well treated, tied up tightly and thrown carelessly to one side. TSK. It seemed that Lin Ran had made up his mind to kidnap them, yet even in this situation, they were treated differently. Apparently, the false protagonist did indeed hate the real protagonist more. M.O. Yichi also regained consciousness, and the first thing he did upon waking was checking Shereimo's condition, anxiety lacing his voice. After realizing that Shereimo wasn't injured, he felt a little relieved. Earlier, when those people tried to kidnap them, Yichi actually had a chance to escape. However, seeing Shereimo being held down by them, he naturally wouldn't abandon him and was knocked unconscious after being injected with some sort of drug. That was why they ended up here together bound. Yichi still felt a bit dizzy, guessing that it must be due to the drug not fully wearing off. He bit his tongue and shook his head slightly to try staying alert. He began observing the surroundings while looking for something that could help them break free. But soon he spotted Lin Ran sitting nearby. At first, Yichi froze, then his gaze turned cold. Upon realizing they were finally paying attention to him, Lin Ran smiled smugly and casually clapped his hands before walking closer. Yichi, Shereimo, it's been a while. Shereimo signaled something subtly to 447 who was perched on his shoulder. 447 immediately flew over behind Yichi and quietly placed a small blade near his hand. Yichi's eyes dimmed momentarily, though there were lingering doubts in his mind, this wasn't the time to be picky. By now, Lin Ran had already approached Shereimo. Leaning slightly back, Shereimo appeared graceful with an air of pride and nonchalance. If not for his bound hands, no one would have guessed he was the one kidnapped. Lin Ran, do you know what you're doing? Shereimo asked, still maintaining a slight curve at the corner of his lips. Seeing such composure from Shereimo, Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh lightly. He reached out, tracing Shereimo's features with his fingertips, his eyes filled with madness and obsession. AMO. Chapter 45, Rival always wants to taste him again, 45. Lin Ran. Let him go. Yichi's pupils suddenly tightened, and the blade in his hand almost cut his fingers. But he still bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain his composure. Then he slightly shifted his body to face Lin Ran, continuing his action while coldly speaking. Lin Ran, if you have any grievances, you can direct them at me. There's no need to make things difficult for him. When Lin Ran heard Yichi's words, his hands paused for a moment, as if he had heard a joke, causing him to chuckle involuntarily. However, he did not turn around, instead, he just turned his head to look at Yichi. In that glance, it was filled with murderous intent and anger. At this moment, he was no longer hiding his hatred. Lin Ran looked at the man who made him so infatuated in the previous life but caused his family's ruin across 2 lifetimes. Now, seeing him pathetically tied in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, trembling all over, ha ha ha. Yichi, do you even know who you are? What exactly do you think you are? In the past, I liked you, offering my true heart right before your eyes, but you treated it like trash, trampling on it underfoot. What? Are you regretting now? I'll tell you, regret is too late for you. Your life is in my hands now. I can kill you anytime. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Lin Ran's bloodshot eyes glared ferociously, those who betray others' sincerity deserve to go to hell. As he spoke, he abruptly turned his head to look at Shereimo, who remained calm. AIMO. Lin Ran's voice trembled as he reached out, using his fingertips to tease a strand of his long hair, playing with it. Seeing his action, Shereimo finally frowned, revealing a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Lin Ran, you've dirted my hair. Lin Ran paused his movement, subconsciously tightening his grip, then slowly letting go. Is AIMO rejecting me because I'm dirty? But why? Why, in the previous life when you clearly liked me, everything changed after we restarted. Or does restarting mean your affection no longer belongs to me? Lin Ran's expression was filled with extreme anguish, the madness in his eyes unhidden. It was unclear whether he was talking to Shereimo or muttering to himself. 447 whispered in Shereimo's ear, oh my. Mo, the fake protagonist's villainous transformation value is through the roof. He's crazy like a mental patient. Shereimo responded calmly, Lin Ran, I already said this, I don't like you, never have. If you're really sick, you should go to a psychiatric hospital, not here. Impossible. Lin Ran seemed provoked by one of Shereimo's words, immediately shouting angrily and cutting off his speech. With both hands on Shereimo's shoulders, he shook him with a twisted expression, repeating incessantly. How could you possibly not like me? How could you possibly not like me? I am the main character. I'm the one who can be reborn. How could you not like me? How could you not like me if in the previous life you fought against Yichi for me? Lin Ran nearly shouted with rage, but as he continued, tears welled up in his reddened eyes, and his voice choked with emotion. After I died, you targeted Yi Chi everywhere for revenge on my behalf, eventually only ending up forced to leave the country and live far away abroad. AIMO. AIMO. You can't treat me like this. You can't change your feelings after realizing I'm the one you truly love. You liked me. Remember, you liked me. You belong to me. The more Lin Ran talked, the calmer he became, slowly releasing Shereimo. Then he turned around and stared straight at Yi Chi. He suddenly flashed a smile at Yi Chi, clapped his hands, and immediately two people came in from outside the warehouse. One carried a folding table, and the other held a black briefcase. Without a word, they set the table down in front of them and placed the black briefcase on top. The briefcase was opened, revealing various tools inside. From tiny needles to scalpels, then sharp fruit knives, and whips with barbs. Yi Chi, it's all because of you. All of this is your fault. Lin Ran walked to the briefcase, his fingertips trailing over the contents as he considered which to start with. Finally, he picked up the scalpel. The sharp blade glinted coldly in the light, and Lin Ran stared icily at Yi Chi. Yi Chi, you truly deserve to die. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become like this. If it weren't for you, AIMO would still love me. Yi Chi, I want you dead, I want you to completely vanish. Lin Ran's expression was already deranged as he tightly gripped the sharp scalpel and quickly approached Yi Chi. He grabbed Yi Chi's collar, forcing him to look up at him while raising the other hand high. Yi Chi. I hate your indifferent demeanor. All I did was fall in love with you, what's wrong with that? Do I owe you? Why do you look down on me so much? Why treat me this way? Why? Lin Ran roared furiously, completely oblivious to a flicker of unusual emotion passing through Yi Chi's cold eyes. At this moment, Lin Ran had almost lost all reason and failed to notice Yi Chi's subtle movements. His gaze fixated on Yi Chi's chest. As long as you die, what belongs to me will return to my possession. As long as you're gone, IMO will realize he should have loved me. Lin Ran tilted his head mockingly toward Yi Chi, revealing an extremely cruel smile. Suddenly, the scalpel stabbed straight at Yi Chi's heart. But there was no splatter of blood as imagined. In an instant, Yi Chi violently broke free from his restraints, sidestepped, and slashed Lin Ran's wrist with the blade in his hand. Then, he swiftly snatched the scalpel from Lin Ran. Before Lin Ran could react, Yi Chi drove the scalpel deep into his groin. The intense pain caused Lin Ran's face to go deathly pale. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as he screamed sharply in agony. Clutching his profusely bleeding wound, Lin Ran's eyes filled with hatred and disbelief. Whether out of anger or pain, he howled. Yi Chi. I'll kill you. I will make you die. Yi Chi paid Lin Ran no attention, taking advantage of the distraction to move quickly. Before those present could react, he had already rushed to the black case, grabbing two of the sharpest knives. He immediately cut the ropes around Shereimo's wrists and shoved one of the knives into his hands. Just then, the warehouse door burst open. Panting heavily, Lin Ran shrieked hoarsely. Kill him. Kill him now. I want him dead. Yi Chi quickly assessed the men rushing toward him. Tightly gripping the cold blade, veins visibly protruding on his hand, his eyes glinted with ferocity, but his tone remained gentle. AIMO, take care of yourself. Don't worry, this will be over soon. Chapter 46, his nemesis keeps wanting to savor him again and again, 46. So, good luck to you. Shereimo didn't hesitate at all. After hearing Yi Chi's words, he decisively turned around and left, putting some distance between himself and them, and also casually took the chair with him. From afar, sitting on the chair, he observed Yi Chi's fight against those people with the air of a spectator. As Yi Chi's nemesis, he naturally understood his strength better than anyone else. Besides, now that the protagonist's fortune had mostly returned, he naturally wasn't worried about these people injuring Yi Chi. Lin Ran, lying in the blood-soaked ground, stared at Yi Chi with hatred-filled crimson eyes. He panted heavily, despite being in complete disarray, yet still managed to shakily pull out a communicator from his clothes. Gripping the communicator tightly, Lin Ran gritted his teeth and trembled as he shouted, "Come in. All of you come in. Kill him for me." Shereimo squinted slightly, and then more people rushed in. These few individuals looked like fierce demons, exuding an aura of brutality completely different from the little hooligans that Yi Chi had easily subdued earlier. Most importantly, they were holding guns. Shereimo's fingers curled slightly, his gaze hardened as he fixated on the guns in their hands, his pupils flashing a hint of bloody redness. Seeing Yi Chi, these men wanted to open fire immediately, while Lin Ran revealed a maniacal smile. However, the next moment, they froze. What's wrong? Why can't we use it? The faces of the men showed panic, but no matter how much they struggled, the guns in their hands acted like broken toy guns, utterly useless. Originally, when Yi Chi saw the guns in their hands, there was a flicker of coldness in his eyes. However, realizing their weapons were useless, he wasted no time, taking advantage of the situation by attacking them immediately. First, he wrested away their guns and threw them aside, then, gripping a blood-stained knife firmly, he thrust it mercilessly into their bodies. Yi Qi's movements were both swift and brutal, leaving them without even a chance to catch their breath or recover. He incapacitated their hands, followed by their legs, rendering them incapable of further attack. For a moment, the air became saturated with a bloody stench, filled with gore as one after another collapsed in a pool of blood. It was a horrifying and grotesque scene, terrifying beyond compare. Yet, watching this spectacle, Shereimo merely smirked lightly and crossed his legs in a relaxed posture. He rested his head on one hand supported by the armrest beside him, while idly playing with the fruit knife Yi Qi had given him earlier, appearing completely nonchalant. When his gaze fell upon Lin Ran, who was struggling painfully to rise and had picked up another blade, he paused briefly. Ah! Lin Ran attempted to ambush Yi Qi from behind, but before he could touch him, Lin Ran himself toppled over. Stiffly, incredulously, Lin Ran turned around and stared intently at the knife piercing through his calf, embedding his leg harshly into the ground. Why? Why? Shereimo, why do you treat me like this? I loved you so much, why did you treat me like this? Lin Ran stared at Shereimo, his eyes full of disbelief and shock. Even at this stage, he could not accept the fact that Shereimo would act against him. In a state of madness, he cried out wildly, Shereimo. Shereimo, why do you treat me like this? Why? You clearly loved me so much, you once loved me very much. Upon seeing such a sight, Shereimo finally rose, slowly stepped towards Lin Ran, and half squatted down. He absent-mindedly pulled the blade out, then placed it under Lin Ran's neck, sighing softly. Lin Ran, did you hear that? Confused, Lin Ran responded, hear what? Shereimo smiled pleasantly, the sound of police cars. I called the cops. Lin Ran, you're utterly finished. Instantly pale as paper, Lin Ran tightly clutched onto Shereimo's ankle, his eyes brimming with reluctance and resentment, and gnashed his teeth together. Shereimo. Why did you treat me like this? Even though I always went after Yi Qi, I never did anything against you. In fact, I even thought of sharing a piece of the pie with you, wanting you to divide the Yi family's fortune with me. Why are you treating me like this? Lin Ran almost yelled the last sentence in sheer desperation. While questioning Shereimo in an attempt to draw his attention, he weakly reached out with trembling hands toward another remote button inside his clothing. Shereimo just gave a slightly disdainful glance at Lin Ran's blood-stained hands, already considering washing them properly when he got home later. What? Do you still want to blow this place up? At the exposure of his thoughts, Lin Ran's body instantly stiffened. Shereimo poked Lin Ran's waist with the knife in his hand, making Lin Ran instinctively dodge. He softly chuckled, then casually took the button from Lin Ran's hand and pressed it right in front of him. There was no reaction. The last gleam of hope in Lin Ran's eyes vanished, leaving his gaze numb and hollow. Shereimo leisurely continued. What a pity. Lin Ran felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing on the ground. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. It shouldn't be this way, how did it turn out like this? I can reincarnate. I should be the protagonist of this world. I should. Lin Ran mumbled, still filled with reluctance. I should take revenge, break free from my tragic death, and have a better future, reach the peak of life, make everyone envy me. I am the protagonist. I can reincarnate, how could I not be the protagonist? How did it end up like this? Shereimo smirked at the corner of his lips, because you're not the protagonist, Lin Ran. Whether in your previous life or this one, you're nothing but a waste, garbage. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be the protagonist. Don't look at me that way, I'm just stating the truth. When Shereimo met Lin Ran's filled eyes, his smile slightly faded. He casually drew a wound on his neck with the knife. Not fatal, but painful. Lin Ran gasped in pain, but upon hearing Shereimo's words, he finally realized. It wasn't Yi Qi who manipulated public opinion against him online, it was Shereimo. It's you, it was you all along. Lin Ran opened his mouth, wanting to question Shereimo, but found himself unable to say anything. Shereimo tapped his face with the knife, his expression still smiling but his eyes cold. Lin Ran, weren't you quite proud? Arrogantly relying on a second chance, freely plundering others' hard-earned accomplishments without doing anything yourself, directly claiming what others worked so hard to create. Your so-called pinnacle is merely built on the creator's blood and remains, stealing their creations and turning them into your own success. And sewing the achievements originally belonging to others into your peak. Shereimo pointed the tip of the knife at Lin Ran's eyes, he detested Lin Ran's gaze. What exactly are you feeling regretful or resentful about? If you've chosen to use others' achievements to ascend to the sky, you should also expect being dragged down to the mud, shouldn't you? Chapter 47, Rival always wants to taste him again, 47. Shereimo was about to get up after dealing with Lin Ran, then paused as if remembering something. He smiled and said. By the way, someone asked me to pass a message on to you. You people like you should go back where you belong. I think what he said makes a lot of sense. So I've already found the right place for you. Don't worry, your life won't end easily. When Lin Ran heard this from Shereimo, an ominous premonition spread in his heart, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even move a hand to struggle. He hated himself for not passing out in pain. Why did he still have to endure all of this while awake? Unbeknownst to him, behind his vision, 447 held a syringe, observing Lin Ran's suffering with evident satisfaction. 447 patted the syringe and commented approvingly. Truly impressive, this drug deserves so many positive reviews. Its effect is just too good. I'll definitely give it 5 stars once I get back. As 447 spoke, he enthusiastically took photos and videos of Lin Ran. Shereimo raised an eyebrow. Positive review? Why bother with so much trouble? 447 smiled slightly embarrassed, then tucked the syringe into his pocket. After uploading the photos and video taken moments ago, he whispered. Because giving a 5-star review with a video or photo earns 20 bonus points. Shereimo was silent, seemingly unimpressed. Lin Ran remained obstinate despite his body being drained of all strength for struggling or resisting. Lying there like a dead fish, he eventually closed his eyes and waited for his ultimate fate. Lin Ran didn't know what good place Shereimo was referring to, but his instincts told him that if sent there, it would be worse than death. However, after having died once already, he now cherished his life more than anything else. How could he possibly let himself die? How could he willingly put an end to his own life? In the end, Lin Ran dismissed such thoughts. He secretly thought to himself that as long as he stayed alive, there would always be hope. There would always be an opportunity to turn the situation around. But first, he had to survive. However, Lin Ran didn't know that in the near future, he would deeply regret thinking this way. Mo, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel uncomfortable? Yi Chi had already defeated everyone, discarding the knife in his hand, rushing anxiously to Shereimo. His eyes were filled with worry and care. He tried to examine Shereimo for any injuries, but Shereimo stopped him with a gesture. Frowning slightly in disdain, Shereimo said, Yi Chi, you're far too dirty. Yi Chi hesitated for a moment, then glanced down at his current state before falling silent. Alright, indeed, he was dirty. But after fighting against so many people and using knives, it would be strange if he remained clean. Yi Chi thought to himself but still took a step back, creating some distance between them to avoid getting Shereimo's clothes stained with blood. After a quick look over, Yi Chi confirmed that Shereimo wasn't seriously injured, and appeared fine, thus relieving some of his tension. At this point, Yi Chi finally directed his attention to Lin Ran, the mastermind behind all this chaos. He saw no fault in Shereimo's rough treatment of Lin Ran, instead, his eyes only showed contempt and distaste. Mo, how do you plan to deal with him, and these people? Yi Chi swept his gaze over the group on the ground. They looked almost dead but none were in mortal danger. After all, Yi Chi wasn't one who enjoyed random killing, and it would also complicate matters. More importantly, he didn't want to leave Shereimo with an impression of him as brutal and cruel. Yi Chi's eyes dimmed slightly. Shereimo walked to Yi Chi's side, softly laughing. Kidnapping, attempted murder, possession of firearms, let the law deal with them appropriately. Do what must be done. However, Lin Ran can't go with them. I have other plans for him, so don't interfere. Shereimo glanced at the mission interface visible only to him. His tasks in this world were completed. All main character luck was successfully reclaimed, and Lin Ran's so-called protagonist aura was shattered. The only thing left was the original host's wish, which was barely reaching 30%. But there's no rush, after all, there will be plenty of time ahead. Shereimo's lips slowly curled into a smile as he casually spoke. Rest assured, I won't let him off easily. Yi Chi also readily agreed. Of course, you can handle him however you want. After all, the Lin family is already gone, and there's no one left who could protect him. As for what Shereimo intended to do, Yi Chi didn't ask and didn't care, his only concern was Shereimo's safety. Shereimo tilted his head slightly just in time to lock eyes with Yi Chi, who had also turned toward him. For a moment, their gazes met in the air. Shereimo smiled faintly. Thanks. Having traveled through so many worlds, Shereimo knew very well that sometimes death isn't a punishment, it's a release. And what Shereimo wanted for Lin Ran was never-ending torment. The police arrived soon after and took them away. Shereimo and Yi Chi were sent back after giving only a brief statement, and neither of them brought up this incident again. However, the ruckus caused by this event wasn't small. Under Shereimo's instructions, Lin Ran's hiring of hitmen was directly exposed to the public. Although Yi Chi hadn't killed those people at the abandoned warehouse, he still manipulated things discreetly afterward, ensuring they were all sentenced to death without reprieve. Just as the entire internet was urging for Lin Ran to receive the same capital punishment, it was revealed that Lin Ran had mental health issues. This reminded everyone of the video that the Lin family had suppressed earlier, of Lin Ran crawling and writhing grotesquely in the restaurant. Some believed Lin Ran was faking it to escape legal consequences, and more curses and harsher insults poured onto him. Lin Ran's parents, Lin's father and mother, had long been prepared. Even though they had gone bankrupt, they still retained some savings, enough to live frugally but comfortably for the rest of their lives. But then Lin Ran got himself into such trouble. Before they could figure out how to bring Lin Ran back from the psychiatric hospital, they were tragically killed in a fire. Coincidentally, the person who set the fire was also a mentally unstable individual. When this news surfaced online, the netizens initially cheered. Soon, however, someone uncovered that the arsonist had a sister who once worked at Lin Corporation. This girl had once had a bright future until someone plagiarized her design work and even falsely accused her. Since the culprit was Lin Mother's younger brother, Lin Mother used her influence to suppress the matter. Lin Mother even hired a gang of thugs to smash up their home, threatening the girl to keep silent about the incident. As a result, the girl was branded as a plagiarist and, under Lin Mother's warning, could no longer find decent work. In the end, she became depressed and jumped to her death. The girl's brother had just returned from medical treatment abroad. Upon learning of this, he stabbed Lin Mother's younger brother to death, and was subsequently diagnosed as mentally unstable and placed in a psychiatric hospital. With such major events rocking the Lin family, every piece of information about Lin Father and Lin Mother was fully exposed on the internet. No matter where they tried to hide, their tracks would be unearthed. It was precisely because of this that the arsonist found their current location and started the fire. Upon learning the truth, the crowd sighed in unison. Lin Father and Lin Mother were burned to death, Lin Ran was sent to a psychiatric hospital, and the Lin family was completely wiped out. In this way, after more than 2 months, the traces of the Lin family on the internet gradually faded, replaced by new scandals, new excitement. Chapter 48, Rivals always want to taste him again and again, 48. AMO, it's been so long already, when will you finally give me a proper title? Yi Chi embraced Shereimo, rubbing his head against the latter's neck again and again, revealing an undertone of grievance in his voice. He couldn't understand why, after such a long time, after all the issues have been resolved, Shereimo still refuses to be his boyfriend. Now they live together, every night sleeping on the same bed, engaging in deep, intimate exchanges. He could feel that Shereimo was also highly satisfied with his skills. He had been preparing for a proposal for quite some time. But he didn't know why, every time he tentatively tried to deepen the relationship with Shereimo, he was always firmly rejected. Not receiving a reply from Shereimo, Yi Chi fell silent in distress. The disappointment in his eyes was almost tangible. Finally, he couldn't help but lightly bit Shereimo's collarbone, leaving a very faint mark of his own. Unable to officially hold Shereimo's hand and tell everyone this person belongs to him, it made him extremely uneasy. Only by constantly marking Shereimo as his own could he feel slightly more at ease like this. Shereimo softly hissed and nudged Yi Chi's head aside a little before opening his mouth helplessly. How is young Master Yi like a little mad dog? Lately, you seem to like biting people more and more. I'll stop if you officially take me. Facing Shereimo slapping his face and pushing him away, Yi Chi did not get angry. Instead, he lifted his hand to hold Shereimo's wrist, then bit his fingers, lightly grinding them a few times, neither too soft nor too hard. Shereimo. Little Yi dog, let go of my hand, or tonight you won't be able to sleep in my bed. Yi Chi, OAO. AMO. Feeling even more aggrieved, Yi Chi had no choice but to release Shereimo's hand, fearing that Shereimo really wouldn't let him into the bed tonight. Even worse, Shereimo might repeat what happened last time, tying him up and letting him watch. Allowing him only to see but not taste. Recalling this feeling now, Yi Chi still felt it would drive him insane. It was truly crazy. AMO, am I doing something wrong? Yi Chi continued hugging Shereimo's waist, resting his head on the latter's shoulder, speaking softly. If there is anything I don't do well, you can just tell me directly, don't treat me like this. You don't know, a few days ago during our small collaboration with the Cheng family, Cheng Ziyu actually came personally to sign the contract. Shereimo was playing a game, absent-mindedly responding with a casual, and? Yi Chi snorted lightly. After signing the contract, he didn't leave but waited until I finished work to have dinner with me. That Cheng Ziyu guy, upon getting up after the meal, pretended accidentally to drop his marriage certificate. Shereimo. Cheng Ziyu and Cheng Su-nan got married? Shereimo was somewhat surprised, as he didn't know about this matter. Yi Chi nodded, yeah, they're still preparing the wedding ceremony, they've just registered first. But. AMO, we can get married anytime you want, and start planning the wedding anytime too. Yi Chi said this very seriously, his gaze resolute. Shereimo met Yi Chi's sincere eyes, sensing the intense love stored within them, shifting uncomfortably to look elsewhere. Listening daily to 447 report on Yi Chi's actions, naturally Shereimo knew what Yi Chi said was true. Yi Chi had already begun making preparations. There was no need to guess how much Yi Chi looked forward to this day. Shereimo contemplated his plans, glanced at the time he'd allocated for himself, and gave a soft sigh, then bending his eyes slightly, smiled, and said. All right, I'll agree with you. Startled momentarily by Shereimo's words, Yi Chi's pupils suddenly tightened, immediately hugging Shereimo tighter. Really? Did AMO mean it? Am I hearing things? The entirety of Yi Chi was drowned in overwhelming joy, almost writing the two characters, happy, directly onto his eyes. Shereimo stopped replying, instead cradling his face and placing a kiss on his lips. As Yi Chi's excitement and joy gradually settled, he realized that the proposal he had been meticulously planning for such a long time would finally come in handy. He wanted to give Shereimo the best of everything. These formalities were indispensable, so he'd made all the necessary arrangements long ago. But he'd been waiting for the day Shereimo would willingly be with him. He wanted to tell the whole world, he liked Shereimo, and Shereimo liked him too, they were destined to belong to each other. Yet, at the same time, he didn't want to put Shereimo in a difficult position. He wanted the words of congratulations from people during his proposal to be blessings rather than pressure forcing Shereimo into making a choice. So even though he'd already prepared everything, he hadn't gone through with it yet. But now, he could. Shereimo had finally agreed to be with him. Without hesitation, Yi Chi immediately grabbed his phone and sent a message to his assistant. He also deliberately chose a good time, it would be just 3 days later. Yi Chi was very satisfied with this timing. Once the proposal was over, he could directly take Shereimo to register their marriage. He'd also made 7/8 of the wedding arrangements, which he'd figured out by subtly probing Shereimo during their conversations. The remaining details could be discussed after they got their marriage certificate. Yi Chi's eyes curved softly, and the corners of his lips lifted uncontrollably, the curve of happiness couldn't be suppressed. At this moment, every inch of him radiated an aura of joy. Anyone who glanced at him could sense how ecstatic he was. Shereimo, however, smiled less intensely. 447, disturbed by Yi Chi's antics, poked its head out from under the covers and drowsily climbed up Shereimo's arm, settling on his shoulder. It yawned before speaking directly. Shereimo, I have to remind you, we should leave this world and head to the next one. We've been here for far too long, and you've been hanging out with Yi Chi, the main protagonist, all the time. Now, as the villain, you're covered in the scent of the male lead, and heaven has become extremely displeased. Shereimo looked at Yi Chi, who had just rolled out of bed and was hugging his phone while grinning stupidly, and quietly lifted the corner of his mouth. I understand. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll take one last look at Lin Ran, and then prepare to leave the country. Upon hearing this, 447 opened its eyes wide and immediately clapped its hands happily. Great. Great. When the time comes, we'll simply arrange for a plane crash. Chapter 49, Rival always wants to repeatedly taste him, 49. Shereimo heard these words and frowned, then directly grabbed the little ball on his shoulder and brought it to eye level to look at him face to face. 447 was a bit confused. Shereimo, why are you looking at me with this kind of expression? Shereimo's tone was unusually serious. Shao Qi, I just reviewed the materials for this period. There were no plane crashes in these few days, so you cannot meddle. He had previously also chosen situations like plane crashes or car accidents to leave the task world. But that was because when he wanted to leave, those accidents would happen by coincidence. He merely let himself die in those accidents without changing anyone else's fate. Now there was no such situation, yet he still wanted to choose this method to leave the world, which would also harm others. He couldn't do that. 447 finally realized what Shereimo meant and nodded hastily. Then, he stretched out his two little hands to embrace Shereimo's fingers, rubbing them slightly as a gesture of flattery, and softly said. Sorry Shereimo. I just thought you've stayed too long in this world, and I was worried, so I intended to use the fastest way to leave this world. Because he was too hasty, he hadn't thoroughly investigated. But luckily, he didn't have time to do anything yet. 447 sighed in relief while feeling somewhat afraid afterward. He didn't want to hurt those innocent people either. Then, why don't you commit suicide instead? It would be quicker. Only, if you did that, Yi Chi might go crazy. 447 hesitated a bit after saying this. Shereimo lowered his eyes, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting a shadow over the emotions in his eyes. 447 couldn't figure out his current mood, but only heard him say calmly. Let's go abroad first. I promised you to take you to eat those things. I've already arranged everything. We'll leave after visiting Lin Ran tomorrow. Hearing Shereimo's words, 447 felt something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't tell what it was. Based on his trust in Shereimo and his craving for the delicious food, 447 almost didn't hesitate before agreeing. Yi Chi soon said he had urgent matters at the company and left. Rarely was it that he didn't come back until evening, he just sent Shereimo a message telling him not to wait for him and rest early. Shereimo found this unsurprising at all. If he didn't guess wrong, Yi Chi should be preparing for the proposal. However, it was regrettable since he was about to leave here. As night fell, lying on the bed and looking at the messages from Yi Chi, Shereimo thought to himself. 447 also sighed and said, Alright Shereimo, don't be sad anymore. I know how good he is to you and how much he likes you. But he's the male lead of this world, and we're just passers-by. So, don't think too much about it. No matter what happens, I will always stay by your side and accompany you. Shereimo did not answer 447 but closed his eyes and pulled the blanket over to sleep. During this period, Yi Chi had been too gentle to him, almost complying with any request except in bed. This made him somewhat reluctant to act this way. Yet it was indeed regrettable. Why? Because one was the protagonist and the other the antagonist. That night, one slept well while another was up all night. The next morning, Shereimo woke up early, changed into different clothes, packed quickly, and finished preparing his luggage. Before leaving, he sent a message to his father, who immediately transferred 5 million yuan upon knowing Shereimo would be going overseas. Along with that came a voice note, finally, you decided to go out and relax your mind. Go ahead, enjoy yourself. After the incident where Lin Ran kidnapped Shereimo last time, both parents feared Shereimo might have some psychological trauma. Unfortunately, Shereimo was unwilling to discuss the specifics of what happened that day. After returning home, he neither went to the company nor returned home but stayed in his own apartment all day. They had worried for a considerable period of time. Once they learned Yi Chi lived downstairs from him, they specifically asked Yi Chi to help look after Shereimo, considering peers had more common topics to talk about. Now, since Shereimo was willing to go away and relax, they naturally fully supported him. Shereimo slightly curled his lips and turned off his phone before heading to the psychiatric hospital he had specially arranged for Lin Ran. It was a private psychiatric hospital that Shereimo had arranged for when he first came to this world 3 years ago. After more than 2 months, he finally saw Lin Ran again. Compared to before, Lin Ran was clearly more deranged, covered in countless wounds of all sizes. It was easy to imagine the torment he had endured here. Let me die, please let me die. Please. Shereimo. Please let me die. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. Where was the resentment and bitterness Lin Ran once showed when looking at Shereimo? Now, his eyes were filled only with fear and suffering as he desperately reached out to Shereimo with all his might, writhing uncontrollably. But Shereimo merely looked at him with an amused smile on his face, as if watching a ridiculous clown. Lin Ran stared blankly, tears streaming down his face again, rolling into the wounds on his cheeks, causing sharp pain. However, he laughed wildly, then banged his head against the iron bars in front of him. Die. We all die. Why can't I die? Why can't I die? Why won't you let me die? But soon, people around him rushed forward and restrained him from both sides, breaking his movements, dragging him back. A middle-aged man in a white coat with a mask adjusted his glasses slightly, sighed meaningfully. It seems Mr. Lin's condition has worsened, we need to double his treatment. Mr. Shir, there will be a treatment session for him this afternoon. Would you like to stay and watch? Shereimo glanced at his watch, no need, I have something else to deal with. You take good care of him. After seeing the final outcome of Lin Ran, the original main character's wish could finally be considered 100% fulfilled. When Shereimo left, he felt much lighter overall. Without hesitation, he boarded a flight to leave the country and blocked all information from home. As he took 447 to try all the delicacies 447 wanted to eat but never had time for before. For 47, rubbing his bloated little belly, urged Shereimo again that it was time to leave this world. Shereimo still smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor refusing. When they returned to the hotel and opened the door to their room, Shereimo's movements froze mid-action. Because there was someone sitting inside the room. That person wore a black high-neck sweater, his head lowered, playing with his phone, nearly hiding most of his face. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he finally stopped his actions, slowly lifting his head to look at Shereimo, smiling lightly at him, but with craziness swirling in his eyes. AIMO, long time no see. Chapter 50, the arch-rival always wants to taste him again, 50. Shereimo didn't respond, nor did he leave. Instead, he entered the room and closed the door behind him. It had been such a long time since the two of them had seen each other. One was overly calm, the other too cool. The atmosphere inside the room seemed unusually strange, which made 447 pace anxiously back and forth. Ah. What should we do? What should we do? Xiao Momo. How could Yi Chi suddenly find us here? Wah. We're doomed. If he catches us, will we be able to successfully leave this world? For 47, looking at Yi Chi sitting on the edge of the bed, was both anxious and terrified, sobbing uncontrollably. His greatest fear had finally come true. Earlier, he had suspected that Shereimo deliberately provoked Yi Chi. It wasn't an explicit revelation of their connection but more like taking advantage of a glitch in the system. Yet Yi Chi's feelings for Shereimo were undeniable, meaning they might not escape this world easily. That's why he had been constantly urging Shereimo to leave sooner, just to avoid being caught by Yi Chi. Now, after playing here for so long without leaving, Yi Chi had already found them directly. Terrified, 447 felt something odd. He had helped Shereimo erase all traces of their presence. Logically speaking, Yi Chi shouldn't have been able to find them, certainly not within such a short span of time. Before 447 could figure out the reason, Shereimo had already stopped right in front of Yi Chi. He slightly leaned down, meeting his gaze with a gentle curve to his eyes, hiding a barely noticeable smirk. Yes, it's been a long time. How did Master Yi manage to find us here? A flicker of dark light crossed Yi Chi's eyes as he abruptly reached out and hooked Shereimo's waist, pulling him forward with unexpected force. Unprepared, Shereimo tumbled directly into his arms. Yi Chi gave him no chance to resist. With one swift movement, he pinned Shereimo beneath him and crashed their lips together fiercely. The kiss was deep and frenzied, as if trying to devour the person beneath him completely. Xiao Momo. Seeing Shereimo struggling helplessly, 447 originally wanted to intervene. However, the next moment, Shereimo's voice, slightly breathless, resonated in his mind. Xiao Qi, go back to the system space. Startled, 447 hesitated for a moment but obediently retreated into the system space. Xiao Momo, take care of yourself. I'll go contact the World Dao to see how we should deal with this situation. Listening to his words, Shereimo's eyes shimmered for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Yi Qi, noticing his distracted state, was somewhat dissatisfied. He punished Shereimo with a small bite on his lips and asked in a hoarse voice. Are you thinking about how to deal with me and then leave me alone again? Yi Qi. Are you some kind of dog? Why are you acting so crazy? Shereimo took a rare opportunity to breathe and scolded him, his chest heaving as he panted softly, his lips flushed with color, appearing even more alluring. A thin red hue bloomed at the corners of his eyes, making those enchanting eyes even more captivating now, shrouded with a faint mist. Upon hearing Shereimo's words, Yi Qi not only refrained from denying them, but chuckled lightly. Leaning down close to Shereimo's ear, he whispered softly, yes. I am a mad dog, don't I Shereimo know it well? How else could I have found you so quickly? As Yi Qi spoke, his voice began trembling. Shereimo, do you know how long I waited for you that day, and how long I looked for you? I couldn't find you, and I thought something terrible had happened to you again. Damn it, I was going insane. Shereimo's fingers twitched slightly, his eyelashes fluttering as well. Yi Qi was crying. Already, Yi Qi had buried his head in Shereimo's shoulder and neck, tears rolling down, wetting his neck. Shereimo remained silent, neither pushing Yi Qi away, but instead listening silently as Yi Qi continued muttering to himself. If your father hadn't told me that you were just on vacation, I wouldn't have known what I might have done. Shereimo, if you don't like me, you could reject me. I'm not incapable of waiting. Even if you say no forever, I would still wait for you forever. But you promised me, you said you'd be with me. You promised me. Then why did you leave? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Shereimo, you are nothing but a heartless little liar, do you hate me that much? Do you want to get rid of me so badly? Yi Qi's voice was choked with sobs, every word soaked in tears. Shereimo felt as if there was a tiny crack forming in his heart. He let out a soft sigh, raising his hand to encircle Yi Qi's neck. Then he slightly tilted his head and placed a kiss on Yi Qi's face. Sorry, but I think in the future, MMPH. Before Shereimo could finish his sentence, Yi Qi had covered his lips once more, leaving only a faint sob. Yi Qi stared deeply into Shereimo's eyes, concealing within them emotions he couldn't comprehend and an infinite madness. This realization made Shereimo's heart shiver. However, there was no time for him to ponder further. Crazed kisses rained down from Yi Qi. He left marks everywhere on Shereimo's body, imprinting his presence inside and out. Shereimo originally thought the previous Yi Qi had been wild enough, but it turned out he had underestimated him. Even the male protagonist who lacked romantic lines in the original plot remained the world's main character, untouchable in any aspect. Shereimo didn't doubt that if he weren't a demon of charm, merely enduring Yi Qi's antics would have left him with a fever at the very least. Yet despite this, amidst repeated states of clarity and unconsciousness, he ultimately lost all strength, sinking into a deep slumber nestled in Yi Qi's arms. Just before losing complete consciousness, he vaguely heard Yi Qi's insane whisper. "Aimo, I will never give you another chance to leave me." A faint curve appeared at the corner of Shereimo's lips. Is that so? It'd be best not to disappoint him. When Shereimo woke up again, he found himself no longer in the hotel room, but in a completely unfamiliar place. Unfamiliar, but not entirely. Because everywhere he looked, there were pictures of himself. Shereimo surmised that every photo he'd taken during his 3 years in this world might be here. Some photos were cropped from group pictures, while others were secretly snapped. Especially starting 2 years ago, someone had almost taken a photo of him each day. This came as no surprise to him, 447 had even reminded him back then. But knowing who it was, he had intentionally indulged and even enticed, never investigating or having 447 look into it. Shereimo's gaze lingered on the several pictures on the wall that were noticeably larger than the rest. They were taken the day Yi Qi confronted him, right in front of him. Most of the other photos featured profiles and backs, or were long-distance sneak shots. But only those few photos were openly captured by Yi Qi in broad daylight. Examining the photographs closely, Shereimo thought Yi Qi had decent photography skills. Perhaps he could have him take more in the future. After admiring his own images, Shereimo finally lowered his gaze. His clothes had already been changed. Chapter 51, Rival always wants to taste him again, 51. At this moment, he was sitting on a round bed, wrapped only in a thin dark red robe, making his skin appear even more pale. His jet-black long hair fell over his shoulders, slightly disheveled, yet adding an unusual beauty. The neckline of the robe was large, and so were the hems, draping over him like a blooming rose, barely concealing the signs of intimacy. Not just his clothing, but even the sheets and blankets beneath him, as well as the pillows, were all red, adorned with dark rose patterns. Around his ankle rested a thin golden chain, and further embellishing it were 2 jade rings carved with patterns. Hanging from the jade rings were small jade bells. All he could see besides the photos on the walls was a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. There was almost nothing else in the room, the floor was covered with a layer of red soft rugs, and even the edges of the bed were wrapped with soft mats. Having been meticulously arranged this way, even if overly excessive acts were carried out here, accidental bumps wouldn't cause injuries. Shereimo let out a tisk sound, then reclined back onto the bed, closing his eyes as he waited for Yi Chi to come looking for him voluntarily. But what he hadn't expected was that before Yi Chi arrived, he instead first waited for 447. 447 whispered near his ear, "Little Momo, I've investigated. It was Ching Sunan who leaked our information to Yi Chi. But theoretically speaking, you don't interact much with Ching Sunan, and there's no way he could have been keeping tabs on you from the start. So how would he know where we went?" Listening to 447's voice tinged with doubt, Shereimo lightly laughed, then spoke with a sigh. "Little 7, since you've already guessed, why ask further?" 447 remained silent. Indeed, he had already guessed that everything was being orchestrated by Shereimo behind the scenes. Deliberately revealing his whereabouts to Ching Sunan, allowing Ching Sunan to tell Yi Chi, then letting Yi Chi bring him back. That's why, despite his constant urging Shereimo to leave quickly earlier, Shereimo always said there was no rush. Back then, he genuinely thought Shereimo wanted to stay because of the food and scenery. Looking back now, it was clear that Shereimo had been waiting for Yi Chi all along. Waiting until everything was perfectly prepared, until Yi Chi's darkness quotient reached its peak, until they obtained their location. Then, to imprison him. 447 opened up with a dull tone, "But I still don't understand. Little Momo, aren't you the one who hates others restricting your freedom the most?" They had completed numerous missions, and in the mission worlds, there were not a few who had fallen for Shereimo. He vividly remembered one mission world they once entered. A deranged secondary male character had fallen for Shereimo there, and unable to achieve his desires, also planned to imprison Shereimo. How did Shereimo react at that time? He not only broke his limbs but also locked him on the bed, then set fire and completely burned him along with the prison he prepared. This was exactly why 447, despite already guessing the truth, couldn't believe it. In 447's eyes, Yi Chi wanted to imprison Shereimo, yet Shereimo hadn't broken his legs, all due to him being the main character. And how could someone be so accommodating, going so far as to actively walk into this prison? Shereimo thought about it, opened his eyes, and a trace of peculiar emotion flickered in them. "Little 7, Yi Chi is different from others. He's the most perfect prey I've ever seen, and I don't want to give up on him so easily. Just like us demons of seduction, once we set our eyes on someone, we never let go. Therefore, I won't let him go until I grow tired of him." 447 hesitated, ultimately only letting out a sigh. "Well, then I'll go negotiate again with the moral laws of this world. Little Momo, you must take good care of yourself, whatever you do, don't get hurt." 447 chuckled lightly, saying, "I've read quite a few abuse novels these days. Those male leads really excel at playing games of imprisonment, and they can be brutally cruel. If he dares to bully you, you tell me, and watch me stab him to death when I return." 447 spoke in anger. It was as if he already imagined how Yi Chi repeatedly bullied Shereimo. While Shereimo was bound on the bed, full of wounds, frail, helpless, pitiful, and could only let Yi Chi take what he wanted. The more 447 thought about it, the angrier he got, already clenching his fists tightly, wishing he could beat Yi Chi right now. Shereimo didn't know what he was thinking about, but he just watched the small figure in front of him as it flailed and threw punches in the air, a faint smile escaping from his lips. "Go." 447 glanced at Shereimo with reluctance one last time before finally turning around and leaving. Before departing, he didn't forget to remind, "Little Momo, he will be here in 1 minute." Shereimo retracted his smile and quickly readjusted his emotions. Sure enough, not long after, Yi Chi pushed open the door to the room, his gaze darkening as he saw Shereimo lying quietly on the bed. Nevertheless, he approached the bedside briskly. Yi Chi sat down by the bed, placing the white case he had been carrying aside, then gripped Shereimo's hand. Without waiting for any response, he interlaced their fingers tightly. "Amo has seen everything. How do you like it here?" Yi Chi asked slowly, his tone languid while another hand caressed Shereimo's face, rubbing gently against his lips with the pads of his fingers. He expected Shereimo would either curse him or slap him. But Shereimo gave no reaction, merely tilting his head and closing his eyes, showing no intention of acknowledging him at all. Yi Chi bit his tongue, suppressing the surging emotions within him before gripping Shereimo's chin, forcing him to turn and look directly into his eyes. "Why won't you speak? Now even a single word doesn't you want to say to me?" Shereimo opened his mouth with an eerily calm voice, "Yi Chi, there's nothing more for us to talk about." Although saying this, his peripheral vision unconsciously flickered toward the box Yi Chi had brought along. Instinctively, Shereimo felt that inside this box, something extraordinary was probably concealed. As a succubus, Shereimo had visited countless worlds, encountering various bizarre and unusual toys, some of which he'd only seen but never used. Additionally, upon entering Yi Chi's dream world, he understood how far Yi Chi could go in terms of obsession. It wasn't hard for him to guess what was inside the box. Though curious, given the current situation, he wouldn't dare to show too much interest. Closing his eyes briefly and opening them again, he regarded Yi Chi with a sly half-smile, curling his lips slightly upward. "Master Yi, you'd better ensure I never have the chance to leave this place, because if I do, I will surely never let you go unpunished." Such a glare pierced deeply into Yi Chi's heart, making him subconsciously tighten his grip further. Shereimo arched his eyes lightly, disentangling his hand from Yi Chi's before grabbing onto Yi Chi's other wrist. He made Yi Chi's hand move downward, resting now on his own neck. His beautiful eyes shimmered with fine, glittering lights, capturing Yi Chi's fascination repeatedly. Shereimo released his hold, raising both hands high over his head and placing them casually above. Leaning his head to one side, the crimson began seeping into his eyes, his lips slightly parted as he breathed out the most enticing words. Yi Chi. Since you have the ability to imprison me, you should also possess the strength to kill me right on this bed. With his voice shifting mid-sentence, a hint of challenge appearing in his eyes. But, can you really? Chapter 52, The Archenemy Keeps Trying to Taste Him Again and Again, 52. As Yi Chi heard Shereimo's last words, he felt the string of reason in his mind suddenly become taut. He lowered his eyes, flipped onto the bed, and pressed Shereimo beneath him. Is Amo trying to provoke me? But no matter what you say, I won't let you go again. If you keep doing this, it will only harm yourself. TSK. Yi Chi, you truly overestimate yourself. Do you know why I don't want to give you a title? Shereimo chuckled derisively without a trace of restraint. Instead, he raised a hand provocatively and wagged his finger. Because, there's not been a single time that has satisfied me. Each time, before I've even had my fill, you're already finished. TSK. Young Master Yi, you really can't perform. Under Shereimo's repeated provocations, Yi Chi's pupils suddenly contracted as if something snapped in his mind. That final thread of reason broke completely. Humph. So it's like this, huh? All this time, I've tried to make you feel good without crossing any boundaries, and yet not once have I made you happy. In that case, AMO, you're going to have to endure this time. I'll definitely make you satisfied. Yi Chi's last words were almost enunciated with gritted teeth, his eyes reflecting an unusual madness. In the next moment, Shereimo watched Yi Chi open the box. The contents were exactly as expected, those little toys. Most of these things had appeared in Yi Chi's dreams. But dreams are just dreams, they can never compare to reality. His gaze flickered, and immediately he began to struggle. Yi Chi. Don't go crazy here. Let me go. Though his voice was harsh, his kicks carried no real strength. Without even glancing, Yi Chi easily grasped his ankle. With a fiery look, Yi Chi glanced down at Shereimo and smirked lightly. Are you so anxious, AMO? It's fine. We have plenty of time. Lowering his gaze, Yi Chi leaned forward and kissed him. Completely restrained, Shereimo had no chance to resist. Yi Chi. Chi. Delete all of this, ha ha ha. Shereimo couldn't count how many times or for how long it had been. However, this time, he tasted much of the main character's unique fortune. Shereimo calculated internally that after being so full this time, he could theoretically skip eating for the next half-month. But clearly, he couldn't possibly abstain from food for such a long period. Yi Chi had been entirely provoked by his words. The chain was long enough, allowing them some mobility within the room. Even though Shereimo was exhausted, he could only allow Yi Chi to hold him, too weary to open his eyelids or even move his fingers. Yet Yi Chi thought Shereimo simply didn't want to watch him, so he brought him to stand in front of the photos and forced him to open his eyes, whispering into his ear softly. Since AMO doesn't want to look at me, then you should look at yourself. Look how beautiful you are. The response was only a hoarse, from Shereimo. At present, Shereimo truly resembled a fully bloomed red rose, so beautiful it took your breath away. To Yi Chi, Shereimo looked like a legendary succubus, one who lures people into their downfall, and he willingly fell into her trap, unrepentant even if it meant death. Yi Chi's burning gaze was both insane and devout, as if he were looking at a deity. Lazily opening his eyes, Shereimo glanced at his own reflection in the mirror, then casually yawned and rested his head on Yi Chi's shoulder. Initially, he wanted to sleep for a bit but instead heard Yi Chi's voice chuckle faintly. Why is AMO sleepy again? Is it because I haven't done well enough? No problem. As I said, we have plenty of time. Shereimo fell silent for a moment, biting his tongue. In a place Yi Chi couldn't see, a streak of blood-red light passed through his eyes. Sometimes you have to admit, stubbornness has no benefits. Yet Yi Chi was indeed skilled, able to push Shereimo to use the power of the succubus. Leaning on Yi Chi's shoulder, Shereimo stared down at him and hummed softly. Since that's the case, then let me see who is actually more talented. Yi Chi, if you can prove yourself to me, I promise I'll never leave you and will stay by your side forever. Whether you want to be my boyfriend or propose to me for marriage, I won't refuse. Yi Chi originally didn't believe such words from Shereimo, especially since the last time Shereimo said this, he ended up running away. But Shereimo's tone was simply too provocative. Just moments ago, Yi Chi had felt a twinge of softness and thought about ending things here. His gaze immediately darkened as he spun around and pressed Shereimo against the mirror. AMO, you said it. Yes, I did, but only if you have what it takes. Chapter 53, Rivals Always Want to Relive the Moment 5-3. Yes, everything is deleted. When he woke up again, his body had already been cleaned, and the things in the room had been changed. However, there were obviously more photos on the wall. Even Shereimo turned away when he saw those pictures. Shereimo flipped over, got out of bed, and walked to the wall, looking at his own blurry, entrancing self in the photos, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. He didn't expect Yi Chi to have such a hobby. Yesterday, after some point, he lost consciousness, with only one thought lingering in his mind: why could Yi Chi endure for so long? Now, as he looked at these photos, the wild memories surged back in his mind again. Shereimo slightly lowered his eyes and turned around. As soon as he turned, he noticed the door to the room had opened at some point. Yi Chi stood by the doorway, silently observing Shereimo, having clearly witnessed all that had just happened. Shereimo raised an eyebrow at him and let out a soft laugh. Master Yi, you've already had your way, taken your pictures, are you feeling better now? Yi Chi was playing with a small object in his hand. Shereimo instantly recognized the object, it was one from yesterday's box. His brow furrowed, puzzled, then the next moment, he watched Yi Chi press it lightly, and two familiar voices were heard. One was clearly taunting. Yi Chi, if you can prove yourself, I guarantee I will never leave you and stay by your side. The other voice was weak, muttering words they weren't allowed to say and which could be deleted upon review. Hearing these voices constantly alternating in his ears, Shereimo's eyes dimmed. In a swift move, he walked up to Yi Chi, snatched the thing from his hand, and turned off the sound. Then, with a meaningful look, he gazed at Yi Chi. TSK. Yi Chi, I had no idea you were this sick. Even in that situation, you still found time to record. You're really, not quite good enough. Despite the ongoing smile on Shereimo's face, his laughter lacked the mockery and provocation from before. But even hearing those words, Yi Chi wasn't upset. Instead, he lifted his hand, wrapped his arms around Shereimo's waist, and placed a kiss on his lips. How well or poorly I perform should be very clear to you, Mo. So, don't provoke me now, or I might ensure the next time you won't even have the strength to get out of bed. Shereimo standing like nothing had happened in front of him did indeed surprise him somewhat, but also made him feel relieved. Yesterday, he was provoked to an extreme, leading to actions that were somewhat excessive. Yi Chi wasn't sure whether Shereimo had passed out because he was too tired or due to Yi Chi's behavior being too extreme. Fortunately, the doctor Yi Chi had brought over from Chengziyu assured that Shereimo was fine, putting his worries to rest. Still, even so, Yi Chi's anxiety didn't ease until he personally saw Shereimo standing solidly before him. Thinking deeply, Yi Chi realized the gleam in his eyes grew darker, compelled to admit that in certain ways, he and Chengziyu shared common ground. This doctor had originally been arranged by Chengziyu long ago. Chengziyu had once prepared for the worst scenario, that Cheng Su Nan might abandon him after he took control of the Cheng family. If that day truly came, Chengziyu planned to lock Cheng Su Nan away for life, ensuring he would never truly leave. But unexpectedly, Cheng Su Nan did not forsake Chengziyu, instead, he accepted Chengziyu's confession and quickly registered their marriage. The more Yi Chi thought about it, the worse he felt. Chengziyu had meticulously planned every detail, almost imprisoning Cheng Su Nan, but Cheng Su Nan accepted his feelings. Meanwhile, Yi Chi, who thought he'd put all this behind him, holding a great hand and planning the wedding, was brutally abandoned by Shereimo. And worse yet, it had come to this. What are you thinking about again? Shereimo snapped his fingers in front of Yi Chi's face, pulling him back from his thoughts. Didn't you hear what I just said to you? Yi Chi startled inwardly, instinctively asking, what? With resignation, Shereimo repeated himself, I said I'm hungry, I want the soup you stewed, and I also want the little cake you made. Truthfully, he wasn't very hungry at all right now. Over the past few days, he'd eaten more than enough. Especially under Yi Chi's completely unprotected circumstances. He ate so much that he wouldn't need to eat for the next month without any issues. However, such words were impossible to say. Upon reflection, he hadn't eaten much over these past couple of days. Regardless of the situation now, he had to eat something, otherwise, it might arouse Yi Chi's suspicion. Shereimo paused as he spoke and then pointed at the long, slender chain. Untie me. Since I've already promised you that I won't leave, I won't go anywhere anymore. After all, according to his plan. These days, Yi Chi had completely fallen into darkness, driven utterly mad. If the world's balance didn't want the protagonist to remain indefinitely in this darkened and frenzied state, they would have to compromise and allow Shereimo to stay with him. Compared to letting the protagonist go crazy, which could lead to the collapse of the world, letting the antagonist be with the protagonist was trivial. Everything was entirely under his control and calculations. Shereimo pinched Yi Chi's cheek lightly, revealing a faint smile. He had said that for any food he hadn't yet tasted, he absolutely wouldn't let go. As for anyone who catches the eye of a demon of allure, they would absolutely never escape. Still, he had to pay a certain price, his freedom, for a while, as the cost of staying in this world. But being able to eat well every day wasn't all that bad. Yi Chi grabbed Shereimo's restless hand, and in those deep, shadowed eyes flashed a dangerous glint. With a cold sneer, he replied, Shereimo, do you really think I'll believe words like that from you again? Though Shereimo's initial motion of messing with his shirt buttons had been forcibly interrupted, he simply shrugged slightly. If that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it. However, I am indeed feeling somewhat hungry. Is Lord Ye's punishment for me supposed to be starving me? Or rather. Shereimo paused briefly, standing on his tiptoes before whispering softly in Yi Chi's ear. Would you only wish for me to eat your food? Then he saw Yi Chi's ear tips flush red in mere seconds. TSK. Young Master Yi, this is unacceptable. We've done it so many times already, and you're still acting like a naive puppy. Smiling teasingly, Shereimo found himself instantly swept up horizontally by Yi Chi, who gritted his teeth. Reflexively, he hooked his arms around Yi Chi's neck and glanced once more at the long, slim chain. But Yi Chi clearly had no intention of undoing it. Carrying Shereimo out of the room, he realized this place was also a room, but one decorated quite warmly. The food on the table was steaming hot, emitting an inviting aroma, along with his favorite soup. Yet his attention did not linger long on these delicacies. Soon, it fell on the computer on another table. A video was playing on the computer screen, clearly yesterday's scenes. Chapter 54, Rivals always want to keep tasting personality diagram. Yi Chi, are you sure you want me to look at these while I'm eating? Shereimo was momentarily at a loss for words, not expecting that Yi Chi in his completely darkened state would be even more playful than in his dreams. Yi Chi, rarely feeling somewhat guilty, immediately turned off the computer after setting him down. Shereimo didn't really mind. He had seen much more in The Demon Manual before. It's not like he was just watching his own videos, even if Yi Chi watched them with him. He could still accept it. After all, these were only one of the countless ways he knew. The pleasures of the bed were not a big issue. Just letting him watch these videos while eating, and having himself as the main character in the video. His acceptance wasn't quite that strong yet. Yi Chi quickly dealt with the video issues and just breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively wanting to explain that it wasn't intentional. When he turned around, he found Shereimo had already started eating. His explanation got stuck in his throat, and he belatedly realized something wasn't right. He had already confined Shereimo, so in Shereimo's eyes, he was probably already considered a madman or pervert. What was the point of explaining so much? Do you like it? Hearing Yi Chi's voice, Shereimo kept eating without raising his head, biting on a piece of boneless pork rib and responding indistinctly. This. It tastes pretty good. I want to eat this again tomorrow. Seeing how justified and confident Shereimo looked, Yi Chi felt like they were back to those old days. That period was probably the happiest time Yi Chi had ever experienced. Because of the Lin family issues, he called his parents back and openly kept them around. He had enough time to spend with the person he liked. And that person also happened to have feelings for him. They lived together, and whenever he cooked, Shereimo would always obediently wait for him in the kitchen. Sometimes he would give him a cup of fruit tea, sometimes a piece of dessert, or slices of fruit. Shereimo didn't need to help him with anything. Just sitting there made him happy. Especially when he saw Shereimo expressing longing and joy for the food he cooked, it always improved his mood significantly. Unfortunately, it seemed impossible to go back to those days. Yi Chi lowered his gaze, concealing the bitter sentiment in his eyes. After all, how could Shereimo like someone who imprisoned him? All the docility now was probably just an illusion created by Shereimo to confuse him. In reality, he was probably planning how to escape and how to take revenge on him. However, even if such a day did come, it didn't matter. At least until then, he wanted to stay with Shereimo. He wanted to have this person for as long as possible. It was just a pity about all those plans of his. There were so many places where he had once fantasized about going with Shereimo. Why aren't you talking? Shereimo had waited a long time without receiving a response from Yi Chi and finally lifted his head, looking at the silent Yi Chi standing beside him. Furrowing his brows slightly, his tone carried a touch of displeasure. Yi Chi, do you not want to do it? Yi Chi suddenly snapped out of it, hearing those words, and almost instinctively responded. It's not okay, we can't do it anymore. Your body won't be able to handle it. Shereimo stared at Yi Chi, then glanced at the ribs in his bowl, not knowing what to say. Realizing belatedly what Shereimo had asked earlier and what he had answered, Yi Chi's ears turned red instantly, and even his face flushed a bit. Cough. Feeling slightly awkward, Yi Chi coughed lightly. Of course, if you want, we can do it anytime. Shereimo shook his head with a laugh, showing some helplessness. Tisk. Yi Chi. Why does this sentence sound even stranger? Alright, but aren't you going to sit down and eat with me? Shereimo smiled, shaking his head helplessly. You standing here watching makes me feel a bit strange. Yi Chi thought about the plan he had prepared earlier regarding what should be done after confinement, and a peculiar glimmer appeared in his eyes. So, upon hearing Shereimo's words, Yi Chi didn't hesitate to sit beside him and directly picked him up under his confused gaze, placing him on his lap. According to his original plan, Shereimo should have been too weak after being tortured, needing to be carried out to eat. Then Shereimo would snuggle up to him, unable to move because of the weakness, and let him feed. However, it was obvious that Shereimo didn't seem weak at all, he could only forcibly hold him in his arms. Yi Chi thought about what Shereimo had said yesterday. After such a long time, he started doubting himself again. Was he really not good enough? If not, since he had put so much effort into pleasing Shereimo yesterday, why did it seem like Shereimo wasn't affected at all? Shereimo clearly didn't care what Yi Chi thought, and even without much struggle, adjusted to a slightly more comfortable position on his lap to continue eating. Little Mo is actually being this obedient, are you still thinking about how to escape? Yi Chi's tone was gloomy. Shereimo had finished eating, now he had the mood to calm his little dog down. He put aside the tissue he used to wipe his hands, then leaned against Yi Chi casually speaking. Yi Chi, you don't need to think about me like this. Since it was you who brought me back, you should have checked every inch of my body already. I have nothing that can connect me with the outside world, I don't even know where here is, there's no way I can leave. And I've also said yesterday, as long as you can make me submit, no matter what you want to do, I won't refuse. When Shereimo said these words, there was still laughter in his voice. But he knew that Yi Chi, who had abandoned him once, wouldn't believe so easily. But it didn't matter, he had plenty of time to wait for Yi Chi to come around slowly. Everyone knows that he went traveling, so it's not unusual for him not to return in a short time. But Yi Chi couldn't possibly keep him here forever. As for when to let him go. A streak of crimson flashed across Shereimo's eyes. It depends on when he plays enough. He rather liked this unprecedented game right now. It was stimulating, quite fun. Yi Chi held on to Shereimo's hand, stroking his wrist with his fingertips. But I feel like you haven't submitted yet. Shereimo raised an eyebrow, and you noticed that? Yi Chi looked calm, I know you must hate me by now, but Mo, I will never let you go, unless I die. If you want to leave me, then kill me first. Yi Chi's expression was earnest, uttering each word seriously. Shereimo stared at him for a long time before slowly opening his mouth. Yi Chi, I want to eat a small cake. Not possible, you just ate, you can't eat now. Yi Chi refused without hesitation, but seeing Shereimo pursing his lips slightly and showing a hint of grievance, he softened his tone instantly. Can we eat it later? Shereimo laughed softly, but there was no joy in his eyes. Yi Chi, look at you, where's the look of someone who imprisons another person? Aside from the extra chain, and a few other things. There was no difference between his current interactions with Yi Chi and before. Naturally, Yi Chi also realized this point and remained silent. There were many things Yi Chi wanted to do to Shereimo. Such as hugging him while eating, hugging him while taking a shower, always holding him regardless of doing what. Making him wear those beautiful and revealing clothes, then forcing him to be coy and call him husband, coercing him to take initiative. Repeating all the things from his dreams. But as soon as he met Shereimo's eyes, his heart melted uncontrollably. He couldn't even lure him to call out once, husband. Did you want me to call you that? A side note. Yes. The character drafts I ordered have finally arrived. Then I simply spliced their character illustrations together, adding a bit of text. They are still quite nice looking, truly worthy of being made by me. Original pictures on Weibo, Yu with 3 cups of bubble tea a day. This part of the content is a preview for the next world. Chapter 55, The Archenemy Always Wants to Taste Him Again, complete. Shereimo stared at Yi Chi, who had been coaxed into revealing his inner thoughts, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. He shifted his position, straddling Yi Chi, and parted his thin lips slightly. I thought Lord Yi would prefer the term brother. After all, yesterday Yi Chi kept insisting he call him that repeatedly. Didn't expect you to want me to address you like this. But if you like, it's not impossible. Shereimo's eyes curved slightly, and under Yi Chi's shocked yet anticipatory gaze, his voice softened as he spoke. Who, spanned? Husband, do you like it when I call you this way? With a smile, Shereimo bent down and placed a light peck on Yi Chi's lips. Yi Chi immediately felt a surge of heat in his chest, his nose tingling as something seemed to trickle out. Seeing Yi Chi suddenly begin bleeding from the nose, Shereimo was momentarily stunned. Then, he grabbed a nearby tissue, handed it to Yi Chi, and laughed. Lord Yi is far too impatient, isn't he? It's just a title, after all. Yi Chi couldn't bring himself to meet Shereimo's eyes. Slightly embarrassed, he picked up Shereimo and set him aside before heading to the bathroom to clean up. When he returned after tidying himself up, his heart clenched. Because Shereimo was lying on the couch playing with his phone, having already found and unlocked it within such a short time. Feeling a pang of tension, Yi Chi quickly moved to grab the phone back. However, he discovered that Shereimo was simply using it to play snake. Yi Chi. Ah. Kneeling on the sofa, Shereimo snatched the phone back while Yi Chi was distracted and complained. Yi Chi, you killed my snake. I had just raised it. Without hesitation, Yi Chi apologized, sorry, I didn't mean to. Shereimo let out a soft hum, ignoring him, and started a new game, continuing to play snake. Yi Chi wasn't entirely sure if Shereimo had used this opportunity to contact anyone outside. Seeing Shereimo engrossed in the game, Yi Chi decided against taking the phone back again. Instead, he quietly organized the things on the table, then returned to sit by Shereimo and watch silently. Shereimo, without being shy, simply changed positions, holding the pillow and lying on Yi Chi's lap, continuing to play. This went on for over 2 hours. Yi Chi felt his legs growing numb but dared not move, he feared killing Shereimo's snake might anger him. In the end, it was Shereimo who grew bored and intentionally crashed his snake into a well-chosen wall, ending the game. Sitting up and stretching, Shereimo casually returned the phone to Yi Chi. Your phone is so dull, no comics, no shows, no novels, not even many games. And yet, you still intend to keep me here. Are you planning to play these things with me every day? Shereimo sighed. Yi Chi pursed his lips, feeling Shereimo's words were true. What he was doing now did not seem like imprisonment. But he didn't actually wish to imprison him, it was just that he wanted to keep Shereimo by his side for a little longer. But now. Clutching his phone tightly, Yi Chi's eyes revealed a touch of bitterness, his voice strained as he hesitantly asked. When will they come to pick you up? Shereimo, who? Aren't you the one who said no one would know I was kept here? Who would come for me? Turning his head, Yi Chi's eyes stung slightly, his voice becoming hoarse. Don't pretend, you've already got my phone, there's no way you wouldn't contact your people. As long as you tell them where we are, they will surely find us. You still want to leave me. All those words about liking me or staying behind to be with me, they were all lies. As he spoke, tears glistened in Yi Chi's eyes, and he instinctively looked down, unwilling to let Shereimo see his vulnerability. To make me let my guard down, you even played that boring game for over 2 hours. Shereimo countered, it's not that I wanted to play. Your phone only has this game. If you don't want me to play, then download a few other games or some novels for me. I currently have no intention of contacting those people. Shereimo paused briefly mid-sentence and continued. However, if you don't let me play or watch anything, it's too boring. I'll always find some amusement for myself. Yi Chi suddenly raised his head and looked at Shereimo, the mist in his eyes not yet dissipated, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. Shereimo smiled back at him with the same expression, making it unclear what emotion was hidden in his eyes. Gradually, Yi Chi's heart softened, and he stood up. I'll go make you a small cake. Watching his retreating back, Shereimo rubbed his own waist. He hoped Yi Chi would quickly discover the gift he had left for him. Though he liked the look of a pitiful puppy, he preferred a wild one. A hint of pleasure flickered in Shereimo's eyes. Originally, Yi Chi wanted to make Shereimo his favorite small cake. But looking at his phone and thinking about what Shereimo had said, he cast his eyes downward, downloading a few other games and began flipping through casually. However, while logging into his social accounts, he found traces of a switched login on one of the apps. The faint smile that had been on Yi Chi's face gradually disappeared. Without a password, he couldn't log back in. But there was no denying that Shereimo had used his phone to log into his account. Once again, Shereimo had deceived him. Yi Chi's gaze grew colder bit by bit. Mo really doesn't behave at all. Initially, Shereimo just wanted to tease Yi Chi. After all, Yi Chi was too kind and gentle to him, and he could no longer feel the fun of being locked in the dark room. But after such days lasted for over half a month, he finally felt that he might have gone too far with his teasing. He often called Yi Chi little mad dog, but he had always thought it was just a term of endearment. Now, he truly felt that Yi Chi was a little mad dog. This guy just loved leaving marks on his body too much. Even if no one else could see now, it made 447 very happy. Yi Chi had specially prepared a phone for him, which contained a few single-player games, as well as some downloaded TV shows and manga comics. However, he didn't have much rest time apart from sleeping. Especially those manga comics, Yi Chi didn't know where they came from, but their content became increasingly risque. Sometimes even when he was getting deeply engrossed in them, Yi Chi would suddenly pick him up. In just half a month, Shereimo experienced everything in those crazy dreams. Things he hadn't felt in those dreams, he now had experienced. Even 447, who had become a frequent visitor to the small black room, couldn't help reminding. Little Mo, I think you two are almost done. If this keeps up, I'm going to grow mushrooms inside the small black room. Sigh. It was hard for me to negotiate with the higher power, but as long as you don't disrupt the main plot, you can stay in this world accompanying Yi Chi until you're tired of it. But why do you act like this? He clearly loves you so much, he would definitely let you out if you asked. Lying lazily in bed basking in the sun. Upon hearing 447's words, Shereimo instinctively glanced at his ankle. Yi Chi had already put away the chain, but the jade bells were still there. However, Yi Chi had recently become more silent and quiet, holding him more often without doing anything, as if planning something. Shereimo stood up and walked to the window, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the sunlight outside. Little Seven, you're right, this kind of life should end. On the surface, it was Yi Chi who imprisoned him, but in fact, the whole situation had always been under his control. What was known as imprisonment was nothing more than a form of flirtation to him. If he wanted to end it, of course, he could end it any time. 447 obviously understood this point well. Seeing that Shereimo was finally willing to end this current relationship, he immediately cheered and said. Little Mo, it's great that you can think this way. If you don't leave here soon, next time I enter the small black room, I plan to cook those mushrooms into a soup. What is Mo thinking about? Without realizing, Yi Chi appeared behind him, wrapped his arms around his waist, rested his head on his shoulder, and looked out together with him. They saw a lush rose garden ahead, and beyond it, a forest, glimpsing the distant sea. Shereimo spoke softly, Yi Chi, I am thinking that we probably should end our relationship. You can't really imprison me here forever, it's been so long, and we've already played all the games. Yichi's heart trembled slightly as he unconsciously tightened his grip on his hands a bit more. In a muffled voice, he spoke up. Are your people coming? Mo. I know, you actually do like me a little, right? If you didn't like me, you wouldn't indulge me so much. As Yichi said this, tears started to well up in his eyes again. Without waiting for Shereimo to answer, he closed his eyes and gently rubbed his face against Shereimo's neck. It's alright, Mo. It's alright. During this time, being with you has made me so happy. This whole thing was originally my fault, and it's only natural that you want to leave me. I'm sorry. I will give you compensation. With a trembling voice, Yichi finished his last sentence before kissing Shereimo's cheek once more. If your people don't come by tomorrow, then I'll personally send you away. Mo, we. Yichi opened his mouth as if to say something, wanting to tell Shereimo not to hate him. But how could that be possible? The things he had done during this time were truly unforgivable. Even if Shereimo ever did have some feelings for him, they probably dissipated long ago. How could Shereimo not hate or resent him now? Recently, Yichi kept having the same nightmare. In the dream, Shereimo would smile at him warmly, but then gradually walk farther and farther away. A voice inside him told him it was because he had done something wrong, which caused Shereimo to leave him. This recurring nightmare tormented him ceaselessly, nearly driving him mad. Shereimo's condition worsened significantly over this period. He didn't even bother responding to Yichi anymore. Feeling increasing anguish, Yichi thought that he truly must have done something wrong. He wanted to make amends, he wanted to salvage their relationship. So he transferred all of his assets under his name to Shereimo. He even convinced his father to transfer the shares he held to Shereimo. To Yichi, the only things he could offer Shereimo were these, so he gave them all away. As for him, Yichi lowered his gaze. He still had the support of the Yi family behind him and wasn't entirely without resources. He just wanted to take some time away. For this lifetime, he knew he could never let go of Shereimo, but he needed to learn how to control his emotions. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure when he might do something even crazier to Shereimo. But none of these thoughts he intended to share with Shereimo. Without him around, Shereimo's life would likely be much quieter, and he wouldn't have to leave just to avoid Yichi. Completely lost in his own thoughts, Yichi's entire heart was consumed by an emotion known as bitterness. It wasn't until Shereimo delivered a light slap on his head that Yichi finally snapped back to reality. Shereimo sighed in resignation. Yichi, why don't you ever listen to what I say? In a soft voice filled with, Yichi replied hesitantly through a sob, I did listen. Shereimo sighed deeply once more, reaching out to pull Yichi close by the neck before leaning in to kiss him on the lips. Then, did you hear what I said just now? Yichi appeared confused, clearly perplexed as to why Shereimo, who could simply leave whenever he pleased, would choose to bend down and kiss him. What? Shereimo let go of Yichi, turning to face the sunlight while raising his hand and waving it before Yichi's eyes. I said, don't you think it's missing a ring here? And I've already had my dad put my household registration in your apartment. As Shereimo chuckled lightly, he turned slightly to look back at Yichi. The weather is nice today, and there's still plenty of time. If we return home now, maybe we'll still have time to register our marriage. Yichi, you can't imprison me here forever, this relationship hidden from everyone should come to an end. Amidst Yichi's astonished and incredulous gaze, Shereimo grasped his hand and kissed his fingertips with a smile playing in his eyes, speaking earnestly. So, be my boyfriend, or, fiancé. Yichi felt his heartbeat quicken, immediately gripping Shereimo's hand as his voice wavered and broke as he asked. Mo. Do you know how much determination it took for me to be willing to let you go? Shereimo gave him a sidelong glance. If you want to let go, then it's my turn to lock you up. Yichi, the person I set my sights on, I will never let go of, dead or alive. Unless he got tired of it. However, he liked the taste of Yichi and thought he probably wouldn't get tired of it in this lifetime. With one hand intertwined with Shereimo's, Yichi used the other to encircle his waist, pressing him against the balcony. I thought you would hate me. Shereimo kissed the corner of his lips. I wanted to, but I just can't help myself. Anyway, don't change the subject. If we keep going like this, we won't have time to get married today. It's fine, tomorrow works too. As long as it's with you, any time is fine. Shereimo looked at Yichi, who was obviously pleased as he pressed him back onto the bed beneath him, and smiled softly in return. Humph, it seems that he's still a spoiled little puppy after all. But soon, his smile faded. He couldn't use his powers too frequently or this world would reject him. That's why Shereimo has been increasingly unable to handle Yichi. Last time, things got too intense, but also too pleasurable. He almost revealed his succubus little horns and tail. And this time. Yichi. Forget about getting a marriage certificate this year. Stay my lover for now. The end. A new world starts tomorrow. In the next world, it's a beast academy, and little Momo transforms into an adorable white tiger. When he gets drunk, he holds his own tail and bites it. When he can't reach his own tail, he cries and turns around to bite Yi Chi's tail instead. As for Yi Chi, well, why wouldn't a fish tail count as a cat stick? Chapter 56, 999 Ways to Handle an Antagonistic Roommate, 1. Ding. Brother Chi, yesterday was really tough. I've transferred your payment. Yunshir Chi was lying in bed at the moment. Upon hearing the message notification, he picked up his phone with some irritation and glanced at it. He looked once more at the increased balance on his account, which was 30,000 yuan more than what they had agreed upon. This made the anger in his eyes diminish slightly. He couldn't help but softly tsk once, then carelessly tossed the phone aside, pulled the blanket over his head, and closed his eyes to go back to sleep. But just as he dozed off, he heard the sound of a door opening. The sound wasn't particularly quiet, followed immediately by the noise of something being moved in, along with the chatter of several voices. Brother Imo, don't you need us to help lay out the bed? Yeah, how can we let you do this kind of thing yourself? The ingratiating tones of the two boys woke Yunshir Chi from slumber, and he did not look pleased. Engineering college dormitories are all doubles. His dorm had been arranged so that only he lived there due to someone paying off the authorities. Why had someone suddenly moved in without him knowing anything about it? Seeing that those people had no intention of restraining themselves, Yunshir Chi irritably pushed aside the blanket and sat up. Before he could pull back the curtain around his bed, he heard a voice laced with amusement. No need, just leave the stuff there. If you don't have anything else, then you can go ahead and leave. Yunshir Chi paused mid-motion, his previously irritable heart inexplicably calming down a little. This voice sounded pretty good. Well, alright then, Brother Imo, take care of yourself and let us know if you need anything. Oh yeah, Brother Imo, I heard your roommate is a merman who has a bad temper and hits people, so for a long time, he's been alone. You. The boy hadn't finished speaking when someone beside him nudged his shoulder with an elbow. That person gave him a meaningful glance, and the boy promptly closed his mouth. They almost forgot, there were probably few in engineering college who could match the man standing before them in combat. The boy nervously chuckled, not daring to make eye contact with Shereimo. He lowered his voice as he said. But, he's usually not in the dormitory, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Shereimo merely gazed silently at him, one hand in his pocket, lips curled into a faint smile. Yet, his smile caused the two individuals' hearts to tighten instantly. Ha! Oh well, I suddenly remember my fish has a broken bone. I'll take it to the cafeteria. Ah, right. See you, Brother Imo. Laughing awkwardly, the two turned and fled without hesitation. Shereimo stood at the doorway, watching their panicked retreat with a slight shake of his head. Seemed like this identity in the world has high status, yet not a very good temperament. However, is his new roommate a merman? Looks like this is a world of beast men. Shereimo looked downward, observing the bed with its curtains drawn shut. The angle of his lips curved even deeper. If he hadn't sensed wrong, that merman has actually been lying in bed all along. But now wasn't the time to think about these things, he needed to first absorb the storyline of this world, along with the memories of the original owner. Shereimo retracted his gaze. The dorm wasn't small, but there were only two beds, upper and lower bunk beds. He walked toward the vacant bed. Number 447 had already cheerfully wiped the chair and table clean for him. Little Brother Imo can sit first. Let me send you the plot. Shereimo didn't say anything. Before knowing the exact situation, it's better to speak less and avoid mistakes. His body leaned back slightly against the chair, his eyes closing as he rested, beginning to receive the storyline of this world. Not long after, Shereimo opened his eyes. A flash of stern light passed through them. Indeed, this was a world of beast men. All beast men could maintain both a human form and their own beast shape. And the original host was a white tiger beast man. Powerful and influential, coupled with his generally disagreeable disposition, even within engineering college, the top tier of beastman colleges, very few dared to provoke him. Until he met the male protagonist of this world, who also happened to be his current roommate, Yunshir Chi. Yunshir Chi is the eldest son of the Yun family and also a merman beastman. On the surface, he is a student at engineering college, but secretly, he is a hunter specializing in the extermination of those beastmen who, having been mentally polluted, went mad and killed people. In the original storyline, the interaction between the original host and Yunshir Chi wasn't supposed to happen in this dormitory. It would take place when Yunshir Chi was hunting a white tiger beastman and the original host attacked him directly. Hunters from the Hunter Association had signed agreements, they wouldn't recklessly expose their identities. Yunshir Chi also didn't see the point in explaining himself to the original host. Thus, the original host believed Yunshir Chi was a reckless lunatic who indiscriminately killed beastmen, and as a result, they developed animosity toward each other. The original host went out of his way to oppose Yunshir Chi, causing him numerous troubles. Later, the original host's mental energy became contaminated, driving him mad and causing him to hurt others. In the end, he was incapacitated by Yunshir Chi and turned into a cripple. Yunshir Chi became the president of the Hunter Association and discovered the core source of the contaminating mental energy within the original host's body. He destroyed it completely. However, this was just how the story was originally intended to unfold. If there hadn't been a false protagonist, the world would have followed this exact trajectory. The pseudo-main character of this world is Yun Shir-chi's illegitimate younger brother, Yunmu Nan. Yunmu Nan has had a dark personality since childhood. His mother used certain means to conceive him, then hid away to give birth, hoping to use him as leverage to enter the Yun family. However, the Yun family refused. But that woman persisted, holding the newborn Yunmu Nan while making daily scenes at the Yun residence, demanding an explanation and accountability. Yun Shir-chi's mother was already in poor health, and learning about the existence of this mother and son pair only caused her great sorrow. She passed away not long after. The Yun family expelled Yunmu Nan's mother and even barred them from having any standing in the main city. Yet, Yunmu Nan's mother did not relent. Instead, she harbored hatred and instilled in Yunmu Nan the idea that the Yun family had abandoned him ever since he was young. Eventually, when Yunmu Nan was 6 years old, his mother leapt from a high-rise building right in front of him. From that moment on, Yunmu Nan blamed everything on the Yun family and Yun Shir-chi, firmly resolving to seek revenge. In the original plotline, Yunmu Nan was supposed to be nothing more than a petty villain whose appearance lasted for only a brief period before being swiftly dealt with by Yun Shir-chi. However, due to a glitch in fate, Yunmu Nan obtained a rogue system on the very first day he entered engineering college. Because of this rogue system, Yunmu Nan realized that he was merely a malevolent side character, filling him with extreme indignation. So he followed the system's advice and did not directly retaliate against Yun Shir-chi. Instead, he deliberately befriended the original host and manipulated both him and Yun Shir-chi into moving into the same dormitory, making them despise each other and leading to frequent violent confrontations. While hiding in the shadows, Yunmu Nan covertly used the system's power to siphon off their good fortune, enhancing his own mental energy. Then, after Yun Shir-chi incapacitated the original host, Yunmu Nan killed him, extracting every last bit of utility he could. By that time, under the help of the system, Yunmu Nan had grown powerful enough to set a trap for Yun Shir-chi and render him useless too. He pushed Yun Shir-chi off a tall building, claiming he wanted him to feel the same pain as his mother had. With the death of the true protagonist, the root cause of the contamination of Beastman's mental energies remained undestroyed, causing the entire world to collapse. So, right now, I've just been manipulated by Yunmu Nan to move into the same dormitory as the male lead. Shereimo idly rested his fingers on the table, lightly tapping them as he thought. What were the original host's desires? Chapter 57, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 2. The original owner had 3 wishes. Even though he already knew that the beastmen Yun Shir-chi hunted were all corrupted, he still hoped you could beat him so thoroughly that he would kneel before you and call you brother. And then there's Yunmu Nan. He wants us to kill Yunmu Nan. Yunmu Nan killed him by stabbing him more than a dozen times, so he said it would be best to return the favor with 100 or 80 stabs, turning Yunmu Nan into a sieve. After pausing for a moment, 447 continued, also, he hopes you can help him figure out what the source of corruption inside his body is and get rid of it, so he can live on well. Shereimo paused mid-motion, nodding thoughtfully as he began to form a plan in his mind. Understood. After organizing the storyline and memories, Shereimo finally stood up, shifting his gaze to the things that the other 2 boys had just placed there. He had been too preoccupied with receiving the story details earlier, and with others still around to avoid unnecessary trouble, he let them leave. Now, he would have to clean up himself. Xiao Momo. Let me help you. With enthusiasm, 447 moved forward to assist Shereimo in making the bed. Hearing some commotion outside, Yun Shir-chi couldn't help but swallow hard, his fingers gripping the curtain tightly, feeling inexplicably nervous. After some internal conflict, he eventually pulled the curtain open, his eyes falling directly onto Shereimo with a scrutinizing look. He saw the boy opposite kneeling half on the bed, slightly leaning down, one hand supporting his weight on the bed, the other holding a pillow. A black athletic pant hugged his posterior, outlining a firm and rounded shape. Upon hearing the sound from this side, the young man stopped his actions but remained in that position, turning his head sideways to look at him. In those crimson eyes lay a hint of bewilderment, the freckle at the corner of his eye even more captivating, and the slightly open collar revealed delicate collarbones. His silver-white hair was somewhat messy, creating arcs in the air with his movements, tempting anyone watching to touch and fondle it. Silver-haired, red-eyed, with a slim waist and long legs, and a voice that was melodious, especially that face, those eyes, each feature perfectly suited his aesthetic taste. Yun Shir-chi stared at Shereimo blankly, momentarily speechless, only hearing the rapid beat of his own heart. Are you the fish they talked about? Shereimo raised an eyebrow, breaking the silence first, then flipping over to sit on the bed while casually tossing the pillow at Yun Shir-chi. TSK. Now that you're awake, come help me make the bed. Without any hesitation, he commanded, yet his eyes locked onto Yun Shir-chi carried more depth. This world's male lead smelled eerily similar to the guy from the last world. Equally sweet, equally inviting, equally, making him want to taste carefully. Could it be a coincidence? But regardless of whether it was or wasn't, upon seeing Yun Shir-chi for the first time, Shereimo wanted to savor his flavor as well. Yeah, it must be quite good. A glimmer of shadow passed through Shereimo's eyes. Confused, 447 perched on his shoulder, shrugging helplessly. Xiao Momo, stop daydreaming. Yun Shir-chi hates being ordered around most. He won't come help you, so let's keep going with the bed. By the way, I brought over the little bed from the previous world. It's tucked inside your bag. Remember to place it near the pillow later. While babbling on quietly, 447 suddenly fell silent the next moment. Because Yun Shichi, who 447 had been certain wouldn't help, was now silently holding Shereimo's pillow, stepping down from the bed, and walking toward them. 447, Sigma, LLL. Holy cow. Xiao Momo. Yun Shichi isn't thinking of fighting you here, right? You can go wait in my place first. Both 447 and Yun Shichi spoke almost simultaneously in Shereimo's ears. Shereimo didn't comment much, promptly getting off the bed and sitting down at Yun Shichi's place, watching him help arrange the bed. 447 was a bit dazed. Xiao Momo. Isn't he the male lead? Even if you haven't met before, protagonists and antagonists naturally don't get along. Besides, Yun Munan has been spreading bad words about you in his ear constantly these days, and even arranged for him to see your picture specially. He should really hate you. Smiling faintly, Shereimo said, who knows? 447 spun around on the table behind him, and with a final slap, he suddenly realized. I get it. The way he looked at you just now wasn't exactly innocent. You've been so cold to him, yet he still helped you willingly. He must have his eyes on your body. As missioners carrying out their missions, they needed to rely on the identity of the original host in order to avoid world rejection and unnecessary trouble. However, to also help missioners integrate faster into the world, when entering the task dimension, all data related to the original owner would be replaced by that of the missioner, including names and appearances. It was Shereimo and Yun Shichi's first meeting, but Yun Shichi was already treating Shereimo well. The only reason 447 could think of was because Yun Shichi had his eyes on Shereimo's figure. After all, what the main male character from the previous world did to Shereimo were still fresh in his memory. Shereimo let out a soft laugh, then pinched 447, rubbing his stomach. Alright, stop thinking about those unnecessary things. Getting along with Yun Shichi is still necessary, even though our identities are opposed. Right now, it's more important to get rid of that false protagonist. If my relationship with Yun Shichi was bad, wouldn't that just make Yun Munan happy? Being rubbed by Shereimo felt quite good, and 447 couldn't help but roll around happily in his palm. MHM. By the way, have you figured out where that wild system came from yet? Shereimo's eyes gleamed momentarily, but 447 shook his head, not yet. We'll need to wait until we meet them to make the wild system produce a fluctuation. Once I capture it, I can analyze its origin. Shereimo, alright then, let's go find them soon. With clean and sharp movements, Yun Shichi quickly helped Shereimo tidy up the bed. Turning back, he saw Shereimo sitting there, poking the air absent-mindedly. He couldn't help but purse his lips, a slight smile curling the corners. He looked pretty obedient. Just not very smart-looking. But since they were roommates, Yun Shichi naturally resolved within himself that he should take better care of Shereimo. Having successfully convinced himself, Yun Shichi walked over to Shereimo, opened his phone contact list to add Shereimo as a friend, held it out in front of Shereimo, and said calmly. Since we're roommates now, let's become friends online. Shereimo half smiled at him, not saying much but opening his own contact list. The next moment, Yun Shichi saw a message pop up on his phone screen. Thanks for the effort, new roommate. What made Yun Shichi freeze in place, however, was the previous line in this chat box. Not only had Yun Shichi already known Shereimo's number, but their last dialogue took place more than a month ago. That mentally challenged white tiger, Yun Shichi, come fight me. Yun Shichi, go away. Yun Shichi. Hold on, could that mysterious white tiger who randomly added him as a friend and invited him to a duel really be the seemingly docile little one in front of him? Yun Shichi fell into deep self-doubt. Meanwhile, Shereimo had stood up after noticing his alias, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Humph. That mentally challenged white tiger. This is how you see me, huh? 447 also sked disapprovingly. Xiao Momo, why isn't he smiling anymore? Is it because he doesn't like to smile? Chapter 58, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 3. Yun Shichi rarely felt somewhat awkward, I can explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, another notification sound rang out. It was a transfer from Shereimo. Still 250. Yun Shichi became even more silent, all the words of explanation swallowed back silently. It's your hard work fee. Shereimo looked down with a gaze and patted Yun Shichi's shoulder, his voice tinged with laughter. Yun Shichi, it's best if you sleep with your eyes open at night. Otherwise, someone like you, who's so clueless, might get eaten by a cat without even knowing why. Yun Shichi coughed lightly, then shifted the blame without hesitation. This note wasn't intentional. A friend of mine took my phone before, it was him who changed it. I'll change it back for you right away. When he said this, his face didn't betray a single hint of lying, and he looked at Shereimo with quite sincere eyes. Shereimo showed no intention of listening to him, instead directly taking a set of clean clothes to go into the bathroom. Only Yun Shichi was left standing in place, staring at the chat interface with Shereimo, falling into silence again. Although he had never interacted with Shereimo before, he knew all about what Shereimo had done at S Engineering College. Some people had also shown him videos and photos of Shereimo pinning other beastmen to the ground and beating them. But could the person in those videos really be the same person as the one he saw now? At the time when he watched them, he only felt annoyed, plus he didn't like bloody and violent memes, so he hadn't paid much attention. Yet now that he truly met Shereimo, he couldn't bring himself to feel any disgust. He developed a desire to protect him. This kind of Shereimo made it impossible for him to associate him with the person in the videos. However, Yun Shichi stopped thinking about this after just a few minutes. Previously, he only thought Shereimo was too prone to violence, but now looking at Shereimo, definitely those beastmen must have been the ones at fault. Yun Shichi looked resolute and immediately changed Shereimo's note, and placed him on top. Only after doing all of this did he feel some relief in his heart. He originally wanted to sleep, but now there was no trace of drowsiness in his mind, as it was filled with thoughts of Shereimo. Thinking about Shereimo's attitude towards him earlier, he felt a bit congested in his heart. He never cared about others' opinions, but if that person were Shereimo. Yun Shichi suddenly realized he couldn't even imagine Shereimo disliking or hating him. The sound of water splashing from the bathroom reached his ears, causing Yun Shichi to unconsciously turn around and take a glance. Though he couldn't see anything, strangely enough, he could clearly imagine Shereimo showering. Yun Shichi's Adam's apple moved up and down, instantly feeling parched and thirsty. He returned to sit at his desk, pouring a cup of water. As he drank the water, he searched online for how to quickly build good relations with a beastman roommate. Give him things he likes. Yun Shichi continued searching the school forum to find out what Shereimo liked, and started browsing through Shereimo's social circle. A few minutes later, looking at the several items he had summarized from screenshots, he seemed to contemplate something. Then he sent a message to another person, and soon a boy arrived with a bag of stuff, knocking on the dormitory door. Brother Chi. I'm here. I've brought back everything you asked for. Yun Shichi opened the door and took the items from the boy, but the boy didn't seem ready to leave. Wow, Brother Chi, didn't expect it, didn't think there'd come a day when you would need to prepare these things. The boy looked at Yun Shichi, nudged his arm with his elbow, his eyes rather suggestive, lowering his voice and smiling mockingly. Brother Chi, you better use this sparingly, it's expensive, just spray a little each time. And other things, don't worry, I understand completely, I've prepared them all for you. Upon hearing the boy say this, Yun Shichi instinctively furrowed his brow and closed the door after grabbing the items. He simply asked the guy to buy some perfume for him, yet somehow the implication made it sound as though he was planning something outrageous. Yun Shichi was used to being solitary. For him, this dorm was his territory. Originally, he wasn't happy that someone had intruded upon his territory. But because that someone was Shereimo, he didn't mind at all. However, he checked the forum earlier and found out that before, Shereimo also lived alone in one dorm. He didn't know for what reason, Shereimo suddenly moved in with him, coupled with Shereimo's attitude towards him earlier. Yun Shichi understood that Shereimo didn't want to stay in the same dormitory with him either. When people stay in one place for a long time, they will leave behind their own unique aura. Not to mention, his true form was a merman, and Shereimo's true form was a white tiger. To suddenly enter an area filled with another's aura would naturally irritate anyone, especially Shereimo. Yun Shichi thought that he could slowly give gifts over time. Anyway, he wasn't short of money now. But he could buy some perfume first, one that white tiger beastman liked, to mask his scent. He lightly sprayed a little, and as his nose flickered, his furrowed brows didn't relax. This smell was strange, not as pleasant as the one on Shereimo. Would it really attract Shereimo? Yun Shichi hesitated but decided to use this bottle of perfume. Opening the bag again, looking at other things inside, Yun Shichi first froze, then flushed crimson instantly. Through gritted teeth, Yun Shichi sent a message to the boy from before. Chenziheo, why did you send me these things? The reply came quickly. Chenziheo, oh, Brother Chi, there's no need to explain, I understand. Chenziheo, you asked me to buy a perfume that appeals to white tiger beastman, meaning you're attracted to someone, right? Chenziheo, trust me, with that perfume plus your charm, that beastman will fall for you. Those things are just what I've prepared in advance. You'll need them eventually. Chenziheo, hee, good luck, Brother Chi. Chenziheo, oh, by the way, the president asked me to tell you that there were several more incidents of infected beastmen hurting people in the Eastern District a few days ago. He's already investigating it, but if you have time, you can take a look too. Yun Shichi stared darkly at Chenziheo's last message, replying simply. I know. Chenziheo, alright, if there's nothing else, I'll log off first. Brother Chi, get the sister-in-law soon. This time, Yun Shichi didn't respond and instead looked once more at the other things in the bag. After a long while, Yun Shichi couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had feelings for Shereimo, it was impossible for things to progress to this extent so fast. These things were useless for him. Despite this thought, Yun Shichi didn't throw them away but stored them in his wardrobe, hiding them at the very bottom. Just as he finished hiding them, he heard the water stop, making him panic immediately. He quickly sat back down, taking out a book. When Shereimo came out of the bathroom after his shower, he saw Yun Shichi, who should have been sleeping, sitting there seriously studying. On top of that, there was a faint fragrance in the air, obviously indicating that someone had just sprayed perfume. Working so hard. Chapter 59, 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 4. Shereimo gave Yunshir a half-smile, half-sneer glance. At this moment, he was only wearing a large red work shirt that barely covered his thighs, revealing his long and white legs under the dark red fabric, catching the eye easily. Because of the steam, Shereimo's eyes had a misty layer, and his usually pale skin now had a light pinkish hue. It was unclear if it was due to washing too hard earlier, but there were more red marks all over his body. Yunshir became even tenser instantly, swallowing saliva again and again, straightening his body further. On the surface, he was reading attentively, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on Shereimo's legs. He saw Shereimo drying his damp hair with a soft towel while walking towards him. Warm droplets slid along Shereimo's hair ends, dripping onto his neck and quickly disappearing inside his clothes, tracing a path across his chest and sinking below. Yunshir felt a sudden tremor in his heart, his peripheral vision glued to Shereimo's side face. The tip of his nose was surrounded by the faint fragrance emanating from Shereimo, far better than the perfume he sprayed just now. Yunshir's mind went blank immediately, feeling dizzy. He didn't doubt for a second that even if Shereimo slashed him with a knife at this moment, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Really concentrating, aren't you? You can keep reading even with the book upside down, and I didn't guess wrong, controlling your spirit force, is this last year's textbook? A voice filled with a slight mockery rang beside his ear, finally bringing Yunshir back to his senses. Yunshir instinctively turned his head, opening his mouth to say something. But he forgot that Shereimo was right behind him, very close. So, as he turned his head, his lips brushed against Shereimo's cheek. Shereimo obviously noticed the soft touch, staring intently at Yunshir, narrowing his eyes slightly. Before Yunshir could apologize, slap. Shereimo slapped him hard across the face. And casually threw the towel used to dry his hair onto his head. Yunshir took the towel off, facing once again Shereimo's smile, though his eyes seemed cold. Yunshir, if you want to die, you can just say it, I don't mind helping you. Shereimo's tone also carried a warning. However, Yunshir merely stared at the person before him, feeling his heartbeat quicken more and more, his gaze turning heated. How could there be such an adorable person? Even when angry, so cute, he wanted to touch, wanted to kiss. To Yunshir, the person in front of him wasn't like a white tiger but rather like a proud kitten. He wasn't particularly fond of cats or cat-like beast people, including white tigers. But this person was Shereimo, and no matter how he looked, he found them adorable. Looking obedient, who knows what their original form would look like, if he could just touch. Yunshir forced himself to stop his train of thoughts, fearing that those chaotic ideas might make him do something uncontrollable. After issuing the warning, Shereimo returned to his seat, ignoring his still somewhat damp hair. His entire self was sprawled in the soft chair, his legs crossed and elevated, as he focused solely on playing with his phone. Shereimo's nonchalance made Yunshir somewhat restless. Putting down the book in his hands, he couldn't help but speak up. You'll get sick if you don't dry your hair. Shereimo raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Beast people's bodies weren't that fragile, but he had no intention of exposing Yunshir's ulterior motive. He simply smiled at him. What? So fond of meddling, why don't you help me dry it then? As soon as Shereimo finished speaking, Yunshir immediately stood up and moved behind him, as if he'd been ready and just waiting for these words. Shereimo, you're pretty proactive. But I don't have a hairdryer, so. No problem, I have a way. Where would Yunshir let go of this opportunity to get close to Shereimo? Without hesitation, he cut off Shereimo's words and offered him no chance to reject. Gently, he picked up his hair. Yunshir touched Shereimo's silver hair gently, unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips. It was indeed as soft as he imagined. Shereimo could feel the warm air flow through his hair with every one of Yunshir's motions. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes slightly. Yunshir wasn't just drying his hair, he was giving him a massage as well. This massage technique was familiar to Shereimo beyond measure. After all, in the previous world, he had enjoyed it for several decades. Shereimo was never one to believe in coincidences. The numerous similarities between this world's male lead and the previous worlds made him even more curious. However, he did not reveal his thoughts. Still, when faced with Yunshir's gentle massage, his body relaxed considerably. A light moan escaped Shereimo's lips, causing Yunshir's fingertips to tremble momentarily before resuming with feigned calmness. 447 rolled back and forth on the table in front of Shereimo. Ah. Little Mo. Why are you letting him help you with your hair? I can do that too. 447, with tearful eyes, looked at Shereimo and pointed accusingly at Yunshir, who stood behind him with an invasive gaze. Without hesitation, 447 accused. He's taking advantage of you. I saw it, I just saw it. He even kissed your hair earlier. What a despicable heavenly path. This world's male lead is clearly insane. Which proper male lead does such things? 447 ranted on endlessly, cursing both Yunshir and the divine way, as well as the missions assigned by the Bureau, but oddly, never said a single negative word about Shereimo. Shereimo smiled and pinched his little belly gently. That's enough, don't get upset. What if we make our good boy 7 mad? Go check what's good to eat around here. We'll go have something nice tonight. Pleasantly pinched by Shereimo, 447 cooed and whined under his hands. Hearing that they would eat delicious food later, he immediately calmed down. He affectionately rubbed against Shereimo's palm. Alright, I'll go check now. 447 was so easily dismissed, but didn't notice Shereimo's unusually flushed face as he left. Yun Shichi also felt somewhat overheated, though he didn't think much about it. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay alert. He feared losing control and dared not look at Shereimo for too long. Yun Shichi, don't you feel a bit hot? Shereimo looked downward and spoke softly, his voice carrying a slight hoarseness. What kind of perfume did you spray just now? Ah, it got taken down again. It feels like it's going to meet the same fate as the last one. But no worries, if it doesn't work, we can just stop writing it. If it still doesn't work, we can abandon this account. And if all else fails, we might as well stop writing altogether. TCH. And yet they still call it review. All that hard work, and they dismissed the entire book with a casual statement. Good, very good, absolutely excellent. Chapter 60, 999 Ways to Deal with Your Villain Roommate, 5. Yun Shichi was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Shereimo asked such a question, but still proceeded to explain. I'm afraid you might be uncomfortable with my smell when you first moved in, so I had someone send over some perfume that you might like. Yun Shichi hesitated as he continued, do you dislike it? If so, I can try a different scent next time. He also felt that Shereimo probably didn't favor this kind of perfume much, given that the scent on Shereimo was far better. However, Shereimo didn't respond to what Yun Shichi said. Instead, he stood up by leaning one hand on the table, and the other hand rubbing his temples. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly, shaking his head, as if suppressing something. It was then that Yun Shichi realized something was amiss and quickly pulled a chair to the side, supporting him. Are you alright? Do you feel unwell? Was there something wrong with the perfume just now? Yun Shichi became rather anxious. He wanted to ask Chen Ziheo about the exact perfume purchased, yet feared something uncontrollable would happen if he let go of Shereimo. And evidently, he'd forgotten that to make Shereimo like him more, he deliberately sprayed some extra perfume on himself earlier. Shereimo's nose twitched as he smelled the increasingly strong aroma, causing him to squint his eyes and let out a soft moan. Leaning completely into Yun Shichi's embrace, he tilted his head back, looking at Yun Shichi. The misty look in those beautiful eyes made them even more captivating, and the faint red at the corners of his eyes made the mole below seem all the more irresistible. Unable to resist, Yun Shichi swallowed hard once more, his heart racing. The person who had charmed him at first sight was now lost in thought, resting in his arms, raising his hands to encircle his neck. This was truly making him think too much. As if sensing the change in Yun Shichi, Shereimo chuckled lightly before drawing closer to his neck. The warmth of his breath brushed against Yun Shichi's collarbone. Yun Shichi instantly felt as though countless soft feathers were brushing against his heart, leaving him feeling ticklish. His voice deepened slightly. Don't move. It was as if Yun Shichi had finally found his voice again. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the stirring within him, turned his head and said. My willpower isn't that strong. If you keep moving around, I can't guarantee what might happen. Shereimo silently curved his lips upwards, but Yun Shichi, who at this moment dared not meet his gaze, naturally did not notice this reaction. All he could hear was Shereimo whispering softly near his ear. Good roommate. You smell so good. Can I eat you? I want to. Yun Shichi let out a muffled groan, his pupils tightening abruptly, becoming somewhat clearer. Staring at Shereimo in confusion because at this very moment, Shereimo was tightly hugging him and directly biting into his shoulder. Though it wasn't enough to cause bleeding, the bite wasn't light either. Then, Yun Shichi distinctly sensed Shereimo using his tongue to lick the wound he'd just left behind. Shereimo leaned his head slightly, staring intently at his bright red ear tips, seemingly highly interested, then bit down again. Only at this point did Yun Shichi confirm that Shereimo hadn't been joking earlier, he really wanted to devour him. Sorry. Yun Shichi gritted his teeth and apologized, while Shereimo stared blankly at him, unsure why he suddenly apologized. But the next instant, as he was horizontally carried away from the dormitory by Yun Shichi, he fell silent. Yun Shichi's eyes were resolute and clear, and his speed was extraordinary, so fast it left only a blur, making it impossible for passers-by to discern what exactly happened. What? Who is that? Why so fast? Wow. What just happened? Where is he rushing off to? Is that even part of our school? Wow. To run that fast, does he have an appointment to be reborn or something? Wait, I saw it clearly just now, wasn't that Yun Shichi? It looks like Yun Shichi, but there's also someone in his arms, TSK. What's going on? Some people recognized Yun Shichi, becoming even more confused. A girl excitedly shook her phone and spoke urgently. I took a picture just now. The features aren't clear in the photo, but that head of white hair. It's quite possible that it's Shereimo. Ah, is it real? How could Yun Shichi be holding Shereimo? And judging by their direction, they should be heading to the infirmary. I heard that due to some reasons, Shereimo moved into Yun Shichi's dormitory today. Another young man leaned closer to them, adjusting his glasses with a fingertip, and began explaining. After hearing this, the group standing nearby sighed in disbelief and couldn't help but comment. Didn't we say they've never gotten along? One is a merman, the other is a white tiger, they just don't match, do they? No way, seriously. How on earth did the administration think of this? Neither of them has a good temper. If they're made to live together, won't they just blow up the entire engineering college? That's true. You see, it wasn't even half a day since Shereimo moved in, and now he's been knocked unconscious. Not. What nonsense you're talking about? Yun Shichi can never beat Shereimo. Where are you getting this nonsense from? Did you not see? It was Yun Shichi who took Shereimo to the infirmary. The crowd buzzed with discussions, and two groups had already started arguing. I believe more than just a beating happened. It seems like Yun Shichi nearly killed him. He doesn't want any deaths on his hands, so he rushed Shereimo to the infirmary. That's ridiculous. Yun Shichi is just a fish. How could he possibly overpower Senior Shir? I'm sure it must have been through some underhanded tactics that he caused such harm to him. Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Humph, if you ask me, you people are too shallow. So what if Shereimo is a white tiger? But look at him, weak as anything. TSK. A boy sneered, lifting one finger while shaking it confidently. Everyone knows he got in only because of family connections. People like him, I could punch 10 of him. Ouch. Before finishing his bragging, the boy was punched down by a short-haired girl. She stood tall above the fallen boy, whose jet black hair accentuated a striking streak of white. Watching the boy clutching his eyes in pain and screaming, she fished out her wallet, grabbed a few bills and tossed them at him before raising an eyebrow. I sincerely apologize for thinking you were all talk and at least able to take one of my punches. Who would have guessed you're such garbage? This money covers your medical expenses, plus a brainwash fee. The rest is for you to call a taxi to take yourself to the junkyard. Maybe if your brain gets cleaned, there's still hope for recycling. But, someone like you shouldn't ever bother my little master. Chapter 61, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 6. On the Gon Academy forum, rumors about Gon Shimo and Yun Shichi moving into the same dormitory on their first day and subsequently ending up in the infirmary after a fight grew increasingly exaggerated. It got to the point where some people even started speculating whether one of them had killed the other. At that moment, one person at the center of the controversy was lying quietly in the infirmary bed while the other was sitting beside it, firmly holding his hand without letting go. Although Shimo's eyes were closed, he wasn't asleep. He could not have anticipated that. Yun Shichi managed to remain calm at such a critical moment and brought him to the infirmary. As Shimo thought about it more, he became increasingly irritated, especially after confirming that Yun Shichi was definitely thinking the same thing. He clenched his teeth subconsciously. What humiliation. To be interrupted during an attempt to seduce someone and end up being sent to the infirmary. For a succubus from Gon College, this was simply an immense disgrace. Shimo rarely had eyes for anyone. Not even the male protagonist from the previous world whom he admired. Even then, he maintained his persona by weaving beautiful dreams for him, tempting him within those dreams. But every single encounter would achieve its goal. The one he fancied belonged to him alone. And now, Yun Shichi, who he suspected shared some sort of significant connection with the male protagonist from the previous world, had rejected him despite his deliberate temptation. Shimo couldn't fathom why and felt somewhat upset. What puzzled him even more was that Yun Shichi had brought him to the infirmary, held his hand steadfastly, and stared at him all this time as though not tired at all. Shimo could feel the warmth in his palm and gave a silent chuckle. Now you remember to hold my hand, but earlier you seemed perfectly capable of resisting. The doctor only performed a basic physical examination on Shimo and asked Yun Shichi if he had touched anything unusual. During the waiting period, Yun Shichi had already arranged for Chinziheo to send him both the perfume order and its ingredient list. After a moment of silence, the doctor slowly said, "There is catnip, which can certainly make feline people feel pleasant. However, due to the varying physiological conditions of each beast person, the reactions are also stronger or weaker accordingly." Saying this, the doctor glanced again at Shimo lying on the bed and sighed helplessly. This student's reaction to the catnip seems quite intense, but occasionally smelling it isn't harmful either. He'll be fine once he recovers. Hearing this, Yun Shichi let out a sigh of relief. He thought there might be something wrong with the perfume, but it turned out just to be a natural reaction. With the worry off his chest, he remembered Shimo's recent behavior back in the dormitory where he had initiated hugging and rubbing against him. A faint blush crept onto his face. "I still have some matters to attend to, you stay here and watch over him. When he wakes up, you can take him back." The doctor paused briefly before turning to leave, but quickly returned with 2 spray bottles in her hand. She handed the sprays to Yun Shichi, saying, "Next time, don't recklessly use these peculiar things. The blue one can dilute your smell, and the purple one will also make him feel good without causing such a severe reaction. You can take them back." Detailed instructions on usage and dosage are provided on the bottle. After giving another round of instructions, the doctor turned to leave. Once the doctor left, Shir carefully put away the 2 sprays, gazing at Shereimo who was still sleeping, his eyes shifting multiple times. He clasped both of Shereimo's hands and pressed his cheeks softly against them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted you to like me. Shir spoke softly, but it won't happen again. I'll throw everything away when we get back, and I won't let you become like this anymore. Though Shereimo had assumed that Shir was merely apologizing to him, he instead felt a soft touch brushing against the back of his hand. This caused Shereimo's heart to stir slightly. TSK. Now you come sneaking kisses, what were you doing before? Despite wanting to ask Shir this question badly, Shereimo did not do so. Instead, some of the frustration in his heart disappeared, replaced by a hint of an unfamiliar feeling. This sensation was very strange. Still, Shereimo didn't reject it, finding it somewhat pleasing. Shereimo couldn't explain exactly why. Be it the male protagonist from the previous world or the male protagonist from this one. Regardless of whatever relationship they had, for him, they were nothing more than delicious food. That odd sensation came as swiftly as it went away. However, Shereimo realized that Shir had become much more than just a delicious meal for him. But soon, he no longer had the mood to dwell on this as he detected an unpleasant aura approaching. Shereimo's brows furrowed slightly. This presence was unfamiliar and repulsive to him. Without doubt, it belonged to none other than Yunmu Nan, the pseudo-main character. Shereimo's eyelashes trembled lightly before his eyes fluttered open, immediately locking onto Shir's joyful gaze. Shir's voice brimmed with happiness, "You're awake. How do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want some water? Would you like to eat something?" While asking, Shir poured a glass of warm water, carefully testing its temperature with his fingertips before cautiously offering it to Shereimo. Slap. AMO. I heard you were injured by Shir. What exactly happened here? Yunmu Nan rushed in hastily, concern and urgency evident across his face. Although he deliberately schemed to make them roommates so he could provoke conflict between them, he never expected they'd fight on their first day and end up in the infirmary. After seeing the news on the forum, Yunmu Nan couldn't wait to come over, hoping to seize this chance to use the system to steal their good fortune. However, the moment he pushed the door open, there was a loud slap. Yunmu Nan froze, his hand still halfway through pushing the door. He looked at Shereimo lying in bed with a cold expression and Shir sitting beside it, evidently drenched from being splashed with water by Shereimo. Then he noticed the broken cup that had landed right beside his foot. Caught off guard, Yunmu Nan couldn't dodge in time as shards of the cup flew everywhere. One piece cut across his face, leaving a not-so-deep but noticeable blood mark. But none of this drew Shir's attention or made him spare even a glance at Yunmu Nan. Shir hung his head, water dripping down from his hair, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Ignoring the pain on his face, Yunmu Nan's eyes lit up upon seeing this scene and quickly communicated with his system. System. Didn't they just fight again? Hurry, see if we can absorb their luck now. Shereimo glanced briefly at Yunmu Nan before averting his gaze back to Shir, his voice filled with mockery. Shir, if you hadn't sprayed that perfume in our dormitory, would I have ended up like this? You should hurry back and air out the scent rather than waste time pretending here. I don't want to return and still have to smell that. As though still venting his anger, Shereimo stretched a leg out from under the blanket and kicked Shir. In the next instant, however, Shir directly grabbed his ankle. Rest assured, my lovelies, I've seen all your comforting messages. Don't worry, yesterday I was just too upset, but I haven't given up on them yet. I will still try my best. Chapter 62, The 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 7. Shereimo looked at the hand of Shir that was gripping his ankle, furrowed his brow, and added a playful tone to his voice. Shir, surely you don't plan on attacking me here, do you? Shir. Let go of Mo. Yunmu Nan hadn't yet understood why the two people before him seemed ready to fight at any second, yet the system had told him there was no way to steal their luck. Upon seeing this scene and realizing he was still Shereimo's friend, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed Shir's wrist, attempting to make him let go. Yunmu Nan stared at Shir, a flash of barely perceptible hatred crossing his eyes as his tone filled with warning. Shir, take your hands off. If you dare to do anything to Mo, the Shir family won't let you off. Shir glanced irritably at Yunmu Nan. He was not usually a patient person, let alone today when lack of sleep already made him irritable, and all his patience was directed toward Shereimo. While he was reluctant to harm Shereimo, it didn't mean others would be so lucky. Especially now, as Yunmu Nan, trying to make him release Shereimo, grabbed his wrist with one hand and inadvertently touched Shereimo with another. A cold glint entered Shir's eyes as he watched Yunmu Nan. His thin lips parted slightly, but only a single word escaped. Get lost. Even though Yunmu Nan had the system, his mental strength wasn't exactly strong, and his natural talent and power also couldn't compare to Shir's. Since he hadn't managed to extract much luck from Shir, against Shir he was practically completely suppressed. Gripping his teeth, Yunmu Nan already had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, but soon a cold mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding, host detected in danger, the system will activate defensive mode for the host. This activation requires 3 energy points. Host, do you agree to the activation? This mechanical sound rang not just in Yunmu Nan's mind but was heard clearly by Shereimo as well. Without hesitation, Yunmu Nan responded, activate. I absolutely cannot be suppressed by Yun Shir. As he spoke, an unusual energy fluctuation in the air flashed and disappeared momentarily. But it was clear that after this, Yunmu Nan appeared visibly more relaxed, even raising an eyebrow at Yun Shir with a smile. Is that all you've got? Shereimo's eyes flickered, effortlessly pulling his foot free from their grips and delivering a kick to each of them. His tone carried unrestrained mockery. TSK. How dare your dirty hands touch my feet? The two, who were previously locked in combat, suddenly found themselves kicked and instinctively turned to look at Shereimo. Yun Shir saw Shereimo withdraw his foot back under the blanket, a hint of disappointment passing through his eyes. It was such a pity, he hadn't been able to touch him long enough. Nevertheless, there was no problem since they lived in the same dormitory, there'd be plenty of opportunities later. Yun Shir seriously contemplated sneaking into Shereimo's bed while he slept tonight to touch him. Though it seemed somewhat perverted. Yun Shir's fingers twitched lightly, full of the sensations from just before. Had it not been for the presence of this bothersome fellow, he might have almost lost control, moving upwards along the line of contact. Yun Shir had to admit, Shereimo had an allure and influence over him far greater than he had anticipated. Regardless of how much he planned or yearned inside to feel more, or even kiss him, his expression remained calm as ever. Yunmu Nan frowned, looking at Shereimo with changing expressions. Shereimo's earlier kick towards him had been without restraint. The system merely helped protect him from Yun Shir's spiritual suppression, but it offered no defense against Shereimo. Not even the system had foreseen that. Neither had Yunmu Nan himself expected this. Although Shereimo had a bad temper, he was certainly generous towards those close to him. During the time Yunmu Nan had spent improving his relationship with Shereimo, he received numerous benefits from him. In theory, Shereimo shouldn't treat him this badly, let alone kick him abruptly. Thinking hard, the only plausible explanation Yunmu Nan could come up with was that Shereimo disliked others touching his feet. So immediately, he switched faces, pretending to rub his wrist with feigned grievance as he looked at Shereimo. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch your foot earlier. I was just worried he would hurt you. Yunmu Nan then glanced at Yun Shir, standing right beside Shereimo. I'll take care of Mo here. Aren't you going to leave if you're not thinking of fighting? Yun Shir really couldn't stand Yunmu Nan. Apart from those rampaging, murderous people, beast men, he rarely felt intense dislike for someone he had just met. But the Yunmu Nan in front of him was an exception. In response to Yunmu Nan's provocation, Yun Shir didn't hesitate to speak. You're right, I do want to beat you up. Yunmu Nan was momentarily stunned by his straightforward words, but he quickly recovered. Looking at Yun Shir who had already rolled up his sleeves to reveal strong forearms, Yunmu Nan also unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt and flashed a smile, a streak of ruthless light passing through his eyes. Good. I haven't even settled accounts with you for what you've done to Amo, so since that's the case, I'll see this through. If you're going to fight, go outside and do it. Don't disturb my rest. And you, Yun Shir, you better get back and clear out that smell in the dormitory. Shereimo spoke with noticeable impatience in his tone, then kicked Yun Shir again. Yun Shir had actually been somewhat pleased that Shereimo touched him once more. However, seeing the triumphant and challenging gaze of Yunmu Nan, the upward curve of his lips flattened. So, Shereimo touched him because he was defending this guy. Yun Shir took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the emotions in his heart as his voice dropped low. I understand, I'll take care of it now. By the way, what's your name? Yun Shir had originally patted down Shereimo's blanket and was about to leave. But after glancing at Yunmu Nan, he stopped his steps. Yunmu Nan was slightly surprised. How could the male lead, Yun Shir, be suppressed by Shereimo, the villain, and follow orders obediently? Yet, his attention was soon drawn to Yun Shir's inquiry. Yunmu Nan hadn't intended to hide anything. He even looked forward to how Yun Shir would react upon knowing his identity. Would he be shocked and angry, wanting to obliterate his existence? Or would there be some disgusting display of brotherly affection? Yunmu Nan curled his lips upwards and slowly opened his mouth. Yunmu Nan, my name is Yunmu Nan. A trace of coldness flickered across Yun Shir's eyes. You are from the Yun family? Yunmu Nan tilted his head slightly, yes. Though he didn't particularly want to admit being from the Yun family, thinking that this might make Yun Shir uncomfortable gave him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After sizing him up from top to bottom, Yun Shir stepped back disdainfully. TSK. Has the Yun family fallen so far that anyone can just come near them? Yunmu Nan struggled to maintain the smile on his face. What do you mean? Yun Shir was about to say more, but noticing Shereimo watching the scene unfold from the side, he swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. He nearly forgot, Shereimo and Yunmu Nan seemed to have a pretty good relationship. Bubbles of sourness welled up inside Yun Shir, and he let out a humored laugh. Don't misunderstand, it's not like I look down on you. I simply look down on both you and the Yun family. Shir, my wife touched me. Ha. Shir, my wife scolds me for another man, no laughing. Shereimo, can't help it, I gave you a chance, but you failed. Shir, oh. Chapter 63, Discussion on 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 8. Yun Shichi didn't bother with Yun Musu's reaction and was about to leave. Humph, he certainly wouldn't say harsh words in front of Shereimo, nor would it be possible for him to fight with Yun Musu here. Shereimo already thought poorly enough of him. To fight his friend in front of Shereimo and disturb his rest. Yun Shichi knew without thinking that he would surely be added to the blacklist. After leaving the infirmary, Yun Shichi did not return to the dormitory immediately but stood outside the door of the infirmary looking back, his eyes deep and somewhat unwilling. At the thought that the person from before had sat by Shereimu's side and held Shereimu's hand, Yun Shichi felt a mass of anger building up in his chest. He took a deep breath, and after a long while, slowly calmed down his emotions. Then he logged into his account, pulled someone out from the blacklist, and quickly received a. Yun Shichi looked downward with his eyes. Help me investigate a person, Yun Musu from the Yun family, currently a student at S Engineering College. Why, no way, Yun Shichi, am I truly just a tool to you? Why, you throw me into the blacklist when I'm useless, pull me out when I'm useful, without even exchanging a greeting, and then ask me to help you investigate someone. You really are quite impolite. Through the screen, one could feel the resentment from the other side, yet Yun Shichi paid no attention to it, replying very calmly. Since your memory is so good, then you should remember, last month, someone used my identity card to order male models at the Tianyi Club. Not only did they use association money and record the bill under my name, but also when discovered, said it was a task I arranged and threw the blame onto me. Why? Haha, come to think of it, we've known each other for so many years, actually I'm not very upset about you putting me in the blacklist. Why, Yun Musu, right? Wait for me, give me an hour, I guarantee I'll even find out what color underwear he's wearing today. Yun Shichi. Never mind, as long as useful information can be found. Yun Musu. Yun family. Yun Shichi put his phone in his pocket, the image of Yun Musu's face floating in his mind, his gaze flickering. Although he hadn't paid attention to the news of the Yun family for a long time, he didn't remember there being such a person among their younger generation. And this person was truly too strange. He couldn't originally withstand the suppression of his mental power, but later suddenly became able to resist easily. It was probably something on his body. Thinking about the increasing number of beast men who were harming others because their mental power was polluted recently. Yun Shichi massaged between his eyebrows, and still decided to go back to the dormitory first to get rid of the smell of perfume. He had to ensure Shereimu slept comfortably when he returned in the evening. With this thought, Yun Shichi's steps quickened a bit. On the other side, Yun Musu was sitting by the bed peeling an apple for Shereimu, talking about the things that happened earlier, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Amo, that Yun Shichi is simply too arrogant. You moving to his dorm wasn't your choice, and he actually dares to treat you like this. He claims that he sprays perfume to help you adapt to the dormitory faster, those are all lies, don't believe him. While Yun Musu was indignantly speaking, he cut the apple into small pieces and placed them on a plate, then inserted fruit picks. If you had backed off and ignored him, he would have definitely gone further. Shereimu did not eat the apples that Yun Musu peeled for him, instead watching him with interest, and only asked slowly after he finished speaking. You're right. So what do you think I should do to retaliate? Of course. When Yun Musu saw Shereimu didn't want to eat the apple, he casually set the fruit plate aside, but stopped mid-sentence. Shereimu was cross-legged sitting on the bed, one hand leaning on his leg supporting his head, his silver-white long hair hanging loosely, the large collar of the dark red t-shirt sliding off along with his movement, exposing a bit of his round and smooth white shoulder. In addition to the red shirt, Shereimu was also wearing black shorts. However, since the shorts were too short and the t-shirt was overly wide, with such a posture, almost nothing could be seen, except for the dazzlingly white legs. When Yun Musu looked at Shereimu like this, his breathing paused suddenly. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that Shereimu seemed especially handsome today? Shereimu's fingertip coiled a strand of his own long hair to play with, his smile as lazy as always. What about, of course? Why stop talking? Yun Musu momentarily lost in thought before he snapped back to reality. He scratched his head with a sheepish smile, continuing the previous topic. Of course, we need to give him a good lesson, get someone to beat him up, so he learns a thing or two, and then he won't dare bother you again. Yun Musu spoke fiercely, as though truly standing up for Shereimu. But Shereimu had heard every word exchanged between Yun Musu and the system, crystal clear. Yun Musu slightly tilted his head, discreetly glancing at him from the corner of his eye, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He asked the system inwardly, System, what's going on with this Shereimu? Why do I feel like there's something strange about him? Could it be that he has also bound a system? After quite a while, the mechanical voice finally echoed in his mind. Please rest assured, host. According to the system's detection, the antagonist has no issues. Yun Musu was skeptical, is that right? But I still think something is off. Based on logic, when Yun Shichi provoked him, shouldn't he have retaliated immediately? The system coldly replied, according to the system check, there has been no conflict between the antagonist and the protagonist, and no luck aura can be captured. Upon hearing this, Yunmuzu grew somewhat irritable. Of course, he knew there hadn't been any conflicts, which meant the luck could not be captured, and Yunshichi hadn't actually provoked Shiremu. But this did not prevent Yunmuzu from firmly believing that Yunshichi's behavior was intentional provocation. Shiremu's calm reaction unsettled him. Even the changes he saw in Shiremu left him uneasy. It seemed, however, that his own system wasn't entirely reliable. Beyond helping him steal the other's fortune, it offered little assistance with anything else. The fingers idly resting on Yunmuzu's knee tightened imperceptibly. Shiremu's eyes twinkled with amusement. After Yunmuzu finished communicating with the system, he leisurely said, "Oh. Since you've already said that, surely you must have already planned out who you want to punish him, right?" Yunmuzu froze again. This response was completely different from what he had expected. Given how far he'd pushed the conversation, shouldn't Shiremu have jumped at the chance to confront Yunshichi personally? If these two were to fight, Yunmuzu could easily use the power of the system to reap all the benefits without getting his hands dirty. Gritting his teeth after careful deliberation, Yunmuzu forced himself to smile. "Amo, since making him learn his lesson is important, it's probably best if you handled it yourself. I've already investigated Yunshichi's recent whereabouts. We can ambush him on his way home, bag him up, and give him a proper beating." As he spoke, Yunmuzu became increasingly excited. He knew well enough that given Shiremu's nature, such a plan involving ambush and violence would never fly with him. But if Shiremu listened to him, there was no doubt that they'd end up challenging Yunshichi directly. Previously, despite Yunmuzu's overt and subtle persuasions, Yunshichi had always ignored Shiremu, leaving no real interaction between them. Finally, with the opportunity presenting itself, Yunmuzu couldn't let this slip by. Even though the dynamics between these two seemed off to him, he chose to trust his long-term planning over his uneasiness. Shiremu curved his lips upward, "Since you've already said that. And so." Chapter 64, on 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 9. Yunmunin, go make the arrangements. Remember to find a sturdy burlap sack, and be sure to knock the person out. Once you've succeeded, let me know, and I'll come find you. Upon hearing his words, Yunmunin's face changed. This wasn't what he had in mind at all. How could Shereimo really carry out such a sneaky plan involving kidnapping someone and hitting them over the head? A hint of doubt flickered in Yunmunin's eyes. What's wrong with the system? Are you sure there's nothing off with Shereimo? Once again, the system replied in its cold tone, there is no problem with the antagonist, nor has this system detected any anomalies. If you don't trust this system, we can always replace you with a more compliant host. I'm not doubting your judgment, but Shereimo seems off lately. He never would have done something like this before. When Yunmunin heard the system consider severing the bond, he immediately grew nervous but still harbored doubts. The system fell silent for a moment before continuing. Antagonists and protagonists are naturally at odds, so it's not unusual that the antagonist occasionally acts to teach the protagonist a lesson. Yunmunin didn't reply but flashed Shereimo a smile, speaking with determination. "Alright, I'll handle it." Shereimo nonchalantly responded, "If that's the case, then take care of it. Don't bother me here for no reason, I'm going to rest." In the past, Yunmunin would have lingered, trying to boost Shereimo's good impression of him or even badmouthing Yunshichi. This way, he could better exploit Shereimo in order to deal with Yunshichi. But today, something felt off, so after hearing Shereimo's dismissive remark, Yunmunin left without much fuss, only reminding him to get some rest. Only when the door closed did Shereimo drop his fake smile and pull out the little bundle who had already burrowed into his bed as soon as he returned. "Well? Did you figure out what's going on with that rogue system?" Nodding, 447 said, "I've already analyzed their system data. It's just a low-level system. The management bureau doesn't have its serial number, it's not a runaway. It appears to have fallen into this world from a higher dimensional one. This system feeds on people's luck for energy, sustaining itself through that." 447 seriously continued, "So its target isn't just you and Yunshichi, it also includes Yunmunin. It needs Yunmunin as a carrier to conceal its presence. Based on my analysis, the reason it's inciting conflict between the protagonist and the antagonist, letting them fight back and forth, is because whenever they clash, their auras and destinies collide too, creating fluctuations. As long as these fluctuations remain within range, that rogue system can seize the opportunity to steal their luck." After reflecting on this, Shereimo nodded thoughtfully, "That means this rogue system is truly useless." 447 wholeheartedly agreed, "I've already reported this matter. The response from above is that we should recover the rogue system. After all, systems aren't easy to destroy, which is why so many rogue systems run rampant nowadays. To completely eliminate it, we must retrieve it and hand it over to the Management Bureau for processing. However, since this system is bonded with Yunmunin, unless the bond is voluntarily severed or Yunmunin dies forcing it to disconnect, we cannot recover it." Blinking, 447 suggested mischievously, "Master Mo, how about we just stab him instead?" Shereimo chuckled lightly, "So, have you gotten the tool for recovering rogue systems from another department?" Instantly quieting down, 447 sheepishly admitted. "Not yet. It's still under approval. After all, recovering rogue systems isn't our primary mission, but if we do recover this system, we'll gain an additional 1,000 points. With unrestrained excitement in his voice, 447 added, I'll expedite things. Once we have the tools, we'll kill Yun. Sighing helplessly, Shereimo rubbed his head. Stupid little seven, haven't you forgotten our original mission was to reclaim Yun's stolen luck? If we can't make them give up the luck they've already taken, killing Yun will achieve nothing. Enchanted by the term, stupid little seven, 447 squirmed affectionately in Shereimo's palm. I understand now. So, have you decided what we're eating later? Yeah. I found an incredibly delicious hot pot place nearby. I almost fainted from the smell outside. 447, lying on Shereimo's palm, looked up at him with bright eyes and coaxed him. Momo, let's go eat that today. Shereimo's lips curved slightly as he agreed, alright. When this person and system returned to the dormitory after their meal, they saw Yun-Shichi who had been sitting in the dorm for who knows how long. Shereimo paused mid-step. At that moment, he was holding a milk tea, chewing on the straw while 447, perched on his head, clutched a marshmallow. Almost instantly when Yun-Shichi turned around and saw them, 447, panic-stricken, hastily shoved the entire marshmallow into his mouth. You're back. I just went to the medical room to bring you some food, but the doctor said you'd already left. Yun-Shichi, looking at the already cold meal on his table, muttered grumpily. No response to my messages, no answer to my calls. I thought something might have happened to you. Then Shinziheo told him that Shereimo had gone out for hot pot. Seeing Yun-Shichi like this, Shereimo couldn't help but think that Yun-Shichi resembled a lost little puppy, brimming with grievance. He could even picture the scene of Yun-Shichi turning into a dog, pacing anxiously. This made him burst out laughing involuntarily. Although the protagonists from different worlds didn't look exactly alike, at this moment, their images overlapped in his mind. As Shereimo entered the dorm and casually closed the door, he walked over to Yun-Shichi and glanced at the food he bought. I don't like eating this. Yun-Shichi looked up at him pitifully, tentatively grabbing the edge of his clothes. What do you like to eat? I'll pay attention next time. For 47, Momo, why does this world's male lead resemble a wronged little wife so much? Shereimo laughed once. Yun-Shichi, do I really have to spell it out? I just don't like the food you buy. Yun-Shichi blinked, his eyes lighting up instantly. Then how about I cook it for you? But it's inconvenient in the academy. If you don't mind. I also have an apartment outside the academy. We can move out and live together. Just as 447 was enjoying the show moments ago, he widened his eyes suddenly, pointing at Yun-Shichi in disbelief. Momo. How is he any different from the protagonist of the previous world? Already moving in and taking charge. You've only moved into this dormitory recently, yet he already wants to take you out for cohabitation. Shereimo continued to stay silent, looking at Yun-Shichi with a half-smiling, half-teasing expression. You don't dislike me, right? In that case, wouldn't it be better if you move out? It would be good for both of us. With righteous indignation, Yun-Shichi responded, I don't dislike you at all. In fact, I really like you. Chapter 65, on the 999 ways to deal with an antagonistic roommate, 10. Actually, I welcome you living in this dormitory. Yun-Shichi originally wanted to say that he really likes Shereimo, but then he remembered the guides he looked up online today. Even if it's love at first sight, you shouldn't start by saying, I like you, because that might make the other person feel too frivolous and reckless. Yet he didn't think there was anything wrong with inviting Shereimo to live together right after they met. In his view, they were already roommates. Changing the location but continuing to live together still made them roommates, completely reasonable. At the moment, he suppressed the regret in his heart and began telling serious lies. Previously, I've always been alone, and I'd be afraid when sleeping at night. Now, having you as a roommate is much better. As Yun-Shichi spoke, he paused momentarily, as if considering something, then asked tentatively. Amo, can I call you that? Shereimo let out a cold laugh. If I say no, will you stop calling me that? Yun-Shichi nodded without hesitation. Yes, if you don't agree, I won't call you that. If he couldn't openly call him Amo, then secretly calling him wife, inside his heart should be fine, right? Today, Yun-Shichi spent time both posting online for advice and investigating related situations. Finally, he confirmed that his feelings for Shereimo weren't just based on simple admiration because Shereimo's appearance suited his preferences. He had fallen in love with Shereimo at first sight, and he wanted to seriously pursue him, win his affection, and marry him to spend the rest of their lives together. That's why, when he learned that Shereimo went out for hot pot, he didn't directly look for Shereimo. Firstly, he didn't want Shereimo to think he was stalking him, which might cause annoyance. Secondly, he needed enough time to formulate a plan. He wanted to be with Shereimo. So, quietly referring to Shereimo as wife inside his head was also a very reasonable thing. Yun-Shichi successfully convinced himself. Shereimo, however, remained silent, looking at Yun-Shichi with a slightly complex gaze. In the end, he left only one response. As you wish. Alright, Amo. Yun-Shichi looked at Shereimo with bright eyes and immediately changed his way of addressing him. Great, another step forward in easing their relationship. Now that Shereimo allowed him to call him such an intimate name, wasn't acceptance just around the corner? The progress was faster than he expected. Shouldn't he consider custom making an engagement ring first? Unaware that Yun Shichi was already secretly calculating what style of engagement ring to customize, Shereimo turned toward the bathroom. After eating hot pot, his whole body smelled. He quickly took a shower, didn't further communicate with Yun Shichi, and went back to his own bed, pulling the curtain shut to separate himself from Yun Shichi. Shereimo thought about creating a dream for Yun Shichi tonight. However, it turned out that Yun Shichi hadn't fallen asleep yet. He called out to him after some unknown duration but received no reply, so Yun Shichi climbed onto his bed. Shereimo had been pondering why Yun Shichi hadn't slept yet, but upon sensing movement, he smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. TSK. He actually thought this guy had good self-control. Who would have thought that he'd do something as bold as crawling into someone else's bed? But before Yun Shichi opened the curtain, Shereimo quickly shoved 447, who was playing with his phone, into a little black box. 447 was confused. Little Mo, what happened? Why did it get dark? Did the small lamp run out of power? He preferred believing the small lamp had run out of power rather than realizing Shereimo had suddenly put him in the black box. Shereimo, little 7, behave. The next event isn't suitable for you to see. With Yun Shichi now in the bed, it was obvious what would come next. But Shereimo had no intention of revealing anything, even indulging somewhat. Thus, when Yun Shichi carefully pulled the curtain open, all he saw was Shereimo lying peacefully asleep in bed. Sleeping Shereimo looked quite obedient, his soft silver-white long hair scattered messily across the pillow, while the warm orange light from the bedside lamp illuminated his face, adding a touch of gentleness to his features. More importantly, he saw Shereimo's ears hidden beneath the silver-white hair, and a tail emerging from under the blanket. It was a white tiger's fluffy tail. A spark of excitement lit up in Yun Shichi's eyes. Although he wasn't particularly fond of feline beast men under normal circumstances, encountering one wasn't an issue, but when he glimpsed their original form, his reaction was inevitable. But now, looking at Shereimo's tail, he felt no disgust or rejection, instead, he wanted to reach out and touch it. For dry beast people, the tail is an extremely special part of their body. Besides their parents, only their partner can touch it. Yun Shichi swallowed hard. The dormitory was a double occupancy one, so their beds were also pretty large. Accommodating 2 people wasn't crowded, but it was just enough space. Yun Shichi propped his hand beside Shereimo, nearly pressing his whole body onto him as he tentatively turned off the bedside lamp. Because the bed curtain blocked the view, the moment the light went off, everything went pitch black. Yun Shichi released his spiritual energy, wrapping Shereimo's entire body, tracing every inch of his figure. He could clearly hear his own frantic heartbeat and rapid breathing. Yun Shichi raised his hand and tentatively poked the tip of Shereimo's tail. He thought to himself that he must be crazy. Not only did he climb onto someone's bed in the middle of the night, but he even dared to secretly touch someone's tail. But he didn't want to stop. In fact, he wanted to do even more audacious things. The deep desire inside him tangled fiercely with the last shred of rationality left in his mind. Yun Shichi tentatively gripped Shereimo's tail, but in the next moment, the fluffy tail slipped away from his palm. Yun Shichi tensed up, thinking Shereimo had woken up. His pupils suddenly tightened, and his brain raced. As he thought about what excuse he should use to explain this situation, the fluffy tail unexpectedly wrapped around his wrist and gently rubbed against it. This was an action that only beasts would perform when showing affection to their partner. And usually, such proactive behavior meant inviting their partner to do something else. Yun Shichi immediately felt parched-mouthed and swallowed hard. Even though he knew Shereimo was asleep and these actions were unconscious, it was really hard for him not to overthink it. The person in slumber let out a soft hum, then rolled over. Before Yun Shichi could react, he was already embraced by Shereimo. At this moment, Shereimo faced him directly, their noses touching, and they could clearly feel each other's breaths. His hand rested on his shoulder, one leg was lifted high and pressed against his waist, while the tail still coiled around his wrist. Shereimo apparently found this position not comfortable enough, not only hugging him tighter but also actively snuggling closer into his chest. Yun Shichi lightly hugged Shereimo back and took out his phone with trembling hands to post. What should I do if the person I like holds me while sleeping and initiatively embraces me? Very quickly, someone replied, dude, are you here to torture us single dogs? Confirmed, it's a bragging couple, moving on. What a torment. If it's this obvious, why do you still need to ask? Are we netizens part of your plan to mess with us too? Oh, another bait and switch enforcement. Go ahead. Both of you have obviously chosen each other and are sharing a bed now. What more is there to ask? Bro, don't tell me, if you're not doing it, either you don't actually like the other person or you're incapable. Yun Shichi stared at the last comment and instantly felt tears welling up in his eyes, feeling like a lump was clogging his throat, both angry and aggrieved. The final string of rationality in his mind snapped completely. Looking at Shereimo in his arms, Yun Shichi tossed the phone aside and his once invasive gaze grew shadowy and unclear. He slightly leaned down and kissed the tip of Shereimo's ear. Shereimo was pretending to sleep. But ears are sensitive areas as well, and being kissed like that unexpectedly made him move involuntarily. The tip of the ear trembled slightly, which resulted in Yun Shichi directly engulfing it with his mouth. Yes, finally got released, so both pieces today are a bit longer. Sharing a picture I got today. Don't ask why it's a little succubus and not a white tiger. Because this character design has little to do with the setting of this world. Artist, Mochi. MOMO, TSK. Heard you're a regular at this club. Achi, no, I'm not, I can explain. Why, ha, I suddenly remember that I haven't fed the gas at home yet, so I need to go back. Hee, sweating bullets, right? This Achi is just too sneaky, but what bad thoughts could he possibly have? He just wants to find an excuse to get closer to his wife. Chapter 66, The 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 11. Shereimo let out a soft whimper, but in return, this only encouraged Yun Shichi to escalate his actions. He could even feel the fur of his ears becoming wet. Is Yun Shichi doing this on purpose? Knowing full well that for dry beast people, the most sensitive areas are their ears and tails, he kept biting his ears. Shereimo quietly gritted his teeth but did not expose or stop Yun Shichi, instead, he hugged him tighter. Then he used his tail to secretly wrap around Yun Shichi's waist. By the time Yun Shichi realized what was happening, he had already stopped moving, feeling the fur-covered tail. An ominous premonition arose within him. But at this moment, he didn't understand why such a feeling suddenly emerged. Not until Shereimo's tail managed to take control of his most vulnerable spot. Yun Shichi nearly gasped, trembling slightly as his chest rose and fell due to heavy breathing. For a moment, he could only focus on catching the mischievous tail rather than teasing Shereimo's ears. How could Shereimo possibly let go of his tail so easily? Yun Shichi became increasingly cautious since he dared not wake up Shereimo under the current situation. But if it went on like this, he really wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. In the dark, Shereimo silently curved the corners of his lips. Having successfully retaliated, Shereimo found a comfortable position within Yun Shichi's embrace and drifted off to sleep. As for how Yun Shichi would endure this torturous night, that wasn't Shereimo's concern. After all, who made him keep biting his ear? Initially planning to gift Yun Shichi a pleasant dream, now Shereimo only wanted some rest for himself. Unfortunately, the seemingly content Yun Shichi endured torments everywhere while being in love. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming sense of security provided by Yun Shichi's presence, Shereimo truly fell asleep soon after. Thus, he remained unaware of what Yun Shichi did afterward with his tail. When Shereimo woke up the next morning, Yun Shichi was no longer on his bed, and breakfast had been placed on his small table. With a lazy yawn, Shereimo finally glanced at his own tail. It felt a bit numb. Upon checking though, there didn't seem to be any major issues. It must have been from last night when Yun Shichi had pressed on it for too long. After letting 447 out from the dark room, Shereimo ate breakfast, tidied up briefly, and then left the house. The Engineering College didn't observe weekends, schedules were fully packed throughout each semester, yet students weren't required to attend every class. As long as you finished the course and passed the assessment, you could relax for the rest of the term. Due to past events regarding his mother's death, Yun Shichi had poor relations with his father and severed ties with the Yun family early on. Becoming a hunter was merely a way for him to earn money. Hence, every semester, he would complete all the courses in just a month, then either stay in the dormitory to sleep or accept missions to earn more money. As for the original host, Shereimo thought for a moment. It seemed like the classes for this semester had already been completed, except one assessment that hadn't been passed. However, his exam was scheduled for next week, so there was no rush. Thinking about this, Shereimo sighed in relief. Although the courses weren't hard, he also didn't want to waste too much time on them. Xiao-Qi, help me check what Yun Shichi is doing. Walking through the academy and watching the rushed beasts hurrying off to class lifted Shereimo's mood, causing his lips to curve slightly upward. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a world. Nevertheless, aren't they all rushing to class? Why do they occasionally pause and glance at him twice? Little lord, shouldn't you be preparing for your exam next week? What are you doing here? A hand suddenly slapped Shereimo's shoulder. He instinctively turned back and quickly identified the name of the girl in front of him. Miss Wenlan, long time no see. Shereimo smiled at her and greeted. Oh, Wenlan, also a white tiger beast person, shared a distant blood relation with the original host, maintaining a fairly good relationship. TSK. I saw you yesterday, but tell me, what's going on between you and that fish? Oh, Wenlan grinned and asked curiously, they say on the forums that the first day you moved into his dorm, he beat you up and sent you straight to the medical room. Is it true or false? Shereimo. Would you believe it? Almost forgot about this matter, no wonder those people gave him such strange looks earlier. Oh, Wenlan shrugged, spreading her hands wide, of course not. I admit Yun Shichi's S-level mental power is not to be trifled with, but you are also at the S-level. You're not the type who would just take a beating either. If you two really went head-to-head, it wouldn't end with him carrying you to the medical room, an ambulance would have to drag both of you away. Oh, Wenlan said this with a tone of admiration, her peripheral vision constantly noticing Shereimo's changing expressions. She paused slightly, then took out her phone and opened another post, thrusting it in front of Shereimo. So compared to them saying that you two had a fight, I believe these posts more. There are pictures, there is truth, they're analyzed very reasonably. Shereimo stopped his gaze after just one look at the titles. Hashtag expose those shameless couples under the broad daylight. Hashtag is it reasonable for an S-level to suppress another S-level? Very reasonable. Hashtag shocked. An S-level combatant ends up directly in the infirmary. Hashtag it's well known that Yun-Shir Chi's Shir refers to Shereimo's Shir, so. Shereimo. Shereimo opened the posts that appeared overnight without showing any expression. Rather than calling them posts or topics. It would be better to say they were fanfictions of him and Yun-Shir Chi. Moreover. Shereimo silently stared at the comment section below the second last post where some links requiring redirections and passwords were posted. Even without clicking into them, he already knew that they likely contained things that couldn't pass censorship. Humph. In a single night, on the Academy forum, even across the entire internet, a large number of CP fans for him and Yun-Shir Chi sprouted up. If this didn't involve Yun-Shir Chi's handiwork, he would not believe it. Are their claims true? Are you really together with that fish? Oh, when Lon noticed Shereimo wasn't angry and became even more curious. Shereimo smiled faintly, do not spread rumors, do not trust rumors. Xiao Qi, did you find anything? What is Yun-Shir Chi doing? For 47 hesitated, little Momo, he is writing your fanfictions, with quite a bit of, intensity, dot. Shereimo's smile thinned as he found an excuse to turn and leave when Lon wanted to ask more. Is that so? Send me what he wrote. Shereimo could guess that with how quickly the situation escalated, it must involve Yun-Shir Chi's influence, but he didn't expect that he would personally write fanfictions about them. After seeing the fanfiction 447 secretly sent over, Shereimo laughed despite being annoyed. Does this count as high intensity? 447 indignantly replied, isn't it? He actually wrote that you used your tail to help him. Chapter 67, a discussion on the 999 ways to deal with an antagonistic roommate, 12. Before he could finish what he was saying in message 447, Shereimo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Recalling the strange feeling from this morning and looking at the content of that fanfiction. He narrowed his eyes as a thought gradually formed in his mind. Yun-Shir Chi wouldn't write something like this without reason, unless he'd really done it. TSK. 447 was still confused, what's wrong, little Momo? Shereimo smirked slightly, nothing, I just suddenly realized. Some people play their games quite elaborately. A gut feeling told 447 that the certain people Shereimo referred to were Yun-Shir Chi. However, he didn't overthink it, assuming Shereimo was referring to the fanfictions written by Yun-Shir Chi. He nodded in agreement. I think he really goes overboard too. Knowing what Yun-Shir Chi was doing now, Shereimo wasn't in a hurry to find him. Instead, he asked. By the way, did you figure out how the pollution source inside the original protagonist's body happened? This was one of the original protagonist's wishes and also a point of curiosity for him. The Berserk Beastmen were more or less influenced by the pollution source, causing them to lose control of their minds. In both the original storyline and the corrupted one, the pollution source was ultimately removed from the original protagonist's body. When he entered this world, he had already investigated his body and found no trace of any such pollution source. However, the Berserk Beastmen had been appearing for 2 years, and now there was only half a year left until the original protagonist died. That pollution source must have been placed in the original protagonist's body within these 6 months. Given the original protagonist's identity and power, who could possibly be skilled enough to insert the pollution source into his body? Shereimo initially wanted to delve into the original protagonist's memories, but unlike Yun-Shir Chi, who worked alone, the original protagonist had come into contact with too many people. He couldn't pinpoint anything yet, so he let 447 check first. 447 shook his head and said dejectedly, no luck. The previous Berserk Beastmen seemed to lose control suddenly, with no commonalities. Shereimo tapped his finger gently against his head, it doesn't matter, we have time. Since the other party had chosen to place the pollution source inside the original protagonist's body in both the original storyline and the corrupted one, they would eventually come looking for him. It was just that he preferred to take control actively rather than passively accept things. If they really couldn't find it, then they would have to wait. A glint of dark light passed through Shereimo's eyes. He didn't intend to interfere with Yun-Shir Chi's actions. In fact, he even created a side account and sent a portion of resources to Yun-Shir Chi. Those fanfics didn't go very far. After reading through them, Shereimo found them repetitive and dull. Yun-Shir Chi needed to improve significantly. After finishing all of this, Shereimo took 447 and left the academy, claiming they wanted to familiarize themselves with this world. In reality, they indulged in food and drinks and played around for several days. On the side, they visited the Hunters Association where Yun-Shir Chi was located. Unfortunately, Yun-Shir Chi only occasionally went to the association to turn in tasks, so they never met. But this did not affect Shereimo's habit of going back to the dorm every night and finding Yun-Shir Chi climbing into his bed every day. Shereimo thought that Yun-Shir Chi had become increasingly proficient at climbing into his bed, with each action becoming bolder. Previously, when he woke up, his tail would feel numb, but now, Shereimo looked at himself in the mirror. To be precise, his gaze was fixed on his chest. Aside from being a little red, there appeared to be nothing unusual. If he hadn't seen the fanfic that Yunshir updated today. Sighing, Shereimo dressed himself properly, and just as he was about to leave, he saw Yunshir standing at the door, holding some milk tea. Yunshir's hand with the key hovered in midair as he casually asked, "Are you going out again?" Shereimo merely glanced at him coolly and walked past without responding. Originally intending to return to the dormitory, Yunshir barely hesitated before closing the door and following Shereimo. Lately, Shereimo wasn't at the dorm during the day and went straight to sleep after bathing at night. He didn't even get the chance to say 2 words. Yunshir felt that this couldn't continue. Today, he had to talk to Shereimo. Shereimo knew Yunshir was following him but easily managed to lose him. During this time, he had been visiting places the original protagonist frequently went to. Having the original protagonist's memories was one thing, but experiencing them personally was another. Previously, if Yunshir had followed him, he wouldn't have cared. But today, it wasn't his fault for losing Yunshir. Because his destination today was a club. The Tianyi Club, the largest club in the entire main city. But few people knew that the club belonged to the original protagonist. It was one of the original protagonist's coming-of-age gifts. He would visit once every month, and today was just the time for his visit. If Yunshir had followed him there, she might have been shocked and pushed things to their ultimate conclusion tonight. But he rather enjoyed the current situation and had no intention of exposing anything yet. Shereimo soon arrived at the Tianyi Club. Before stepping inside, he saw the club owner waiting for him at the entrance. It was a middle-aged man who looked amiable. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Shereimo, speaking respectfully. "Young master, you're here. Everything has been prepared and is just waiting for your inspection." Shereimo nodded slightly. Let's go." With those words, he stepped inside, with the club owner immediately following behind. The original protagonist had a private room here where he would review accounts monthly. In truth, the original protagonist didn't really care about this and wouldn't scrutinize the records carefully, but Shereimo simply wanted to give others something to do. 447, lying on Shereimo's head, looked at the ledger and remarked. "Little Mo, he reminds me of when you used to pick watermelons before. Even though you couldn't choose well, you always tapped them. Back then, I really thought you knew what you were doing. But you picked an unripe one from a pile of ripe ones, making me think that's what you preferred." Shereimo. Shereimo smiled faintly. "Little 7, do you know how many steps are required to dismantle a system?" 447, Sigma, LLL. 447 awkwardly laughed, hurriedly changing the subject. Ha ha. Anyway. Little Mo. I just thought I saw Yunshir's name in that membership roster. As he said this, he directly flew over to one of the ledgers and shoved the other books aside. Shereimo hadn't taken 447's words seriously and only shook his head, a faint smile of helplessness still lingering in his eyes. But then 447 pulled the ledger right in front of him. Seeing the 3 characters, Yunshir and the number of consumption times listed after it. Shereimo still smiled on his face, but his eyes lacked any warmth, his thin lips slightly parted. Yunshir, TSK, seems to have a good body and plenty of money. Chapter 68 Discussion on 999 Ways to Cook a Villainous Roommate, 13. 447, upon seeing the present Shimmo, couldn't help but swallow saliva and silently gave Yunshir a cold sweat. He had a feeling that someone was about to be in trouble. However, this could not be blamed on him, after all he was also for self-protection. And the records here were solidly real, it wasn't fabricated by him. As 447 thought of this, the faint guilt in his heart vanished instantly, and he even started cursing with Shimmo. Little Momo, he has gone too far. Writing fan fiction about you two and letting everyone know your relationship with him, while at the same time secretly hiring male models every few days. With righteous indignation, 447 spoke as he cautiously approached Shimmo and looked at the recorded data again. Just moments ago, he only saw the name of Yunshir and handed over the record to Shimmo. But now after clearly reading the contents, he widened his eyes in shock. What the heck, he comes weekly and each time hires several. This. Little Momo. You should avoid a man like him. 447 bit his teeth and grinded them as he vented his anger before Shimmo. Seeing his antics, Shimmo couldn't resist laughing softly. He directly pinched 447's plump body, lifted him up, then placed him on his shoulder. Alright, stop being angry. 447 was originally shaped like a dumpling and became even fatter because of the records of Yunshir hiring male models. Little Momo, stay away from him in the future, he is no good thing. Since the last world, he no longer believed in these male protagonists who do not have a couple in the main plotline. Reasonably speaking, regardless of whether Yunshir hired male models or held secret gatherings, it didn't concern them. But as 447 thought about how that guy acted hypocritically innocent in front of Shimmo while playing around behind the scenes, anger surged within him. He wanted nothing more than to put Yunshir in a sack right now, beat him up, so that he would never dare to bother Shimmo again. Shimmo almost instantly understood what 447 was thinking, yet he just let out a soft laugh. Nevertheless, an explanation for Yunchi-Chi's behavior of coming here and hiring male models was indeed necessary. After pondering briefly, Shereimo abandoned the idea of directly questioning Yunchi-Chi. Given their current relationship, which wasn't good at least outwardly, he immediately handed over those records of Yunchi-Chi to the club boss, asking the boss to investigate who was impersonating Yunchi-Chi and send the results back to him. The boss was slightly surprised by Shereimo's quick departure today, but said nothing, merely accepted the arrangement Shereimo made, ensuring to quickly find out exactly what happened. Shereimo left the club, originally planning to go back to the Shir residence since he had been in this world for a few days without returning. The original host's parents were often abroad, leaving only Grandpa Shir in the Shir family estate where he grew up along with him. Although Shereimo planned to return home, he received a message from Yun before making it back. Yun, Amo, I've arranged everything, today's a great opportunity for action, I'll send you the address, come over quickly. Shereimo paused in his movements upon reading the message, unconsciously raising an eyebrow. The next second, Yun sent another photo. It was a backshot of Yunchi-Chi. There were almost no people visible in the photo, it seemed to be a rather secluded place. 447 was somewhat surprised, I thought he only agreed to please you earlier, but surprisingly, he really intends to kidnap Yunchi-Chi himself. Shereimo stared intently at the back figure of Yunchi-Chi in the picture, seemingly lost in deep thought, then finally broke into a gentle smile, his lips curling up as he slowly said. Isn't this perfect? Perfect for us. 447's eyes lit up instantly, nodding excitedly, opening his mouth with excitement. Perfect. We can teach him a lesson once and for all. Let's see if he dares write such fanfiction afterward. Shereimo. Well, considering it's his system, he shouldn't hit him. He isn't smart enough anyway, so knocking him senseless would be counterproductive. Stupid little 7. Shereimo shook his head lightly and ended up with a mere scolding remark. 447 blinked cluelessly. Shereimo didn't have the intention of explaining, but still took 447 along to the address sent by Yun. When he arrived there, Yun gave him a new address. This time it was a warehouse. Along with the new address, there was also a new photo. Shereimo slightly furrowed his brows and his eyes grew cold. In the photo was a plump burlap sack, tightly sealed. Shereimo's face darkened and he rushed to the warehouse as fast as he could. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yun inside along with a teenager standing next to him. Shereimo glanced over and realized that the teenager looked exactly like him. Even 447 was somewhat surprised for a moment, flying to the side of the boy and circling around him before returning to Shereimo's side, saying seriously. Little Momo, that person is a chameleon who can transform into anyone's appearance, but he doesn't smell as good as you. I said that Yunchi-Chi wouldn't be so easily captured by them, it turned out they changed into your appearance. Mo, you've finally come. Yun smiled as he walked toward Shereimo and gestured with his eyes for the teenage chameleon to open the burlap sack. Shereimo glanced at the unconscious Yunchi-Chi and asked, did you drug him? Seeing that Yun didn't refute, Shereimo's voice grew colder, full of warning. Yun, I just wanted to teach him a lesson, I never thought about taking his life. You'd better not have used any banned substances, or I won't let you off. Yun raised both hands in a gesture of surrender but continued smiling indifferently. Don't worry Amo, how could I use any banned substances? I just worried he might resist, so I injected him with something that would temporarily make him lose strength. Shereimo glanced at Yunchi-Chi who had already been dragged to his front by the teenager. He withdrew his gaze, asking offhandedly. Oh, really? Where did you get such stuff? Of course. Amo, if you want it, I can help you get it. Yun subconsciously wanted to answer, but the system in his mind timely interrupted him. Host, the contaminant hasn't been placed inside the villain yet. You'd better not speak rashly and cause a massive deviation from the plot. Don't blame me if I leave you on your own then. Yun's smile froze for a moment, but he still laughed nervously. After all, getting this stuff is pretty troublesome. I've been entrusting people and making connections these past few days, barely managing to obtain the medicine. If you need it, I can have someone get more for you. It'll just take some money and time. Chapter 69, a treatise on 999 ways to cook antagonist roommates, 14. There was a trace of barely perceptible tension in Yun Muzaltha's tone, as well as a touch of tentativeness. He remembered that Shereimo disliked trouble the most. If he could thus dispel Shereimo's curiosity about this medicine, it would be for the best. If he couldn't get rid of Shereimo's notion, then it would mean something was indeed off with Shereimo. Either something had changed with Shereimo, or he had already detected his intentions. A look of ambiguous emotion flickered in Yun Muzaltha's eyes. If that were truly the case, then the method he wanted to use to obtain luck from the antagonist and the protagonist would have to change. After a few seconds of eye contact with Shereimo, the latter lightly chuckled before opening his mouth without a care. Since it's so much trouble, never mind. I don't need this sort of thing. With that said, he turned around once more and focused his gaze on Yunchi-Chi. Looking at the unconscious Yunchi-Chi, Shereimo squatted down next to him and raised his hand to pat his face. Is there no antidote for that medicine? Can't we wake him up now? Shereimo hung his eyes, making it impossible to discern the emotions in them at the moment, but his tone was very cold, even laced with slight disgust. I need to give him a lesson. In this state, even if I hit him hard, he won't learn anything. Yun Musaoth finally relaxed the heart he'd been holding and a smirk curved his lips. There is no antidote, but he will soon wake up, and in the next 2 hours, he won't have any strength. Mo, you can take advantage of this opportunity to vent your anger properly. As Yun Musaoth spoke, excitement and anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he looked at Shereimo. 447 murmured quietly by Shereimo's ear, "Little Momo, he's deceiving you. I just examined Yun Shichi's body, and there isn't a major problem. Yun Shichi has strong mental power, as long as he regains consciousness, at most within a few minutes, the medicine will no longer affect him." 447 snorted, "He intentionally wants you to fight with Yun Shichi first. When Yun Shichi recovers, he will definitely resist. By then, you two will probably start fighting, allowing him the chance to use the system to steal your luck." 447's tone suddenly became sharper after realizing something. "I understand. Yun Musaoth must have had that chameleon turn into your appearance intending to frame you, making Yun Shichi believe it was you who knocked him out and are the real mastermind behind this. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Shichi has such feelings for you that upon seeing you, he let down his guard, which is why they managed to bring him here so quickly." Slap. Slap slap. As 447 continued talking to himself wanting to dissuade Shereimo, the next second, a crisp slapping sound was heard. 447. Shereimo slapped Yun Shichi's face, and instantly, several palm prints appeared on his pale complexion. Seeing signs of the unconscious man stirring awake, Shereimo exhaled in relief. Glancing at the dumbfounded 447, he said, "Little Seven, go find out where Yun Musaoth got that medicine from." Shereimo originally thought Yun Musaoth's drug must have come from a rogue system. But judging by what the rogue system just said, it seemed it was obtained from some special place. That place was also related to the contamination source later inserted into the original host's body. Given that fact, don't blame him for not being polite. 447 nodded seriously, "All right little Momo, I'll investigate immediately. What's wrong? If I'm about to discipline someone, are you two going to stand here watching, planning to teach me how to do it?" Shereimo noticed the intense yet expectant gaze from behind and turned his head, meeting Yun Musaoth's eyes which hadn't yet had time to dodge. "Yun Musaoth, what does this look of yours mean? Do you really want me to beat him up?" Shereimo tilted his gaze slightly upwards, mockery evident in his voice as he revealed Yun Musaoth's thoughts directly. How could that be? Mo, continue while I keep watch outside for you. Let's go. Don't disturb Mo here." This made even the relatively calm Yun Musaoth tense up. With a light cough, he pulled at the hand of the nearby chameleon youth to leave. However, the young man furrowed his brows, shaking off his hand, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse and terrifying, "Don't touch me unless you want to die." The young man's eyes were cold as he left these words hanging in the air, not caring about Yun Musaoth's sour expression as he directly turned around and stormed off. Taking a deep breath, Yun Musaoth forcibly reined in his emotions and flashed Shereimo a somewhat forced smile. Mo, don't be angry. He's just someone I asked for help. Although he has a bad temper, he's indeed skilled. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to catch Yun Shichi. You continue. I'll go talk with him outside. Call me if anything happens." Saying this, Yun Musaoth also turned to leave. In an instant, the warehouse became empty except for Shereimo and the just awakened Yun Shichi. Yun Shichi's groan drew Shereimo's attention back. "Tsk. You're awake." Shereimo looked down at Yun Shichi lying next to him, arms crossed, eyes full of mockery as he casually raised his foot to press the tip of his shoe against Yun Shichi's chest. "Good roommate, I remember I warned you before that you should be more careful." Shereimo tilted his head slightly, silver-white long hair swaying gracefully with the motion, his eyes curving into a smile. "You really should take a good look at your current state. You're like a fish waiting to be butchered by me, how pitiful." Shereimo said lazily, his foot pressing down gradually until it stepped on Yun Shichi's abdomen. Yun Shichi groaned again, his breathing becoming much heavier. He stared intently at the exposed part of Shereimo's ankle, feeling somewhat regretful in his heart. Why did it stop here? If it could go a little lower. If only Shereimo were barefoot instead of wearing shoes and stepped on him. Yun Shichi had not only seen Shereimo's feet but also secretly touched them. Once such thoughts sprang up, vivid images came immediately to his mind. But he still feigned calmness, hoarsely questioning. Why bring me here? If they brought him here and didn't fight directly, was it because they wanted to do something else? Yun Shichi's Adam's apple rolled, a slight curve forming on the corner of his lips. Seeing this familiar expression, Shereimo instantly thought of the male lead from the last world. Even though he didn't know exactly what Yun Shichi was thinking about, Shereimo had already guessed 7 or 8 parts of it. So, he leaned forward, letting his fallen shoulder-length hair touch Yun Shichi's face. Yun Shichi felt itchy on his face and in his heart. If he hadn't been weak at the moment, he couldn't imagine what crazy actions he might take. Shereimo's gaze directly met Yun Shichi's. His eyebrows were curved gently with a smile while his eyes flashed with a hint of red. While Yun Shichi was dazed and completely lost himself in Shereimo's eyes. Shereimo suddenly moved his foot. He just used a bit more force, stepping randomly between Yun Shichi's legs on the ground. Mm. Chapter 70, on the 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 15. Yun Shichi's mind went blank in an instant, and the sound he emitted was one that even he found hard to believe. By the time he came to his senses, his earlobes were already red all over, and his face was flushed pink beneath its pallor. "Amo, please don't." Yun Shichi spoke softly, but as much as he said he didn't want Shereimo to act this way, there wasn't a hint of stopping him. On the contrary, he slightly tilted his head, exposing his vulnerable neck and disheveled collar entirely within Shereimo's line of sight. Recalling the things he'd seen recently, Yun Shichi immediately lowered his gaze. His eyelashes trembled lightly, and his lips quivered softly. Coupled with his flushed cheeks and the occasional sighs escaping his lips. Shereimo, observing such a Yun Shichi, was certain this man was trying to tempt him. It was just that his skills weren't refined enough, and his intentions were far too obvious. "Yun Shichi, they all say you're amazing, but I see you're no different from anyone else." Shereimo chuckled lightly and glanced at a chair in the distance. With a flick of his fingers, the chair instantly appeared by his side. He withdrew the foot that had been pressing on Yun Shichi, sat down casually on the chair, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. "Yeah, I can't match up to you." Yun Shichi sighed quietly. Watching Shereimo take his foot off him, a faint sense of loss crossed his eyes. But his expression remained calm as ever, though the blush hadn't faded yet, undermining his feigned calmness completely. However, Shereimo didn't expose his intentions. Supporting his head on one hand, he leaned against the armrest with a gleam of interest in his eyes. "Is that so? But I feel like you might not be entirely convinced." With another flick of his hand, a dark red whip with rose engravings appeared in his hand. Yun Shichi could feel himself regaining some strength. He could easily break free from the rope binding him, but he didn't. Instead, he stared intently at the whip in Shereimo's hand. "If I say I'm not convinced, would you hit me with this whip?" Yun Shichi asked seriously. Shereimo blinked, glanced at his whip, then back at Yun Shichi. Rarely silent for a moment, a strange feeling lingered. How come it seemed like Yun Shichi actually hoped he'd strike? When did this guy develop such a preference? "No." Shereimo bit his tongue, swallowing the words, "of course, back down." After all, he hadn't forgotten the first wish of the original owner, to beat Yun Shichi into submission, making him kneel and call out for an older brother. When he received news from Yun Yunin, he thought this was a great chance to complete that first wish. Though he believed, given Yun Shichi's attitude towards him, fulfilling that wish wouldn't be difficult, merely faking a beating should suffice. But judging from the current situation, even that was unnecessary. Shereimo didn't doubt that if he truly whipped Yun Shichi, not only would he not achieve submission, but it might lead to something else. Indeed, after hearing the answer, Yun Shichi lowered his head, a look of evident regret, yet he still opened his mouth gently. "I yield." Thinking about the original owner's wish, Shereimo stopped hesitating. He placed his foot directly on Yun Shichi's shoulder. The whip in his hand folded, and he tapped Yun Shichi's face lightly. "Since you've yielded, just kneel obediently." Bound hands tied behind his back, Yun Shichi halted his initial attempt to reach for the communicator upon hearing Shereimo's words. He knelt compliantly, looking up at Shereimo. "What are you planning to do next?" Yun Shichi hadn't anticipated that the person who had bound him was really Shereimo. So before the other party made a move, he had already sent a message to his group. Originally, he intended to turn the tables, seeing what kind of situation lay behind this imposter posing as Shereimo. But it turned out. Yun Shichi was very disappointed. If he had known, he shouldn't have sent that message earlier. This way, he would have more time alone with Shereimo. Nevertheless, considering the speed of those people, they probably wouldn't arrive here so quickly. Unaware of what Yun Shichi was calculating inside his mind, Shereimo simply draped the whip around Yun Shichi's neck casually and tightened his grip playfully. "Since you acknowledge my superiority, Yun Shichi, why not start by calling me Big Brother?" At this very moment, the two were extremely close. Yun Shichi could even hear Shereimo's heartbeat clearly. Thinking about what he had been doing every night recently by sneaking into Shereimo's bed, and the images he had seen. And, those crazy dreams. Yun Shichi couldn't help but swallow, feeling that an atmosphere of ambiguity was lingering between them. Especially since two buttons on Shereimo's shirt were unfastened, now being so close to him, he almost didn't have to make any effort to glimpse a view no one else could see. Yun Shichi felt like a string in his brain was tightly stretched. He pursed his lips, neither refusing nor agreeing, but only asking back. "Calling you Brother Mo like everyone else?" Shereimo wasn't sure if it was his own illusion, but he felt like there was a hint of jealousy in Yun Shichi's tone. Recalling that guy's jealous nature, Shereimo curled the corner of his lips, gazing at Yun Shichi's thoroughly red ear tips, and whispered softly by his ear. "You can also directly call me Brother." The intonation of the last two words slightly rose, with some vague yet enticing meaning. Yun Shichi turned his head slightly, his soft lips accidentally kissed Shereimo's face right on. Before Shereimo could make any move, he leaned closer and whispered again. "Big Brother. Is this okay?" Shereimo's pupils flickered for a second. This guy was clearly imitating what he just said. "Brother, someone has told you that you smell good, haven't they?" Yun Shichi twitched his nose slightly, murmuring quietly as if talking to himself. If you want to see me, you don't need such a substitute. That person may look like you, but I can see at first glance that he is not you. Why isn't my brother saying anything? If brother likes, I can keep calling you this for as long as you want. Shereimo, hearing these alluring words, didn't know how to respond for a moment. It has to be admitted, some seduction though direct, was indeed effective. However, he thought further, if the other person kneeling before him saying these words was someone else, he probably wouldn't give that person a chance to speak, instead kicking them away directly. In the end, it was only because the person before him was Yun Shichi. That's why he intentionally indulged him, allowing him to tempt him with such crude and obvious means. Shereimo chuckled lightly, raising his hand to hold Yun Shichi's nape, forcing him to lower his head. Being almost already pressed against each other, Yun Shichi involuntarily touched his shoulder and neck because of his sudden action. Shereimo seemed not to notice the moistness left behind from the soft touch on his neck. His hand slid down Yun Shichi's back gently while sighing. Yun Shichi, your methods of temptation are too clumsy. Chapter 71 Discussion on 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 16. So, you should be thankful that at least your face is decent looking, otherwise, would have already kicked you against the wall. Shereimo chuckled softly, showing no concern for Yun Shichi taking advantage of this moment. But when Yun Shichi was lost in his own thoughts, Shereimo locked their fingers together. Then, he hooked the chain that Yun Shichi wore on his wrist with his fingertips. A touch of spiritual force was released from Shereimo's fingertips, luring Yun Shichi's spiritual force and effortlessly removing the chain. Once the item was in hand, a flicker of delight lit up Shereimo's eyes. By the time Yun Shichi finally realized what had happened, he was once again under Shereimo's boot. With hazy eyes, Yun Shichi looked up at Shereimo. When he noticed the bracelet in Shereimo's hand, his mind instantly snapped back to reality. Shereimo toyed with the chain, and soon a light screen appeared before him. A few new messages popped up on the screen. Brother Chi. Hold on, we'll be there soon. Brother Chi, are you okay? Are there many people there? It doesn't matter if there are a lot, because this time we've brought plenty of gear. 3 more minutes, Brother Chi. Just hang in there, we'll be there in 3 minutes. Yun Shichi suddenly felt inexplicably guilty and nervously tried to explain. No, Amo, listen to me. Shereimo smiled, so go ahead and explain yourself. Do you know them? Yes. Did you ask them to come? Yes, but it's because I thought someone was impersonating you. With a determined gaze and serious tone, Yun Shichi added. Amo, I just wanted to figure out who was impersonating you. At the time, I only sensed others behind him, so I alerted my few friends. But I didn't expect it to turn out to be a misunderstanding. Yun Shichi's voice grew softer as he continued. Shereimo lightly responded, so while you were pretending to obey me, you were actually secretly messaging them behind my back. Thinking Shereimo was angry, Yun Shichi didn't realize that Shereimo was rather pleased with his actions. Not too bad, Yun Shichi had figured out that it was fake and also knew to contact his allies. It seemed even if Shereimo hadn't been here today, Yun Shichi would still have been fine. That made him feel much better. Yun Shichi whispered in explanation, I just wanted to tell them not to come. Unfortunately, before he could send the message, Shereimo found out. Ah. Is that so? But it looks like they're coming very soon. Shereimo cheerfully said, they even mentioned bringing all the gear. It seems that my people might not be a match for them. What? Do you want me to untie you now, and then tie myself up instead? As he spoke, Shereimo brought his hands together near Yun Shichi's face. It was clearly just a teasing joke, yet a flash of strange emotion crossed Yun Shichi's eyes. If one really could bind him, it would best be done with red silk, it would probably look quite good. If only Shereimo's whole body could be bound with bright red silk, intertwined with white. At the mere thought of such imagery, Yun Shichi found himself almost unable to bear it. Even Yun Shichi was surprised, previously, he had never shown any interest in these kinds of things. However, since meeting Shereimo, ever since the first glance, he couldn't help but think about these matters. As if he'd already done it countless times. And the object of such actions, was none other than Shereimo. Yun Shichi closed his eyes briefly, pushing away those thoughts and vivid images from his mind. This wasn't the right time to think about such things. Of course not. Yun Shichi slightly raised his head, rubbing his hand gently against Shereimo's palm, curving his lips into a slow smile. This was all a misunderstanding, and you're my brother, how could I possibly tie up my own brother? Counting by age, Yun Shichi should technically be a year older than Shereimo. But this title of brother rolled off his tongue smoothly, becoming increasingly natural and effortless. If it would make Shereimo happy, calling him brother was nothing, actually. No matter what he called him, it would work. Shereimo calculated internally that it was about time, then retracted his whip with a humored chuckle. He kicked the chair aside, looking down on Yun Shichi lying on the ground from a superior height. Shereimo gave a quick glance, then straddled Yun Shichi directly after adjusting his posture. He grabbed Yun Shichi's collar and forced him to look up. Yun Shichi didn't understand why Shereimo was doing this, but when Shereimo straddled his waist, his heart skipped a beat. When Shereimo had stepped on him earlier, it had already happened. And now with Shereimo sitting on him like this, even the slightest movement would make it clearly noticeable. But Shereimo probably hadn't felt it, or if he did, he simply didn't care, maintaining a calm expression throughout. Yun Shichi couldn't quite tell whether he should feel relieved that Shereimo hadn't noticed, or slightly disappointed that he hadn't seen Shereimo become flustered and embarrassed. But he quickly didn't have time to think about it any longer. Bang! The warehouse door was forcibly broken open. Immediately, more than a dozen figures rushed in, accompanied by shouting voices. Brother Chi! We're here. Where are those who kidnapped you? Why don't I see anyone? Brother Chi, say something. Are you alright? Ugh. Why'd you bump into me like that? The person's words were cut off as someone next to them nudged them hard. Frowning at the person beside them, the only response they received was an eye roll from a girl standing there, who slightly tilted her head towards another direction as a hint. Geez, I'll look if I must, no need to be rude. Grumbling under their breath, the person followed the girl's gaze and froze mid-sentence, all remaining complaints choking in their throat. They fell silent. No wonder nobody in the group spoke since entering the warehouse. They had assumed the people just didn't want to talk, but it turned out to be because. Seeing Yun Shichi pinned underneath a handsome white-haired boy, whose long hair cascaded around them both, while Yun Shichi's hands were tied behind his back. And the boy was straddling Yun Shichi's waist and holding his disheveled collar tightly. Such an intimate position. Ugh. The person instinctively sucked in a sharp breath, hastily covering their eyes with their hand. Wow, Yun Shichi. So that's why you didn't reply to any of your messages, you've been busy with this. I was worried about you for nothing. On the other hand, the girl next to him remained perfectly composed. Coolly observing the two individuals, she pulled out her phone calmly and started taking pictures. Shereimo sighed helplessly, could you turn off the flashlights please? They're kind of blinding. Thank you. The girl nodded, alright. Yun Shichi, is no one going to ask my opinion? The girl responded earnestly, why don't you try putting your hand on his waist? Without thinking, Yun Shichi subconsciously raised his hand to encircle the other's waist, even pinching lightly before suddenly realizing what he was doing. Was this the suggestion she meant? And besides, stop taking pictures. All of you leave first. Chapter 72, a discussion on the 999 ways to deal with an antagonistic roommate, 17. Yun Shichi practically gritted his teeth as he spoke these words. His eyelids twitched, and his gaze swept over a few people who were watching the drama unfold. The situation at hand was completely different from what he had initially anticipated. These guys had arrived far too conveniently. They were impossible to find when asked to do chores or tasks, yet today they all showed up so promptly, right at this particular moment. Alright, since Brother Chi said it like that, I guess we shouldn't stay here being part of your little plan. A blonde youth shrugged, grinned mischievously, and lifted his foot to leave. But then, perhaps thinking of something, he paused, turned around, and reminded everyone. But this isn't really a good place. If you're going to play any games, you should head to a hotel instead, ugh. Before he finished speaking, someone beside him covered his mouth and dragged him away. Watching them leave, Yun Shichi finally let out a small sigh of relief, turning his attention back to Shereimo. He spoke earnestly, that's how they are, they only talk without any real meaning. Don't take their words seriously. I'll also make sure those photos are deleted. You don't have to worry about them. Once I get home, I'll ask her for a copy and then delete them afterward. Yun Shichi secretly plotted in his mind but did not reveal his intentions outwardly. Shereimo already saw through his little schemes but decided not to call him out. Since your people have arrived, why don't you just go back with them? He said indifferently, moving away from Yun Shichi and standing up. Wait. Actually, we could continue what we left unfinished earlier. Yun Shichi grabbed Shereimo's ankle, whispering as his fingertips lightly caressed the area. Even though he touched those places every night, this was one of the rare times he got to touch Shereimo while he was fully conscious. Shereimo wriggled his foot, slipping free from Yun Shichi's grasp. He looked down at him, smiled, and his tone carried a hint of mockery. Cloud Shichi, do you know what I wanted to do just now? If I continued, would you dare risk dying by my hands? Or maybe you feel confident because your friends are waiting outside, so you're starting to challenge me now. Shereimo paused briefly, leaving no chance for Yun Shichi to interrupt, and waved his phone, opening a recording app. Everything Yun Shichi had just said, including those consecutive calls of Big Brother, were recorded entirely. Shereimo's expression remained calm, but the slight smile in his eyes revealed his current good mood. Yun Shichi, you wouldn't want your good friends to discover how submissive you are in front of me, right? Shereimo deliberately emphasized the word good friends. You. Yun Shichi's lips moved, but eventually, he lowered his eyes. He couldn't bear to look into Shereimo's eyes, afraid that his joy might show too clearly, revealing how pleased he was. As Yun Shichi reflected on the previous moments, regret lingered in his heart, he should have challenged Shereimo just now. That way, Shereimo would have certainly retaliated, leaving marks on him. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through him. Yun Shichi tightened his hand slightly at his side, realizing he shouldn't exhibit such obvious delight anymore. Perhaps Shereimo noticed before, which is why even though he wanted to whip him, nothing ultimately happened. But it didn't matter since Yun Shichi hadn't done nothing. Adjusting his emotions, Yun Shichi glanced up at Shereimo, his eyes filled with restraint. Don't tell them. He whispered softly, his gaze fixed on the traces he had left behind on Shereimo's neck. It was a mark he proudly left on Shereimo's body. Alas, just that little bit wasn't enough, it simply wasn't enough. He desired more. Shereimo appeared highly satisfied with Yun Shichi's present demeanor. Leaning closer, he gently ruffled Yun Shichi's hair, messing it up thoroughly before letting go. In that case, you need to follow my instructions carefully in the future. Otherwise, I'll post those recordings online and let everyone see just how you behave. Shereimo smirked softly, lightly patting Yun Shichi's cheek. However, Yun Shichi unexpectedly responded, will there be a reward if I listen to you? Shereimo hesitated for a moment, and his expression towards Yun Shichi changed subtly. He didn't expect the little dog to have gotten smarter, actually learning to ask for rewards now. After some thought, Shereimo slowly said, what do you want? Shereimo anticipated he might request something outrageous or some form of intimate behavior. However, Yun Shichi merely gazed at him with an ambiguous look and softly replied. Rest assured, I'm not greedy. If Shereimo had gone through all that trouble, bringing him here without killing him, just to make him help with a task, then it was obvious there must be some use for him. Since this was the case, asking for one reward after completing each task didn't seem excessive. Humph. You'd better remember what you've said today. But if you really behave yourself and assist me in my work, getting a reward isn't impossible. Shereimo scoffed lightly, showing some disdain on his face but also harboring a bit of curiosity about what Yun Shichi would desire as a reward. I'm leaving first. Go back by yourself. Whatever happened today had better stay buried deep inside you. Shereimo casually tossed out these words and turned around to leave without hesitation. Yun Shichi stared intensely at Shereimo's retreating figure, then clenched his fist, trying to retain the lingering warmth on his fingertips. When he could no longer see Shereimo's silhouette, Yun Shichi sighed and slowly retracted his gaze. Looking at his communication device lying nearby, its back faintly glowed red, having recorded Shereimo's words moments ago. Not only did it record Shereimo's speech, but also the moment Yun Shichi took over the device, everything had been captured. Clutching the communication device in his hand, a flicker of joy flashed across Yun Shichi's eyes. Though things turned out differently from what he initially expected, he couldn't deny that today he had indeed gained some unexpected rewards. And he was quite satisfied with them. Shereimo left the warehouse. Outside, he only saw his friends, but neither Yun Yunan nor another chameleon boy was present. This made him arch an eyebrow, it seemed those two must have sensed something and fled rather quickly. Seeing Shereimo come out like that, his friends' expressions all changed slightly, their eyes filled with curiosity and assessment. Despite this, they still held back due to some reservations and didn't directly inquire, merely offering Shereimo an awkward yet polite smile. Shereimo acknowledged them with a nod, smiling at them, hello. Under their curious gazes, Shereimo nonchalantly walked past them, leaving them standing baffled in the wind. Did our brother Chi finish so quickly? That seems too fast. Is brother Chi's physical condition failing him? No way, brother Chi dealt with those frenzied beastmen so skillfully, handling them within seconds. Chapter 73, The 999 Ways to Deal with a Villain Roommate, 18. The person just now, I know who he is. He's Shereimo, the young master of the Shir family. I heard that he's also S-class. He came to the association a few days ago. I looked it up, and his relationship with brother Chi isn't good. But from what we see now, TSK, it's hard to say. I think brother Chi should be fine. The problem probably lies with this Shereimo, so. You mean? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The twin girls talking quietly nearby seemed to have reached some kind of consensus as they chatted. They immediately brightened when looking into each other's eyes, raised one finger, tapped it a little, and spoke in unison. Shereimo's body is too good. Brother Chi is the one on the bottom. Everyone listening attentively. So these two girls went through all that discussion only to come to two completely different conclusions. However, speaking of which, since both Shereimo and Yun Shir Chi are S-class, the matter of who's on top or who's below indeed doesn't seem easy to resolve. Shereimo, who has no clue about any of this, has just bought a dessert. 447 has also finished investigating the origin of the potion and returned. Little Momo, I've already figured it out. The potion in Yunmu Nan's hands, along with the chameleon following him, all come from one laboratory. 447 then fell silent for a moment, his tone weakening a bit. But that lab belongs to the Shir family. Shereimo was sitting by the window enjoying the scenery outside, with a dessert and a glass of fruit tea in front of him. Warm sunlight streamed through the window onto his body, giving off an air of peaceful contentment. But only 447 knows that Shereimo isn't in the best mood right now. That's quite a coincidence. Shereimo's eyes flickered faintly. Have you found out who's in charge of that lab? Judging by this, the person who placed the contaminant in the host's body should be someone from the Shir family. For 47, it's the host's grandfather, but he doesn't really manage the lab's affairs, so it's uncertain whether it was arranged by him or if the lab staff were pretending obedience while doing something behind the scenes. Shereimo nodded thoughtfully. I see, I understand. Looks like we need to go back once. He said with a smile, pushing the small dessert in front of him directly to 447. Good job, Xiao-Qi. Seeing the dessert, 447's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed a spoon and took a bite. Not tired at all. It's all part of my duty. Shereimo just smiled faintly, glancing at the message Jimmo Nan sent over to inquire about the situation, but did not reply. After waiting for 447 to finish eating the dessert, he bought another one and brought it back. When they returned to the dormitory, Shir was already there. Shir kept staring at his phone, looking serious and conflicted, as if pondering something. You're back. Upon seeing Shereimo return, Shir clearly appeared relieved. This left Shereimo somewhat confused. After all, it had been only an afternoon apart. Why was Shir reacting so much? Did you go to the Eastern District just now? Are you hurt? Before Shereimo could even react, Shir already embraced him and carefully checked him over. This made Shereimo frown slightly, feeling a sense of foreboding creep up inside him. Xiao-Qi, go check out what happened in the Eastern District. Got it. Little Momo, please wait. Shereimo couldn't help but chuckle at Shir. I just went there to buy a cake, what could possibly happen to me? And you, why are you so tense? Shir looked at the small cake in his hand, paused for a moment, yet still pulled him inside and locked the door. He turned on his computer and showed Shereimo all the messages on it. There was another explosion incident in the Eastern District while you were there. A small-scale explosion killed 7 people and seriously injured 9, with several more sustaining minor injuries. The person caught on surveillance footage was you. But I can tell, the person in the surveillance footage wasn't you. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be the person near you who can change form to look like you. Shir's voice was somewhat heavy toward the end. He believed Shereimo wouldn't do such a thing, and had explained and vouched for him with the association members. But that person being able to transform into Shereimo's appearance and tying him up in the warehouse indeed followed Shereimo's arrangements. So the other party is Shereimo's person, or at least definitely has a connection to Shereimo. This is a fact that cannot be denied. Mo, can you tell me what exactly is the relationship between that person and you? And how can we contact him? Shir's tone was serious. The impact of this matter is too great. The association must give everyone an explanation. Right now, the only thing to do is find that person. Shereimo casually placed the small cake on Shir's desk, his eyes calmly meeting Shir's. If I say I don't know him and have no idea where he is, would you believe me? Shir maintained eye contact for 3 seconds, then turned away and sat back in front of his computer. I believe you. His fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, but with that, finding the person will be somewhat troublesome. And the current situation is very disadvantageous for you. For safety's sake, you'd better not go out alone during this period. If you need anything, I can help. Looking at Shir who trusted him without reservation, Shereimo wasn't sure what he felt inside. He lowered his gaze and rested his hand on Shir's shoulder. No need to trouble yourself. I came back to pack my things. I have some matters to deal with these few days, so I need to go home for a while. Shir paused his actions briefly. Going home is good. Right now, home is safe for you. You can rest assured. I'll find that person as soon as possible, and won't cause you too much trouble. At this moment, 447 popped up, sitting on Shereimo's shoulder and seriously spoke. Little Momo, I've found out. There was an explosion there, carried out by that chameleon. Jimmo Nan has already realized that your relationship with Shir isn't simple. He wants to use this matter to make Shir misunderstand you, leading to your falling out. 447 sniffed and said, for personal gain, killing so many innocents, I think he should be the villain. His plans are loud and clear, but he didn't calculate that Shir would trust you so much, and even instantly recognize that it wasn't you. Shereimo calmly said, I went to that warehouse today. In the eyes of outsiders, that chameleon is already considered one of mine. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the explosion was done by me or not. What's important is that it has been tied to me. So if I haven't guessed wrong, they should have hidden themselves by now, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me and Shir to fight, so they can reap the benefits. Short scene. Tomorrow Su will come out. It's little Su who is 3 years old. Su pleadingly, brother carry me. Mo pats his head, alright, brother will carry you. Xiao-Qi, feels like losing favor, not sure yet, let me see more. Qi, brother, I want to be carried too. Mo, alright, come here. The next second, Mo who was holding Su got picked up horizontally by Qi. Mo. Chapter 74, on 999 Ways to Handle an Antagonistic Roommate, 19. Shereimo sent a message to Jimmo Nan. Not long ago, this person was still asking about him, but now there's no response at all. 447 crossed her arms, lifted her chin slightly, don't worry about it, little Momo. I've already made arrangements. We'll find them soon enough. That wild system has some skill, managing to conceal their whereabouts for real. Speaking of which, 447 stood up directly and stepped onto Shereimo's shoulder. She hugged her little hands and said with righteous conviction. But this isn't a big issue for me. It'll just take some time. I'll definitely prevent them from pinning this mess on you. Little Momo, don't be too worried. Shereimo helplessly pinched the head of 447 and gave it a rub. Little 7, I'm not worried about this. Since Yun Moonan's goal is to make him and Yun Shichi become enemies for hatred, thereby obtaining the fortune they carry, then they definitely won't be too far away. Even if they're hiding with the power of that wild system right now, as long as they're near, then it's not a major issue. However, the information known by that wild system clearly surpasses what they have. Alright, go break it quickly. Shereimo lightly tapped 447's head with his finger, then released her when she got dizzy. By the way, see if you can directly enter that wild system's database and check who's causing trouble behind the scenes. They are task takers, but in order to avoid collapsing the mission world, they are also subjected to certain restrictions within it. They aren't omniscient or omnipotent. However, the wild system doesn't have so many limitations. In situations where its energy is abundant, naturally it knows more than they do. Since they temporarily cannot investigate the people behind the laboratory, they might as well pick up pre-existing information straight from that wild system. 447 instantly understood Shereimo's implication. Her eyes lit up. She nodded repeatedly and returned to the system space. After arranging everything, Shereimo looked at Yun Shichi, who was still busy working. He placed his hand on Yun Shichi's shoulder and leaned close to his ear, staring at the screen, speaking softly. How much longer will you be investigating? Yun Shichi paused momentarily. There's a bit of trouble, but it's not a huge problem. Several rough locations have been pinpointed, so I'll check it out over the next few days. Don't forget, you're my roommate. Shereimo poked Yun Shichi's face with his fingertip, which caused him to suddenly fall silent and swallow the words he had yet to finish saying. If you're my roommate, then you must come along with me. Yun Shichi, my home isn't any safer than being here. You agreed earlier today to help me with something, didn't you? Have you already forgotten? Shereimo used his fingertip to trace Yun Shichi's eyebrows and eyes, finally stopping on his lips and applying slight pressure, smiling as he opened his mouth. You promised, didn't you, to listen to your older brother? Yun Shichi's heartbeat quickened significantly at that moment. He wasn't sure whether Shereimo was deliberately teasing him, but he knew that such intimate gestures were not common between him and his friends. Why aren't you saying anything? Ah. I remember, you said you wanted to help me in exchange for rewards. Did you have something specific in mind? Shereimo spoke carelessly, but in the next moment, he was grabbed by the wrist by Yun Shichi. So, are you implying you want me to go home with you? Yun Shichi paused briefly. I'll consider the matter of the reward carefully, and once I decide, I'll let you know what I want. Don't worry, it will definitely be something within your capacity to offer. While speaking, his gaze was fixed on Shereimo's hand. Shereimo's hands were exquisite, long, delicate fingers with soft palms, trimmed nails shimmering faintly with a pink hue. Such beautiful hands would undoubtedly satisfy certain desires. TSK. Given that, you should go home with me then. Shereimo said with a bright smile, retracting his hand, and then patting Yun Shichi's shoulder. Once things are dealt with, quickly pack up. At present, we don't know what Yun Moonan is scheming secretly. For safety's sake, Yun Shichi needs to stay close to him. Yun Shichi remained seated after hearing Shereimo's words, unmoving, simply gazing at him. Confused, Shereimo asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yun Shichi spoke earnestly, you said that your house isn't exactly safe. If I'm going to ensure your safety while we're at your house, shouldn't we always stick together? Moreover, I've already gotten used to sleeping in the same room with you these past few days. So if I'm going to your place, I hope we can continue staying together. Yun Shichi said this while brightly looking at Shereimo, his eyes shining with an eager anticipation. Shereimo could almost see, can we sleep in the same bed, written all over this person's face. Is this supposed to be my reward? Shereimo raised his hand to his forehead and chuckled, amazed by how the puppy's calculations had become increasingly obvious. Even if he wanted to pretend he didn't notice, it was simply impossible. But who would have thought Yun Shichi would respond solemnly, of course not, this is for your safety. Since I've agreed to make a deal with you, I'll definitely see it through. Shereimo slightly raised an eyelid and repeated the last sentence under his breath, see it through completely. Yun Shichi, what you just said was quite ambiguous, wasn't it? He leaned down slightly, looking at Yun Shichi from a height above, with laughter lacing his voice. The sudden proximity brought a faint aroma of roses around their noses, causing Yun Shichi's lashes to quiver. He forced himself to suppress the urge to back away and locked gazes with those deep eyes that threatened to pull him into their abyss. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor on his face, Yun Shichi couldn't help but swallow once. Just as he felt like he couldn't keep up the act anymore, the person in front of him suddenly burst out laughing and responded with an obscure tone. Then let me see how exactly you plan to see it through completely. Shereimo deliberately emphasized the final 3 words and dragged out the tail end of the sentence. Come home with me, but there isn't an extra bed in my room. So you'll just have to make do by setting up a mat on the floor in my room at night. While saying this, Shereimo turned to pack his things. He completely failed to notice that behind him, Yunshichi's initially bright eyes dimmed after hearing the latter part of his statement. Yunshichi silently put his computer away, not having much else to bring since all he needed were his laptop and communicator. Even if it was to protect Shereimo, he wouldn't abandon the search for that beast man. Yunshichi carefully planned the upcoming time schedule in his mind. After all, even if he believed Shereimo, it doesn't mean others would believe him as well. Whether it was the beast man pretending to be Shereimo or Shereimo himself, they both seemed intertwined in this situation somehow. Unless he managed to quickly find that beast man and bring him back, the association would keep their eyes glued onto Shereimo. Looks like there was no time to waste. A trace of coldness flickered across Yunshichi's eyes. If that beast man was so adept at hiding, then it'd be best for him not to get caught. Chapter 75, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 20. Can't I really sleep on the bed? On the way home in the car, Shereimo had his eyes closed, resting. Yunshichi finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke softly. In fact, we can sleep together. Since I have to protect you, I should be close by. Shereimo didn't open his eyes but replied indifferently. If you want to sleep with me so much, why don't you just say we eat while hugging as well? Yunshichi's ears turned slightly red, he lowered his gaze, and his voice became even quieter. It's not like that isn't possible. Would Shereimo allow himself to be held while eating? After pondering the attitude Shereimo had towards him, Yunshichi felt this was quite unlikely. But that didn't stop him from looking forward to it internally. Shereimo, Yunshichi, don't overstep your bounds. Shereimo fell silent after saying that, and Yunshichi also stopped asking about it anymore since, for him, whether Shereimo agreed or not made no difference regarding sleeping on the bed. After all, this wasn't the first time he planned to sneak into the same bed. Shereimo was unaware that Yunshichi had been strategizing ways to get into his bed along the entire journey. It was only when they arrived at the Shir residence that he finally opened his eyes and got out of the car. Let's go, don't start blabbing nonsense later. Shereimo glanced at the butler who had already been waiting a while, reminded him, then stepped inside. Yunshichi handed over the belongings to the servants and followed after. Soon they encountered Shir Laoyi sitting on the couch. Shir Laoyi was flipping through a book, leaning back on the couch, his legs crossed with one leg up, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, hiding all emotions beneath them. Grandpa, I'm back. Shereimo flashed a smile at Shir Laoyi and quickly walked to his side, directly sitting down next to him, revealing a touch of intimacy. This sudden change in demeanor caught Yunshichi off guard. Shir Laoyi showed no surprise or rejection to Shereimo's behavior, instead, he cheerfully placed a hand on his shoulder. You've stayed at school for such a long time, finally willing to come back. Smiling mischievously, Shereimo said, aren't I just thinking about you? What book are you reading? Shir Laoyi closed the book in his hands and handed it over to Shereimo, who took a glance. Gene Shift in Beasts. When did Grandpa become interested in these kinds of books? Shereimo narrowed his eyes momentarily, and Shir Laoyi shook his head. This was sent by your father through someone. Since I'm free anyway, I thought I'd take a look these past 2 days. Nodding in contemplation, Shereimo asked, may I borrow it to take a look? I'm quite interested too. Shir Laoyi didn't mind at all, if you like it, take it and read. But, tell your grandpa truthfully, why did you suddenly come back? When Shir Laoyi said this, his expression remained kind, but a hint of indistinguishable emotion flickered in his eyes. Shereimo originally intended to use his prepared excuse, but catching sight of Yunshichi out of the corner of his eye, he swallowed those words back. I've encountered a bit of trouble lately, so I came back to lay low. Shereimo responded somewhat helplessly, shrugging his shoulders at the same time. As he spoke, he leaned his whole body against Shir Laoyi's shoulder, smiling warmly, displaying complete dependence and trust. Of course, the most important reason is because I miss you. Shir Laoyi frowned slightly, you little brat, you only think of your grandpa when something happens. Laughing mockingly, he lightly slapped Shereimo's shoulder before sighing and continuing. Tell me then, what trouble have you caused? Let grandpa help you sort it out. This time Shereimo directly looked at Yunshichi and gestured to him. Come over. Grandpa, this is my roommate, also a hunter from the Hunter Association. Yunshichi, you explain this. Shereimo introduced casually, then hugged Shir Laoyi again, rested his head on his shoulder, looking like he didn't intend to elaborate further. Yunshichi finally recovered from the immense contrast Shereimo displayed, meeting Shir Laoyi's scrutinizing and probing gaze, making him inexplicably nervous. Grandpa, I am a Mo's roommate, calling me Shichi will do. Yunshichi respectfully began, it's like this, there was an explosion today which resulted in some casualties. As of now, all evidence points towards AMO. Of course, I believe AMO wouldn't do it. We are currently investigating this matter, so you don't need to worry too much. The person behind it is clearly trying to frame AMO. To be on the safe side, I will stay with AMO for a while during this period. Shereimo yawned and continued, that's right, Grandpa. These 2 days, I want him to stay here with me. After all, we've been friends for a while now, and he has told me something important. I can't leave him in trouble like that. Upon hearing Yun Shi's mention of someone trying to harm Shereimo, Shir Laoye's smile diminished slightly, and his eyes became sharper. Things seem clear now. Alright, then you and your little roommate stay home these few days, let Grandpa take care of it. After receiving an answer from Shir Laoye, Shereimo smiled and spoke. If that's the case, then I'll bother you, Grandpa. I'll take Yun Shi to my room to get things sorted out. Shir Laoye couldn't help but frown upon hearing those words. However, because Yun Shi was still present, he merely reminded them quietly. There are guest rooms in the house. It was clear that Shereimo brought Yun Shi back due to their friendship, and Shir Laoye understood. But why did he bring him into his own room? Sighing, Shereimo explained, there's no way around it. Our relationship is too close, we always sleep together at night. Without me, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep. Shir Laoye hesitated, didn't Wenlan mention a few days ago about the rumors online? Are the things on those forums true? Is there really anything between you two? Shir Laoye wanted to say more but found himself struggling to articulate his thoughts, as conflicting emotions flitted across his face. Yun Shi also recalled the Academy forum and the internet buzz about their rumored relationship. Involuntarily, the corner of his lips curved upward. Apparently, this approach had proven effective. At least when others mentioned them, they would subconsciously associate them with one another, or even think of those rumors. At the very least, mentioning either of them wouldn't make people immediately assume they were sworn enemies. Deep inside, Yun Shi considered writing a couple of more fanfictions involving them once he returned, though he knew better than to tell Shereimo about this plan. Grandpa, don't listen to what they say. Yun Shi and I are just friends. Shereimo laughed softly before releasing his grip on Shir Laoye, picking up the book, and walking over to pat Yun Shi on the shoulder. Let's go, time to sort ourselves out. Without giving Shir Laoye a chance to react further, Shereimo led Yun Shi upstairs. As Shir Laoye watched this exchange unfold, his lips curled slightly downward, and he shook his head, choosing not to say anything after all. With his eyes cast downwards, Shereimo flipped through the book in his hand while searching within the original host's memories for rare bits of information regarding his father. His parents were always away, it was truly the case, and even the original host didn't know exactly what they did, since the entire business was managed by Shir Laoye. Sometimes, it could be 2 or 3 years before they returned. As such, the bond between them and the original host wasn't particularly deep. On the surface, it seemed their existence was far more suspicious than Shir Laoye's. As Shereimo calculated silently in his mind, his peripheral vision caught a white object coming straight at him. Chapter 76, The 999 Ways to Deal with a Villain Roommate, 21. Shereimo didn't react in time and was hit on the leg by that thing. He stopped his steps, only to see a small fox no older than 3 or 4 years old. It was an extremely obedient face, with a bit of baby fat left. However, the eyes looking at people were shy and timid, with white slightly curly hair disheveled and fluffy. Shereimo's tongue tip twitched, and his fingers curled involuntarily, thinking it must feel very nice. There were a pair of fox ears hidden in the hair, and probably because of the pain from the collision just now, the fox ears had already drooped down. The little one was also staring blankly at him, with a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes, a layer of mist floating in his pupils. The fluffy fox tail behind him swayed uneasily. Perhaps sensing Shereimo's gaze falling on his tail. This made the little fox panic instantly, quickly hugging his swaying tail tightly in his arms, opening his mouth quietly. I'm sorry. It's fine. Shereimo squatted halfway down, raised his hand and gently patted the little fox's head, then naturally caressed his ears. As comfortable as imagined. His eyes slightly bent, he softened his tone and said gently. Did you bump into pain just now? The little fox blinked, nodded, thought about something for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, not painful, brother. He spoke every word very slowly, filled with some exploratory overtones. Don't be mad. He lightly bit his lip and cautiously hugged his own tail to Shereimo's front, and whispered slowly. Brother, hug. The little guy was too young, unable to hide his emotions, everything he thought had been fully written on his face. This made Shereimo can't help but chuckle softly. Whose little fox are you? Why are you here? He, could be considered your younger brother, but rest assured, he will only stay here for 2 days. I'll arrange to send him away after a few days. Old Mr. Shir heard the commotion here and also went upstairs at this time. He stood behind Shereimo, looked down at the little fox, and snorted coldly. You father, so careless. You're already so big, yet still giving you a 3-year-old younger brother. But don't worry, I only acknowledge you as Shir family's child. As for this kid, he hasn't even inherited the bloodline of our Shir family. I won't let him stay. Old Mr. Shir paused while speaking, and then said kindly. Amo, if you think he is annoying, I'll send him back right now. After hearing old Mr. Shir's words, the little fox bit his lips, lowered his head, and his ears drooped even lower. His eyelashes trembled anxiously. He seemed to be hesitating about something. In the end, he mustered up the courage, grabbed one of Shereimo's fingers with his hand, and said softly. Brother. I don't want to go back. Shereimo blinked, immediately picked up the little fox, and then looked at old Mr. Shir. Since he says he doesn't want to go back, then let him stay. After all, he is my younger brother. Old Mr. Shir was stunned, seemingly surprised by such a reaction, still furrowing his eyebrows and continuing. But this child is simply an erroneous existence. He is the mistake your father made. You don't have to accept him. Shereimo still smiled, but I quite like little foxes. Let him stay to accompany me. Also, I don't really want to go out recently. It's boring staying at home, anyway. Yun Shir-chi, who had remained silent all along, upon hearing Shereimo's words, her suspended heart finally shattered silently. To like, a little fox. But he is a fish. He doesn't have furry ears and a tail. Yun Shir-chi was enveloped by an atmosphere of low spirits. If Shereimo likes little foxes so much, would he still like him, a mere fish? If he doesn't like him. If he doesn't like him. Old Mr. Shir sighed, fine, if you like him, let him stay then. When the little fox heard that he was allowed to stay, his eyes noticeably brightened. His hands encircled Shereimo's neck, and he used his ears to nuzzle against his cheeks. Like, brother. So good. Shereimo squinted his eyes a little. By the way, what's Grandpa's name? Before old Mr. Shir could open his mouth, the little fox first blinked his eyes, a little curious and confused. Name. Can it eat? Old Mr. Shir coughed once. Although it's your father's mistake, this child's mother had him because she wanted a sum of money. According to your father, at that time, he gave the woman some money and asked her to abort the child, but she saw this child as her bargaining chip and kept him. The woman treated him poorly and kept him locked inside the house all the time. It wasn't until a few days ago that one of your father's people found him and sent him back. Old Mr. Shir continued with another sigh. He doesn't even have a name yet, and his understanding of the outside world is limited. He's quite dull and foolish. I originally planned to send him overseas in a few days and not tell you about this matter, but I didn't expect that you would suddenly come back. Unexpectedly, Shereimo would agree to keep this half-brother, who is more than 10 years younger than him. So that's how it is. Shereimo looked down at the little fox still hugging his tail in his arms, completely clueless about what they were discussing. Old Mr. Shir added, if you want to keep him, you can give him a name. Shereimo did not answer immediately, as if he was deep in thought. Yun Shir-chi also spoke up at this moment. Amo, I'm a bit tired. Could you take me to rest? Shereimo glanced at him and smiled gently. Since that's the case, I'll think about it first. I'll let you know once I've made up my mind. Old Mr. Shir waved his hand without concern. Go ahead, go ahead. You must be tired from the journey. I'll ask Aunt Wong to make something you like later. Thank you, Grandpa. Shereimo expressed his gratitude, then picked up the little fox and brought Yun Shir-chi to his room. As soon as they entered the room and locked the door behind them, Shereimo placed the little fox on the bed and scrutinized him carefully. This little guy had never appeared in either the storyline or the original main character's memories. Now he so conveniently showed up at the Shir family home, and conveniently collided with him. Shereimo couldn't possibly believe that all these were just coincidences. What's more important were the words old Mr. Shir had said earlier. The original main character hadn't always been with old Mr. Shir. At first, his parents entrusted him to a nanny for care. But that nanny was hypocritical. She not only tormented him, deprived him of food, but also locked him in a small dark room. Later, old Mr. Shir discovered this incident and carried the original main character back from the dark room. From then on, he raised him by his side. That was why the original main character and old Mr. Shir had always shared a good relationship. The words old Mr. Shir said just now clearly indicated that this little fox's experiences were extremely similar to those of the original main character when he was young. If the original main character were here, if he had heard those words, he would probably also choose to keep this half-brother. It's just unclear what old Mr. Shir's intentions are by sending this little one to him. Amo, how much longer do you plan to look at him? One explanation, the sleepyhead in this world and the sleepyhead in the other book belong to different timelines and worlds. So, the background setting and personalities are slightly different. Don't ask, just wait till we finish this world. Chapter 77, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 22. Yun Shir-chi opened his mouth with a muffled voice. Do you like furry little foxes a lot? Shereimo thought for a moment. Not bad. I've seen a little fox before. It used to hug my leg and call me brother. Furry little creatures are all very cute. He also had a younger brother in the main world who owned a little fox that had a great relationship with his brother. Every time he went back, both the little fox and his younger brother would hug him from either side. They were still too young now, about the same size as this little fox. He could pick them up with one hand each. As Shereimo was thinking, a slight smile curled at the corner of his lips, showing that he was in a pretty good mood. Yun Shir-chi stopped in his tracks, trying to rescue something. In fact, even things that aren't furry can be adorable too. You can try liking them. Shereimo chuckled softly. Besides furry things, I also like fish. After saying this, he paused, turned his head to look at Yun Shir-chi whose face was slightly red, revealed a bit of his red soft tongue licking his lips, his voice laced with an indescribable allure. The taste of fish is very good. Even if they're not furry, I still like them. But talking about it, having grown up so far, I've never eaten mere people before. Give me a chance to take a bite. Saying this, he pinched Yunshichi's face and then looked at a face that had been rather pale until this action instantly reddened his entire face. Meanwhile, Shereimo, the instigator, had already turned around to continue looking at the little fox on the bed. Little guy, tell your big brother, do you really not have a name? What's your relationship with the old man just now? And why did you show up here? Shereimo gently stroked the little fox's tail while gazing directly into its eyes. His gentle voice carried threads of temptation. That pair of blood-red eyes seemed to harbor a storm capable of pulling a person in, making them willingly surrender their secrets, hiding nothing from the person in front of them. The little fox stared blankly at Shereimo, slowly shaking its head. No, don't know. If the big brother likes. I will be obedient. Big brother likes, let the big brother pet the tail. This was the first full sentence spoken by the little fox. His voice carried some excitement and joy as he spoke while trying to push his tail towards Shereimo. He didn't quite understand what a name was, who the old man was, or what their relationship was. He also didn't know where exactly he was. But he knew that as long as the big brother liked him, he wouldn't be sent back. No one would draw his blood again. No one would hit him again. He could finally get a good night's sleep. Although everyone said he was a stupid fox, his big brother was smart and powerful. He didn't know how to make his big brother like him. Only now did the little fox realize after being in a brain-freeze state that Shereimo liked his tail. Just to make Shereimo like him more, he eagerly picked up his tail and shoved it towards Shereimo, his eyes filled with anticipation. If the big brother touched his tail, he should like him even more. After confirming that he couldn't get any answers from the little fox, Shereimo sighed helplessly, glancing at the tail shoved into his arms. Understand, tails shouldn't be handed over for anyone to touch randomly, okay? The little fox nodded vaguely, but still didn't pull his tail back. Instead, he quietly and stubbornly spoke again. The big brother likes, touch it. Shereimo lowered his gaze, his emotions unreadable. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Was this truly just a coincidence? This little fox's reaction didn't seem fabricated, it matched what Grandpa Shir had said. It was indeed a little fox that had been mistreated since childhood, with little understanding of the outside world. It didn't even know what a name was and could barely speak properly. He instinctively tried to please him and pleased him in order to stay here. Clearly, this little fox had suffered a lot before and was extremely afraid of being sent away. Still, Shereimo felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lost in his own thoughts, Shereimo failed to notice the change in the little fox. The little fox blinked his eyes without looking away from Shereimo. Seeing no response from him, he hugged Shereimo on his own initiative and rubbed against his chest. Big brother, hold me. Shereimo instinctively held him. Big brother holds you. Yunshichi. Even though he knew he shouldn't argue with a child about anything. Yunshichi was still a little upset. Why could someone who had just met be able to cuddle and rub against him Shir, while he couldn't? Yunshichi had never before felt there was a problem with being a merman. Even though he disliked the Yun family and had even broken away from them, he had never denied his identity as a merman. But now he was thinking, if he were also a little fox, a little cat, or even a little dog, no matter what, as long as he was furry. Maybe Shereimo would like him more then. Unfortunately, he was just a fish. Yunshichi began seriously considering whether transforming into his true merman form could tempt Shereimo. Just as he was calculating in his mind, a little hand grabbed one of his fingers and lightly shook it. Yunshichi came back to reality to find that Shereimo was holding the little fox and sitting by the bed, both looking at him. The little fox looked at him expectantly. Big brother, do you want to touch the tail too? The little fox didn't know what jealousy was, he just instinctively felt that this big brother didn't seem to like him very much, speaking cautiously and with an air of inquiry. Yunshichi, ah. Shir lazily watched the somewhat adelos Yunshichi, smiling faintly at the corner of his lips, obviously with some amusement. In order to tease the little fox, he revealed his own tail and ears. When Yunshichi saw the big one and the small one, all the previous jealousy and frustration vanished, replaced by a rather peculiar feeling. Sitting on the bed, Shir had his silver-white long hair draped carelessly over his shoulders, topped with a pair of white tiger ears, while his tail swayed in front of him to play with the little fox. And the little fox cradled in his arms had curly white hair, hiding among which were the still tiny fox ears, looking extremely adorable. Especially when he glanced over, both big and small turned their eyes toward him, their furry ears twitching simultaneously, tails wagging in sync. Looking at this scene, Yunshichi's heart suddenly softened. It was a feeling he'd never experienced before, but he wasn't repelled by it, on the contrary, he liked it very much. This sensation was truly too wondrous. Unable to resist, he stroked the little fox's head. Yunshichi felt an itchier sensation and then stroked Shir's head. Chapter 78, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 23. Sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. It wasn't intentional. Yunshichi met the teasing gaze of the other, couldn't help but cough lightly, then turned around and started tidying up his things. Just as he was about to set up a sleeping mat on the floor, Shereimo slowly opened his mouth. At least you're our guest, how could I really let you sleep on the floor? Yun Shichi paused in his movements, then turned around to look at Shereimo, who was playing with the little fox with his tail, his eyes shining brightly as he asked. Then can I sleep with you tonight? Shereimo's lips curved into a smile, glanced at Yun Shichi with an unclear meaning. As Yun Shichi looked at him expectantly and confusedly, Shereimo bent down and asked the little fox. Bebe, do you want to sleep with brother tonight? Yun Shichi. Yun Shichi slightly widened his eyes, opened his mouth a few times, not knowing what to say for a moment. If the little fox really slept with Shereimo tonight, there would be many things that wouldn't be convenient for him to do. But the little fox clearly didn't notice his current feelings. He just looked up at Shereimo obediently and nodded. Yes. After saying this, he thought for a moment, seeming to feel it wasn't enough, and firmly added. I like brother. I want to sleep with brother. Since that's the case, then tonight you will sleep with your brothers. Shereimo smiled as he spoke and lifted his hand to place it on the little fox's head. This time, before he even made a move, the little fox rubbed against his palm willingly, his eyes bending into crescents as he smiled both obediently and softly. Okay. Yun Shichi sat down on the bed, pursed his lips. Won't this be a bit crowded? It doesn't matter, my bed is large. Shereimo was still smiling, yet his tone carried a sense of finality. Yun Shichi sighed once, then glanced at the little fox again, ultimately choosing not to dwell on this matter any longer. Anyway, he would have plenty of time and opportunities in the future to spend time alone with Shereimo. Clearly, Shereimo liked this little fox now. He didn't need to object or reject here, making Shereimo unhappy. Moreover, being able to lie down together without climbing onto the bed was already good. With this thought in mind, Yun Shichi felt better. He suddenly asked, Amo, have you thought of a name for him yet? Shereimo paused and rubbing the ears, locked gazes with those bright eyes, pondering slightly. Bebe, do you like anything? The little fox looked bewildered, like something. Shereimo thought for a moment, or perhaps something you want. I'm sleepy, brother, I'm very tired. The little fox yawned while subconsciously raising his hand to cover his mouth. His eyes also misted over with tears. He cautiously glanced at Shereimo, seeming quite afraid that Shereimo might be displeased. Shereimo naturally noticed the little fox's fear and frowned slightly, but still patiently inquired. If you're sleepy, why didn't you say so? He thought that since this little one hadn't shown signs of sleepiness despite all the playtime, it meant the little one wasn't tired yet. Who knew that he had actually been fighting off exhaustion? The little fox lowered his hand, and whispered quietly, can't sleep, if I fall asleep, I'll get beaten, and they'll take away a lot of blood, it hurts so much. So many times after falling asleep, he would wake up battered and bruised, and so much blood would have been taken away. As a result, he was no longer daring to drift off to sleep easily. But he was truly exhausted, and he truly wanted to sleep. Shereimo's fingers trembled slightly, and there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. No problem, brother won't hurt you. Here with brother, you can sleep soundly. Shereimo held him gently in his arms, soothing him softly, deeply considering for a while before slowly speaking. Since that's the case, then we'll call you Swayan, peace year after year, from now on your nickname will be Sway. The little one in his arms was extremely drowsy. He had fallen asleep before fully hearing what Shereimo said, but he still subconsciously mumbled in response a few times. Shereimo lowered his gaze, looking at the sleeping little fox in his arms who wouldn't let go of a small lock of his hair, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Yun Shichi saw this scene, couldn't resist poking Swayan's hand, only to have his fingers grabbed the next moment. Amo. Yun Shichi blinked innocently, it was Sway first who grabbed my hand. Shereimo, and... Yun Shichi lowered his voice, almost speaking into Shereimo's ear. He just fell asleep, you wouldn't want to wake him up, would you? As Yun Shichi spoke, he climbed onto the bed and edged closer to Shereimo. Shereimo immediately saw through Yun Shichi's little scheme but still silently allowed his approach. This was the first time Yun Shichi had sat so openly next to him without being rejected, making it impossible for him to suppress the curve of his lips. He pulled a blanket from the side and covered Swayan who was lying in their arms, then tentatively rested his head on Shereimo's shoulder. Seeing that Shereimo still didn't stop him, Yun Shichi further ventured to place another hand around Shereimo's waist. Shereimo, Yun Shichi, don't push your luck. Yun Shichi maintained a solemn face, sorry, it wasn't intentional. Shereimo. If you can take your hand back when you say that sentence again, it might be more believable. How about you consider this as me wanting to hug you? Amo, I want to hug you, Amo, I'm so sleepy too. Yun Shichi softly muttered. Shereimo felt something stir slightly in his heart. He opened his mouth to say something but ended up only sighing. Just go to sleep then. Shereimo still couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. In his arms was Swayan, and he himself was held by Yun Shichi. Both the big one and the small one fell into deep slumber. Shereimo smiled slightly and instinctively hugged Swayan tighter. He usually slept alone, and occasionally with someone else. Other than having someone accompany him in the last world, in the main world, he would also hold his younger brother while he was scared. But this was his first time holding a little one in his arms while being held by someone else. But at the moment, this feeling seemed pretty good. Shereimo couldn't quite describe what kind of sensation it was, but he truly liked it. To the point where even though he wasn't originally very sleepy, he eventually drifted off to sleep too. When he woke up again, it was already night. Yun Shichi had left at some point, not forgetting to help tuck them in properly before going. The little fox in his arms was still sound asleep. And Shereimo looked at 447 crouched on Swain's head, gazing intently at him, falling silent for a few seconds. 447 locked eyes with Shereimo, puffed up indignantly, and turned his back, huffing. Little Mo. You better give me a good explanation for why I was away just for such a short period of time and there's already another little fox in your arms. 447 hadn't expected it at all. He'd been working hard in the system space and finally found an interesting matter he wanted to share with Shereimo. However, upon coming out, he saw Shereimo and Yun Shichi hugging a little fox and sleeping peacefully. To those who didn't know, they might think it was some sort of happy family of three. The more 447 thought about it, the angrier he got. Seeing the fluffy fox ears before him, he couldn't help but roughly rub them. Huh. Kind of comforting, let's rub some more. Shereimo, that's enough, Shao Qi. If you keep rubbing, his ears will go bald. Chapter 79, The 999 Ways to Deal with a Villain Roommate, 24. Shereimo's voice carried a faint sigh of helpless laughter before he picked up 447. However, your return is well timed. I've always felt there's something off about this little fox. Shereimo then told 447 everything that Shir's old man had mentioned to him earlier and some of his own guesses. So help me check on his physical condition. At the moment, 447 was so focused that he temporarily forgot about how Shereimo was holding Swain while sleeping. Alright, little Mo, just wait a second. With a serious expression, he returned to Swain, circled around him once, and conducted a body scan on him. The test results came out quickly. However, upon seeing the results, 447 didn't look too good. Little Mo, this kid's health condition is quite bad. According to my detection, he must have been injected with a lot of messy drug agents. That he's still alive now proves how strong his luck is. After saying this, 447 sighed again, but his physical condition is too poor. If it continues like this, he might not survive much longer. What's more important is, there's an odd energy fluctuation in his body. I can't detect what exactly it is. Thinking for a moment, 447 continued seriously, looking at Shereimo who was also lost in thought. Little Mo, I don't think what you suspected is simple ordinary abuse. Judging from the terrible reaction of his body, he seems to be an experimental subject. The wild me couldn't detect it before, but recently the drug residuals injected into his body could still be detected by me, none of which ordinary people would be able to obtain. Little Mo, if it's true as he said, the father of the original host has significant suspicion. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that it was a self-staged drama by the original host's grandfather. But their sending this child to your side may either be coincidental or have another purpose. Be careful, little Mo. As Shereimo looked at the little fox in his arms, listening to 447's analysis, his eyes changed multiple times until finally, he slowly opened his mouth. I understand. Did you find where Yun Munan is hiding? 447 fell silent for a moment, slightly awkwardly laughing a couple of times before quietly replying. This wild system is a bit powerful. Not only did it exploit Yun Munan to snatch away the main character's fortune, it didn't spare anyone else either. So right now, he's pretty strong. If I'm not mistaken, there should be someone behind him helping, possibly the people from that laboratory. Shereimo chuckled lightly and directly hit the crux, so there isn't a temporary breakthrough yet, correct? 447 hastily spoke up, not entirely. I found something interesting. There's no blood relationship between the original host and his parents, but he does have a blood relationship with his grandfather. I initially just wanted to investigate who was behind that lab, but ended up discovering this. Shereimo paused his action of stroking the tail of the little fox, ambiguously commenting. That's indeed intriguing. Brother. What's interesting? Swain had woken up at some point, still instinctively snuggling into Shereimo's embrace and gently rubbing against him. Feeling the warm and familiar embrace, he involuntarily closed his eyes and blinked lightly at Shereimo. Brother. There was clearly more joy in Swain's voice. It wasn't surprising that he was happy because this was the first good night's sleep he'd had since he could remember. No nightmares, no pain, no one disturbing him. He vaguely remembered having 2 warm embraces that gave him peace, even letting him dream a pleasant dream. Brother, in my dream, I grew up. Bright-eyed and eager to share his pleasant dream with Shereimo, the next moment all his words were stuck in his throat. 447 sat on the blanket, looking at Swain. Although the previous physical examination of Swain had softened his heart somewhat, he remembered that Swain could potentially be sent by someone to counter Shereimo. And even knowing that this child was problematic, Shereimo still treated him kindly, making 447 feel a tad irritated. Without thinking, he focused on the shaking tail of Swain and couldn't resist pouncing onto it, biting at the tip. 447 knew his strength was minimal, but he hadn't anticipated that Swain would stop his movement due to this and stare straight at him. When faced with those bewildered and curious eyes, 447's heartbeat momentarily slowed. For a brief second, he almost thought he had been seen through by Swayan. But he soon calmed down. After all, he was a system. The people in this world could never see him or even touch him. Ah. Little Mo. Hurry. Quick, remove his hand. 447 started yelling wildly, as at this moment, he was being fondled around in Swayan's grip. Swayan wasn't particularly strong, but 447's reaction was massive. After all, 447 had always believed firmly that no one in these small worlds could ever see or touch him. But now, here he was being constantly squeezed by an insignificant side character who wasn't supposed to have any interaction with the main plot. Shereimo watched this scene unfold before him and was clearly a bit surprised. However, it wasn't just out of curiosity for the commotion, he really hadn't reacted quickly enough. After a while, Shereimo finally lifted his hand and gently ruffled Swayan's head. What are you playing with, Sway? Swayan instinctively looked up at Shereimo, confirming that Sway was referring to him, and then remembered what he had heard before falling asleep. He now was a little fox with a name. Swayan squeezed the 447 in his hands happily, his voice filled with joy. Brother, this is fun. Shereimo smiled faintly and asked, what are you talking about, Sway? There's nothing in your hands. Swayan looked questioningly at 447 and offered him closer toward Shereimo. Circle. It's furry and cute. Brother, you can touch it. 447 frowny face Sigma. Oh, brother, Circle is mad, you can't touch him. Reluctantly, Swayan brought him back to his arms and said seriously. But you can touch my tail, brother. You are Circle. You are Circle. Humph. 447 fumed in indignation, but Swayan couldn't understand what he was saying. As he gazed at the fluffy ball in his hand, combined with having slept through the day and not eating anything yet, he felt hungry now. Thus, he didn't resist. Oh whoa. 447. 447's pupils contracted sharply. Last time when Shereimo had bitten him after getting drunk, he had managed to run away just in time. But now, unexpectedly being hugged and bitten by such a young child left 447 dazed as a system, his trembling voice barely able to speak. Little Mo. I've been bitten. I've been bitten by this fox. Infuriated, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, 447 was already reaching into his little pocket for a needle. The next second, Swayan kissed his cheek, smiling so sweetly that his little tiger tooth peeked out. Cute, Circle. Chapter 80, The 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 25. 447 nearly gasped in shock, and the entire system felt dizzy. By the time he realized what happened, he had already been tucked into Swayan's pocket. 447 peeked out of Swayan's pocket, grinning. Hee. Little Mo. Hee, he kissed me. Shereimo found 447's reaction amusing. If I'm not mistaken, you were about to stab him with a needle just now, right? 447 quietly pressed the needle to the bottom of his pocket. No such thing. You must have seen it wrong. Big brother, I'm hungry. Can I eat something? Perhaps because of having a good sleep hugging Shereimo and dreaming well. Swayan was no longer as fearful and afraid as when they first met. He even dared to take the initiative to hold Shereimo's hand and cuddle up to him while cooing. Brother hungry. Since you're hungry, big brother will take you to eat. Shereimo smiled as he directly picked up Swayan, and 447 also crawled out of the small pocket to perch on Swayan's head. Swayan instinctively reached up to poke and make sure that the little ball was still on his head before letting out a sigh of relief. Such a cute little ball, brother might not see it. If it got lost and couldn't be found, it would be inconvenient. During the meal, Shereimo clearly noticed that Swayan wasn't very skilled with those utensils. He didn't even recognize those dishes or foods at all, exactly indicating he didn't know these basic items. Recalling what 447 said earlier, Shereimo served a piece of meat to Swayan. Then Shereimo watched as Swayan used one chopstick to stab the piece of meat, licked it tentatively, bit lightly, and his eyes shone. Delicious. Shereimo smirked, if it's delicious, then eat some more. Growing up like this, even seeing a bowl of rice seemed novel, making it clear that during his time as an experimental subject, he probably only survived thanks to nutritional agents until now. No wonder 447 said his health was poor, there was no way he could be well taken care of like this. But, Mr. Shir mentioned that he had been brought back a few days ago. Had it really been a while, one should have noticed something amiss by now, and wouldn't let him go without eating these things. It seems he was returned today. And today was also the day he came back, which was a spur-of-the-moment decision, merely mentioning it to Mr. Shir beforehand. It looks like this child was directly brought over, intentionally saying those words to evoke sympathy from him so he'd keep the kid around. Shereimo pondered, lowering his gaze. This trip home had proven to be timely, Mr. Shir still had many issues. It remains unclear why Mr. Shir went through so much trouble to bring someone close to him, considering what to do. The original main character had no blood relationship with his parents but did with Mr. Shir. Shereimo vaguely sensed some connection between these two events, but couldn't put his finger on it for now. Unaware of all this, Swayan hummed softly, swinging his legs aimlessly while chewing on the meat in the bowl. He looked at Swayan, wondering if he could get more information from this little one. But now, the entire Shir family was likely under Mr. Shir's control. If he asked outright, it might endanger Swayan. Shereimo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it were him alone, he wouldn't mind risking his safety for something as intriguing as this. But this little guy always reminded him of his younger brother from the main world. His brother was also tiny like this, loving to cling to him and call him Big Brother in a gentle and soft voice. Faced with a similarly obedient and affectionate young one, Shereimo's heart softened naturally. Shereimo collected his thoughts and decided to find a chance to enter Mr. Shir's dream and see if anything could be discovered. Speaking of which, Little 7, where did Yunshichi go? From waking up until nearly finishing the meal, he hadn't seen Yunshichi, and his messages remained unanswered. For 47, he is dealing with the berserk beast men. There are more and more berserk ones recently, and he accepted a temporary mission. Don't worry, little Momo. Even though there's a pseudo-main character now, he is still the real protagonist, and the berserk beast men won't harm him. At least not enough to kill him. 447 spoke happily, though his joy didn't stem from knowing Yunshichi was safe. It was because Swayan carefully tried those new dishes he had never seen before, giving a bite of anything tasty to him secretly. Good ball. Swayan smiled at 447 and poked his cheek. You've been good too. 447, feeling full from the meal, rolled over in Swayan's arms and then contentedly climbed up to rest on his head. Little Momo, I like this little fox. Shereimo helplessly shook his head but didn't say anything. However, knowing what Yunshichi was doing now, he wasn't as worried as before. Shereimo held the well-fed Swayan and was about to return to their room when they encountered Shir Laoyi, who had come downstairs at some point. Shir Laoyi smiled while looking at them, but there was a flicker of strangeness in his eyes. It seems that Amo is getting along quite well with him. Have you decided on a name for him yet? Shir Laoyi smiled kindly, taking slow steps toward them. After you decide on a name, I'll go handle his household registration tomorrow, as well as his identification information. Upon seeing Shir Laoyi, Swayan shrank back slightly, leaning his head onto Shereimo's shoulder. The name's been chosen, Swayan. But there's no rush to register his residence. I just think he's interesting and want to keep him around temporarily. Shereimo grinned casually, even pinching Swayan's ear tips lightly as he spoke. Swayan's tail swayed lazily, his eyes never leaving Shereimo. It seemed Shir Laoyi hadn't expected such an answer from Shereimo, as he paused for a moment before softly laughing again. Good. Then let's wait until you're done playing with him. If one day you grow tired of him, I'll have someone send him away. Hearing these words from Shir Laoyi, Swayan instinctively hugged Shereimo's neck, lips pressed together, pressing his face against Shereimo's without daring to speak. Shereimo simply smiled, not responding to Shir Laoyi's words, and instead carried Swayan upstairs. Just as he brushed past Shir Laoyi spoke again. Oh, your little roommate went out today. He said he'd be back in the evening and would bring you a small cake, telling you not to worry about him. But, how did I not know when you started liking small cake so much? Shir Laoyi's tone was calm, revealing no fluctuations, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Shereimo only paused for a second, then tilted his head to look at Shir Laoyi, smiling at him. I've recently taken a liking to them. If I want to eat, I'll just eat. Is there a problem, grandfather? Shir Laoyi waved his hand, no issues. If you like, I'll have Aunt Wong prepare some tomorrow. Homemade ones are always better than those bought outside. Fine. Shereimo nodded and returned to his own room. He bathed Swayan and was about to change his clothes when, upon asking the housekeeper, he found out there weren't any clothes in the house that fit Swayan. Shereimo chuckled faintly, instructing the housekeeper to prepare some clothing and deliver them tomorrow. Looking at Swayan obediently sitting on the bed, still wrapped in his large bathrobe, Shereimo patted his head. You can wear my pajamas tonight. All right. Swayan, wrapped in the oversized bathrobe, nodded obediently and asked curiously. By the way, brother, what is a small cake? Chapter 81, 999 Ways to Cook a Villainous Roommate, 26. Shereimo's hands paused for a moment, it's something delicious. Big brother will take you there tomorrow. At this moment, the door was knocked on, and Shereimo looked at Yunshichi, who had returned with 2 small cakes and 2 cups of bubble tea, raising an eyebrow. If it weren't for this being the first time he brought Yunshichi back, he would really suspect that this guy had installed a surveillance camera or wiretap in his room. Otherwise, how could he have come back so coincidentally? What are you talking about? Yunshichi casually closed the door and placed the small cakes and bubble tea on the small table beside them. Shereimo directly carried Swayan to the side of the small table and sat down on a nearby single sofa. Yunshichi smoothly sat down beside them and began to unpack the cake wrappers. I bought your favorite strawberry cake and taro paste cake. And bubble tea. Shereimo glanced at Swayan, whose eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 2 small cakes. Do you want to eat? Can I eat it, big brother? Swayan hesitated. This was something he had never eaten before, but just by looking at it, he knew it would definitely be delicious. But since it wasn't his treat, even though he really wanted to eat, he still held back. Shereimo smiled, "Of course you can, but you've already eaten dinner just now, so you can only eat one now." Swayan hesitated, glancing at the small strawberry cake, then looked at Shereimo again and gazed at Yun Shir-chi. "Big brother, can I eat this one?" Yun Shir-chi nodded. Seizing the moment, Shereimo pushed the small cake over to him. With both of their permissions, Swayan finally focused on the small cake in front of him, his eyes curved into a bright smile, and he took a big bite. Yun Shir-chi's little spoon hovered in midair, silently returning it to the table after a short pause. Shereimo, however, didn't mind, and casually picked up another taro paste small cake to start eating. Watching both the older and younger one eat the small cakes, and noticing how their contentment made their eyes slightly curve, Yun Shir-chi felt an instant warmth inside. 447 looked longingly and climbed right onto Swayan's hand, taking a bite of the small cake too. Fortunately, Yun Shir-chi's gaze had remained on Shereimo the whole time and hadn't noticed that Swayan's small cake was being nibbled away piece by piece. Yun Shir-chi itched internally and subconsciously pulled out his phone. When he came to his senses, his photo album had already accumulated more than a dozen photos. But he remained quite calm and set the photos as his wallpaper directly. Swayan really liked sleeping. Not long after eating the small cake, sleepiness crept up again. Shereimo mentally calculated the time, considering that he should enter old Master Shir's dream to check things out tonight, so he simply embraced Swayan, tidied up briefly, and lay down on the bed. Yun Shir-chi laid down on the other side, watching Swayan lying between them with some indescribably complex emotions. Frankly speaking, he didn't hope for a third person between him and Shereimo. But now seeing this little fox laying between the two of them, he couldn't bring himself to feel any aversion or dislike. Yun Shir-chi guessed that it might be because this was just a little kid, and also one Shereimo liked. Besides, he had thought before that if the two of them were together and Shereimo liked children, they might adopt one. Yun Shir-chi felt that the current feeling was nice. Although this little fox wasn't technically their adopted child. Didn't it feel like having a wife and child now? This family-like sensation. He hadn't felt it since he was very young, before that woman had come along with Yunmu Nan, before his mother had passed away. After so many years, he experienced it once more. Yun Shir-chi gently hugged Swayan, then casually draped his hand around Shereimo's waist, embracing both big and small into his arms. And Swayan merely mumbled, adjusting to a comfortable position and grabbing Yun Shir-chi's coat corner. "Shereimo, Yun Shir-chi, you really have developed a habit of hugging?" Yun Shir-chi confidently responded, "It's just a reflex action." "If so, what do you mean pinching my waist?" Shereimo half smiled as he looked at Yun Shir-chi, "Is that also just a reflex action?" Yun Shir-chi somewhat guiltily replied, "By the way, regarding the matter of that explosion, I still haven't found Yunmu Nan, but I've had someone investigate him. He was ordinary before, except for being a bit gloomy, there's nothing particularly noteworthy about him. But ever since he entered the engineering college, those who got close to him gradually became unfortunate and then slowly disappeared from the public eye." Yun Shir-chi paused for a moment after saying this and looked at Shereimo as he slowly spoke. "Later, he got close to you and became your friend." Shereimo had been listening attentively, but upon hearing Yun Shir-chi's words, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "What? Are you unhappy that he became my friend?" "Smells like jealousy." Yun Shir-chi replied, "I just feel that it's not worth it for you to be his friend when he plots against you behind your back." Shereimo responded indifferently, "I didn't consider him as a friend. I was merely curious about the changes in him." Seeing Yun Shir-chi's lips curve upward slightly, Shereimo chose not to continue. "Alright, let's go to sleep." Shereimo closed his eyes but raised his hand to rest on Yun Shir-chi's waist. He could clearly feel Yun Shir-chi's hand, which rested on his waist, tightening subconsciously. However, he simply smiled faintly and didn't stop it. Good little dogs who listen always get rewarded. Yun Shir-chi softly opened his mouth. "Amo, sometimes I feel like you know what I'm thinking, but intentionally choose not to expose it. I guess, perhaps I still haven't done well enough for you to want to point it out, but don't worry, I will do better." Shereimo did not respond to Yun Shir-chi and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. It took half an hour before old Master Shir fell asleep and entered his dream. The moment Shereimo entered old Master Shir's dream, he froze slightly. What greeted his eyes was a sea of fire, with people rushing around chaotically. However, none of them could see him. He quickly found a safe spot and began observing the situation. This place seemed somewhat familiar, but Shereimo was certain he had never been here, so it must be part of the original host's memory. Probably a very old memory, hence it wasn't clear. Soon, he spotted old Master Shir. Old Master Shir stood among the crowd, watching them frantically flee while maintaining a cold expression, devoid of any warmth. "Teacher. The experimental subjects numbered 1 to 10 couldn't be rescued. Teacher. Only number 19 among subjects numbered 11 to 20 is alive. Teacher. Area A has collapsed. Teacher. Number 97 is dead, but number 99 is still alive." Shereimo watched as those people gathered anxiously in front of him. The last person to run out was a young girl holding a child. The child looked about a year old, unconscious, with a bracelet on its wrist that read, 99. Old Master Shir stared fixedly at the child, and the usual coldness on his face finally cracked. His hands trembling, he carefully took the child, his chest heaving as he tried to speak but couldn't utter a word. All the people standing in front of him lowered their heads in silence. From a distance, Shereimo couldn't make out Old Master Shir's facial expression but only felt it seemed like crying or smiling. Perhaps due to the excessive strength applied by Old Master Shir's hands, the unconscious child slowly woke up and started crying softly. As the fire grew fiercer, Shereimo watched Old Master Shir bite his teeth as if making a firm decision. He tore off the child's bracelet and threw it into the sea of flames. It's nap time after eating the small cakes. Teacher Dongqing Boho's drawing is as cute as always. Chapter 82, The 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 27. Shereimo watched as the final fire grew bigger and bigger, eventually even engulfing the area he was in, which had initially been relatively safe. However, fortunately, this was all happening within a dream. Shereimo snapped his fingers, and an invisible barrier formed around him, shielding him from harm. He watched as people escorted Grandfather Shir away, his gaze locking onto the child held in someone's arms. In just one glance, Shereimo confirmed that the child must be the original host. Shereimo remembered that the original host's memories before the age of 3 were quite vague, and upon reflection, could only recall fragments of being abused by nannies. The original host always believed it was due to severe trauma endured during childhood that caused his early memories to be so blurry. Even with the loss of part of his memory, he never doubted this reasoning. But now it appeared that what was known as nanny abuse was likely an act arranged by Grandfather Shir. When he did have memories, he was being abused, but looking further back, he was nothing more than an experiment in Grandfather Shir's hands. Shereimo clenched his fists slightly at his sides, feeling a sudden pang of pain in his heart. He knew it was the residual emotions left by the original host. It made sense, after all, how important was Grandfather Shir to him. This was the grandfather who raised him from childhood, the grandfather who would give him anything he wanted, who took care of him and spoiled him. And yet, it was this same person who turned him into an experimental subject at such a young age, almost causing him to die in the fire. Looking at it this way, the mastermind behind the laboratory was most likely Grandfather Shir. That meant the pollution source responsible for the original host's death also originated from Grandfather Shir. His closest, most trusted, most cared for person dealt him a fatal blow from behind. Shereimo covered his chest with his hand, feeling the dull ache spread throughout his body, then lowered his eyes and left the dream. The person on the bed opened their eyes, a tear sliding down the corner of their eye, recalling the scene of the dream and the suspicions, making their heart ache slightly. Shereimo maintained a detached expression as he waited for the wave of emotion to gradually fade, then closed his eyes once more and drifted deeply into sleep. For 3 consecutive days, he tried to enter Grandfather Shir's dreams, but each time, Grandfather Shir's dream was plagued by the firestorm. The fire seemed to haunt Grandfather Shir like a nightmare, unable to dissipate. And the lingering emotions in Shereimo's heart finally dissipated entirely. Yun Shir-chi had been busy dealing with those mutated beasts over these few days and searching for Yun Mu-nan's whereabouts. It had been several days since the explosion, and this incident had caused quite a stir, especially among the victims who had regained consciousness, who were clamoring for an explanation. Some witnesses came forward saying they had seen Shereimo take action themselves, igniting considerable controversy online. Yun Shir-chi desperately wanted to find Yun Mu-nan, to the point where he wished he could turn the entire main city upside down, and he even specifically returned to the Yun family residence. But after a fierce argument with his father, Yun Shir-chi left the Yun house again. Grandfather Shir remained completely calm, carrying on with his daily routine as usual. Occasionally, he would look at Shereimo and Swayan with strange expressions, spending less and less time at home. After several days of interaction, Swayan no longer exhibited any initial timidity. Every day, he had a furry ball named 447 perched on his head, calling Shereimo brother repeatedly. Even when Yun Shir-chi was present, Swayan didn't hold back at all, shouting big brother every chance he got and trailing behind them like a little tail. Shereimo adopted an attitude of letting everything slide. Every day, he either played video games or watched TV series with Swayan in his arms, or sunbathed in the garden eating pastries, teaching Swayan many things along the way. It was another dinner time, and Grandfather Shir looked at the silent few, suddenly putting down his chopsticks and slowly said, "AMO, everything online has already been handled by Grandpa. Don't worry too much about it. As for the matter of the explosion, Grandpa will deal with it as well, don't you worry." As Grandfather Shir spoke these words, he smiled warmly at Shereimo. Shereimo merely gave him a faint smile, "Thank you, Grandpa. By the way, Grandpa, I'm planning to go out and play tomorrow. It's been boring staying at home all this time." Unmoved, Grandfather Shir reached for a piece of meat and placed it on Shereimo's plate. "It's very chaotic outside these days, it's still safer here at home. If you want to go out to play, I'll arrange some people to protect you." Shereimo declined with a smile, "No need, Grandpa, Yun Shir-chi will be enough. Moreover, didn't you say that the matters online have all been resolved? There won't be any issues." Grandfather Shir looked at Yun Shir-chi again, all right, just make sure to come back early." As he spoke, his body slightly leaned back and he sighed. Recently, there have been more and more psychic energy out of control mutant beast men. The Hunters Association doesn't even have enough manpower. If we encounter one, it could cause quite a bit of trouble. Yunshirchi's tone was resolute. I will protect Amo well. Suiyan bit his chopsticks. Brother, I also want to go out and play. Shereimo originally intended to refuse, considering what he planned to do tomorrow. But 447 rubbed against Suiyan's ear. Little Momo, why not take him along? He has been muttering to me these past few days about wanting to see the outside world. They had already basically determined that Suiyan was an experiment subject, intentionally sent by Grandfather Shir. As for the purpose behind this, Shereimo had guessed some of it. Grandfather Shir wouldn't do something like this without reason. Then he remembered the mysterious pollution source that appeared in the original host's body within the story. Between Suiyan and that pollution source, there must certainly be some connection. Thinking further on a darker side, perhaps that pollution source was actually inside Suiyan's body right now. And this little fox was merely a carrier for the pollution source created by Grandfather Shir. Especially over this period of time, Grandfather Shir would occasionally test him. Shereimo thought that perhaps Grandfather Shir had noticed something wrong, hence acted this way. After all, when the original host was around, he had never seen this little fox. Now that he returned, this little fox was placed beside him. Most likely, because of the differences between him and the original host, plus his heightened vigilance, it stopped Grandfather Shir from finding an opportunity to act. So, this little fox was sent to his side. But so far, all of this was only his speculation. Speculation without substantial evidence. Little Momo, I've been continuously monitoring Suiyan's physical data while staying by his side. If there's really any abnormal fluctuation, I will definitely tell you first. 447 spoke firmly, still being the first person he'd encountered across so many mission worlds who could see him. Although this person could merely see but not understand what he said. This didn't stop him from truly liking this little fox. No matter what they ate, he would always sneakily share a little with him, and even cover him with a small blanket before sleeping at night. In others' eyes, Suiyan was still just a child. A not-so-smart fox doing these things wouldn't raise any suspicions. Some people mocked him for talking to air all day due to disliking his bastard status. Yet, he kept holding on to him, rubbing and clinging close every day. While Shereimo was also good to him, he would never act this way. It was hard for 447 not to feel soft-hearted toward the little fox. Even if there really was a pollution source in his body, he was just a naive little fox who wanted to go out and take a look. Little Momo. Chapter 83, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 28. 447 wanted to add a few more words, but Shereimo had already turned his gaze away. How's the progress on that wild system? Even though he believed in his own guess, without substantial evidence, he wouldn't rashly move against Grandpa Shir. After all, there were far too many doubts about this matter. Grandpa Shir's dream could only prove that the original host was indeed used as an experiment subject by him at one point. But later, he did take good care of the original host. Not to mention there was still Yunmunin and the wild system hiding in the shadows. Without substantial evidence and acting rashly, if there was someone even deeper involved behind this, it would definitely spook them. None of them could guarantee what would happen next. Oh, I just need a little more time to crack it and find their exact location. But I've already obtained the equipment for capturing the wild system. 447 couldn't help but sigh, this wild system is really tough to handle. Shereimo lowered his eyes, lost in thought, and didn't reply to him. After all, they weren't a dedicated department for dealing with wild systems. It was understandable that 447 needed some time. So during this period, he stayed at the Shir residence. Seemingly doing nothing, secretly he let 447 put aside matters related to the wild system temporarily and go investigate that laboratory instead. Either Grandpa Shir truly had little relation to that laboratory, or he was hiding too deeply. Until now, apart from confirming that that laboratory was under the control of Grandpa Shir, they hadn't found any useful information. Shereimo still decided to go check it out himself, taking the opportunity to see if he could lure Yunmunin out from the shadows. Yunmunin's actions were simply intended to make him and Yunshirchi turn against each other and fight, seizing their fortunes by chance. But during this time, neither him nor Yunshirchi had done anything. Not only had they not turned against each other, but they were sticking together all day. With no fortune or energy flowing into him for so long, Yunmunin and that wild system probably couldn't hold on much longer. As for bringing along this little fox. Shereimo glanced at Suiyan, who looked a bit dejected, thinking of his younger brother kept in the estate. A slight wave of emotion stirred in his heart. Suiyan, having waited in vain for Shereimo's response, stopped talking and just lowered his head to continue eating. Suddenly, a meatball appeared in his bowl. Shereimo smiled faintly, the weather these past few days has been nice. Going out for a walk is also good, but you must sleep early tonight. No staying up late. Yunshirchi, you're coming with me tomorrow. Tomorrow Yunshirchi can bring the little fox to play, that way there shouldn't be any problems. Suiyan's eyes lit up, alright. Yunshirchi's fingers brushed lightly, alright. The trio decided the plan for tomorrow in just a few sentences. Grandpa Shir chuckled but remained silent. It wasn't until they went upstairs and returned to their rooms that Grandpa Shir casually asked the butler. Do you think Amo has sensed something? The butler replied respectfully, I have observed young master carefully this entire period and noticed no abnormal reactions, so he probably hasn't realized anything yet. And I saw that he really likes that fox, so I deliberately arranged some people to bully that fox secretly, and young master encountered those incidents. Young master handled those people and even warned others, afraid that they would continue to mistreat that little fox, keeping it around all day, but... The butler paused for a moment. In another half a month, young master's body will be adjusted almost completely. Should we prepare ahead of time? Grandpa Shir paused in silence for a moment before slowly opening his mouth, not yet. The butler sighed, Master, I know you cherish young master. After all, he is your only family left. But we have prepared for this matter for such a long time, 50 years. Even young master. Enough. This matter is my decision. Your commentary isn't necessary. Clean up here. Grandpa Shir barked sharply, cutting off the butler's words. Meeting the butler's helpless eyes, he became quiet again for several seconds, getting up and preparing to go upstairs. Tell Shirjo to come back to see me. Be careful and don't let Amo discover. The butler respectfully responded with a yes, then watched Grandpa Shir climb the stairs before pulling out a communicator and sending Shirjo a message. Shirjo. Shirjo, okay. The next morning, just as Shereimo opened his eyes, he saw Swayan lying on top of him. For a moment, the two stared at each other without speaking. Shereimo, Sway, be a good boy and get off me. Swayan, okay, big brother. He replied with a chirp, then obediently climbed down from Shereimo and quietly sat on the side. Shereimo, and you, don't think I don't know you're already awake. Take your hand off my waist. As Shereimo spoke, he reached out to grab the hand Yun Shirchi had placed on his waist. Yun Shirchi kept his eyes closed, but a faint smile appeared on his lips upon hearing Shereimo's words. I haven't had enough sleep yet, Amo. Let me hold you a bit longer. Not only did Yun Shirchi not loosen his grip, but he held Shereimo even tighter, inching closer and resting his head against Shereimo's shoulder. Shereimo. Today's little puppy is being especially disobedient. As he raised his hand, ready to slap it onto Yun Shirchi's head, Yun Shirchi seemed to sense his intention and slowly spoke first. I found information about that chameleon and Yun Yunin. Shereimo paused mid-motion, his hand just centimeters away from Yun Shirchi's head. After a brief silence, he gently patted Yun Shirchi's head and leaned in close to whisper in his ear. Good boy, tell me where they are. Even 447 hadn't been able to find this information yet, but Yun Shirchi did. Shereimo's tongue flicked slightly as a soft chuckle escaped his lips. Truly worthy of being the male lead, isn't he? As Yun Shirchi felt the gentle strokes, he grabbed Shereimo's wrist and gave it another rub before opening his eyes. Amo, leave this matter to me to handle. Yun Shirchi's voice was light and soothing. He looked at Shereimo for a while, hesitating, but ultimately didn't reveal what he had seen last night. Shereimo flashed him a faint smile, pulled his hand back, and directly got up with a bewildered Swayan in his arms. If you don't want to tell me, fine. But I don't need someone around me who keeps secrets. Go pack your things and return to the academy soon. Yun Shirchi. How could this be? No. Amo, hear me out, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just. Yun Shirchi grew anxious. This wasn't something he wanted to hide from Shereimo. This was something he feared Shereimo wouldn't be able to bear if told. Shereimo ignored him completely, locking the bathroom door and leaving Yun Shirchi outside to stew. Sway, were big brother and I just arguing? Swayan sat patiently as Shereimo washed his face, couldn't help but timidly ask. Shereimo stopped his motion briefly and smiled as he answered loudly. Yes, we were arguing. And from now on, he will leave here. Who do you want to stay with, Sway? Swayan, QAQ. Chapter 84, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 29. 447, looking at the almost tearful appearance of Swayan, began to speak helplessly yet with pity. Little Momo, why are you bullying Sway? He's still so young. For Swayan, Shereimo's question was like asking him who he wanted to be with when his parents got divorced. And outside the door, Yun Shirchi obviously also heard Shereimo's words and quickly interjected. Amo, we should talk about this properly. Sway is still so young, he cannot lack. His voice suddenly stopped. Yun Shirchi fell silent. Yun Shirchi felt puzzled. Wait a minute, why did these words sound strange? Swayan, tears brimming in his eyes, I really have to separate. Shereimo, yes, who told your older brother not to listen? Swayan, biting his lips, seemed hesitant but then looked resolute. I want to follow my brother. Though the elder brother would buy him small cakes, and he liked him. If he had to choose one, he would still choose his brother. Not only did his brother let him sleep in his bed, give him a name, but every night he held him while sleeping. Because of his past experiences, he hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Even if he had the time to sleep, he would wake up from nightmares. But when sleeping with his brother, he only had good dreams. It hadn't been long, and he was already on the verge of forgetting all the unpleasant memories. All these were given to him by his brother. Compared to the older brother, he preferred his brother more. As Swayan thought this way, his determination became stronger, even his ears atop his head perked up, trembling at their tips. I like my brother the most. Wherever my brother goes, I'll go too. Shereimo, taken aback by his resolute look and tone, pinched his chubby cheeks and laughed. Do you trust your brother so much? What if your brother runs out of money one day and sells you? Swayan hesitated for a moment before quietly answering. Well then, my brother shouldn't go too far, I can secretly run back, that way my brother could sell me multiple times. Upon hearing this, Shereimo felt a complex mixture of emotions that couldn't be easily described. Lowering his gaze, he ruffled his hair. Don't worry, your brother won't run out of money. Even if that day comes, I won't sell you. Swayan tilted his head, curiously asking, then who will be sold? Shereimo pondered for a moment. Sell your big brother and use the money to buy you big cakes. The eavesdropping Yunshir outside the door. 447 laughed cheerfully and spoke, when are you selling him? I'll bring the burlap sack. With no change in expression, Yunshir took out his phone and sent a message to his friend. Please prepare a strawberry cake for me, 3 layers, no 5 layers, I'll pick it up today. YL, Yunshir, are you feeling alright? YL, using your identity info for something wrong wasn't right on my part, but I've helped you check on people and things you asked me about. YL, yet, you turned around and revealed everything to him. YL, now don't mention getting a cake for you, I'm stuck in my room because I agreed to countless unreasonable demands he threw at me just to get my phone back. YL, are you feeling alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? How dare you make me order a cake for you after doing this to me? Yunshir. After a brief pause, Yunshir slightly hesitated, I didn't tell him about you. Even though he was somewhat angry, he wouldn't stoop to betraying a friend to this extent. YL, I believe that like I believe ghosts exist. Yunshir didn't reply to YL anymore, instead, he looked at his phone and fell into a short reverie. It made sense that he couldn't reach YL as much lately, thinking the association might have assigned new tasks to him, but actually, YL was locked away by someone else. However, only he, YL, and Tiani Club knew about this matter. But with so many consumers daily at Tiani Club, they probably wouldn't bother checking whether the person using Yunshir's ID card was actually himself. So it must have been that person who discovered what YL had done outside. Once Yunshir understood this, he stopped obsessing over the issue. Just at this moment, the bathroom door opened. Immediately, Yunshir put his phone away and watched Shereimo come out holding Swayan, giving him a smile. AMO. Shereimo gave him a glance with indifference. What? Haven't you finished packing your things? Due to Shereimo's previous words, Swayan was no longer like his former self who would still actively reach out and pull Yunshir. He now crossed his arms, let out a soft snort, and turned his head away. He had figured it all out, if his brother and the elder brother were truly going to separate, it must be because the elder brother did something wrong. Otherwise, how could such a good brother ever abandon him? Once the elder brother became the bad one, he didn't want to have anything to do with him. 447, who now knew the entire truth, also couldn't help but dislike Yunshir. Sitting on Swayan's head, he almost simultaneously crossed his arms and turned his head away just like Swayan. There were things that even he couldn't find out, but Yunshir managed to do so, making him seem rather useless by comparison. Although indeed there was a little bit of that, he would never admit it. AMO, don't be like this, I just wasn't sure how to tell you. Yunshir sighed again, his gaze becoming complex. Last night, he was only assigned a temporary mission. The target of that task was very close to him, he could have chosen not to accept it, but because it was a temporary assignment without other provisions, capturing that beastman meant double the reward. Had it been before, he would have abandoned it, but now he thought about saving some money for marriage, so he took on this task. But what he never expected was, after completing the task and quietly sneaking over the wall back, he would see that person coming in through the back door. That person might have changed their face, but he could tell it was the chameleon who previously disguised themselves as Shereimo. His strong mental power made him particularly sensitive to these beastmen from a young age. After realizing this, Yunshir didn't make a sound and instead followed secretly, discovering that the other party directly entered Grandpa Shir's study. At first, he thought that the person intended to harm Grandpa Shir, but then he realized. Recalling the scene he witnessed last night, Yunshir couldn't help but close his eyes. He could tell how much respect and affection Shereimo had for this grandfather. And he knew during this time, Shereimo had also been looking for that chameleon and Yunmu Nan. If Shereimo found out that the chameleon framing him was someone from the revered grandfather's circle, Yunshir simply couldn't imagine what Shereimo would be like if he learned this news. This was also why he was hesitant, unwilling to tell Shereimo. He didn't want Shereimo to feel sad, but at the same time wanted him to know. Last night when he trailed the chameleon, he found an even more shocking place. Chapter 85, The 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 30. It was a laboratory, or rather, an abandoned one. This matter had already been reported by Yunshir to the association, and he had checked the information on that lab. ST Lab was established 50 years ago. During its 30 years of operation, it researched various agents to suppress the spirit force uprisings in Werfolk and to enhance their awakening chances. 20 years ago, an experimental accident led to a massive fire that destroyed everything. Since then, it faded into obscurity, becoming an abandoned lab. Its surroundings were completely sealed off, and no one was allowed near. And behind this lab was originally the Shir family. Now, given that the chameleon is related to Grandpa Shir, and has coincidentally entered this abandoned lab, combined with the increasing number of werfolk losing control due to infected spirit force lately, this matter feels too coincidental. If the mastermind behind all of this really is Grandpa Shir, that means Shereimo is also one of his pawns. Yun Shir-chi knew that once this matter broke out, it would be impossible to hide it from Shereimo. Telling Shereimo sooner could let him mentally prepare early. But he truly didn't know how to delicately tell Shereimo about this so as to minimize the harm done to him. Since I haven't figured it out yet, I'll think slowly. Shereimo slightly curved his eyes towards Yun Shir-chi. Tell me whenever you've thought it through. But if I find them first, even your telling won't help. The little fox in his arms looked at Shereimo, then Yun Shir-chi, suddenly brightening his eyes. He seemed to understand why Big Brother and Brother were arguing. Big Brother, just tell Brother. Swayan seriously said, I don't want you two to argue. In a situation where he must choose one, he would definitely pick Shereimo, but if possible, he didn't want to make this kind of choice. After all, Yun Shir-chi was also nice to him. Moreover, he could see the good relationship between the two brothers. He didn't want them to argue, and even less did he want them to separate. Swayan looked beseechingly at Yun Shir-chi, his eyes flickering with some anticipation. Shereimo smiled faintly, no need to worry, Sway. If your big brother doesn't want to say, don't force him. Come, say goodbye to Big Brother. Yun Shir-chi. Yun Shir-chi's eyelid twitched. Somehow, he felt like these words sounded like saying never meet again. Wait. They are in the abandoned lab. Yun Shir-chi felt a sharp pain in his heart at the thought of possibly never seeing Shereimo again. Not bothering with tactfulness for a moment, he blurted out directly. The chameleon that transformed into your form to frame you before, is part of your grandfather's group. Once the hardest sentence was spoken, Yun Shir-chi felt significantly lighter, free from the initial conflict. Looking at Shereimo who had stopped walking, he sighed and walked beside him. Last night, I saw everything. Even though that chameleon transformed into someone else's appearance, I still immediately recognized him. I followed him out of the manor and found this abandoned lab, but there was a protective layer. I was afraid of drawing their attention, so I didn't go in to look. AMO, I know it might be hard for you to accept. After all, it's your grandfather, but it seems it really is him. Now things are much easier to handle. Yun Shir-chi was racking his brains trying to figure out how to console Shereimo and, thinking that if Shereimo refused to believe, how he should persuade him. However, unexpectedly, Shereimo interrupted with a light laugh, being surprisingly calm. Before there wasn't solid evidence, I was still somewhat uncertain. Now that you've mentioned this, I feel much more relieved. As Shereimo spoke, smiling, he gently patted Yun Shir-chi's shoulder. Yun Shir-chi. We agreed, you help me, I'll give you compensation. You've given me such an important piece of good news. As payment, what do you want? In the puzzled gaze of Yun Shir-chi, Shereimo paused for a moment and tilted his head. A quick and gentle kiss landed on the corner of Yun Shir-chi's lips. Yun Shir-chi's pupils instantly tightened. It took him a while to realize that Shereimo had just kissed him voluntarily. A blush spread from his ear roots, visibly reaching his cheeks. Big Brother, you're blushing. Swayan blinked, pointing it out without any reservation. Yun Shir-chi. Yun Shir-chi's face turned even redder. But now, he could be certain that Shereimo absolutely knew his feelings towards him, and might have even guessed what he desired, otherwise, he wouldn't have rewarded him in such a manner. Cough. I've said what I needed to say. As for that abandoned lab, if you want to go there, I can also take you to take a look. Yun Shir-chi lightly coughed once, still trying hard to remain calm. Shereimo's brows curved, smiling faintly, no need. We agreed today to take Sway out to play. As for the lab, we can talk about it another time when there's a chance. Yeah, knowing their exact location beforehand was good news for him. He would check it out tonight. If possible, eliminating it directly would save a lot of trouble. As for Yunmu Nan, until he retrieves the main character's fortune from him, he cannot let him die yet. But it wouldn't take too long either. At the moment Shereimo turned around, a flash of darkness passed through his eyes. During this period, while staying at the Shir family residence, outwardly he appeared to do nothing, but behind the scenes, he was not only waiting for 447 to break through from the wild system but also organizing some things. Things that would ruin Yunmu Nan's reputation. Even though much of it wasn't true, some were even forcibly linked to Yunmu Nan, so what? Even if he weren't an antagonist to this world's real protagonist, being the villain doesn't change the fact. For a villain, using any means necessary for their own purposes is quite normal. As Shereimo glanced over Yun Shir-chi, who quickly followed with just a coat, he picked up the pace slightly. He only needed to ensure those things got released so that Yunmu Nan would fall into disgrace and get expelled from the academy. Now, having confirmed that Yunmu Nan was cooperating with the laboratory led by Grandpa Shir, they had identified their biggest ace up their sleeves. Knowing how to respond, he could now handle things freely. Once seated in the car, Shereimo closed his eyes, concealing all ruthlessness and calculations. He leaned his head gently against Yun Shirchi's shoulder, like the dozing Swayan, and spoke with a relaxed tone. Yun Shirchi, have you ever considered a question? What? Still unable to forget that kiss, Yun Shirchi felt his heart pounding loudly. His voice came out hoarse as he questioned. Shereimo smiled slightly at the corners of his lips, taking hold of Yun Shirchi's hand that lay casually on his leg, intertwining their fingers slowly. Actually, I find you quite interesting. Chapter 86, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 31. Why you really think so? Yun Siki sat up straighter, his gaze fixed intently on their intertwined hands. Yes. Shereimo opened his eyes, looking at Yun Siki with blood-red irises, his voice gentle and soft, tinged with a seductive allure. He lifted their intertwined hands and brought them closer to Yun Siki's face, almost whispering in his ear. Yun Siki. Chi. This time you've done me a huge favor. A single kiss just now is probably far from enough as your reward. What? Don't you want something else? Shereimo gazed at Yun Siki's ears that had turned bright red, then lightly bit his earlobe. Yun Siki trembled noticeably in response to Shereimo's actions. However, Shereimo only chuckled softly, within the range of what I can offer, you can claim any reward you want from me. Shereimo deliberately emphasized the word any, its suggestive meaning unmistakable. He wasn't worried about the little fox in his arms hearing anything inappropriate, since he'd just woven a sweet dream for the little one, and there was no chance of waking anytime soon. Yun Siki's eyelashes fluttered as memories of his wild dreams were easily stirred by Shereimo's actions. He slightly turned his head, planting a kiss on the corner of Shereimo's lips. Really, any reward will do? Of course. Shereimo responded with a smile, but Yun Siki only felt dazed. It seemed too surreal to him. The person he had yearned for so long, the things he dared only to do in his dreams, now actively told him he could ask for anything. And this was all the reward he deserved. But what he wanted went beyond mere rewards. What he truly desired was Shereimo's entire life, everything about him, completely, without conditions related to rewards. Closing his eyes, Yun Siki felt as if there were two voices inside him constantly shouting and arguing, almost tearing him apart. Reason told him he shouldn't act like this. He liked Shereimo and willingly did these things for him out of affection. He previously thought about claiming rewards only after Shereimo accepted him, intending to enhance their bond. But now, Shereimo was proactively making such an offer because he had seen through Yun Siki's thoughts. If he agreed, their relationship would become purely transactional. How could he let go? His first love was practically handing themselves over, even taking the initiative to kiss him and speaking such flirtatious words. How could he possibly resist? Shereimo understood Yun Siki's inner conflict but didn't plan to point it out. With all the recent events occupying his mind and also holding sway and close at night, many things were indeed inconvenient to carry out. He could tell that sometimes Yun Siki struggled deeply, often going on missions to vent frustration. But there was no helping it, the little fox had endured so much suffering in the lab. Now, he clung tightly to them, seeking comfort. Shereimo truly saw Swayan as a younger brother, not to mention his grandfather's unclear intentions regarding Swayan. Keeping Swayan close made him feel secure. However, most things have been figured out, reducing many concerns. Today, Shereimo planned to prepare and settle Swayan well, knowing ahead a tough battle was coming. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep Swayan around during that time. Once Swayan was arranged for properly, he wouldn't let go of Yun Siki either. Yun Siki suffered, and so did he. Such a delectable, irresistible treat lying next to him every day, yet unable to savor fully, this torment was unbearable for a demon temptress. Shereimo released Yun Siki's hand, pulled away slightly, and closed his eyes to rest, allowing Yun Siki time to ponder and deliberate. But he knew, understanding his hints, Yun Siki would naturally make the choice he hoped for. If refused. The matter of the reward doesn't need to be rushed. We'll note it down for this time, and we'll bring up the rewards when you no longer need me. Yun Siki took a deep breath and muttered only this much, turning his head aside. Only heaven knows how much patience he exerted to suppress the desires within his heart. However, he truly feared that the hard-won harmony in their relationship would revert to square one because of this transaction. What he desired had never been just Shereimo's body, much less fleeting enjoyment and pleasure. For their long-term happiness, he had to suppress his urges now. Yun Siki repeated countless times in his heart, they were going to get married, they would surely get married in the future. Yet, he didn't notice that the moment his words trailed off, the smile on Shereimo's face faded somewhat. Shereimo opened his eyes, glanced at Yun Siki, and asked with a tone devoid of any emotion. Are you sure? Yun Siki inexplicably felt a chill behind him but responded calmly after thinking about their happy future. I'm sure. 447 screamed wildly, wow wow wow. Little MOMO. How dare this protagonist reject you when you've already been so proactive? Wait for me. I'll see if I don't stick needles into him until he's miserable. As 447 was speaking, she was about to take out a needle but was easily subdued by Shereimo and placed in Swayan's arms. Swayan, who was asleep, instinctively reached out and hugged something in his chest. For a moment, 447 stopped moving, her puffed cheeks glaring at Yunsiki. Little Mo, why did you stop me? He's too ungrateful. Shereimo crossed his legs and adjusted his posture, continuing to hold Swayan as he replied indifferently. If you make him suffer, then what will I eat? For 47 angrily, but he rejected you. Shereimo smiled faintly, then it settled. Little 7, you must know that whatever we demons want, we will surely have. Shereimo suddenly remembered something back in the dormitory. He had deliberately made himself look so pitiful, yet Yunsiki still managed to stay calm and send him to the infirmary. At the thought, Shereimo's eyelids twitched slightly, and his gaze flickered over somewhere with a hint of intrigue. Humph. Although the possibility was small, it wasn't completely impossible. After all, he was the protagonist without a romantic storyline. If previously it was about consideration for his body, then rejecting him even after such clear hints now could only indicate one thing. Shereimo was sure it wasn't his fault. After all, he could tell that Yunsiki also had feelings for him. Therefore, the problem definitely lay with Yunsiki himself. Shereimo couldn't help but glance again. If this was the case, then it was truly a pity. Having capital but being all show and no substance. Chapter 87, 999 Ways to Deal with a Villain Roommate, 32. Shereimo sighed in his heart and then asked 447, Shao-Chi, go ask if the department has any medicine. 447 was at a loss, what kind of medicine? Shereimo replied very seriously, I think he may not be doing well. If everything was fine, how could he refuse under such circumstances? 447 was shocked and fell silent. 447 couldn't help but look at a certain place, hesitating to speak. If that's the case. It seems understandable. Then I will get some medicine from the department. As 447 spoke, he quietly crawled back into the system space. Yunsiki, who was completely unaware of this, was still celebrating inwardly for resisting temptation just now, even unconsciously curving his lips. He had performed so well just now, surely his wife would give him points mentally. If his wife's favorability towards him increased, then wouldn't it be far away for them to get their marriage certificate in the future? The two of them harbored their own thoughts, but they both tacitly agreed that no one would bring up this matter again. Shereimo took Swayan for a round of fun at the amusement park. Initially, Swayan seemed somewhat drowsy, only feeling that nothing was more comfortable than sleeping in Shereimo's arms. But soon, he was captivated by other things in the amusement park. All these were things he had never seen before, and every single one of them was new and exciting to him. Especially when entering the haunted house, which had a mental hospital theme. And while Swayan looked at those ghosts portrayed by the staff and all sorts of terrifying props, he didn't reveal a hint of fear on his face. Instead, he seemed quite curious, and even actively reached out to shake hands with the staff as a greeting. Shereimo watched as the staff were unable to frighten Swayan, and instead had their hands shaken, leaving them momentarily stunned, and he couldn't help but laugh lightly. It was Yunsiki, on the other hand, who was terrified by all these, clinging to Shereimo's waist without letting go and occasionally burying his head in Shereimo's chest. When they came out of the haunted house, Swayan looked at others who had been scared into crying and blinked innocently. Big brother, why are they so scared? While calming down Yunsiki, Shereimo asked Swayan. Sway, don't you feel afraid? Swayan shook his head, eyes shining brightly as he opened his mouth, I think those brothers and sisters are really nice. The needles they hold hurt when pierced into the hands, and the surgical knives are all fake, not sharp at all. And those hearts, I've seen what real ones look like, so those aren't scary at all, those. Swayan spoke happily, suddenly becoming pale, frowning, and breaking out in cold sweat across his forehead. He curled up his whole body, relying on Shereimo's arms, biting his lips, and revealing signs of pain in his gaze. Yunsiki also stopped pretending immediately, releasing Shereimo's waist and grabbing Swayan's hand. It's so cold, body temperature is so low, what's going on? Why did Sway suddenly become like this? Yunsiki tightened his grip, never having encountered this situation before, his tone also carrying a tinge of panic. Let's send him to the hospital first. Comparatively, Shereimo remained calm, directly grabbing Swayan's wrist, using his spiritual energy to mask his action, dragging 447 out from the system space. Shao-Chi, quickly check what's wrong with Sway. 447 was pulled out from the system space, losing balance mid-air and rolling twice. But seeing Swayan in discomfort, 447 didn't have time to think much, rushing forward to examine Swayan's body. He then took out a pill from his small pocket and fed it to him. Shereimo, observing 447's anxious actions, instinctively placed his hand near Swayan's lips, making a gesture as if feeding him the medicine. After consuming the pill, Swayan gradually recovered, opening his eyes and restoring his previous complexion. His gaze slightly trembled, looking at Shereimo and Yunsiki with confusion and bewilderment, speaking softly. Brother. Did I scare you guys just now? Yes, you frightened your big brother just now. Yunsiki lifted his hand to cover Swayan's forehead, confirming his temperature returned to normal before relaxing. What exactly happened? Swayan lowered his head, burying it in Shereimo's neck, not answering Yunsiki. Shereimo soothingly patted his back, alright, don't scare him anymore. Yun Shirchi glanced at Shereimo and had a vague feeling that there was some secret between them that he didn't know about, but he didn't ask what it was. Brother. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go back. I want to sleep, I'm sleepy. Suiyan held onto Shereimo's clothes and spoke hesitantly. 447 crouched on his head, his tone unusually serious. Little Momo, Sui's body is in bad shape. Now I can confirm. I can confirm that the abnormal power I detected earlier inside his body. 447 thought of what he had found earlier, his voice trembling slightly as he clenched his teeth. It's the pollution source from this world that caused those beastmen to rebel. Though they had suspected before, now that it was confirmed, it meant something else entirely. And the pollution source inside Sui has already matured and is swallowing him as its host. 447 almost shouted this out. After speaking, he just lay down on Shereimo's shoulder, sobbing. Wah! What should we do, Momo? The medicine earlier could only temporarily suppress the spread of the pollution source in his body. If it keeps spreading like this, Sui will be completely swallowed by the pollution source and die. Shereimo's eyes darkened, then take it out. Since learning the mission of this world, he had already exchanged an item from the system shop, a dagger specifically designed to extract the pollution source. But when 447 heard these words, he cried even louder. Wah! No, no. We can't take it out. His current physical condition is too bad. He's still so young, the pollution source has matured inside his body and almost merged with him. If we take it out, he will also die. 447 choked on his tears after speaking and then dived into Suiyan's arms and started crying again. Suiyan didn't know why 447 was crying, but he could feel that Tuan wasn't in a good mood, wriggling around in his arms. Still, he gently patted 447's head and whispered softly. Tuan, be a good baby. Let me hug you. Shereimo fell deep in thought over the matter, but his expression remained unchanged. Carrying Yun Shirchi and holding Suiyan, he walked back, casually buying him an ice cream along the way. It wasn't until they were about to leave the amusement park that he slowly spoke up. Okay Xiao-Qi, stop being sad. There's still one solution left. Wah, there was such an awful cat today. While I was taking my food delivery, it sneaked out because I didn't close the door tightly, and it ended up in someone else's house. I finally managed to pull it out from under their bed, but it actually clawed at me. Why it clawed me. Chapter 88, Discussion on 999 Ways to Deal with Antagonistic Roommates, 33. Upon hearing Shereimo's words, 447's eyes instantly lit up. Really, little Momo? What else can we do? He truly liked this little fox. If it were really gone so soon, he would be unable to accept it no matter what. The only way is to stew those medicines and control the pollution inside its body, avoiding further damage while we wait for it to grow a bit. Shereimo pondered slightly, we'll wait until it becomes an adult. Then, we will help adjust its physical condition and when it's strong enough to endure, we will find a way to remove that pollution source later. After hearing this, 447 felt a sigh of relief in his heart and rolled around a few times in Suiyan's embrace. Yeah, let's go with this plan. I'll get some more medicine later. I've calculated it, considering his current physical state, he should take it once every 3 days now. After several months, taking it once a month will suffice. Suiyan, who was completely unaware of these details, just noticed the small bundle in his arms seemed much happier. He rubbed the little one's head and then held him close, rubbing against him affectionately. Shereimo did not take them back to the Shir family residence but led them to one of his own apartments. This apartment was not originally owned by the previous host but rather something Shereimo bought after adapting to the original host's lifestyle upon arriving in this world. However, at the thought of Mr. Shir, Shereimo hesitated somewhat as he opened the door. The original host was merely a pawn under Mr. Shir's hand, meaning everything done by the original host should have been under Mr. Shir's control. He was unsure if Mr. Shir knew about this place or if it was safe. At that moment, Yun Shirchi grasped his hand, almost pulling him into an embrace, whispering softly in his ear. Little Mo, if you don't want to stay here, we could go to my place. I know what concerns you, but it doesn't matter, I will help you. Shereimo's gaze trembled slightly. He loosened his grip and softly smiled, all right. Yun Shirchi was originally part of the Hunter Association, and prior to this, had essentially no interaction with the original host, so it was unlikely that Mr. Shir would interfere in his matters. After a brief discussion between the two, they finally decided to settle Suiyan at one of Yun Shirchi's residences. Sui, you need to behave and stay here. I'll be very busy during this time and may not be able to visit often. But after I've taken care of things, I will return to be with you, understand? Shereimo bent slightly to look at Suiyan, lifting his hand to gently ruffle his hair until the curly white locks became entirely messy before releasing him contentedly. With some reluctance, Suiyan grabbed Shereimo's wrist, looking at them with tear-filled eyes. After biting his lip and deliberating briefly, he gradually let go. I understand, brother. He gave them a smile, speaking resolutely. I'll patiently wait for you both to come back. Shereimo glanced at Yun Shirchi, remaining calm, not waiting for us, just for me to return. Your older brother will stay to accompany you. Yun Shirchi. Amo, I. Yun Shir-chi instinctively wanted to object, but Shereimo had already smiled at him. Are you planning to leave Sui here alone? Or do you think handing him over to someone else would give you peace of mind? Yun Shir-chi was immediately left speechless. But right now. Yun Shir-chi frowned. Although he didn't feel comfortable leaving Suiyin alone, he had already arranged for a friend to come and take care of Suiyin. Considering the situation with Mr. Shir, the abandoned lab issues, as well as the recent incidents with the out-of-control therianthropes, there was no possible way he could allow Shereimo to face all this alone. AMO, I've already informed my friend, he will come to take care of Suiyin. Yun Shir-chi paused briefly, no matter what you're going to do, bring me along. I'll be with you, and I will help. He had already reported the entire matter to the association, which would handle the abandoned lab situation. But his intuition told him that Shereimo would absolutely not sit around idly waiting for the result of the investigation. He wished to remain beside Shereimo, no matter the time or circumstances. Shereimo deeply gazed at Yun Shir-chi, and for a moment, neither spoke. They remained frozen, without action. Finally, it was Suiyin who pulled their hands left and right, gently shaking them. Suiyin looked up at them, revealing a sweet and gentle smile, and with a soft yet firm voice, said, "Brother, big brother, please don't argue. I know you both have important things to do. It doesn't matter, I'll take good care of myself." Yun Shir-chi also looked at Shereimo, my friend is very reliable and he's also from the association. I trust his abilities. Is that so? Really, I've already notified him, and he's on his way here, calculating the time, he should be arriving soon. Just as Yun Shir-chi finished speaking, another familiar voice rang out. Yun Shir-chi. I knew I could count on you. You're such a loyal guy. Wailing. Before Shereimo could react, someone suddenly lunged forward and tightly embraced him. The person clearly hadn't realized who they were hugging, shouting Yun Shir-chi's name while sobbing uncontrollably into Shereimo's shoulder. Shereimo. John Lin, let go. Seeing this scene, Yun Shir-chi's previous smile instantly vanished, and his eyes grew cold. Expressionless, he grabbed Zhang Lin by the collar, pulled him off Shereimo, and flung him aside. Zhang Lin slowly realized he had hugged the wrong person, pausing in shock as he glanced between Shereimo and Yun Shir-chi. He then awkwardly scratched his head, touched his nose, and with wandering eyes stammered. This, you can't blame me for this, right? How was I supposed to know? Your clothes look so similar, someone might think you're wearing couples outfits, huh, why aren't you laughing? Isn't it funny? Zhang Lin's voice trailed off as Yun Shir-chi sighed with a hint of exasperation. Shereimo simply crossed his arms, giving Yun Shir-chi an amused yet sarcastic glance. So this is your reliable friend? He's reliable when he needs to be, said Yun Shir-chi defensively. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in outrage, how can you say that about me? You didn't even come after me when I told him about that massage parlor incident. And now you're complaining about me? But fine, I guess you did have some decency left in you for making up excuses to drag me out here, we'll let that one slide. Humph. Muttering under his breath, Zhang Lin finally noticed Suiyin standing nearby. He fell silent. Looking at Yun Shir-chi with complex emotions, he hesitated before saying. So, you weren't lying when you said you needed me here to watch the kid? He paused, casting a suspicious gaze between Shereimo and Yun Shir-chi. Could it be, this child is actually yours? Chapter 89 Discussion on the 999 Ways to Deal with a Villain Roommate, 34. Alright, don't ask questions you shouldn't. I asked you here today to take care of Suiyin for a while. I'll send you the details later. Yun Shir-chi noticed Yulin's gaze falling on his abdomen and quickly cut him off for fear that he might say something inappropriate. Yulin looked at Suiyin and flashed Yun Shir-chi I get it, smile, making an okay sign with his hand. He then squatted down and gently adjusted Suiyin's somewhat messy hair, smiling warmly as he spoke. Suiyin, right? I often hear your dad mention you. You're indeed a cute kid. I'm a good friend of your father. Just call me Uncle Yu. Yun Shir-chi. Yun Shir-chi's eyelid twitched, and he raised his hand to cover Yulin's hand, giving a forced smile as he said. Yulin, I've already said he's not my son, he's just Mo's younger brother. Yulin. Yulin looked at Yun Shir-chi with a reproachful expression. For a moment, Yun Shir-chi felt like he was an irresponsible scoundrel. This absurd thought only lingered in Yun Shir-chi's mind for a short while. Suiyin looked at Yulin and obediently opened his mouth, Big brother you, but Big brother really isn't my dad. This sweet and soft, Big brother you, instantly melted Yulin's heart. Yulin exclaimed and hugged Suiyin in his arms, good, he's not. How could such a fish produce such a cute little treasure like us? Yun Shir-chi, as long as you're happy. Shereimo, pfft. Alright, please help look after Sui for the time being. Shereimo stopped laughing. At this moment, Yulin's attention was completely drawn to Suiyin, so he nonchalantly nodded. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Yun Shir-chi paused and reminded him before leaving, they should have told you how important this matter is, right? Before we get the confirmation that the lab has been dealt with, don't talk to anyone who comes to you and don't hand over Suiyin to anyone, not even us. Yun Shir-chi's tone was very serious, making Yulin's expression become serious as well. I understand. Let's go, Amo. Okay. Shereimo softly responded and couldn't help but turn back and glance at Swayan before leaving. The 447 lying on his shoulder was a bit reluctant. Little Mo, I don't want to leave Sway. It's fine, once we deal with all this, it'll be okay. Have we located their exact position yet? Tonight, we'll go and blow them up. Shereimo's tone changed, carrying a hint of pleasure. While chatting with 447, he sent a message to Mr. Shir, saying he wouldn't be coming home tonight. The phone screen showed that the other party was typing, and after a minute, Mr. Shir sent a message. Alright, then I won't have Mrs. Wong prepare dinner for you. Amo, where are we going now? Yun Shichi stood by Shereimo's side and inquired after seeing him put his phone away. Shereimo smiled at him. Do you have any other place to stay? Yes. Great, then let's go to your place. Alright. Yun Shichi smirked, obviously in a very good mood. Unfortunately, he was a merman. If he were some kind of canine animal, his tail would probably be wagging excitedly skyward by now. Shereimo saw what he was thinking but didn't say anything. After arriving at Yun Shichi's house, Shereimo directly went to the bathroom and took Yun Shichi's pajamas without hesitation. There was a tough fight ahead tonight, and he had to get some sleep while he could. However, he didn't expect that when he came out of the shower, Yun Shichi was also sitting on the bed in freshly washed pajamas. Yun Shichi's face was slightly flushed, but he tried to appear calm as he said. The ghost house scared me earlier today. Now I'm also a bit sleepy. Why don't we sleep together? Although he did like Swayan and it gave him a sense of family happiness, he preferred spending time alone with Shereimo. Shereimo raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Alright, let's rest together then. In his view, the current Yun Shichi probably had a certain ailment that wouldn't allow him to do anything too excessive, even if they slept together. Otherwise, back in school, how could this guy have done everything except the last step after climbing into his bed every day? There could only be one explanation: Yun Shichi was not very capable. However, when Mo had fallen asleep and was pulled into Yun Shichi's dream, seeing the red silk gauze draperies, and noticing that he himself was wearing nothing but a red shirt, he fell into a brief silence. Soon he saw Yun Shichi sitting on a single-person sofa. In front of Yun Shichi was a stack of documents, alongside several bottles of wine. Seemingly calm, handling documents, yet actually glancing at him with his peripheral vision all the time. And from another floor-length mirror embedded in the wall, he easily saw his current appearance. A head of silver-white long hair, messy and scattered, with soft white tiger ears hidden among it, the tail behind him swaying aimlessly. At this moment, barefoot stepping on a soft white velvet blanket, he wore only a dark red shirt which barely covered the upper part of his thighs. 2 buttons of the shirt were undone, revealing delicate collarbones. Besides these, there was nothing else covering his body. Still not coming over. Yun Shichi's voice rang in his ears, pulling Mo's thoughts and gaze back. Mo looked at Yun Shichi, who was sitting on the single-person sofa untangling his tie, couldn't help but laugh mockingly. When asked if he wanted to do it and he said no, but now here they were in such a dream. Or was it because reality wouldn't allow it, so this nonsense only happens in dreams? Mo arched an eyebrow, although thinking this way, he didn't say it out loud. He stepped toward Yun Shichi, before Yun Shichi could react, directly straddling his waist. Mo played with his tie with his fingertips, his tone gentle and slow, a flicker of light in his blood-red eyes that hinted at temptation. Yun Shichi, you're so rough. Yun Shichi's Adam's apple moved up and down, seeming lost for a moment, but still instinctively lifted his hand to encircle Mo's waist. How? Are you mad? Under Mo's perplexed look, Yun Shichi wrapped one hand around his waist, while the other slowly trailed down his thigh as he murmured. Weren't you always calling me Brother Chi? Mo. This guy really got carried away even in his dreams. Good boy, I want to hear you call. Brother Chi. Yun Shichi's hot breath caressed Mo's neck, intentionally or unintentionally pausing mid-sentence, making his words full of imagination. Mo couldn't help but sked, seeing how far gone this guy might have been dreaming about doing this already. But. Alright. As you wish. Brother Chi. Mo softly laughed as he bit Yun Shichi's earlobe. After all, it was just a small request, fulfilling it wouldn't hurt. He was kind of hungry. Mo narrowed his eyes, watching the faintly glowing blue scales on Yun Shichi's neck, couldn't resist reaching out and touching them. The next second, a muffled groan was heard. By the time Mo realized it, he wasn't sitting on Yun Shichi's lap anymore but on a turquoise fish tail. Mo's eyes slightly trembled, revealing a touch of shock, unable to resist touching again. Just as he was marveling at how cool and smooth the tail felt, comfortable indeed, he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Yun Shichi. Mo. Wait. Wait. How can mere people? Initially uncaring, Mo had even been the instigator. But for some reason, upon trembling fingers brushing against something, he instantly pulled them back. Upon looking into Yun Shichi's teary eyes, Mo clenched his teeth and refused. Yun Shichi. No. It's not what he expected. Mo, it's alright. Chapter 90, The 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 35. When Shereimo woke up from his dream, he was unusually calm. He slightly turned his head and glanced at Yun Shir, who was still tightly hugging him. He also looked at the fish tail that only appeared in his dream. The blue-purple fish tail was large, almost filling the entire bed. Yun Shir hadn't woken up yet, a faint smile on his lips, clearly immersed in his beautiful dream. And at this moment, his fish tail was tightly pressed against Shereimo's leg. The icy, cool, and slippery feeling made Shereimo unable to resist poking Yun Shir's tail. Beast tails are always sensitive, and Yun Shir's fish tail was no exception. Shereimo had merely poked it lightly, but Yun Shir couldn't help but let out a muffled moan. Fortunately, the room was very dim now. Shereimo hadn't turned on the light, nor had he seen his red-tinged earlobes. Shereimo thought about how he was brutally teased in the dream and also thought about those two things in the dream. He hesitated, reaching out to touch a certain scale, then poked again. Yun Shir. Are there really two? Shereimo murmured softly, or maybe I should figure out a way to get rid of one. Yun Shir's body tensed slightly. But Shereimo was just talking to himself and didn't notice his unusual behavior. He carefully moved his leg out from under Yun Shir's tail and gently removed Yun Shir's arms that were holding his waist. Then, he got up and changed into more flexible clothes before leaving the room. Shereimo originally planned to take a good rest in the afternoon to prepare for going out to cause trouble at night. However, he didn't expect to be pulled into Yun Shir's dream and become so indulged. Shereimo fastened the last button, rolled up his sleeves a bit. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him, at least he managed to eat until he was about 7/10 full in the dream. Let's go, Shao-Chi. Buy an instant teleportation card and directly locate to that laboratory. Shereimo wasn't in a rush originally, but considering Yun Shir's current state, he decided to finish the task quickly and return. Excitedly, 447 agreed and immediately pulled out an instant teleportation card from his pocket. Alright, little Momo. Holding the teleportation card, a gentle light completely enveloped them, and in the next moment, they disappeared from the spot, instantly appearing somewhere else. However, unknown to them, after they left, Yun Shir, who should have been in a deep sleep, also slowly opened his eyes. It was already night, the room was dark without any lights on, and Yun Shir took a deep breath and sighed slowly. He hugged the pillow where Shereimo had lain just now, rubbed it hard, and inhaled deeply. The fish tail underneath him gradually transformed back into legs. Looking at his own legs and thinking about what Shereimo had said just now, Yun Shir reluctantly let go of the pillow and started changing clothes. There's no way to get rid of one of them. But what if the wife doesn't seem to like both? Yun Shir fell into a dilemma, simultaneously feeling grateful that he didn't agree when Shereimo subtly hinted. Otherwise, if such a situation really happened on the bed, he didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. Speaking of which, it was already this late, what is Shereimo going out to do? Yun Shir remembered the strategies he read online before. He knew he shouldn't constantly monitor Shereimo and give Shereimo enough personal space, but he couldn't help but worry a little. His intuition told him that what Shereimo went out to do at this time wouldn't be anything simple. Yun Shir zipped up his coat, put on his cap, and looked at his bracelet. After a series of operations, a light screen also appeared in front of his eyes, and a small red dot flickered on the light screen. The position of that red dot was exactly the abandoned laboratory from earlier. That was also where Shereimo was at the moment. In his hand, Shereimo held a long whip, massaged his wrist, looked at the gate in front of him, and his eyes curved slightly. This is the abandoned laboratory. Indeed, it looks exactly like the place burned down in his dream. Listening to the vague growls behind the door, 447 crouched on his head, reminding him. Little Momo, behind this door are all mentally unstable beasts who have lost control, some can't even maintain their human form. I just did a quick scan, there are more than 10 inside, including several white tigers. They seem to all be discarded experimental subjects, you need to be careful. Even though 447 told Shereimo to be careful, there wasn't a trace of worry in his tone, but rather excitement and pleasure. He knew Shereimo's abilities, coupled with the powerful mental strength of the beast people in this world, their constraints weren't so high, so he naturally wasn't worried about these things. As his words faded away, Shereimo just curled the corner of his lips slightly. Gathering his strength, he delivered a kick, smashing the door in front of him wide open. Almost at the instant the door was kicked open, a black figure accompanied by a roar lunged fiercely toward him. Shereimo dodged with a swift move, and the long whip in his hand immediately wrapped around the neck of that black figure. With another somersault, he jumped onto its back. In his other hand, a sharp blade appeared out of nowhere. Before the beast beneath him could react, the blade had already pierced through its skull. That crazed beastman didn't even have time to see Shereimo's face before it died in his hands, its crimson eyes filled with rage and regret. It was only then that Shereimo saw clearly, it was a black wolf. At the same time, he also sensed countless pairs of eyes focused on him from behind. Those fervent, excited gazes wished nothing more than to tear him into pieces and devour him. Shereimo glanced sideways, the sharp blade in his hand reflecting a glint of cold light, illuminating his current expression. A black eagle attacked him, trying to distract him, while at the same time, a two-headed snake opened its enormous mouth towards him as well. A flash of cunning passed through Shereimo's blood-red pupils as he swung the long whip in his hand, making it grow endlessly like a ghostly shadow. The black eagle, fast as lightning, was still tightly entangled by the whip. The whip, resembling rose thorns, pierced through the black eagle's flesh. A cry of painful anguish rang out, followed by several beastmen charging towards him simultaneously. Shereimo shoved the black eagle into the mouth of one of the white tigers, flinging the sharp blade in his hand, cutting the two-headed snake into several segments. The severed pieces writhed on the ground. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Seeing Shereimo's eyes red with slaughter and his state of heightened excitement, 447 dared not say anything anymore. All he could do was watch silently from the side, tossing small bombs at those beastmen who attempted to attack Shereimo from behind. After cleaning up most of the mutated beastmen outside the abandoned laboratory, 447 made another quick check before speaking. Little Momo, come this way. I just checked, this tunnel leads to somewhere else, but there's a force field there, so I can't get through. However, I felt the presence of that wild system near that force field. And also, the racket you've caused was too loud. That old man already knows. Chapter 91, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 36. 447 opened with a touch of exclamation, looks like you guys are about to tear each other's masks off. Shereimo slightly nodded. Over the years, Shereimo had performed too well in front of the original owner, and the original owner's feelings for him were also too deep. After all, he was using the identity and memories of the original owner. Even if there were suspicions, without solid evidence, it wasn't wise to act rashly. But now that it was confirmed that Shereimo was the person behind the scenes, there was no need to consider so many things anymore, it was fine to tear apart their facades. Shereimo took a step towards the passage that 447 had pointed out earlier. This place had been burned by a great fire, and after so many years, movement wasn't restricted much. However, before long, the lights in the corridor started to flicker. Several dark shadows flashed past, and he saw someone standing opposite him. That familiar face made Shereimo stop his steps for a moment. It was Yun Shir. Shereimo's pupils slightly narrowed, and before he could react, Yun Shir already smiled at him and quickly walked up to him. Mo, how did you come here? As Yun Shir asked, he placed a hand on his shoulder and said helplessly. Do you know how dangerous it is here? I already told you, I will handle the matters here properly. You should go back first. If something happens to you here, I would be very worried. Yun Shir sighed, trying to change Shereimo's direction, preventing him from moving forward. Shereimo slightly tilted his eyes, opening his mouth with a touch of curiosity. I came here naturally because I have things to do. But rather, why don't you take care of Sway at home instead of coming here? Yun Shir paused for a moment, turned his head to look at Shereimo, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyebrows as he opened his mouth quite puzzled. Mo, what are you talking about? Isn't Suan taken care of by my friend? Shereimo bent his eyes, revealing a rather harmless smile, and nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Alright, you. Yun Shir's eyes trembled slightly as he stared at the sharp blade piercing through his heart, seemingly disbelieving. Shereimo pulled the knife out with a pleasant smile on his face, stabbed a few more times, and watched Yun Shir collapse weakly. He finally spoke slowly. You are quite capable, knowing so much. It seems you've been following us the whole time. Yun Shir lying in a pool of blood was filled with regret, gasping heavily and gritting his teeth as he spoke. How did you figure it out? Shereimo snorted, you smell terrible. Yun Shir looked confused, clearly not understanding what this reason meant, his body didn't seem to have any odor at all. However, Shereimo had no intention of explaining it to him, and immediately lashed two whips at him, watching him breathe his last before turning around and leaving. For 47, little Momo, that old man raises quite a lot of chameleons. I just checked, and this one doesn't seem to be the previous one. Not important. Shereimo stared at the barrier ahead, testing it by whipping it a few times with his whip but received no reaction. He couldn't help but let out a light, tsk, and directly wrapped a thread of his soul force around the long whip, stepping back a few steps, and lashing down fiercely again. Crack. The barrier shattered, and they finally got a clear view of the scene ahead. A group of men and women wearing white lab coats revealed looks of terror due to the sudden commotion, watching warily the people ahead. Upon further seeing that it was Shereimo who appeared after the barrier broke, everyone looked at each other in silence, momentarily no one moved. The middle-aged man leading the group originally intended to activate defense mode, but upon seeing Shereimo, the hand holding the remote control gradually loosened. Shereimo looked at these people and felt some sense of familiarity. They were among those who used to come home in the memory of the original owner, though they only came a few times when the original owner was very young. And, those people standing behind in protective poses, guarding others behind them. Even though so many years had passed and their appearances had changed, Shereimo was still certain that those few people were the students from Shereimo's dreams. Everyone, long time no see. Shereimo withdrew his gaze and greeted them with a soft laugh. This sound finally brought everyone's thoughts back. Who are you? Why are you here? Leave immediately. This is no place for you. The middle-aged man leading the group coldly rebuked, while those behind him silently twirled their communication rings, reporting everything to Mr. Shir. Shereimo saw their little move but had no intention of stopping them. He just continued with a smile. Have you forgotten me? It's fine. As long as I remember you guys, that's enough. As he said this, he stepped over the broken barrier and walked onto the clean floor. This place was entirely different from the abandoned passage outside. It was fully equipped with experimental tools, neat and clean. And there was a door behind the crowd, indicating that this was only one of the laboratories. When Shereimo entered, an alarm suddenly sounded throughout the lab. This caused panic among everyone. The few people at the back were protected by others and quickly left through the back door. In the blink of an eye, only 5 or 6 middle-aged men remained in front of him. I'll warn you one last time, this is not where you should be. You can still leave on time. The lead middle-aged man was already drenched in cold sweat on his forehead but maintained a stern tone. They hadn't anticipated Shereimo finding and appearing here. It severely deviated from their plans. But because this person in front of them was Shereimo, both the experimental subject they had guarded for so long and the only bloodline of Mr. Shir, they dared not act rashly without receiving a reply from Mr. Shir. As the middle-aged man was in difficulty, the young man behind him suddenly tapped his shoulder and nodded at him. The man's eyes darkened slightly, immediately signaling the others. The man on the left rushed to the control panel beside him and started fiddling with it, immediately replacing the broken barrier with a new one. The entire laboratory was instantly sealed off, and a white pharmaceutical mist began rapidly dispersing. Little Momo, be careful. This kind of gas will make all beast people lose strength and consciousness. 447 said while flying to Shereimo's front, shoving a pill into his mouth. Quick, swallow it so you won't be affected. Shereimo's lips curved slightly upward as he bit down on the pill. His eyelashes fluttered lightly, his body softened, and his eyes half closed as he collapsed. But he didn't fall to the ground, instead, he landed directly in someone else's arms. Chapter 92, 999 Ways to Deal with a Villain Roommate, 37. The leading middle-aged man looked at Shereimo in his arms who had fainted, then at the person who nodded to him earlier. Frowning, he asked seriously. Are you sure this is how the teacher arranged things? Don't hesitate anymore, senior brother. Take him away quickly. Although I'm also surprised, the teacher's reply was indeed for us to take him to the lab first. That person clearly seemed somewhat helpless. While speaking, they took out a communicator and showed the middle-aged man the message that Master Shir just sent. After reading the message, the middle-aged man's eyes became more determined. Quickly composing himself, he picked up Shereimo and carried him away. However, what they failed to notice at this moment was that Shereimo, who should have been unconscious, slightly curled his lips into a smirk. 447 perched on Shereimo's shoulder and whispered softly into his ear. Little Mo, there's a not-so-bad good news and a not-so-good bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shereimo. Little 7, are you trying to lighten the mood at a time like this? 447 chuckled, I just saw the message the old man sent them, it says they shouldn't be gentle with you, but they shouldn't kill you either. They're going to lock you up in C01. The other piece of news is that I just detected the male lead nearby. It seems he knows you came here, so he tracked you down too. But he appears to have come alone. Shereimo's slight smile gradually disappeared. TSK. What an irresponsible guy. I should have drugged him before leaving. Upon hearing this, 447 inexplicably shivered, and an iconic line flashed through his mind. Big Brother Lang, it's time for your medicine. So, he very tactfully chose to stay silent. Shereimo sensed that the person holding him had stopped moving and placed him gently on a bed. Soon after, chains locked around his wrists and ankles, and an additional bracelet appeared on his wrist. The cold touch was uncomfortable. It didn't feel metallic but more like a snake slithering up his arm. Shereimo kept his eyes closed as he heard the middle-aged man sigh lightly and speak. What a pity, we raised him so well only to have it come to this. Another middle-aged woman then spoke, her voice clearly tinged with excitement. What's there to be sorry about? After all these years, you actually grew feelings for him. The man coughed lightly, it's a lie if I say I don't have any feelings. For 20 years, I watched him grow. Don't tell me you don't feel anything either. The woman scoffed disdainfully, if it really comes to emotions, who could possibly match the teacher? He's the teacher's only grandson, the sole surviving bloodline of the teacher. Even the teacher doesn't spoil him, so why should you? If it wasn't for that accident, which caused his father to die in that fire, we wouldn't have gone through all this trouble with him, and certainly wouldn't have waited another 20 years. His body has already been adjusted enough to bear the core energy source. After we extract the core energy from that fox's body and transfer it to his body, his mental force will awaken once again. As she spoke, her voice became increasingly frenzied, and she did not conceal her excitement. Suddenly stopping mid-sentence, she turned sharply toward the middle-aged man beside her, grabbing his shoulders, her eyes full of warning. We've waited so long for this day. Once his mental power awakens again, it will reach Ultra S level. At that point, when time reverses, we will become the true rulers of this world. We'll attain endless life. And you. If you let emotions cloud your judgment, or try to undermine what's between us and the teacher, I won't let you off easily either. Being thus warned by the woman, the middle-aged man remained silent, merely brushing off her hand from his shoulder with impatience and using some files in his hand to push her off. I know. There's no need for you to remind me. In order to find a perfect carrier for the core energy source, I've put plenty of effort and time into it, and there's absolutely no way we'll mess it up at this critical juncture. Humph. You'd better keep your word. Let's go. Initially, I thought we'd give him a bit more time to enjoy freedom, but it seems he found the place sooner than expected. In that case, we'll just have to lock him up for now. The woman patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and glanced at Shereimo lying unconscious on the bed, then said casually. I wonder how Jimmo Nan is doing. Did he manage to bring back that little fox? Relax. The teacher has already said that Jimmo Nan is rather eccentric but capable, otherwise we wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to pull him over to our side, even going so far as to besmirch his own grandson. As the two conversed, they left the lab. Once the door closed behind them, the room grew silent. 447 reminded Shereimo in a whisper, little Mo, they haven't left yet, they're still watching you. Shereimo remained still, showing no response. After a long while, the pair finally confirmed that Shereimo had no signs of waking up, and only then did they leave with ease. Alright, they're gone now, and I've interfered with the surveillance in this room. 447's tone was cheerful, but then it turned slightly worried. But judging by what they said earlier, they've sent Jimmo Nan to capture Sway. I'm afraid something might happen. Shereimo sat up from the bed and took in his surroundings. He was currently confined to a bed, which was itself placed inside a cage. Glancing around, he saw rows of incubators against both walls, each housing sleeping beast men. Some were missing limbs, others had their chests cut open, with organs no longer visible, and some were riddled with tubes throughout their bodies. Shereimo quickly looked away, his gaze dropping as he clasped onto 447. Don't worry. Didn't you sense the presence of a wild system here just now? That means Jimmo Nan is still here and hasn't gone after Sway. 447 nodded, then asked, what do we do now? Should we just blow this place up? Who would have thought that old man would use even his own son and grandson, and from their conversation earlier, they seem intent on traveling back in time and achieving endless life. 447 shook his head and replied, I truly believe they are the real villains, and the original main character is just there to take their bullets for them. And it wasn't even his fault that he was caught in the crossfire. Shereimo raised a hand to press against his chest where, upon hearing the conversation earlier, there had been a dull ache, but now it was completely gone. He massaged his wrist, glancing down at the bracelet on it. 447 immediately pulled out a universal key from his pocket and unlocked the bracelet, along with the ankle cuffs and wrist chains. Since we're here, we might as well give them a big surprise. Chapter 93, a discussion on the 999 ways to handle an antagonistic roommate, 38. Let's proceed as planned. Shereimo's eyes curved, and in an instant, the long whip that had been taken away returned to his hand. As he raised his hand and brought down the whip, the cage shattered. Shereimo stepped over the broken cage and looked at the incubators. A fierce gleam crossed his eyes. No one could confine him unless he wanted it that way. Let's start from here. With a few lashes of the whip, decades of effort and hard work were destroyed in an instant. Meanwhile, 447 was helping destroy things while excitedly cheering. Woohoo! Great job! Even though 447 interfered with the surveillance system, the commotion here was too great to go unnoticed. Moreover, this place was where Shereimo was present, naturally making it one of their key areas under observation. Someone soon noticed something was wrong and rushed over. Some even informed Mr. Shir. They had meticulously plotted for many years, so they wouldn't let Shereimo die now, but they also couldn't just stand by and watch as he wrecked the lab. Shereimo, however, didn't have much hesitation, starting from the innermost laboratory where he was once held and demolishing each room outward. This was an underground experimental base, the surface only had a regular lab. But all critical equipment, data collected over years of experiments, and experimental subjects were housed below. Everyone was stuck in a dilemma. They intended to use the beastmen to stop Shereimo. But unexpectedly, Shereimo's strength was far greater than they had anticipated. The beastmen they unleashed were no match for him. They say the young master has almost destroyed the entire experimental base, asking us what we should do about it. The butler stood behind Mr. Shir and spoke respectfully. Also, the young master seems to have strong mental abilities, not just S-level, because those other S-level experimental subjects were no match for the young master. Mr. Shir was sitting in his study at the moment, a cup of steaming tea in hand, half of his figure hidden in the shadows. Listening to the butler's words, he calmly sipped the tea before slowly replying. I realized this child was strange quite some time ago. He wasn't as smart as he is now. But his mother was intelligent, otherwise, she wouldn't have set fire to my lab after discovering I was using them as experimental subjects, costing me a nearly completed project. This child, ultimately follows in his mother's footsteps. His mother ruined 30 years of my efforts, and now he's destroying 20 years of mine, it's truly regrettable. The butler sighed, it's possible the young master has been faking it all these years, just to make us lower our guard. Mr. Shir chuckled softly, setting the teacup down on the table, leaning back until his entire body was enveloped in shadow. Closing his eyes and exhaling deeply, he said quietly. If he wants to destroy the lab, let him. After enduring silently for so many years, if he doesn't get the result he wants, that would indeed be too unfortunate. Besides, that thing isn't there anyway. Let them take the important data, bring along whatever else you can, and leave the rest behind, prioritize your own safety. As for that place, let him have his way. It can be considered fulfilling his final wish, preventing too much regret afterward. The butler bowed respectfully, understood. After the butler left, Mr. Shir fell silent for a long time before finally opening his eyes. He walked over to a nearby bookshelf and picked up the picture frame. In the photograph inside the frame, there was a girl with her hair falling loosely over her shoulders, wearing a flower wreath on her head. She wore a beige long dress, her hands folded behind her, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Sunlight scattered around her, giving her an air of extraordinary beauty. Mr. Shir tenderly touched the face of the young woman in the photograph, tears welling up in his eyes. It's almost done, almost. That child is more capable than I expected, and this time it will surely succeed. Holding the picture close to his chest, he hugged it tightly against his heart, a tear rolling down the corner of his eye, his voice soft yet resolute. Just wait a little longer, and soon I will bring you back. This time, I will save you at any cost. On the other side, Shereimo had already wreaked havoc throughout the entire research base, reducing it to a state of complete disarray. 447 indignantly said, those people ran so fast. I thought they would at least come to stop us. Shereimo retracted the long whip in his hand and looked at the chaos behind him. Clever rabbits have 3 dens. They are doing such important things, preparing for so many years, yet they abandoned this place so easily. It seems like this isn't the most crucial place after all. Shereimo couldn't help but make a sound of disdain, still, destroying it isn't bad. 447 was taking out bombs from his little pocket while nodding in agreement. I've checked, many things here are very important. Even if they have another plan, destroying this will cause them plenty of trouble, and it won't affect our next step. Shereimo smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, stepping on the blood-soaked ground and turning around to leave as he casually spoke. Since that's the case, let's destroy it then. As his words faded away, an explosion echoed behind him one after another. Suddenly, flames flared up, transforming the old abandoned lab, the new labs, and the underground base connecting them into a fiery inferno. However, when those flames were about to consume Shereimo, an invisible protective barrier shielded him. Shereimo looked at a familiar figure madly running towards him. He hesitated for a moment, put away the whip in his hand, and expanded the protective barrier. At the moment someone rushed over, he feigned weakness and collapsed. Aimo. Yun Shirchi's pupils contracted sharply. As his fingertips barely touched a strand of Shereimo's hair, he watched the person he had been thinking about collapse right before his eyes. For a moment, he felt like his heart stopped, but he immediately picked up Shereimo. At this point, Yun Shirchi's eyes were bloodshot, repeatedly muttering Aimo, wanting nothing more than to quickly take Shereimo away. He didn't notice the flames that couldn't harm them. Shereimo leaned comfortably against Yun Shirchi's embrace. While 447 sat on Yun Shirchi's shoulder, swinging his legs and softly humming a tune. The two, along with a ball, broke through the sea of fire. At the moment they exited the fire, a much louder explosion sounded behind them, instantly intensifying the flames. But luckily, this lab was in a remote location, and even with such a fierce blaze, no casualties were caused. Besides, members of the association soon arrived, and naturally, they wouldn't need to worry about cleaning up afterward. Some people wanted to ask Yun Shirchi what exactly happened, but Yun Shirchi didn't have the mood to bother with them, hastily rushing to the hospital with Shereimo in his arms. 447, little Mo, how about you stop pretending? I feel like he's going to break. Shereimo, actually, I'm also feeling a bit sleepy. 447, question mark. Are they talking about the same thing? Chapter 94, 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 39. Shereimo thought Shereimo was joking, but he didn't realize that Shereimo was indeed a little tired. Shereimo originally planned to take the whole night to slowly deal with the situation. However, his original intention was to completely destroy that place. Knowing that Yun Shirchi was on his way, he worried about any unexpected incidents and had to speed up the process. Task executors in the mission world are always suppressed. Even though the suppression in this world would be smaller for him, it wasn't absent. By forcibly using his power, Shereimo's strength was overly consumed, and his body had reached its limit. If he hadn't eaten something in Yun Shirchi's dream before leaving, he would have fainted from hunger due to excessive energy consumption without timely replenishment. Now, smelling the scent on Yun Shirchi's body, Shereimo couldn't help but narrow his eyes as the scene before him seemed somewhat blurry and surreal. With both hands wrapped around Yun Shirchi's neck, Shereimo looked at the urgent yet worried expression on Yun Shirchi's face. He slightly tilted his head, biting lightly on Yun Shirchi's earlobe, and spoke softly. Yun Shirchi, you look so edible. Can I take a bite? Shereimo's tone was very serious, even if his voice was slightly weak, every word was clear. This made Yun Shirchi stop his steps involuntarily, lowering his head to glance at Shereimo in astonishment. Yun Shir-chi thought it might be an illusion until he met Shereimo's serious gaze and confirmed it wasn't. "Amo, how are you now? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Hang on just a bit more, we'll go to the hospital, Shereimo stared at Yun Shir-chi intently, watching his lips move but not hearing what he said, directly leaned forward and kissed him. Yun Shir-chi. Yun Shir-chi's pupils suddenly constricted sharply, those eyes flashing with a deep blue light, and faint scales appearing on his neck. It was the first time he felt such confusion, even more so than the last time Shereimo became clingy in the dormitory because of perfume. "Amo. Don't go to the hospital. Yun Shir-chi, I'm just a little hungry. Going to the hospital is useless. Let me take a bite, just a small one." Shereimo's final sentence carried a hint of coquettishness. Speaking softly, he then kissed the corner of Yun Shir-chi's lips again. "Take me home. I'm so hungry." 447 remained silent, then closed himself into the little black room in a self-disciplined and skillful manner. Yun Shir-chi didn't understand why Shereimo had become like this, but he still chose to bring Shereimo back home after forcing himself to calm down by biting his tongue. Yun Shir-chi felt like he was going crazy. Along the way, Shereimo was extremely restless, holding onto him, gently nibbling once, kissing another time. The crucial part was his tail, which was wrapped around Yun Shir-chi's waist, while his furry ears poked out, occasionally brushing against Yun Shir-chi's neck. Yun Shir-chi was no saint, having already used up all his patience and restraint beforehand. Given Shereimo's teasing now, whether intentional or unintentional, he could no longer endure it. If it weren't for his last ounce of remaining rationality, Yun Shir-chi feared he wouldn't be able to control himself and expose his tail. And this last bit of rationality vanished when he locked the door behind him upon returning home. Shereimo had gained a little good fortune from Yun Shir-chi and recovered some strength, immediately opening his eyes to see the beautiful fish tail he had encountered in his dream. He blinked, seemingly ignoring that he was currently sitting on top of Yun Shir-chi's fish tail, but instead touched it out of curiosity. It felt smooth and soft, similar to what he felt in his dream, only much more comfortable and delicate to touch. Shereimo looked down with dazed eyes, poked and pinched the tail. His eyes were hazy, the edges tinged with a pale red, his silver-white long hair quite messy, his ears quivering slightly atop his head. Especially the tail behind him, swaying leisurely and occasionally brushing across Yun Shir-chi's face. But soon, the tail was held in Yun Shir-chi's hand, stopping its movements. Shereimo looked back at Yun Shir-chi in slight confusion, meeting his eyes, deep as if they contained a brewing storm. "Didn't Amo say you were hungry?" Yun Shir-chi's voice was hoarse as he quickly flipped Shereimo onto the bed, allowing him absolutely no chance to struggle or resist. Leaning down close, Yun Shir-chi gave Shereimo's eye corners a tender kiss and whispered softly in his ear. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to eat me?" Shereimo lightly smiled and tilted his head, fully exposing his thin and fragile neck in front of Yun Shir-chi's eyes. He raised his hand and casually placed it on Yun Shir-chi's shoulder, playing with his hair. His voice was scattered as he began to speak. "Yes. Yun Shir-chi, I'm very hungry. Cats eat fish, that's normal, so just let me eat you." Yun Shir-chi's gaze grew darker, revealing a hint of madness. "Rest assured, while I am here, you won't starve. You can eat whatever and however much you want." "Hm." When Shereimo woke up, he felt refreshed all over. Instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his abdomen. But as soon as he lifted his hand, he touched Yun Shir-chi's hand. Pausing his movement for a moment, Shereimo then turned his head slightly to look at Yun Shir-chi. Yun Shir-chi was asleep next to Shereimo, holding him in his arms, his hand still resting on Shereimo's waist. When Shereimo pushed a little, he couldn't push Yun Shir-chi away. So he simply flipped over and adjusted into a more comfortable position, leaning against Yun Shir-chi. Since he was full, he naturally had to take a good nap. "Are you awake?" A gentle kiss landed on Shereimo's lips, Yun Shir-chi's voice carrying laughter as he asked. Shereimo lazily opened his mouth without opening his eyes, "Not yet." Worried after realizing how long they'd been at it, Yun Shir-chi inquired. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" "I'm full, but sleepy. Don't bother me." Shereimo softly muttered, lowering his head even further in an attempt to evade Yun Shir-chi's hand. After hearing Shereimo say this, Yun Shir-chi stopped moving, gently smoothing his hair. "All right, I won't bother you, sleep well." Looking at the person who had fallen sound asleep in his arms, Yun Shir-chi also revealed a puzzled look. He didn't understand why Shereimo really ate him when he said he wanted to, and even seemed truly satiated. Before that, he had deliberately looked up what Baihu therianthropes liked. It didn't mention anything about their behavior when they were hungry. Yun Shir-chi was somewhat worried about Shereimo's health, but under the current situation, there was no way to bring him to the hospital for a checkup. While worrying, he sent messages to others, asking about the laboratory. After he and the other members of the association learned about the situation, a heavy burden fell off his chest. The association ultimately decided to make this incident public, though they hadn't found direct evidence linking the lab to the Shir family. Still, there had been far too many instances of mutated and berserk therianthropes recently, which caused unrest. Some explanation was necessary. As Yun Shir-chi was initially ready to withdraw, another piece of news caught his attention online. His hand paused momentarily. "Yunmu Nan. Chapter 95, on the 999 ways to deal with an antagonistic roommate, 40. Yun Shichi's expression shifted when he saw this name. Previously, he had only discovered that Yun Muzouth and that chameleon were both around the abandoned lab. However, they weren't sure exactly how many people were there, what exactly was inside, or the potential impact if its contents were released. They originally planned to keep a low profile on this matter, avoid alarming the snake in the grass, then arrange for someone to figure out the situation at that lab before taking further action. None of them had expected Shereimo to suddenly go to that abandoned lab and even blow up their underground experimental base along with it. The others in the association only knew about Yun Muzouth but didn't know the full story. Back then, Shichi himself was too focused on chasing after Shereimo, so naturally, no one paid much attention to Yun Muzouth either. It came as a surprise to him now to see news of Yun Muzouth popping up again. Shichi casually clicked into one entry, and all he found were insults directed towards Yun Muzouth. This made him raise an eyebrow. After reviewing a few posts, he realized that someone had leaked the fact that Yun Muzouth was the illegitimate child of the Yun family and revealed details of his mother's past deeds. If it were just that, Yun Muzouth might not have been targeted with universal online condemnation. What truly led to the backlash against Yun Muzouth was that he had forcibly altered his mental strength using prohibited agents. Moreover, he deliberately got close to beast folk with high spiritual power, then used banned drugs to destroy their spirit force, rendering them incapacitated and eventually turning them into lab specimens. Yun Shichi couldn't track down who first exposed these facts, it seemed like they mysteriously appeared on everyone's phone without warning. But every detail provided was confirmed to be true. Combined with the recent announcement from the Hunter Association about the lab's activities, this completely sealed those accusations as fact. Unfortunately, the lab members fled too quickly, making it impossible for them to capture everyone, including Yun Muzouth. Now, however, Yun Muzouth has essentially been thrown into the spotlight, shouldering everyone's wrath. With the extent to which this scandal blew up, the association wouldn't simply ignore it, so it looked like he would be caught soon. With this conclusion in mind, Yun Shichi quietly logged out of the forum threads and glanced at Shereimo again. Instinctively, he felt that this entire affair might somehow be related to Shereimo. Yet Shereimo had been by his side since the lab incident, leaving no time to do such a thing. So it must be that Shereimo had foreseen everything and entrusted those materials to someone he trusted more, coordinating with them to expose it right at this moment. Thinking of this possibility, Yun Shichi felt some irritation. Clearly, Shereimo had someone he trusted more than him, thus not handing over those things to him nor involving him in his plans. Worse yet, Shereimo hadn't even told him about it, opting instead to deal with it secretly behind his back. Yun Shichi felt a surge of frustration building up, making him feel stifled and uncomfortable. He had already told Shereimo about Yun Muzouth being in the abandoned lab, yet clearly, Shereimo didn't fully trust him. Feeling increasingly upset, Yun Shichi stared at Shereimo's fuzzy ears atop his head, ultimately biting down lightly out of irritation. His bite was gentle, and a sleeping Shereimo merely felt a slight itch. He instinctively twitched his ears and gently nuzzled against Yun Shichi's chest. This instantly softened Yun Shichi's heart, dispelling every trace of anger. Leaning his head against Shereimo's shoulder, he sighed softly. "Amo. I've really fallen hard for you." Recalling Shereimo's previous promises to him, he realized they still hadn't decided on what rewards or favors Shereimo wanted. Yun Shichi had originally intended that once they became closer, these promises could be used to deepen their bond. But now, he started having different thoughts. When Shereimo woke up, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Yun Shichi's gaze fixed on him. It wasn't clear how long Yun Shichi had been staring, but his eyes radiated warmth, making Shereimo somewhat uneasy. "Are you going to keep looking at me like this?" Shereimo asked helplessly while sitting up. The blanket slid off him, revealing a body marred with signs of intimacy. Yun Shichi sat up alongside Shereimo, wrapped his arms around his waist from behind, and rested his head on his shoulder. Word by word, he spoke seriously. "Amo, you owe me responsibility. Although I have left the Yun family, I am still a member of the Yun family. Our family has always had a rule, whether male or female, none of us should indulge in excessive emotions, even if..." Yun Shichi didn't finish his sentence before Shereimo directly cut him off with a wave of his hand. "That's enough. You don't need to say it." Shereimo covered Yun Shichi's mouth and looked into his eyes, his expression growing complex. Why did those words sound so familiar? Yun Shichi gazed innocently at Shereimo, holding his hand and moving it away from his mouth. "Is it that after eating well, you don't want to take responsibility anymore, Amo?" His tone was soft, free of any grievance, but his eyes carried a hint of desolation as he slightly bowed his head. His expression oozed with, making it hard not to feel sorry for him. "But this is my first time. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm completely willing. If you don't want to take responsibility, that's fine too." Shereimo. He couldn't help but recall who was doing all the coaxing yesterday, and now he seemed like the wronged party. "Cloud Shichi, do you think it's possible that you're not actually a fish, but a dog?" Shereimo watched as Yun Shichi took on an appearance much resembling a wronged little puppy, reminding him heavily of Yi Chi from the previous world. The same demeanor, the same eyes, the same plaintive voice, even the teary-eyed look, they were identical. Yun Shichi looked at him earnestly. "If that's what you say, then that's what I'll be." As long as you want me, I can be your little dog, though I belong only to you. Annoyed, Shereimo pushed Yun Shichi's head away. That's enough. Yun Shichi asked persistently, are you going to take responsibility for me? Shereimo hesitated for a moment. According to his plan, he shouldn't grant Yun Shichi an official title at this stage. As long as they hadn't formally established their relationship, the natural order wouldn't have anything to say about it. But in this world, one of the original host's wishes was simply to live well. Thus, he didn't need to hold back so much. After pondering for a while, he eventually couldn't resist Yun Shichi's yearning gaze filled with sadness and longing. He responded. If you don't mind, I'm just lacking someone to warm my bed. A lover works too. Yun Shichi's eyes lit up immediately, clearly showing joy in his tone. Just being acknowledged, even as a lover, was enough. And once they became lovers, how far could boyfriendhood possibly be? How distant could full legitimization be? Round-off calculation told them they'd get married in no time. Shereimo watched Yun Shichi's excitement and quietly swallowed the boyfriend, words he was originally tempted to say. Good. Chapter 96, on the 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 41. Shereimo gave Yun Shichi a smile, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly. I'm glad that you're happy. Shereimo suspected this guy might have been too addicted to being his lover before, which was why he was saying these things now. However, as long as this person was Yun Shichi, it didn't matter what his identity was. As long as he could feed him, that was all that mattered. Yun Shichi was indeed delighted. He held Shereimo's hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. Amo, you rest first. I'll go cook for you. Shereimo withdrew his hand and stretched. There's no need. I'm not very. He stopped halfway through his sentence when he saw Yun Shichi's disheartened face. I'm not very hungry right now, but I'd like some soup. Corn and spare rib soup would be good. A strawberry cake would make it even better. Yun Shichi's eyes lit up, I'll make it for you immediately. Shereimo reached out towards him, give me my phone. Once in possession of his phone, Shereimo didn't care what Yun Shichi was doing. He went online, found what he was looking for, and the corner of his lips curved into a slight smile. Little Mo. Great news. Shereimo was just reading some comments online and the Hunters Guild's explanation regarding the laboratory incident when the air in front of him wavered, and 447 rolled out directly, tumbling around on the bed a few times before rolling into his arms. Shereimo paused his movements and picked him up. Be more careful. What if you fall? What great news has got you so excited? 447 looked up at Shereimo happily and said, it seems the wild system is about to give up on Yunmu Nan. I just detected that they're not in the same place anymore. This is the perfect time for us to grab him. Hearing this from 447, Shereimo raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Where is the wild system now? As he asked, he released 447 and began changing his clothes. 447 brought up the system light screen, which displayed one blue and one red dot. Right here. This is the outskirts of the main city. Although this area hasn't been sealed off, basically no one lives here anymore. The distance between them isn't far. It appears that because Yunmu Nan has suddenly become someone everyone wants to capture, the wild system has started thinking about retreating. 447 carefully analyzed, after all, that wild system only wanted to use Yunmu Nan to cover its own whereabouts and presence, then plunder fortune. Yunmu Nan is now under public scrutiny and is also being hunted by the Hunters Guild, making it impossible for him to continue hiding. Little Mo, this situation is smoother than we imagined. 447 sighed. Their original plan was merely to let Yunmu Nan lose everything, destroy his reputation, and take away everything he currently owns. And the fortune Yunmu Nan had stolen, originally not belonging to him, would naturally dissipate from his body and return to its rightful place. This way, they could forcibly peel off that wild system using brute force. Unexpectedly, the wild system left Yunmu Nan first. They had planned to wait a bit longer until his fortune dissipated completely before making their move. But now that the wild system has broken ties with Yunmu Nan, and it isn't a system that suffers losses willingly, it initially had intentions of exploitation, this break severed any luck Yunmu Nan acquired from the system without leaving a trace. Since the wild system hasn't found a new host yet, this is its most vulnerable moment. Indeed, this is the best opportunity for them to act. As 447 spoke, Shereimo had already changed his clothes. Just as Shereimo was about to open the door, he thought about Yun Shichi who was still cooking him soup and making small cakes. His movements froze, and without hesitation, he turned around, grabbed the bun on the bed, threw it onto his head, and jumped out of the window. Little Mo. This is the 13th floor. Not the 3rd floor, you idiot. How can you just jump without preparing me? 447 clutched onto Shereimo's hair, panicked and screaming. However, Shereimo landed on the ground quite effortlessly, as if he had just hopped over a window instead of jumping down from the 13th floor. He lightly tapped the bun on his head, a smile still lingering on his lips, and said nonchalantly. Can't you fly? What's there to be afraid of? 447, OAO. Shereimo pulled out a knife from somewhere, which looked like a fruit knife but was very sharp, faintly gleaming with a cold light. He stared at the reflection of his own twin pupils on the blade, a trace of darkness flashing in his blood-red irises. Let's go. Don't waste time. We need to finish our mission and fulfill the original host's other wish. For 47 was still shaken, his voice trembling. Why did you suddenly jump? We could have exchanged for a teleportation card. Shereimo replied helplessly, we should save our points for Sui Sui's medicine. 447 fell silent. With 447's positioning, they quickly located Yunmu Nan's current whereabouts. Yunmu Nan knew all too well that he was now a hunted rat everyone wanted to take down, so he found a place where he could temporarily stay undetected. He had been closely following the comments online and naturally knew that the Hunters Guild had openly declared they would capture him. Yunmu Nan clutched his phone tightly, gritting his teeth. Every insult filled his mind, making him furious enough to smash his phone, which would make him unable to see any of it. But the last shred of his rationality held him back. System. How much longer do I have to hide here? Yunmu Nan roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot with anger, as he was struggling under immense pressure. After his mother passed away, he indeed went through a difficult period. Later, however, he met those people from the lab, who initially wanted to use him as an experiment subject but abandoned the idea because of his low spiritual power. But he didn't give up on this opportunity. He struck a deal with them. All he had to do was pretend to be a homeless orphan, infiltrate orphanages, scout suitable subjects for the lab experiments. And somehow lead those orphans out, in return for which he would receive a large sum of money. With the money, he no longer lived a hard life, he could get what he desired, even enter the Engineering Academy. Not to mention binding himself to the system later on. Not only could he re-enter the lab as a collaborator and seek revenge for his mother, but also use others' luck to empower himself. Yunmu Nan couldn't forget the agony on his mother's face before she died, nor her words urging him to avenge her, but he was losing track of those days. He was doing better and better, so why did things turn out this way? Yunmu Nan couldn't understand. He tried contacting the lab members, but they had long since abandoned him. Now all he could depend on was the system. However, the system told him right now that it needed to upgrade and wouldn't be able to stay by his side. Sitting powerless on the floor, Yunmu Nan gazed at the messy little room around him as the light overhead flickered. He felt as if he was going insane. At that moment, the old window, as though hit by some heavy force, flew open abruptly. Chapter 97, 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 42. Who's there? The sudden sound made Yun Muzouth immediately on high alert. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the window, grabbing the fruit knife beside him. But after staring for quite some time, he didn't see anything come in, not even a shadow. Only a faint breeze stirred the curtains. Yun Muzouth's breathing became heavy. He tightly gripped the fruit knife, cautiously approaching the window. Doubt started to creep into his eyes. Strange. Was it just his nerves playing tricks on him over the past few days? However, the things here were indeed old, so it wasn't surprising if the window was malfunctioning. After thoroughly checking again, Yun Muzouth still found nothing amiss and felt a slight relief. He closed the window, just thinking it was his illusion earlier, when suddenly he saw another figure. Shereimo sat on the old sofa, idly playing with an apple in his hand. Yun Muzouth's heart jumped again, startled by this quiet intruder. His pupils slightly trembling, he fixed Shereimo with a stare. Mo. Yun Muzouth forced out a strange smile that looked more like crying. Now, he could no longer pretend, but he still tried to maintain his composure. Why are you suddenly here? While asking, he walked towards the door, silently calling out desperately to the system inside his mind. System, come out now. Quickly take me away from here, fast. I'll give you anything, just take me away. I'm begging you, system, take me away. He'll kill me. He's definitely going to kill me. Shereimo hadn't done anything yet, merely sitting there, but Yun Muzouth already felt an irrational fear welling up inside him. His instincts told him that Shereimo coming here today to find him certainly wasn't good news. If he couldn't leave this place tonight, he would definitely die in Shereimo's hands. Mo, why aren't you speaking? Did something happen? Yun Muzouth's voice returned to calmness while he reached the door, though his heart was beating faster and faster with growing anxiety. Now the only thing he depended on was the system, yet unfortunately, he received no response. Yun Muzouth clenched his teeth. Shereimo had S-level mental power, but because the system was upgrading, Yun Muzouth currently lacked even A-level mental power. He knew there was no way he could fight against Shereimo directly, so taking advantage of Shereimo's momentary distraction, he abruptly pushed the door open and fled down the stairs. As he ran madly, Yun Muzouth cursed the system inside his head. How foolish he had been, trusting this system completely before, only to be abandoned now in the most critical moment. Still, though cursing, he did not dare stop for a second. Yun Muzouth kept running, fearing even a little slowness would allow Shereimo to catch up with him, regardless of where he ended up. When he finally thought he was safe and wanted to catch his breath, he trembled and pushed the door before him, feeling all his strength drained. But there sat Shereimo on the sofa peeling an apple. Yun Muzouth's body froze instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shereimo had just finished peeling the last bit of his apple. A perfect peel fell onto the ground. You're back. Shereimo took a bite of the apple, smiling amiably as he tossed another apple toward Yun Muzouth. This apple tastes pretty good. How can you? Yun Muzouth didn't understand how things had gone this way. Although he wanted to run now, he had no strength left. All he could do was tightly hold on to the fruit knife, his eyes full of wariness as they focused on Shereimo. Slowly, he moved closer to him. Yun Muzouth clearly realized that he'd ended up right back where he started due to Shereimo's involvement. Since escape wasn't possible, his only choice was to gamble and fight back. Approaching Shereimo, he feigned relaxation inside. Mo, can you tell me why you're here? Seeing Shereimo remain unresponsive, Yun Muzouth's tone was filled with helplessness. I know that because of the incidents online, you must misunderstand me. But we've been friends for so long, don't you know me better than that? As he spoke, he had already reached Shereimo and casually sat next to him. Alright, if you want to know anything, you can ask me directly, and I will tell you everything. Yun Muzouth's tone was extremely sincere. However, before the words had fully left his mouth, his hand was already raised high, and the fruit knife in his hand fiercely stabbed towards Shereimo's head. Yun Muzouth used all his strength at this moment, his features distorted and eyes fierce. He thought that even if Shereimo didn't die, he would suffer severe injuries. As long as he was injured, then Yun Muzouth still had a chance. But he didn't expect Shereimo to have no reaction at all, remaining calmly seated there. What was more terrifying was that the knife in his hand, which was almost about to stab into the back of Shereimo's head, was interrupted by an invisible force. No matter how much strength Yun Muzouth exerted, the sharp fruit knife could not move forward even a bit. And this wasn't the most frightening part yet. Shereimo leisurely finished eating the apple and only then turned his head to glance at Yun Muzouth. Is this all you wanted to say in the end? I'm sorry, but I'm not very interested in what you've said. Shereimo gave a light laugh and snapped his fingers. Yun Muzouth discovered to his horror that the hand holding the fruit knife began to act uncontrollably. No. No. Yun Muzouth resisted strongly, but he could only watch helplessly as his own hand held the fruit knife and stabbed it again and again into his body. Blood splattered, and the air filled with the scent of blood. Yet every stab avoided lethal spots, causing him excruciating pain, but making it impossible for him to die within a short period of time. You're a monster. Shereimo, you're a monster. Tears mixed with blood flowed down from Yun Muzouth's eyes as he lay on the ground, screaming and cursing in agony, yet the motion of his hands did not cease. Shereimo let out a slight tsk, showing some disdain, and immediately stood up, stepping a few paces away to avoid being stained by Yun Muzouth's blood. He snapped his fingers again, and Yun Muzouth finally stopped his self-harming actions, lying feebly in a pool of blood, gasping for breath with wide-open eyes full of anger. Shereimo, you are a monster, ha ha ha. Yun Muzouth suddenly chuckled softly, his appearance looked quite deranged. Shereimo. He turned his head to look at Shereimo with a hateful gaze. Despite his blood-covered face, he managed to give him a sinister smile. You probably don't know yet, do you? The grandfather you respect so much who loves you so dearly merely views you as an experiment subject. Ha ha ha. No one loves you. No one cares about you. It's all fake. Everything you possess now is false. Your parents are fake, your grandfather only wants to use you, ha ha ha. Shereimo, today, even if you kill me, it won't change the fact that you were just an experiment product deceived since childhood. In no time, you'll come down here to join me. Chapter 98, on the 999 Ways to Deal with Antagonistic Roommates, 43. Yun Ran gritted his teeth as he finished speaking the last sentence, and let out another agonized groan. This time, it wasn't his own action, it was Shereimo. Shereimo grasped the knife he had prepared long ago and thrust it directly into Yun Ran's chest. Does it hurt? He slightly tilted his eyebrows, so eager to provoke me, make me kill you. Rest assured, I won't torment you too long, after all, I have more important things to do. Shereimo's tone was gentle. While he was slowly talking, he nonchalantly stabbed again, then shifted his gaze to Yun Ran's hand. But, I promised someone to stab you until you're like a sieve, at least 100 or 80 stabs. Yun Ran, cooperate, don't struggle, I still need to go home and drink some soup after killing you. Yun Ran felt such unbearable pain that he could barely breathe, intermittently opening his mouth. Why? Shereimo, why, The overwhelming pain spread throughout his body as he sensed his blood draining from him. Yun Ran was laughing while crying, pitiful and deranged at the same time. Ha. He struggled to turn his head and look at Shereimo, eyes already clouded red from the blood loss so much so he couldn't discern the expression of the person in front of him. Shereimo. Do you know how much I hate you? You're even more detestable than Yun Shichi. You're just an experiment, but you've lived well, so well. We are both of the Yun family lineage. Yun Shichi is the master's son, and I am the bastard child who doesn't see the light of day. Why should I accept this? I can't help it. I refuse it. I cannot, Shereimo looked away with disdain. Yun Ran's struggle earlier was too strong, resulting in Shereimo losing control of his hand and stabbing dangerously close between Yun Ran's legs. I already told you to cooperate a bit more. Shereimo glanced over his shoulder at number 447 who was busy documenting the scene. Xiao Qi, how many stabs now? 447 cheerfully replied, more than 80 stabs. Almost done. The main character's wish is almost fulfilled, only needs 1 more %. Shereimo glanced at Ran Ran lying in a pool of blood, and smiled lightly. You should be grateful that he only asked for 100 or 80 stabs, not for your flesh to be torn limb by limb, so remember to thank him. With the final syllable from Shereimo's lips falling silent. The last stab penetrated Ran Ran's heart. Even as Ran Ran stared defiantly with eyes wide open in disbelief, no one acknowledged him. Shereimo gazed at his dirted clothes and massaged his temples with a sigh. My clothes are dirty. 447 casually waved a hand, it's okay if they're dirty, once we go back, just throw them away and get a new set. I've already located that wild system. Let's go there quickly, Xiao Momo. As 447 spoke, he pulled out a small net from his pocket which emitted faint blue hues. I specifically borrowed this device for catching wild systems from the neighboring department. If he remained within Ran Ran's body, it might have been tricky to catch him, but now that he's come out, all we need to do is grab him. Shereimo glanced at the red light point and nodded slightly, alright. The wild system had originally been nearby, but probably sensing something here, it began moving quickly. Shereimo ordered 447 to conceal their presence, lest it discover them. When they finally found the wild system, it was in an orphanage. Shereimo glanced at the little boy crouching by the wall, a ball of luminous mist hovering atop his head. 447 said urgently, that's the wild system. It looks like this boy is its newly selected binding target. But currently, it can only perch on his head, binding hasn't been successfully established yet. Xiao Momo, we mustn't let it bind with this child. Without rushing, Shereimo snapped his fingers, causing ripples of air to flash momentarily. After finishing, he stepped towards the boy. The boy lowered his head playing with the building blocks in his hands. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him, casting a large silhouette. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at Shereimo, confusion evident in his eyes. He innocently questioned. Big brother, do you need anything? Shereimo bent down, smiling warmly at the boy and gently patted his head. Then, in one swift motion, he grabbed the wild system that was still trying to escape from atop the boy's head and tossed it to 447. 447's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out the net he had prepared long ago, ensnaring the orb of light. Ah! Let me go. Let me go. What are you? Let me go right now. The wild system tried to struggle but was quickly balled up by 447 with a delighted chuckle and stuffed into his system space. The little boy remained confused, clearly not understanding why the big brother had suddenly appeared and why he had patted his head. Ah! Shereimo fished a few candies out of 447's small pocket and extended them toward the boy. However, what the child saw was this older brother casually waving his hand in the air, conjuring the candies from nowhere. This made the boy's eyes light up again. Wow! Big brother, you're so cool. The child lavished praise without hesitation and swallowed hard, his gaze on the candies showing more longing. Do you want some? Shereimo asked with a smile, and the boy obediently nodded, I want some. Receiving the answer, Shereimo handed the candies over to the boy. Thank you, big brother. Upon getting the candies, the child's voice sweetened a little. Shereimo relaxed his expression slightly, unable to resist patting the child's head. He always softened towards obedient and well-behaved children. But, calculating the time, he figured it was about when he should return home. Thinking about Yunshichi waiting at home, Shereimo glanced down at his blood-stained clothes. He hesitated for a moment before heading back to the apartment, taking a shower and changing his clothes. Even while climbing walls and sneaking through windows, Shereimo was pondering in his mind how the next step involved only resolving things with Grandpa Shir. He intended to rest for a couple of days and then directly return to the Shir family household. When he pushed open the window, he caught sight of Yunshichi sitting by the bed. The room was filled with a faint aroma, coming from the soup that had just finished simmering. Raising his gaze, Shereimo noticed the table not only held the freshly simmered soup but also newly baked mini cakes and 2 steaming dishes. Excellent, all his favorite foods were there. But had he been gone for that long? Yunshichi had even taken the time to cook 2 dishes. And... Yunshichi, why do you have the gun? Shereimo, seeing Yunshichi polishing the gun while seated beside the bed, casually asked as he strolled over to the nearby single sofa, intending to eat something first. Yunshichi's tone was somber. I simply wish to see who is so important that you would jump off the 13th floor just to meet her. Shereimo. Yunshichi, rest assured, I won't do anything to her. Even though you spent hours away, even though your body carried her scent, even though you not only took a shower but changed clothes upon returning from meeting her. Yunshichi focused on the gun in his hands and smiled gently. I won't do anything to her. Little Chi, smiling, my wife met another man behind my back, but it's fine. It's absolutely fine. No problem whatsoever. MOMO, watching amusingly, then why are you polishing the gun? Why polish the gun if it's no issue? Chapter 99, 999 Ways to Cook an Antagonistic Roommate, 44. As Shereimo looked at Yun Shir-chi, all he felt in that moment was the urge to laugh, and the words of explanation he wanted to say were swallowed back. With interest, he asked, if you're not going to do anything to him, then why are you cleaning your gun? I just want to have a chat with him about life ideals. Yun Shir-chi paused after speaking, a dangerous gleam passing through his eyes. Amo, there's the smell of another fish on you. So, he's also a merman, isn't he? Shereimo didn't answer. He stood up directly, put away the cleaned gun into his waistband, and smiled as always. By the way, would you like spicy stir-fried fish head tonight? Or red braised fish or pickled cabbage fish? I can make all of them. Shereimo, while serving 2 bowls of soup, opened his mouth carelessly. I don't eat beast people. Yun Shir-chi quickly walked up to Shereimo, looking at him with a touch of wounded feeling. Amo. Seeing still no response, Yun Shir-chi's eyes misted over, softly saying. They all say that people tend to prefer new things, gaining new lovers and forgetting old ones. But we just established our relationship today. I should be the new love, right? Shereimo, watching Yun Shir-chi who seemed almost on the verge of tears, handed him a bowl of soup and softened his tone. Alright, after so much commotion, you probably haven't eaten yet, sit down and have some food first. As for what happened earlier, I'll explain it to you after I finish eating. Yun Shir-chi, holding his bowl of soup and feeling the warmth in his palm, loosened his brow somewhat, sitting obediently opposite Shereimo. Things that need resolving are mostly settled, I think we can go back and check on Sway later. Shereimo said this as he served a piece of meat to Yun Shir-chi. Yun Shir-chi slightly pursed his lips, the person behind that lab hasn't been caught yet. Although we know who it is, there's no evidence. The Shir family isn't simple either, we can't act rashly. And when I originally wanted to find you, I found someone had been constantly surveilling us here. Neither of us are safe now, so let's not go back. Pausing slightly, Yun Shir-chi continued, Yulin will protect him well. If you miss him, you can video call him later. Keeping our distance from him right now is best for him. Amo, trust me, we'll deal with this issue soon. If you have any plans, please tell me directly. Recalling now, Yun Shir-chi still feels a little terrified thinking back to that explosion. In these years of being a hunter, he's seen many powerful beast men and gone to many dangerous places. But only on that day, seeing Shereimo fall, did his heartbeat stop abruptly, experiencing unprecedented tension and fear. Yun Shir-chi couldn't bear to imagine how he'd look if he lost Shereimo. When he spoke again, his voice trembled but was determined. Amo, whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you and help you. I don't need any rewards. So, trust me, and don't leave me alone. No matter when, no matter what happens, he wants to stay by Shereimo's side. Even if they die, they must die together. Shereimo paused his movements, quietly observing Yun Shir-chi without saying a word, feeling some confusion. He doesn't favor violence. In the past, when doing such missions, he would use anyone he could leverage. But to Yun Shir-chi, it seems different. His hope for Yun Shir-chi to target Yunmu Nan was merely to regain Yun Shir-chi's protagonist destiny. But beyond that, he doesn't wish to involve Yun Shir-chi in these matters. Every time he thinks of Yun Shir-chi getting hurt because of these affairs, he feels quite irritated. Aside from his younger brother, he has never been so worried about anyone else. Yun Shir-chi is an exception. Shereimo lowered his gaze, focusing on the soup in the bowl, on the reflection of his own face in the soup. Slightly blurred, his heart also felt a bit disordered. However, it's the first time he has encountered food so suited to his taste. And the other party is also rather special, meeting consecutively across 2 worlds, unsure of their true identity. Thus, it's normal for Yun Shir-chi to hold a more special place in his heart. Shereimo raised his head again but only responded to Yun Shir-chi's previous words. One thing, those few pairs of eyes you said were following us. They've already been dealt with by me conveniently. Weren't you curious about who I met just now? I can tell you right now. The person I went to see should indeed be considered a merman, and you know him too, it's Yunmu Nan. I promised someone else that I would kill him. Just now, someone informed me of his whereabouts, so I just went and killed him on the way. Shereimo's tone was casual, not at all like he was talking about having just killed a person, but rather as if he had merely taken a walk. As he spoke, he glanced at the food in front of him and sighed again, I could have returned sooner. But my clothes were accidentally stained with his blood, so I took a shower and changed into a new set. That's how things went. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Yun Shir-chi, yes. Were you injured? Shereimo, no. Yun Shir-chi, then that settles it. Tell me where his body is, and I'll send people to deal with it. We need to give our people an explanation right now. Shereimo chuckled softly, and with that, the matter was brushed aside. However, his gaze toward Yun Shir-chi did undergo a subtle change. That evening, the two made a video call to Yulin and had a chat with Swayin for a while. Swayin hugged the radish pillow in her arms and looked at them with longing eyes. Big brother, when will you come back to pick me up? I miss you guys. Yun Shir-chi held Shir Missouri close, how could you miss your big brother so soon? Is Uncle Yulin treating you badly? Yulin, Yun Shir-chi, don't slander me. Swayin likes me very much. Swayan nodded, then pouted, saying, Uncle Yulin is nice to me, but I still miss my big brother. I want to sleep hugging my big brother. Seeing the adorable little fox, Shereimo softened inside. Good girl Swayan, big brother will return tomorrow to accompany you. Yunshirchi. Amo. Yunshirchi embraced Shereimo even tighter, resting his head on his shoulder, murmuring, a hint of grievance. If you go back to accompany Sway, what about me? Shereimo, confused, of course you're going back with me. Yunshirchi, but I finally managed. He had finally secured a title, albeit only as a lover, but that still meant something. The association sent out investigations regarding Elder Shir during this period, which was rare, giving him a holiday. He thought there'd be plenty of time to enjoy some intimate moments with Shereimo. But unexpectedly, despite all he said today, Shereimo still planned to go back. Seeing Yunshirchi's conflicted expression, Shereimo simply told Swayan to rest well, ended the video call, turned the phone over face down, and lifted his hand to cradle Yunshirchi's face, leaning in for a kiss. Alright, why are you getting jealous over a child? All I want is to be alone with you. After everything is resolved, when Swayan is safe, we'll have ample time to be together alone. Shereimo chuckled softly, flipped over, straddling Yunshirchi, and with a flick of his fingers undid the buttons on his shirt. To tell the truth, last time I was so hungry that I didn't have any strength, leaving me powerless under your teasing. But today. Yunshirchi, it's my turn. Yunshirchi groaned lowly, making no resistance as Shereimo proceeded. Shereimo toyed with Yunshirchi's tail, noticing its reaction, yet had no intention of stopping. Whether previously in dreams or last time, all he had done was caress Yunshirchi's tail. But today, he intended to take a proper look at this merman tail. By the time he finished, Yunshirchi's eyes had reddened slightly, gazing at him with a misty look. Yet Shereimo seemed quite innocent. Yunshirchi, you're so mean. I'm tired, I don't want to play with you anymore. Yunshirchi bit his tongue, ultimately unable to restrain himself, flipping Shereimo over and pressing him down. Amo, you're turning naughty. One must be punished for doing bad deeds. Alright, then punish me. Chapter 100, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate 4-5. Shereimo brought Yunshirchi to the apartment to look for Swayan early the next morning. Zhang opened the door. How did you guys come so early? Zhang looked at them and seemed a little surprised but still stepped aside. He yawned while signaling them to come in and said. Never mind, come in first. You came too early, Swayan is still sleeping. Shereimo patted Yunshirchi's shoulder and left them enough space to catch up before heading directly into the room. You can talk first, I'll go see Sway. Faster than him was 447. By the time he reached the room, 447 had already pushed the door open and flew inside. Sway I'm here. Looking at the little fox wrapped in a blanket, such a small ball with ears hanging down and hugging a plush pillow, sound asleep. Shereimo softened at the heart and his brows loosened as well. He gently closed the door and sat by the bed. 447 eyed the pillow hugged by Swayan with a puffed-up face, arms crossed, making the whole fur ball even larger. Shao mo. 447 pointed to the pillow held by Swayan and then looked at Shereimo, somewhat aggrieved. I don't like this thing. Shereimo nudged the enlarged ball and carefully pulled the pillow out of Swayan's arms and placed it aside. 447's eyes lit up and quickly squeezed into Swayan's embrace. Swayan, in his sleep, hadn't noticed that the pillow in his arms had been swapped out. He just held on to 447 and unconsciously rubbed against him, softly murmuring. Tuan Yuan. Shereimo gazed tenderly at Swayan, tidied him up, pressed the messy hair back into place, and adjusted the blanket. 447 glanced at the pillow tossed to the side and snorted proudly. Such a tiny pillow, how could it be more comfortable than him? When Yunshirchi pushed the door open and entered, he saw Shereimo sitting by the bedside keeping company with Swayan. Shereimo raised his eyes and gave Yunshirchi a look, motioning for silence with a gesture. Yunshirchi nodded, waved his hand to indicate leaving first. Shereimo arched his brows seeing his serious expression but still got up and left the room. What's wrong? In response to his question, Yunshirchi remained silent, slightly turning his head away. Zhang casually handed him a cup of water and shrugged. Hey, he isn't good at telling you, so let me say it. It's like this, about your grandfather, I heard that it was you who blew up that lab, so you should know something about what he's done, right? Zhang said this as he led them to the living room couch. That lab is related to the recent contamination of beastkin mental powers, we'd like to ask for your help. Shereimo understood the situation clearly, and his tone was calm. What kind of help? Zhang continued smiling, but there wasn't any warmth in his eyes. We want you to help find your grandfather, of course. Yunshirchi has already told us, you're also a victim in this matter, so it's likely that you don't know where he is now. Originally, we sent people to stake out at your house, but currently, there are only some servants left. Your grandfather and the butler have both run off. We've also searched your house, and found no trace. They've covered their tracks very cleanly. Zhang Lin paused again after saying that, glanced at Yun Shir beside him, and nervously coughed twice. Everyone means that they hope you can go out more during this period, play around more. Shereimo, huh? I know. This is quite dangerous for you. After all, not only are you his grandson, but you're also one of their most important test subjects. All these things our people have found out. Zhang Lin feared that Shereimo would refuse and hastily spoke. Shereimo, we really have no choice right now. This incident has caused such a huge stir, they surely won't come out easily. If we can avoid it, we wouldn't use you as bait either, but, this matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise, we don't know how many beastkins will suffer. Zhang Lin's voice became softer towards the end, filled with some hesitation. Ah, of course, if you're unwilling, we won't force you. Zhang Lin lowered his head while speaking and sighed melancholically. They clearly knew that those people were definitely watching Shereimo right now, and they also knew that Shereimo was a victim too, currently in an extremely dangerous situation. Yet they still suggested that Shereimo be used as bait. That wasn't fair to him at all. Who knew what else those people had prepared after so many years? If one careless move happened, Shereimo might end up dead in their hands. Shereimo watched Yun Shir with interest. Yun Shir, is this what you think too? Do you want me to be the bait as well? While booking plane tickets, Yun Shir finally looked up and gave some response. Let's go see the sea, little Mo. After thinking for a moment, Yun Shir added, they said they'll reimburse us if we go on a trip. Zhang Lin's eyes brightened, that's right. As long as you cooperate with us, we'll arrange people to ensure your safety. Whatever you want to do, we'll fully cooperate, and all your expenses will be reimbursed. Yun Shir seriously said, I liked the seaside villa, but I thought you wouldn't like staying at someone else's house, so I decided to buy it. Zhang Lin's smile froze. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Yun Shir. Come on, even though it was supposed to be an expense-reimbursed tour, who would have thought they'd just directly buy a villa? Apparently, spending other people's money doesn't hurt at all. Shereimo couldn't help but chuckle softly, instantly understanding Yun Shir plan. Alright, then I'll cooperate with you guys. Let's head to the seaside first and take Sway along. He remembered what 447 had said earlier. It was simply about wanting to go out and take a look around. But there were just too many things to handle these days, and they had only taken him to the amusement park a few days ago. Since there were people willing to pay for them, why not enjoy themselves properly? Zhang Lin's gaze moved between the two of them, hesitating to speak. He drank down more than half a glass of water and finally bit his teeth. Fine. As long as we can capture him quickly and settle this matter early, no amount of money matters. However, he couldn't quite figure out one thing. Yun Shir had earned quite a lot from missions over the years. It wouldn't have been an issue for him to buy Shereimo a seaside villa or even a mansion. Why did he insist on using the association's money right now? Zhang Lin looked at Yun Shir with confusion. Sensing Zhang Lin's thoughts, Yun Shir only slightly curled his lips. Don't joke. All those savings of his naturally should be reserved for dowry in the future, plus, weddings need funds too. After setting aside the necessary costs for marriage, everything left would be given to Shereimo. Of course, right now, every penny saved was good enough, and when it came to the association's money, if not spent, it would go to waste. Chapter 101, on the 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 46. After everything that has happened lately, Yun Shir already understands perfectly well. Shereimo always sneaks out to cause trouble behind his back, and this time will certainly be no exception. He could indeed directly refuse the association's request. But even if he disagrees with using Shereimo as bait, Shereimo would definitely still sneak out to find Grandpa Shir. Rather than letting that happen, it's better to agree with the association's arrangement and take the initiative. At least this way, he can openly stay by Shereimo's side and help Shereimo, and whatever Shereimo wants to do, he can accompany him. This is also a chance to properly interact and strengthen their bond. As Yun Shir thought about their current relationship, his eyes grew resolute. He must strive to become boyfriend material sooner rather than later. That way, marriage won't be far off. Yun Shir would never carelessly joke about Shereimo's safety. The fact that he chose to act this way means he has carefully considered it. From any perspective, this choice brings them nothing but advantages. Well then, let's do that. You figure out the rest, I'll make sure to cooperate. Shereimo smiled mischievously, though he said, you, his gaze was fixed on Yun Shir from beginning to end. Yulin, I don't know why, but even though I haven't lost any hair, why does my forehead feel so shiny? Ah, since we've already agreed, I'll go back to the association and discuss the next arrangements with them. Yulin laughed nervously as he stood up, not even bothering to change his clothes before rushing out the door. If not for Cyan being asleep, and Shereimo watching at the door, he might have tried to carry Cyan away as well. His eyes darted between the two of them, feeling certain something inappropriate was bound to happen. But there was nothing he could do, fearing Yun Shir might tattle, and finding himself caught again. He could only reluctantly abandon the idea of holding Cyan and left without looking back. Yun Shir and Shereimo exchanged a glance. Shereimo chuckled faintly in his eyes, you're quite cunning. Yun Shir-chi had been so silent just now, clearly staging a show for Yulin's benefit. After all, if they had agreed too quickly, the association wouldn't have been too pleased. Yun Shir-chi justified confidently, I simply want to take you both out for some fun. It wasn't his fault, after all, who could resist taking a family vacation on the company dime? Shereimo shook his head with a smile, saying nothing more. The association took this matter very seriously. With their cooperation secured, they swiftly formulated a plan and arranged everything accordingly. The next day, Yun Shir-chi boarded the plane with Shereimo and carried Cyan. With Cyan in his arms, Shereimo leaned his head against Yun Shir-chi's shoulder. The three appeared like a typical family of three. Lowering his voice, he casually said, who would have thought we'd have so many tails following us? Yun Shir-chi interlocked his fingers with Shereimo's, don't worry, these minor followers will be cleaned up. Shereimo raised an eyebrow, you people intend to clear them out completely, are you planning to outright tell them we're setting a trap? Yun Shir-chi didn't bat an eyelid, so what? They consider you far too important. Even if they know we're setting a trap, they'll still have to fall into it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept surveilling them and tracking them the entire way. Shereimo curled his lips slightly, offering no further comment. Cyan, completely unaware of these machinations, sat obediently in Shereimo's lap, hugging number 447 tightly, curiously examining everything around him, mouth slightly agape with awe. However, remembering Shereimo's instruction to stay quiet, regardless of how curious or amazed he felt, he merely squeezed number 447 without making a sound. Not until they arrived at the villa and finished packing did things change. Yun Shir-chi looked at Cyan, who had remained silent the entire journey, and couldn't help pinching his cheeks. Why hasn't Sui spoken today? Are you feeling unwell? Cyan blinked, speaking softly, brother said to keep quiet. Yun Shir-chi chuckled, somewhat exasperated, what your brother meant was to remain quiet on the plane, to avoid causing noise and disturbance. But now that we're home, Sui can say whatever you want. Cyan brightened his eyes and looked at Shereimo, is that true, brother? Change your clothes nicely, after that we'll head to the beach, and tonight we'll have barbecue. Shereimo clearly hadn't anticipated that the little one had stayed quiet the entire trip for this reason, and he couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he tapped his ear with a finger. Sui-en's eyes filled with longing and anticipation when he heard the beach. Yes. During this time, he had been eagerly absorbing all sorts of knowledge from the outside world and naturally knew what the sea was. But he had only seen it online, so naturally, the chance to finally see it in person made him quite excited. The three of them tidied up briefly, changed clothes, and headed to the beach. They had chosen a tourist spot, so there were quite a few people on the beach at this hour. A number of gazes fell upon them, but most only glanced over. As they barbecued, Shereimo and Sui quietly watched Yun Shir-chi prepare the meat. Yun Shir-chi observed them, large and small alike sitting there holding coconuts, drinking coconut juice, and eating the ice cream he had just made using fresh coconuts. Their followers' tails would occasionally flicker as they gazed longingly at the fragrant barbecue, looking utterly obedient. In the unseen corner, Sui secretly took a small spoon, scooped some of the coconut ice cream, and fed it to number 447. Shereimo suddenly spoke, do you think, when will they make their move? Yun Shir-chi paused in his motions for a moment. It shouldn't be too long. But we've already made arrangements, so there's no need to worry excessively. Number 447 chimed in, little brother, don't think about it too much. You burned down their lab, even if they manage to relocate important data, it'll take them time to reorganize. The original host's wish is almost fulfilled, and Yun Shir-chi's good fortune as the protagonist has returned too. We might as well relax during this period. Number 447 chuckled cheerfully while taking a bite of the barbecue that Sui had just offered. Shereimo gave a low chuckle, though he wasn't particularly concerned for himself. If they truly wanted to attack him, then he wouldn't mind blowing up another place. All the noise he caused before was merely cutting off Yunmu Nan's retreat so that they could solve Yunmu Nan's problem. Now. Shereimo glanced at Sui, who smiled happily, causing his gaze to deepen. What worried him now was Sui. After all, the contamination source was inside Sui's body. They wouldn't let go of him after spending years preparing this test subject, and naturally, they wouldn't let go of Sui either. Still, wherever they hide, there's always a possibility of being found. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Leaving Sui by his side would double the danger, but regardless of what happened, he would be close enough to protect him. Unaware of these concerns, little Sui was now holding out half a watermelon to him. The juicy red flesh had been carefully dug out into little watermelon balls with a spoon and even came with handy fruit picks. The little fox's tail swayed slightly behind him, his bright eyes full of anticipation as his youthful voice brimmed with delight. Brother, it's so sweet, here, have some. Chapter 102, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 47. Yun Shir-chi had originally planned to struggle a little more and prepare a separate room for Sui. Then he tidied up early and lay in bed waiting for Shereimo to take a shower. However, as soon as Shereimo came out of the bathroom, he heard a knock on the door. Sui stood at the door with 447 looking longingly at Shereimo. Brother, can I sleep with you tonight? Yun Shir-chi hugged the quilt and looked at Shereimo, Amo. Shereimo, being stared at by both big and small simultaneously, said. Achi, move over a bit. Shereimo raised his hand to rub his temple and gestured towards Yunshichi. The light in Yunshichi's eyes dimmed. He lowered his head, wrapped himself in the quilt, hesitated for a few seconds, then moved over a bit. Shereimo directly picked up Sueyin and placed him on the bed. He gave a calm glance at Yunshichi bundled up like a ball, with a rather helpless tone. Alright, stop fooling around. Sui sleeping with us now will be safer. Sueyin tugged at Yunshichi's quilt. Seeing him a bit upset, there was more hesitation in his tone. Big brother. He wanted very much to sleep with them, but Big Brother seemed not to really like it. Yunshichi turned over and directly hugged the two into his arms. He leaned his head on Shereimo's chest and spoke in a muffled voice. Amo, when this matter is over, you have to make it up to me. Yunshichi knew he was being somewhat unreasonable now. But he did it on purpose, wanting to test how far Shereimo's tolerance towards him would go. Shereimo tousled his hair and kissed his brow. I'll make it up to you later. We're all tired from playing all day, rest well. Sueyin held 447 and looked up at Shereimo, speaking softly. Brother, I want to hear a story. Shereimo lowered his head and smiled gently. Sure, what kind of story does Sui want to listen to? Yunshichi, lost in thought, picked up his phone and began searching online for fairy tales. Let me find one. Sueyin's eyes lit up, and his tone became excited. I want to listen to the story your brother has been telling me these past few days. After saying that, he paused for a moment and added more regretfully. But, he didn't tell me its name. Sueyin was used to hugging them to sleep. He always found it hard to fall asleep when following Yulin. Of course, Yulin wouldn't just let him stay awake, so he started telling him stories. During this period, Sueyin had already gotten used to listening to stories told by Yulin before going to sleep, and he also wanted to hear some now. Hearing this from Sueyin, Yunshichi paused in his actions for a second before immediately sending a message to Yulin. Yulin replied quickly, tossing over a novel link. Yunshichi, are the stories you've been telling him these novels? Why online, what else? I haven't read those fairy tales. Why online? Besides, haven't you noticed, Sueyin is different from other kids. He's very smart. Why online? I think he might not like those fairy tales, but he likes this novel very much. You can tell him this novel as a bedtime story. Why online? But don't rush. He's still young. When you tell him, beautify it a bit, skip what shouldn't be read. Yunshichi, seeing these words filled with self-righteousness, only felt that he was about to laugh out of anger. Shereimo was a bit curious. What's wrong? What kind of story? Yunshichi handed him the phone. It's not a story, it's a novel. Sui is still so young, and that guy actually read him a novel. Sueyin looked stunned and quietly opened his mouth. But. Big brother, I really like it. If you don't like it, then I won't listen. Please don't get angry. As Sueyin spoke, his body gradually shrank, and his head also burrowed into the quilt. Shereimo gently patted Sueyin's back, with a comforting tone, then looked at Yunshichi. You frightened Sui. I didn't mean to. Yunshichi was momentarily at a loss for words and still clicked on the novel sent by Yulin. Well, what that guy said wasn't wrong either. No matter what kind of story, as long as it made Sueyin happy, that was good enough. Alright Sui, Big Brother isn't mad. Big Brother is just thinking about where to start from. Yunshichi softened his tone considerably. However, the little fox was easy to comfort and soon came out again, obediently listening to his stories and quickly falling asleep. Yunshichi looked at Sueyin who was sleeping soundly in his arms and finally sighed in relief. Shereimo lifted his hand and rubbed Sueyin's head, a hint of gleam passing through his eyes as he wove a good dream for him. Alright, you should also get some rest early. We'll go watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. After calming Sueyin down, Shereimo smiled and tilted his head to give Yunshichi a kiss on the corner of his lips. Yunshichi's ear tips turned red instantly, and he nodded with a semblance of dignity. Alright. Nothing happened that night. However, it might be because Sueyin had sensed that Yunshichi wasn't too pleased about him sleeping with them. The next day, he did not knock on their room but returned to his own room early, got everything ready, and nestled into the quilt, waiting for Yunshichi to read the novel for him. Fortunately, there was 447, so he could still sleep well. This made 447 extremely angry, and when Yunshichi fell asleep, it yanked out several strands of his hair. Yunshichi woke up from the pain and immediately snuggled into his embrace, claiming he had a headache, using this opportunity to openly take advantage of Shereimo. Shereimo was rather helpless about this, sometimes truly feeling like he was raising 3 children. But he quite liked this feeling. For several days nothing unusual happened, and those people who were originally secretly monitoring them gradually decreased in number, yet they didn't completely disappear. It was only on the 3rd day after they arrived here that someone attempted to quietly take Sueyin away while they weren't paying attention, but 447 stopped them. After that incident, those people seemed to settle down and just observed them from the shadows. After spending a few more days here, they still waited for their next move but it never came. Yunshichi thought for a moment, we've played around here pretty much enough. Perhaps next we could go play by the snow pool. Shereimo stood by the window watching a distant figure, a smile tugging at his lips. Let's wait a bit longer. They won't be able to endure for much longer. But you can leak this news first. Yunshichi nodded. Alright, once we deal with them, we'll go over there. Shereimo didn't continue this topic but asked instead. Where's Sui Sui? He's playing games in his room. These past few days he's become fond of playing Snake. Yunshichi paused as he spoke, talking about it. AMO, sometimes I really feel Sui Sui is too smart for a 3-year-old. With the time before when Yulin read novels to him, these days I've also been reading novels to him every night. The other day, he already learned how to read novels by himself. Mentioning this, Yunshichi felt somewhat melancholic. He no longer wants me to read to him. Shereimo fell silent, slowly speaking. Perhaps it's because of what you said that night when we first arrived here. He thought you didn't like it, so he started learning how to read by himself, unwilling to trouble you. Yunshichi hesitated. I just thought he was too young. Shereimo turned his head. Yes, he's too young. So small, yet so understanding and obedient, without even a trace of temper. I'll go see him, and you go check on the soup. Chapter 103, The 999 Ways of Dealing with an Antagonistic Roommate, 48. Shereimo said this and then turned to leave, ready to find Suiyin. At the same moment, Suiyin was reading a novel after playing several rounds of Snake. 447 lay quietly in his arms, enjoying his gentle kneading. Team, I'll secretly tell you, I had a very bad dream last night. After finishing a book, Suiyin put down the tablet beside him, hugged 447 and softly opened his mouth. I dreamed that I died, just like those people in the books, light as air, dead. 447 was originally rolling around comfortably, but upon hearing what Suiyin said, he stopped, looking up at him seriously. No way Sui. I am here, absolutely nothing will happen to you. 447's determined promise was met by complete incomprehension from Suiyin, who couldn't understand what he was saying, so with a smile, he cradled him, lifting him with both hands and placing him on the desk in front. Good boy team. He kissed 447's head, leaned on the table, idly poking at his little belly. I really love brother, also love elder brother, and you, and so many other good people. Suiyin looked at his hand, his tone growing a bit low again. The book says that everyone dies, including me. Not at all. You are still so young, how could you die? Don't read these books. All fake. 447 widened his eyes angrily, puffed up in indignation and left Suiyin's hands to delete the book he was reading earlier. When he finished all this, turning back, he realized that Suiyin covered his chest with one hand, while the other hung helplessly on the table, his face deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. In that instant, 447 cared not for anger and immediately took out the medication he had prepared long ago and fed it to Suiyin. He only breathed a sigh of relief once Suiyin's complexion started to ease. Breathing faintly, Suiyin whispered close to 447's ear. Team, are you a system? In Brother Yu's story, there's something called a system. It's powerful, and no one else can see it. Team is so powerful, are you a system? Suiyin couldn't quite grasp what existence a system might be. It was only when he heard Yulin telling him this story that he immediately thought of 447, the only person he could see. So he liked that story so much, he thought that thing called the system in the story was very similar to his team. Just like how he always sensed issues with his own body. Every time he felt that perhaps it was his turn to die, his team would always appear by his side, and gradually he would feel better. Even though he might be dull, Suiyin could infer that there was some connection between the changes in his body and 447. 447 just stared at him dumbfounded, his mouth opening and closing as he didn't know what to say. Already embracing him tightly, Suiyin reiterated firmly. Whatever team is, you're my team. I will protect you. 447 had to admit, hearing Suiyin's words at this moment, his heart softened entirely. Yeah. I will protect you too. Shereimo knocked on the door. Sui, it's time to come out for dinner. Suiyin immediately replied, coming, brother. After eating, 447 found Shereimo hesitantly opening his mouth. Mo, tonight can you send me into Sui's dreams? Shereimo was curious, why are you going into his dream? 447, he said he had a nightmare last night, tonight I want to stay with him in his dreams. Also, I want to have a chat with him. In this world, they were under suppression, Suiyin seeing him was a fluke and naturally, he could not hear him clearly. But if it's in a dreamlike virtual space, then they could exchange ideas normally. 447 hadn't not considered this before, but he didn't want to trouble Shereimo too much. After all, entering someone else's dream wasn't difficult for a demon, but having one person transported into another's dream consumes a lot of energy. However, now, recalling the disheartened look on Suiyin's face when he mentioned death, 447's eyes grew resolute. I'll give you all the points from this world. Just let me in, just this once. Shereimo helplessly said, actually, it's not necessary. I will arrange this properly. However, you shouldn't say anything inappropriate in his dream or scare him. Upon hearing this, 447 immediately became happy and spun around twice in the air, joyfully shouting. Hee, got it, little Mo, no worries. He had to tell Swayan not to overthink, as long as he was there, he would surely grow up healthily. Shereimo shook his head but didn't say anything, with a smile still on his lips. However, the next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 447 sobbing into his arms. Shereimo glanced at Yunshichi, who had already gotten up to cook breakfast by this time. Holding 447, Shereimo patiently asked. What happened? 447 choked back tears. Wah, little Mo. There's some good news. Shereimo, what good news makes you cry like this? I found where their hideout is. Shereimo paused his actions, that is indeed good news. 447, tearful, it was last night, I found it in Sway's dream. Yesterday night when I entered his dream, I saw him trapped in a tiny incubator, with tubes all over his body. I was afraid he might die. Even in the dream, he feared that Swayan might die. As 447 spoke, he cried again, little Mo. That old man isn't human. Sway is so young. How could they be so cruel? They experiment on beast men pups in that place. With bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, 447 said, little Mo. I have already pinpointed the exact location based on that dream. Let's go now and burn that place down. Shereimo felt a complex emotion as he hadn't expected the breakthrough to come from Swayan's dream. His focus had been entirely on Grandpa Shir, even entering dreams meant entering his grandfather's. When faced with this obedient, gentle yet helpless little fox, he couldn't help but think of his own younger brother, so he constantly comforted 447, crafting beautiful dreams for him one after another. But never did he expect the key to be here. Recalling what 447 had just said, Shereimo's tone turned cold. Alright, I'll discuss with Yunshichi later. We'll find people to take care of Swayan while we dismantle that place. 447 nodded resolutely, sure thing. Must burn that place to ashes. Preferably burning them all. Not a single decent person among those guys. Chapter 104, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 49. Shereimo provided the exact location, and Yunshichi immediately reported it to the association. The people from the association assured that they would take care of everything next. However, Shereimo didn't pay attention to their words. Regardless of what they said, he had to personally deal with this matter. He must ensure that those people would never appear before them again. Thus, on the surface, he didn't say anything, but in his heart, he had already planned secretly. After all, he told them about this just so they could come and wrap things up after he was done. But this time, he couldn't leave as smoothly as before. Yunshichi grabbed his wrist, with a deep and obscure look in his eyes. Mo, do you plan to leave me alone again? We agreed that no matter what you want to do or where you want to go, I will be with you. You can't leave me behind. It was rare for Shereimo to see such a stubborn Yunshichi. Feeling quite frustrated, he sighed. Achi, I thought that after the last incident, you should have confidence in my abilities. I won't have any problems. I just want to resolve this issue quickly so we can go to the snow pool together. Didn't you say you wanted to go before? Yunshichi said, but I'm not at ease, Mo, I will go with you. They held their positions for a while, and eventually, Shereimo gave in. Fine, let's go together. But we need to make sure Sway is properly arranged first. Yunshichi let out a sigh of relief. Last time, it was due to lack of vigilance. This time, he had sensed Shereimo's thoughts, and even if Shereimo didn't agree, he would still follow. This matter is easy to handle, we'll leave it to Yulin. Moreover, there are other members of the association, so there shouldn't be any issues. Shereimo also didn't object much to this. Before leaving, they handed over Swayan personally to Yulin. Swayan looked at them pitifully, with his tail drooping low. Big brother, will you come back soon? Shereimo patted his head, I won't go too far, but there's some danger recently, so Sway has to stay by brother Yu's side, understood? Swayan nodded firmly, yes. I'll behave. Yunshichi's tone also softened unconsciously, that's good, Sway, be a good boy. When this is settled, big brother will make you strawberry soft cakes. They glanced at each other before finally turning away. The place was quite far from them, on an island. To avoid attracting others' attention, they used the association people as cover and left here directly when the association made arrangements. On the way, 447, perched on Shereimo's shoulder, spoke up. Little Mo, it's still pretty far there. We won't be able to return tonight, right? Shereimo nodded gently, if things go smoothly, we can get back tomorrow night. And as for you, why did you come along instead of staying by Sway's side properly? 447 blinked, there are so many people with Sway, and now, I am more worried about you. Besides, they are truly terrible, and I must get revenge for Sway. Upon hearing this, Shereimo merely smiled lightly and didn't say anything else. They didn't choose the most direct route, and indeed wasted some time on the road. It wasn't until early the next morning that they arrived at the island mentioned by 447. This island was purchased by Grandpa Shir, and it wasn't a small isolated one. With 447 around, they soon found the location of the experimental base. Yunshi whispered, "This place is quite hard to find." Shereimo, after all, they prepared for so long. "You wait here, ready to assist the association's people at any time. I'll go inside to check." Yunshi opened his mouth, but seeing the whip that appeared out of nowhere in Shereimo's hand, the words stuck in his throat. He clearly knew that Shereimo wasn't an ordinary beastman. On the surface, their spiritual strength levels were equal, but in reality, whether in strength or any other aspect, Shereimo was far superior. Shereimo carried too many secrets, but Yunshi didn't care. For him, as long as Shereimo could protect himself, the more secrets and bottom cards like these, the better. Yunshi lightly held Shereimo's hand and put a bracelet on him. "With this, if you encounter danger, I can find you in the first moment. Amo, I know you're very capable, but promise me, protect yourself well." Yunshi was unaware of the situation inside and knew that rushing in recklessly might not be helpful to Shereimo, it could even cause trouble. Since Shereimo had directly led him here, there was naturally a way for him to clear up the situation inside. Thus, despite some reluctance in his heart, Yunshi could only watch as Shereimo swiftly leapt over the high wall and broke into the experimental base. His expression dimmed, and he began to examine the external situation of the experimental base. After entering the interior, 447 immediately destroyed the surveillance system. Upon encountering a few researchers, 447 didn't give them any chance to react, taking their lives right away. Shereimo changed into a more convenient outfit for concealment and had 447 help with a simple disguise, successfully infiltrating the internal part of the experimental base. Based on my preliminary tally, there are only dozens of researchers here. The rest are all robots, and test subjects. Little Mo. I don't see the old man here. A hint of unnoticeable panic seeped into 447's tone. This wasn't exactly what he had expected. He had even examined the important experimental data where people were taken away, along with those test subjects, including most of the research staff present here. But still, he did not see Master Shir, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Shereimo lowered his gaze, lightly stroking the whip in his hand. "In that case, let's ask them then." 447 swallowed hard, his eyes becoming resolute. "All right. Anyway, this place is no good, so let's destroy it first. Even if the old man isn't here now, he will definitely come back sooner or later. Let's just wait for him like rabbits under a tree." Shereimo quickly located the laboratory where the test subjects were being held. "Check on their conditions, little 7. Seeing the children locked up separately, Shereimo felt a tremor in his heart, with an ominous killing intent flashing in his eyes. The youngest of these test subjects looked like an infant, while the oldest appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. It was impossible to judge merely by sight if they were still alive. 447 was also infuriated but forced himself to remain calm, conducting scans on all the test subjects before returning to Shereimo's side and quivering slightly when speaking. "The physical condition of these kids is extremely poor. Half of them cannot be saved anymore. They're kept alive only by medication, they are no different from breathing corpses. The rest can still be salvaged, little Mo. Chapter 105, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 50. Since we can save them, of course we should." Shereimo's tone was cold. These children were different from those whose spirits had been completely corrupted. Those men would indiscriminately attack everyone, but these children still had a chance for salvation, and he couldn't possibly ignore them. "Chishi, are there more test subjects like this in the other labs? If so, bring them here." They couldn't just send these children away directly, they could only protect them temporarily and then destroy the experimental base. 447 nodded, telling Shereimo the specific locations of the savable children in the remaining labs, and they began acting separately. The large experimental base held nearly 200 test subjects, all young children, yet fewer than 30 could still be saved. There weren't many, so it didn't take much time. By the time they had moved all the children, they hadn't been discovered by the others. But Shereimo's eyes grew colder and colder. After placing the children into the same lab, he intentionally revealed himself to the experimental staff. "Shereimo, how did you end up here?" Recognizing the familiar face standing at the front, Shereimo let out a light scoff, his eyes slightly curving upwards as he nonchalantly opened his mouth. "So what? Are you surprised to see me?" The middle-aged man in front of him turned out to be the father from the original host's memory, someone who rarely showed up at home when he was growing up. However, he was merely one of the researchers. The middle-aged man hesitated slightly, tilting his head a little. "Never mind. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. If you don't want to die here, surrender peacefully. TCH. He's already found you. Do you actually expect him to surrender? Attack. Leave him alive though." Another youth aimed his gun at Shereimo's arm, excitement and a tinge of lust evident in his eyes as he watched Shereimo. "Disable him and take him back to the teacher. As long as we leave him alive, the teacher will make sure he follows orders." Before his words even finished, he pulled the trigger. However, the bullet did not pierce Shereimo's arm as expected. Instead, it was wrapped in an invisible force, stopping right in front of Shereimo. The researchers who had previously seen how Shereimo killed the people were initially on high alert, but now their eyes filled with nothing but terror. Last time, they were caught off guard, so they assumed it was just Shereimo being strong. This time, they had made preparations, specially configuring weapons designed to target highly spiritual individuals like Shereimo. Yet Shereimo effortlessly deflected every single shot. Others, still refusing to give up, started firing at Shereimo. Unsurprisingly, each bullet stopped a mere half-meter away from him, halted by some invisible force. Shereimo showed no reaction to their actions. Only after realizing that none of their attempts could hurt him did they attempt to flee, some shouting, "Monster," in terror. "What are you running for?" The lead middle-aged man clenched his teeth and angrily shouted. His trembling eyelashes betrayed his unease. Shereimo's strength had exceeded their expectations. Even though he knew staying might mean death, the thought of abandoning years of effort and planning left him unwilling to simply walk away. "Aimo." Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man softened his tone and relaxed his expression, mimicking the somewhat strict but gentle father from Shereimo's memories. Shereimo's originally cold demeanor also softened slightly as he blinked at him, which eased the middle-aged man further. He took 2 steps closer to Shereimo and spoke gently. "I know you must have many questions, but I can explain everything. No matter what, you've grown under my watchful eyes, and I can't stand by and see you, His sentence was cut short as a bullet hit him squarely between the eyebrows. Without even a chance to scream, he collapsed straight down. Shereimo's hand, which had been raised, still hung suspended in the air as he glanced at the people remaining, who were either too scared to move or determined to stay and fight. He smiled at them. "Don't be so nervous. I've always been reasonable. Courtesy calls for courtesy, and since you've given me so much, I'll naturally return it twofold." His voice, though light and airy, landed on the hearts of those people like a massive boulder, making them shudder and snap back to reality as they turned and ran. Shereimo merely snapped his fingers nonchalantly. The bullets that were supposed to hit him instantly rebounded onto the others. They had need for Shereimo's life, so while they wanted to cripple him, they didn't intend to kill him. But Shereimo was different. Shereimo's eyes flashed with a cold intensity, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He wanted their lives. "Little Momo, don't worry. They won't escape." Shereimo nodded slightly. The last time, he let them get away, but today, he wouldn't spare a single one. Most of the highly aggressive beastmen had already been wiped out in the previous experimental base by Shereimo. And apart from some robots here, there wasn't much else with offensive capability. However, after dealing with those people, Shereimo didn't destroy the base immediately but instead went to find Yunshirchi. "This time, I didn't destroy this place. Most of the important experimental data is here. I think your association will need these things. And tell them to hurry up, the children must be taken away as soon as possible." When Shereimo found Yunshirchi was quietly planting explosives at several exits of the experimental base. Yunshirchi paused for a moment. "I've already notified them. They're on their way, and they're faster than us. They'll be here soon." His wife was indeed more capable than he thought. It was just a pity that the explosives he planted wouldn't be needed anymore. Even though he thought this, when Yunshirchi saw Shereimo's somewhat gloomy expression, he carefully examined him to make sure he wasn't injured before letting out a sigh of relief. As for the rest, Yunshirchi didn't ask much, and Shereimo took the initiative to tell him about the situation inside. Yunshirchi fell silent for a moment, then took out his communicator to send a message to the association. He briefly explained the situation here but left out the part about how Shereimo easily dealt with so many researchers alone. He only said that their fighting ability was low and the two of them worked well together, which allowed them to resolve the situation. The members of the association quickly arrived. Since they were informed beforehand, they didn't linger much, entering immediately to escort the experimental subjects away. Once everything was settled, a girl wearing a black windbreaker, a mask, and a high ponytail approached them. The girl casually removed her mask, revealing a warm and friendly smile to the two of them. But in the next instant, her communicator buzzed, and she didn't stop walking, merely glancing down at it. That glance caused her expression to suddenly change. Chapter 106, 999 Ways to Deal with a Villainous Roommate, 51. Yunshirchi. The young girl was almost crushing the communicator in her hand. She looked at the two people and opened her mouth, but her gaze eventually rested on Yunshirchi. After all, having worked for the association for so many years, Yunshirchi had a relatively good relationship with her. Naturally, she knew that anything capable of causing such a reaction must be something significant. And since she was still looking at him like that, it meant the matter was related to him. A sense of foreboding rose within Yunshirchi, erasing the smile from his face. His tone turned cold as he quickly walked up to the young girl and directly snatched the communicator from her hand. What happened? But upon seeing the content on the communicator, his breathing hitched. His grip was so strong it was almost going to crush the device. AMO. Sway has been taken. Yunshirchi gritted his teeth. Those people did this intentionally. What? 447 also panicked, flying straight to Yunshirchi's side. After taking a glance at the message, they nearly passed out. Little Mo. The young girl hurriedly spoke up, don't worry yet, we'll find him soon. In this chaotic moment, Shereimo remained the calmest person. Shereimo closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and grabbed 447 who was flying around erratically. Find Sway's location first, then give me a teleportation card. 447 calmed down as well, alright, I'll start locating immediately. As Shereimo spoke, he turned and left. He couldn't let these people detect any irregularities. Once he used the teleportation card, he needed to find a secluded place first. The stunned young girl hesitated. Wait, didn't he just grab at the air and leave? Yunshichi, recalling Shereimo's unusual traits, looked at his retreating back and started forming some guesses. He stepped forward to block the girl's view, speaking seriously. Alright, given the severity of Sway's situation, let him have some time alone. We need to focus on finding where Sway was taken. Although the young girl thought Shereimo was acting a little strange, she also agreed with what Yunshichi said. She nodded and turned to arrange the others. On the other hand, Shereimo found a secluded spot. 447 quickly located the current whereabouts of Swayan. Found you, little Momo. Sway is on the top floor of the main tower at the city center. Upon confirming the exact location, Shereimo immediately pulled out the teleportation card. However, instead of being directly teleported to where Swayan was. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a room. The walls were painted a dark red, and red carpets lay beneath his feet. Facing him was an object covered by a red cloth. Shereimo tightened his grip on the whip in his hand as 447 pointed at the wall in front. Little Momo. Sway is inside. At the same time that 447's voice rang out, another familiar voice, laced with a hint of laughter, came from behind. You finally arrived, Mo. Shereimo turned around to see Grandpa Shir, with his gaze sweeping over the butler and another boy. The boy had a face identical to Yunshichi's. 447 reminded, this is the chameleon we encountered before. Ah. So long without seeing each other, this is how you treat your grandfather. Grandpa Shir sighed, you really are very similar to your mother. Shereimo raised an eyebrow, you went through all this trouble just to lure me here. Are you satisfied now? Grandpa Shir shook his head, of course not. But I admit, I never expected you to care so much about that little fox. The butler smiled kindly, young master, if you don't want anything to happen to that fox, I suggest you cooperate quietly. Shirjo remained expressionless, always lowering his gaze while wiping his hands. Shereimo looked at Grandpa Shir and slowly said, I'm curious, why exactly are you doing this? Grandpa Shir stared intently at him, extending his hand toward him, gesturing for him to lift the red cloth. Shereimo didn't move closer, instead, he flicked his whip, causing the red cloth to fall off. In front of him appeared a machine he'd never seen before. It looked like a giant mirror, taller and larger than him, or perhaps just large enough to fit him. Above it was a countdown. Shereimo glanced at the timer, it only had 10 minutes left. 447's tone immediately turned serious, little Momo. There's something wrong with this thing. The energy fluctuation is too powerful, it doesn't belong to this world. No, we must destroy this thing. Grandpa Shir slowly began, I'm also curious, why is it you? Mo, while there's still time, tell me about your world. Shereimo remained silent. Grandpa Shir sighed again, as I said, you're so much like your mother, but not just her, she's very similar too. I think you're probably from the same world, maybe you've even met them in that world. Grandpa Shir continued, his voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. Hearing this, Shereimo picked up on something amiss and immediately had 447 check what had happened in this world before their arrival. The main character of each world isn't fixed, and task performers, other than during their assigned mission period, wouldn't obtain any other information. However, judging by Grandpa Shir's expression now, it was clear he already knew Shereimo didn't belong to this world, and there had been others before him. It wasn't clear whether those people were accidental entrants into this world or other task performers. 447 soon replied, little Momo, I've checked. There was a task performer in this world before, but the timeline here doesn't match. Possibly someone else dragged over by a wild system. And Grandpa Shir continued speaking to himself, in theory, it shouldn't be you. She came to this world and entered my life to gain my love, but unfortunately, she died. Your mother approached your father for the same reason, but she saw what she shouldn't have and insisted on meddling, so she died as well. I once wondered if one day someone might appear, coming from the same world as them, never expecting you to directly possess his body. Grandpa Shir leisurely added, but it's alright. I was a little hesitant at first, but since you're no longer him, I can't be blamed for what happens next. Shereimo understood now, you want to reverse time to go back and save that person who conquered you, right? Grandpa Shir chuckled softly, and despite the cloudiness in his eyes, they gleamed fiercely. Yes. I need to save her. I absolutely must save her. It was my failure to recognize my own heart. My refusal to believe her. I was the one who caused her death. Grandpa Shir's tone suddenly became extremely agitated, his crazed, half-laughing, half-crying state impossible for Shereimo to watch. Ha ha ha. But does it matter? As long as I have you. After raising you for so many years, I finally managed to create such a perfect host. With you, I can return to the past. I can return to that day. Go back and rescue her. Chapter 107, on the 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 52. As Shereimo watched the crazed look on Grandpa Shir's face, he no longer wanted to waste time here and directly swung a whip toward him. But this whip did not land on Grandpa Shir, instead, it was caught by Shirjo standing nearby. At this moment, Grandpa Shir also reined in his insane laughter and slowly opened his mouth. Alright, there's not much time left. Shirjo, leave him alive, we'll need him later. Shirjo nodded slightly, tightly gripping the whip and wrapping it twice around his hand. Even though blood was seeping from his palm, he acted as if he couldn't feel any pain at all. Upon receiving Grandpa Shir's order, he hesitated not a bit, grabbing the whip in one hand and holding a knife in the other, and swiftly attacked Shereimo. Shao Chi, blow up that wall. No way, Shao Mo. Regular bombs won't do it. After several explosions sounded, there was more panic in the tone of voice of Agent 447. Ordinary bombs wouldn't work, so they would have to exchange for a more powerful item. But in doing so, they were bound to get hurt themselves. More importantly, they were still in the city center. If they really proceeded with this, many people would be inadvertently affected. Shereimo lightly bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain clear-minded. Shirjo was using Yun Shirchi's face, and his movements were fast and fierce. Grandpa Shir said that he wanted to spare Shereimo's life, but his moves didn't hesitate, each aiming for the fatal spots. Lowering his gaze to see the wound on his arm, Shereimo's eyes flickered red. Today had drained too much of his energy, his current state was indeed not optimal. Agent 447 was frantic about being unable to blast through the wall. He directed his attention back to the machine, rummaging fervently in his little pockets for any useful item that could destroy the contraption. Grandpa Shir calmly observed the situation, while the butler quietly said beside him. The time is almost up. Good. Grandpa Shir nodded, raising his voice a bit, Shirjo, quicken it. Shirjo kept his gaze fixed on Shereimo and did not respond to Grandpa Shir. It didn't bother Grandpa Shir either. Glancing at the countdown beside him, then again seeing Shereimo who seemed to be at a slight disadvantage, he gave a smug laugh. Just as Shirjo pressed Shereimo to the ground, dagger raised high to pierce his chest. Their eyes met, those blood-stained scarlet ones. The dagger in Shirjo's hand stopped abruptly, he couldn't muster another ounce of force. He slowly put away the dagger, his body becoming rigid, yet managed to stand up gradually. The smile on Grandpa Shir's face gradually faded. The butler even exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Shereimo stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes. Grandpa Shir already sensed something amiss, he immediately commanded. Quick! Quick! The next instant, Shirjo, who flashed behind him, used a blade to press against his neck. The butler was incredulous. Shirjo. Are you crazy? Shereimo threw the whip towards the butler, subduing the helpless man with a few lashes. Agent 447 quickly bound the person, stuffing cloth into his mouth firmly to block all sound. The butler collapsed onto the ground, staring fearfully at Shereimo who was drawing closer. The youth before their eyes was undeniably a white tiger therianthrope, yet sprouted a slender tail behind him, with a fuzzy heart-shaped tip. On top of his head were no longer a pair of white tiger ears but a set of horns. Grandpa Shir stared intently at Shereimo, his breathing becoming hurried, filled with bitterness and resentment. What are you exactly? Their plan had been going on for so long, and he had already guessed that this person was not his grandson a long time ago. Though he had prepared thoroughly, he never imagined that Shirjo would betray at such a crucial moment. No. It wasn't betrayal. He was completely under someone else's control. Seeing Shirjo's empty and numb expression, Grandpa Shir took a deep breath. Amo, let Grandpa go, if you let me go, I'll return the little fox to you, how's that? Grandpa Shir seemed to have aged instantly, his tone carrying a sense of kang, his eyes especially murky. It's my loss. But I just wanted to see her again. I just wanted to tell her. I just wanted to say sorry to her. Haha, truly laughable. Could this be my punishment? Because I didn't trust her, I've lost her forever. Finally, I found a way to return to the past. After all this planning for so long, I failed time and time again. Grandpa Shir's voice carried both desolation and sorrow, as two crystal tears fell down his face. For the first time, he had prepared for 30 years, only to have everything ruined by fire just before success. The second time he had prepared for another 20 years, and just when he was about to succeed again, there came a complication with Shereimo. He wasn't young anymore, there wouldn't be another 30 or 20 years ahead of him. This was his last chance, his final plan to return to the past and save her. But now, it was all gone, everything. Grandpa Shir stared intently at the countdown timer, pain and despair filling his eyes. Shereimo's eyes were still tinged with red. He gestured with his hand for Agent 447 to tie up Grandpa Shir. Mission participants cannot frequently use powers not belonging to the mission world unless their lives are in danger. He coldly asked Grandpa Shir, where is Swayan? With a dazed look, Grandpa Shir responded, do you really care so much about that little fox? I understand now. Grandpa Shir suddenly smirked, and yet, if it weren't for you, that little one wouldn't have willingly followed me. With a snort, he pointed behind himself. Under his mental control, the door opened. Go on then. Whether you can find that fox depends on your ability. Before Grandpa Shir even finished speaking, Agent 447 already dashed toward the door. Shereimo followed close behind, but neither of them noticed the slow curve of a mocking smile on Grandpa Shir's lips as he watched their retreating backs. I couldn't save the one I wanted to rescue, and neither will you. The butler looked up at him helplessly. With no strength left to struggle, he opened his mouth bitterly. But we've prepared for so long. Is this really how it ends? Grandpa Shir glanced at the clock as it reached its final second. The light in his eyes faded. He closed his eyes, his gaze falling onto the knife pressed against his neck. Who would have thought? Shir. You were one of the few survivors from that fire back then. These years I spent cultivating you. And in the end, I'll die by your hands. Grandpa Shir chuckled, but Shir, who was under control, could not comprehend his words. He merely glared icily at him. In the next instant, blood reddened his eyes. As Shir's fingers moved slightly, he blankly stared at the fallen body of Grandpa Shir. I'm old. Unable to endure those interrogations, Shir, since I've raised you so big, let you be the one to send me off. The butler stood quietly watching this scene for a while, then mustered all his remaining strength, struggled to stand, and kicked Grandpa Shir's corpse hard. He spat out, glaring ferociously. Damn it. I followed you this far, just waiting for today. Useless waste. Back then, you killed Miss, and now you fail to save her again. Waste. The butler continued cursing and kicking Grandpa Shir's body until his strength gave out, leaving him slumped helplessly on the ground. Panting, he gazed upward at Shir and after a long pause, smiled faintly. If we couldn't save Miss, then my life has no meaning either. Shir, take me along as well. With Agent 447's assistance, Shereimo quickly confirmed Sui En's location. As he hurried there, he ordered Agent 447 to send a message via Yun Shirchi's communicator along with the positioning data, urging them to come immediately. Along the way, apart from some beast people blocking the path, they encountered just a few researchers. But the current Shereimo had no time to deal with them, directly using mind control to fully subdue them and toss them aside. He had a bad feeling, wanting nothing more than to find Sui En as soon as possible. Agent 447 sobbed brokenly, that guy is so fierce, Sui will definitely be scared. It's right ahead. In this laboratory. Agent 447's voice suddenly rose several pitches and stopped at a door. Shereimo kicked the door open with one swift kick. The sudden intrusion startled two researchers inside the lab. What's going on? Shereimo. How did you get here? One of them exclaimed in shock, incredulously staring at Shereimo as the medicines they were holding fell to the ground. The other person was still holding a syringe, and upon seeing Shereimo, swallowed nervously and immediately turned to run. But Shereimo wouldn't give them the chance. With a snap of his fingers, he immobilized them. The two who had been about to flee now stood off to the side with vacant stares, their faces expressionless. Shereimo was already under the suppression of the world's rules and was injured, overusing his strength now left him nearly unable to hold on. He panted softly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, all the blood draining from his lips. Little Mo. Agent 447 hurriedly took out a pill from his little pocket and gave it to Shereimo, feeling so heartbroken that he almost cried. Little Mo, why don't you rest a bit first? Sui is inside, I'll go find him while you rest. Agent 447 tried to help Shereimo sit down aside, but he was simply too weak to manage it. Shereimo slightly shook his head, waved his hand, and slowly moved forward. It's fine, let's go see Sui first. Shereimo's voice was very soft. Agent 447 was also confused at this moment. Shereimo seemed overly concerned about Sui En, even to the point of neglecting his own body. What Agent 447 didn't know was that Shereimo had a younger brother, a pure-blooded little demon just like him. The existence of demon species was enticing in itself, and pure-blooded demons were extremely rare. It was no secret how many people coveted them. When Shereimo's younger brother, Shir, was still very young, he had been taken away and used as an experimental subject by a group of madmen, almost dying in that laboratory. On the day Shereimo saved him, his eyes had turned completely red with fury. He didn't leave a single person in that lab alive. To prevent such an incident from happening again, he had prepared a very safe manner where he kept his younger brother. Now, the scene before him overlapped heavily with his memories. Shereimo looked at the curtain ahead, took a deep breath, and pulled it open. Ah. Brother, you're here. Sui En sat on the examination bed, his head hanging low, swinging his legs occasionally. Noticing the movement, he raised his head, gazing at Shereimo and revealing a pale face without a trace of blood color. Seeing Shereimo, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his hands for a hug, a hint of joy in his voice. Brother. Hold me. Watching this version of Sui En made Shereimo feel a sense of distress. His hand hanging by his side tightened slightly. The lively child who once clung to him calling for brother was now sitting quietly, resembling a shattered porcelain doll patched together forcibly. This realization made him hesitant to approach. Though they were only a few steps apart, Shereimo remained standing there, silently watching the sick-looking little fox. The little fox stared at him hopefully. When he noticed that Shereimo did not move, whether due to disappointment or lack of physical strength, he eventually lowered his hand. Brother. I know what you want. I heard them say it. The thing you are looking for, is here. Thinking about what those people had told him earlier, Swayan believed that Shereimo had come for that item. He slowly lifted his finger and pointed to his heart area, his eyes bending slightly as he offered a faint smile, being his usual obedient self. For some reason, the smile disappeared from his face, leaving behind only sadness. He glanced down at his hands and spoke in a muffled tone. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to bother you. They told me, if brother likes me, I can leave here. I just don't like being here anymore. I don't want to keep taking those medicines or having my blood drawn. It's so bitter, so painful. Swayan muttered softly and then curled up tightly into a ball, hugging himself. He just didn't want to get hit, didn't want to be shocked, didn't want to have his blood drawn again and again, didn't want to take those medicines or injections. He just wanted to sleep peacefully, wanted to leave, wanted to see the outside world. So when they told him that he would have a brother, and that as long as his brother liked him, he could stay in that home and not return here, he was genuinely happy. At that time, he hadn't thought much about it. He assumed that if his brother liked him, he wouldn't need to come back. Elder brother liked him so much, and the big elder brother liked him so much too. He also had his obedient Tuan, who only he could see. But now he realized, it was all wrong. Everything was wrong. His very existence was a mistake. He could never leave this place, nor should he leave. Only by staying here would no harm come to those he cared about, or to anyone else. Chapter 108, 999 Ways to Eat Your Villain Roommate, 53. Swayan hugged himself tighter, and even his ears drooped. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in an even warmer embrace. It was Shereimo. The little fox's originally drooping ears slowly rose again. He tilted his head up, his bright eyes glistening with tears. Shereimo held him gently in his arms, as if afraid of frightening him, softening his voice. Don't worry, Sai. Brother doesn't blame you. I've always known, but I've always liked you, and I've never blamed you. If you don't like it here, that's fine too. Brother will take you away from here. We'll never stay here again. Shereimo tried to make his voice sound as calm as possible, yet the little fox in his arms clearly sensed something amiss. Swayan's eyes flickered slightly as he remembered what those people had said, then asked. Brother, are you sad? You shouldn't be sad, brother is such a good person, so things should go well for you. In fact, I'm not scared at all, really. Perhaps due to emotional agitation causing the contaminant inside his body to spread, Swayan suddenly furrowed his eyebrows in pain. Despite biting down hard on his lips, a muffled groan of pain still escaped him. Shereimo tightened his hold on him a bit more, but could only try to soothe him. It's all right, Sai. Don't think about those things. Let me take you away from here first. As Shereimo spoke, he tried to carry Swayan away, but his wrist was caught. Let's not do that. Swayan clutched onto one of Shereimo's hands and shook his head slightly. His voice was very soft. I know. I'm going to die. Even if brother didn't come, I would die soon anyway. He knew, they all wanted that thing inside his body. If they took it out, he would die. But he also understood, that thing was consuming him, if they didn't take it out, he would die anyway. Thinking of death, Swayan's previously calm voice cracked a little. I've caused brother so much trouble. But I'm such a bad child. Though I've caused so many troubles, I am still so happy to have met such a wonderful brother. I really like you, brother. If I die outside, it will cause brother more trouble. So, it's better to stay here. Swayan whispered quietly, noticing a sudden wetness on his hand. He paused in confusion. Seeing Shereimo's eyes redden slightly at the corners, he lifted a small hand to wipe away Shereimo's tears and gave a gentle smile. Brother, don't be sad. Dying is okay. It's like, falling into a deep sleep, a sleep where no one will wake me up ever again. This time, no one will bother me anymore. By the end of his sentence, his voice was trembling noticeably. His body grew colder by the second, and his consciousness blurred. Still, he instinctively curled closer into Shereimo's arms, murmuring. Brother, I'm so sleepy. I just want to sleep. Before, I always wondered when I could finally have a good rest. What a pity. Let me tell you a secret, I had a great friend, a little wolf. Later, he also left me. They said he passed away. I promised him that I would live, go out, grow up properly. But I haven't grown up yet. He closed his eyes against Shereimo's chest, his ears and tail drooping again, but he continued speaking in weak, intermittent breaths, his voice fading almost to a whisper. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trick him, I was just too tired. It hurts so much. Brother. I'm sorry. Sorry. It's okay, sigh, it's okay. Shereimo lowered his gaze to look at the small figure in his arms, his voice hoarse. He softly patted his back and whispered. Sigh, be good. Go to sleep, it'll be fine after a nap. Not until the little fox in his arms had no more strength to speak, and the hand holding onto him fell limply, did he finally stop his motions. He wanted to leave this place so much. 447 sobbed and finally couldn't help herself anymore, throwing herself into Shereimo's arms and bursting into tears. Wah! He wanted to leave this place so badly, wanted to survive, wanted to grow up. Yet, he returned to this lab, and ended up dying here, unable to grow any older. Why? Momo, why him, why specifically him? He's still so young. 447 had been to too many worlds, met too many people, and experienced too much parting and death. But now, she still couldn't calmly accept it. This was the first person she'd encountered in a minor world who could see her. The child was so young yet he wanted to protect her. Momo, can't we save him? Knowing it was already impossible, 447 couldn't help but ask. Shereimo didn't answer her question. Instead, he picked her up while she was sobbing and placed her aside. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Give me the tool. If we don't get rid of the contaminant source soon, allowing it to spread further will only cause unimaginable damage. Shereimo's voice remained calm as he spoke, but beneath that calmness hid a faint tremor. Swayan was originally the carrier of the contaminant, they had injected him with medicine to accelerate its spread within his body. Now that the carrier was gone, the contaminant was spreading even more wildly, and this place was right in the center of the main city. Though her eyes were red, 447 handed over the object she'd prepared long ago to Shereimo. Shereimo stared at the sharp blade gleaming coldly before his thoughts momentarily wandered. This knife was something he'd specifically exchanged for as a tool. Back then, he hadn't imagined the carrier of the contaminant would be a little fox. Even after learning it, he never planned to use this knife on Swayan. He'd hoped to wait until Swayan came of age and then find another way to remove the contaminant source, though it might have been troublesome, the outcome would surely have been good. But now, using this knife was the easiest, quickest, and most effective method for him. All he had to do was pierce through the fox's heart, cut open his chest, take out the contaminant source, and crush it. Yet Shereimo tightened his grip on the blade for a moment before tossing it away. His beautiful ruby-like eyes, which had always been pretty, now glimmered with blood-red hues. In the empty lab filled with a pungent metallic scent, only a single sigh lingered. Shereimo placed his hand over Swayan's chest, letting the contaminant's power wrap around his own hand. Ignoring the force trying to consume him, faint starlight emerged from his palm and flowed into Swayan's body. Momo. 447 watched anxiously, pacing back and forth around Shereimo several times but dared not approach, fearing it might disturb him. A strange red light burst forth instantly from Swayan's body, enclosing the contaminant source in it. The contaminant's power was entirely enveloped within the red glow, compressed tightly together. With Shereimo exerting more force, a crackling sound rang out. The contaminant shattered and dissolved into powder under the red glow, completely dissipating. Silence returned. Shereimo did not leave immediately. To be precise, he wasn't in any condition to leave at the moment. He had almost exhausted all his strength and was barely standing upright. 447 noticed that something was off about his state and hurriedly dragged over a chair for him to sit down. Shereimo lowered his gaze, stroking Swayan's soft white hair, his eyes revealing an obscure dimness while his tone stayed gentle and slow. Sleep now. Have a nice dream. This time, you'll sleep for a very long time. But don't be afraid, someone will always stay by your side. When you wake up, everything will be over. Sway Pinion. Sway is such a well-behaved child, naturally safe and sound. You should grow up healthily. Chapter 109, 999 Ways to Deal with an Antagonistic Roommate, 54. When Shereimo woke up, he was no longer in that laboratory but on a hospital bed. He slightly turned his head and glanced at Yunshirchi, who had been by his side for who knows how long. As soon as 447 saw that he was awake, he crawled over from the bedside and threw himself onto Shereimo, sobbing loudly. Sniff. Little Mo, you almost scared me to death. How could you suddenly faint like that, and remain unconscious for 2 whole days and nights? If I hadn't still been able to sense our connection, would have truly feared that you. Sniff. You must never scare me like this again. 447 was on the verge of losing his mind, having helplessly watched Swayan die right before his eyes. Before he even had time to mourn, Shereimo lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Thankfully, Yunshirchi and the others arrived just in time, otherwise, he didn't dare think about what might have happened. Shereimo reached out and patted the little bundle crying on top of him, consoling him. That's enough, it's all over, Shao-Chi. 447 looked at him with teary eyes and choked out, Little Mo, what exactly happened? When I checked on you, your body seemed completely drained. Even though he was scared and distressed, he did not forget to scan Shereimo's body and conduct an examination. The result of the scan showed that Shereimo's body was like a sponge that had been squeezed dry of its last drop of water. Fortunately, after coming into contact with Yunshir, Shereimo's body began to slowly recover. However, the recovery process was far too slow, and it took until now for him to wake up. Otherwise, given Shereimo's previous condition, 447 would not have cared about Yunshir, whose malignancy value had surged so high he was nearly crazed. He would have already chosen to forcibly leave this world and send Shereimo back. Fortunately, Shereimo has awakened now, and there doesn't seem to be any serious issue with his body. Shereimo explained softly, it's simply due to excessive use. As you know, small worlds naturally suppress us. Overusing my abilities in this world caused my body to collapse and thus resulted in my previous state. 447 didn't understand, your energy is indeed overused, but it shouldn't have been entirely drained, right? Little Momo, tell me the truth, what did you actually do? Shereimo remained silent for a long moment, then raised his gaze to fixate on a certain point in the void, opening his mouth slowly. It wasn't such a big deal. I merely helped Sway take his final journey. 447 froze, you sent him. I sent him to another world. Shereimo's voice was very soft. This world has too many loopholes. There were so many wild systems appearing here in just a few decades. I couldn't leave him in this world anymore. Besides, since he was already dead, the best outcome would be reincarnation. If he stayed here, I wouldn't be able to find or protect him. So, I sent him to another world, selected a great family for him, one in a world very much like this. He will grow up healthily there, with loving parents and many friends. He will live in peace. Shao-Chi, this is the last thing I can do for him. Shereimo's voice was light, tinged with a touch of melancholy. 447 mumbled quietly, well, it's good. In the future, when he grows up, I'll visit him. Yup, there will be an opportunity. Shereimo didn't continue further on this topic. Since the matter regarding Swayan was resolved, he wanted to know more about what happened after he slipped into his coma. By the way, Shao-Chi. M.O. A slightly hoarse voice interrupted Shereimo, causing his hand which had been petting the lump to pause momentarily. Out of instinct, Shereimo turned his head to look at Yunshir. When he had woken up, Yunshir had been sitting beside his bed the entire time. Likely too exhausted, he rested there, so Shereimo didn't disturb him. Yunshir stared blankly at him, blinked once, then his eyes instantly sparkled with joy. M.O. You finally woke up. Are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Let me pour you some water first. What would you like to eat? Yunshir's voice trembled as he asked Shereimo these questions while getting up to pour water and simultaneously ringing the bell for the doctor to come check on Shereimo. Shereimo watched as Yunshir bustled around, raising his hand to massage his temple. He thought that this time he probably had scared Yunshir quite badly, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten him this flustered. 447, nestled in Shereimo's arms, kept a watchful eye on Yunshir, whispering a caution. Little Momo, be careful, Yunshir's malignancy value is very high right now. Not long after you fainted, he rushed over. Seeing your condition, he nearly went crazy. The old man and his butler had originally been killed by Shirjo, while the lab personnel were merely under your control. But with you unconscious, Yunshir didn't listen to anyone's advice and directly slaughtered them all, and quite brutally at that. If it hadn't been for Yulin telling him that you were still alive, just too exhausted to faint, you'd only see his corpse by now. 447 sighed, a blackened male protagonist is truly terrifying. I couldn't destroy the machine made by that old man, yet this guy smashed it. He has been by your bedside for 2 days straight, refusing to leave no matter who tried to persuade him. However, the Hunters Association did have some effect. They've already simplified and beautified the events of these past few days and published them. Little Momo, our mission is complete, and the original host's wishes are almost fulfilled as well, there's only 1% progress left. Probably because he hoped that we could survive well. So you can choose to leave now or stay on. Shereimo lowered his gaze and remained silent, leaning on one hand to sit up. Yunshir noticed the commotion and hurried back with a glass of water, speaking cautiously. Amo, drink some water first. I've checked, it's not hot. It was then that Shereimo noticed the redness around Yunshir's eyes. Was it from lack of rest during these 2 days, or because he had been crying? This Yunshir looked pitiful. Like a poor little puppy. As Shereimo thought, he took the cup in small sips, his parched throat finally getting some relief, which smoothed out the slightly furrowed brows he had before. I'm a bit hungry. I want to drink the soup you stewed, the corn spare rib soup. Chapter 110, on 999 ways to deal with an antagonistic roommate, end. Good. I'll stew something for you when I get back. Yunshir hadn't fully understood what Shereimo had said, but he instinctively agreed. This made Shereimo unable to suppress his laughter. He lifted his hand to pinch Yunshir's ear, squinted, and spoke. Yunshir, you've changed so much. Yunshir naturally held his hand, kissed the tips of his fingers, and softly replied. It doesn't matter. As long as you stay by my side, I'll change back. Mo, as long as you stay with me, don't scare me like this anymore. Please. Don't scare me again in the future. Shereimo embraced Yunshichi, rested his forehead on his shoulder, and whispered. I promise, I'll stay by your side from now on. Soon after, the doctor arrived and conducted a checkup on Shereimo. The doctor looked at the results, glanced at Shereimo in mild surprise, and then smiled as he spoke. Your body has recovered well, there's no major issue anymore. A family member can come with me to complete the procedures, and you can be discharged this afternoon. The doctor also found it strange. Just a few days ago, when these people brought him in, anyone could see that the young man looked like he was on the brink of death, yet no physical problems could be detected. In the end, the conclusion was just that he had suffered from excessive mental exhaustion, was very tired, and needed proper rest. But this sleep lasted 2 days, and they were beginning to suspect if Shereimo might turn into a vegetable. Unexpectedly, he woke up now, and his body seemed fine, as if he had just fallen asleep due to sheer exhaustion. When the doctor left, glancing at the others who rushed over, there was a hint of regret. If not for this young man's special identity, he really would want to consult him, asking if they could conduct further research. Shereimo glanced at the other people standing outside the door, all of them were members of the association. As for the original owner's friends, knowing what a major event had occurred within the Shir family, it wasn't surprising they hadn't come. After all, in recent years, casualties caused by unstable spirit powers of beast folk have been numerous. And now the things done by Grandpa Shir have been exposed. Without the help of the association members explaining, being the only grandson of Grandpa Shir, he would likely become a public enemy. But since he didn't share much affection with those people, he also didn't care about how they saw him. Compared to those concerns, he cared more for Yunshichi. Yunshichi, what did the doctor say? Is he better? Zhang Lin asked softly, and Yunshichi responded faintly, he was checked. There's no big problem, and we'll handle the formalities later to leave the hospital. Yes, that's right. The association still wants to have a chat with him. Zhang Lin was pushed forward by a group of people. After all, out of everyone present, he and Yunshichi had the closest relationship, and he also knew Shereimo, although not especially familiar, which was still better than those who had never met before. At this moment, his voice was getting weaker. Looking at Shereimo still wearing a hospital gown, he turned away guiltily, touched his nose lightly, sighed deeply, and said. Never mind, take him home later. I'll explain to the association. Shereimo noticed his hesitation and distress, smiled at him. No worries, just a chat, nothing major. But I do want to go back with Yunshichi first. He just promised me that he'd return home to make soup for me later. Zhang Lin's eyes lit up, fearing that he might change his mind, hurriedly opened his mouth. Good. Good. Then I'll go back and let them know. This actually isn't urgent either. It's about the details concerning your grandfather. They want to understand the specifics. Shereimo, rest well first, and once your health is restored, we can discuss everything else. Zhang Lin continued while bearing the glare from Yunshichi and immediately turned to leave. When he reached the door, his steps suddenly stopped. Turning his head, he looked at Shereimo on the bed, his expression becoming complex, but after opening his mouth several times, he eventually said nothing. Shereimo quickly finished the discharge procedures and returned to Yunshichi's house. Sighing, he opened his mouth. I've already understood the general situation now. Yunshichi, Master Yun, you need to look after me in the future. Yunshichi raised his hand, hooked his waist, slightly lowered his head, touching foreheads with him, and his voice carried an unusual touch of joy. That's unacceptable. Huh? Shereimo raised an eyebrow, gently pushing him away, his gaze half smiling as he stared intently at him. What? Unwilling to take care of me? Then I'll find someone else. Yunshichi's eyes dimmed the moment he heard Shereimo's words, and without hesitation, he kissed him, cutting off whatever Shereimo had left to say. This sudden move scared 447, who had been lying on Shereimo's head, causing it to roll off completely. 447 covered its own eyes, cursing while locking itself in the little black room. Oh no. Little Mo. You should really control your fish. How could he just kiss like that? Yunshichi loosened his grip on Shereimo who was breathing softly, and slowly spoke. Little Mo, in the future you'll have to take care of me. I've already transferred all my assets into your name. All of my cards are yours too. In the future, you can just give me a little pocket money every month. Yunshichi cuddled with Shereimo affectionately. Shereimo initially looked surprised, then smiled happily, all right. But this way, won't you not have money for the wedding? Yunshichi fell silent for a moment, holding Shereimo's hand and opening his mouth cautiously and hesitantly. Little Mo, are you serious? Yunshichi couldn't help but feel this matter wasn't quite real. Even though this was something he'd long hoped for, now being actively brought up by Shereimo under these circumstances. I know about the incident involving Sway, you must be feeling terrible, but I'll always be by your side. I haven't let go of anyone who bullied him. Yunshichi felt somewhat anxious inside. Compared to being with Shereimo, he wanted Shereimo to be alright more. Holding Shereimo, his voice sounded muffled. Little Mo, although I want to, we can take things slowly. The marriage isn't urgent, the wedding preparations can also take time. But if you're willing, I think I can start as your boyfriend first. Shereimo lifted his hand to cradle Yunshichi's face, and looking at him seriously said. Sway's affairs have already been handled well. He will grow up happily and peacefully in another place. Our future is still long, though there is sorrow. I won't stay sad for too long, so don't worry. It was just a sudden impulse for me to say such things. And Shereimo paused slightly, and amidst Yunshichi's nervous gaze, smiled softly before continuing. Actually, on that day, I intended to ask you to be my boyfriend, but some people seem to have other preferences and insisted on being my lover. As Shereimo spoke, he withdrew his hand, shrugged his shoulders, and with a smile in his eyes looked at Yunshichi's dumbfounded expression. He sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to clarify, but seeing how happy you were, I decided not to explain after considering it. Ah, what? It took Yunshichi a while to snap out of it, his pupils widening, his mouth agape. Your meaning is, you've recognized me as your boyfriend for a long time. Excited, Yunshichi's voice trembled, and he could clearly feel the rapid beats of his heart. After calming down a bit, Yunshichi started to regret it, filled with annoyance. Little Mo. Me. I should have let you finish speaking back then. I just thought you didn't like me that much. Because Yunshichi believed Shereimo didn't like him that much, he thought even being a lover would do. At least this identity allowed him to stand openly beside Shereimo. But now, Yunshichi regrets it immensely. If he knew, why did he interrupt or add any words? He could have proudly announced his relationship with Shereimo to everyone long ago. At this moment, Yunshichi wishes he could go back in time and cover his own mouth. Yunshichi's face turned slightly red. The sudden news made him overly excited, leaving him momentarily unsure where to put his hands. But it doesn't matter. Right now, am I your boyfriend? Yunshichi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down with difficulty, his eyes brightly fixed on Shereimo, full of anticipation. Shereimo glanced at Yunshichi like this and quietly turned his head aside, then stepped a few paces away. Actually, I think it's okay not to. Shereimo originally only intended to tease Yunshichi, but never expected such an enormous reaction from him. This left Shereimo slightly embarrassed. Yunshichi's eyelids were already somewhat red, and now upon hearing this denial, they turned pink, his voice light. Little Mo. Shereimo. Well, looking at Yunshichi's pitiful puppy-like expression, Shereimo really couldn't refuse him. Alright, I was just joking with you. Go and stew the soup, I'm hungry. Shereimo felt somewhat helpless and didn't continue on this topic. Okay. As Yunshichi turned around, his lips curled slightly. It seems that those guides he read before weren't completely useless. Shereimo watched Yunshichi's happy back and shook his head, saying nothing. For several days in a row, no one came to disturb them, so they enjoyed a few quiet days. Yunshichi was constantly sticking by Shereimo's side, almost hanging on him. He accompanied Shereimo watching dramas and playing games, trying all sorts of ways to cook delicious food for him, fearing that online comments might affect him, so he rarely let Shereimo go online. Until a week later, when Zulin knocked on their door again. Yunshichi's face looked somewhat displeased, though he knew that the people from the association wouldn't give Shereimo a hard time, he simply didn't want to be separated from Shereimo. After half an hour of reassurance, Shereimo finally calmed him down, then left with Zulin. On the way to the Hunter Association, Zulin sighed. This is the first time I've seen him like someone this much. No, actually it's the first time I've ever seen him liking someone at all. I never expected he could like someone to this extent. Zulin received no response from Shereimo, but still continued rambling on. When will you two get married? When it happens, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. Shereimo faintly smiled and replied, we'll see. This matter needs to be carefully prepared. Zulin mused thoughtfully, it indeed needs careful preparation. Don't be too nervous later on. Actually, your grandfather's issue has been resolved long ago. Everyone knows about that event and understands that it's not related to you, everyone knows you are the victim. Just that the president considers Yunshichi as his own son, and knowing that you two are together now, there are bound to be some questions he wants to ask you. Zulin paused for a moment and then added rather worriedly. By the way, there's also someone else you have to meet. That person said only you can kill him. If he doesn't die by your hand, he'll destroy his beast core himself. His beast core has been polluted for quite some time. If it gets destroyed directly, it will still cause some effects. Shereimo guessed who Zulin was referring to, and merely nodded slightly. Soon, he met the president Zulin had mentioned. The man appeared to be a stern middle-aged man. From the moment Shereimo entered the room, his scrutinizing gaze fell upon him. Not until Shereimo sat down did the man immediately throw a card on the table, pushing it towards him. Shereimo. Was this going to be one of those, give you 5 million to leave my son alone, plots? There's 50 million in this card. The president said calmly. Seeing Shereimo's lack of reaction, he took out 2 more cards. These 2 cards contain 30 million. Shereimo fiddled with the 3 cards, raising an eyebrow with a smile. What does this mean? The middle-aged man maintained a serious face. You've already taken my money. Shereimo's movement paused as he heard the other person speak with a sense of satisfaction. Now that the Shir family is gone, you must be short on funds. After taking my money, you can't break up with him anymore. Shereimo. Alright. The president softened his tone. The boy likes someone for the first time, maybe he doesn't understand everything yet. If he does anything wrong, you can tell me. The president sighed, but I can see that he cares about you deeply, so today after receiving my money, if you two argue later, please don't talk about breaking up right away. I know. Shereimo's emotions were mixed, he never expected that the president would find him for such a matter. The president continued talking for a long time, endlessly praising Yunshichi, making sure Shereimo wouldn't think ill of him. In the end, Shereimo accepted a few cards and left with a smile, heading to see the person Zulin said must meet him. Seeing Shirgio locked inside an isolation box, Shereimo's smile diminished slightly. Why do you want to see me? At this moment, Shirgio wore Shereimo's face, staring silently at him. I don't know. I just don't know who else to see. They all died at my hands, so I should die too, but I just wanted to see you one last time. Shereimo, I've transformed into many different people's appearances. Shirgio spoke softly, and as his words trailed off, the face began to change incessantly. Some were faces Shereimo had seen, some he hadn't. You're the most special person I've ever encountered. That day, I don't know why I lost control. Maybe it's because of you. Shereimo, I want to die by your hand. Shereimo gazed intently at Shirgio, remembering the dream of Master Shir he had seen before. The number 19, when the fire happened, seemed no more than 2 or 3 years old. Now, he was just over 20 years old. It seems like you feel remorse for their deaths, but to them, you were merely an experiment. Shereimo picked up a gun nearby, playing with it absent-mindedly as he spoke. Shirgio tilted his head, looking at Shereimo. He was wearing isolation clothes, a control ring around his neck, and his face eventually remained in Shereimo's appearance. You probably don't even remember what you originally looked like. I know I am an experiment. Before that little fox appeared, I was their best specimen. My body also carries a source of pollution. Shirgio pointed at his chest, speaking softly. He gave me a name, an identity, and a chance to see this world. He raised me, but I killed him with my own hands. I don't hate you, but if given the opportunity, I would kill you for his revenge. But without him, I wouldn't be Shirgio anymore, and this world shouldn't have number 19. Shirgio looked at Shereimo and softly opened his mouth. At this point, he didn't know what else he should say. I don't want to kill you. So, Shereimo, send me off. Shereimo looked at Shirgio and silently raised the gun, shooting through his chest. He looked at Shirgio lying in the blood, after a long pause he finally spoke. He didn't give you a name, he just gave you a number and someone else's identity. What a pity, you should have had a name of your own. But alas, after being an experiment for so many years, he had already forgotten his own name, forgot his true appearance, obeying orders had become instinct. A subtle fluctuation in the air, and 447 came out from the system space, diving into Shereimo's arms, opening up somewhat astonished. Little Mo. What did you do? The original host's wish progress was just filled up completely. Shereimo crushed the pollution source in his hand, glanced at the handsome young man on the ground, placed 447 on his shoulder and turned to leave. There's nothing much. Just destroyed the last source of contamination. TSK, that old man ruined so many lives, yet he died too easily. 447 nodded thoughtfully, it's like that. I thought the last bit was hoping you could live well. Let's go home. Shereimo left the Hunter Association and looked over to where Yunshichi had arrived without him noticing, waiting for him not far away, squinting his eyes slightly. Yunshichi held 2 cakes in his hand, looked up at him, and smiled. Shereimo also curled his lips, walking quickly toward him. Yunshichi handed him the cake, ruffling his hair. What did they tell you? Nothing, just asking when we'll get married. They're too hasty. But anyway, Amo, I think the 10th is a good day. End. Chapter 111, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 1. Lord, I've heard that Feng Qian has now become completely powerless. Why don't we take this opportunity to cripple him even more? Before Shereimo opened his eyes, he already heard a voice from below filled with laughter. But another person countered, Feng Qian is now already a waste. He's not worth our effort. But Nan Gong Jiuming. The speaker hesitated briefly before continuing, he's been stealing the spotlight lately, and everyone says he's destined by heaven. This time, Feng Qian was not only incapacitated but also expelled from the Tianxian sect. Any clear-minded person can see it's related to him, but what can we do? He's currently Tianxian sect's most impressive figure. Feng Qian, despite being revered as an immortal lord in the past, is now merely a useless man. How can he compare to the younger and more talented Nan Gong Jiuming? Lord, if you ask me, this Nan Gong Jiuming will undoubtedly be the biggest obstacle to our unification of the 6 realms. We should take advantage of his incomplete growth and eliminate him. As Shereimo listened to the back and forth between the 2 people below, he felt a headache brewing. He lifted a hand to massage his temples and said irritably. Quiet, both of you. Their voices disappeared instantly, making Shereimo's surroundings much quieter, relaxing his previously furrowed brow. Still, he could sense the relative safety of the current situation. Without having yet accessed the world's storyline or the original owner's memories, he had no intention of opening his eyes. He simply waved his hand and said lightly, "Alright, I'll handle this matter myself. You may leave for now." "Yes, Lord. Little 7, send me the plot of this world and the memories of the previous owner." "Here you go, little Momo." Together with the cheerful voice of number 447, the storyline of this world transmitted into his mind. After receiving the entire narrative, Shereimo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the empty grand hall before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was a cultivation world. Besides the human realm, demon realm, and cultivation realm, there were also the spirit realm, netherworld, and the immortal realm. The cultivation realm existed between the human and immortal realms. Nowadays, there are few individuals ascending. Most are celestial beings descending for training with naturally born immortal bones. And the protagonist of this world, Yuchi, was one of the celestial beings who descended for practice. According to the original plot, he would have been born in an ordinary peasant family and then discovered by an elder by chance, found to possess innate spiritual roots, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. That elder was none other than the former sect master of Tianxian sect, the first large sect in the cultivation realm, and later became one of the external cheats providing shortcuts to the main character. Yuchi was originally supposed to undergo numerous trials successfully, ascend to immortality, and become a legendary tale, respected by all as the venerable immortal Lord Yuchi. More importantly, everyone ascending in the cultivation realm were celestial beings sent down to train. It had been a long time since any ordinary cultivators ascended. The celestial realm was like stagnant water. With Yuchi carrying the fate, heaven originally intended to use his ascension to inject new energy into this continent. In less than 100 years, others would ascend to the celestial realm. However, this was all before the false protagonist arrived. The false protagonist, Nan Gong Juming, was also someone from the celestial realm. At the moment of Yuchi's ascension, because he stood too close to the fairy altar, he glimpsed a trace of destiny and learned that Yuchi was chosen by heaven. After this ascent, Yuchi would also become the strongest in the entire celestial realm, officially becoming the immortal lord. Filled with intense dissatisfaction and jealousy, Nan Gong Juming used his life force to forcibly reverse time and space, returning to when Yuchi initially descended to the mortal realm. He brutally shattered Yuchi's soul, though he himself suffered backlash. Yuchi was struck severely, his soul split into two. One half continued along the original path, while the other disappeared without a trace. After recovering from his injuries, Nan Gong Juming immediately followed Yuchi down and did everything possible to replace the position held by Feng Qian, a part of Yuchi's soul. He crippled Feng Qian. He wanted to take Yuchi's place, walking the path originally belonging to Yuchi, and become the protagonist of this world. But he was different from Yuchi. While descending, he relentlessly seized every opportunity for strength, using any means necessary, and placed all blame on the demon race. Eventually, under the guise of eradicating the demons, he invaded the demon realm, killed the previous demon lord, which is the original owner of this body, and openly took over everything the demon lord possessed. His ascension speed was faster than the original Yuchi, and ultimately, he grew dissatisfied with merely becoming an immortal lord. Nan Gong Juming believed that the heavenly Tao was unfair, choosing someone else to be the protagonist instead of him. So he decided to destroy the heavenly Tao and become the new one. A glint of coldness flashed in Shereimo's eyes. The heavenly Tao had sent them here at a relatively early time. The current Nan Gong Juming had just recovered from his injuries and arrived in the cultivation world, managing to infiltrate Tianxian sect. He first slandered Feng Qian for colluding with the demon race, turning him into a demon cultivator. Then, while Feng Qian led a group of inner sect disciples from Tianxian sect to explore a secret realm for training, Nan Gong Juming took advantage of the situation and incapacitated Feng Qian. If Shereimo hadn't intervened, Feng Qian would have been left as a cripple and died 3 days later. As for Yuchi's other half of his soul, it had already attached itself to a dead snake demon in the demon realm, losing its memories. That snake demon happened to be the son of the demon king but was not valued, which is why it quietly died in a corner. But now, with the snake demon becoming Yuchi, this fate has naturally changed. In the years since, half of Yuchi's soul became immortal Lord Feng Qian, and the other half became demon king Yu Huaiqi. This was an irrefutable fact. As for the original owner, Shereimo fell silent. He thought everyone called him Lord and spoke earlier about unifying the 6 realms, along with his role as the antagonist Demon Lord. Had he not received the original owner's memories, he would have assumed the original owner was some great villain defying heaven and earth. The original owner's father, who was the previous Demon Lord, had 35 children in total. And the original owner was the least regarded among them because all he ever did was go out to eat or wander towards food. When his siblings were vying for the position of Demon Lord, he was enjoying wontons on a street corner in a small city in the human realm. Later, after the old Demon Lord passed away, and all of his siblings had also perished, he was simply hauled back by several Demon World elders while waiting in line for sugared rice cakes, and placed on the Demon Lord's throne. It was the old Demon Lord who wanted to unify the 6 realms, and others who harbored ambitions. All the original owner wanted was good food. If the elders hadn't convinced him that once they unified the 6 realms, he could eat anywhere he wanted, he wouldn't have stayed obediently on that position. During Yuchi's time as the protagonist, his role as the villain was merely because he was the Demon Lord, so he served as a contrasting character. Once Yu Qi received sufficient resources, his role was essentially over. But after Nan Gong Jiuming replaced Yu Qi, it seemed like every day, he wanted to pin 800 charges onto him. Not only did he make him take the blame, but eventually cost him his life. Number 447 side, Nan Gong Jiuming truly deserves to die. Chapter 112, on how to coax a demonic lord for dual cultivation, 2. Shereimo nodded in agreement. The only thing he couldn't comprehend was that there was no mention of revenge in the previous host's desires. The only wish of the previous host was for them to help him eat his way through the delicacies of the 5 realms, especially the ones he hadn't yet tried. 447 expressed some confusion, but speaking of which, Xiao Momo, why 5 realms? Recalling the memories of the previous host, Shereimo paused for a moment before answering slowly. Probably because, the food from the demon realm isn't very edible. Otherwise, a perfectly fine demon wouldn't have ended up being brought back from the human realm to become the demonic lord. 447 blinked and rubbed his little belly, muttering softly. It shouldn't be that bad, right, Xiao Momo? I'm kind of hungry. Shereimo, recalling the taste from the previous host's memory, silently turned his head but still had someone send over some food and drink. The demons summoned by Shereimo were quite surprised when they heard his request. Even after becoming the demonic lord, the previous host insisted on having food bought from the human realm daily. This was the first time he'd asked for something from the demon realm. The demons didn't dare hesitate, quickly going to prepare the meal while inwardly marveling. Apparently, the honorable lord must really be hungry today. In a short time, more than a dozen demons entered, each holding dishes of food. Moreover, since there was no table in the grand hall, 2 tall demons walked at the front carrying a stone table. Shereimo had the demons place the food down and then sent them off. He patted 447, who was perched on his shoulder. Go ahead and try it. With a gleam in his eyes, 447 immediately dove toward a platter of meat. Shereimo remained unperturbed, sitting regally with his hand casually draped over the armrest as he supported his head, lost in thought about the world's main character. Although the previous host was an antagonist, he was merely part of Yu Qi's control group. As long as he could eat well, it didn't matter if he fought or not, anything else was left for his underlings to do. Matters in the demon realm were also delegated to the elders. He appeared less often and spent less time on screen compared to those villainous foils, meeting the main protagonist just a few times. And now with Nan Gong Jiuling present, Yu Qi had been split into 2. Their mission this time wasn't just to kill Nan Gong Jiuling, but they also needed to find a way to restore the souls of Feng Qin and Yu Huaiqi. Shereimo couldn't help but let out a soft scoff. So the top priority was to retrieve the injured Feng Qin and treat him. Just what? At the very instant Shereimo stood up, he recalled the male leads from the last 2 worlds and thought about this world's lead. This made him hesitate further inside. He wasn't sure whether meeting the same person across the first 2 worlds was coincidental, nor could he confirm the true identity of the individual in question. To him, that person was merely a more delicious food item. Taste aside, he never cared much where the food came from. But now, thinking of soon seeing Feng Qian, Shereimo felt a slight tinge of anticipation rise within him. Could the male lead of this world be him? Shereimo didn't know, but he hoped so. After all, he had grown accustomed to the taste, and finding such a delectable dish was rare. Wah! Xiao Momo. The food here is simply terrible. Before Shereimo could come back to his thoughts, 447 had already flown back to him, flailing and shouting. I mean, how did they manage? They make the dishes look appetizing, but they taste absolutely awful. That soup earlier. It was bitter. That nearby meat. Those meatballs were sour. And that bowl of rice. I don't even want to talk about how many bones were in it. The more 447 talked, the more aggrieved he became. After traveling to so many worlds with Shereimo, he'd never eaten anything this bad. Shereimo soothingly stroked his head with a smile and said, since it's unpleasant, we'll stop eating it in the future. 447 nodded vigorously but couldn't resist continuing to grumble. I finally understand why the original host didn't want to eat here. If I were him, it'd only prove how incapable I am that they can drag me back here to be the demonic lord. Shereimo placed him carelessly back on his shoulder. Alright, I'll take you to have better food later. For now, I need a teleportation card, I need to go check on Feng Qin. If he doesn't go soon, he fears Feng Qin won't last much longer. Okay. A faint golden light enveloped Shereimo, and he vanished from the spot. The crowd of demon clans that had been standing guard outside the grand hall, waiting anxiously for some movement, could no longer hold back their impatience. They cautiously stepped into the hall. Looking at the barely touched food and the empty grand hall, they finally realized what had happened, panic slowly creeping over them. Oh. Elder 1. The Honorable Lord's disappeared again. Elder 3. The Honorable Lord's gone. Left Protector. Damn it. I said not to give the Honorable Lord our food, whose bright idea was this? It was the Honorable Lord's request, one demon offered hesitantly as an explanation. Elder 1 let out a cold snort, waving his sleeve dismissively, utterly convinced. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. The Honorable Lord ate just yesterday, how could he possibly be this famished today? What should we do now? Elder One rolled up his sleeves to catch someone, to the human realm. To the Emperor's city, it's full of good food. The Honorable Lord must have gone there again. But Elder Two lazily waved his fan and spoke leisurely, why are you rushing? Let the Honorable Lord enjoy some food. The last time you insisted on bringing the chef here, if only you hadn't charged forward with your big sword like that, the chef wouldn't have been so terrified they vowed never to come back. The Honorable Lord's mother is human, naturally, he finds our food unpalatable. And with the chef scared off by you, can you really blame him for fleeing elsewhere to eat? At least go along with him. If you accompany him and wait until he has eaten his fill, he will surely return by himself. Enraged, Elder One glared at the blood still drying on Elder Two's fan. In a burst of anger, he growled. Humph. Elder Two closed his fan with a flick and picked up a fruit from the table, tossing it into his mouth with a grin before saying. Well, enough yelling. Isn't that Feng Qian supposed to be incapacitated now anyway? With all this free time, why don't you figure out a plan to conquer Tianxian's sect while I bring the Honorable Lord back? Unaware of all this, Shereimo crouched beside Feng Qian at that moment, using a stick to absent-mindedly poke at the hair covering Feng Qian's face in distaste. Suddenly, the next instant, Feng Qian grabbed the stick in Shereimo's hand and snapped it cleanly in two. Who are you? Chapter 113, Discussion, How to Coax a Demon Lord into Dual Cultivation, 3. Feng Qian sat up, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, while the other tightly gripped Shereimo's wrist. His voice was somewhat dry and cautious. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shereimo paused for 2 seconds silently, without answering him. Instead, he directly pushed aside Feng Qian's messy hair to reveal a face that bore some resemblance to someone from his first world. As Shereimo gazed at this face etched in memory, the slightly furrowed brows relaxed noticeably. Feng Qian appeared rather bewildered, and his voice began to stutter when he heard it. You, what are you doing? Shereimo stared into those ink-black eyes void of any light, involuntarily narrowing his own eyes. He waved a hand in front of Feng Qian. Can you still see? Feng Qian. This voice was somewhat melodious. Feng Qian slightly turned his head away, fortunately, his long hair covered the tips of his ears that had turned red. Only his voice softened unusually. I cannot see. And you haven't told me who exactly you are. Feng Qian lied. His eyes were indeed injured, but not completely blind, all he could see was a blurry outline. However, there were still quite a few spirit herbs in his storage space. Within half a month, his eyes would also be as good as new. But after having just suffered betrayal, being faced with a completely unfamiliar youth, it was inevitable for him to feel somewhat on guard. Naturally, he wouldn't lay all his cards on the table. Shereimo noticed Feng Qian's caution and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow with a faint smile. So, you've become a little blind boy. You look so pitiful. Do you remember who you are? An alarm bell went off in Feng Qian's mind. His instincts told him that this youth was probably going to deceive him next. Humph, but he wasn't someone so easily deceived. Feng Qian gave a cold laugh inwardly, yet remained expressionless outwardly. He wanted to see what more this young man might say, so he feigned confusion and asked. I seem not to remember either. Who am I? And who are you? Feng Qian asked again about the doubts in his heart. Although everything looked very blurred, he could confirm that he had never met this young man before, at least not as an enemy. So who exactly was this person? And why had they shown up here? A coincidence? Or? Feng Qian thought of Nangong Jiuyin, and the hand propping him up on the ground slightly clenched, hidden under the wide sleeves. Shereimo observed the person in front of him thoughtfully. Little 7, give him a checkup to see how we can help him recover. After all, he remembered that according to the collapsing storyline, Feng Qian would die right here after this incident. Since he'd already confirmed that this was the person he was looking for, he certainly couldn't leave him be. 447 conducted a simple scan and spoke earnestly. Little Momo, the injuries to his body aren't a big issue. There are medicines in the host's storage bag, taking them and resting for 2 or 3 days will do. As for the amnesia, I can't perform a direct scan for it, though it's possible he's faking it. However, his eyes were definitely hurt, blindness is probably genuine. The key problem is that his spiritual roots have been destroyed, broken into pieces. Reshaping them would be troublesome. According to this world's cultivation methods, the fastest and most effective way is, dual cultivation. 447's voice got quieter towards the end, as he was neither stupid nor blind. Naturally, he could tell the degree to which Shereimo cared about this Feng Qian had exceeded normal concern for a mission target. If it were earlier, he wouldn't have even mentioned such a method, knowing Shereimo wouldn't go for it. It would be useless to bring it up. But now, glancing at Shereimo, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the method he proposed, 447 immediately changed the subject. Our top priority now is to nurse him back to health, then take him to the demon realm to find the other half of his divine soul and figure out a way for their fusion. Shereimo refocused, understood. Eyes gleaming, 447 said, so shall we bring him back to the demon world? Even if you don't care about things, you're still the demon lord. Now he's practically useless anyway. Bringing him back to the demon realm as your empress seems quite alright too. Then you can openly engage in dual cultivation. 447 cheerfully opened his mouth. The next moment, Shereimo seriously stated to Feng Qian. It's like this, your name is Feng Qian, mine is Shereimo, and we are cultivational partners. 447, Little Mo, are you going to outright deceive him like this? Feng Qian. Does he look like someone who's easily deceived? Shereimo continued, you see, you're a cultivator and I'm from the demon clan. Your sect couldn't accept us, so you took me away. Your former junior brother bore grudge against you, set up a trap for you, turning you into what you are now. As Shereimo spoke, he wanted to pat Feng Qian's head, but hesitated with his hand in the air for a moment before casting a purification spell. Looking at a much cleaner Feng Qian, he was satisfied as he finally placed his hand on Feng Qian's head, making the already messy hair even more disheveled. With a flickering eyelid, Feng Qian heard the youth smile and say, but don't worry, even though you've become blind and memory impaired, I will not forsake you. After all, we share a marital bond of gratitude, and I will help you reshape your spiritual roots. Feng Qian. Alright, it seems that this young man truly sees him as an idiot. 447 sounded somewhat helpless, little Mo, he lost his memory, he didn't get dumb. He won't. So this is how it is, it seems we were indeed deeply in love. Feng Qian let out a soft laugh, quietly guessing this person's intentions while keeping a straight face. He questioned. But I remember nothing now. If you say we're cultivation partners, then how do we prove it? There was a hint of teasing in Feng Qian's voice. He was curious about just how far this sudden youth claiming to be his partner would go to sustain this lie. But speaking frankly, he wasn't repulsed by this young man. It was just that there was no feeling of aversion in his heart. And since he usually acted as his mood dictated, and since he did not hate him, naturally, he wouldn't make things difficult either. After these words, the atmosphere grew silent. For a long time without Shereimo's response, Feng Qian's smile faded slightly. Was he being too rude? Nowhere around here but him and Shereimo, there was really no need to worsen their relationship. While Feng Qian was thinking about how to apologize, Shereimo suddenly moved. Shereimo straddled him directly, hands propped beside him, and kissed Feng Qian's lips. Feng Qian's pupils tightened immediately. Chapter 114, Discussion, How to Coax a Demon Lord into Dual Cultivation, 4. To call it a kiss would not be entirely accurate. Shereimo merely brushed his lips against Feng Qian's, without any further action. Feng Qian couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple, slightly lowering his eyes in an attempt to conceal the turmoil of emotions in his gaze, though his reddened ear tips betrayed his current mood. It wasn't until Shereimo pinched his earlobe and gently rubbed it, then softly chuckled in his ear, that he slowly came back to his senses from that brief kiss. Does this prove it? My little husband. Shereimo watched as Feng Qian's ears turned red, his fingertips playing with the tie on his robe, speaking softly in his ear with a smile. Or, do you want me to do more? As Shereimo spoke, his breath grazed Feng Qian's ear, sending a strange yet pleasant tingling sensation through him. Though unusual, Feng Qian didn't reject it. Instead, a small sense of joy arose within him. Feng Qian thought to himself that he must have gone mad. Knowing fully well that this young man was deceiving him, and that he didn't truly have a cultivation partner. Yet at this moment, he found himself willingly wanting to drown in this charade. Feng Qian felt his quickening heartbeat and his gradually labored breathing. The last remnants of rationality in his mind told him that he should push this demon youth away. But he didn't want to do that. So instead, he pushed rationality aside and lifted his hand to tightly grasp Shereimo's waist. In an instant, the distance between them shortened, nearly pressing their bodies together. With a feigned calmness, Feng Qian whispered in Shereimo's ear. Unnecessary, I believe you. Since you've believed, then come with me. Shereimo smiled, then without hesitation stepped back from Feng Qian, stood up, patted his robes clean, and extended his hand. His movements were fluid and fast, too swift for Feng Qian to react. Staring blankly at Shereimo, Feng Qian blinked once, and did not take his hand. Having lived so long, he had never felt anything like this before. Even unable to clearly see this young man's face, his heart inexplicably began to beat faster. No matter when, Feng Qian always knew exactly what he wanted. Just as now, he could not deny the slight joy that welled up inside him upon hearing Shereimo call him husband. He understood it was all false, merely Shereimo's pretense to get close to him. But so what? If this was the excuse Shereimo chose, then perhaps believing it, even genuinely, wouldn't be out of line. In just moments, Feng Qian's feelings had undergone a drastic transformation. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips as he continued to pretend he could not see, hesitantly lifting his hand. I can't reach you. Feng Qian's voice carried a note of dejection, and the next second, his hand landed squarely in Shereimo's palm. Shereimo helped him stand up, exchanged 2 teleportation cards, and let 447 first send them to a safe location. Feng Qian sharply perceived the abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy beside him, followed immediately by a blinding flash of golden light. Before he could process it, he found himself transported to another place with Shereimo. Feng Qian's curiosity stirred within him, unsure of the means Shereimo had just employed. It didn't look like any conventional teleportation array, such ordinary arrays were incapable of transporting people over such distances. 447 crouched on Shereimo's head, gazing at the city gates before them, humming a tune. Little Mo, this is the imperial city of the human realm, where all kinds of people gather, making it convenient for us to find what we need to restore our spiritual roots. It's the perfect place for hiding. More importantly, there are lots of delicious food here. Although we left in such a hurry that we didn't take money, I already exchanged many spirit stones applicable to this world via the system. 447's voice brimmed with unbridled excitement and enthusiasm. The food from the demon realm left too deep an impression of negativity, he only wanted something better right now. Shereimo glanced at Feng Qian by his side, pondering for a moment. Since that's the case, let's go in first. It's getting late, and we'll need to find a place to rest. 447 circled in the air twice, I know. Staying at an inn isn't safe. Anyway, we're not short on money now, so why not just buy a residence? I've already scouted one out. Given their long partnership, Shereimo held no doubts about 447's abilities. Thus, following what 447 had proposed, they purchased the house he'd selected and went out to buy some necessities, tidying up the house simply. He led Feng Qian into a room, patted his shoulder. From now on, this will be your room. I'll figure out a way to solve the issue with your eyes, so don't worry too much. Change clothes first. Later, I'll take you out for something to eat. Seeing Feng Qian's hesitating expression, Shereimo slightly tilted his head and looked at him. What's wrong? Is there anything else you want to ask? Feng Qian, since you've claimed that we are cultivation partners, then why do we have to sleep separately? Could it be that you were lying to me before? Shereimo was momentarily speechless. Has everything developed so quickly in this world? Shereimo spoke earnestly, Little Seven, I think he might really have lost his memory. If he were faking it, he probably wouldn't say such things. 447 nodded, I think you're right. So, do you want to sleep with him? Shereimo's lips curled upward, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. He poked Feng Qian's cheek with his fingertip and said, it's just because you've become a little fool now, losing all your memories. I'm worried you won't get used to it. Feng Qian's ears turned red but remained calm. Because I've lost my memory, shouldn't you stay with me even more? Perhaps one day I'll regain my memories. Moreover, since I can't see due to my blindness, many things will be inconvenient for me. As my cultivation partner, shouldn't you help me? Feng Qian made his point with utmost confidence. Shereimo didn't contradict him. Instead, he took the new clothes he had just bought for him. Little Seven, go out. At the moment Shereimo picked up the clothes, 447 very willingly left and even closed the door for them. Shereimo's eye corners lightly curved upward as he lifted Feng Qian's robe tie with his fingertips. Don't worry. Shereimo's voice was soft and slow, carrying an indescribable charm. I definitely will help you. He moved lightly, turning behind Feng Qian, effortlessly taking off his robe. Then, he stopped, encircling Feng Qian's waist from behind and hugging him in his arms. Shereimo rested his head on Feng Qian's shoulder and neck, where black hair intertwined with silver-white strands. Since you can't see, let me handle it. With a flick of his finger, Feng Qian's inner garment was also unbuttoned, causing his body to tense when those cool fingertips touched his waist. Shereimo was quite satisfied with what he saw, lightly tapping with his fingertip and smiling mischievously. Not bad. Chapter 115, On How to Soothe a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 5. Feng Qian grabbed Shereimo's wandering hand, his breathing heavy, and his voice slightly hoarse. Judging by your tone, it seems like you're quite surprised. Aren't we Deos? Haven't we already been open with each other? Why are you so surprised now, as if you're seeing me for the first time? Feng Qian's expression was very calm, yet a glimmer of desire flickered in his dark eyes, quickly hidden again. Only the faintly reddened corners of his eyes revealed his emotions at this moment. Shereimo couldn't help but pause upon hearing Feng Qian's words. This guy, really had lost his memory. Otherwise, there's no way he could say something like this with such seriousness while maintaining such a face. The last shred of doubt in Shereimo's heart disappeared, replaced by an increasing desire to tease Feng Qian. Teasing a forgetful dog must be a very interesting thing. Thinking about it, Shereimo's lips curved upward. Then he broke free from Feng Qian's grasp and continued his own actions. And before Feng Qian could react, he let out a low laugh near his ear. Feng Qian's body tensed instantly, his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed hard. Just a single kiss from Shereimo earlier left him barely holding on. Now this was too much. Shereimo reined in his laughter somewhat, lightly biting Feng Qian's earlobe and letting go soon after, then kissing his lip corner instead. Just as Feng Qian was about to lose control, Shereimo let him go and quickly dressed him properly. Feng Qian. Feng Qian could confirm that Shereimo was absolutely doing this on purpose. On purpose teasing him, and releasing him just when he was about to lose himself. Shereimo clearly enjoyed playing around far too much. Now Feng Qian was uncomfortable. Feng Qian thought Shereimo wasn't from the demon race at all, but more like a fox spirit, mischievous and playful. Shirp little fox Bemo tilted his eye corners slightly, his voice leisurely opening. What? Don't you like it? His hand grasped Feng Qian's, slowly intertwining their fingers with an unstoppable demeanor. Qi, this makes me so sad. I was just worried that you wouldn't bear losing your memory right now, so I restrained myself and didn't act excessively. But I didn't expect you to suspect that we're not Deos because of that. Shereimo seriously started spinning a yarn, sighing heavily as if genuinely hurt by Feng Qian. If we weren't Deos, why would I bother rescuing you from there? Why would I bring you here and personally change your clothes? If you still have doubts in your heart, I can leave right now. Feng Qian looked at their interlaced hands, reminiscing on what happened earlier, and a thin blush appeared on his face. No. It's not that. I haven't doubted you. Seeing Shereimo looking disheartened, Feng Qian immediately panicked and subconsciously wanted to explain. But only moments later did he realize that he wasn't actually amnesiac, and Shereimo wasn't truly his Deo. This thought lasted merely a second in Feng Qian's mind before being discarded. He'd completely forgotten that he originally intended to pretend to lose his memory just to see what Shereimo would do. Looking at this kind of Feng Qian, Shereimo's eyes slightly bent. An image of a fluffy little dog rushing around anxiously popped into his mind, almost biting its own tail. Yes, very similar to the current Feng Qian. Ha. Alright, I was just joking with you, relax. As long as you don't make me angry, I won't leave you. Having achieved the desired effect, Shereimo felt extremely good-spirited, smoothing down Feng Qian's feathers and placing a light kiss on his brow. But I think you need to deal with your own issues right now. I'll head out to get some food. Shereimo's gaze lingered on a certain area, hinting subtly. Though Feng Qian was still a bit unclear at this moment, he could distinctly feel where Shereimo's gaze landed. Feng Qian's body stiffened slightly, coughing softly and awkwardly averting his eyes, turning his body slightly as if trying to hide something. Alright. Shereimo released Feng Qian's hand, turned around without hesitation, and considerately closed the door for him. Shereimo paused slightly by the door, pondering. Nangong Jiumei was not easy to deal with, and considering Feng Qian's current state, if the latter came over, it would indeed cause trouble. Before leaving, Shereimo set up another magical array to conceal Feng Qian's aura. Shereimo had made up his mind that he would visit the black market and auction house places, looking for something to craft a protective artifact for Feng Qian. However, 447 was rather surprised when he emerged from the leaf where he had been counting petals. 447 flew straight down from the leaf, circling around Shereimo twice and scrutinizing him carefully. Shereimo didn't fully understand why but cooperated fully, lifting his hand to let 447 examine him. Once he was done, Shereimo chuckled and inquired. Why so tense? Are you worried that I'll get injured if I fight with him? Finally, 447 came to a halt in front of Shereimo, hands crossed, and brows furrowed. Despite being nothing more than a fluffy ball, it was obvious he was extremely serious. As Shereimo started to restrain his laughter, thinking something severe might have happened. 447 burst out painfully, who would have thought? The male protagonist of this world is such a loser. Shereimo fell silent for a moment, replying, he is currently, but what does this have to do with me? Why are you looking at me like this? Shereimo had never seen 447 with such an odd expression. It was a mixture of frustration, deep sorrow, restraint, and resignation. Unable to understand what 447 was thinking, Shereimo grabbed him and gave him a good squeeze before tossing him onto his shoulder. If you don't know what to say, then don't. Let's go eat something first. With a muffled voice, 447 spoke, I know he's almost a vegetable right now, but dual cultivation still presents an opportunity. But I never expected him to be completely incapable even of dual cultivation. That's too short of a time frame. Shereimo halted, his eyelid twitching. Before he could speak, he heard 447 take a deep breath and grab his collar asking. Little Mo. Tell me honestly, isn't Feng Qian simply inadequate? Don't worry, if he truly can't make it, I'll approach the quest department and request medicine. There has to be a way. 447's tone was extremely serious. He could see clearly, Shereimo regarded Feng Qian as merely food. Almost all of Shereimo's mission points were spent on exchanging luck to use as food. Now, amidst these worlds, they rarely encountered food he could genuinely appreciate and admire. If it was just for show and couldn't be consumed, that would indeed be quite painful. The more 447 thought about it, the firmer his determination grew, he absolutely couldn't let Shereimo stay hungry. Little 7, actually he. Chapter 116, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 6. Shereimo was reminiscing about what had just happened and the things he had seen, feeling somewhat exasperated as he wanted to explain. However, 447 cut him off with a determined look, raising her hand to stop his words. That's enough, little Mo. You don't need to say anything. I understand completely. I'll go find them for the medicine right now. I'll make sure he's ready whether he likes it or not. Shereimo felt a complex mix of emotions and didn't know what to say, eventually only laughing bitterly. Little 7, you've changed. You weren't like this before. 447 shyly smiled, covering her small pocket, everyone changes. Don't worry, the drugs from the Department of Strategies are still quite effective. By the way, I've already found the best restaurants nearby. Why don't we start with Jianxiang Building today? 447 wasn't planning to overly dwell on whether Feng Qin would comply, after all, there were always drugs as backup. Shereimo shook his head, not saying much. He made a list, intending to search for the items afterward. After all, it was a cultivation world, aside from refining some magic artifacts and pills for Feng Qin, he also needed to keep something for himself. As for the other half of the soul, Shereimo took a bite of the meatball, deciding to wait until Feng Qin's body recovers to address it. It's at least the Demon King, there shouldn't be immediate danger. More importantly, he wasn't certain whether the person's soul resided solely within Feng Qian or if it had been split in two due to the contract, half residing in Yu Huaiqi as well. Huh. Little Mo, isn't that the other half of the male lead soul? Shereimo was pondering the next arrangements when he suddenly heard 447's cry of alarm. Why has he come here? According to reason, shouldn't he be ruling the demon realm as their king right now? Upon hearing 447's voice, Shereimo paused his movements instinctively, tilting his head to look out the window. 447 was also leaning on the windowsill, gazing down at a young man selecting masks from a street vendor. The young man was wearing cloud-treading boots and a moon-white brocade robe woven from ice silk, with golden threads embroidering intricate patterns on it. His long hair was tied up by a jadeite jade crown. The mask he wore was a magical artifact used to conceal his appearance, even the jade pendant dangling from his waist served to hide his aura. Even though his outfit was extravagantly elegant and eye-catching, adorned with high-level magical artifacts, people passing behind him paid no extra attention. Had it not been for 447's definite tone, Shereimo might not have noticed him either. Little Mo, I'm sure that's the Demon King Yu Huaiqi, but why is he here? Oh, I get it. 447 exclaimed, it must be because Feng Qin has been brought here by us. Since theoretically speaking, he is another part of the same soul as Feng Qin, he probably sensed it and chased over here. 447 became increasingly excited, Little Mo, this is great news for us. Now that he has come, we can try to make him fuse with Feng Qin. As 447 spoke, she turned her gaze back towards Shereimo, only to see him holding a cup of tea in a solemn expression, staring intently at Yu Huaiqi from afar. Little Mo. What's wrong? 447 was slightly startled and flew back to Shereimo's side. Shereimo spoke with a calm tone, with Feng Qin's current state, merging with the Demon King Yu Huaiqi seems highly unlikely. Instead, he could end up being swallowed directly. And then there's Nangong Jiuming who's so eager to replace Feng Qin as the male protagonist in this world. Now that Yu Huaiqi has shown up here, he will definitely not let this opportunity slip. TSK. I thought it was safe here, but it appears that some trouble still awaits us. Upon hearing this, 447 started hesitating too. She looked at Yu Huaiqi again, what should we do now? We've just settled down, and already we have to leave with Feng Qin. Shereimo shook his head gently, sipping his tea, not yet. We should first figure out why Yu Huaiqi has come here. If it really is because he sensed Feng Qin, no matter how many places we move to, he'll always find us. 447 nodded in agreement, all right. Let me investigate. Just as Shereimo was about to reply, Yu Huaiqi below seemed to sense his gaze. At that very moment, Yu Huaiqi set down the mask in his hand and turned around, his gaze locking straight onto him. Caught off guard, Shereimo found himself meeting Yu Huaiqi's gaze in midair. For a split second, both of them were taken aback. Shereimo hadn't expected Yu Huaiqi to suddenly turn around. With his back facing him and his features obscured by magical artifacts earlier, Shereimo couldn't see his face clearly. But at this moment, the eyes staring back at him seemed unervingly familiar. They reminded him somewhat of the male lead from the previous world. This thought made Shereimo instinctively narrow his eyes slightly. Unfortunately, they were at a distance. If they had been closer, he might have sensed whether the other's spirit was the one he recognized. Still, those eyes. Shereimo shifted his gaze, lowering his head to conceal the glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he took another sip of tea. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be that person. Yu Huaiqi, watching the young man on the upper floor who had already averted his gaze, still remained lost in thought for quite a while before regaining his senses. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling how his heartbeat had quickened just from exchanging a glance with the youth. Was that person the one he had been searching for? Lowering his head, excitement gleamed in Yu Huaiqi's eyes, and despite his efforts, the corners of his mouth curved upward involuntarily. He had finally found him. Shereimo had packed a meal to take back for Feng Qin before heading out. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he collided squarely with someone. Instinctively stepping back 2 paces, the person who had crashed into him immediately wrapped an arm around his waist. 447, who had been dozing contentedly on top of his head, almost tumbled to the ground but woke up instantly, now much more alert. Shereimo quickly caught her and placed her on his shoulder before turning his attention to the person who had suddenly appeared and deliberately bumped into him. His brows furrowed slightly, and his entire demeanor radiated dissatisfaction until their gazes met, those familiar eyes causing him to ease up just a bit. Sorry, it wasn't my intention. Are you hurt? Yu Huaiqi asked solicitously, yet his hand remained lingering on Shereimo's waist. 447, who had just recovered her composure, noticed that the person who had collided with them was Yu Huaiqi and bit her tongue, swallowing her scolding words. I'm fine, but could you let me go? In this brief intimacy, Shereimo had confirmed without a doubt that the person in front of him harbored the other half of his soul fragment. Only, this fragment seemed to come with a rather thick skin. Reluctantly, Yuhuaichi withdrew his hand and stepped back 2 paces, bowing respectfully to Shereimo with a smile. My name is Yuhuaichi. That was truly unintentional. Here, allow this jade pendant to serve as my apology. With that, Yuhuaichi retrieved a jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it to Shereimo. 447 circled around the jade pendant before her expression shifted repeatedly, speaking up hesitantly. Little Mo, this thing has tracking abilities. Not only that, but it also has embedded memory stones. Essentially, it's a walking surveillance device. Is this really something the male lead would come up with? For some reason, I feel quite skeptical. Chapter 117, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 7. 447 stopped mid-sentence, lost in thought. He recalled the 2 worlds he had been in before and began to doubt whether those male leads were truly protagonists. After all, such things didn't seem like something a male lead would do, yet they did it anyway, and only toward Shereimo. 447 gave Shereimo a suspicious look, then glanced at Yuhuaichi, ultimately swallowing back the question he wanted to ask. Forget it, as long as little Momo is happy, that's all that matters. Shereimo, after hearing 447's words, merely smiled at Yuhuaichi. Seeing his distracted state, Shereimo firmly declined. It's just a minor collision, there's no need for all this. With that, he left without hesitation. 447 sprawled on his head and asked in bewilderment. Little Momo, are we just leaving like this? Shereimo smiled but said nothing, and 447 didn't press further. All that was left was Yuhuaichi standing there, gripping the jade pendant tightly in his hand, his eyes dark and unreadable. It must be said that 447 had indeed picked a good place. Most of what Shereimo needed could be bought directly. The few things that couldn't be bought didn't require him to search elsewhere, they could be exchanged directly in the system space, though it cost some points. But fortunately, he already had quite a few points on hand. Plus, in the previous world, he had food readily available to eat, so those points were saved, and now using them didn't feel too painful. Still, as Shereimo was buying the last item he could purchase and getting ready to go back, he heard a commotion from the adjacent alley. He hesitated briefly, and 447 chimed in irritably. Little Momo, it's Yuhuaichi again. The ones fighting with him are all demons. What sort of flesh-wounding plan is he trying to perform here? Just as he suspected, Yuhuaichi wouldn't give up that easily after flashing that thing upon meeting them. He must have been waiting right here. Instead of becoming angry, Shereimo's eyes sparkled with amusement upon hearing 447's words. He had anticipated that Yuhuaichi would definitely come again, but hadn't expected him to return so soon. 447 thought for a moment and asked anyway, Little Momo, should we take him back with us? Little 7, have you heard a saying? Don't pick up random people on the road, especially men with many tricks up their sleeves. Sighing, Shereimo ignored what was happening in the alley and walked away. This move not only left the demons in the alley and Yuhuaichi themselves stunned. But even 447 was slightly startled, asking, Little Momo, you don't like him, do you? Though aware it was all an act by Yuhuaichi, it was still a great opportunity to bring him back. Shereimo, I never said I dislike him, but there's one back home who also needs managing. Since Yuhuaichi still had time to put on a show for him, let him suffer a bit longer. As long as he knows Yuhuaichi is safe, that's enough. In one of the worlds Shereimo had visited in the past, the main male character had suffered a shattered soul. Back then, he didn't care about the fate of those male leads, having no feelings for them whatsoever. Now, though, he has to pay a little more attention. Even though they're fragments of the same person's soul, they currently have no memories, and it seems each harbors other thoughts toward him. If they were brought together. Shereimo couldn't imagine what kind of crazy actions Yuhuaichi might take while dual cultivating with Feng Qiyuan. Certainly not letting the 2 of them join. A fleeting thought crossed Shereimo's mind, causing his expression to change momentarily before he quickly suppressed it. That wouldn't work. The last world was tough enough for him as it was. In this world, Yuhuaichi is currently a snake, and adding Feng Qiyuan into the mix. Even as adamant, alluring demon, he wasn't sure if he could handle it all. Shereimo sped up his steps significantly. In that desolate alley, a fierce-looking demon cautiously approached Yuhuaichi, whose expression seemed rather unpleasant, and timidly inquired. My king. That young sir has already left, should we continue? Several other demons trembled in fear, lowering their heads so much they almost touched the ground, too terrified to speak. Who knew what their king was thinking? Suddenly running off from the demon realm, then abruptly dragging them out and making them perform this whole play, all for a single youth to see. Yet, that youth paid absolutely no attention to their efforts and simply walked away. He just walked away. These demons were on the verge of tears. Yuhuaichi's face was pale, his robes disheveled. He deliberately tugged at them to reveal an elegant clavicle and large areas of smooth, white skin. There were a few perfectly placed wounds on him as well, and his full lips were tinged with blood, which looked not horrifying but rather adding a peculiar beauty to him. At that moment, he had his back turned to those demons, allowing a shadow to envelop himself completely. He stared at the place where Shereimo had briefly paused earlier, his eyes deep and crazed, radiating an oppressive aura that compelled all the demons to kneel behind him uncontrollably. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Just met today, perhaps the young sir simply wanted to avoid trouble. Your Majesty could try another method to get closer to him. Hearing this, Yu Huichi finally turned his head, fixing his gaze upon them, and asked indifferently. Oh. Then tell me, what way should I use to approach him? The demon who was asked swallowed hard, recalling a storybook he'd read recently, hesitatingly suggested. Perhaps. Perhaps your Majesty can send a few people to cause trouble for the young sir, and then step in to save the day. All storybooks say this. This way, the young sir will surely be grateful to your Majesty, and might even offer themselves in return. The demon grew increasingly certain as they spoke, excitement lacing their tone, as they directly pulled out the storybook from their storage bag and presented it to Yu Huichi with both hands. Storybook? Humph, I don't need such things. Yu Huichi glanced at it once before looking away, his voice filled with undisguised disdain. Leave. A bunch of useless things. The demon sighed in relief instantly, turning around to leave immediately. Alone in place, Yu Huichi recalled the strange dreams he'd been having, and the youth inside whose features were always unclear. His intuition told him that he could find that youth here, so he came. And at the very first sight of Shereimo, he was sure, this person was the one he was looking for in those dreams. But it seemed like the youth didn't particularly like him. The more Yu Huichi thought about it, the more frustrated he became. The person entwined with him in his dreams now wouldn't even let him come close. What went wrong? Unable to suppress the impulse in his heart, he decided to find Shereimo first anyway. Yu Huichi conjured a butterfly using his spiritual power. The spirit butterfly flew a few rounds in the air and then headed towards a certain direction, and he immediately followed with swift steps. Chapter 118, On How to Coax a Demon Lord into Dual Cultivation, 8. When Shereimo returned to the courtyard, he saw Feng Qian sitting under that flowering tree. Feng Qian sat calmly under the flowering tree, and there were 2 cups of tea on the stone table in front of him. He was wearing the new clothes that Shereimo had personally changed for him. His ink-black hair was half tied up and half flowing behind his shoulders. Just as Shereimo entered the door, a breeze blew, scattering petals from the tree, which intertwined with his black hair and robes. He also heard the sound at the gate and turned his head slightly to look at Shereimo, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. Even Shereimo stopped in his tracks when he saw this scene. 447 stared blankly at the petals swirling everywhere, then burst into tears directly on Shereimo's head. Little Mo. He destroyed my hard-earned little nest on the tree. He tore it apart for me. It's all gone. 447 rolled up his non-existent sleeves, glaring fiercely at Feng Qian. Darn it. You're already incapacitated and still so mischievous. Looking all fancy, little Mo shouldn't save you anyway. You're not wrecked enough yet. As 447 cursed loudly, he rushed forward to beat up Feng Qian. But Shereimo immediately grabbed him without hesitation and threw him back onto his own head. Shereimo remained calm. All right, little 7, even if he hadn't destroyed your little flower bed, I wouldn't let you sleep on the trees outside anyway. 447 huffed and muttered, isn't it because he wants you to sleep with him? Besides, you both are going to dual cultivate, how could I possibly sleep between the 2 of you? Little Mo, don't tell me you'll lock me in the dark room again. Upon thinking about the possibility, 447 instantly became even more aggrieved. Little Mo, you say I've changed, but you're the one who's really changed. You'd actually lock me in the small black room for some stranger. Shereimo. Shereimo now only felt grateful that Feng Qian couldn't see, so for a moment he didn't intend to pay attention to Feng Qian. He directly pulled 447 off his head, looked at the puffball in his hand that had swelled noticeably larger in anger, and poked its tiny belly with his fingertips. That's enough, how could I possibly lock you away in the black room just for his sake? Don't worry, even if we do start dual cultivation later, it won't be now. We need to help restore his body over the next couple days, so you can still sleep with me. I'll set up a small bed for you in that little room tomorrow, and when it comes time for dual cultivation, you won't have to sleep in the black room. 447 sniffed, that's better. After pacifying 447, Shereimo finally turned his eyes to Feng Qian, who had been quietly looking at him the whole time. He sighed inwardly once again, thanking the heavens that he was blind right now. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qian's face showed no expression while his mind was already confused beyond measure. When Shereimo stood there earlier ignoring him, what was he poking at? During the brief time when Shereimo was away, Feng Qian took the chance to take some medicine, which should have made his vision slightly better. Yet now, he began to suspect if his eyesight had worsened further. As Feng Qian doubted himself, Shereimo had already walked to his front, looking down at him from above. Feng Qian instinctively wanted to raise his head, but forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. He continued to keep his head lowered and opened his mouth with a slightly dazed tone. Mo, you're back. Without waiting for Shereimo's response, Feng Qian reached out to feel around. The moment his fingertips touched Shereimo's waist, he couldn't resist pinching before pulling him close, leaning against his chest, and softly speaking. You're finally back, I thought you might have left me. Shereimo's heart softened somewhat, and his eyes grew gentler. Why did this guy always seem so fond of coquetry in every world? Still, he kind of liked it. For 47 knew Shereimo liked it, but he still found Feng Qian somewhat unbearable for vying for Shereimo's affection. Especially since the latter had destroyed his little nest to create an atmosphere just now. Now, everything about Feng Qian irritated 447. However, unwilling to spoil Shereimo's mood, he flew to the other side of the flowering tree, delivering a kick as he passed by. Feng Qian. Something seemed to have fallen on his head just now. Was it a leaf? Well, doesn't matter. I'm a little hungry. After having hugged long enough, Feng Qian stood up directly. Though he could see things much clearer now, he still probed and tentatively touched Shereimo all over his body. Shereimo didn't know that Feng Qian could see a bit, but it was obvious to him that Feng Qian was being deliberate. However, Shereimo had no intention of stopping. After Feng Qian finished his touch exploration, Shereimo leaned close to whisper in his ear. Is this enough? Feng Qian's gaze slightly darkened, of course not. But I'm really hungry and want something to eat. Shereimo chuckled with twinkling eyes. Oh, I thought you wanted to eat me. He said this as a joke, but unexpectedly, Feng Qian responded seriously. Can I? Shereimo softly clicked his tongue, about to say more when he caught sight of a spiritual butterfly lingering nearby, hesitant to enter. He narrowed his eyes. Little Seven, who does that tracking butterfly belong to? Oh, I was just about to tell you, it's Yu Huiqi's. Little Mo, even though Yu Huiqi isn't here in person, he's watching you two through this spiritual butterfly right now. 447 added, his tone tinged with wonder. He's sitting inside a tea house not far from here. I can't believe he managed to find us, but hey little Mo, it looks like his teacup just shattered in his hands. SSS, damn it. Is he filled with explosives or something? His dark aura levels are skyrocketing so fast. Just as 447 was preparing for some drama, his eyes widened instantly upon seeing Yu Huiqi's escalating dark aura data. Shereimo quietly loosened Feng Qian's embrace and pulled away slightly. 447 was astonished. Wow. It's like he's taken a roller coaster ride, the numbers went up and then came back down. Shereimo's lips twitched involuntarily. Alright, this guy wasn't just broken into pieces, One Piece seems overly jealous too. Fine, if you're hungry, let's eat. Shereimo gave up on teasing Feng Qian any further, deciding against doing anything under Yu Huiqi's nose. Just embracing Feng Qian raised his dark aura level sky high. Imagine what would happen if they actually did something intimate, it might cause the dark aura meter to burst completely. Having made his decision, Shereimo placed the food he brought on the stone table, then cast a spell to get rid of the spiritual butterfly. Feng Qian said he was hungry, yet when faced with the full table of dishes, he showed absolutely no interest. Instead, he simply continued staring at Shereimo with an innocent look on his face. I can't see properly. Could you help me? Chapter 119, on how to appease a demonic lord for dual cultivation, 9. Shereimo was quite calm upon hearing Feng Qian's request. He had already guessed that this guy wanted him to feed him, otherwise, he wouldn't have dealt with that spirit butterfly. Alright, I'll help you. There was no other way, his little dog was injured and still needed his care. Shereimo thought he had already figured out Feng Qian's little scheme and was prepared for it. But later on, he realized that his preparation was still insufficient. Shereimo's feelings were incredibly complex at the moment. He thought Feng Qian simply wanted him to feed him food. Who would have thought that the guy would directly sit on his lap? What's wrong? Did I make you uncomfortable? Seeing Shereimo hadn't moved for a long time and showed no intention of leaving, Feng Qian instead spoke all sorts of seductive words. Shereimo took a deep breath, silently grateful that he had the foresight to deal with the spirit butterfly beforehand. Otherwise, if certain people saw this scene and heard those words, they would have exploded. Nothing, but do you really have to eat on my lap? Upon hearing this, Feng Qian responded confidently, since you said we are partners, shouldn't partners be like this? I just want to quickly recover our past memories. Feng Qian guessed that Shereimo was approaching him using the identity of a partner, probably with some purpose in mind. However, he didn't care about what Shereimo was plotting since he too had his own intentions. If one wanted to get something from him, there must be a price to pay, right? While Feng Qian talked about recovering memories, he was actually reminding Shereimo not to forget that he also intended to get something. It was just an insignificant request, he thought, Shereimo should indulge him. Shereimo massaged his temple, though somewhat helpless, he let Feng Qian sit on his lap and fed him as quickly as possible. Thinking of Yu Huiqi, Shereimo avoided trouble by directly carrying Feng Qian back to the room. Just as Feng Qian was secretly pleased within his heart, his brain went blank the moment he was carried up. Not until he was tossed onto the bed and saw Shir close the door and cast a barrier did Feng Qian swallow nervously, the redness at his earlobe spreading to his cheeks. Though this young man had indeed made him fall for him at first sight, after all, it was his first time experiencing such things. The development seemed much too fast. The more Feng Qian thought, the redder his face became. He lowered his head slightly, putting on a bashful appearance. By the time Shereimo finished setting up the barrier while wearing the 447th week gift on his head, He saw Feng Qian lying on the bed, his black hair messily spread out, his robe slightly open revealing large areas of white skin and his chest. Feng Qian supported himself on one hand, leaning against the bed while looking at Shereimo. His face still carried a blush that hadn't faded, and although his eyes could not see clearly, they now shimmered like water. He softly spoke, "It's still early. I've forgotten everything. If you want, I am willing, but Amo, can you teach me?" 447 Frowny face. "Little Momo, how about I just go to the small black room? I think you might want him to recuperate for 2 days, but he seems unable to wait." 447's tone was full of resentment. After speaking, he paused for a moment and silently pulled out medicine he had just gotten from the quest department. Without waiting for any response, he threw the medicine into the incense burner. An instant faint fragrance filled the air. This fragrance was very similar to the flowers outside, hardly noticeable. Yet the effect of the medicine was quite evident. Feng Qian inexplicably felt restless. His Adam's apple rolled, and he unconsciously loosened his robes. Amo. His hand remained suspended in mid-air without catching 447 as Shereimo watched silently. 447 stared resolutely at Shereimo, wiping a tear that didn't exist. "Go on, little Momo. I've already used the medicine. The cultivation techniques for dual cultivation have been transmitted into your mind. See. It's his own doing anyway, don't waste this good opportunity." "Humph. Don't pity him, bully him hard. Make sure to take revenge for my little nest. I'll continue to stay in the small black room tonight and won't disturb you." Grumbling these words, 447 turned around and locked himself in the small black room. This left Shereimo standing there, unsure of what to say. 447 acted too fast. Before Shereimo could react, he had already put down the medicine. Now both Feng Qian and Shereimo were affected. An extremely flirtatious atmosphere filled the entire room. Shereimo also felt a bit hungry and without hesitation, he stepped directly towards Feng Qian who lay temptingly on the bed not far away. "Amo." Feng Qian held the hand pressed against his cheek and gently rubbed it, murmuring his name over and over again. "Amo. Amo." Shereimo quickly flipped through the dual cultivation techniques in his mind, and with Feng Qian's deliberate cooperation, he easily loosened the other's belt with just a flick of his fingers. The soft touch of lips caused Feng Qian's eyelashes to flutter. Before meeting Shereimo, Feng Qian only had cultivation on his mind, and in his world, there was nothing but cultivation. Though he wasn't exactly opposed to this kind of intimacy, he had never imagined it would happen to him. But now, all he regrets is not learning more earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't be so inexperienced now. Feng Qian could clearly hear the rapid beating of his heart. He let go of Shereimo and looked at him with hazy eyes. Even though he still couldn't see the person before him clearly, an image of his face appeared vividly in his mind. Although he should know nothing, right now. Feng Qian panted as he raised his hand to hold Shereimo's waist tightly. Upon feeling his movement, Shereimo paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "Didn't you say you forgot everything and don't know anything, asking me to teach you? You're certainly not showing the attitude of someone begging me to teach you now. Feng Qian, please beg me. I'll teach you what to do next." Shereimo's voice carried a hint of amusement. Though Feng Qian indeed lacked knowledge about such matters now, a faint voice deep within his heart told him what to do. But when looking at Shereimo, all he could think about was being led by him, lost in the sensation. "Please. Amo." Feng Qian suddenly turned over, pinning Shereimo beneath him, trapping him in his embrace. Straddling Shereimo while remaining obediently gentle, he lowered his head and rested it on Shereimo's shoulder. "I beg you, teach me what to do next." Shereimo's breathing became slightly disordered. He lightly bit Feng Qian's earlobe, his voice low and hoarse. "What a good little doggy. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I'll teach you. First, put your hands here. Then." Chapter 120, On How to Soothe a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 10. Under the meticulous and practical guidance of Shimyo, Feng Qian learned quickly and even mastered the skill of applying one principle to similar situations. By the end, Shimyo began to suspect whether Feng Qian was pretending not to understand, just for the sake of troubling him. However, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he didn't really care much. The cultivation methods provided by number 447 were indeed effective. Shimyo, lost in thought, placed his hand on his own neck, gently massaging it. He truly had to admit that the cultivation world lived up to its reputation. He was well fed, his body recovered quickly, and the spirit-restoring pill also played its part. Had it not been for the deliberate marks left on his body, it would have been hard to tell what they had done. Feng Qian's body had recovered somewhat as well. However, when he noticed the changes within himself, sensing his fractured spirit roots gradually being repaired, he wasn't particularly pleased. Looking at Shimyo sitting before him, his heart grew heavy with frustration. Without further ado, he raised his hand, encircled Shimyo's waist, and pulled him back into a tight embrace. Confused as to why, Shimyo nonetheless let himself be embraced, his mood still pleasant from being sated. "What's wrong? Why so unhappy?" Shimyo asked while his hand naturally rested on Feng Qian's wrist, thoroughly checking the condition of his body. The repair speed may be a bit slow, but with those spiritual medicines added later, it shouldn't take long before the spirit roots recover. Repairing the spirit roots wasn't too troublesome, but retrieving the lost cultivation was another matter entirely. Thinking of Nangong Join, Shimuo's gaze flickered, and an idea formed in his mind. His lips curved slightly further, then he heard Feng Qian's muffled voice. My spirit roots are being repaired. Shimuo, I know. Feng Qian felt worse, you did it intentionally. Shimuo, bewildered, wondered what was wrong with this guy. Isn't it a good thing that his spirit roots are being restored? Judging by his expression, it seemed like he wasn't happy, and even a little upset. Seeing Feng Qian about to cry out of urgency, Shimuo could no longer think about anything else and immediately grabbed his face with both hands, forcing him to make eye contact. I did it intentionally, I wanted your spirit roots to recover, so what's wrong with that? Feng Qian, you're not upset because you think I have ulterior motives behind doing this with you, are you? As Shimuo asked, he thought of this possibility and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, masking the dangerous glimmer at the bottom of his eyes. Seeing him getting angry, Feng Qian hurriedly explained. I am not. It's not because of that I'm upset. I just heard that using this method could cause harm to your body, and I don't want. Shimuo, alright, you don't have to say more. I know what you mean. Achi, you can rest assured. I am not a stove cauldron, and what we did wasn't meant to nourish your body with my cultivation. Shimuo's demeanor softened, and his voice became gentler as he patiently explained. To be precise, what we did should be considered dual cultivation. Although given your current physical condition, the impact on me isn't significant, but it is beneficial for your body. Once your body has recovered and your cultivation improves, dual cultivation will be mutually beneficial for us both. So right now, you need to focus on recovering your body without worrying about these things, do you understand? Shimuo looked at Feng Qian, saying each word seriously. Feng Qian remained silent, directly leaning down to kiss him and grabbing Shimuo's wrist. Shimuo understood what he wanted to do and let him have his way. After a long while, Feng Qian finally loosened his grip and sighed in relief in his heart. I understand, rest assured, I'll take good care of my body. Dual cultivation won't make you wait too long. Feng Qian's voice was light but resolute as he promised. Shimuo, so can you let go of my hand now? Or after all this trouble, you still don't feel hungry at all? Although Shimuo could go without eating since he was full, Feng Qian's body couldn't last too long without food. Feng Qian's face turned slightly red as he quietly released Shimuo's hand. Watching Shimuo get up from bed and properly put on his robe, only half pulling back the blanket to expose his upper body covered in marks. Amo, can you help me? Perhaps due to their deeper intimate interactions, Feng Qian wasn't as shy as before. Shimuo stared into Feng Qian's eyes for a while, feeling that solving the issue with his eyes needed priority. Although he was thinking this way in his heart, he did not reveal it on his face. Instead, he gave a response, helped Feng Qian get dressed, and took him out the door. Let's go. I'll take you out for some food. However, just as the gate of the yard had been opened, Shimuo suddenly stopped in his tracks. The look in Feng Qian's eyes standing beside him also changed, the smile at the corner of his lips fading away. Feng Qian sneakily glanced at Shimuo with the corner of his eye, then quietly held his hand, interlocking their fingers. Amo, do you know this person? Feng Qian asked casually, but his gaze fixed on Yu Huaiqi in front of them was quite unfriendly. Shimuo hadn't expected that Yu Huaiqi would appear so openly before them. Looking at Yu Huaiqi's deliberately dressed up appearance, then at Feng Qian. Even though it was the same person, how could there be such a big difference? And staring into Feng Qian's eyes, a trace of doubt arose in Shimuo's heart. Hadn't this guy gone blind? Yu Huaiqi had also noticed their intertwined hands and a cold flicker crossed his eyes, which quickly disappeared. He ignored Feng Qian outright and smiled at Shimuo. What a coincidence, we meet again. We truly are destined. Without any expression, Feng Qian stepped in front of Shimuo, shielding him behind. Not really, no fate. Yu Huaiqi's smile faded slightly. Yu Huaiqi chuckled lightly, don't be so tense, I just wanted to make friends with the two of you. Feng Qian's expression was indifferent, not necessary. Oh, that's fine then. Yu Huaiqi closed the fan in his hand and tilted his head to glance at Shimuo, smiling. In any case, I only want to be friends with this one. Shimuo, who was still watching the spectacle, blinked his eyes. Amo, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. Faced with the person who triggered a deep sense of danger within him, Feng Qian didn't hesitate and pulled Shimuo to leave. But when he dragged Shimuo a few steps forward, he realized something wasn't right. Wait, should he have let go so easily? Shimuo sensed Feng Qian's body stiffening for a moment, yet he didn't expose his plan but rather chuckled softly and continued pulling his hand forward. Alright, let's go grab something to eat first. Yu Huaiqi stared at Feng Qian's retreating back, remembering the scene he saw yesterday, and his eyes turned somewhat cold. But he soon reined it in and quickly caught up, walking to the other side of Shimuo, smiling. Just my luck, I'm also starving. So, let's eat together then. However, don't you think it's our fate to meet twice? Why not be friends with me? Becoming friends with me won't disappoint you, consider it. Chapter 121, on how to soothe a demonic lord for dual cultivation, 11. Annoying. Feng Qian was slightly impatient, while Yuhuachi laughed without any concern. Shall I help you? Cover your ears. Yuhuachi glanced at Shereimo and decided not to mention the word deafen. Feng Qian coldly sneered, I don't mind helping you, sew your mouth shut. Shereimo had previously encountered a protagonist with a shattered divine soul, but among those fragmented pieces, there were always mutual senses of presence and an unnatural. But now, watching these two bicker, Shereimo somehow felt a headache coming on. It just seemed like fusing their divine souls wouldn't be that simple. No matter though, since soothing one is soothing, and soothing two is also soothing. If necessary, then soothe them both. Shereimo had been worried he wouldn't be able to handle it before, but now he had more confidence in his physical tolerance. It can't be denied, the elixirs from the cultivation world are indeed wonderful things. But Yuhuachi's words were just too many. Even during meals, Yuhuachi kept promoting himself non-stop. Feng Qian almost couldn't resist the urge to fight with Yuhuachi. Yuhuachi shifted closer to Shereimo, sighed, and spoke up, looking falsely wronged. I just wanted to befriend you, why must he be so fierce? Even if you two are friends, isn't he being a bit too controlling? Feng Qian smirked icily, justified himself boldly. Shereimo and I aren't just friends, we're dual cultivators. So stay away from him, don't force me to fight you. Upon hearing the last two words he least wanted to hear, Yuhuachi's eyes darkened and the curve of his lips softened. Ah, you're actually dual cultivators. He leaned his hand on the table, quickly composed himself, and looked at Feng Qian with a smile as he spoke. But judging from your cultivation, you have no spiritual root and look completely broken, someone like you will only hinder him by staying by his side. Feng Qian's complexion instantly turned pale, carefully grabbing Shereimo's sleeve. M.O. Shereimo, who had originally expected some drama, subconsciously pulled Feng Qian into his arms, letting him rest his head on his shoulder, gently comforting him. Not true, don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing this scene, Yuhuachi suddenly felt extremely congested, filled with regret about his previous tactics backfiring on himself. Shereimo noticed Yuhuachi pouting off to the side with his peripheral vision and couldn't help but feel an itch in his hands, wanting to ruffle his hair. 447 lay on Shereimo's head, little mo, I feel like these two slices of the male lead from this world are difficult to deal with. They're like what exactly? 447 momentarily couldn't think of an appropriate adjective. But Shereimo already knew the answer inside his heart. One is an angry little dog, and the other is a wronged little dog. Although he'd love to hug both little dogs in his arms, the current situation makes it impossible. Shereimo was certain, if he dared to pull both of them close, they would fight right after. Considering the current circumstances, Feng Qian was clearly no match for Yuhuachi. If they were evenly matched, Shereimo wouldn't care about them fighting, just treating it as entertainment since either way it wouldn't matter much. However, considering Feng Qian's current poor health, plus having found him first, Shereimo naturally favored him somewhat. I really can't quite describe what they're like. In short, they don't get along well now. It will likely be troublesome to make them fuse. After pondering for a long time, 447 still could not come to a clear conclusion and eventually stopped trying. Oh, I originally thought restoring this male lead's body would be a challenge. But now it seems that persuading them to merge will be the biggest trouble. Lost in thought, 447 let out a sigh involuntarily, worrying about Shereimo's future. Hesitating, it finally asked, little mo, if they can't merge in the short term, will your body be unable to endure it? Or should I go to the conquest department and ask for more medicine? Shereimo, alright, little 7, that's enough talk on this topic. And visit the conquest department less in the future. How come everything starts and ends with getting medicine now? You'd think they're part of the conquest department if you didn't know better. 447 quietly responded with an "oh," despite appearing to say nothing, deciding silently to fetch some medicine for Shereimo from the conquest department. In its view, Shereimo was currently just stubbornly toughing it out. Though he was not human, he had still read novels that said men should never admit they are incapable. But how could Shereimo deal with both of them at the same time? 447 quietly thought that even if Shereimo kept up his tough act, it didn't matter. As a qualified system, it wouldn't expose its host's stubbornness. But for the sake of the host's health, things must be prepared. It could simply slip those items into Shereimo's food without him knowing. Shereimo had no idea what 447 was planning in its mind. After soothing Feng Qian, he glanced at Yuhuachi, who was sulkily drinking tea non-stop. Just as he wanted to say something, Feng Qian grabbed his wrist. Feng Qian, husband. Yuhuachi. Crack. It was the sound of a cup being crushed. Feng Qian slowly opened his mouth, something broke. Remember to pay for it. Yuhuachi's gaze swept over Feng Qian's wrist, and he spoke through a forced smile. Just a cup, break it if you will. I have plenty of money. As for brother Mo, your husband looks so frail, yet his words sting. In the future, do watch out. Don't let him go out alone. He might get his hands and feet broken one day, and nobody would know who did it. You. Feng Qian's face turned unpleasant upon hearing this. It wasn't because of Yu Huaqi's threat but because he had directly addressed Brother Imo. Seeing these two were about to fight again, Shereimo took a deep breath and pressed down on each of them with one hand. That's enough. Eat properly and stop making trouble. Humph. Che. Shereimo didn't correct Yu Huaqi's way of addressing him, which emboldened Yu Huaqi even more. With every Brother Imo, he intentionally drew out the word, almost daring to write seduction across his face. Feng Qian wouldn't do such things but would secretly play small tricks instead. Gripping Shereimo's hand, he casually brushed across his palm with his little finger before interlocking their fingers. For every Brother Imo Yu Huaqi dared to call, Feng Qian responded with husband. Fortunately, there were only the three of them in the private room, otherwise, if others saw, it might lead to unexpected situations. At first, Shereimo found it amusing, but later on, it just caused headaches. After some threats from him, the two finally quieted down. Feng Qian originally wanted to familiarize himself with the place, but Yu Huaqi's presence made him abandon this idea. He could always explore the area later, but absolutely not with Yu Huaqi together. After finishing their meal, he immediately took Shereimo back to the courtyard. To his surprise, Yu Huaqi had bought all the courtyards opposite and beside theirs. With an air of righteousness, Yu Huaqi followed them all the way, entered the courtyard opposite, and cheerfully greeted Shereimo. Hey, Brother Imo, what great destiny we share. Chapter 122, On How to Coax a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 12. Feng Qian gave him a slight smile and decisively closed the courtyard gate. Then, he turned around and hugged Shereimo, burying his head in his neck and cooing playfully. Good Imo, good husband. You promised, we are cultivation partners. You cannot leave me, otherwise. Otherwise what? Feng Qian suddenly stopped talking. He truly hadn't considered what he would do if Shereimo left him. Even though he knew from the beginning that Shereimo had other intentions for getting close to him, and they weren't true cultivation partners, nor had they even made a cultivation partner pact. If Shereimo really decided to leave, then he probably couldn't stop him. Feng Qian subconsciously tightened his grip around Shereimo's waist, his eyes flashing with madness where Shereimo couldn't see. No, he absolutely would not let Shereimo leave him, absolutely not. Alright, I won't leave you. Don't worry. Shereimo rubbed Feng Qian's head, giving soft words of comfort. Go back to your room and rest. I'll go make medicine for you. Later, I also need to find some things. After a moment of thought, Shereimo added, I will leave through the back door so he won't see me. Feng Qian relaxed after hearing Shereimo's promise but still opened his mouth. Mo, believe me, I could tell at a glance that he is not human. That snake obviously isn't something good. His approach toward you definitely hides ulterior motives. You must stay far away from him. Shereimo looked at Feng Qian with extremely gentle tones, alright, I promise you. But now, shouldn't we have a conversation about your eyes? Feng Qian's body stiffened abruptly, slowly loosening his grip on Shereimo, only to meet those smiling eyes. Tell me. Aren't you blind? But why does it seem like there's nothing wrong with your eyes when I look at them? Shereimo moved to the stone table under the tree and sat down, legs crossed, with one hand resting casually on the table. His fingers curled as they idly tapped the surface. Or perhaps, you're pretending to be blind to fool me, knowing my concern for your health, intentionally behaving this way to enjoy my care. If that's the case, then your memory loss. Feng Qian immediately panicked, taking a few quick steps towards Shereimo and hurriedly said. Mo, I didn't lie to you. My vision has only gotten a little better today, but I still can't see very clearly. I just wanted to wait until it was better before telling you. Feng Qian racked his brain trying to figure out how to apologize. It's fine. I'm not blaming you. I just hope that you will inform me of any changes in your health right away. Otherwise, I'll always be worried. Thankfully, Shereimo did not seem to have any intention of making things difficult for him, gently consoling him a few times. This completely shifted Feng Qian's focus away from Yu Huaqi's matter. Shereimo then sent the guilty-feeling Feng Qian back to his room while he went to another room to prepare medicine for him. 447 sighed, little Mo, you're so clever. Feng Qian was just being jealous of himself, but with your coaxing, he's already filled with self-blame. Still, speaking of which, what do you plan to do about Yu Huaqi? His dark energy level is quite high, and if you don't handle it well, I suspect he might kill Feng Qian. You're right, this indeed is a thorny problem. Though saying he felt headache, Shereimo had an evident trace of amusement on his face. The gleam in his eyes showed calculating thoughts. Seeing Shereimo like this, 447 realized that he already had a countermeasure and thus didn't ask further. By the way, little Mo, there's one more thing. I've been keeping an eye on Nan Gong Jiuming these past 2 days, fearing that we might be caught unprepared if he came over. 447 reminded, but he is preparing to enter the divine demon realm mentioned in the original storyline soon. The male lead's greatest opportunity lies in acquiring the god-cleaving sword and the ninefold soul-breaking pill. Nan Gong Jiuming obviously aims at that sword and pill. We cannot let him take them away. Shereimo squinted upon hearing this, in that case, he indeed cannot take them away. 447 hesitated, considering Feng Qian's current condition. Our identities, after all, belong to the antagonist side, and it would be best if the protagonist Feng Qian personally retrieved the items. Because allowing the plot to return to its original course remains their real mission. The secret realm opens in half a month, but with Feng Qian's current physical condition, he might not even be able to enter the secret realm, let alone retrieve the items. 447 sighed again, I've calculated it. In half a month, we can at most help his body recuperate and restore his spiritual roots. But his lost cultivation, it can't be recovered in such a short time. Shereimo, what should we do? Shereimo thought slightly, isn't there still Yu Huiqi for another month? Anyway, they're both the main characters, either of them can walk this plotline. Yu Huiqi, who is capable enough to become the Demon King, can surely enter that secret realm without much difficulty. For 47, in theory, there's no problem. But I just feel that if you bring Yu Huiqi into the secret realm, Feng Qian will likely explode. Shereimo, If I bring Feng Qian, would Yu Huiqi not explode then? 447's eyes brightened, since it's like this, then let's bring Yu Huiqi along next time. Shereimo slightly nodded, putting the medicine he had just refined in Feng Qian's room. He also placed some things in the incense burner so that Feng Qian could sleep more soundly. Since the one going to the secret realm was going to be Yu Huiqi, Shereimo couldn't only focus on Feng Qian now. Shereimo left the courtyard, pretending not to notice Yu Huiqi who had been following him from behind. His mind pondered how to handle the situation fairly. He went straight to the auction house, sold some of the medicine he had just refined, and bought some new spiritual herbs. However, when he came out of the auction house, he realized there were a few more people trailing him. Shereimo directly turned around and led them into a small alleyway. He gently played with a long whip in his hand while lowering his head. You've been following me for so long, why don't you come out and chat? After a brief pause of his voice, a gust of wind swept by, fluttering his robe, and several figures appeared behind him. Shereimo looked back and saw a group of demon clansmen with decent cultivation. The leader of the demon clan pointed a large broadsword at him and shouted coldly. Boy! Hand over all the medicine and money you just bought. Or don't blame us for being impolite. As he smirked and prepared to make a move, 447 perched on his shoulder whispered softly. Shereimo. These are all people arranged by Yu Huiqi. That guy wants to stage a hero saves the damsel scene. These demons are just workers, even forced into overtime, so don't really kill them. Chapter 123, on how to coax a demonic lord into dual cultivation, 13. Shereimo. Shereimo glanced at the demon races in front of him with complicated and pitying eyes, silently putting away the whip in his hand. Shao Qi, has Yu Huiqi read something strange? Where did he get this idea? Shereimo couldn't help but comment, but had to suppress the urge to lash out. He was originally looking for an opportunity to build a closer relationship with Yu Huiqi. Unexpectedly, Yu Huiqi made a move first and gave him an opening. Since that's the case, he naturally decided to cooperate. But these methods were truly too. For 47 shrugged, he's hiding over there right now, still tidying up his clothes and hairstyle while reading lines from a script. Shereimo, TSK. I'll burn all his stuff later. He's already not very smart as it is, and he's reading these. For 47, I support you. What should we do now? The demon races opposite Shereimo initially wanted to attack, but they suddenly stopped without knowing why. For a moment, they also felt confused. After a glance among themselves, the lead demon roared angrily. It seems like you don't intend to hand over the item. Everyone, charge. Cut off one of his hands first. Shereimo rubbed his wrist, calculating in his mind just how far he should go without making it seem too fake. However, before these demons could even approach him, Yu Huiqi appeared out of nowhere and kicked them down. Yu Huiqi stood protectively in front of Shereimo with his hands behind his back. His robe fluttered in the wind as he casually opened a folding fan, gently swaying it. TSK. With your meager skills, you dare to snatch things from others? Quite the guts. The remaining demons were momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Yu Huiqi to appear so abruptly. Brat. You actually dared to meddle in other people's affairs. Let me teach you today what happens when you interfere. But they quickly regained their senses and began cursing furiously, charging straight at Yu Huiqi and starting a fight with him. Shereimo, SSS. For 47, though, Shereimo, why does it feel like their fight is a bit fake? Are they deliberately showing off in front of you? Shereimo seriously commented, it's obvious. He could have resolved this in one move with his cultivation level, yet here he prolongs it. Look at those legs, that waist, that angle, I believe he's rehearsed this several times already. It really is quite the spectacle. For 47 agreed heartily, I bet a bag of spicy strips that he's going to get injured next, prepare yourself because he might fall right into your arms. Hearing this, Shereimo became intrigued, curving his lips slightly as he slowly spoke. Then I bet he won't get hurt. For 47 laughed loudly, how could that be possible? He absolutely wouldn't miss such a good chance to take advantage. Besides, what he was reading earlier mentioned exactly that. However, 447 soon stopped laughing. Yu Huiqi figured he'd done enough showing off in front of Shereimo. If he kept dragging it on, he feared Shereimo might think he was useless. He then subtly signaled the demons with his eyes. The demons yelped in pain, revealing looks of fear. After receiving Yu Huiqi's signal, they immediately turned and fled, not forgetting to throw out a couple of menacing words before leaving. However, with their departure, the alley fell quiet instantly. Yu Huiqi turned to look at Shereimo, taking quick steps to approach him, grabbing his wrist, checking him over concernedly while anxiously asking. "Amo, how are you? Did you get injured?" Shereimo looked at Yu Huiqi and smiled lightly. "I'm fine. Thank you very much just now." "No problem. I just happened to pass by. I intended to buy some items but saw you and wanted to say hi. Who knew those demons would keep following you?" Relieved, Yu Huiqi showed no intention of letting go of Shereimo's hand. With a smile and twinkling eyes, he said, "Amo, it's good that you're safe. But things are chaotic here lately. When you're alone outside, you still need to be more careful. By the way, does your immortal partner let you come out alone like this?" Yu Huiqi furrowed his brows after saying this, sighing again. "Never mind. Amo, from the moment we met, I felt an instant connection and truly want to be friends with you. I know you care deeply for your immortal partner, so I'll leave certain things unsaid. However, since we've met again today, it can also be considered a kind of fate. This time, could you not refuse me?" Yu Huiqi looked brightly at Shereimo, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I promise, we will just be ordinary friends, and absolutely nothing that would cause misunderstanding between you and your partner." Yu Huiqi spoke with such sincerity and seriousness that it left no room for doubt in anyone's heart. Shereimo couldn't help but marvel, this guy really had great acting skills. "Of course, if you don't agree, I won't force you." Seeing Shereimo remain silent, Yu Huiqi released his wrist, looking slightly disappointed as he lowered his head, his voice becoming softer. In the next moment, Shereimo gripped his hand, giving him a faint smile. "Of course I can, you just helped me earlier, and I'm also glad to make friends with you." Upon meeting Shereimo's gaze, Yu Huiqi's eyes lit up with joy, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Since they had already become friends, was there still much distance before he could kill Shereimo's partner and take their place? A fleeting glint of danger crossed Yu Huiqi's eyes. Whoever he fancied, could only belong to him. Shereimo retracted his hand, lowering his head to adjust his sleeves, concealing the schemes within his gaze. It was good to be friends, because this way there would be a reason to directly pull this person into that secret realm later. Though he was very clear in his mind, given Yu Huiqi's personality, it wouldn't take long for the friendship to break down. After all, Yu Huiqi didn't seem like someone who would consider another's relationship status before making a move, let alone with such high potential for corruption. Shereimo didn't doubt that, were Yu Huiqi's rationality any less, he might have already tied him up and locked him away in a dark room. "Shao Qi, in the future you'll have to keep an eye on their corruption values more often, and don't forget to give me my spicy strips later." Shereimo reminded with a grin, while 447 helplessly shrugged, speaking with a touch of wonder. "All right. I thought he would take advantage of the opportunity, but turns out this kid is more focused on proving himself in front of you." 447 paused to think for a moment, then mumbled softly, "Makes sense though, some people ending up together isn't without reason either. You can't say they're incapable." Chapter 124, On How to Coax a Demonic Lord for Dual Cultivation, 14. Shereimo didn't quite catch what he had muttered, and with that, the matter was set aside. However, he did not return immediately. Instead, he accompanied Yu Huiqi on a stroll outside and bought some other items. Yu Huiqi was initially cheerful, eagerly snatching the opportunity to pay, assuming Shereimo's purchases, various materials for alchemy and refining artifacts, suggested he was both an alchemist and a refiner. Just as he was about to have someone head back to the demon realm to fetch everything in his warehouse over. Shereimo smiled and informed him, "You know, my partner's physical condition isn't too great right now, so I'm buying all these things to help him restore his spiritual root." Yu Huiqi's smile vanished instantly. Glancing at the storage bag hanging from Shereimo's waist and imagining its contents, he couldn't help but start feeling pained as well. He wasn't troubled by the money spent. From his perspective, if Shereimo desired it, he would even give Shereimo all of his wealth without hesitation. But giving money to Shereimo was one thing. Yet these materials were intended for refining pills for Feng Qian, which was an entirely different matter. Looking at Shereimo, Yu Huiqi, with dim eyes, lightly chuckled and spoke, "It seems Amo really cares about him." Shereimo replied indifferently, "That's only natural, since he is my Tao companion." Sighing while fanning himself with a folded fan, Yu Huiqi lamented, "Oh. What good luck he has. If only I could have a Tao companion as exceptional as Amo. But Amo, how exactly did he end up this way?" Tilting his head towards Shereimo out of curiosity, Yu Huiqi questioned. "I actually know a fair number of alchemists, but he doesn't seem to like me very much, and it's likely he wouldn't be willing to let me bring anyone to see him either. Perhaps you can tell me exactly what happened here, and we can brainstorm solutions together." The corner of Shereimo's mouth lifted slightly at the upward tilt of his eyebrows. "Today when I saw you two arguing, I assumed you didn't like him either. I didn't expect you'd still be willing to help him." Yu Huiqi shrugged helplessly. "Alas, there's nothing to be done when you care about someone, is there? Amo, I truly consider you a friend. So although I'm not fond of his temper, I'm still willing to help him because you care. A faint smile graced Shereimo's lips. Then you're indeed quite good to me. Yu Huichi responded, who could say no to you since we hit it off instantly. Shereimo chose not to dwell on this topic further, recounting once again to Yu Huichi what he had previously said to Feng Qian. Fortunately, although Feng Qian had been revered as the immortal sovereign in the past, he spent most of his days either in seclusion or en route to secret realms, rarely making acquaintances. As such, hardly anyone outside knew his appearance, making it difficult for them to uncover his true identity. Neither was Yu Huichi particularly concerned about Feng Qian. After hearing Shereimo's words, he pretended to remain calm, yet the envy in his tone was unmistakable. Oh, so that's the reason. Truly, your bond runs deep. How regrettable. If I had a Dao companion as remarkable as Mo, I'd never let him suffer alongside me. Smiling, Yu Huichi added, I'd offer him all that I have, ensuring he never experiences the slightest injury or hardship. For 47, perched on Shereimo's head, puzzledly asked, Little Momo, why do you feel he's targeting Feng Qian? Shereimo retorted firmly, be more confident. Remove the word feel. Ignoring Yu Huichi's subtle insinuations, Shereimo nodded in agreement. It'd certainly be excellent to be his Dao companion. Time's about up, I should go back and keep him company. Otherwise, if he wakes up and doesn't see me, he'll get upset. Without giving Yu Huichi a chance to try and detain him with words, Shereimo turned and headed back immediately. Yu Huichi's hand remained suspended in midair. In the end, he was unable to touch even a hem of Shereimo's garment, merely watching helplessly as he left. Slowly withdrawing his hand, Yu Huichi clicked his tongue and then followed after. Perched atop Shereimo's head, 447 expressed confusion, Little Momo, you know Yu Huichi's darkened disposition value is already high, but what if it hits the ceiling and becomes uncontrollable? Back in the courtyard, Shereimo stretched and yawned. Well, worst case scenario, he locks me in the dark room. Alright, Little Seven, I have my own plans. You don't need to concern yourself with this. Lifting his hand, Shereimo gave 447 a gentle squeeze, silencing any further protests 447 might have had. Pushing open the door, seeing Feng Qian still quietly lying in bed asleep, his gaze softened involuntarily. He walked to the side and sat down, holding Feng Qian's hand. The next moment, Feng Qian, who should have been in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, hugged his waist, and with a flip, pressed him underneath. Feng Qian moved too fast, leaving Shereimo momentarily unable to react. Mo, you met that snake again. Your body is full of his smell. Feng Qian buried his head in Shereimo's neck, rubbing it slightly. His voice was muffled, revealing his unhidden grievances. He knew he was completely entrapped, but he didn't want to leave. As long as Shereimo stayed by his side, he was willing to go along with this forever. He had already planned an excuse to sign a Dao companion contract with Shereimo once his body was better. Then they would officially become Dao companions, and no one could take Shereimo away from him. Shereimo felt Feng Qian's warm breath on his neck, making his eyelashes tremble slightly. Wait. When 447 saw this scene, it had already left the room very consciously and closed the door behind them. It even used a rope to tie up a curious spiritual butterfly that was peeking. Mo, you promised me, but you went to see him again. Your body smells like him. Feng Qian tightly embraced Shereimo, rubbing against him incessantly, trying to erase Yu Huichi's scent. Lighter, be gentle. Shereimo bit Feng Qian's shoulder, thinking he just wanted to use this as an excuse to take advantage of him. Slow down. Shereimo sighed softly, knowing well that Feng Qian was being deliberate. But when he looked into those red-rimmed eyes, seeing his pitiful and aggrieved expression, his heart softened anyway. Shereimo lifted his hand and hooked Feng Qian's neck, placing a kiss on the corner of his lips. He then lifted his leg, wrapping it around Feng Qian's waist. His toes touched Feng Qian's leg. Shereimo chuckled softly, I encountered an accident outside earlier, and he saved me, so I got closer to him. Feng Qian's breathing became heavier, realizing he was being unreasonable. Yet Shereimo allowed him to act this way. Shereimo played with a strand of Feng Qian's hair lazily, his alluring tone enticing. Husband, if you're unhappy, let me carry your scent. Inside and out, all over. Chapter 125, on how to soothe a jealous demonic lord, 15. Shereimo had only one thought in mind. It's hard to soothe a jealous man, and it's exceptionally harder in this world. At the beginning, Shereimo was somewhat worried about Feng Qian's body. But later, he finally came to clearly realize that he didn't need to worry about Feng Qian, rather, he should be worried about himself. He merely said it offhandedly, yet Feng Qian acted as if he wanted to completely saturate Shereimo with his scent. Amo. I remember nothing, not even our soulmate contract can I sense. Feng Qian held Shereimo and whispered with an undertone of wrongness. Shereimo, who had already been tired from being tormented by him, responded irritably upon hearing this. How is that? Because you can't feel the bond between us, you're doubting me again. Feng Qian, if you are like this. It's not like that. I'm not. I'm just thinking about when we should reseal the soulmate contract. Feng Qian hurriedly interrupted Shereimo's words, hugging him tighter, then kissed his face. Amo, don't be angry. I haven't doubted you, I just feel uneasy without sensing the contract between us. Feng Qian spoke while holding Shereimo's hand tightly, interlocking their fingers before timidly continuing. We're already soulmates anyway, if the previous contract disappeared, making another isn't also okay, right? He was uncertain if Shereimo would agree to form a soulmate contract with him again since he clearly knew there wasn't any such relationship between them. With Shereimo's silence, Feng Qian grew increasingly nervous. Amo, why don't you answer me? Have you grown to dislike me? Do you not love me anymore? That's enough, let's talk about this after you recover, I'm tired and want to rest. Shereimo's headache worsened. He initially thought this person would be a cool and detached celestial master, but now, he starts crying whenever upset. Completely acting like a little crybaby whose tears won't dry up. And Yuhuachi? That's nothing more than a petty little, jealous person. An inexplicable description of these two individuals emerged in Shereimo's mind, causing him to suppress a soft laugh. He turned over and leaned into Feng Qian's embrace, hugging him. Anyway, everything will wait until your body recovers. Feng Qian softly responded, not clinging on to the matter further. Yet in the corner where Shereimo couldn't see, his eyes were dark and profound. Originally, with his own ability and the object he possessed, restoring his body still required some time. After all, repairing shattered spirit roots wasn't easy. However, he encountered Shereimo. Until now, Feng Qian still doesn't know why Shereimo appeared beside him, nor does he understand what his intentions are for approaching him. Or maybe compared to having an intention, he feels that Shereimo genuinely likes him and wants to become his soulmate, thus coming closer to him and even aiding his recovery through double cultivation. Feng Qian wasn't an arrogant or self-obsessed person, yet deep down, he had this feeling, this person seemed to be specifically here for him. Or perhaps over all these years, he has been waiting for this person. That's why they were so compatible, from body to soul, every part fit perfectly. Feng Qian looked at the sleeping figure in his arms, unable to stop his lips curling upwards, revealing his extremely good mood. Dual cultivation with Shereimo did have a significant impact on him. Combined with the effects of medicine, much of his spirit root was now repaired, and his vision was almost entirely restored. His fingertips traced over Shereimo's eyebrows and facial features, gently touching each part of his body. Seeing Shereimo frown slightly, Feng Qian stopped his movements, refraining from continuing and simply held him quietly to sleep. Perhaps due to Shereimo's promise. In the following days, Feng Qian didn't cause much trouble, obediently following Shereimo's words. Do what he says, eat what he says. Although Feng Qian still can't tolerate Yuhuachi, who daily comes around showing kindness, finding fault with him every few words. He no longer placed much importance on Yuhuachi. Compared to disliking Yuhuachi, he detested more his current lack of power, which prevented him from staying by Shereimo's side all the time, letting Yuhuachi seize opportunities. Whether to protect Shereimo, secure the soulmate contract Shereimo promised him, or crush those scheming against him beneath his feet. Feng Qian deeply realized that for him, the most critical thing right now is to quickly restore his body and cultivate strength. As for Yuhuachi, there'll be plenty of time and chances to settle matters later. Yuhuachi couldn't stand Feng Qian, and even more so, he couldn't bear to see Shereimo busy worrying about Feng Qian's body every day, sometimes even risking entering the forbidden area just to pick a medicinal herb. He had originally planned to take Shereimo away and arrange for someone to deal with Feng Qian, but his intentions were discovered by Shereimo. Shereimo returned in time, thwarting the attempt. Not only did Yuhuachi fail, but Feng Qian now received even more attention from Shereimo, which enraged Yuhuachi immensely. He wished he could handle it personally. Feng Qian and Yuhuachi increasingly found each other unbearable. Shereimo tried hard to minimize their encounters, but both insisted on staying close to him all the time, causing Shereimo significant headaches. But still, he had other ways to balance things evenly. Since Feng Qian's spirit root was almost fully restored, it was time to start practicing cultivation again. Although Shereimo practiced dual cultivation with Feng Qian daily, he also didn't neglect Yuhuachi. 447 constantly reminded him that Yuhuachi's darkness index was teetering on the edge of overflowing. Shereimo calculated the time carefully. Besides dual cultivation with Feng Qian each day, he would also visit Yuhuachi in his dreams to be intimate with him. This way, neither party discovered anything amiss, barely balancing things and stabilizing Yuhuachi's nearly overflowing darkness value. The only issue was that Feng Qian was full of energy, secretly sneaking off to read those books behind his back, coming up with more tricks each time. In Yuhuachi's dreams, however, he was much more unrestrained, often appearing in his half-beast form. After going back and forth between these two situations, it truly started taking a toll on Shereimo's waist. However, because he used dual cultivation techniques, not only were they beneficial to those two, but he could also gain advantages from it. Otherwise, under such treatment, he wouldn't be able to last 10 days or even 5 days before being bedridden. Instead, he now lay beneath the tree basking in the sun while Feng Qian helped rub his waist beside him. Amo, it's all my fault. I'll definitely be gentler tonight. Feng Qian threw a soft cushion onto the ground and sat there, rubbing Shereimo's waist and legs while gently coaxing him. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flipped over the wall nearby. The tenderness on Feng Qian's face instantly disappeared, replaced by displeasure as he glared at the intruder. Using magical instruments, Feng Qian reinforced the door, preventing outsiders from entering, and placed several barriers within the yard. But Yu Huaqi was well equipped with magical instruments too, had high cultivation, and had an entire group of plotting demonic beasts backing him. All of Feng Qian's defenses proved ineffective against Yu Huaqi. Chapter 126, On How to Coax a Demonic Lord for Dual Cultivation, 16. Feng Qian soon redirected his gaze from Yu Huaqi, who was carrying fruit wine and pastries. He took a deep breath, lifted his eyes, and softly spoke to Shereimo. "Mo, why is he here again?" Shereimo popped a grape into his mouth and was studying a dual cultivation manual he had just acquired a few days ago. Upon hearing Feng Qian's words, Shereimo glanced sideways at Yu Huaqi, who had quickly approached them. Yu Huaqi looked at Shereimo and recalled everything that happened in last night's dream, causing his face to flush slightly. He coughed lightly, pretending to be calm as he placed the items in his hands on the stone table nearby. "These are specially picked snacks from One Chui Pavilion and wine from South Street Alley, all your favorites." In the past, Shereimo would have definitely exchanged a few words with him. But now, when Shereimo saw Yu Huaqi, he remembered how this person had used that black snake tail to wrap around his waist in last night's dream. Then the tip of the tail teased him until even his own enchantress tail revealed itself. The Yu Huaqi in the dream was truly despicable, not only employing various methods to tease him but also showing immense curiosity upon seeing his tail, playing with it freely. No matter how Shereimo pleaded with teary eyes, using a softer tone, Yu Huaqi refused to let go. Not only did he tease Shereimo with his tail, he also teased Shereimo's tail. Shereimo didn't want anything to do with Yu Huaqi. Even when faced with the offerings he had brought, Shereimo didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he subtly turned his body and extended his hand towards Feng Qian, making a gesture for an embrace. Seeing this, Yu Huaqi's smile froze, disbelief flickered in his eyes, followed by panic. "Mo." But Shereimo simply glanced at Feng Qian, his eyes slightly curving with a hint of coquettishness in his softened voice. "Husband, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Could you carry me back to the room to rest for a while?" Rarely did Feng Qian hear Shereimo take such an initiative in coquetry, prompting a soft chuckle from him. He even found Yu Huaqi more bearable. "All right." With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Feng Qian readily agreed and scooped Shereimo up horizontally, heading toward the room without delay. This left Yu Huaqi standing alone, flustered by the breeze. His raised hand remained suspended in midair, looking utterly confused. When Yu Huaqi heard the door shut behind him, he sharply turned around. He gritted his teeth, barely suppressing the urge to kick the door open. Looking at the pastries he had bought, he silently picked one up and took a bite. Yu Huaqi meticulously reflected on the recent events. He hadn't done anything to anger Shereimo. Not to mention, he hadn't even harmed Feng Qian these past few days. Baffled over Shereimo's reasons for being upset, and so obviously upset, Yu Huaqi began contemplating what gift might soothe his spirits before he fully understood where things had gone wrong. Inside the room, Feng Qian sat at the bedside continuing to rub Shereimo's waist. Reflecting on Yu Huaqi outside, his fingers drew circles on Shereimo's lower back. "Mo. My body has almost fully recovered. Although my cultivation hasn't been entirely restored, it won't take long." Feng Qian whispered softly, his ears turning slightly red. Seeing no reaction from Shereimo, he grew somewhat anxious and hurriedly said. "Our pact as Tao companions, shouldn't we find an appropriate time to re-sign it?" "Mo, you promised me before, and even if you've forgotten, I still remember." As he spoke, Feng Qian reached to touch the storage bag tied at his waist. On that day, Shereimo had promised him, and he secretly recorded the entire conversation onto a sound-preserving stone, listening to it from time to time. If Shereimo denied it, he'd reveal this sound-preserving stone. While Feng Qian plotted within himself, Shereimo seemed to have read his thoughts, directly grasping his hand to halt his actions. "Of course not, how could I forget?" Shereimo gave him a smile, then raised his hand to encircle Feng Qian's neck, slightly leaning forward and placing a kiss on his lips. "It's just that I'll be leaving on a distant journey in a couple of days. This trip might keep me away for about 10 to 15 days. However, rest assured, I am just going to a secret realm to retrieve something very important. Once I return, we will sign the Pact of Tao Companions, all right?" Shereimo coaxed softly, his tone gentler. Feng Qian's gaze darkened momentarily before he immediately raised his hand to encircle Shereimo's waist, pressing their brows together. "Mo, I can accompany you." "Good, Qi. I know you're worried about me, but this time I'll go alone. This matter is extremely important to me. You will wait for me to come back, won't you?" A smile lingered at the corner of Shereimo's lips as he leaned against Feng Qian's shoulder, his voice gentle and slow. This made Feng Qian, who had initially been hesitant, suddenly widen his eyes and unconsciously swallow, holding him even tighter. "Qi, after I return, not only will we re-sign the Pact of Tao Companions, we can also host another wedding banquet. What do you think?" Shereimo opened his mouth with an underlying meaning, but such an important occasion as marriage must be properly prepared for. If the time is too short or too rushed, it might not be ideal. You can use this time to carefully prepare everything, right? Caught up in his soothing voice, Feng Qian became slightly dazed, strange fragments of memory floating into his mind. He wasn't sure if these memories belonged to him, because the scenes in those fragmented recollections were ones he hadn't seen. He couldn't even clearly make out his own face. The one thing he could be certain of was that the person standing by his side was Shereimo. In those memories, it seemed like he and Shereimo had already married. Even though their clothing was different, they had still exchanged vows. Suddenly, a light flashed through Feng Qian's mind, enlightening him. His gaze on Shereimo grew hotter and more resolute. An intuition told him that Shereimo's appearance by his side, the way he approached him under the name of Tao Companion, and even their dual cultivation were all related to those memories. And this person was truly here for him. They were destined to be together, and no one would be able to stop them, not even Yu Huaiqi. Regaining his senses from the scattered fragments of memory, Feng Qian firmly grasped Shereimo's hand and eventually nodded in agreement. Alright, I agree, Mo. I'll wait for you to return and give you a grand wedding. During Shereimo's absence, he would prepare everything. It wasn't just about promising Shereimo a wedding, but also reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. Previously, Feng Qian hadn't been in a rush about his revenge since he knew who his enemy was and what steps to take next. But now. Chapter 127, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 17. Feng Qian glanced at Shereimo, his resolve growing stronger. Although he cherished the time spent here with Shereimo, where no one recognized them and there were no schemes, they lived like ordinary Taoist partners. But he knew that person would not easily let him go. If the other party discovered he was still alive and here, they would surely come looking for him. Thus, he had to use this time to prepare everything thoroughly, and seize this opportunity to deal with Nan Gongjiuming. After Feng Qian's arrangements were complete, Shereimo went out again in the evening with an excuse. Facing Yu Huaiqi, who he encountered once more, Shereimo crossed his arms and arched an eyebrow slightly. Yu Huaiqi, have you ever counted how many times we've met by chance? Yu Huaiqi smiled with bent eyebrows, his tone very self-assured. Who made us live together, and meet every day? This only proves we are destined, doesn't it? By the way, Mo, I recently acquired a protective talisman. Thinking it suits you, I brought it to you today. As Yu Huaiqi spoke, he took out a headband from his storage bag. It was a red headband embroidered with hidden patterns, and both ends had pendants. Just a glance revealed the spiritual energy contained within. Shereimo narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Yu Huaiqi pulling out this item was related to his attitude earlier in the day. But Shereimo remembered this headband clearly. It had appeared in Yu Huaiqi's dream. Only, in the dream, Yu Huaiqi used this headband to bind his wrist, making it impossible for him to break free. His fingertips gently grazed Shereimo's hair as an indescribable emotion clouded his eyes. Softening his voice, he said. Mo, let me tie it on for you. Shereimo didn't stop him, instead slightly lowering his head. Such a talisman was hard to come by, don't waste what comes free. While pondering this, Shereimo caught a glimpse of Yu Huaiqi out of the corner of his eye. In the future, he'd also have to tie up this person. The image of being bound by his own given talisman would surely be amusing. When Yu Huaiqi finished tying Shereimo's hair with the headband and saw his smiling lips, he assumed Shereimo liked the talisman and felt relieved inside. Mo. Yu Huaiqi didn't step back but placed his hand slowly onto Shereimo's shoulder and whispered softly in his ear. Can you stop being angry at me? Their poses were extremely intimate. Shereimo turned his head to look at him, intertwining their breaths momentarily. An intimate atmosphere spread between them. Suddenly recalling the scenes from his dream and gazing at the current Shereimo before him. His breathing paused for a moment, his eyes clouded over with a hint of madness, barely suppressing the impulse to forcibly take this person back. Don't worry, I'm not mad at you. There's just something I need your help with. Shereimo's voice interrupted his thoughts with a smile. Yu Huaiqi blinked and immediately responded without hesitation. Sure, whatever you want me to do, I'll do. Shereimo said, in a few days, I want to go to a secret realm, but going alone won't suffice, so I want you to accompany me. Of course, if you're busy. I'm free. I have time. But, is it just us going? You're not taking your other. Hastily agreeing, Yu Huaiqi only reacted afterward, realizing Shereimo had said they would go together. Shereimo added, I've already talked to him. This time, he won't come. It'll just be the two of us, but don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Thinking of Feng Qian, Yu Huaiqi couldn't help but sound excited. Mo, when do we leave? The sooner the better. Let's go tomorrow night after preparing tonight. We're heading to the Divine Demon Realm. The entrance to that secret realm will open in 3 days, so we need to get there ahead of time. As Shereimo spoke, Yu Huaiqi kept staring straight at him, responding affirmatively no matter what he said. Alright. Alright then, see you later. Get prepared well. Shereimo patted Yu Huaiqi's shoulder and turned to leave. For once, Yu Huaiqi didn't chase after him but stood still, contemplating Shereimo's previous words. He also knew about the Divine Demon Realm, his people had told him about it. This Divine Demon Realm was located at the boundary between the Demon and Beast realms, appearing half a month ago. It only started showing signs of opening in the past few days. The various sects in the cultivation world had long been waiting outside the divine demon realm, unwilling to miss this secret realm. With such a huge commotion, as the Demon King, he found it hard not to know. However, he didn't care much for a mere secret realm. Compared to entering that realm, he cared far more about Shereimo. But unexpectedly, Shereimo also intended to go. Yu Huichi felt somewhat frustrated momentarily. He should have arranged people to keep an eye on it earlier, so as to be better informed about that realm, and have more topics to discuss with Shereimo. But it didn't matter, they still had plenty of time. When Yu Huichi thought about going to that secret realm together with Shereimo, the corners of his lips couldn't help but turn up wildly. But after all, the divine demon realm wasn't some insignificant minor realm, and many others were also focusing on this one. Yu Huichi decided to send some of his people to the secret realm too. This was a great opportunity to spend some alone time with Shereimo, and he absolutely didn't want anyone else interrupting them. That night, Shereimo neither practiced dual cultivation with Feng Qian nor entered Yu Huichi's dreams. The next morning, before Feng Qian even woke up, he had already left with Yu Huichi. Yu Huichi took out his flying instrument, choosing a model that was exquisitely decorated and fast, but not excessively quick. Shereimo instantly understood Yu Huichi's little plan when he saw the flying instrument. After calculating their schedule a bit, he determined that using this particular instrument wouldn't affect their arrival at the secret realm, so he chose not to say anything. What he didn't expect, though, was that Yu Huichi seemed eager to write his intentions all over his face. Although the flying instrument wasn't particularly small, there was only one room inside suitable for rest. Shereimo. Yu Huichi blinked innocently. Mo, this is my first time using this flying instrument, I didn't know it would have only one room. Why don't you join me tonight? Before Shereimo could reply, Yu Huichi sighed and continued on his own. I know how much you value your Taoist partner, but the time isn't early anymore, and we must enter the secret realm soon, so we need to stay well rested. Besides, we're both men, it's no big deal to sleep in the same bed for just one night. Mo, you can trust me, I won't do anything. Shereimo twitched his eyelids slightly as he pressed down Yu Huichi's wandering hand. You might start by taking your hand off my waist. And stop teasing me. Chapter 128, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 18. Shereimo had no doubt that if Yu Huichi continued like this, all the clothes on his body would be completely stripped off by him. Yu Huichi, however, looked even more innocent. I just didn't want you to worry about Feng Qian and not get proper rest. Mo, you know, I care only for you. So please don't make me worry, alright? 447 couldn't help but tisk once. Little Mo, I said what woke me up earlier was probably his abacus beads hitting my face. Shereimo also raised his hand to cut off Yu Huichi's words. I understand, but it's getting late. Let's rest now. Saying that, he walked straight toward the bedside. Although there was only one bed, this bed was indeed large enough to accommodate both of them. One might even say that adding another Feng Qian would still be comfortable. Shereimo, looking at the bed in front of him, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. And this thought stayed in his mind only for a moment. Right now, he could still treat everyone equally, but if they were really together, he wouldn't be able to do so. Fortunately, Feng Qian's body had almost fully recovered. Once they returned from the secret realm after retrieving something this time, they needed to figure out a way quickly to merge the two of them. Otherwise, he might not be able to handle it much longer like this. Shereimo ignored the intense gaze from Yu Huichi, lying down on the bed as he looked at 447 nestled in his arms, gently asking. Little 7, is there any way to forcibly fuse their souls? As Shereimo was asking, Yu Huichi already lay down beside him and kept a distance between them, which could fit one Feng Qian. Yu Huichi simply smiled at his glance. Mo, my sleeping posture isn't great, so let's keep some space. Don't want to disturb your sleep. Shereimo took only a glance before turning away, flipping over to face away from Yu Huichi, and continuing to rub 447's little belly. Judging from how they act now, they won't actively fuse. We need to resort to other methods. 447 considered for a moment. If they're unwilling to fuse voluntarily, then we can only help them ascend. Their separation happened when they descended because of Nan Gong Jiuzhen, as long as one of them, as long as one ascends successfully. Under the heavenly thunder of Tian Dao, their souls will merge into one again, restoring themselves. This question, 447 had already inquired with Tian Dao when Yu Huichi tried to kill Feng Qian. Shereimo reflected and slightly lowered his head. That doesn't seem too difficult. He had just said this when suddenly a hand landed on his waist, and a steady breathing sound added near his ear. Shereimo. Shereimo glanced at Yu Huichi who seemed to have fallen asleep. Trying to push him away, unexpectedly, Yu Huichi's grip became stronger, tightly holding him in his embrace while lifting his leg to press on top of him. This posture was exactly the same as how Feng Qian held him every night to sleep. It was as though they both wanted to crush him into their embrace so he couldn't leave. Knowing Yu Huichi was pretending to sleep, Shereimo turned around, facing him directly and staring straight at him. Yu Huichi's eyelashes trembled slightly, aware of that look yet afraid to move. After an indeterminate period of silence, just as he couldn't resist tightening his hold on Shereimo and trying to subconsciously commit some inappropriate actions, a soft touch landed on his lips. precisely on the corner of his lips. This caused Yu Huaiqi's heart to leap, almost losing control as his eyes snapped open. He believed himself to have excellent self-restraint, unaware that his breathing had already become erratic. Moreover, he didn't know Shereimo was looking at him with a playful expression right now. Yu Huaiqi was entirely in a disordered state, never having expected Shereimo to suddenly kiss him. For a brief moment, he almost thought he had entered a dream. How else could it be possible for Shereimo, who only had feelings for Feng Qiyan, to initiate such a kiss? The more Yu Huaiqi thought, the drier his mouth felt. Even his whole body grew heated, making his throat roll slightly as he swallowed. The sensation of contact at the corner of his lips remained unforgettable in his heart. Was it intentional, or an accidental touch? Yu Huaiqi's mind was chaotic, as if there were two different voices in his head arguing, attempting to rip him into two separate people. Amo. Yu Huaiqi murmured softly, pretending to be saying something in his sleep, and before Shereimo could react, he did what he had just thought about. He hugged the person even tighter and buried his head in Shereimo's neck, rubbing slightly against it. Unless pushed away. Yu Huaiqi thought that if Shereimo didn't push him away, then perhaps Shereimo wasn't completely indifferent toward him. This brought him one step closer to successfully luring Shereimo into his arms. Though Yu Huaiqi was nervous inside, Shereimo simply raised his hand and held his waist without making any other move. Shereimo slept well this night. On the contrary, Yu Huaiqi, who managed to hold Shereimo as he wished, spent the whole night excited by that fleeting kiss, and also troubled for the entire night. The next day, they reached the location of the divine demon realm. The secret realm would open after one more day. Besides those people from the immortal sects, there were also a lot of independent cultivators and individuals from other realms around the perimeter of the secret realm. With 447's help, Shereimo directly led Yu Huaiqi to find the most secluded and least crowded entrance to the secret realm. They prepared to wait there until the entrance opened so they could go straight in. After everything was arranged and only awaited the opening of the secret realm, 447 suddenly clapped his hands in shock. Little Mo. I suddenly remembered something. Shereimo was holding the meat Yu Huaiqi had just roasted. The sudden movement of 447 made his hand shake, nearly dropping the meat. What is it? Shereimo asked while eating the meat. 447 looked at his calm and leisurely demeanor, hesitating to speak. Little Mo. Do you still remember your identity in this world? Shereimo, the demon lord, what? Shereimo fell silent. 447 coughed awkwardly. That day, we left without leaving any message for the demon race people. In this period, they've almost gone crazy looking for you. After all, whether in the original plot or the altered plot. Shereimo, as the demon lord, only held an antagonist identity but hadn't actually done anything evil, and didn't manage things in the demon realm either. Moreover, the people in the demon realm dared not let others know their demon lord ran away again because they disliked their food. So they secretly searched for Shereimo. Besides, during this time, Shereimo had focused all his attention on Feng Qiyan and the others. Dealing with two main characters was already troublesome enough, so naturally, he didn't have the heart to care about the affairs of the demon realm. In this way, he truly forgot these matters. Chapter 129, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 19. Shereimo thought for a moment, then took another bite of meat, regaining his composure. No big deal. Let them search all they want. Not to mention the original host's wish, do you really want to go back and eat their food? After hearing this, 447 fell silent, quietly stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth and no longer mentioning the matter. They just waited for the secret realm to open. However, what surprised Shereimo somewhat was that they had barely entered the secret realm when they encountered an acquaintance. At this moment, Shereimo was pulling Yu Huaiqi onto a giant tree, using the cover of the leaves, combined with a device for concealing one's aura, to hide themselves effectively. Their position also allowed them to clearly see everything happening below. The first thing that caught their eyes were several people dressed in the robes of inner disciples of Tianxian sect. These people almost formed a circle, protecting the young man in the center. The leading youth, looking far away, couldn't help but stop in his tracks, lowering his voice to ask the person behind him. Little junior brother, must we really do this? But after all, those are phoenix eggs. If we take them and anger the fire phoenix, what shall we do? Nangong Joshin crossed his arms around a sword, lightly sneering and laughing. Why should my senior brother worry? And not to mention the fact that the fire phoenix isn't here now. As long as we're cautious, we won't be discovered. Moreover, even if we are found out, so what? Since I could lead you to this place, naturally, I have a way to deal with that fire phoenix. There are 5 fire phoenix eggs over there. Let me, as your junior brother, take the loss this time and not take any today. Senior brothers and sisters, each take 1 egg home to hatch it as a contract beast. Wouldn't your cultivation levels increase significantly? Nangong Joshing spoke carelessly, with a trace of mockery in his tone, as if he were mocking them for not even daring to take 1 egg. Only Shereimo, watching the spectacle from above, clearly understood that Nangong Joshing didn't look down on these fire phoenix eggs at all. He merely wanted to use these fire phoenix eggs to curry favor with those people. As for the inner disciples surrounding him, hearing his words, they became somewhat tempted momentarily. They exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Without considering anything else, they cautiously and warily approached the fire phoenix's nest. For 47, lying on Shereimo's head, excitedly said, "Little Mo. I've already lured the fire phoenix back earlier. There will be some fun soon." Shereimo's lips curved slightly upward, "If it's for the show." Before he finished speaking, a handful of sunflower seeds appeared in his hand. For 47 had already sat next to him, starting to crack the sunflower seeds. "Go ahead and enjoy. I've put 2 more packets in your storage bag and set up a barrier just now so they won't find out." Shereimo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yuhuaichi beside him looked somewhat puzzled, observing that group intently, and then looking at the eggs in the fire phoenix's nest far away. Yuhuaichi asked, "Amo, do you want the fire phoenix's egg too? If you do, I'll go get it for you. That group of cultivators is no match for me." Shereimo glanced at Yuhuaichi, finally stopping his gaze on his empty hands. He decisively tossed a packet of sunflower seeds from his storage bag into Yuhuaichi's hands. "I'm not interested in that thing, I just want to watch the commotion. If you're bored, you can peel sunflower seeds for me." After all, for ordinary cultivators, the fire phoenix indeed counts as a fairly good contract beast. But for the protagonist, it was somewhat lacking in appeal. It wasn't part of the protagonist's fate, nor was there any need for Yuhuaichi to snatch it. Yuhuaichi was somewhat confused as he looked at the item in his hand but still silently started peeling sunflower seeds for Shereimo, taking a small bag to store the shells. His intuition told him that these things might come in handy later. Meanwhile, those people below had approached the fire phoenix's nest. The leading youth quickly looked around. Upon confirming that the fire phoenix wasn't present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, at the fastest speed, he directly scooped up the fire phoenix's egg. Feeling the scorching heat in his embrace, a gleam of ecstatic excitement flickered in his eyes. As others watched him pack the fire phoenix's egg into his storage pouch, they all rushed forward and eagerly grabbed the remaining eggs one by one. From beginning to end, Nangong Joshing merely stood aside, silently watching. His face always remained cold and indifferent. If someone met his eyes at this very moment, they would clearly see his disdain for what was happening before him. But evidently, everyone was immersed in the joy of possessing the fire phoenix eggs and hadn't noticed his expression. Just as they had carefully placed the fire phoenix eggs into their storage bags. A cry filled with anger suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. This caused the previously excited group to instantly become flustered and panic-stricken. They instinctively looked at Nangong Joshing, only to meet his mocking gaze that he hadn't yet hidden. This made them pause for a moment, but at this moment, they didn't have time to care about much else. As they saw the fire phoenix already flying in front of them, the immense pressure oppressed them, almost making them unable to hold on. A young girl screamed in panic, "Young Master Joshing! Didn't you say you had a way to deal with this fire phoenix?" Nangong Joshing immediately stood in front of everyone, glaring coldly at the furious fire phoenix before him. The sword in his hand, without being drawn from its sheath, pointed directly at the fire phoenix, with a sneer playing on his lips. "Tisk, you're just a bird that can spew fire. We taking your eggs is actually your good fortune. Now scram, I might still let you live." The fire phoenix had already sensed her eggs being stolen and was raging furiously. Upon hearing such provoking words, her eyes widened even more, as she let out another piercing cry. With every flap of her wings, wave after wave of scorching heat surged forward, and the flames bursting forth from her body burned everything around her to ashes. "Ah! Young master! Don't provoke her any more." Among them, Nangong Joshing was originally the highest cultivator in the group. Moreover, having obtained many opportunities earlier, he now possessed no shortage of protective artifacts. Facing the fire phoenix's fury, he remained largely unaffected, but the several Tianxian sect disciples behind him were not so fortunate. Their disciple robes also served as protective artifacts, but they were unable to withstand such burning. Combined with the fire phoenix's oppressive aura which paralyzed them, leaving them unable to move or evade. In no time, all hope was pinned on Nangong Joshing. "Young master! Quickly defeat her. That's right. We can't bear it any longer." "Ah!" Hearing the anguished screams, Nangong Joshing shot a sidelong glance at their pitiful appearance, a look of disdain crossing his face, as if wanting to write the words, "useless," on his face. His sword was finally unsheathed, creating a dazzling swirl as a sharp sound of the blade resounded through the skies, faint dragon patterns appearing, forcing the fire phoenix herself to retreat a step. Chapter 130, On How to Charm a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 20. Ugh. Amo, why do I feel like that sword of his seems familiar? Yuhuaichi, who was also spectating idly, couldn't help but pause his sunflower seed shelling when Nangong Jianming took out that sword. His gaze fixed intently on the sword in Nangong Jianming's hand. The silver-white blade faintly revealed dragon patterns, radiating an extremely strong aura of authority. The veins on Nangong Jianming's hand holding the sword were visibly prominent. One glance showed he appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, it took considerable effort and skill to hold on to this sword. For 47 immediately flew up as well. He squinted his eyes at the sight of the sword, opening his mouth seriously and saying, "Little Mo, I've just checked, this should have originally been one of the main character's opportunities, and more importantly, it is an essential tool to enter the God Demon Hall to obtain the Divine Cutting Sword. This sword has an embedded fragment of the Divine Cutting Sword, which is why it possesses such immense power. By logic, the main character should get this sword first, then obtain the Divine Cutting Sword within this secret realm. These two swords will combine into one. Little Mo, we must seize this sword. 447 said while looking toward Yu Huichi, whose expression had turned serious. Shereimo looked over too, grabbing the prepared sunflower seeds from him. Since it feels familiar, let's just snatch it over. Shereimo smiled mischievously as she opened her mouth and said, you see, he can't even make the sword acknowledge him as its master. Who knows what kind of coercion he's using? That saves us the trouble of having to undo any contract once we grab it. Yu Huichi didn't find anything wrong with what she said, only nodding. I'll go snatch it. Don't rush. Fire Phoenix is calling for reinforcements. Let them fight for a bit first. You continue peeling the seeds for me. As Shereimo spoke, she popped the freshly peeled sunflower seeds Yu Huichi handed over into her mouth. The furrow between Yu Huichi's eyebrows loosened slightly due to her words, and then he continued shelling the seeds. Even though Nangong Jiaming was forcefully driving the sword, the strength of the sword remained undeniable, and the Fire Phoenix was simply no match. Not long after, another 2 Fire Phoenixes flew over. Besides them, there was also a Blood Jiao, several Xian Tian tigers, and a pack of saber-toothed wolves. This clearly went against Nangong Jiaming's expectations, and the group of disciples behind him from the Tianxian sect had already passed out as soon as those beast demons appeared. It wasn't because they were scared unconscious. Instead, the simultaneous emergence of these powerful creatures generated an intense pressure that they could barely handle, causing them to lose consciousness almost instantly and fall to the ground. Even the Fire Phoenix seemed surprised, since she had initially called only 2 other Fire Phoenixes for help and did not expect so many to come. Meanwhile, the puppeteer 447 was excitedly crunching on the sunflower seeds and laughing. Ahahaha. Little Mo, did you see that guy Nangong Jiaming's face? I'm dying laughing. It looks like he's almost broken apart. Shereimo casually gave some sunflower seeds that Yu Huichi had peeled to 447. Good job. Nangong Jiaming's cultivation was currently being suppressed, but he wielded the sword easily enough to deal with a few Fire Phoenixes. However, the unexpected large numbers of beasts all attacking him simultaneously caused him momentary difficulty handling the assault. All he could think about was how fortunate it was that those people had fainted. This way, no one would be able to witness his disheveled state. This man's cultivation isn't very high, but he sure does have plenty of magical artifacts and pills. Yu Huichi frowned deeper the more he observed. The sight of this person irked him from the very start. Now seeing the items this individual pulled out, he wished nothing more than to charge forward and stomp him underfoot, torture him brutally, and bury him in a pit. Yu Huichi himself was surprised by his sudden impulse, for truthfully speaking, he wasn't a particularly brutal person. Other than these days where he couldn't stand the sight of Feng Qiyuan, the wasted trash clinging onto Shereimo, he had never despised someone so intensely before. And it was merely someone he had encountered once. Compared to this guy, Yu Huichi even felt that Feng Qiyuan had become much more tolerable. Seeing the battle below grow more intense, it was estimated that the few disciples of the Tianxian sect would most likely meet their end. Yu Huichi raised his hand to place a protective barrier around them, worried that such commotion might disrupt Shereimo's eating experience. Still, he couldn't entirely put his mind at ease. Mo, how about you leave first? I'll stay here and guard. Once they're done fighting, I'll go and snatch that sword from him. As Yu Huichi spoke, he took out a teleportation talisman from his storage bag. It wasn't just because he didn't want Shereimo to get hurt. Rather, he couldn't suppress the urge to kill that cultivator. But since this was the first time he had met this cultivator, and it had taken great effort for him to build a closer relationship with Shereimo. If he killed the person in front of Shereimo, she might think he was naturally savage, which would be undesirable. Yu Huichi thoughtfully placed the teleportation talisman in Shereimo's hand, already planning where to bury Nangong Jiaming's body later. Shereimo only glanced once, saw through his little scheme immediately, tore off the talisman, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it to 447 to play with. She pinched a bit of soft flesh on Yu Huichi's face, her eyes slightly curved, softly laughing as she spoke. Achi, I know you care about me. But, if you say again anything about sending me away and not letting me watch the show, I'll throw you down there right now to fight them. Yu Huichi was silent. Yu Huichi's earlobes turned red. Achi. Did he just call him Achi? Such an intimate name, so he knew deep down, she cared for him. Yu Huichi slightly pressed his lips together, forcing back the joy rising within and his almost uncontrollable smile, trying to sound calm. Alright, I understand. Then Shereimo watched him peel all the sunflower seeds at top speed. 447 remarked, wow, what cold-hearted efficiency. If this were another world, with such speed, his hands and the seeds would probably have sparked fire by now. He sighed while observing Nangong Jiaming, who had just barely defeated those beast demons moments before. With his sword still in hand, he knelt half-slumped, looking disheveled and breathing heavily. At the sudden commotion, sensing that overpowering pressure, even his eyelids flickered. Unable to believe it but somehow managing to lift his head amidst his difficulty, seeing the demon beasts and magical creatures return inexplicably, his eyes widened instantly. No. Are these demon beasts and magical creatures all gone mad today? This is just the phoenix's nest, why are all these things congregating here? As Nangong Jiaming struggled to stand up, suddenly a force struck his knees, making his legs buckle, and he fell straight down on his knees again. Chapter 131, On How to Coax a Demon Lord into Dual Cultivation, 21. Yu Huaiqi looked at the sunflower seed shells in the little bag, picked out 2 bigger ones, and wrapped them with a layer of spiritual energy. With a flick of his finger, he sent them hurtling toward Nangong Jiuxing's hands. Nangong Jiuxing was already struggling to hold onto the sword, and after being harassed by those beastly creatures, his grip on the sword was becoming increasingly tenuous. At that moment, his elbow was suddenly struck, causing Nangong Jiuxing to cry out in pain as the sword fell from his grasp to the ground. His pupils contracted sharply, and instinctively, he reached out to retrieve the sword. However, the beasts did not give him this opportunity. Dozens of ice spears rushed towards his vital spots all at once, forcing him to dodge hastily, leaving no time for retrieving the sword. However, having missed this chance, he would never again have an opportunity to even touch it. Unlike Yu Huaiqi or Feng Qian, who underwent cycles of reincarnation, Nangong Jiuxing came directly down from the celestial realm. Moreover, after sustaining injuries earlier and now being suppressed by the rules of the heavenly Tao, his current actual cultivation level wasn't very high. Compared to other cultivators, his strength might still be considered decent, but in the eyes of these demonic and beastly creatures, it just didn't measure up. He couldn't fight these creatures head-on and could only grit his teeth and take out one magical artifact after another as if they were worthless. Nangong Jiuxing thought back to the experiences of that person from his past life which he had glimpsed. Looking now at the beasts chasing him without let-up and his own disheveled state. His jaw clenched tightly, his eyes flashing with instant crimson red as they filled with intense resentment. Why? Why could that person go so smoothly, receive the favor of the heavenly Tao, and become the main character of this world? Why didn't that person have to experience these things inside this secret realm? And when it came to him, upon just entering this secret realm, what awaited him was nothing but endless pursuit by these beastly demons. He refused to accept it. He felt bitter regret. Heaven. Tao. Nangong Jiuxing gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hate. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted around him, making even the demonic creatures hesitant to approach. Even the black wolf that was about to claw at him was pushed far away by the force of that dark energy. Shereimo, who had been observing leisurely, narrowed his eyes and immediately pulled a cloak from his storage pouch to completely cover himself. Before Nangong Jiuxing even realized what happened, Shereimo had already retrieved the fallen sword and tossed it to Yu Huaiqi. Yu Huaiqi hesitated slightly in surprise, but Shereimo simply patted his shoulder and casually tossed something numbered 447 onto his head. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here. He won't die anytime soon. We'd better hurry and get the other things. Yu Huaiqi stood there, bewildered, holding the sword in his arms. He didn't know what other things Shereimo was talking about, but instinctively, he nodded anyway. Only. Was it his illusion just now? Did Shereimo really throw something onto his head? Though following behind Shereimo, Yu Huaiqi still stared intently at Shereimo's head for quite some time suspiciously. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't detect anything unusual on Shereimo's head. Yu Huaiqi thus fell into deep self-doubt. Could he have mistaken what he saw? Surely Shereimo wouldn't have thrown just air onto his own head. Thinking this, Yu Huaiqi became even more convinced it was his own mistake. Thus, when Shereimo finally stopped before a lake, Yu Huaiqi turned back to find him rummaging through his storage pouch, checking through various vials of elixirs. What are you doing? Initially, Shereimo wanted to examine the lake and recall how the male lead entered the place in the original storyline. However, seeing this scene made him fall silent. Yu Huaiqi certainly dared not tell Shereimo that he suspected there was something wrong with his vision. Caught off guard by Shereimo's sudden question, his hand trembled, and the medicine in his hand dropped straight to the ground. Feeling a bit guilty, Yu Huaiqi stole a glance at Shereimo and sheepishly smiled. Nothing, I'm just checking if I brought everything. Listening to this lame excuse and looking at Yu Huaiqi's obviously abnormal behavior, Shereimo recalled the places they had passed through. The route they took was specially chosen by number 447, with the least danger nearby. Coupled with their fast speed, and because Shereimo had specially exchanged items in the system mall, masking their presence completely. When they passed by the territories of a few great demons, those creatures hadn't even caught their shadows before they had already left. Moreover, although Yu Huaiqi had been following behind him, his own strength wasn't weak either, there shouldn't have been an easy chance for problems to arise. Still, Yu Huaiqi was after all the main character. The opportunities gained by the protagonist would indeed far exceed those of ordinary people, but conversely, the dangers they faced would also be greater. Thinking about this, Shereimo furrowed his brows and directly walked to Yu Huaiqi's side. Without minding Yu Huaiqi's reaction, he grabbed his wrist and carefully examined it. After confirming that Yu Huaiqi wasn't injured and hadn't been poisoned, he finally let out a sigh of relief. You haven't been injured, so why are you looking for medicine over there? Even though Shereimo relaxed, his brows remained furrowed as he seemed somewhat displeased, clearly not believing Yu Huiqi's earlier explanation. Under his penetrating gaze, Yu Huiqi eventually gave in. With a sigh, he explained helplessly. Just now when you left, I saw what looked like you grabbing something and throwing it onto your head. I stared all the way but didn't see anything. So, I think, probably I just imagined it. Yu Huiqi cleared his throat lightly, slightly embarrassed as he turned his head away. Shereimo clearly didn't expect the reason to be this. Looking at number 447, who was laughing uncontrollably mid-air, made Shereimo feel rather complicated. Pfft, ha ha ha. Little Mo. He must have thought there was something wrong with his eyes because he couldn't see me, and started finding medicine to eat. 447 clutched his stomach, laughing non-stop. His appearance even caused Shereimo to involuntarily curve his lips upward. You don't need to worry, this isn't your problem. It's just one of my little habits. Shereimo pinched Yu Huiqi's slightly red earlobe, explaining lightly with a smile, then patted his shoulder and headed towards the lakeside. Well, stop standing there like a fool. Come on, we need to go down. Yu Huiqi blinked, then carefully observed the lake in front of him. The water in the lake was blue. Around it grew moonflower grasses, covered in blue-white blossoms. The surface of the water was incredibly calm, without a single ripple, surrounded by faint white lights, condensed spiritual energy already tangible. Just a glance made it evident that this was a perfect place for cultivation. Yu Huiqi's expression darkened as he quickly stepped forward and held Shereimo's shoulder, stopping his movement. Imo, hold on first. Chapter 132, Discussion on how to appease a demon lord for dual cultivation, 22. What's wrong? Shereimo stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Yu Huiqi, obviously somewhat puzzled. Yu Huiqi did not answer him but instead gazed intently at the calm lake surface. Spiritual power gathered in his palm, forming a wind blade. With his movement, the wind blade severed a few flowers of the moonlight herb by the lakeside. The flowers fell onto the lake's surface but still did not cause even a ripple. Instead, they floated aimlessly toward the center of the lake before suddenly sinking as if devoured by something. And yet, the lake remained completely still. Amo, there are some dangerous things down there. I'll go down myself. You wait for me on the shore. Yu Huiqi paused briefly, then added earnestly, tell me what the item you're looking for looks like, and I will definitely bring it back for you. Shereimo stared at Yu Huiqi for a long time without speaking. Of course, he knew this place was dangerous. In the plotline, as the male protagonist, Yu Qi escaped being chased by several great demons here and was subsequently thrown into the lake by them. Those great demons didn't dare to touch the lake water, so once they saw the main character fall in, they were certain he would die there and thus left without hesitation. It was also where the silver dragon from the lake captured the protagonist. However, due to the sword in the protagonist's hand, the silver dragon did not take his life but instead locked him up. This silver dragon was the guardian beast guarding the entrance to the divine demonic hall, waiting for a fated individual. When it saw the sword in the protagonist's hand, it guessed that the protagonist must be that destined person. However, having waited for too long, it held resentment within its heart. Although it did not trouble the protagonist, it confined him for a few days before releasing him and throwing him into the divine demonic hall. But Yu Huiqi lacked any knowledge of the storyline, thus he was unaware of all these details. Shereimo's eyes flickered, I thought you would persuade me to leave here. Since you already know there is danger below, why do you insist on going? Yu Huiqi looked at him silently for a moment, then smiled slightly with the corners of his lips. Didn't you say you were looking for something? I assume it must be important to you. As for why he didn't directly tell Shereimo to leave. Perhaps it was because he clearly understood that Shereimo would never abandon what he wanted so easily. But at the same time, he didn't want Shereimo to get hurt, so the only option was for him to go down himself. Yu Huiqi lowered his gaze, making it unclear what emotions lingered in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and hugged Shereimo, resting his head against Shereimo's shoulder and lightly rubbing against it. Amo, don't move. Don't push me away, just let me hold you for a bit. Just a little longer. Yu Huiqi softly sighed. After all, it's so dangerous down there. What if I don't come back up? 447 shed tears while biting her handkerchief, woo-woo. Little Momo, he is so loving. Shereimo. Yeah, indeed very loving, but if only his hands weren't taking advantage of my waist. 447 immediately wiped away her tears, huh. Shereimo grasped Yu Huiqi's hand, I said that's enough. If you keep touching, you'll end up taking off my clothes. I have no intention of doing anything like that in such a place. Shereimo's eyelid twitched as he gave Yu Huiqi a glance filled with warning. Yu Huiqi merely smiled brightly and pulled his hand back. All right. But you wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Trust me. Before Shereimo had a chance to respond, Yu Huiqi acted swiftly, cutting off any opportunity for argument, and kissed him. His action was so sudden that even 447 nearby was stunned, leaving Shereimo frozen in place. Shereimo blinked his eyes. When did this guy become so bold? Previously, even when he took small liberties, he wouldn't dare to be so overt about it. Just as Shereimo was about to react with a playful gleam in his eye, the curve of his lips abruptly flattened. He couldn't move. Shereimo almost instantly realized it was due to Yu Huichi's earlier movements. This discovery made him grind his teeth in frustration. No wonder this guy became so bold, it was planned from the start. Yu Huichi. Shereimo gritted his teeth, astonished that Yu Huichi now dared to outsmart him. Yu Huichi simply stepped back 2 paces, setting up a magical array around Shereimo and adding 2 layers of protective barriers. Upon reflection, Yu Huichi felt it wasn't enough, so he created another array and even took off the storage pouch from his waist, placing it beside Shereimo. 447, Little Momo. Why do I feel like he is playing with a Russian nesting doll? Shereimo. Alright, Mo, stop struggling. This medicine's effect can only last for 2 hours. If by then I haven't come back up, it means I'm probably dead at the bottom, dragged down by something in the water. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. But when you come down, remember to collect my body. Yu Huichi smiled as he casually placed his hand on his waist, speaking those words so easily. Then without hesitation, he turned around and walked straight toward the tranquil lake. Shereimo stared at Yu Huichi, his tone unnaturally calm. 7, give me the antidote. 447 looked at him, her throat moving nervously. She hastily fed Shereimo the antidote she had just exchanged, silently lighting a candle in her heart for Yu Huichi. Shereimo rubbed his wrist, picked up the sword next to him, and fixed his gaze on Yu Huichi's back. His eyes finally landed on a certain spot. 447 noticed Shereimo's stare and instinctively gasped, clutching her buttocks tightly. Hiss. Yu Huichi had good intentions, but he was already on his way. 447 quietly turned around, counting down in her mind. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1, ah. Behind her came a shriek of pain. 447 glanced back and saw Yu Huichi kicked unexpectedly by Shereimo into the lake. Shereimo followed immediately, pouncing and tightly embracing Yu Huichi. Yu Huichi could feel a force pulling them both towards the center of the lake, but he was completely dazed at the moment and didn't have time to think much. Amo. How did you? Shut up. Shereimo smirked coldly and slapped Yu Huichi's head. The slap was well measured, clearly making Yu Huichi even more bewildered. Seeing this, 447 quickly flew over to perch on Shereimo's head. Shereimo sneered, Yu Huichi, have I been too lenient with you? Too indulgent? Taking advantage of me during normal times was one thing, but now your guts have grown bigger, calculating behind my back and leaving me alone above. Yu Huichi apologized reflexively, I'm sorry Amo. It wasn't intentional. With the suction growing stronger nearing the center of the lake, the feeling of weightlessness and dizziness became increasingly intense. Seeing Yu Huichi still out of it, Shereimo directly shoved the sword into his hands, then firmly gripped Yu Huichi's hand and kissed him hard on the lips. Ugh. Chapter 133, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 23. Yu Huichi had already forgotten how they had sunk to the bottom of the lake. He just stared blankly at Shereimo, allowing himself to be held and pulled down. Holding someone in his arms while being tugged downward by an invisible force would make anyone feel some panic and discomfort. Yet he only held Shereimo tightly, the softness of his lips constantly reminding him that this was not a dream or an illusion. At that moment, Yu Huichi felt as if his whole body were floating. Still, was it just his imagination? Why did he always feel like there was something on top of Shereimo's head? Yu Huichi squinted slightly, reaching out to touch what seemed to be atop Shereimo's head for a clearer look when Shereimo suddenly deepened the kiss, pulling back all of Yu Huichi's attention and raising his hand to cover Yu Huichi's eyes. In that instant, Yu Huichi lost focus on everything else. Despite being completely submerged in icy water, he responded to Shereimo and yet felt inexplicably restless and hot. But this way, he had no time to focus on 447. They quickly landed at the bottom of the lake. Beneath them lay a bed of soft grass, which helped snap him back to reality. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Yu Huichi hesitated for a moment. They were clearly underwater, yet there was no water surrounding them. Above them, a massive barrier separated the lake water, with faint ripples visible through it. Underneath their bodies stretched a field of icy blue grass interspersed with white flowers. Due to their sudden arrival, some of the little white flowers floated into the air, glowing faintly before slowly falling back to the ground. Besides, a few large pearls lay nearby, casting a gentle light that illuminated the entire area, making everything clear. Shereimo reacted quicker than Yu Huichi, flipping off him and slightly tidying up his robe. Lying on the ground, Yu Huichi stared straight at him. The clothes Shereimo wore, though magical tools, were very thin and completely soaked by the lake water, sticking tightly to his body. Yu Huichi's Adam's apple moved, unwilling to take his eyes off Shereimo. Shereimo was using spiritual power to dry his wet clothes, noticing Yu Huichi's burning gaze. Catching a glimpse with his peripheral vision, he slowed his movements. He slightly tilted his head, revealing his delicate profile, with droplets cascading from his silver-white hair. Meanwhile, 447 had run far away chasing after those luminous flowers, too focused on cramming the flowers into his pocket to notice what was happening here. Finally regaining his senses, Yu Huichi paused behind Shereimo, one arm encircling his waist with a hand resting on his abdomen. Shereimo felt warmth flow into his body, instantly dispelling the cold from being drenched. His robes also dried immediately. Shereimo turned his head, looking at Yuhuachi with an indescribable expression in his eyes, and a faint smile tugging at his lips. Seeing the way Shereimo looked at him, Yuhuachi's ears flushed red. He coughed lightly, explaining, "I'm just worried you'll catch a cold if you keep wearing wet clothes. I didn't do it on purpose, don't misunderstand me." "Oh. Shereimo, just now. You kissed me." Seeing Yuhuachi stammer, Shereimo raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, responding nonchalantly. "I just didn't want you to drown in the lake, that wasn't intentional, so don't overthink it." Yuhuachi. Watching Shereimo walk past him, Yuhuachi momentarily failed to respond. His intuition told him that Shereimo seemed somewhat upset. But why? Was it still because he tried to descend alone? If so, then Shereimo must be worried about him, and worrying means caring, right? Yuhuachi's eyes lit up instantly. Shereimo cared about him. He must have feelings for him inside. He definitely liked him. Staring at Shereimo's back, Yuhuachi's determination grew stronger, as certain memories in his mind became clearer. He knew it, Shereimo was the person in his dreams. Even if they were from different places, they still managed to be together, and naturally, they would be together here as well. Shereimo certainly liked him. It was just because Feng Qiyuan, his current cultivation partner, still existed that Shereimo couldn't openly reciprocate. Yuhuachi's eyes darkened ambiguously. Once they return from this secret realm, he must definitely get rid of that guy. As long as that useless person dies, there would be no one left to stand between him and Shereimo. Shereimo had no idea Yuhuachi was already plotting in his mind how to kill Feng Qiyuan. After taking a quick look at their surroundings, Shereimo located 447 and returned him to his usual spot atop his head. Yuhuachi, following closely behind Shereimo, remained calm upon witnessing the scene. "There's a path over there. Let's go that way." After a brief exchange with 447, Shereimo confirmed the exact location of the dragon responsible for guarding the divine demon hall. He then turned to look at Yuhuachi. His long silver-white hair swirled gracefully through the air as he turned. Yuhuachi's hand, still lingering in mid-air, had yet to retreat. More significantly, there was a small knife in his hand. Clearly unprepared for Shereimo's sudden turn, Yuhuachi froze instantly, his arms suspended helplessly mid-air without movement. This pose, combined with the knife he held, was extremely prone to misinterpretation. In an instant, only two words reverberated loudly in Yuhuachi's mind: finished. "What were you planning to do?" Shereimo didn't react excessively. When he noticed Yuhuachi wasn't making any movements, he casually took the knife from his hand, his tone tinged with some teasing. "This is quite a sharp blade. If you had lunged at me with it, I might have died instantly. It's indeed a fine murder weapon. So, Yuhuachi, why were you wielding this knife and gesticulating behind me?" Hearing these words, Yuhuachi seemed to finally recover his voice, hastily explaining. "Amo. Please don't misunderstand. I absolutely did not intend to harm you. I just wanted a strand of your hair." 447, watching Yuhuachi's uneasy behavior, chimed in languidly by Shereimo's ear. "Young Master Mo, his mental calculations are practically spilling all over my face." Shereimo, Go on. 447, amused, continued, "In this world, to form a cultivation pact, the most crucial point involves both people's hair and blood from their heart. I see that all he wants is to form a pact with you, but he's too timid to openly admit it yet. So he can only sneakily snatch some of your hair. Ha, man, his little scheme is completely transparent to me." Chapter 134, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 24. After hearing 447's explanation, Shereimo's slightly furrowed brows eased up. However, Yuhuachi was at a loss on how to explain the situation now that his intentions had been uncovered. No one would randomly ask for someone else's hair without reason, so it wasn't hard to guess what Yuhuachi intended to use Shereimo's hair for. And he knew all too well that Shereimo and Feng Qiyuan were now Taoist partners. So his sudden interference. Even though Yuhuachi was certain that Shereimo must care about him to some degree, there was still an undeniable sense of tension. After all, he wasn't sure who mattered more to Shereimo, himself or Feng Qiyuan. Shereimo watched as Yuhuachi racked his brain trying to think up excuses. It reminded him of a little dog biting at its tail but failing miserably, pacing anxiously in place. At this thought, Shereimo couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He hooked a strand of silver hair with his fingertip and swiftly cut it off. The lock of silvery white hair then landed gently in his palm. Amidst Yuhuachi's astonished gaze, Shereimo placed his hair in Yuhuachi's palm. "Next time if you want something, just tell me directly. No need for sneaky tricks like this," Shereimo said indifferently as the sharp blade twirled once in his hand. "I see this knife is pretty sharp. As an exchange, I'll take this knife." Yuhuachi stood there stiffly, feeling his heart rate skyrocket. His eyes grew increasingly heated and slightly crazed. "Alright, I've given you what you wanted. Don't stand there dazed anymore, go ahead." Shereimo pretended not to notice the change in his expression and urged him forward while walking himself. Yuhuachi carefully stowed away the strands of hair, giving a light affirmative response. However, as they were about to enter an icy sculpted palace that suddenly came into view, 447 abruptly changed expression, flying right in front of them before suddenly turning back towards Shereimo. Little Momo. Nangong Joming is inside too. But judging from his appearance, he seems to be severely injured. It's probably because of that pseudo-protagonist aura around him that he ended up here. As 447 muttered under his breath, he couldn't help but curse, damn. How come those monsters didn't tear him apart? He even made it all the way here. Upon hearing this, Shereimo narrowed his eyes. It made sense why, in the original plotline, after being gravely injured, Yuhuachi fell straight into the claws of the dragon, which never happened to them. Someone else had intercepted him. Shereimo immediately relayed this information to Yuhuachi. Instinctively, Yuhuachi pressed a hand against the storage pouch at his waist, remembering the sword he'd placed within earlier. A heavy look crossed his eyes. If that's the case, we might as well finish him off here. That way, there won't be any unexpected trouble when we leave. Shereimo simply spoke calmly, inside this palace, there's a dragon. That dragon isn't easy to deal with. At least, we can't fight others in front of him. Let's go inside first. Yuhuachi blinked upon hearing Shereimo's words, and the fierce aura disappeared instantly. He even wore a rather amiable smile, as if the person shouting for blood moments ago was not him. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Even though both of them had mentally prepared themselves. When they stepped inside the palace, feeling the overwhelming oppressive force rush towards them, Yuhuachi almost buckled under it. His expression turned grim. Biting his teeth, his forehead broke out in a cold sweat under the mountainous pressure. And yet, despite his own discomfort, he didn't forget to shield Shereimo as well. Though Shereimo's complexion also turned somewhat pale, compared to Yuhuachi, he seemed much better off. He could clearly feel that the oppressive force stemmed from the natural order of this world. Here lay the protagonist's greatest golden finger, so naturally, the trials set by the heavens for the protagonist were the most severe here as well. But after enduring unimaginable hardships, the protagonist would receive his due rewards. To ensure that no one else took those rewards, the heavens left a faint trace of their oppressive force. Nevertheless, Shereimo glanced at Nangong Joming lying on a nearby bed, and at the youth reading a book beside him. On top of the youth's head rested a pair of silver-white dragon horns, and behind him flowed a head of extremely long ice-blue hair that cascaded onto the floor alongside his wide, flowing white robes. Hidden under the voluminous robes, there was a silver-white tail, it was a dragon's tail. With just this glance, Shereimo confirmed the identity of the youth before him. He was Fuyu, the guardian beast of the deity Devil Hall from the original plot, the silver dragon Fuyu. Fuyu had been guarding here for over 1,000 years, merely to wait for that fated person of legend. But it seemed Fuyu had mistaken Nangong Joming for that destined individual. The commotion here evidently drew Fuyu's attention. Fuyu had originally been holding a book in one hand and a needle in the other, standing by the ice bed studying how to insert the needles into Nangong Joming. The sudden movement behind him made his hand shake, and he ended up jabbing the needle straight in. Amen. Coincidentally, Nangong Joming, who hadn't awakened despite Fuyu piercing him with countless needles, now showed faint signs of waking. Seeing Nangong Joming's eyes slowly open, Fuyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Though Fuyu harbored some resentment towards this so-called destined person for making him wait so many years, he still had to escort this destined one to the deity Devil Hall. Once he obtained what he needed, his mission would be considered complete, otherwise, he couldn't leave. As he saw Nangong Joming trying to sit up, Fuyu immediately slapped his shoulder and pressed him back down, speaking seriously. If you don't want to end up as a cripple after sustaining such severe injuries, then stay put right here. The intense pain on his shoulder caused Nangong Joming to suck in a sharp breath of cold air. Instinctively, he reached toward his storage pouch to retrieve the medicine he had earlier. But now that Fuyu knew he had regained consciousness, all worry and tension vanished from his mind, replaced once more by the anger accumulated from waiting over 1,000 years. He slapped Nangong Joming's head, grabbing his hand and pressing it back down again before stabbing another needle into his hand. What do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you not to move around? If you don't understand dragon speech, I'll slap you. Before Nangong Joming could react to being shouted at like that, he was utterly startled. You. Slap. Fuyu delivered another slap across Nangong Joming's face and stabbed another needle into his leg, sneering. You dare question me? Don't shout if you know what's good for you. If it wasn't for me, you'd be dead by now. Remember, you owe me your life. You better lie quietly here. After I deal with those intruders outside, I'll come back to settle accounts with you too. Fuyu cursed loudly as he slammed the book he was holding into Nangong Joming's face, then without regard for his reaction, turned to investigate the intruders. Not far away, Shereimo and Yuhuachi had witnessed everything that had just occurred. Looking at the needles in Fuyu's hand, Yuhuachi involuntarily twitched his eyelid. Who are you? How did you find your way here? Chapter 135, Discussion, How to Coax a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 25. Fuyu's tone was far from pleasant, and there was also a hint of confusion. After all, the heavenly Tao had only told him that he needed to wait here for someone with karmic connection. But it didn't tell him that, apart from that person with karmic ties, others would come here too. No, what he wanted now was to quickly teach that so-called person with a karmic connection a harsh lesson, then throw them into the god demon hall and not deal with anyone else. Fuyu glanced over Shereimo and Yuhuachi slightly, then waved his hand without any care. This is not where you're supposed to be, leave immediately. Shereimo chuckled softly, how do you know this isn't where we are supposed to be? Maybe among us is the person you've been waiting for. The originally turned away Fuyu instantly stopped in his tracks, sharply turning back to look at Shereimo, more surprise flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that, who exactly are you? Fuyu couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at Shereimo, his complexion slightly changed, with an increasingly probing tone in his voice. I mean, he's the one you're waiting for. Saying this, Shereimo directly pushed Yuhuachi forward. Fuyu seemed intrigued by what Shereimo had said. He walked right up to Yuhuachi, circled him twice, and finally shook his head with his arms crossed. That's impossible, he absolutely cannot be the person I've been waiting for. A person with a damaged soul essence, how can they possibly be the person I've been waiting for? A situation like his is just. Fuyu confidently asserted, stopping midway in his speech. He didn't think the heavenly Tao would choose someone with such a fragmented soul essence to go into the god demon hall to retrieve the spirit-severing sword. If this person went in, wouldn't it just be suicide? Besides, the one he waited for must have endured hardships to even reach here. This young man indeed exuded some strength, but clearly hadn't undergone much suffering, let alone great trials. Compared to Yuhuachi, Fuyu believed more firmly in Nan Gong Jianyan lying inside half-dead, who was clearly someone who had suffered significant torment. Yuhuachi had been suddenly pushed by Shereimo earlier, and after being eyed like this by Fuyu, he guessed quietly within his heart that perhaps the thing Shereimo was searching for was with this boy. And only the one with a karmic tie could obtain that item, hence why Shereimo invited him along to this hidden realm. A thought flickered in Yuhuachi's mind, and he opened his mouth smilingly. What's wrong with my condition? You're just sure I'm not the person you're looking for. Besides, having lived for so many years, today is the first time I've heard someone call me a fragmented soul essence. If you don't want to give that thing to me, just say so outright, no need to use such excuses. Though Yuhuachi kept smiling, Fuyu felt mocked when looking at him. This made Fuyu glare wide-eyed. He rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth to open his mouth. Oi! You brat! It seems like you're asking for trouble, aren't you? How dare you question me? I said your soul essence is incomplete, so it surely is incomplete. With glaring eyes, seeing that Yuhuachi obviously did not believe it, Fuyu uttered several hums, and the peacock tail behind him flicked through the air, creating a massive water mirror. Looking at the water mirror before him, Yuhuachi's heart suddenly shook, as if pulled towards the mirror by an invisible force of attraction. However, no reflection of his face appeared on the water mirror. Slowly, he lifted his hand and placed it on the water mirror, which finally had subtle ripples, reflecting his image. Standing behind Yuhuachi, Shereimo was conspicuously absent in the water mirror. This sight made the curious Fuyu narrow his eyes involuntarily, with his tail swaying idly from behind. Fuyu stared intently at Shereimo, whose bright eyes glinted a streak of golden light. And Shereimo noticed his gaze, turning his head to make eye contact briefly, his lips slightly curling upwards. Caught red-handed peeking, Fuyu first startled, then gave a light humph, pretending to stay calm but couldn't help stealing glances at Shereimo with his peripheral vision. Shereimo didn't mind and silently moved to stand beside Yuhuachi. At this moment, Yuhuachi was completely dazed. Because in the mirror, not only did he see himself, but another face appeared as well. It was Feng Qin. The guy he wished to kill and take his place. Just when Yuhuachi assumed the water mirror was malfunctioning, Feng Qin in the water mirror slowly approached him. What? What's going on? Yuhuachi's smile had completely disappeared from his face. He looked at the two figures in the mirror merging into one, then transforming into another face. That face was about 70 to 80% similar to Feng Qin, but the eyes were exactly like Yuhuachi's own. Yuhuachi's mind went completely blank. Although he hadn't seen this water mirror before, he wasn't a complete fool either. Fuyu had just mentioned that his soul essence was incomplete, and now produced this strange water mirror showing these two figures merging together. So, this meant that he and Feng Qin were the same person. Yuhuachi's eyes quivered visibly as if refusing to accept this reality. He took an involuntary step backward, landing directly in Shereimo's arms. How could this be? How is this possible? How can it be him? Yuhuachi dropped his head slightly, murmuring softly under his breath. When Fuyu pulled out this object, Yuhuachi already believed half of what Fuyu said. But, it could be anyone else, how could it be Feng Qin? Yuhuachi felt incredibly conflicted. If he and Feng Qin were the same person, and Feng Qin represented his missing part of the soul, then what did his secret plan to kill Feng Qin make him? Was it akin to being bored with nothing better to do than killing himself for fun? Thinking of Shereimo. Yuhuachi thought about Shereimo by his side, the dreams he had every night, and the spousal relationship between Shereimo and Feng Qin. He suddenly raised his eyes and turned sharply to look at Shereimo. Ah-mo. Shereimo appeared very calm while watching the scene in the water mirror. Was there anything left unclear for Yuhuachi? Why did Shereimo like Feng Qian so much, even willing to stay by his side and help him repair his spiritual root and recover his cultivation when he became a powerless waste? Yet, Shereimo also indulged him excessively, cared for him, worried about him, and even stole kisses. It was all because Shereimo had known from the beginning. He knew they were the same person, which was why he not only loved Feng Qian, but also loved Yuhuachi. Yuhuachi occasionally doubted it in the past, but didn't really care, choosing instead to overlook these details intentionally. After all, to him, as long as Shereimo stayed by his side, that was more important than anything else. But who would have thought? Mo. Yuhuachi gazed at Shereimo, still remaining rather calm, and couldn't help feeling aggrieved. You've known from the start that we are the same person. Chapter 136, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 26. Shereimo looked at Yuhuachi with an interested glint in his eyes, momentarily curious about what he would say. After all, just looking at him now, it was clear how wronged he felt. When Shereimo heard his question, he simply nodded slightly. Yes, I've known from the start. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the chance to get close to me. Yuhuachi, upon hearing this, felt even more aggrieved and grabbed his wrist. 447 exclaimed near Shereimo's ear, Xiao Mo. Don't provoke him anymore. If you keep stimulating him, his darkening value is going to explode. For some time, under his subtle encouragement, Yuhuachi's level of darkening had remained stable. Especially since Shereimo brought Yuhuachi into the secret realm, whenever they were alone, Yuhuachi's darkening level had dropped to 60. When Shereimo embraced him earlier and fell into the lake, Yuhuachi confirmed that Shereimo also had feelings for him, causing his darkening level to stabilize completely. 447 had almost forgotten about this matter, but now his darkening level surged like a rocket, almost reaching its limit. This made 447 involuntarily gasp in shock, nearly fainting with a roll of his eyes. Shereimo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he gazed at Yuhuachi, who stared silently, lost in thought without saying anything, and softly said. Yuhuachi, are you upset because I didn't tell you about this? Yuhuachi turned his head away, speaking in a muffled tone. Not that. I just want to know, since both he and I are the same person, and since you've liked me from the beginning, then why did you choose to stay by his side instead of mine? The more Yuhuachi spoke, the more aggrieved he sounded. You even rejected me, you rejected me for him. If he didn't know that they were the same person, it wouldn't have mattered so much since Shereimo and Feng Qian were actually supposed to be partners. But now that he knew they were actually the same person, and Shereimo liked both of them equally yet chose the inferior Feng Qian over him. Yuhuachi felt moisture well up in his eyes, a thin trace of red appearing at the corners. In the place where Shereimo couldn't see, a shadow passed through his eyes. What if they're the same person? Shereimo is his, can only ever be his. Even if Feng Qian is another version of him, he absolutely will not let go. After the initial shock and confusion, Yuhuachi once again strengthened his resolve to do away with Feng Qian. All Shereimo needed was himself, just one of him was enough. There was no need for the other one who required Shereimo's care. Shereimo scrutinized Yuhuachi carefully, thinking he didn't look like someone who was darkening. Unbeknownst to him, Yuhuachi's darkening wasn't directed at him, but rather against Feng Qian. Shereimo found it strange, the data from 447 should not be wrong, so what was Yuhuachi harboring inside? He pushed the thought aside, raised his hand to pat Yuhuachi's head, and his tone softened. Alright, Achi, don't be mad. This situation is complicated. Once we return, I'll explain it slowly to you, okay? I stayed by his side because he needed me more than you did back then. I rejected you because I wasn't sure how to explain things to you. If you really blame me, then I have nothing to say. 447 interjected, Xiao Mo, you should have said, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do. I assure you that if you had said that, his darkening level would have immediately skyrocketed. Yuhuachi suddenly flung himself into Shereimo's arms, tightly hugging him and nuzzling his head against his shoulder. Amo. His spiritual roots are already repaired, his cultivation will be restored sooner or later, and he doesn't need you anymore. Will you stay by my side in the future? In the past, you always stayed with him, and I felt sad too. From now on, stay with me, since we're the same person, you shouldn't favor one over the other. Shereimo lightly patted Yuhuachi's back in a comforting gesture and readily agreed to his words. Alright, I promise. From now on, I'll stay by your side. Shereimo softly spoke, a faint glint flashing in his eyes. After all, according to his next plan, it was indeed time to leave Feng Qian. Upon receiving his assurance, Yuhuachi quietly curled his lips. But no one noticed that he held a small sound recording stone in his palm. After quite a while, Yuhuachi reluctantly let go of Shereimo and, taking advantage of no one noticing, slipped the sound recording stone into his storage pouch. Standing nearby, Fuyu had been staring wide-eyed. Seeing that they had finally released each other, he couldn't help but swallow hard before lightly coughing with his hand loosely clenched into a fist against his lips. Hem. Well, since you've seen what you needed to see, just leave already. Don't stand here getting in the way. Just now, Fuyu really began to suspect if these two were the people he was supposed to wait for. But moments ago, he observed Shereimo. The heavy aura of demonic energy around him suggested he might either be demon lord or at least an elder-level existence from the demon realm. And as Fu Yu looked at Shereimo's good-looking face, he quickly associated him with the identity of Demon Lord. Elders usually sounded like old men, so this handsome youth must definitely be the Demon Lord. However, the heavenly Tao had told him that the person he was supposed to wait for was a cultivator, and the worst enemies of the demon world. If this man truly was the one he was waiting for, how could he be so intimate with the Demon Lord? Still, Fu Yu didn't feel any disdain toward them and had no intention of fighting. All he wanted was to get rid of them as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Fu Yu flicked his tail again, and suddenly a water-blue folding fan appeared in his hand. Without giving the two an opportunity to speak, he waved the fan directly, unleashing a powerful gust of wind filled with pressure toward them. Hee, take off. Shereimo's eyes slightly changed, immediately raising his hand to block in front of Yu Huachi. Shao Qi. Coming. An invisible protective shield unfolded, completely enveloping the two of them. As time ticked by second, even the water mirror earlier shattered completely. Yet Shereimo and Yu Huachi stood still, seemingly unaffected. Fu Yu, with his hand still suspended midair. Fu Yu. Achi, show him the sword. We shouldn't waste any more time here. Shereimo realized direct communication with Fu Yu was impossible. So he gestured for Yu Huachi to take out the sword instead. Upon hearing those words, disbelief once again flashed through Fu Yu's eyes. What? Wasn't this guy supposed to be the Demon Lord who went against his destined connection? How did he seem more familiar with the process than himself? Fu Yu watched as Yu Huachi took out the sword, plunging into self-doubt. So, did he make a mistake in judgment? What was going on with this Demon Lord then? Could he have also been sent by the heavenly Tao? In an instant, Fu Yu suddenly brightened, looking at Shereimo with a hint more sympathy. Truly pitiful. He not only had to act as their mortal enemy, but also help them seize opportunities. Taking on two jobs at once, heavenly Tao really treated people like tools. I've got Shereimo's picture now. Artist, Yu Heng. I'm sharing just one here, and I've placed all the rest in the usual spot. Chapter 137, on how to coax a demon lord for dual cultivation, 27. Shereimo. Little 7, why is this dragon looking at me with such a strange gaze? For 47, I don't know. But from the looks of it, he probably feels sympathy for you. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Shereimo retracted his thoughts and said nothing. The tail behind Fu Yu swept over, directly snatching the sword in Yu Huachi's hand. He examined it carefully. So it really is this thing. Then I must have mistaken your identity. As Fu Yu said this, he stared at Yu Huachi again, tossed the sword back into his arms, and the silver needles in his hands glimmered with cold light. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he opened his mouth. Since that's the case, then tell me, honorable visitor, aren't you suffering from some serious internal injuries that aren't visible? I know, you must already be close to becoming a useless cripple. You're just too embarrassed to say so. Don't worry, I won't mock you. Come here, lie down, let me give you a few needles. Fu Yu's smile was somewhat sinister. Seeing this scene, 447 involuntarily swallowed his saliva and quietly whispered on Shereimo's shoulder. Little Mo, for some reason, I feel like this dragon might be a bit insane. His smile now seems more villainous than yours. Shereimo, tch. This is probably what happens when one has too much resentment from work. Yu Huachi, recalling the sight earlier of Nan Gong Jiumei being pricked by needle after needle by Fu Yu, quickly rejected the offer. No thanks, not necessary. I'm fine, no injury. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Unbothered, Fu Yu waved his hand and reached out to grab Yu Huachi's hand. No worries, even if you're healthy, a couple needles won't hurt. Trust my technique, look, you're still alive now, right? I definitely wouldn't kill you with needles. Before Fu Yu could catch Yu Huachi's hand and drag him over for the treatment, another sound of coughing came about. Cough, cough. Everyone instinctively turned their attention towards the source of the sound. Especially Fu Yu, whose expression underwent a dramatic change. Seeing Nan Gong Jiumei with a poor complexion, Fu Yu felt a momentary hesitation. If this person next to him was truly the chosen one, then the other one lying down was simply caught up in all of this accidentally. Relieved, Fu Yu exhaled, glad he hadn't already pushed the man inside, otherwise, someone mistakenly dragged into here would have no chance surviving if sent to the God Demon Hall. Nan Gong Jiumei's appearance was ghastly. He never expected the sword he had worked so hard to obtain would end up in someone else's hands. And the two people in front of him, well, they were strangers to him. No, to be precise, the one holding the sword was familiar. Those eyes were identical to the eyes of the person in his memories. Nan Gong Jiumei remembered how he had once endured a backlash to shatter the spirit soul of that individual. Having already incapacitated Feng Qiyan, this person holding the sword now should be the other half of that soul. After regaining consciousness, although disrupted by Fu Yu's antics which left him unable to move, he had clearly heard every word exchanged between them. Staring at Shereimo, Nan Gong Jiumei gritted his teeth tightly, hatred flaring in his eyes. Earlier words spoken by Shereimo seemed evidently knowing. This man couldn't possibly have been reborn like himself, since who would willingly help others gain opportunities after reincarnating. There was only one possibility: it must have been ordained by heaven itself, merely facilitating what was destined for the so-called protagonist to achieve. As resentment brewed within Nan Gongjume, his grievance nearly became palpable, almost surrounding him in tangible form. He fought with everything he had to vanquish those demons and beasts, forcing his way in with just the last breath of energy, only to find himself submerged in the bottom of the lake. Thinking finally, he believed he could replace Yu Qi, take the place as the main character, and claim what belonged to him. But unexpectedly, here appeared yet two others. How utterly unfair. Why was Yu Qi always surrounded by those who rushed to gift him these opportunities? Why did Yu Qi do absolutely nothing and still gain effortlessly what Nan Gongjume risked his life countless times to achieve? Was it because he was the so-called main character? Because Yu Qi was the luckiest in this world, thus everyone inclined towards favoring him. With his heart filled to its brim with resentment, Nan Gongjume forcibly expelled the needles Fu Yu had inserted into his body. However, doing so caused chaos within his spiritual energy, making him abruptly spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Nonetheless, Fu Yu's treatment had indeed been effective. By now, Nan Gongjume had recovered more than half of his strength. Suppressing his resentment, calming his emotions, he dismounted the bed and took steady steps, walking slowly towards them. Nan Gongjume knew that in his current state, there was no way he could directly confront these people. His only option was to think of a way to deal with them. As he approached them, his peripheral vision briefly landed on Fu Yu, a calculating gleam flickering across his eyes. Perhaps he could take advantage of this dragon. Yu Huachi looked at Nan Gongjume, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Instinctively stepping in front of Shereimo, he placed the latter protectively behind him. Hey, now that you're feeling better, I'll send you off then. Fu Yu casually waved a hand as he glanced at Nan Gongjume. But just as Fu Yu was about to do so, Nan Gongjume suddenly staggered forward towards him, pretending his legs gave out. Fu Yu instinctively reached out and caught him. Once realizing his robes had been dirted, his eyes widened and he hastily shoved Nan Gongjume away. Hey! What's wrong with you? I just saved your life, and you repay me by dirtying my clothes. Nan Gongjume remained silent. Forget it, forget it. I'll quickly send you away since you're just getting in the way here. I have important matters to attend to. With a mutter, Fu Yu prepared to shoo him off. Yet, Nan Gongjume lifted his pale face to gaze at Fu Yu, followed by another soft cough. Don't send me away. I'm the one you've been waiting for all along. It's them. They plotted against me upstairs and had me surrounded by demonic beasts. Then they seized the opportunity to steal my sword. That sword was supposed to be mine, and the person you've been waiting for should have been me. As Nan Gongjume spoke, he pointed at Shereimo, his voice weak but laced with resentment. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes, hesitating on the brink of falling. Fu Yu froze, glancing between Nan Gongjume with reddened eyes who appeared frail, and Yu Huachi and Shereimo on the other side. This complicates things for me. Fu Yu swept his tail and used its tip to point at Yu Huachi. Draw the sword. Though Yu Huachi didn't understand, he still complied, effortlessly drawing the sword. In the next moment, the sword was snatched from Yu Huachi's hands and thrust towards Nan Gongjume. Fu Yu raised his chin slightly. Give it a try too. With a dark expression, Nan Gongjume firmly gripped the sword and drew it as well. This caused Fu Yu to frown. Slowly standing upright, Nan Gongjume wore a peculiar smile that he quickly suppressed. Looking at Yu Huachi, he revealed an enigmatic glance before speaking. I know what you're worried about. But if I weren't the destined one, how would I know you've been waiting for me? And moreover. Chapter 138, on how to court a demon lord for dual cultivation, 28. You must have some kind of artifact here that can trace the origin, right? This sword and what you've been guarding come from the same source. Nan Gongjume's expression was very calm as he spoke, adding a sense of righteousness. Perhaps you could trace this sword to see who it has always followed, and who eventually obtained it. Fu Yu blinked at his words. Hey! I do have such a thing. Just wait for me. As he said this, he turned to leave, but Yu Huachi subconsciously glanced at Shereimo. Shereimo, however, smiled and called him back. Wait a moment. Fu Yu stopped in his tracks but did not turn around, responding carelessly. What is it? Don't worry, I'll be quick. Since all of you claim to be my destined ones and are able to draw this sword, but there's only one object, which I've guarded for so long, I should at least verify things properly, shouldn't I? Shereimo remained composed. There's no need to use anything for verification. The truth is, this sword indeed came into his possession, and it had always been with him before. It's just that he took what didn't belong to him. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongjume let out a cold laugh and questioned sharply. So? Your point is, even though this item was mine for so long, once we entered this secret realm and took it away, it became something I didn't deserve? Ha! How could there possibly be such absurd logic under the heavens? Nan Gongjume seemed extremely enraged, suddenly turning to look at Fu Yu with clenched teeth. Didn't you hear what they admitted earlier? They confessed that they stole the sword from me. And yet, you still believe them to be your destined ones? Fu Yu finally turned around and looked at them with a complex expression. His gaze ultimately rested on Shereimo, seemingly tinged with helplessness, as he sighed lightly. Hey, friend, this puts me in quite a predicament. Initially, being a demon lord himself, Fuyu thought the cosmos had made a mistake by burdening this particular demon lord with 2 jobs. Now, they were claiming to have stolen from Nangong. This left Fuyu momentarily unsure who truly was the destined one. Was it that the cosmos had gone wrong, or was this demon lord simply part of the destined trials? Fuyu's eyes showed more inquiry, and for a moment, no one opened their mouths, leaving the situation in a stalemate. Why haven't you killed them yet? You clearly heard just now, they came here to steal my things. They've already stolen once, are you going to let them take it again? Nangong had built up resentment within him, and seeing Fuyu's delayed reaction, he inevitably grew angry. Fuyu, who was already irked due to the inability to differentiate between the true destined one, gave him a glare and flicked his tail behind him. The tail swung and hit Nangong on the waist, eliciting a muffled grunt. If Fuyu hadn't held back, that single tail swing would likely have sent him flying far away. Crossing his arms, Fuyu glared at him without any patience. Shut up. Who gave you the audacity to command me? What if I am waiting for the destined one? That doesn't give you the right to order me around. Lowering his head quickly, Nangong hid the flash of cold intent in his eyes, bowed with clasped hands, and spoke in a respectful tone. I'm truly sorry. I just got too worked up. They almost cost me my life earlier and also stole my possessions, now trying to deceive you. Sorry, I shouldn't have spoken like that. Fuyu huffed, then turned to look at Shereimo. Whoever you are, what he says does make sense. If you want to prove that you're my destined ones, you must present some evidence, at least provide a convincing reason for me. Shereimo did not rush to answer, waiting instead for System 447, who had just returned from checking information. Yu Huachi, on the other hand, chuckled first. Though both of us can draw this sword, it's clear that some counterfeit finds it extremely difficult. If relying solely on these mere claims is enough to determine that he is the person you've been waiting for, then you might as well say that my soul was shattered by someone acting secretly behind the scenes. I suspect it was he who secretly fractured my soul and seized my opportunities, and now I'm merely reclaiming what belongs to me. Yu Huachi maintained a serene smile. However, upon looking back, Fuyu was seen enjoying a pack of sunflower seeds he'd taken from somewhere, completely engrossed. Kicking seeds with great satisfaction, Fuyu nodded and looked toward Nangong. The affirmative side makes sense. Now let's hear from the opposing side. Upon hearing this, Shereimo's lips curled slightly less, and his gaze shifted as he looked at Fuyu. This guy. Before System 447 could finish checking the information, Shereimo glanced at Fuyu and thought for a moment before speaking. Can I have a word with you in private? There's something I want to discuss separately. Fuyu raised his hand, cutting off the two who were still trying to form their arguments. Alright, you two figure out how to persuade me first. Anyway, I'm only letting one person in. After saying that, Fuyu stepped aside, and Shereimo followed suit. Looking at Shereimo, Fuyu bluntly said, spit it out quickly. What is it? Shereimo directly asked, when did you come to this world? The smile on Fuyu's face froze instantly. He looked at Shereimo incredulously, glancing at the two nearby, then lowered his voice. You're also one of those workers brought over by the heavenly Tao guy, right? Shereimo nodded slightly, yes, though I didn't expect you were one too. It's really a small world. It seems our missions are similar. That's great. Fuyu couldn't hide his excitement. Tell me fast, are you here to cause trouble for him or to help him seize opportunities? Do you know which of them is the real one? Tell me. I want to throw him in right now so I can finish my task and leave. Fuyu's face was already flushed slightly, and his excitement almost spilled out of his eyes. Shereimo laughed lightly, of course it's the one I'm following, the one you saved. Nangong came to snatch the protagonist's opportunity. Hearing this, Fuyu's face fell instantly. Ah. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved him. Wait, I'll go kill him right now. Fuyu grew angrier the more he thought about it, rolling up his sleeves and gritting his teeth. Just watch me torture him to death. As the idea took hold, Fuyu muttered darkly. Chapter 139, on how to coax a demonic lord into dual cultivation, 29. Tisk, do you know how many life-saving items he has after seizing the opportunity that originally didn't belong to him? Fuyu stopped in his tracks when he suddenly heard a voice in his mind, turning abruptly to look at Shereimo. Shereimo, standing behind him, still had the same smiling face without showing any abnormalities. He hadn't spoken a word either. A hint of doubt appeared in Fuyu's eyes as once again Shereimo's voice echoed in his mind. None of the demons and beasts earlier managed to kill him. If you fight with him now, for all we know, he will just run off somewhere else. Fuyu opened and closed his mouth, unsure of what to say momentarily. Since he wants to enter the divine demon hall, let him go ahead. Shereimo's gaze flickered, hinting subtly as he spoke. Your mission is to guard the divine demon hall until this world's main character comes to take away his greatest advantage. So presumably, you must be very familiar with the rules of the divine demon hall. Just toss him in some random corner and let him struggle, using up the things he previously took. The rest is none of your concern. We will handle it. If he intends to snatch the main character's opportunity, then naturally, he should experience all the trials that the main character would. Upon hearing Shereimo's words, the tension in Fuyu's brows eased somewhat. He gave Shereimo a look of understanding, nodded, and made an okay gesture with his hand. Looking back, he saw Yu Huaqi and Nangong Juming almost coming to blows. Especially Nangong Juming, whose face turned incredibly grim upon seeing the pleasant conversation between Fuyu and Shereimo. Involuntarily, Nangong Juming pressed the pattern on his wrist. It was a red flower pattern shaped like a peach blossom, located on the inside of his wrist where it usually wasn't very noticeable. This was also the first opportunity originally meant for Yu Huaqi's group that Nangong Juming had snatched away, a portable space. Although he often placed some items in his storage bag for easy access, the truly life-saving objects were all stored within that portable space. Unless absolutely necessary, Nangong Juming did not wish to expose the secret of having such a portable space before others. Let alone in front of these few individuals. I just discussed it with him. It appears troublesome, but solving it is quite simple, said Fuyu while walking toward them, seemingly paying no attention to Nangong Juming's little moves. Nangong Juming watched Fuyu cautiously, stepping back subconsciously, and chuckled with an undertone of helplessness. Do you also trust them instead of me? Well, no matter what, I thank you for saving my life today. However, I must enter the Divine Demon Hall and retrieve the Sword of Severed Deities. As Nangong Juming spoke, his determination grew stronger. You're the guardian beast of the Divine Demon Hall. Even if you've been deceived by them and don't believe me, it doesn't matter. I won't blame you. But I will definitely not let those things fall into the hands of a demon race and a fiend race. So, I will enter today no matter what. No one can stop me. Nangong Juming was already injured, yet speaking with righteousness and unwavering determination. Shereimo couldn't resist clapping. Amo. Yu Huaqi had intended to roll his eyes but heard Shereimo clap. Suppressing the urge, he looked at Shereimo with confusion. Fuyu coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Alright, stop fooling around, listen carefully. Since both of you have been able to draw out this sword, I'll directly place this sword at the sealed spot of the Sword of Severed Deities. After all, there's only one person fated to receive it, but more than one person can enter the Divine Demon Hall. Fuyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. I will send all of you inside. Whoever finds the Sword of Severed Deities first shall be deemed its fated owner. Nangong Juming's eyes flickered for a moment. Instinctively, he glanced at Shereimo, realizing intuitively that Fuyu's sudden decision must have something to do with their earlier conversation. Unfortunately, he hadn't overheard their chat, only observing what seemed like an amicable discussion. He had no idea how they planned to scheme against him. Nangong Juming gritted his teeth, revealing a fleeting flash of ferocity in his eyes. Even if they intended to scheme against him, so what? With all the things he has taken before, isn't a small Divine Demon Hall something he could easily break through? Nangong Juming suppressed his thoughts and flashed a smile to Fuyu, nodding slightly. Fine. What's mine is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Even if something wasn't originally his but caught his fancy, it would belong to him too. What if heavens will be? What about the main character status? He will defy the heavens. And strive for the opportunity supposed only for the main character. Nangong Juming's eyes were filled with madness, revealing a fiery glint as his lips curved into a smug smile. Today, Nangong Juming was determined to acquire the Sword of Severed Deities. Not only that, but he would also find an opportunity inside the Divine Demon Hall to eliminate Yu Huaqi. Fuyu looked at him without saying much, though before sending them in, he couldn't help but sneak several more looks at Yu Huaqi. Yu Huaqi seemed rather composed, gripping Shereimo's hand hesitantly to let go. Shereimo patted his hand with comforting reassurance, smiled warmly at him, and softly said. Good Huaqi, I believe you can do it, so I'll wait outside. But no matter what happens, remember to take care of yourself. I'll wait for you to come out. Upon hearing that Shereimo wouldn't enter with him, Yu Huaqi actually sighed in relief. From initial bewilderment to now, Yu Huaqi had figured out quite a bit of what Shereimo intended to do. Whether or not Yu Huaqi believed himself to be that destined person as mentioned by Fuyu, Shereimo had already deemed it so, hence making it a necessity. He would retrieve that sword and personally present it to Shereimo. Still, this Divine Demon Hall did not sound like an easy place to navigate, and Yu Huaqi felt more at ease with Shereimo waiting outside for him amid the uncertainties ahead. With firm determination in his voice, Yu Huaqi reassured, Don't worry, Shereimo. I'll be fine. Meanwhile, seeing their interaction, Nangong Juming couldn't help but sneer coldly and without hesitation charged straight in, vanishing in a bright flash of light. Unbeknownst to Nangong Juming, upon entering the Divine Demon Hall, Shereimo's lips curled faintly upwards. Well, your turn. Shereimo gave Yu Huaqi a gentle push, leaving Yu Huaqi without any further hesitations as he turned and entered the Divine Demon Hall. Watching the gate close, all of a sudden, a fruit appeared in front of him. Fuyu spoke earnestly, Eat up, this thing is sweet. On another note, may I ask when exactly you came to this world? You wouldn't have been here for over 1,000 years just like me, would you? Being the Demon Lord, does that mean you can never leave the demon realm? How did that old thing of the heavenly way persuade you? Chapter 140, On How to Coax a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 30. Fuyu's eyes were full of curiosity as he circled around Shereimo, wishing he could grab a notebook and write down everything he wanted to ask, then have Shereimo answer them one by one. In your original world, what was your identity? Did you also come to this world after dying? But let me say this about the old man of the heavenly Tao. He truly doesn't act like a human being. After throwing me here, he hurriedly explained what I needed to do, always referring to fated ones. Fuyu added, looking somewhat aggrieved, you can't imagine how long I've been here all by myself. Fortunately, my cultivation level is high enough that occasionally I could talk to my own reflection in the mirror. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have endured these years. Even though Shereimo gave no response, Fuyu continued his incessant chatter with great enthusiasm. After all, it wasn't easy waiting for this so-called fated one, who had come to end his mission. And he even encountered another person from the same place as himself. It was really hard for Fuyu to suppress his urge to curse the stupid boss, the heavenly Tao, together with Shereimo, this new colleague. The reason Shereimo ignored Fuyu was because 447 had already found out his information and was now reviewing it carefully. 447 covered her mouth, speaking rather seriously. Little Momo, you know, as a system, I am professionally trained and usually don't laugh. But this Fuyu's cause of death in the original world, it's really. In the end, 447 couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shereimo narrowed his eyes suspiciously, thinking that 447 must have spent so much time investigating Fuyu's background just so she could laugh to her heart's content within the system space before returning. In the original world, Fuyu was just an ordinary worker. He accidentally died because he was secretly watching short videos on his phone while in the restroom at work. Then, a car came flying out of nowhere, crashing through the wall and killing him instantly. He died immediately and passed quickly. Because he passed too quickly, the heavenly Tao of this world conveniently scooped him up and assigned him as the guardian beast of the divine and demon palace. In his original world, Fuyu had long since died and couldn't return. The heavenly Tao promised him that if he stayed here patiently and handed over the item to the fated one, he would be able to leave. With his status and cultivation abilities, as long as he didn't commit any heinous or rule-breaking offenses, once he left the secret realm, he could thrive in the cultivation world. 447 had already confirmed this with the heavenly Tao, who at the time hadn't chosen a suitable protagonist capable of driving the world forward. After painting such a large promise for Fuyu, the heavenly Tao simply threw him here. And so he stayed for more than 1,000 years. Sigh. I told you so much earlier, and you seem like you weren't listening at all. Do you think I talk too much? Seeing Shereimo remain silent all along, Fuyu narrowed his eyes, stepped back a little, and created some distance between them. Shereimo looked at the restless tail moving behind Fuyu and smirked slightly. Not at all, I was just suddenly reminded of an interesting news article I saw before leaving that world. Hearing this, Fuyu naturally perked up with curiosity and asked, what kind of news? Shereimo, a man was killed in the restroom while secretly watching short videos at work. Fuyu. Ah. How could something like this make the news? Fuyu's face turned bright red in an instant. He turned around and began screaming wildly, transforming into his original form to twist and crawl. The old bastard, the heavenly Tao. He clearly promised me that he would take care of it properly. Wah. I'm too ashamed to show my face to others. I'm too embarrassed. Wah. I've already been dead for so many years, why does he have to humiliate me again like this? 447 couldn't help but remark, little Momo, the heavenly Tao is really lenient with him. Even after all this, there hasn't been a thunderbolt sent to kill him. Shereimo watched the giant dragon writhing on the ground and spoke lazily. Ah, so it was you. Then those browser history leaks that exposed you. Instantly, Fuyu stopped wailing and transformed back into human form, pulling his clothes tight around him. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Before I died, I formatted my phone. And I always cleared my browsing history. Fuyu waved his hand, then belatedly realized something was off and gave Shereimo a slightly sharp look. Oh really? You actually tricked me. Shereimo replied lazily, I was just saying it casually. I never said that person was you, you claimed it yourself. Fuyu immediately choked on his words, indifferently brushed off his clothes, let out a light humph, and swung his tail. A water mirror appeared before him. Alright, since there's no TV to watch here, let's see what your leading man and this fake guy are up to. As he spoke, Fuyu waved his hand again, conjuring a table and a sofa in front of Shereimo. Then he turned around and carried a bunch of juicy fruits, sunflower seeds, and candy. Not only that, but also 2 cups of drinks. Seeing all the things in front of him, Shereimo almost thought he had been transported back to the modern world for a moment. Shereimo asked hesitantly, do you do all these things every day at the bottom of the lake? Fuyu pulled him to sit on the couch, stuffing a pillow he made into Shereimo's arms as he sighed. What else can I do? I've been down here for over 1,000 years. This place is within a secret realm where no one comes to keep me company, so I can only occupy myself with such things. Shereimo asked curiously, did you make all this food yourself? Fuyu nodded proudly, of course. This is something I negotiated with the heavenly Tao back when I arrived. Behind me, there's a patch of land where I can grow crops. You know what? Cultivating crops in the immortal world really is easier, and the results taste good too. But unfortunately, at first, there were some fish in this lake. However, I ate them all without leaving any behind. Back then, I just thought the fish tasted delicious, and completely forgot I should have raised a few. Fuyu continued babbling. After he hands over the item, I'll send you guys away. And then I also need to go find some food. By the way, you've been outside all this time, right? Is there any particularly tasty meat out there? I must go and taste it thoroughly. Shereimo smirked slightly and glanced at 447, who was sprawled on the pillow in his arms, munching on a piece of candy. I actually do know quite a lot about that. To be honest, besides helping him seize opportunities, my task has mainly been eating all kinds of delicious food. Perhaps you could come with me. Fuyu's eyes lit up instantly. Absolutely, I'd love to. By the way, I wonder if my old dining partner found a new one after I passed. But, why did I have to guard this place for 1,000 years while your task is just going around eating various delicacies? Fuyu paused in deep thought, and even though, he somehow felt like something still wasn't quite right. Also, what exactly do you have in your hands? Why have you kept stuffing things into thin air? Special offer, little seductive demon. Name, Shereimo. Age, 3.5 years. Price, 1 pup costs 3 cakes, 2 pups cost 5 cakes. Purchase notice, the young ones are easy to pacify and take care of. Seeking affection and cuddles is normal, but be warned, once they grow up, they might run off easily. Be prepared mentally. Artist, Mochi. Chapter 141, on how to pacify a demonic lord for dual cultivation, 31. Shereimo was very calm, just a small hobby of mine. Fuyu had complicated feelings but didn't say anything in the end. He had thought that Shereimo came to this world to be the demon lord, and his life would definitely be better than his own, freer than his own. But now it looked like there wasn't much difference between them. He talked to mirrors all day long, yet Shereimo liked stuffing things into thin air. Fuyu dared not imagine what Shereimo must have gone through to become like this, and he also had no intention of asking. He thought that it must have been a painful and unspeakable past, which didn't need to be brought up. Shereimo didn't know what he was thinking, but just after feeding a fruit to 447, he turned around and found Fuyu looking at him with more pity and sympathy in his eyes. Fuyu sighed, lifted his hand, patted Shereimo on the shoulder, and finally said only one sentence. That old Tiantao really doesn't treat people like human beings. Shereimo. How did it suddenly come back to Tiantao? Don't curse anymore, he isn't human anyway. Shereimo reminded him, and Fuyu immediately became speechless, then suddenly enlightened, clapped his hands. You're absolutely right. And Shereimo didn't care either. He looked up and watched the image in the water mirror in front of him. Under Fuyu's deliberate manipulation, Yu Huichi was placed closest to the seal of the god-slaying sword. However, Fuyu wouldn't overly interfere with what happened afterwards. Therefore, Yu Huichi encountered quite a few troubles. But fortunately, his current cultivation as a demon king wasn't low. Although these troubles made things a bit difficult, they were all passed without serious danger. As for Nangong Joming from the other side, things weren't going so well for him. Not only was he thrown by Fuyu to the farthest place from the seal, but there were also various traps, demonic beasts, and even half-qualified immortal beasts waiting for him. Seeing Nangong Joming, who despite being battered and ragged always managed to stay alive, Fuyu couldn't help but comment. Wow! Was Nangong Joming a cockroach in his previous life? No matter how hard you hit him, he won't die. Hey, that thing he actually dodged. No, how do I suspect that he might be the bastard child of that old man Tiantao? He's taken away so many things meant for the protagonist. Fuyu exclaimed several times, then munched on a fruit. Now he finally understood why Shereimo didn't let him take action before. With the things Nangong Joming took out, if he had directly attacked earlier, he might not have necessarily killed him, but instead, let him escape somewhere else again. If Shereimo hadn't explained to him that Nangong Joming stole someone else's stuff, he would have really thought that this guy was the protagonist. And a protagonist whose halo was set to maximum brightness. Fuyu could only see how disheveled Nangong Joming was, but couldn't see the luck dissipating from Nangong Joming's body. Wait a moment, how did that thing get inside? I've been inside before, and I've never seen that beast. Fuyu saw Nangong Joming entangled in combat with the newly appeared beast and couldn't help but hiss. Turning his head to look at Shereimo, his eyes added more inquiry. What's your opinion? Shereimo was very calm. Perhaps they were resting usually, and you just didn't find them last time you went in. Fuyu, you are so dismissive. 447 was lying on Shereimo's shoulder, holding a little notebook. On its page, there were various names of demonic beasts. He ticked a hook after the third name. Little Momo, according to the current calculations, Nangong Joming won't be able to take anything away, and the luck on his body will return by half to the male lead. 447 said with some bewilderment, but speaking of which, why has all the main characters' luck dissipated from Nangong Joming returned to Yu Huichi? Feng Qiyuan's side showed no reaction, none. Damn. 447 originally went to check the situation on Feng Qiyuan's side with full heart of doubt, but when he saw it, he got a big scare. He stared wide-eyed, almost screaming, ah. Little Momo. Feng Qiyuan also came to this secret realm. Shereimo's smile instantly faded a little. He just recovered, and he ran into this secret realm. Yup, not only did he come to this secret realm, but he also met the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect who don't get along with the Tianxian sect. 447 realized that his reaction was a bit excessive, and quickly consoled. Little Momo, don't worry too much. Although Feng Qiyuan met them, they didn't clash. I've long been propagating the deeds of the Tianxian sect with exaggerations, and now the entire cultivation world knows that they deliberately connived with Nangong Juming to incapacitate Feng Qian. Moreover, Feng Qian is only dedicated to cultivation. The few elders from the demon realm have ambitions. Even if they were to face him, they would be the first to kill him, and no one believes he colludes with the demon race. Now, Nangong Juming can't go back and cause trouble for him since people from the 10,000 Sword sect are trying to ally with Feng Qian, so he'll be fine for now. Upon hearing 447's words, Shereimo's slightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. The protagonist fate that Nangong Juming stole has started to dissipate. Without this nuisance bothering him anymore, Feng Qian's path will naturally become smoother. As he resumes this path, he will still encounter many trials in the future. Alright, little 7, withdraw those beasts behind Nangong Juming. Let him return with serious injuries to recover. Don't overdo it and end up killing him. Shereimo paused briefly. After this place is dealt with, I'll have to return too. In the future, you need to pay more attention to Feng Qian. If I'm not there when he needs help, his tendency toward corruption will certainly rise, but as long as there's no fatal danger, don't tell me. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist rushing to save Feng Qian if he knew of any peril. However, in the cultivator world, things aren't the same as in other realms. Feng Qian is destined to ascend in the future, and all the ordeals he undergoes now are merely stepping stones on his journey upward. From a rational standpoint, Shereimo clearly understood that he couldn't always protect Feng Qian and smooth his path free of trouble. But emotionally, it was also impossible to just sit by and watch Feng Qian get hurt in front of him. For him, the best approach was simply not knowing. Even towards Nangong Juming, he wouldn't resolve the matter himself. Shereimo's eyes turned dark and inscrutable. 447 hesitated, wanting to speak, but, little Momo, the protagonist fate that Nangong Juming dissipated hasn't returned to Feng Qian. Can we really leave it unattended like this? Shereimo calmly replied, that's because currently, inside the Divine Devil Hall alongside Nangong Juming is Yu Huaiqi. Once Nangong Juming returns to the Tianxian sect, and Feng Qian personally deals with Nangong Juming, the remaining protagonist fate on Nangong Juming will naturally return to Feng Qian. This was exactly why he hadn't taken Nangong Juming's life yet. After retrieving the portion belonging to Yu Huaiqi, Nangong Juming must still be left half alive as Feng Qian's sharpening stone. Chapter 142, Discussion on how to entice a demon lord into dual cultivation, 32. 447 instantly understood, I see. Alright, I got it. I'll withdraw those demons right now. So when you said you'd stay with Yu Huaiqi, did you mean that you were planning to cajole him next? As 447 continued speaking, he hesitated slightly, but by the time Feng Qian deals with Nangong Juming and finds out that the reason you didn't go back is because you were with Yu Huaiqi, I think his darkening value would explode. Moreover, given their possessiveness over you, I estimate that even if they knew they are the same person, they'd still go insane. 447 suddenly felt that the biggest threat to them right now was not Nangong Juming but rather their other half-soul. If this issue wasn't handled well, they might end up killing each other. Shereimo gently blinked an eye, a smile at the corner of his lips, nonchalantly spoke, then we'll deal with that when it happens. At worst, we'll cajole both of them. It's hard to keep two bowls of water balanced, but one bowl can be managed. Besides, with Feng Qian's cultivation speed, it won't take long for him to ascend once he's dealt with Nangong Juming. By then, their souls will merge, and naturally, there won't be so much trouble. 447 fell silent, always feeling that things wouldn't be as simple as Shereimo thought, and that something had been forgotten. But based on his trust in Shereimo, he nodded with resolute eyes, that makes sense. It's just two of them. Little Momo, I believe in you. The curve on Shereimo's lips stiffened slightly. After all, he knew very well that it wasn't just about two. Yu Huaiqi's true form is a snake. Shereimo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and massaged his temples, a bit headachy. No problem, it's just three. He had dealt with being split apart before, and even if later both of them became corrupted, even if it was all three together. Little 7, go to the strategy department and ask if there's any way to cut off one without affecting the other. Realizing this late, 447 hesitated. Isn't that a bit cruel? It probably isn't possible. Shereimo, just ask. If not, then forget it. 447, alright, I'll check after this. Shereimo looked at Yu Huaiqi in the water mirror and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After leaving here, he would need to train this guy thoroughly. He was just saying that earlier. He wouldn't really do anything harmful to Yu Huaiqi's body. If he didn't train Yu Huaiqi properly, he kept using such a form every day, and when Feng Qian came over in the future, he might not endure it. Shereimo sighed, and Fu Yu clapped his hands, well, it's not early anymore. Today has been so tiring, let's rest first. Tisk, why are you looking at me like that? They won't come out anytime soon. Even your companion, breaking the seal requires going through an evaluation by the god-killing sword. Let's go rest for a while. I still need to rest and regain my energy for when we get out and eat some good food. Fuyu smiled brightly and reached toward Shereimo. Shereimo didn't hold on to it but shook his head. Go rest, I'll continue watching here. For precautionary measures, it would be better for him to wait here until Yuhuachi emerges. Fuyu didn't force him, shrugged, alright, it gets pretty cold at night here. I'll bring you a blanket. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, colleagues for a while, right? Saying this, Fuyu waved goodbye and brought Shereimo another blanket before heading back to rest. Meanwhile, Shereimo stood vigil in front of the water mirror, watching Yuhuachi locate the god-killing sword seal, and he felt reassured. The next moment, a flash of golden light crossed. The image of Yuhuachi in the water mirror was also obscured by golden light, making it impossible to peek further. On the other hand, Nan Gong Jiuming also sensed something and a strong black energy erupted again from his body, his eyes crimson red. Watching this scene, Shereimo could not help but narrowed his eyes. Nan Gong Jiuming seems to be entering madness. But this actually is a pretty good turn of events. Of course, the greatest whetstone cannot be easily disposed of, or where would its function to sharpen come from? Shereimo finally realized why Fuyu suggested he rest beforehand. After Yuhuachi entered the seal and went through the god-killing sword evaluation, the time indeed dragged out quite a bit, and they also did not know what exactly happened inside. Shereimo sat there, waiting patiently, but his fingers curled slightly, tapping the table irregularly, revealing his restless mood. 447 consoled him, don't worry, little Momo Yuhuachi is the protagonist after all, and his fortune as the main character has returned. He'll definitely be fine. After a pause, with deep concern in his eyes, he added cautiously. Why don't you rest first? I can keep watch here for you. With Shereimo's current status and strength, taking 2 pills would be enough to sustain him even if he didn't rest for several days without much trouble. But 447 was still concerned, asking Shereimo to rest was more about trying to make him focus less on Yuhuachi. Little Momo, you're too worried about them. Your level of concern exceeds even your concern for food. Even though we can stay in this world for a long time because of the original owner's wishes, but, I'm worried about you. 447 looked at Shereimo anxiously, his worry unhidden. They would still need a long time in this world, yet Shereimo already liked these 2 protagonists so much that this affection could grow deeper over time. But they had to leave this world someday. More importantly, 447 perched on Shereimo's head, bringing up the subject casually. By the way, little Momo, do you know if the administration ever has those who desert their missions? These defectors take their systems along with them, making them rogue systems. They and their systems are always high on the administration's wanted list. Once discovered, agents must apprehend them. If they disturb the order of small worlds, agents have the right to eliminate them directly. 447 sighed softly, such agents are pretty scary, like walking viruses or bugs among worlds. What if we encounter one of them? Shereimo directly pulled 447 from his head down into his arms, roughly needing him to interrupt his unfinished words. I am actually a bit sleepy now. I'll rest right away. Stop talking about those things, I don't want to hear it. Fortunately, Fuyu's sofa was spacious enough, capable of supporting both of them comfortably lying down. Shereimo simply drifted off here. Held tightly in his embrace, 447 glanced upward at him, somewhat worriedly. In the end, he merely sighed once, adjusted to a comfortable position within his arms, and followed Shereimo into sleep. And neither this person nor this system knew that shortly after they fell asleep, the grand doors of the demon god hall finally opened. Chapter 143, On How to Pacify a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 33. Yuhuachi was holding his sword, still carrying some injuries on his body, but the oppressive aura around him was completely different from before. His eyes were sharp, and at the moment when the golden light faded, he looked at something familiar in front of him, and finally his expression softened a bit. AMO. Yuhuachi immediately saw the large water mirror and quickly walked over, but soon stopped. Shereimo was sleeping soundly at this moment, with steady breathing and a faint smile on his lips. Yuhuaichi's gaze became instantly gentle, and he slowed down his steps, slowly approaching Shereimo. The blanket covering Shereimo was half draped over his waist, the other half lying aside. Yuhuaichi sat down next to him, carefully covering him up properly, even wrapping his feet. Looking at Shereimo who was now wrapped snugly, leaving only his head exposed, Yuhuaichi felt content. He then raised his head to look at Nan Gong Jiuming who was still struggling in the water mirror, sneering coldly, showing disdain in his eyes. If it wasn't for wanting to quickly take out that divine severing sword, he would have truly wanted to kill this Nan Gong Jiuming right there. And now. Yuhuaichi silently placed the divine severing sword he had taken out beside Shereimo, staring obsessively at the person sleeping deeply. Finally, unable to resist, he lay down beside Shereimo, embracing him and burying his head in his neck to lightly rub against it. Being awakened by the commotion, 447 muddledly climbed out, opening his eyes to see Yuhuaichi's magnified face. 447. 447 almost screamed, but quickly realized and covered his mouth. Yu Huiqi couldn't hear his voice, but Shereimo could. Shereimo had just fallen asleep with difficulty, and he certainly couldn't wake him up. Besides, the person was Yu Huiqi after all. 447 sighed with relief inwardly. Given Yu Huiqi's fondness for Shereimo, he didn't think Yu Huiqi would do anything harmful. In fact, having Yu Huiqi around made Shereimo safer instead. After brief contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, 447 silently returned to Shereimo's embrace and fell back asleep. Shereimo was awoken by a loud exclamation. What the heck? You came out so fast. Wait, how come you two are sleeping together? Did you really sleep together like this already? Fu Yu's eyes were filled with shock as he covered his face with both hands but revealed those eyes, staring straight at Shereimo who was held in Yu Huiqi's arms. Seeing Shereimo awaken too, Fu Yu directly walked over quickly and couldn't help but marvel. You little guys sure can perform, managing to get that divine severing sword out so quickly. Truly worthy of being personally chosen by that old man of the celestial Tao. However, since you've already come out, what about that imposter? Fu Yu glanced again at the water mirror, but Nan Gongjiu's figure had already disappeared from within. Yu Huiqi explained, he probably used some sort of magical artifact to escape. Half an hour ago, he reached the place where the seal was located, but I chatted with the elder guarding the seal. That elder knew he was just an imposter and had no good temperament towards him. Yu Huiqi didn't say the rest, as he watched Nan Gongjiu being thrown out from the seal, left with barely a breath of life. However, black gas was emanating from his body, mixed with a streak of blood mist, enveloping him entirely. The entire water mirror was shrouded in fog, preventing him from seeing the situation inside clearly. When the black mist dissipated, Nan Gongjiu had already vanished from his original spot. Even though Yu Huiqi watched helplessly as that person escaped right under his nose. He had a premonition in his heart that even if he had managed to escape this time, what awaited him next wouldn't be a good outcome. Shereimo leisurely yawned while leaning against Yu Huiqi's chest. He looked at the divine severing sword placed beside him, picked it up, and examined it thoroughly. Just by holding it, one could feel the pressure intermixed with a trace of celestial Tao force. Shereimo noticed the rejection from this divine severing sword toward himself as a demon lord, and arched his eyebrows. He moved his wrist slightly, releasing a faint red glow from his palm which enveloped the sword and merged into it. Under the gaze of the two people, he easily drew the sword. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Achi, after we return, you'll need to practice diligently with it and blend with the sword. After carefully inspecting it further, Shereimo closed the sword and pushed it back into Yu Huiqi's hands. Yu Huiqi wasn't sure if it was his own illusion. He always felt that when the sword was thrown by Shereimo, it seemed to have trembled with a hint of fear. But as soon as it fell into his hands, it restored its tranquility. On the side, Fu Yu glanced complexly at Shereimo and then looked at the divine severing sword cradled in Yu Huiqi's arms. And between the cries for help from his fellow townsmen and the divine severing sword, he decisively chose the former. Fu Yu patted the hilt of the divine severing sword and chuckled. Alright, now you belong to them. As a good sword, you should listen to your master carefully. Divine severing sword. That thing has no idea where it ran off to. I don't have anything else here for you guys. Let me tidy up a bit, and I'll leave with you. As Fu Yu was speaking, he turned and ran away, giving them no chance to respond. Very soon, he had gathered dozens of storage bags and stuffed them into a larger one. Shereimo, did you just take everything here? Fu Yu responded straightforwardly, of course. These are all the fruits of my hard work over many years. If I had any personal space abilities, would have taken my entire land with me. He paused for a moment, looking at the couch they had lain on just now, remaining silent for a second, before waving his hand generously. This couch is a gift for you too. Alright, let's go. I want to get out and eat something tasty soon. By the way, are there any good places to eat around here? As soon as I arrived, I was brought directly here, so I don't know what's nearby. However, this secret realm should be in a remote place. Fu Yu babbled on. Yu Huiqi simply turned to look at Shereimo, smiling as he slid an arm around his waist. Amo, you promised me earlier that you will be staying with me next, so you must come back with me and not go find that little waste. Relax, I haven't forgotten. Shereimo sighed somewhat helplessly, moreover, his spiritual root and cultivation level have almost fully recovered. Besides, fundamentally, you two are the same person. There's no need to be jealous of yourself. This guy's jealousy in this world seemed too intense. Even though they knew they were the same person, he kept calling the other little waste. Yu Huiqi's eyes brimmed with tears. Are you defending him? It turns out, the one Amo cares about the most is still him, right? Shereimo's eyelid twitched as he struggled to endure but ultimately couldn't resist slapping Yu Huiqi's head. That's enough, and you're really addicted to being jealous of yourself, huh? If you keep doing this, I'll go find him right now. Anyway, for me, both of you are the same person, and it doesn't matter who I choose. Chapter 144, On How to Appease a Demon Lord with Dual Cultivation, 34. Shereimo gave a disdainful snort, turned around as if he were about to leave, but then Yu Huiqi stopped him again by gently grabbing his waist and pulling him into an embrace. Good Mo, I was just talking. Don't be angry. Yu Huichi hugged Shereimo closely while playfully whining, how could I possibly be jealous of myself? Fu Yu said with a sigh, so you two aren't the least bit hungry? Fu Yu had been eagerly wanting to go out and eat something good, but when she turned back around, she found them still standing in the same spot affectionately whispering to each other. Shereimo coughed lightly, gesturing for Yu Huichi to restrain himself a little, so Yu Huichi let go of his waist accordingly. Just as they were about to leave the lake bottom and go ashore, 447 suddenly came near Shereimo's ear and seriously began. Little Mo, once we go up there, you remember to stay away from Fu Yu. Shereimo rarely heard 447 speak with such seriousness. This made his eyes change faintly as he asked quietly, what happened? For 47, there used to be a heavenly Taoist boundary here, which is why over all these years, although the secret realm opened several times, no one found this place. Cough, and also because of this, the celestial lightning cannot strike down here. However, once we ascend and leave the protection of this boundary, it's uncertain what will happen. This dragon insults the heavenly Tao every day, so when we leave, he'll likely get struck by lightning a few times, but he definitely won't die. Nevertheless, to avoid any unintended injuries, it's better for you to stay away from him. After hearing 447's words, Shereimo looked at Fu Yu with a complicated gaze, but in the end, he only nodded silently without saying anything more. I understand. Thanks to 447's warning, as soon as they got on shore, Shereimo immediately pulled Yu Huichi to hide off to the side. Unaware of their actions, Fu Yu greedily inhaled the fresh air above and savored the floral fragrance in the air. He laughed wildly with his hands on his hips, completely not noticing that Shereimo and the others had hidden. But soon, his laughter froze as he vaguely heard the thunder rumbling. Looking up, he saw a gathering of dark clouds and the occasional flashes of lightning above. With a "Gah," Fu Yu's smile froze on his face as he instinctively searched for Shereimo. All he saw was Shereimo dragging Yu Huichi into hiding inside a protective barrier quite far from him. As Fu Yu glanced over, all Shereimo did was smile and wave at him, silently mouthing, take care. Fu Yu, oh. Fu Yu very awkwardly turned his head back, instantly looking miserable. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck right next to his foot. Ah. I'm gonna die. Ah. Why are you hitting me alone? It was both of us cursing your heavenly Tao. Old man. Ah. I'm sorry. Please stop. Boss, I'm wrong for speaking ill of you behind your back. Fu Yu ran about being pursued by heavenly thunder, none of the surrounding flowers or grass were spared. But luckily, this celestial thunder merely intended to teach him a lesson and awaken him. There was no real intention to kill him. Thus, most of the strikes landed nearby, conserving its oppressive force, leaving Fu Yu appearing disheveled at the end but actually sustaining no serious injuries. Why does the heavenly Tao do this? Once the dark clouds dispersed, Fu Yu fell to his knees before Shereimo, panting. Why? Why does it punish me and not you? Panting, Fu Yu questioned with full confusion, and you, how did you know beforehand to hide? Did you already know he would strike me and didn't tell me? Shereimo helped him up, as Yu Huichi stood beside them with his ears flickering slightly. The racket earlier wasn't small, already many people are rushing towards this direction. We'd better leave here first so as not to cause any trouble. Yu Huichi spoke earnestly, seemingly genuinely worried about avoiding unnecessary complications. However, 447 reminded, little Mo, Feng Qian is also coming here. Yu Huichi isn't someone who fears trouble, his behavior is more like recognizing Feng Qian's approach. Indeed, between them there must be some kind of perception. If that's the case, would Feng Qian directly run to the demon realm to find you? Yes, after briefly discussing with 447, Shereimo temporarily decided not to return to the demon realm, and instead planned to follow Yu Huichi back to the spirit realm. After all, the food in the demon realm was truly hard to comment on. And the original main character never tried the food from the fiend realm, it was also a good opportunity to complete the original main character's wish. As for those elders in the demon realm, since they've been looking for him for so long already, searching for a little longer wouldn't make much of a difference. Shereimo briefly pondered, if he can find us, then let him come. Anyway, based on Yu Huichi's appearance, there's no way he will allow us to meet. Let alone that Yu Huichi now has the divine slaying sword in his possession. Feng Qian won't be seeing him anytime soon. So their plans were not significantly affected either. So where are we going now? Are you two still planning to explore around here? Fu Yu spoke listlessly, stressing the last few words. Of course, if you want me to, I could accompany you both as well, but I'm really hungry. Truly starving. Of course we're following him. Shereimo lightly patted Yu Huichi on the shoulder, we've already got what we need, I don't care too much about the other things in this secret realm anyway. Ah Chi, we agreed, once we get what we came for, I would go back with you. So where do you plan to take me? He smiled brightly, asking with twinkling eyes. That smile momentarily left Yu Huichi dazed, and he directly grabbed Shereimo's hand intertwining their fingers. Amo, let's go back to the fiend realm. Trust me, you won't be disappointed there. Fu Yu looked eagerly over and asked, how is the food in the fiend realm? Yu Huichi replied, our fiend realm's Wanyao city offers some of the best cuisine. Fu Yu said, then let's head to the fiend realm. I'll go with you too, let's leave now. For 47 frowny face little Mo, let's go to the fiend realm right now. With these two voices simultaneously ringing in his ears, Shereimo couldn't help but laugh a little wryly. Then let's go. The three turned to leave. Unbeknownst to them, after they departed, apart from a group of cultivators and Feng Qian who arrived, there were also a few disguised demon clansmen. Strange, I clearly sense the Lord's aura here. One of the demons whispered quietly to the person beside him, how could it disappear just like that? Another one sighed, our Lord sure knows how to run. We barely managed to find him in the human realm before, and now after chasing all the way here to this spiritual demonic borderlands, we don't know where he went again. Yet another demon muttered sulkily, is our food in the demon realm really that bad? None of the other princes ever thought it was unpleasant. I don't know, but it might be because our Lord's mother is human. She didn't like eating our food either, so she ran away after giving birth to the Lord. Alas, stop talking and let's keep looking. Do you think which direction our Lord ran off to? I feel he might have gone back to the human realm, there's more delicious food there. Be bold and guess, maybe he has already returned to the demon realm. That's quite bold of you. Chapter 145, on how to court the cultivation of a demon lord 3-5. Have you heard? Our king returned this time with a young demon, who is going to be our future queen. Is that true or false? No wonder all the portraits presented before were rejected. It turns out it's because he likes men. It's definitely true. My cousin's nephew's brother-in-law saw it clearly. The little hand holding. But I've heard the young man is frail and fell unconscious on the first day he was brought here. Our king is so brutal, his original form is a snake, who knows if he can endure. In the Wanyao city of the demon realm, at Jiuyue Tower, many demons were discussing the youth their king personally brought back a few days ago. Hearing the gossip around them, the ears of three people sitting by a table twitched slightly. TSK, we've just come back, and the king has already brought us a queen. Yaoting sighed with a smile while Yunyanshue sat beside him, propping her head with one hand, and using the other to stab at a meatball with her chopsticks. Ah. I think their worries are not without merit. The king is indeed quite brutal. Zhua Hen put down his teacup, not necessarily. Although the king may be brutal, that youth is his beloved, and naturally, he would cherish and protect him. He wouldn't lose such control. Still, it's hard to say. Calculating the dates, it's almost the king's special time. Yaoting's voice was filled with worry. During this period in the past, the king always locked himself away. With his beloved by his side now, it would be impossible for him not to. Hiss. If you say it like that, this indeed sounds quite precarious. Maybe later I should go prepare some medicine, then find a way to send it over to them. Yunyanshue suddenly widened her eyes as she bit into the meatball and spoke, preparing to go concoct some medicine. I read about this in stories. When powerful individuals like them lose their loved ones, they slaughter indiscriminately, treating the world as their burial. I don't want to die. But before she could stand up, the young man next to her pulled her back down. Not yet, let's finish eating first. Besides, there's still some time before the king's special day, we have plenty of time. Besides, although the king is somewhat cruel, he is not savage, nor does he enjoy killing. If that day comes, I estimate that he would only sacrifice himself, not kill us. Yaoting continued speaking and glanced at Zhua Hen with an excited tone. Zhua Hen, you came back earlier than us. The king hit him too tightly. Do you know what the young demon looks like? Isn't it weird? I feel those demon guys aren't as good looking as our demons anyway. Before Zhua Hen could answer, a smiling voice rang out above them. What are you talking about? What young demon? They looked up to see a red-clad youth holding a bottle of wine. The youth had a handsome appearance, with skin as white as warm jade. His red robe was embroidered with gold patterns, and his golden waist sash adorned with pearls. His eyes gleamed with laughter, curiosity twinkling in their beautiful depths. You. Who are you? How did you get here? Yaoting stuttered, while Yunyanshue let out a surprised exclamation. Are you a flower spirit? A few days ago, I heard that the river connected to the underworld has several flowers transforming into human form soon. Shereimo froze, looking down at himself, then laughed, that obvious, huh? Yunyanshue nodded vigorously, not hiding her admiration. The last time I saw a spirit as beautiful as this was when a flower transformed into a spirit. After hearing this, the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes towards Shereimo lost the previous wariness and defensiveness, instead becoming softer. Especially Zhua Hen, whose look towards Shereimo shifted. Even after averting his gaze, his peripheral vision kept drifting towards him. Looks like we've made a new friend. It's fate we've met. Come on, have a drink together. Yaoting smiled and poured Shereimo a cup of wine. Shereimo looked at the wine cup before him but didn't drink, instead continuing asking curiously. Earlier I heard you mention a young demon. What's the story? Excitedly, Yunyanshue pulled him close and said. You don't know since you've just transformed. A few days ago, our king brought back a young demon. They're extremely close. Zhua Hen added slowly. If everything goes well, that young demon will definitely be our queen in the future. Shereimo nodded thoughtfully, I see. Youting looked at him and blinked, why don't you drink? This red beauty intoxication is quite rare. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't hold my liquor very well. Shereimo smiled as he replied and then steered the conversation back. So earlier, I heard you say that the demon race isn't as good-looking as the spirit race. Is that young demon not good-looking either? Youting made a face, who knows? His Majesty hides the youth too tightly, none of us have seen him. But I've seen those demons before. Most of them are brutal, and some look grotesque, with many still retaining certain features of magical beasts, not quite human-like. Yunyenshu followed by nodding, that's right, so we're curious, what kind of person could make His Majesty, who has seen so many beautiful spirits, fall in love? Zhua Hen glanced at Shereimo, who had fallen silent, and couldn't help but cough lightly. Alright, what's there to talk about regarding that demon race? It's true that there aren't many good-looking ones among them, but that youth should be decent enough to look at. And he paused slightly before looking at Shereimo earnestly and speaking. The demon race definitely isn't as good-looking as you. By the way, my name is Zhua Hen, may I ask yours? Zhua Hen's face turned slightly red, seemingly feeling that this was a bit too direct, and hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand, I just feel that our meeting here today is fate. Why don't we become friends? If you ever need help in the spirit realm, we can assist you. Youting and Yunyenshu exchanged glances and saw the understanding in each other's eyes. They smiled at Zhua Hen and didn't say anything. Instead, they started eating their meal, pretending not to notice anything. 447 lay on Shereimo's head, little Mo, how come I feel like this spirit seems to have feelings for you? Shereimo maintained his smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He stood up and slowly spoke, just an encounter like water flowing across stones. If we meet again in the future, then that would truly be destiny. Sorry to interrupt all of you today. I still have matters to attend to. This meal is on me, you can eat at your leisure. Saying this, Shereimo left the money behind and turned to leave without giving them any chance to hold him back. For a moment, the three were left staring at each other. Yunyenshu watched Zhua Hen's hand hanging uselessly in midair, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. He rejected you so cleanly. Who would have thought that even our respected left enforcer would have this day? Youting said slowly, Zhua Hen, it seems you're really not liked. He won't even give you a chance to know him. Zhua Hen silently lowered his head and opened his mouth very calmly. Just an encounter like water flowing across stones, don't misunderstand. Yunyenshu, O ping shui xiang feng. Youting, O bi wu hui. Zhua Hen. Alright, stop fooling around, hurry up and eat. Afterward, we still need to go see the king. Chapter 146, a discussion on how to coax a demonic lord for dual cultivation, 36. Not long after Shereimo left the 9 fragrance building, a figure suddenly pounced into his arms and embraced him tightly. That's enough. I only left for a little while, so don't cling to me that hard. Shereimo sighed in exasperation. Since he had come to the demon realm with Yuhuachi 2 days ago, this person had become increasingly attached to him. Yuhuachi wanted nothing more than to transform himself into a large accessory, clinging to Shereimo constantly. In response, all Shereimo received was Yuhuachi affectionately nuzzling his neck. Don't move, brother Mo. You have too much of another scent. I don't like it. There should only be my scent on you. Though Yuhuachi spoke with quiet grievance, Shereimo felt it sounded more like petulant whining. His heart softened slightly, and he stopped resisting further, letting Yuhuachi continue his actions. Nevertheless, this attracted many gazes from their surroundings. Even though Yuhuachi wore a cloak, a mask, and subdued his aura to hide his identity as the Demon King, Shereimo's face was far too distinctive. Their embrace drew quite a bit of attention. Shereimo patted Yuhuachi's head and locked eyes with his slightly bewildered gaze. He then lifted his hand and gently pushed Yuhuachi aside. You can rub against me once we're back at your place. Here, everyone's watching us, do you realize how strange it looks for you to cling to me like this? Yuhuachi clutched onto him even tighter and muttered softly, then let's go back. The moment those words were out, Shereimo realized his body suddenly felt lighter, he had been swept up horizontally by Yuhuachi. When he came to his senses, they were already back in Yuhuachi's quarters. Shereimo opened his mouth slowly. I met your 3 guardians just now, they seem to be pretty interesting young people, but it seems there's some misunderstanding about my identity. However, Yuhuachi didn't care about any of that. He immediately pinned Shereimo down onto the bed, pressing his whole body against him. While Shereimo was speaking, his legs transformed into a serpent tail, which coiled tightly around Shereimo's legs and circled his waist. Apparently still unsatisfied, Yuhuachi inserted the tip of his tail into Shereimo's hands, rubbing against them gently. Shereimo doubted not for a second that this person wished to fully transform into a snake and coil completely around him. He originally intended to say something else, but upon seeing Yuhuachi's flushed face, he swallowed his words. Little 7, what is wrong with him? Over these past few days, Yuhuachi has been extraordinarily clingy, obsessively marking his scent on Shereimo's body. But until today, everything had been within bounds. 447 hesitated to speak, finally opening his mouth carefully. Little Momo, well, I'm going to start a few shows. I'll be catching up on some series in the system space for a while, so I won't be able to accompany you. Yep, what I mean is that Yuhuachi is currently a snake. As you know, even as the Demon King, there's always an annual special period where 447 coughed lightly. I thought it would be a couple more days before this, but it seems something triggered him early. His special time has arrived. Little Momo, I've placed the medicine I got from the strategy department earlier beside your bed, use it carefully. During Yuhuachi's special period, which might last for about a month, we'll meet again afterward. Saying that, 447 decisively retreated back into the system space. Shereimo. A brief look of confusion flashed across Shereimo's eyes before he quickly regained composure. He released Yuhuachi's tail and forcefully pushed him away, ignoring Thean's pitiful look on his face, reaching instead for the medicine that 447 had left behind. Brother Imo. Brother Imo. Yuhuachi called Shereimo's name softly, tentatively stretching his tail to hook around Shereimo's waist. At this moment, his robes hung askew, revealing extensive skin, beneath, his abs and chest muscles barely concealed under the layers of fabric, luring enticingly. To Shereimo, this was akin to his favorite food being actively offered up, its packaging peeled open for him to relish slowly. Shereimo's Adam's apple moved, his gaze darkening, his eyes gradually turning bloody red and brimming with unusual desire. He felt hungry. Yet he restrained the impulse to pounce, slapping a palm firmly against Yuhuachi's tail instead. Ow. In his special phase, Yuhuachi not only became especially affectionate but also revealed a fragility in front of Shereimo he never normally displayed. After being smacked by Shereimo, all Yuhuachi could do was whimper softly in sorrow. Don't act all pitiful here. Go and make the necessary arrangements first. Shereimo didn't know how Yuhuachi had managed to endure his special period in the past, but with such a long time involved, he must have organized everything beforehand. However, this time 447 said Yuhuachi's special period arrived earlier than expected, this guy probably hadn't even had the chance to arrange things properly yet. A month. He certainly didn't want anyone to disturb him during this time. Yuhuachi became briefly alert after hearing Shereimo's words, then climbed out of bed once again. His tail transformed back into legs, and he quickly put on his clothes. I've understood, Brother Imo. Please wait for me. Give me a day, and I'll take care of everything. Afterwards, Yuhuachi embraced Shereimo tightly for a while longer until their breaths and scents intertwined so deeply it seemed they would never part. Only then did he leave contentedly, but not without stealing a kiss from Shereimo just before walking away. Although Yuhuachi said he needed a full day, by that very night he had already arranged all matters. Zuahen and the others were taken aback, they'd only just returned and met Yuhuachi when they were given various missions, and one person. Fuyu looked somewhat bewildered at the few people in front of him, cradling a bowl filled with meat in his arms. Yuhuachi, in addition to handling the demonic realm affairs, you should take good care of him. Fuyu, so what you're saying is, for this period, I'll be going with them because you find my presence an interruption to your little world for two. Yuhuachi's face flushed red unnaturally again, but he didn't wish to exchange too many words with Fuyu. The demonic realm's food preferences are well known to them. Just follow them along. Fuyu fell silent, stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth while sizing up the few people around him. His gaze locked with Zuahen's who, upon looking at this delicate, beautiful face, turned slightly red at his ears, then nodded gently. Your Majesty, rest assured, we will definitely take good care of this young master. Alright, that's settled. During the following period, don't come bothering me. Yuhuachi dismissed them all with a slightly warning tone, turning on his heel and leaving without hesitation. What's gotten into him? Fuyu muttered softly under his breath. Zuahen cleared his throat lightly, making no obvious gesture as he adjusted his clothing, then walked up to Fuyu. This young master, my name is Zuahen. His Majesty has something important to attend to these days, so I'll be accompanying you. Zuahen, what a nice name, Fuyu said with a bright smile as he shared his meat with Zuahen. My name is Fuyu. Counting on you from now on. Chapter 147, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 37. Is it done so quickly? Shereimo looked at Yuhuachi, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Before he could react, he was already picked up by Yuhuachi and then left the bedroom. Shereimo, ? Where are you taking me? Shereimo asked in puzzlement, but Yuhuachi did not give him an answer. Instead, he held him with a fiery gaze, leaving the bedroom and heading towards a mountain not too far away. Seeing his behavior, Shereimo no longer asked too much. He just looked at him silently, wrapping his arms around his neck, and leaning on his shoulder. This angle allowed Shereimo to clearly see the tiny scales on Yuhuachi's neck. Now that night had fallen, under the cold moonlight, those scales reflected small bits of light. Soon, Shereimo knew where Yuhuachi would take him. What met his eyes was a huge cave with an extremely strong barrier outside it. As Yuhuachi carried Shereimo through the barrier, Shereimo was somewhat surprised. This barrier was very powerful, and there was another layer of formation outside the barrier, obviously requiring quite some effort. When he first arrived here, he hadn't noticed this cave for a moment. Even after Yuhuachi embraced him and stepped inside the barrier, thinking that wasn't enough yet, he set up another barrier. Shereimo did not stop him. Instead, his fingertips twisted a strand of Yu Huichi's hair as he played with it and laughed aloud, saying, "Since things have been settled, if you're not planning to stay well in the palace and instead bring me here to add barriers upon barriers. Is it your intention to keep me here to spend the next month with you?" Yu Huichi still didn't reply, his breathing becoming more low and heavy, as he rushed toward the interior of the cave. Shereimo let out a soft snort. "Yu Huichi, better make sure you've prepared a bed here no less comfortable than in the bedroom, otherwise all these barriers and formations will be meaningless because I'll still kick you out later." If it were normal days, he wouldn't mind accompanying Yu Huichi for some fun elsewhere, since it's just a matter of interest. But now having to accompany Yu Huichi through this special period meant that they both would be here for the next month. Yu Huichi had better get everything arranged properly. Otherwise. The sight before him caused Shereimo's eyes to momentarily linger, his thoughts abruptly halted. This cave looked dark and damp from the outside, but inside, the space was actually large and warm. The walls were embedded with fire stones, with enormous pearls placed as well, lighting up the entire cave. At a glance, Shereimo saw the giant round stone bed. On the stone bed were thick, soft mattresses laid out, along with 2 pillows and 2 quilts, and the floor was covered with fur rugs. All of these appeared to have been prepared temporarily, including those tables and chairs, and the food, they had all been brought here only today. Yu Huichi also fell silent for a while, setting him down and quickly stepping to the front of the stone bed, covering the edges of the stone bed completely. After doing all of this, it seemed like he had expended all his strength, making him collapse onto the side, his legs transforming into a snake tail. "Amo." Yu Huichi looked at Shereimo and softly called out his name, mist forming in his eyes, incredibly endearing. Looking at Shereimo standing there without moving, he couldn't help but press his lips together and used his tail to entwine around Shereimo's waist, teasing his belt with the tip of his tail. Shereimo raised an eyebrow and smiled, showing no intention of stopping him, allowing him to deftly loosen his belt and untie his robe. Yu Huichi's breathing became heavier and his eyes darker, filled with desire that couldn't be hidden. "Amo, come over." Yu Huichi's voice was deep, tinged with seductive undertones. As soon as he spoke, ignoring Shereimo's response, he swung his tail, encircling Shereimo's waist, pulling him over. Shereimo couldn't ignore his mischievous tail, his robe was already in disarray, even his inner garment had slipped off his shoulder, exposing smooth, white shoulders. Yu Huichi, seeing this scene, simply couldn't resist anymore. He ground his slightly sharp teeth and bit right down. "Amo. Amo, you belong to me, you can only belong to me." A shade of excitement flickered in Yu Huichi's blood-red eyes, his voice raspy yet joyful, as though he was declaring a vow. "I want you entirely to belong to me, I want you, to bear only my scent." In response was Shereimo's light, indulgent laugh. "Fine." Shereimo straddled Yu Huichi's snake tail with one hand gripping the back of his neck, while the other untied his robes. He leaned over to Yu Huichi's ear, lightly biting his lobe before whispering. "I'm yours, and I'll belong entirely to you. Achi, leave your mark on me, your imprint." At the same time, Feng Qian in the divine demonic realm felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something important had drifted away from him. But he didn't have time to ponder it carefully because the next moment, an unusual sensation surged through him, causing a red flush on his face. Feng Qian's body suddenly softened, he knelt on one knee, the sword in his hand plunging tightly into the ground to support himself. Biting down hard on his tongue, he forced himself to stay conscious. Yet despite all this, the redness on his face deepened, his ears turning completely red. His eyelashes fluttered, sensing his own abnormal reaction and passing a fleeting sense of confusion. Hadn't he done anything? Why did he suddenly feel this way? This feeling reminded him of the days in the courtyard with Shereimo, recalling their sessions of dual cultivation. Feng Qian almost gasped sharply, silently chanting the purifying mantra in his mind, trying to suppress the restlessness within. But it wasn't working, absolutely no use at all. No matter what kind of pills he took, he couldn't drive off that sensation. An intuition told him that letting go might be the only way to alleviate his current predicament. So Feng Qian stopped resisting consciously, instead quietly allowing himself to experience the sensations. But this feeling was nearly driving him mad. Especially at his fingertips, despite holding nothing, he constantly felt as though he were touching Shereimo. Instantly, Feng Qian's mouth went dry, he rolled his Adam's apple as he swallowed saliva. For a moment, he lost himself, imagining that he wasn't inside the secret realm but back in the courtyard. It seemed as though it wasn't his sword by his side but Shereimo during their dual cultivation. With his last shred of reason intact, Feng Qian found a secluded spot and cast a barrier to ensure no one would disturb him. Relieved that he wouldn't be interrupted, he continued. When it finally ended, Feng Qian stared at his hands, puzzled as to why he'd experienced such sensations. The initial wave had been fierce, though afterward, the feelings dimmed somewhat. Still, from time to time, he had the sensation of caressing Shereimo. This insidious touch, both internally and externally, drove him nearly mad. Helpless, Feng Qian sought another outlet. And those beasts guarding the treasures of heaven and earth in this secret realm became his best means of release. Chapter 148, On How to Appease a Demon Lord for Dual Cultivation, 38. After more than half a month, Feng Qian had practically ransacked the entire secret realm, and his cultivation had increased significantly. Because of his excessively brutal methods, his reputation spread throughout the secret realm. As a result, when he later encountered surrounding beasts whose strength wasn't particularly high, they would flee upon seeing him. The members of other sects sometimes witnessed this scene and could only stare in disbelief. Damn it! Who's been spreading rumors that Feng Qian is a useless cripple? If this is a cripple, then what am I? Somebody widened their eyes, looking at Feng Qian, who was wielding a sword and chasing several beast demons, and couldn't help swallowing hard. Respected Xian certainly lives up to his title, he is not like us. Even after being crippled, he was able to so quickly repair his spiritual root and restore his cultivation. But I heard he was expelled from Tianxian sect because of his alleged ties with the demon race, but I don't see any signs of demon cultivation on him. Shoo, keep your voice down. If respected Xian hears, be careful that the blade won't soon come crashing down onto your head. Phew, then should we still take those heart fruit? Why bother? Which is more important, our lives or medicine? That person shook their head in frustration and slapped the person next to them on the head. Hurry up and leave. Or else, we'll be the ones getting chopped down next. Wasn't that person earlier truly Feng Qian? But that day, we clearly saw with our own eyes that he was crippled and thrown off the Duanhuan cliff. Then how could he possibly? After those people left, only a few disciples of the Tianxian sect remained. They hid behind a massive tree, huddled together but without leaving intentions, just with grave faces. If Feng Qian has recovered his cultivation, then shouldn't we try to bring him back? Some hesitated, completely unable to believe what they just saw. Bring him where? The life talismans of the senior brothers have been shattered ever since entering the secret realm. The youth leading them had a serious expression. With their abilities, even if they encountered some troublesome beast demons, it wouldn't have been enough to end their lives so quickly. Senior brother Qi, do you mean that senior brothers might have been killed by him? Another girl seriously asked. It's possible. You all saw earlier, Feng Qian now possesses formidable power and rapidly escalating cultivation levels. Even those beast demons can only be chased around and cut down. Since he has already recovered and appears here in the secret realm, it surely didn't happen just within these past 1 or 2 days. After he became a waste and was falsely accused of colluding with the demon race and forced out of the sect, even falling off the Duanhuan cliff, none of us stood up for him. Perhaps he harbors resentment against us. Because of the girl's words, the other disciples revealed expressions of fear. Oh, what should we do? If the senior brothers were really killed by him, then what will we do? If he discovers we are here, wouldn't he kill us too? But he doesn't actually enjoy killing. Moreover, there are so many beast demons here, so it's not necessarily true that the senior brothers were killed by him. Another young man hesitated as he spoke, but before he finished, the youth leading them crossed his arms and smirked coldly. What, you trust him so much? If that's the case, why don't you go find him instead? That way, we'll see if he really will spare you. The youth immediately shrank his neck and nervously chuckled. Brother Qi, please don't be angry, I was just speaking randomly. Don't put it to heart. The young man sighed. Alright, looks like we can't stay in this secret realm anymore. Let's head back. Once we return, we'll tell everything to the masters. As the young man spoke, his tone grew increasingly solemn. He took out a flying instrument, ready to lead the others away from there. Feng Qian was treated so harshly by us before, but now his cultivation surpasses his former self. He will definitely return to seek revenge on us. We must inform the master early so that he and the others can prepare themselves accordingly. No one said anything more. Unbeknownst to them, after they left, Feng Qian appeared dragging the corpse of a beast demon to the position where they were standing earlier. His gaze darkened as he stared at the direction where the flying device disappeared into. Feng Qian tossed aside the dead beast and cleaned the blood off his hands with a look of disgust. He originally planned to return to Tianxian sect for vengeance. South Palace Jimmo, who caused such harm to him, he absolutely wouldn't let slip. After all, Feng Qian and the disciples of Tianxian sect rarely interacted on a daily basis. When they didn't stand up for him during that time, he wouldn't blame them either. But just now, those several disciples of Tianxian sect mentioned clearly knowing he had been framed back then. Feng Qian's eyes flickered with an indeterminate glimmer. It seemed that upon returning this time, there would be more than just one person to deal with. Nangong Jiuming wasn't the only one who needed accounting. As Feng Qian thought about it, a strange sensation surged within him, but now he was very familiar with it and didn't let it betray any abnormality on his face. When this feeling arose, all he could think of was Shereimo's face. Feng Qian's mind drifted slightly, wondering how Shereimo was doing. He thought about Shereimo's promises and the things he had carefully prepared. The corner of his lips curved upward, and the joy and anticipation in his eyes almost overflowed. He couldn't wait to return and see Shereimo. After staying in the secret realm for 2 more days, Feng Qian returned to the small courtyard. However, much to his surprise, after more than half a month had passed, Shereimo still hadn't come back. The courtyard was empty, and Feng Qian stood in it, letting the wind blow through his robes. After a long silence, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his posture revealing a touch of loneliness. Feng Qian's thin lips were almost pressed into a straight line. There were so many memories in this yard of what he and Shereimo had done, such that even standing here now brought images of Shereimo flooding his mind. Feng Qian waited for another 2 days, but still Shereimo did not return. Normally one who was indifferent and only focused on cultivation, Feng Qian could now feel the loneliness deepening within him. Before finally leaving the small courtyard, Feng Qian could only console himself that Shereimo had merely not returned yet. Once he had settled matters with Tianxian's sect and dealt with Nangong Jiuming, Shereimo would surely return by then. He thought, Shereimo must return. After all, Shereimo had promised to form a Dao contract with him and marry him. How could Shereimo possibly abandon him? Feng Qian gazed toward the distant horizon, his gaze growing increasingly determined. He forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart but still felt restless. He probably thought too much about Shereimo, to the point where now he would occasionally mistake a touch for being Shereimo or even hear Shereimo's voice in his ears. Feng Qian gripped his sword even tighter. From the initial enticing provocation to the faint sobs laced with pleading, followed by the playful begging, everything eventually faded into mere sobbing. Chapter 149, On How to Coax a Demon Lord to Cultivate Together, 39. You. Why? Qi. Shereimo's eyes slightly closed, his voice trembling. In the next moment, his hand was held by another, feeling softness within the palm. Yu Huaiqi took Shereimo's hand and gently rubbed it against his own cheek, then kissed his fingertips, his voice brimming with barely contained joy. Aimo, I am here. He asked concernedly, how are you? Are there still any uncomfortable places? Shereimo finally opened his eyes, gazing blankly for a while as broken thoughts slowly coalesced. His mind was filled with frantic images from the past month and a half. For 47 had earlier informed him that Yu Huaiqi's special period would last over a month. He had mentally prepared himself to endure this for a month. But who knew this person would have stretched it out to an entire 1.5 months? During this time and a half, he hardly rested. At times, in his dazed state, he wondered if he might leave this world through this manner. Yet, he absolutely couldn't depart this way, otherwise, word reaching the bureau would result in no end of ridicule. However, under these circumstances, some of his inherent powers were still at his disposal. Shereimo deeply inhaled, reining in his scattered thoughts. He turned his head and looked at Yu Huaiqi, meeting his concerned gaze, then slapped him without hesitation. Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp and loud. Currently weak all over, Shereimo did not hold back at all, using every bit of his strength for this slap. Struck off balance, Yu Huaiqi bore an obvious handprint on his face. For a moment, he froze but quickly recovered. Under Shereimo's cold stare, Yu Huaiqi directly grasped his hand, pulling out his ointment, and carefully applied it to Shereimo's slightly red palms, then gently blew on them. Aimo, does it hurt? Worriedly asking, Yu Huaiqi watched as Shereimo immediately withdrew his hand. You can deal with your special days alone in the future. Yu Huaiqi. Why? Yu Huaiqi stared at Shereimo with an aggrieved expression, tears welling up in his eyes. Even though the special period had ended, he was still extremely sensitive. Shereimo nudged the head trying to come close to his away. Humph. Don't you want to take a look at what you've done? And you still have the nerve to ask why? If I go through your special period again, I'm pretty sure I'd be wrecked completely. Upon hearing Shereimo's words, Yu Huaiqi directly wrapped his tail around his waist, imprisoning him tightly in his arms, burying his head into his neck, speaking with a muffled tone. Aimo, good Aimo. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have been so cruel to you. Next time, I promise I won't. I don't know why it lasted so long this time, before, it was usually just about 20 days. Every time during these periods, he would always prepare everything beforehand. Then he'd tough it out alone, followed by a fragile recovery period. Altogether, it usually didn't exceed a month. But this time, perhaps because his heart-desired person was by his side, just the special period itself already lasted 1.5 months. During this period, most of the time he wasn't fully conscious, with nothing but thoughts of Shereimo and that slap Shereimo had just given also made him clear-headed to some extent. Yu Huaiqi regretted being so unrestrained but couldn't accept that Shereimo would abandon him at his weakest moment. Aimo, good Aimo, I'll never do it again next time, believe me. With determination, Yu Huaiqi gritted his teeth and stated firmly, next time, just tie me up. After all, for so many years, I have endured it alone anyway. It wouldn't matter even if you don't help me. As long as you're willing to stay by my side, tying me up is fine too. While saying this, Yu Huaiqi started to softly sob, tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at Shereimo pitifully. Don't reject me. Shereimo was originally still somewhat angry, but watching him appear so piteously aggrieved, his anger subsided significantly, his heart softening. That's enough, stop crying. Shereimo helplessly sighed softly, then tenderly ruffled Yu Huaiqi's hair, making it even more disheveled. I won't reject you. This person used to have a sly demeanor when he was in front of him, now turning out to be so tearful loving. For a moment, Shereimo was at a loss for words, only able to console softly. After calming Yu Huaiqi, he patted his tail again and slowly said. I see that your special period is over, we should go out now. You're the demon lord after all, and you can't neglect your duties for so long. Yu Huiqi's mind blanked for a second, blinking confusedly at Shereimo, then slowly nodded in agreement. Yes, what Mo says is right. I indeed can't keep ignoring my responsibilities. But I want to stay with you a little longer. Yu Huiqi clung on to Shereimo, rubbing against him without hesitation, unabashedly cooing to convince Shereimo to stay a while longer. Mo, stay with me for just a few more days. Just a few days, after all, we've been here so long already, it won't matter if we delay for a little longer. I want to be alone with you, and I need time to recover too. Look at my tail, I still can't retract it. Mo. Yu Huiqi's voice rose slightly at the end. He looked into Shereimo's eyes, the flicker in them unreadable. Shereimo paused, contemplating whether to agree, then heard Yu Huiqi whispering lightly in his ear. Lord, would you stay a few more days with me? In that instant, Yu Huiqi changed his posture, hugging him from behind, curling his fingers around a lock of Shereimo's hair. He leaned his head on Shereimo's shoulder, his warm breath grazing his ear as he spoke. Shereimo's pupils dilated when he heard the word Lord. Grabbing Yu Huiqi's hand, he eventually relented. Fine, I'll stay here a few more days with you. Shereimo also needed time to recuperate. Yu Huiqi had been utterly crazed during this period. Especially when he lost his senses. It seemed like Yu Huiqi wanted to mark every inch of his body inside and out with his own signature. Even with those ointments and pills, the marks on his body were not completely gone yet. If he went out looking like this, it wouldn't be appropriate for others to see. As Shereimo sighed inwardly, leaning back against Yu Huiqi, he glanced at his upturned lips. He wondered if he shouldn't indulge Yu Huiqi so much. After all, he was supposed to be the enchantress, and Yu Huiqi was merely her prey. But somehow, he'd ended up being the one repeatedly consumed, nearly drained dry. Noticing Shereimo's gaze, Yu Huiqi simply bent down and kissed his forehead. Mo, you're truly wonderful. It's wonderful having you by my side. You probably wouldn't believe me, but I started having strange dreams a long time ago. Yu Huiqi cradled Shereimo gently as he murmured softly, in those dreams, I have different appearances, and I'm in places that are extremely unfamiliar, places I've never been. But no matter where I am or what I look like, there's always someone by my side. Chapter 150, on how to pacify a demon lord in dual cultivation, 40. Shereimo originally yawned faintly, not very interested in the dreams of Yu Huiqi, but when he heard this sentence, his eyelashes trembled slightly. Yu Huiqi continued slowly. However, in the dream, no matter what, I couldn't see that person's face. My intuition told me I would meet him. So from the time I had those dreams, I've been waiting for such a person. Waiting too long. Sometimes I also feel if I'm not just going crazy. Yu Huiqi paused as he said this, laughing low with some self-mockery. If I weren't crazy, how could I keep waiting for someone I've never even seen? I don't even know what that person looks like, and those dreams are completely unrelated to my experiences. As Shereimo listened to his words, he already had an answer in his heart, but still asked gently. Have you waited for that person now? Yu Huiqi gripped his hand, intertwining their fingers, then left a gentle kiss on the back of his hand. He looked into Shereimo's eyes, the deep affection and love almost turning to water, about to drown Shereimo in it. Found. Mo, I have found. In seeing you at first glance, I knew you were the one I was looking for. Before meeting you, my intuition told me I could find the answers I wanted there, so I left the demon realm and appeared there, and I saw you. Mo, you are the answer I have been waiting for. Shereimo watched Yu Huiqi without answering, only feeling a mix of sourness and oddness spread through his heart. This sensation was something he'd never experienced before, yet now it completely dominated his heart. Shereimo obviously felt his heartbeat quicken, his breathing becoming heavy. Mo. I've waited for you so long in this world. Yu Huiqi spoke this sentence calmly, as if merely stating a fact. But Shereimo detected a trace of, wrong word here since it didn't translate perfectly, grievance within it. Shereimo's expression softened, he raised his hand to cradle Yu Huiqi's face, his fingertips tracing it gently, then kissed him without hesitation. It's fine. Now you have waited and found. Shereimo and Yu Huiqi stayed there for 3 more days before leaving the cave. Yu Huiqi carried Shereimo directly back to his quarters and changed clothes. Shereimo, looking at the similar styles of red clothes on both of them, remained silent for a moment. These actually looked like wedding robes, someone who didn't know might think they were about to hold a traditional ceremony. But looking at Yu Huiqi's happy appearance, Shereimo chose not to reveal his thoughts. Mo, go out with me. It's a good time for them to also know you, Yu Huiqi said, seemingly afraid Shereimo would refuse. Before he could answer, Yu Huiqi quickly added. Now that we already have this relationship, forming a pair is inevitable. Soon I'll have someone start preparing the marriage matters. You promised you would stay by my side, and you can't go back on your word. Shereimo looked at Yu Huiqi's outstretched hand, sighed helplessly, and placed his hand onto it. What I said, I naturally won't go back on my word. As for the banquet arrangements, you handle them. Mo, have you forgotten about Feng Qian? Suddenly, a soft reminder from 447 echoed in his ear, making Shereimo's fingers twitch slightly. 447 lay on his shoulder, stretching its hand, then opened slowly. This month plus locked up has nearly driven me mad, underestimating you Huaichi indeed. But speaking of which Shereimo, remember you previously also promised Feng Qian that after finishing your tasks, you would form a pair with him. Oh, correction, the point isn't even that, the key is as expected Feng Qian's darkened value has hit maximum right now. 447 followed them as they left together, then flew around Shereimo twice showing him the data of Feng Qian's blackened value reaching max, commenting. At first, he thought you just hadn't finished dealing with your business yet, so you didn't return. However, a month ago, he went to Tianxian sect. Those people of Tianxian sect discovered the current Feng Qian wasn't someone they could easily manipulate anymore. To avoid angering him, they shifted all the blame onto Nan Gong Jiuming and cast him out. Nan Gong Jiuming, whose wounds hadn't healed yet, originally planned to hide in the portable space, but the portable space should have belonged to Feng Qian anyway. So now, Feng Qian not only reclaimed his portable space but also killed Nan Gong Jiuming. 447 couldn't help praising while talking, Feng Qian is worthy of being the male protagonist. His actions were decisive. Any hesitation, and the situation might have changed. Not only that, but Tianxian sect originally intended to bring Feng Qian back into their fold. But after clearing those who had defamed him earlier, Feng Qian also killed the sect master who, out of jealousy for his talent, had teamed up with Nan Gong Jiuming to ruin him. Then he turned around and joined Wanjian sect, whose members wasted no time treating him as a celestial honored one, even providing him a separate mountain territory. In theory, Feng Qian has already reclaimed his main character's fortune. All we need is to wait for his ascension and reunification with Yu Huaiqi's spirit, at which point the mission would be fully completed. However, 447 paused slightly, he hasn't waited for you. Initially thinking something happened to you, after inquiries in multiple places, he eventually confirmed that you abandoned him, leaving him behind. Shereimo, he is currently on the way to the demon realm. Calculating the time, he should arrive in 2 days. Have you figured out how to handle this yet? Shereimo fell into deep thought as he listened to 447 recount these events. It was indeed a good question. But let's deal with it when he comes looking for me. Shereimo narrowed his eyes slightly. This was why he had planned to leave Feng Qian initially. He could feel that Feng Qian liked him, putting him first in everything. But they couldn't stay in that little courtyard forever, living peacefully. He needed Feng Qian to reclaim everything that belonged to him. If he stayed by Feng Qian's side, Feng Qian would have too many concerns. Only by his departure could Feng Qian act without restraint and do what needed to be done. As for how to handle the situation now. Chapter 151, on how to coax a demonic lord into dual cultivation, 41. Shereimo was staring at the side of Yu Huaiqi's face, his lips curving slightly upward. There was no point in beating around the bush, it would be better just to have an open conversation. After all, Yu Huaiqi already knew that they were one and the same person. As the other half of Feng Qian's divine soul, he naturally should also know about this matter. However, considering Yu Huaiqi's attitude, Shereimo felt that Feng Qian might not easily accept this revelation. Although Yu Huaiqi had already arranged for others to handle matters in the demon realm, there were always some issues beyond the capacity of Zhua Hen and others, requiring his return. Besides, he also planned to prepare a grand wedding banquet with Shereimo, something that needed proper arrangement. Shereimo didn't think much of it, the demon realm's delicacies weren't fewer than those of the human realm and included many dishes he had never tasted in other worlds before. Before Feng Qian found him, he intended to stay here for now. Meanwhile, the elders of the devil realm originally had aspirations to unify the 6 realms. However, because their devil lord had gone missing, they still remained on a frantic search for their lord. Every day, they asked 800 times, did we find our lord today? They had no time left to think about unifying the 6 realms. Even without the devil tribe causing trouble, Feng Qian traveled extensively in his search for Shereimo, gaining some experience along the way. Now that the biggest threat was resolved, the heavenly way turned a blind eye to the devil tribe's inactivity. Shereimo was massaging number 447 while smiling warmly and greeting a few familiar people before him. What a coincidence, we meet again. Ah. Why you're that flower demon from before. Yu Ting widened his eyes in shock, blurted out loudly, and nudged Zhua Hen by his elbow. Yu Nianxue gazed at Shereimo, who wore clothing strikingly similar to Yu Huaiqi's, and involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Her heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that the young man in front of her was probably not just a flower demon. Someone who could appear alongside their king, wearing similar attire, especially when being looked at with such tender eyes by the king. A nearly absurd thought instantly formed in Yu Nianxue's mind. Zhua Hen still appeared somewhat bewildered. Yu Ting scratched his head uneasily, feeling that something was off with the scene in front of them but unsure of what to say. As for Yu Nianxue standing beside them, she stepped silently to the side, neither distancing herself from them nor stepping closer, then respectfully greeted the two. To meet you, my lord and lady. The last 2 words trembled faintly as they left Yu Nianxue's mouth. Though quick thinking, her mind was a jumble, overwhelmed by memories of the conversation they had the other day when sitting with him. Yu Ting's pupils suddenly shrank tightly. He glanced between Yu Nianxue and the calm Shereimo. And Yuhuachi, whose lips curved into a satisfied smile at the title, Lady. All signs pointed to one truth. That little flower demon they met that day was indeed the demonic youth their lord had brought back. Yuting gasped sharply, rolled his eyes, and leaned towards Swahen. Oh my goodness, my head. Why is my head so painful? Swahen, Swahen. You take me quickly to see a healer. Yuting dared not stay here any longer. Damn it, they had just returned. That day, they merely gathered to talk about the demonic youth their king had brought back. Now look at the situation, their discussion was not only overheard by the very subject but they had even involved him in the conversation. What kind of karma was this? With tears streaming down his face, Yuting couldn't help but reflect on how curiosity filled their minds upon returning, thinking they'd soon meet Shereimo. But unexpectedly, they met Yuhuachi during his special period. They didn't catch a glimpse of either person and learned some information about Shereimo only through Fuyu. Today, they received the news, Yuhuachi's special period had ended. He came full of curiosity. Who would have guessed that person would turn out to be Shereimo? Right now, Yuting could only hope within his heart that Shereimo wouldn't bother them about this incident. After briefly hesitating and becoming disoriented, Swahen quickly recovered. He swiftly caught Yuting and ignored the signals he was giving, then quickly pulled a pill from his storage bag and forced it into Yuting's mouth. Yuting. All done, nothing wrong now. Swahen patted Yuting's shoulder lightly. Yuting, I really owe you one. Swahen, you're welcome, it's what I should do. Yun Yenshue, ft. Cough cough, that is. Yun Yenshue barely suppressed her urge to laugh, then after a light cough, she turned back to Yuhuaichi. By the way, King, 2 elder magi from the demon tribe came over yesterday. They said they wanted to meet this person you brought back. They also claimed they wanted to see our queen. We originally intended to ask them to leave, but no matter what we did, they refused to go and just settled down in our place. Yun Yenshue's tone was filled with helplessness, as if the person who almost fought with the 2 elders of the demon tribe wasn't them. Since they are still elders of the demon tribe, and considering our queen is also one of them, we couldn't lay hands on them. So we could only let them stay at the fragrant pavilion. King, don't you think both of you should spare some time to meet them? Swahen also nodded in agreement, those 2 demon tribe elders are indeed troublesome. Last night, I actually planned to stuff them into bags and throw them back into the demon realm, but unfortunately, Before Swahen could finish his sentence, Yuting beside him quickly covered his mouth. Yuting's eyes twitched slightly, his teeth ground together, glaring at Swahen as if he was an exasperating iron incapable of becoming steel. What was wrong with Swahen? A person capable of bringing the demon tribe elders over must certainly be someone with a distinguished identity. If Shereimo really was the one those 2 elders were looking for, then it didn't matter much that they had previously discussed him right in front of Shereimo, yet now they would criticize his people in front of him again. Wasn't this equivalent to wishing for a shorter lifespan? Yuhuaichi slightly frowned imperceptibly. All he wanted was to hurry up and prepare for the wedding banquet so he could become partners with Shereimo. After that, no one would be able to take Shereimo away from him. However, Shereimo was indeed from the demon tribe, and now their elders have even come knocking at the door. He couldn't pretend he didn't see them. Yuhuaichi silently took Shereimo's hand and softly asked, Amo, do you want to see them? Shereimo thought for a moment, then we will meet them. Even if they didn't come to us, I planned to tell them about this anyway. Yuhuaichi would never force Shereimo in such matters, he was determined to make this wedding banquet magnificent and splendid. Sooner or later, the people of the demon tribe would find out. Rather than waiting for them to show up later, it was better to inform them beforehand. Only Shereimo didn't expect them to find him first. Chapter 152, on how to coax a demon lord for dual cultivation, 42. For 47 lazily spoke while lying on Yuhuaichi's head. Shao Mo, you're the demon lord. You've ended up with the king of demons just like this, I guess they will definitely cause a great commotion. Shereimo responded in a calm manner, if they want to drink wedding wine, they can stay. If they want to make trouble, tie them up and throw them back. 447 couldn't help but laugh, rolling over on Yuhuaichi's head and quietly grabbing a strand of hair to tie it into a bow. Yuhuaichi fell silent for a moment before finally asking, Aimo, is there something on my head? The hands of 447 paused briefly as he was tying Yuhuaichi's hair into a bow and then silently let go. Shereimo took the opportunity to grab him back and threw him onto his own head, smiling as he spoke. There was a leaf just now, but I've already removed it for you. Yuhuaichi. What kind of leaf grabs at someone's hair? Yuhuaichi hesitated to speak but eventually didn't say anything when faced with Shereimo's eyes filled with a smile. If Aimo says it's a leaf, then it's a leaf. Yuhuaichi originally wanted them to invite the 2 demon tribe elders over, but Shereimo refused. Shereimo, this is our tribe's matter, I'll handle it. It would be better for you to first deal with all the things that haven't been handled during this period. Yuhuaichi still did not let go of his hand, but Aimo, I want to accompany you. His eyes still carried some hesitation and worry. He was scared. Afraid that Shereimo would leave with the 2 demon tribe elders, afraid that Shereimo wouldn't want him anymore. After realizing this, Shereimo remained silent for a short while before speaking softly. Rest assured, I'll be back soon. I just don't want your affairs to be delayed because of mine. Moreover, this isn't even an important matter anyway. No matter what they say or do, it won't change my mind about staying here. Unless the food in the demon world wasn't so unpleasant, his resolve wouldn't have been this firm. In the end, Yu Huichi still chose to believe Shereimo, saying sulkily. If you're not back within an hour, I'll come find you. Even if you really return with them to the demon realm, I'll still come fetch you from the demon realm. Yu Huichi reluctantly released Shereimo's hand. On the other side, the other three, one looking at the sky, one at the ground, and another directly turned around, their breathing even became lighter as they feared disturbing them. They never expected that their king could be so when faced with the person he liked. After Shereimo left, the reluctant and aggrieved look Yu Huichi had earlier immediately disappeared. He rubbed his wrist and glanced sideways at the three. Hurry up and present whatever hasn't been dealt with these days, I don't have time to waste on trivial matters with you. Tisk, I've raised you for so many years, and you can't even handle such small matters well. What use are you? Oh yeah, remember to hire some embroidery masters later to make wedding clothes, make sure they're the best. The three. Okay, the king is still the king we know. On the other hand, Shereimo has also arrived at the 9 Fragrance Tower. Under 447's positioning, he easily found the room where the 2 demon tribe elders were staying and knocked on their door. What person? Upon hearing the sound inside, Shereimo kicked open the door. What, after such a short absence, you can't even recognize my aura? Shereimo's voice suddenly halted. Looking at the scene before him, he became silent. In front of his eyes, there were 2 men lying on the bed, under one quilt, bare-chested. Because of the knocking noise, one was fumbling through clothes beside his pillow. The other had sat up, holding clothes in his hand, with only one sleeve on. When the door was suddenly kicked open, their movement stopped instinctively and looked toward the direction of the sound. This pose inadvertently became one hugging the other. And neither had properly put on their clothes yet, their hair strands were intertwined. This truly was hard not to misinterpret. Shereimo's gaze swept over the two, and his expression grew complex. TSK, seems I've come at an inconvenient time, please continue. Shereimo was about to retreat from the room. It took the two on the bed a while to realize that the person who had barged in none other than the lord they had desperately sought for so long. Their eyes lit up immediately, and for a moment they forgot about the need to dress and explain themselves. They directly threw off the blanket and leapt out of bed. Lord! Lord, don't go! Wait for us, Lord! Shereimo looked at their current state, his eye twitching slightly, and ultimately still didn't want to let them run out like this. They were, after all, 2 elders of the demon tribe, and this was the land of spirits where every creature was from the spirit race. If those spirit folk saw the 2 demon elders in such a disheveled state, wouldn't they laugh? Laughing at them would be no big deal, but laughing at the demon realm along with him as the demon lord, that wasn't acceptable. Shereimo only hesitated for a few seconds before decisively returning to the room and locking the door behind him. He even set up an array so that they had no chance to escape. Hurry up and get dressed. Shereimo's tone was unkind. The 2 demon elders exchanged glances, gave a somewhat embarrassed smile, and quickly turned around to put on their clothes. Lord! Looking at Shereimo sitting at the table and having already poured 3 cups of tea, the 2 hesitated before also sitting down opposite him. Lord, you've been playing outside long enough during this time. Now isn't it about time you return with us to the demon realm? Elder 3 sighed helplessly, you have no idea what the spirit creatures were saying when we arrived in the spirit realm the other day. Elder 5 took a sip of tea and followed up, exactly. The spirit folk claim that you and their king have something going on. It made me so furious. Shereimo, well, actually, they're right. Elder 3. Elder 5. Elder 5 spat out the tea he'd just sipped, spraying Elder 3's face. Cough, cough. Are you kidding, my lord? You're the honored master of our demon realm, and yet. How could that possibly happen? Elder 5 started coughing and abruptly shot to his feet, his eyes full of disbelief. Shereimo remained extremely calm, because the food in the spirit realm is good. Don't believe me? Then go back if you don't like it. Elder 5 silently sat back down, shifting his gaze awkwardly and guiltily away. That's not really what I meant. Even though our demon realm food isn't great, surely it can't kill demons, right? If we must, we can kidnap some chefs from the spirit realm and bring them back. Elder 3 wiped the water off his face with a handkerchief and nodded. Exactly, besides, you are the demon lord. What is that spirit king compared to you? If you truly favor him, we can simply kidnap him too and take him back to keep as a secondary consort. Chapter 153, on how to coax a demon lord for dual cultivation, 43. In short, we'll carefully discuss this matter when we return. Right now, the most important thing is that Lord, you need to go back with us. Elder 3 sighed deeply, Lord, do you know how hard we've been searching for you? I know the food in the demon realm isn't very good. You wanting to eat outside isn't an issue, but you can't always stay out and never come back. Without a master in the demon realm, how will we ever unify the 6 realms? As Elder 3 spoke, he wiped his eyes where there were no tears. Elder 5 stood next to him, watching his overly dramatic performance. His mouth slightly twitched, but he still nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord, you should return with us first. Shereimo responded lazily, isn't the idea of unifying the 6 realms your plan? Moreover, even if I'm not in the demon realm, haven't you managed its affairs well enough? Whether or not I am the Lord seems to make little difference to you. As Shereimo spoke, he chuckled faintly, though his gaze was very cold. Throughout all this, the original master only thought about eating various delicious foods, while the ambition of unifying the 6 realms was always on these elders' minds. Had it not been because the previous demon lord's only child was their current master, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to keep him on the throne. The 2 elders looked at each other uncomfortably, their faces flushing red, with neither speaking for a moment. Finally, Elder 5 took a deep breath. Lord, you shouldn't say such things. The wish to unify the 6 realms has always been the former lord's heart's desire. As his only surviving bloodline, shouldn't you inherit the old lord's will? Elder 5 forced out a laugh. We've followed the old lord, and now that he's gone, unifying the 6 realms is naturally something we must accomplish. Elder 3's expression grew solemn as well, agreeing. We know Lord doesn't want to handle these matters, but it's fine. All you need to do is be the demon lord, we'll take care of the rest. Shereimo watched them with interest. Unifying the 6 realms was indeed what the cheap father of the original master had always wanted. But in the original master's memory, it was also what they had consistently aimed for. Hearing them say this now made it seem like they just wanted to fulfill the cheap father's wishes. Shereimo played with his teacup in hand, his eyes glinting. The 2 elders became increasingly uneasy under his stare, turning their heads aside, afraid to look at Shereimo any longer. Strange, was it just their illusion? Why did they feel their lord seemed different from before? The oppressive intensity of his gaze made them hesitant to look directly into his eyes. Calling him old lord all the time. This caused Shereimo to chuckle softly, casually pulling out a sharp dagger and placing it on the table, speaking offhandedly. Since you care so much about my father, why don't I simply send you straight to him? The 2 elders. Why did they suddenly feel a chill down their spines? Elder 3 coughed awkwardly. Haha, our lord was just joking. Elder 5 raised a hand to touch his nose. We didn't mean it that way. Of course, right now, we respect lords will more. Our lord only means to eat some tasty food and doesn't want to be the demon lord of the demon realm. That won't work. There is only one lineage from the old lord remaining, lord must remain the demon lord. Before Shereimo could finish his sentence, Elder 3 interrupted hastily. But anything else is negotiable. Shereimo nodded. If I don't want to unify the 6 realms, nor do I want you to do those things, then between me and my father, which would you choose? Elders 3 and 5 fell silent once more. The 2 exchanged a silent look, neither opening their mouths again. This was something they had persistently upheld. They'd done this following the orders of the old lord since long ago, and after his death, they subconsciously continued to try to fulfill his last wishes. As for whether Shereimo actually wanted to unify the 6 realms, whether or not he had the ambition, this was something entirely outside of their consideration. After all, at the start when some people were competing for the position of Devil Lord, they had never thought Shereimo would take this seat. Yet, oddly enough, all the children of the previous Devil Lord had perished, leaving only Shereimo. Shereimo's mind was solely on eating, and he would frequently run out of the Devil realm. In their eyes, it was more like treating Shereimo as a child who loved food rather than as a lord. The reason they respected and took care of him was because he was the sole heir of the Devil Lord. Their constant thought was to complete the deceased lord's final wish, never taking Shereimo's will into consideration. But now, it seemed clear that their lord was no longer the same person they could easily manipulate as before. The overwhelming pressure around him made them suspect if the person in front of them was really their lord. Sigh. Elder 3 sighed deeply. If our lord really doesn't want to, then let it be. In fact, unifying the 6 realms isn't something absolutely necessary. Elder 5 paused for a moment. Unifying the 6 realms was the old lord's wish, but now we follow the current lord. Whatever our lord wishes to do, we'll do, whatever our lord forbids us from doing, we won't. The 2 exchanged glances again and turned to Shereimo, their eyes opening with great sincerity. So, can our lord go back with us now? It doesn't matter if our lord wants to stay with the demon king. As for the others, we'll handle things there ourselves. For 47, resting on Shereimo's head, asked in puzzlement. Young Master Mo, didn't they change their attitude too quickly? Shereimo played with the sharp blade in his hand and responded leisurely. Perhaps it was because they didn't want to deal with these matters in the first place. After all, it was just the original father's last wish, influenced by heavenly Tao. Now that Feng Qian no longer needs the demon clan as stepping stones, they naturally wouldn't focus on those issues anymore. 447 fell silent slightly, looking at the cold gleaming blade in Shereimo's hand. But I feel like they're afraid you might kill them. Shereimo innocently blinked softly. Am I? 447 glanced at the elders who almost swore solemnly, probably not. Since that's settled, you can return and properly explain things to them. I'm about to marry Yu Huaiqi, and no one can stop this. Shereimo said cheerfully, if you want to come drink some celebratory wine at the wedding, I'd be happy to welcome you. But if you don't want to, don't ruin my mood either, or I won't hesitate to show disrespect. His tone grew colder, and the sharp blade spun once more on his fingertips. But. Elder 3 hesitated. Lord, must you stay here? You are the lord of our devil realm. Even if you truly have to marry the demon king, shouldn't this wedding ceremony be held in the devil realm? Elder 5 nodded. Yes, such an important event should also take place in our realm, not the demon realm. This time, Shereimo became quiet. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Shereimo's mouth. Do you think the things in the devil realm are edible? Can they be used for a wedding banquet? Elder 3, this. But then again. Elder 5, haha. Well, time is nearly up. I have to go back, and you can continue doing what you like. Shereimo stood up, stretching his wrists while putting away the blade in his hand. I hope you remember what you've said today, and bring my message to them. Currently, I am your lord. I will not tolerate anyone forcing me to do anything against my will. If any of you still harbor ambitions, I won't stop you, and I certainly won't show mercy towards you. Shereimo smiled sweetly, appearing harmless but carrying a warning in his words. Under his gaze, the two felt their eyelids quiver and rose, speaking respectfully. Yes, we understand. Lord, rest assured, we will return and talk to them carefully. Shereimo cared little about their thoughts and directly turned around to leave. After all, Yu Huichi had been waiting for him to return, and he couldn't make that jealous guy wait too long. Thinking this, Shereimo quickened his pace. As soon as he stepped out of the 9 fragrant tower, he sensed a burning gaze land on him. His steps faltered slightly, and 447 reminded him in his ear. Little Mo, it's Feng Qian who has come looking for you. It seems he's gone crazy searching for you. He arrived faster than I expected. He probably acquired quite a few treasures during this time. 447 sighed with admiration. Confirming the person following him, Shereimo's furrowed brows relaxed. The corner of his eye twitched slightly as he cast a glance around him, then turned and slipped into an unoccupied alley. The moment he entered the alley, a figure suddenly darted from behind him and tightly embraced him. Aimo. A familiar voice sounded in his ear, low and hoarse, filled with ambiguous undertones. Shereimo did not push Feng Qian away, instead, he tilted his head slightly to meet that deep gaze. Just one look was enough for him to clearly feel how Feng Qian was right now in his state of overwhelming darkness value. Ai Qi. Shereimo's lips curled up just as he was about to say something when Feng Qian suddenly grabbed the back of his neck and kissed him fiercely. Feng Qian's kisses used to be very tender, but today they were utterly wild. It was as if he was venting his dissatisfaction over being betrayed and deceived. Shereimo could sense Feng Qian trembling all over, so at the moment, he didn't push the person away either. Instead, he closed his eyes and responded to the kiss. The next moment, he felt something enter his mouth. You. His eyelashes trembled lightly as his gaze towards Feng Qian changed. It was a pill that Feng Qian had forced into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact with saliva, leaving Shereimo no chance to resist. In just an instant, Shereimo felt dizzy, lost all strength, and fell directly into Feng Qian's arms. Before Shereimo completely lost consciousness, watching himself being cradled horizontally by Feng Qian, watching the smile on his lips, all he felt was a faint sense of helplessness. Indeed, Feng Qian's villainy quotient had peaked. The main character's smile was more villainous than any antagonist's. But he didn't have much time left to think about that. Shereimo completely lost consciousness in Feng Qian's arms. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the courtyard where he had started. Feng Qian sat beside his bed, holding a bowl of soup. Aimo, you're awake. Have some soup first. Feng Qian's voice was extremely gentle, showing no trace of villainy. However, Shereimo noticed something odd. Both Feng Qian and he himself were wearing wedding robes, and the quilt covering them was embroidered with auspicious characters in red silk. There were no chains binding him, yet he could not sense his own cultivation powers. His entire body was lacking in strength. He could only lean against Feng Qian's chest to sit upright. 447 rolled around on the soft quilt. Little Mo, Feng Qian has sealed your powers. You can't leave here now. If it had been earlier, 447 would have definitely worried a lot. But now, he had already gotten used to it. In his view, this was merely part of their game of playing along with Shereimo. If Shereimo wasn't willing, they could leave at any time. Since Shereimo hadn't pushed Feng Qian away, 447 knew from the start that he wanted to play along. Still, little Mo, Yu Huichi already knows you've been taken hostage. He's on his way. Although Feng Qian has done some things to delay his arrival for a while, they share a connection. Eventually, Yu Huichi will find you. At that time, you'll have to face both of them simultaneously. 447 kept talking incessantly, seeming to think of something, then suddenly looked up at Shereimo who was drinking soup obediently while leaning against Feng Qian. Then you continue to play slowly, I'll go back and download some novels and dramas. He had a premonition that for the next while, he might be locked in the black room again. It would be better for him to retreat into the system space ahead of time. Shereimo did not stop him, tacitly approving his behavior. Feng Qian gently wiped the soup residue from Shereimo's lips, then pressed a kiss onto his brow. Aimo, you deceived me, but it doesn't matter. I'll forgive you. I've already prepared everything. Feng Qian toyed with a strand of Shereimo's hair, sighing softly. I originally intended to give you a grand wedding banquet known throughout the 6 realms. But then I was afraid that you might leave me, as it would take quite a bit of time to prepare all these things. So. Chapter 154, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 44. Let's seal the bond of Taoist companions first. Feng Qian softly chuckled, yet his eyes were dark like an unfading ink blot. Amo, you said it yourself, we are already Taoist companions. Since you approached me under this identity, don't even think about leaving me. Feng Qian gently grazed Amo's lips with his fingertips, murmuring softly. You owe me from before, and I will reclaim everything bit by bit. Shereimo tilted his head slightly upward as he stared at Feng Qian, their gazes locking in eyes brimming with insanity that wanted nothing more than to drown him. He had no doubt that if he dared to voice refusal now, it would drive Feng Qian mad. Shereimo's gaze flickered once, and a crooked smile slowly curved his lips. Raising his hand, he caressed Feng Qian's face, a fleeting mischievous gleam crossing his eyes before disappearing. Evidently realizing what Shereimo intended to do, 447 hastily interjected. Wait, little Mo, wait. Don't provoke him, let's talk after we return to the system space. Saying so, 447 unhesitatingly returned to the system space. He did not wish to stay here, continuing to be part of their play. With 447 gone, Shereimo let out a light chuckle, his voice slow and tinged with a challenging undertone. What if I don't want to? You've already realized that I deliberately approached you, so you should also know that. Before Shereimo could finish his sentence, Feng Qian's expression shifted abruptly. In one swift motion, he flipped them over, pinning Shereimo beneath him on the bed while claiming his lips, cutting off whatever words remained. Stimulated by Shereimo, Feng Qian was already teetering on the edge of total darkness, now entirely uncontrollable. Shereimo's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly as he allowed Feng Qian to tear apart his clothes wildly, yet he simply turned his head, laughing lightly near Feng Qian's ear. Ah Qi, it's been so long since we've met. It seems your speed has slowed down quite a bit. The nonchalant tease stung Feng Qian deeply. Though Feng Qian's body stiffened briefly, his eyes grew wilder, and his hands moved quicker. Is that so? If you're unsure, how about letting me prove otherwise? Though Feng Qian laughed as well, there was not a shred of amusement in his gaze. Shereimo wrapped his leg around Feng Qian's waist and encircled his neck with his hands, leaning up to steal a kiss from the corner of his lips. In that case, let me take a look. Ah Qi. Don't disappoint me. Shereimo weakly raised his hand but ended up helplessly leaning against Feng Qian, devoid of strength to struggle further. He'd forgotten his cultivation had been sealed by Feng Qian. Meanwhile, Feng Qian not only repaired his spiritual roots and regained his powers but also encountered several opportunities for growth along the way. Amo, don't worry. These past days, I've gained many things and have discovered various dual cultivation secret techniques. We'll have plenty of time and chances to experiment step by step. Feng Qian cradled Shereimo in his arms, playing idly with his hair while laughing softly. Lacking the energy to respond, Shereimo truly hadn't anticipated that besides opportunity, Feng Qian seemed intentionally carrying something else close to him all along, but he refrained from commenting on it. However, no matter how much he tried to endure, Shereimo glared at this man who had been tormenting him endlessly, now feeling satisfied as he held him tightly. Unable to bear it any longer, he kicked him off the bed, irritably ordering. I'm hungry, go fetch some food for me. Caught off guard, Feng Qian was momentarily dazed after being kicked onto the floor. Yet upon hearing Shereimo's words, he instinctively rose to his feet, agreeing with a fine, and prepared to leave the room to fetch something to eat. It wasn't until he nearly stepped outside that he belatedly realized something wasn't right and turned back to look at Shereimo. On the bed, Shereimo had already curled up in the blanket, facing away from him, and fallen into a deep slumber. Feng Qian's lips twitched slightly. He originally thought Shereimo intentionally sent him away to use the chance to escape. But Shereimo was sound asleep. After pondering for a moment, just before leaving, Feng Qian set another barrier around the room, ensuring Shereimo wouldn't be able to leave, before turning to get his meal. Having abandoned him once already, Feng Qian didn't want to experience such loss a second time. Feng Qian thought that Shereimo was being so compliant to him, even taking the initiative to choose a time to form the bond of Taoist companions with him, merely to seize an opportunity to escape. But for several days in a row, Shereimo showed not the slightest intention of fleeing. Even when Feng Qian wanted to practice dual cultivation, Shereimo neither rejected nor resisted him but instead cooperated fully. Shereimo would only kick him off the bed when he became too rough and wouldn't let him sleep in the same bed. Neither of them had brought up Yu Huaiqi again, nor the reason why Shereimo had left him. Sometimes Feng Qian would feel as if they were back to the initial days spent in this little courtyard. Yet deep down, he knew they couldn't go back to those days. Although he'd been here accompanying Shereimo these past days preparing for the bond of Taoist companions, he hadn't neglected affairs outside either, especially matters concerning the demon realm. Feng Qian gazed at Shereimo who sat by the window sipping tea. He embraced him gently from behind. Amo, tomorrow is an excellent day. I've prepared everything already, tomorrow we will become Taoist companions. Feng Qian rubbed his head lightly against Shereimo's shoulder-neck area as he spoke. Without waiting for a reply, he continued on his own accord. Once we have formed the bond of Taoist companions, no one will be able to take you away from me anymore, not even you Huaiqi. Shereimo had initially lifted his hand to caress Feng Qian's face, but upon hearing that name, his fingers trembled slightly. He tried withdrawing his hand but was abruptly seized by Feng Qian, who placed a kiss on his fingertips. "Amo, I never imagined that you would be the demonic lord." Feng Qian murmured in a small, aggrieved voice, "So did you approach me under the guise of a Taoist companion for Yu Huaiqi or to unify the 6 realms? Amo, I am no longer that worthless person now. Whatever it is you want to do, I can help you achieve it, and whatever you desire, I can give you. Won't you just stay with me?" "Achi, do you even know what you're saying?" Shereimo questioned, reflecting internally that it was about time to inform Feng Qian about everything. After all, calculating the timeline, Yu Huaiqi would likely come searching soon. It was all well and good to play around, but if the matter wasn't clarified soon enough, these two were bound to fight. A minor conflict might be acceptable. However, given Feng Qian's current escalating level of darkness, if these two were truly to clash, they would certainly kill each other. And this was absolutely not what Shereimo wanted to see. "I certainly do. Whatever he can give you, I can too. Even the demon realm, as long as you want it, I can find a way to get it for you." Feng Qian looked at Shereimo with eyes burning fervently and genuinely, with a touch of madness lurking within. He had always known that the demonic lord in the demon realm harbored ambitions of unifying the 6 realms. Thus, after identifying Shereimo as the demonic lord and Yu Huaiqi as the king of demons, Feng Qian quickly formed some speculations in his mind. Shereimo approached him initially and later intended to marry Yu Huaiqi, possibly all for the sake of unifying the 6 realms. But so what? As long as Shereimo desired it, he would assist him. "Amo." In response, Shereimo delivered a slap that wasn't too light or heavy onto his head and ruffled his hair. "You. Is your mind always filled with such thoughts?" Seemingly exasperated, Shereimo let out a light sigh and stood up. "Since you've uncovered so much, why haven't you thoroughly investigated and found out that I, this demonic lord, have zero interest in unifying the 6 realms?" Hearing this while looking at his expression, Feng Qian couldn't help but pause momentarily. "Amo. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? My meaning is that my approach toward both of you wasn't for the purpose of unifying the 6 realms. Approaching you wasn't for the cultivation realm, and approaching him wasn't for the demon realm." Shereimo glanced at Feng Qian and faintly curved his lips into a shallow smile. This caused Feng Qian to momentarily become disoriented. Then, as Shereimo parted his thin lips and slowly spoke, "I approached you, got close to him, simply because I like you both." "Feng Qian, I like you. What about him? Yu Huaiqi. Do you like him too?" Feng Qian grabbed Shereimo's wrist and asked in a stubborn and urgent tone. Shereimo remained calm. "Yes, I like him." Feng Qian stared at him for quite a while, pressed his lips together, seemingly deliberating over something. Finally, he hesitantly opened his mouth. "Then you can only form the Taoist companion bond with me. I will be your only companion, I am your rightful spouse." Shereimo. Poof. Shereimo had originally intended to see what Feng Qian would say, but after all that hesitation, this was the result. "Amo, don't laugh at me. I just don't want to make you unhappy. If it's something you like, then I'm willing to compromise for you, and I'm willing to accept him for you." As Feng Qian said this, he turned his head, revealing a look of loneliness that was perfectly proportioned, his restraint and control evident as if he had already made the largest possible compromise he could make. Yet Shereimo wasn't aware that from the moment he confessed he liked Yu Huaiqi. Feng Qian had silently been pondering about finding an opportune time to return and eliminate Yu Huaiqi. "Feng Qian. I never knew you were so adorable," Shereimo said with a chuckle while gently kneading Feng Qian's ear tips, watching as Feng Qian's ears reddened completely under his touch. He then slowly continued explaining. "Don't worry, I'm not the type who plays around with 2 people. I said I like both of you because the 2 of you are actually one person. Feng Qian, Yu Huaiqi has already known about this matter. Occasionally, he still senses your presence. I find it hard to believe you haven't doubted or suspected the relationship between you 2 at all." As Shereimo spoke, he carefully observed the subtle changes in Feng Qian's expression. At the beginning, Feng Qian's pupils contracted instantly, showing some shock, but soon after accepted the fact without resistance. Upon hearing Shereimo saying this, for reasons unknown, perhaps reflecting on something, his complexion abruptly changed, his features darkening slightly. The hand which hung loosely by his side clenched into a fist, prominent veins bulging on the back of his hand as he almost ground out through gritted teeth. "Yes, I can indeed sense it." Seeing such a strong reaction from Feng Qian, Shereimo couldn't help but arch an eyebrow, feeling somewhat suspicious within. If merely sensing the other's existence wouldn't provoke such anger. Feng Qian interjected hurriedly, "Wait, Amo, do you mean that he and I are the same person and I can feel everything he does? So, I can feel what he is doing, and he can feel what I am doing?" This caused Shereimo to involuntarily narrow his eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind, and his smile dimming a little. I'm not quite sure about this, after all, I'm not the two of you, so naturally I wouldn't know exactly how much each of you can sense. It seemed that the mutual perception between them went beyond simply sensing each other's location. According to what Feng Qian described, they even sensed each other's actions. Considering the special period when Shereimo spent time with Yu Huaiqi. And also considering recently how much Feng Qian kept following him closely during dual cultivation. They could both perceive each other and mutually sense these actions. Shereimo's eyelid twitched, and he started to develop a foreboding feeling in his heart. An intuition told him that he must quickly let one of them ascend so their souls could restore properly. So, it's like that. Feng Qian suddenly chuckled aloud, but there was no joy in his eyes. It's like that. Now I understand why during our time in the secret realm, He looked at Shereimo standing before him, deep in thought, unable to utter the remaining words. Amo, since we are one person and since you like me, then isn't having just me enough? Feng Qian asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with coldness. Shereimo sighed helplessly. Feng Qian, are you planning to kill yourself? Feng Qian did not answer, but clearly harbored such intentions. Previously, he thought it was a problem with his body, because he missed Shereimo too much, leading to those wild delusions. But looking at the situation now, it seemed those were due to the time Yu Huaiqi spent every day and night with Shereimo. While he was anxiously trying to resolve all problems so that he could marry Shereimo. Unbeknownst to him, Shereimo was with Yu Huaiqi. Just imagining such a scene drove Feng Qian mad. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Shereimo with an expression of grievance, but we aren't the same person right now. I am a cultivator, and he is from the demon race. We're absolutely not the same person. Amo, do you prefer me or him? Shereimo, I thought you'd be more curious about why the two of you have become this way. Unexpectedly, the guy was troubled over which fragment he favored more. Feng Qian sniffed lightly, I don't care about that. I only care about you. So, Amo, who do you like more? Shereimo blinked, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If I were to say I like him more, would you drag me into another dual cultivation session again? I wouldn't mind, but it seems that if you were to pull me into a dual cultivation now, he could also possibly feel. Chapter 155, on how to coax a demonic lord into dual cultivation, 45. Feng Qian looked into Shereimo's smiling eyes, opening and closing his mouth for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The fierce fire of jealousy that had flared up in his heart seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water, disappearing instantly. He indeed wanted to do that just now. He didn't want to hurt Shereimo, so even though he knew Shereimo had betrayed him, left him, and was with Yu Huaiqi. All he wanted was to keep this person by his side. He temporarily sealed Shereimo's cultivation, preventing him from leaving. If Shereimo really told him that he preferred Yu Huaiqi, Feng Qian felt he would go crazy. Yet the only outrageous thing he could do to Shereimo was to pull him into dual cultivation. Leaving his scent and marks all over this person, inside and out, making him remember that he belonged to him, making him cry and beg for mercy while repeatedly calling him husband. As for Yu Huaiqi, even if he was truly part of him, another version of himself, he absolutely wouldn't let him off easily. But now, recalling what Shereimo said earlier, Feng Qian's eyes revealed a look of struggle, then he closed them, concealing the coldness at their bottom. Even if he wanted to drag Shereimo into dual cultivation. The thought that Yu Huaiqi could perceive everything they did, just like how he used to feel before. Feng Qian knew exactly what that felt like, there was no way he could accept it. Well Aki, I've said it before, both of you are essentially one person, there's no need to sulk at each other. Shereimo said with a smile, if I were to say who between the two of you I care more about, naturally. He paused suddenly midway. Looking at Feng Qian who had turned his head away, but whose ears twitched due to his words, he couldn't help but press down the smile at the corners of his lips, speaking softly. Of course, I care more about you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for me to find you first, ignoring his affections for you. Aki, if I weren't truly fond of you, would I ever have approached you as a cultivator? Shereimo toyed with a strand of Feng Qian's hair, speaking gently. You know I am the demonic lord, and should also understand that given your state back then, I could have easily bound you and dragged you back to the demon realm without any resistance on your part. But I didn't. I couldn't bear seeing you hurt or humiliated in any way. Saying this, Shereimo sighed, releasing the strand of Feng Qian's hair, his voice lowering slightly. At that time when you lost your memories, I decided to approach you as a cultivator to help you. Feng Qian felt deeply moved by Shereimo's words, softening his gaze. To be precise, upon hearing Shereimo express his greater concern for him, his lips instinctively curved upward, unable to suppress the joy he felt. He knew it, even though he and that so-called demon king might be the same person, Shereimo surely cared about him most. Feng Qian suppressed his thoughts, his lips moving. Just as he was about to ask why Shereimo chose Yu Huaiqi and left him despite caring for him the most, Shereimo spoke again. But you're the same person. If it weren't for being framed and manipulated by some unsavory elements, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Aki, although I care more about you, I can't abandon him either. Shereimo's tone shifted abruptly, adding a hint of seriousness. I must help you both. Only when you ascend to become immortal and return to the divine realm, and when your souls reunite as one with his, can we be together forever. Why? Why does it necessarily include him? Unable to hold back, Feng Qian blurted out the thought concealed within his heart. Amo, since you care more about me than him, and we're separate individuals now, why don't we get rid of him completely? You want me to ascend and return to the divine realm, which with my current cultivation level, I can achieve within 3 years. But right now, he's nothing but a demon, even a demon king is still of the demon race. For him to ascend to immortality is incredibly difficult. Mentioning Yu Huiqi, Feng Qian revealed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, and his tone turned cold. Since he's nothing but a useless being incapable of fulfilling your wish, there's clearly no reason for him to exist. Shereimo. When Shereimo heard the word useless, his expression toward Feng Qian shifted subtly. He reasonably suspected that Feng Qian's repeated labeling of someone as a waste was due to harboring resentment over Yu Huiqi previously calling him useless. Seeing Feng Qian preparing to say more, seemingly unable to wait to draw his sword and cut down Yu Huiqi on the spot. Shereimo's eyelid twitched slightly. He raised his hand immediately, holding both sides of Feng Qian's face, forcing him to look straight into his eyes. Under Shereimo's intense stare, Feng Qian felt a bit uneasy for a moment, even turning a faint shade of red in the face. Yet Shereimo gave him no chance to evade. Indifferent to his embarrassment, he spoke earnestly. Aki, there are things I still can't tell you now, but please trust me. If you fail to return to the celestial realm, and if you cannot merge your soul with his. Shereimo's last sentence came out softly, lowering his gaze slightly. His eyes revealed a flicker of regret, carrying melancholy in his tone. However, these words weren't said merely to console Feng Qian. After all, dealing with one special period from Yu Huiqi had been exhausting enough, and Feng Qian wasn't as carefree as before. If they didn't hurry up and fuse their souls together, he could manage both of them for a short time, but prolonged handling would leave him truly overwhelmed. Even worse, their senses were interconnected during certain times. Thankfully, they didn't have those intentions right now, otherwise, it might lead to more trouble. Shereimo gathered his thoughts, blinking lightly, pulling a bitter smile. Aki, I've told you everything I can tell you now. I want to stay by your side forever, so don't make this hard for me, alright? I only hope that you both will be fine, that you ascend smoothly and repair your soul. I don't want to see you fight each other to the death. Amo, don't be like this. I won't attack him anymore, I won't kill him, Amo, don't be sad. For the first time, Feng Qian was alarmed at seeing Shereimo like this. He hurriedly hugged him, patting his back gently as a sign of comfort, soothing and coaxing at the same time. Amo, rest assured. I was just saying it earlier, after all, he is my other half of the soul. How could I possibly fight against myself? At the moment, Feng Qian forgot all about his previous plans of where to bury Yu Huiqi's body quietly. All he wanted was to properly comfort Shereimo, unwilling to see his sorrowful expressions anymore. Shereimo didn't respond to Feng Qian's words. A single tear rolled down from his eye, falling precisely onto the tip of Feng Qian's finger, which was resting against his cheek. Feng Qian suddenly felt an intense tremor in his heart. That tear seemed to have fallen directly onto his heart, causing his heartstrings to tighten along with it, feeling as if searing flames were licking his insides. Amo. Stop crying, alright? Be good and don't cry. I'll do anything you ask. If you don't trust me, I'll take the oath of heart demons right away, promising not to harm him, so stop crying. Leaning down, Feng Qian kissed the corner of Shereimo's eyes where the tears had gathered, speaking tenderly in an effort to soothe him. However, he was too preoccupied thinking about how to placate Shereimo and didn't notice the subtle curve forming at the corner of Shereimo's lips. Shereimo allowed himself to remain hugged by Feng Qian, yet inwardly sighed, thinking about how easy it was to appease this little dog. Just a few sweet words, smoothing over the ruffled feathers, made everything smoother thereafter. There's no need for that, Aki, you clearly know how much I care for you, so how could I possibly let you take such an oath? Shereimo caught Feng Qian's wrist, stopping him from attempting to swear the vow. He relied on Feng Qian ascending and merging their souls. There was absolutely no room for any potential hazard. Shereimo smiled, adding, still, every word you just said has been recorded by my memory stone. So from now on, I don't ever want to hear or see you raising a hand against Yu Huiqi. Focus on cultivation, aim for rapid ascension, restore your soul quickly, and then we can be together forever. Or else, consider losing me entirely. Waving the memory stone in front of Feng Qian, Shereimo pocketed the item carefully. Feng Qian remained standing in place, still hugging Shereimo, his entire being dazed. Wait, what just happened? How did Shereimo even have a memory stone? And what exactly did he say? Feng Qian felt utterly confused, his brain muddled, revealing a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Seeing his lack of response, Shereimo narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. Why that expression? Feng Qian, were the words you just said all for coaxing me? Feng Qian, so you were deceiving me just now? I didn't. I certainly wasn't deceiving you. I was just. Feng Qian instinctively contradicted but couldn't make a proper rebuttal. He just felt there was something off with Shereimo's words earlier, though he couldn't tell exactly what it was. It's fine as long as you weren't deceiving me. It doesn't matter if others deceive me, they will pay their price, but you must not. Feng Qian, you must never deceive me. Shereimo chuckled softly and then cupped Feng Qian's face, planting a kiss on his lips. At this, Feng Qian inadvertently brightened his eyes, instantly casting away the doubts that had lingered in his mind. Amo, don't worry. I've promised you, and I will surely make it happen, I absolutely won't deceive you. Feng Qian gripped Shereimo's hand, spoke seriously with a firm look in his eyes. Now, all of his previous thoughts about killing Yu Huaiqi were completely erased. Though he still didn't know what had happened to bring them to this state. He knew he wanted to be with Shereimo forever. No matter the cost, he would stay by Shereimo's side. Even if deep down he wanted to get rid of Yu Huaiqi to monopolize Shereimo's heart. He had no choice but to suppress his malevolence for now. Shereimo looked into Feng Qian's eyes and let out a slight sigh of relief. The situation with Feng Qian was handled, but he still harbored concerns regarding Yu Huaiqi. Nevertheless, whatever the case, with him mediating between them, Feng Qian had given up his plans to kill Yu Huaiqi, and Yu Huaiqi alone couldn't start any conflict either. Shereimo silently contemplated organizing the persuasion tactics used on Feng Qian. When an appropriate time came, he'd use similar language to speak with Yu Huaiqi. After all, as part of the same soul, in most aspects, their thought processes were extremely similar. If these methods worked on Feng Qian, there wouldn't be any issue dealing with Yu Huaiqi either. Both harboring hidden thoughts, neither pursued the matter further. On the second day, Feng Qian prepared everything early for the bonding ceremony of becoming Dao partners. In this small courtyard, he even hung red silk ribbons from the tree branches. Feng Qian only wished for Shereimo to quickly become his partner in Dao, simplifying all the ceremonies, yet including every essential element. Amo, after today, you will be my sole partner in Dao, and no one will be able to snatch you away from me. Dressed in a large red robe, Feng Qian held Shereimo's hand in one hand and a goblet of wine in the other. By Feng Qian's side, Shereimo wore the same red robe. Upon hearing his words, he slightly turned his head to look at him and smiled. Shereimo reached out and picked up the goblet from the nearby table. All right, starting from today, I will be your only. Before Shereimo could finish his sentence, another voice interrupted. So, are the two of you going to form a partnership today? How can you not inform me of such an important matter, almost making me miss this joyous toast? That familiar voice filled with coldness and anger caused Shereimo's fingers to contract slightly. The next moment, the sound of a shattered wine glass echoed around them. Feng Qian's cup had broken in his hand, its shards also cutting his palm, leaving the air tinged with a very faint metallic smell. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through the petals from the trees, lifting up and swirling around their robes, completely enveloping and blocking their vision. Feng Qian furrowed his brows, flicking his sleeve to release a stream of spiritual energy. Instantly, the fierce wind dispersed, and the petals gently drifted back down to the ground. But when he saw the scene clearly in front of him, his expression changed drastically. Shereimo was now held tightly in Yu Huaiqi's arms, and strangely, Yu Huaiqi was wearing red robes as well. Although the wind was dispelled by Feng Qian, some remnants swayed their clothes and scattered petals fell onto their shoulders and intertwined hair tips, creating an aesthetically captivating picture. This idyllic imagery was anything but pleasing to Feng Qian. Ignoring the wound on his hand, Feng Qian narrowed his eyes coldly, summoned his sword, and pointed its tip straight at Yu Huaiqi's throat. Yu Huaiqi. Let him go. Feng Qian barked sharply. If it hadn't been for the last shred of reason reminding him of his promise to Shereimo, he would have already plunged the sword downward. Yu Huaiqi looked at Feng Qian, and facing his threat, merely arched an eyebrow provocatively, flashing a rather challenging smile. Then, sidestepping behind Shereimo, he still kept his arms around Shereimo's waist and rested his head on his shoulder, his voice light with a faint tinge of grievance. Amo, he's so mean, pulling out the sword at every little thing. I'm so scared. Chapter 156, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 46. What are you pretending? Feng Qian gritted his teeth, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had assumed that Yu Huaiqi would simply fight him outright. As long as Yu Huaiqi struck first, then Feng Qian could defend himself without violating the promise he made to Shereimo the previous day. But unexpectedly, Yu Huaiqi showed no intention of fighting, instead, he hid behind Shereimo and acted aggrieved. Yet all Yu Huaiqi did was give him a gentle smile, tightening his embrace around Shereimo's waist, pulling him entirely flush against his body. What to do, brother Amo? Your good cultivation partner seems not to tolerate me, your official husband. Look how he wants to fight us. A man who only knows violence is certainly undesirable. Not like me, I don't even have my sword out because I can't bear seeing you upset. Shereimo. Shereimo's eyelid twitched slightly. Initially, there was some resignation. Suddenly, 447 appeared out of nowhere, thoroughly enjoying the drama. Leaning close to his ear, 447 cheerfully spoke. Not like me who only cares for brother. Shereimo smiled faintly, quietly striking 447 off his shoulder. Then he slapped Yu Huaiqi's hand away and broke free from his embrace. Brother Amo. Yu Huaiqi paused, clearly not expecting Shereimo to suddenly strike him or leave his embrace. Feng Qian hesitated at this moment, but then put away his sword. Watching Yu Huaiqi, he slowly revealed a smile, which carried a hint of provocation. Yuhuachi, since you know that Brother Mo is my cultivation partner, you should also be aware that I am his official husband. As for you, ha. Feng Qiyuan gave a slight laugh, glancing at Shereimo but pressing down the words, his disdain unmasked in his eyes. Then, with an extremely gentle tone, he addressed, Brother Mo, come to my side. You promised me that today we would become cultivation partners. As for certain people, since they've shown up, why don't they sit aside and watch? I don't mind them drinking a toast with us. Feng Qiyuan intentionally emphasized, you promised me, slightly. Shereimo didn't doubt that if Feng Qiyuan had a tail, it would definitely be wagging high right now. A flicker of coldness crossed Yuhuachi's eyes, and his expression darkened. Still, he shifted his gaze toward Shereimo, softening his voice, smiling warmly as he said. Brother Mo, you promised me, and we are to marry. I know it was him who took you away, and these days I've been looking for you everywhere, yet never neglected our wedding preparations. Now everything is ready, just return with me, and we will get married today. Brother Mo, you promised me. The final sentence Yuhuachi uttered was soft, his smile fading slightly while a deeper expectation lingered in his eyes. He awaited Shereimo's decision in response. Tisk, Yuhuachi, you're only standing here before us saying these things now because you hold the other half of my soul essence. All along, Brother Mo has liked me, and his indulgence and promises to you, they're all because of me. Standing between the two, Shereimo remained silent, neither leaning towards nor making a choice. This left Feng Qiyuan rather unnerved. While outwardly pretending to remain calm and taunting Yuhuachi, Feng Qiyuan walked closer to Shereimo and extended his hand, ready to bring Shereimo to his side. Meanwhile, though Yuhuachi was somewhat affected by Feng Qiyuan's words and ground his slightly pointed teeth, he remained vigilant regarding Feng Qiyuan's movements. When Feng Qiyuan reached for Shereimo, Yuhuachi reacted instantly by reaching out as well. Initially intending just to watch the spectacle unfold without any physical conflict, Shereimo suddenly found himself being grabbed on either wrist by the two men, taken aback momentarily. Brother Mo, it's about time we formed the cultivation bond. Brother Mo. Come back with me. We shall marry today. Both voices echoed simultaneously in his ears, both laced with evident gritted teeth resentment. They both moved forward simultaneously, flanking Shereimo on either side. 447 pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from a small pocket and began munching on them, watching Shereimo caught in the middle with amusement. Little Momo, a friendly reminder, their levels of darkness are very high right now, hovering dangerously close to explosion. Based on my extensive experience completing such tasks, whether or not their darkness explodes is closely related to your response. So, Momo, have you decided who to choose yet? 447 blinked an eye while saying this since even he hadn't seen Shereimo in this kind of situation before. TSK, but who could blame the guy whose soul split into two pieces? A relationship meant for two had turned into a triangle. Despite knowing each other was a part of themselves, jealousy flared up anyway. Shaking his head and munching on sunflower seeds, 447 couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He truly wanted to see how Shereimo would balance both situations fairly now, comforting both simultaneously. It was manageable when dealing with just one person at a time. But now, both individuals stood before him awaiting an answer. If Shereimo were to lean toward either of them unintentionally, it'd surely trigger a catastrophic explosion from the other, their darkness escalating uncontrollably. The consequences, too terrifying to imagine. Shereimo glanced at his seized wrists and the two men almost gluing themselves onto him, along with 447 enjoying the show and cracking sunflower seeds. Alright, stop all this nonsense. Why are you bickering? Making a racket for what? With that, Shereimo decisively pulled both his hands out forcibly and delivered a slap on each of their heads. This move not only stunned Yuhuachi and Feng Qiyuan, but also made 447, who'd been watching the drama unfold, freeze. Sunflower seeds spilled all over the floor. But at this moment, all attention was fixed solely on Shereimo, neither noticed the commotion around. Shereimo calmly looked at 447. A single glance jolted 447 into alertness. He immediately clasped his head, shouting. Momo. I'm your system, alright. If you hit them, you're not allowed to hit me. The next instant, 447 sensed an intangible suction pulling him forward. A smack landed moderately but firmly on his buttocks. Shereimo smiled, just doing it as a side thing. The previously hand-covering 447 wailed, "Oh-ay-oh. Momo, you're bullying your system." Wiping his butt, 447 whimpered softly as he retreated back into the system space, too fearful Shereimo might tap his head again to continue looking on. Yuhuachi was used to Shereimo occasionally lashing out toward empty air and remained composed at this moment. Feng Qiyuan, witnessing this scene, saw a flicker of shock flash across his eyes, but seeing Yuhuachi's calmness, he didn't question it. Compared to Shereimo's unexpected strike toward thin air, Feng Qiyuan wondered far more about which path Shereimo would choose. Even though yesterday, Shereimo solemnly assured him that among the two, he valued Feng Qiyuan the most. That couldn't alter the fact Shereimo had once left because of Yuhuachi. Tension tightened Feng Qiyuan's heart, he became increasingly anxious. His hand stretched slightly, intending to pull Shereimo closer, but ultimately retracted, only voicing softly. Amo, you will choose me, won't you? Yuhuachi wasn't about to be outdone, lips pressed together as he gazed earnestly at Shereimo, sincerity and expectation reflected in his eyes, repeating his earlier words. Amo, you've promised me. Fine then, since you both know where you stand now, let's quit this quarrel, shall we? Shereimo sighed softly, raising his hands again to gently press against their heads, softening his tone considerably, evidently taking on a demeanor of soothing children. You both are parts of the same person's soul, my fondness for both is genuine, there's absolutely no way for me to make any choice between you two. Why must there be arguments over this matter? But you clearly agreed before that from now on, you'd stay by my side. Even if you liked both our halves equally as you claimed, you favored me. Yuhuachi voiced his grievance with full regret, tears brimming in his eyes. However, as he said these words, he summoned his sword already. His stance showed clearly if Shereimo refused to recall those former promises or return with him willingly, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Feng Qiyuan to forcefully take Shereimo back. Feng Qiyuan nearly instantly grasped Yuhuachi's intention and gripped his own sword tightly in response. There was hardly a comparable match between Feng Qiyuan's sword and Yuhuachi's slayer sword. Still, the pressure emanating from Feng Qiyuan's presence outweighed Yuhuachi's slightly. Even knowing that in their current state, if they really clashed, both would inevitably end in defeat and injury. Yet neither held any intention to retreat. By now, they fully realized that what Shereimo spoke before them always diverged completely. Facing one party or another, he always claimed he cared more deeply for whoever stood before him. Yet what did it matter? Neither of them would let go, no matter who Amo favored. The atmosphere was thick with tension, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Amo observed the two poised for a battle, his lips curling less and the mirth fading from his eyes. So. You both remember my words clearly, yet have you entirely forgotten my command against turning on each other? There was an edge of coldness in Amo's voice now. This immediately quelled the fiery readiness of both men. They looked up at him, their discontent clear but their mouths sealed. I haven't forgotten. I wasn't about to fight him, I just wanted to intimidate him. But he truly seeks my death, Feng Qiyuan said, glancing pointedly at Yuhuachi's slayer sword. Not only did Yuhuachi not sheath the sword, but he also lifted his chin arrogantly. What? Jealous that I possess such a fine blade? This one was personally acquired by me with Amo's companionship. Feng Qiyuan. Something seemed to break inside him. Even conceding that this man was truly the other half of his soul, even acknowledging Amo's prior promise, couldn't he still find a way to kill this half? Amo. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qiyuan feigned disinterest in arguing with Yuhuachi. Instead, he poured another glass of wine, gazing intently at Amo. Today should have marked our union as Tao partners. I can coexist peacefully with him, dedicating myself to cultivation for swift ascension back to the divine realm. I don't wish to make things difficult for you, before then, your partner shall be only one person, me alone. With those words, Feng Qiyuan offered the glass of wine towards Amo, pressing it lightly against his lips. He thought, if Amo drank this wine and became his Tao partner, with that identity being solely his. Then he'd step back, ceasing any hostility toward Yuhuachi. After all, Amo had stated that once he ascended earlier, Yuhuachi's fragment would return to his body. At that point, none of these current issues would persist, and Amo would ultimately belong exclusively to him. Beneath Feng Qiyuan's apparent calm gaze, there burned a hidden, almost frantic fervor, but suppressed. Yuhuachi scoffed disdainfully and snatched the wineglass from his hand. You sound so noble, as though sacrificing much. Who knows what grievances you've endured for Amo? Amo, if you agree to wed and return with me to the demon realm, I'll become your sole queen consort. As for him. Yuhuachi paused momentarily, his expression a sardonic mix as he glanced at Feng Qiyuan. Since he's willing to live harmoniously, it stands to reason I wouldn't attempt his life either. Still, as my other half soul, now esteemed as divine lord, it wouldn't do to mistreat him. Let's simply take him back to the demon realm, perhaps as a concubine wouldn't be inappropriate. How dare you claim to be the main spouse? Amo initially chose me. Feng Qiyuan clenched his teeth while Yuhuachi laughed haughtily. Who can help it? I am the king of demons. Your realms of immortals and demons have never been friendly, but mine differs. Our joining aligns perfectly. Amo interjected mercilessly, your demon realm doesn't always align with ours either. Amo. Ignoring Yuhuachi's protest, Amo tipped the proffered wine glass and downed it all. The cup he personally poured, and you fed to me, I accepted. Amo smiled faintly. I've said it already, no need to fret so much. The Tao-endorsed union shall have but one person, however, you're fundamentally the same individual. So even if we all form a Tao bond, the heavens won't deny it. As he spoke cheerfully, he glanced upward. Unseen, clouds silently gathered where no one noticed. Upon catching his eye, they vanished instantly, as though they had never been there. Amo raised a hand to caress Yuhuachi's face gently. His other finger pressed lightly on Feng Qiyuan's lips. Both Yuhuachi and Feng Qiyuan, sensing something unusual, fell silent quickly, their eyes flickering downwards in unease. Raising an eyebrow, Amo grabbed 2 more cups, filled them with wine, and handed them out together. Of course, if either of you isn't willing, you don't have to drink this cup of wine. A well-behaved puppy can be indulged and coaxed, but if it doesn't listen too well, it needs a proper lesson. Shereimo's lips curled slightly in a smile, yet his eyes narrowed, concealing the fleeting cold gleam within. When two bowls of water can't be balanced by persuasion alone, then they'll just have to be forcibly leveled. The one who chooses not to drink will surely receive a good lesson from him. Unexpectedly, both only exchanged deep gazes with him before simultaneously taking the wineglasses into their mouths and finishing the wine in one go. What's more important is... Chapter 157, on how to coax a demon lord for dual cultivation, 47. The way they looked at him was exactly the same. Shereimo retracted the curve from the corner of his lips, looking at the empty wine glass, and just as he was about to take back his hand, it was caught simultaneously by both of them. Yuhuaichi's Adam's apple moved as he opened his mouth in a slightly hoarse voice. Amo, don't move. Feng Qiyu had already acted before Yuhuaichi, biting onto Shereimo's fingertip, but kept his eyes' peripheral vision on Yuhuaichi. Yuhuaichi's heart tightened. He held Shereimo's hand and caressed his own face, lightly rubbing against it, while subconsciously checking Feng Qiyu's reaction. Feng Qiyu spoke softly, indeed. I should have realized earlier. Since we can share feelings, naturally during these moments, we also. Yuhuaichi chuckled lowly, lifting his hand directly to encircle Shereimo's waist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Exactly, we should have thought of this sooner. All that I've been feeling recently. The two who were previously arguing incessantly, even refusing to acknowledge each other as part of themselves, now felt an unusual sensation arise within them as they sensed their bodies' reactions. They had only been able to feel something when the other was doing those things with Shereimo. But they had never imagined what would happen if they did something together with Shereimo. However, now there was no need to think anymore. Shereimo met their identical gazes, noticing the lust in their eyes, and only arched a brow with a faint smile. What? Are you thinking of doing something together to me right now? His voice carried playful laughter, clearly unconcerned about whether the two would do anything to him. After all, these two were extremely jealous individuals. Even when knowing fully well the other was a part of themselves, they still became envious. Not to mention actually engaging in such acts with him, letting the other experience what they feel. Amo. Hearing his words, their eyes sparked with unusual brilliance. May we? They asked softly, not bothering to hide their burgeoning desires, and certainly had no intention of letting go. Even though they had always known the other was a part of themselves, knew the two of them were one person. There hadn't been a moment quite like now where they could so distinctly feel they were one entity. They could clearly sense everything the other touched, and everything they touched also resonated with the other. This dual pleasure was almost driving them to madness. Not to mention they had just shared that cup of wine. The wine used for forming a Taoist bond naturally contained some ingredients to enhance the relationship between partners. At this moment, they cared nothing for debating who the main spouse was, nor had any intention of fighting to decide superiority. Now they stared intently at Shereimo, their eyes burning hot, leaving him unable to ignore them. Shereimo's eyes fluttered slightly. By now, he understood their intentions. But, how could this be allowed? It was absolutely impossible. No. Without hesitation, Shereimo firmly refused. How could such a thing ever be feasible? He was barely holding his ground dealing with one, if both of them were together now, he'd definitely collapse. Shereimo furrowed his brows as he decisively freed his hand, then turned around ready to leave. But, in the next instant, a strand of red silk coiled around his waist, pulling him forcefully backward. He couldn't tell whose embrace he fell into because both had come up close at the same time. Feng Qiyu's hand was still pressing on Shereimo's waist as he whispered in his ear. Since Amo says we are the same person and refuses to choose between us, then it means having both of us. Yuhuaichi didn't argue against Feng Qiyu at this moment because he was even more excited for what was coming next, more eager to continue. So, regarding what Feng Qiyu said, he implicitly agreed. Amo, rest assured, we won't go too far. Yuhuaichi murmured to reassure, patting and stroking Shereimo's face. His fingertips traced circles on Shereimo's lips before trailing down his neck to land on the collarbone. Shereimo's heart trembled sharply as he clenched his teeth and said, "No. Let me go." Unfortunately, his struggles and resistance seemed to excite these two even more. Feng Qiyu even bound his wrists with the red silk around his waist. Shereimo. Shereimo took a light breath and looked at Yuhuaichi in front of him, slowing his voice as he began to speak. Achi, be a good boy, listen. Amo, who are you calling? Before his words had even finished, Feng Qiyan opened the inquiry behind him with an unhurried tone. Yuhuaichi gave a soft laugh, burying his head in Shereimo's neck, kissing his collarbone. Amo, I've always been a good boy, listening to you. So you should also be a little good. Amo, you can't favor one over another. I can coexist harmoniously with him, but what he gets, I need to get too. Amo. By the end, Shereimo was no longer able to distinguish whose voice it was. Because of the cup of wine earlier, his consciousness was now fuzzy and hazy. He emitted a soft sob, feeling himself become limp, leaning against the arms of an unknown person. It wasn't just because of the alcohol now, these two guys knew him too well. They were completely familiar with him and could easily. Shereimo gave a slight hum, his eyes glazed over as he looked at the person in front of him. Someone picked up the remaining half-pot of wine from the table. "Ah-mo, open your mouth." A beguiling voice sounded by his ear. Shereimo closed his eyes slightly. He couldn't tell whose voice it was, but still obediently opened his mouth. The fragrance of wine lingered and spread around his nose. Shereimo's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the mellow wine, spilling some from the corners of his lips. Soon his face flushed red, his eyes becoming more and more dazed, with a misty layer forming in his gaze. Seeing Shereimo in this enticing state, both involuntarily tightened their throats, swallowing saliva, their eyes darkening. The alcohol quickly went to his head. Shereimo raised his hand and pressed on his temple, shaking his head lightly. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yu Huichi in front of him, staring at the hand that was unbuttoning his clothes, blinking, then biting down. Yu Huichi was taken aback for a moment, then laughter came from Feng Qian. "Yu Huichi, if you're not up for it, let me come." Feng Qian noticed the sensation transmitted through his hand, a touch of mockery evident in his eyes as he looked at Yu Huichi. He directly lifted Shereimo horizontally into his arms, preparing to walk into the room. As soon as Shereimo's body was suddenly held up, he released Yu Huichi's hand and tilted his head to look at Feng Qian. "Ah-mo, very soon." Feng Qian just wanted to say something to soothe Shereimo, when unexpectedly Shereimo bit onto his shoulder. This bite made things even harder to contain. Shereimo, who had just shown some resistance towards them, now seemed to want nothing more than to cling to and bite them. In fact, Shereimo was doing exactly that right now. "Looks good." Shereimo was cradled in Feng Qian's arms, his hands cupping Yu Huichi's face, muttering, then taking another bite out of his cheek. Both looked at each other, seeing confusion and doubt in each other's eyes, momentarily stopping any actions. After all, no matter how much they wanted to, they would never ignore Shereimo's physical condition. Worry flickered in Feng Qian's eyes as he placed his hand on Shereimo's wrist, examining his body. Yu Huichi caught sight of the wine pot that had been casually tossed aside on the ground earlier, detecting the alcohol aroma on Shereimo's body, his slightly furrowed eyebrows relaxed. He slowly chuckled and said, "Just drunk." Feng Qian clearly reached the same conclusion, holding Shereimo's hand without loosening it, worry disappearing from his eyes. A smile graced Yu Huichi's lips. Who would have thought Imo would be like this when drunk? Feng Qian also chuckled softly, very obedient. Shereimo was attracted by Feng Qian's hand, immediately focusing his attention and embracing his hand, then biting onto his wrist again and giving him a blink. "Huh." Shereimo, intoxicated, had clearly forgotten about what awaited him, indeed being very obedient in front of the two. He allowed the two to carry him back to the room, letting them place him on the bed. Then, under the gentle persuasion of someone, extremely slowly yet extremely actively, he undid the robe soaked and disheveled from the spilled wine. The two stared intently at Shereimo's movements, their breathing heavy and disordered, their gazes fervent and mad. At this moment, their only thought was that absolutely no one else must see Shereimo in this drunken state. Just thinking of Shereimo possibly behaving so obediently in front of others while drunk drove them wild with jealousy. Perhaps to prove something. Perhaps it was a response to what Shereimo had said earlier: if they couldn't make a choice, then fairness would naturally be upheld. If one got something, the other could absolutely not get any less. Shereimo quickly sobered up by half as they roughhoused with him, but at this point, he willingly let himself sink into their game. He kicked Feng Qian in the calf and pressed his hand against Yu Huichi's chest. His eyes were misty with moisture, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his breathing becoming erratic from the growing atmosphere of intimacy. After all, he was a seductive demon, so how could he possibly back down now? It might have been fine if things hadn't started yet, but under these circumstances, if he conceded, it would tarnish the pride of a. Feng Qian and Yu Huichi were nearly driven insane. This was the first time either of them had felt so intensely out of control. But both were willing to be completely consumed. Neither cared who was who or even bothered arguing. It was enough for them that the person before them was someone they longed for deeply. All the madness and obsession remained hidden. Shereimo didn't know how much time had passed. When he sat up on the bed, massaging his wrist, he found that there was no one else beside him. However, this didn't surprise him at all. Just 2 hours ago, when he'd woken up groggily, the two men had lain next to him, one on each side. He directly kicked Feng Qian lying on the outside off the bed and ordered him to bring some food. And before Yu Huichi on the other side could start gloating, Shereimo flipped him over and kicked him down too. Then Shereimo went back to sleep, waking fully only now. He rubbed his temples, looking at the clothes on his body which had been changed. Though there were still marks scattered across his skin, he didn't feel uncomfortable, making him feel slightly better. Truthfully, he wasn't bothered by the overly jealous and possessive two leaving their marks on him, at least they'd remembered to apply medicine. Finally, after a long wait, 447 emerged from the system space, his eyes lighting up immediately. The air rippled minutely, and 447 leapt out, rolling around on the quilt before rubbing against Shereimo affectionately. "Wah! Little Mo, are you alright?" Shereimo stroked 447 comfortingly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's not the first time, so why are you crying now?" With teary eyes, 447 looked at him, pouting slightly as he whispered. It's because this time was different from before. Both main characters' levels of darkness went through the roof, and I didn't know what exactly happened out here while I was trapped inside the system space. Counting on his small fingers, 447 explained his worries. Moreover, I was stuck inside the system space for 5 whole days without being able to come out. I was really afraid that if you couldn't keep things fair between them, they might do something excessive out of fury. Shereimo was somewhat surprised too, he had only thought this period felt rather long. Given how much longer they'd kept him occupied and the fact that he'd spent over a month with Yu Huichi during his special phase, he hadn't paid much attention to the passage of time, until now, realizing several days had already passed. As 447 started to cry again, Shereimo lightly poked his face, forcing him to hold back the tears. But now that I see you're fine, I've also set my mind at ease. 447 paused, seemingly thinking about something, then fished in his pocket for a while and handed Shereimo a pill. Shereimo looked at the chocolate-like tablet in his hand, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. What is this thing? 447 proudly tilted his head. I couldn't come out these past few days, and since you weren't sent back to the system space either, I figured you two must definitely be doing this. Even though I trust you, just in case, I asked the neighboring department for a bit of medicine. Smiling broadly, 447 introduced, Little Momo, do you remember those medicines I gave you when Yu Huichi was going through his special phase before? This is version 2.0 of that drug. Chocolate flavored, tastes better, and takes effect faster. Little Momo, take a bite. Although Shereimo felt it was unnecessary, under 447's expectant gaze, he still swallowed the pill. It does taste good. Shereimo's eyes softened, and the drugs from the department indeed had some effect. He was fine now, physically, but he had eaten too much during this period. Nevertheless, this pill did ease him quite a bit. 447 looked at Shereimo excitedly and chuckled, just about to say something more when the door to the room opened in the next moment. Amo, you're awake. Chapter 158, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, 48. Amo. How are you feeling? Is there any part of your body still uncomfortable? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Or maybe we should eat something first. I just stewed some soup. Feng Qian's eyes lit up slightly as he quickly approached and sat beside Shereimo, supporting his waist so he could lean on his shoulder. Yu Huichi then poured a cup of tea and walked to the bedside, sitting on the other side of Shereimo. He handed the teacup to him gently and said softly. Shereimo, drink a little water first. I've already checked, it's not too hot. After saying this, he turned his head toward Feng Qian, his attitude changing significantly. There was an undertone of impatience in his voice. Feng Qian, don't get in the way here. I can take care of Amo alone. You go fry a couple more dishes. Feng Qian gave a cold laugh, why don't you do it? Is it because you simply don't know how? Amo, men like him who can't even cook a meal, I think you'd be better off without him. Yu Huichi smiled, that's because I know better than you how to take care of Shereimo. After all, we've been together for such a long time. How long have you even been with him? Feng Qian, you. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Shereimo raised a hand and held both of them at once. Instantly, he felt a headache coming on. He had thought that the two of them had reached some kind of tacit understanding, and had accepted each other's existence in his life. He didn't expect any trouble anymore. After all, the level of harmony between them over these few days wasn't something ordinary people could achieve. But unexpectedly, they could still find things to argue about. Is it only in bed that you two actually manage to be in harmony? As soon as you leave the bed, you're already ready to tear each other apart. Shereimo still held the teacup he had just taken from Yu Huichi. After sipping some tea, his somewhat mocking gaze swept over the two of them. The ones whose thoughts had been laid bare immediately fell silent. Yu Huichi laughed awkwardly and spoke first, Mo, we definitely don't mean anything like that. I'm just worried that you might be hungry, so I asked him to make you a couple more dishes. Feng Qian rather calmly and swiftly picked up the clothes placed nearby. My soup is almost done. Amo loves drinking my stewed soup the most. Go ahead and ladle it out while I help Amo get dressed. Yu Huichi didn't expect Feng Qian to act so quickly, his eyes wide with surprise. He wanted to say something, but after looking at Shereimo, he ultimately swallowed those words. Finally, he bit his teeth and reluctantly said. Fine, I'll ladle out the soup. You help him dress. Feng Qian smirked at him arrogantly. Although reluctant, Yu Huichi got up and left. Feng Qian, let me help you dress. Feng Qian clearly did not want to waste any more time on Yu Huichi. After seeing him leave, he immediately turned his eyes back to Shereimo and watched him intently. His expression was filled with sincerity. However, Shereimo immediately saw through Feng Qian's scheme to take advantage of the situation, choosing not to call him out directly. Instead, he lightly chuckled and leaned against his chest. Why not, it's troubling you. 447 covered his eyes and dived into the blanket. After quite a while, all they could hear was Shereimo's low breaths, trembling faintly. Feng Qian, don't push it. Feng Qian appeared very innocent, Amo, I'm not. I just wanted to check if this outfit fits you properly. Shereimo gritted his teeth, seemingly laughing through anger. Does testing if the outfit fits need touching here? If you don't want to dress me, then go out. I'll do it myself. Amo, good Amo, I'm sorry. Don't move around. Before Shereimo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Feng Qian. His tone, unlike before which was innocent and laced with laughter, now became somewhat hoarse. 447 quietly wondered what the two were doing now and what they touched. Then he thought perhaps he should retreat back to the system space. After all, from their dialogue and the sound of it, it seemed they weren't just dressing him, and likely weren't touching appropriate areas. The more 447 thought about it, the redder his face grew. By the time Shereimo pulled 447 out from under the blankets after getting dressed, he had turned into a pinkish red bundle. Ah! I haven't seen anything. Momo, I haven't seen anything. 447 was suddenly lifted out from under the blanket and still covering his eyes, exaggeratedly shouted loudly. Shereimo. Shao Qi, with your reaction, anyone who doesn't know might think that the two of us just did something unspeakable. Shereimo chuckled lightly and placed 447 in his palm, poking the little one's belly with his fingers. When poked, 447 instinctively covered his bottom instead. Ha, ha. I was just talking nonsense before. Don't take it to heart. Blinking his teary eyes, 447 tried to make Shereimo feel softer towards him. Fortunately, Shereimo didn't plan to do anything because of such a small matter. He simply put 447 on top of his head, then turned around to look at Feng Qian beside him who was tightly closing his lips without saying a word. In the past, if other people were present, he would definitely not have done this. After all, those people couldn't see 447. So for others, his actions might have been seen as strange or meaningless. But now, facing them, Shereimo no longer had such concerns. Even if they saw it, what could be done? Could they really leave him just because he liked to poke a ball of air for fun? Shereimo glanced at Feng Qian's slightly curved eyes, smiling and speaking. Let's go, I'm a bit hungry. After eating, there are some things I want to discuss with you too. Feng Qian nodded obediently as Shereimo passed by, quickly following behind him. This wasn't the first time the three of them ate in this little courtyard. In the past, whenever Yu Huaiqi came, he and Feng Qian would always exchange a few words. At that time, they didn't know that the other shared the same soul as themselves. However, knowing it now, nothing much had changed from before. Even though they had agreed not to let Shereimo down or make him angry, so as to try their best to maintain harmony in front of him and handle disputes privately. When sitting by Shereimo's side, they still couldn't help but show hints of jealousy when he ate more of the meat someone else served. After putting down his chopsticks, Shereimo looked at the pile of dishes in his bowl and the 2 bowls of soup, casually opening his mouth. If you don't want to eat, both of you go out, and come back after I've finished. Both of them immediately quieted down, obediently starting to eat. Sitting on the table, 447 longingly eyed the food. Shao Mo, I'm hungry too, I want to eat. Shereimo directly took a plate and put it in front of 447, and in front of the two, placed pieces of meat and vegetables onto it. Forgetting he was under their watchful eyes, 447 began devouring immediately. Feng Qian stared silently. So what exactly was this mass of air? Was it a Mo's pet? Yu Huaiqi also remained silent. It seems a Mo's little pet was getting hungrier over time. Feng Qian slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Yu Huaiqi who showed no reaction. His lips curved up faintly, and then he took the initiative to place a piece of meat in front of 447. Take it slow, don't rush. There's still plenty. Lifting his gaze, 447 looked at Feng Qian, his heart raced wildly as the whole system tensed up. For a moment, he almost thought that Feng Qian had seen his existence. Shereimo looked at Feng Qian somewhat surprised, but merely smiled, saying nothing. Not to be outdone, Yu Huaiqi poured a bowl of soup for 447. Be a good boy and drink some soup. Though they couldn't see this entity, since Shereimo constantly interacted with it, it must mean he likes it very much. They naturally would pay closer attention to what Shereimo liked. A slight wave rippled in 447's heart. Looking at the newly added food and soup in front of him, he momentarily felt an indescribable emotion. Actually, this guy wasn't so bad. Chewing on the meat, 447 quietly thought, even feeling a bit more favorable towards these two. He thought, if this person truly was a defector from a mission, as long as Shereimo liked him and he treated Shereimo well, he'd turn a blind eye. Even if one day Shereimo stopped liking him, as long as he didn't harm Shereimo, he wouldn't report him. Shereimo smiled faintly, blissfully unaware of the inner machinations happening in 447's mind, yet greatly enjoying the scene in front of him. After finishing their meal, Feng Qian anxiously watched Shereimo. Amo, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to discuss something with us. Yu Huaiqi also put down his chopsticks, looking at Shereimo and waiting for his response. Seeing how clearly nervous they both were, Shereimo gave a light chuckle. Don't be so tense. There is indeed something I want to discuss with you too. Shereimo paused a bit as he spoke, then continued in a softer tone. The procedures that needed to be done have been done, the wine we were supposed to drink has also been drunk. Now, you two should be able to feel the connection between us, right? Neither of them said anything, they just nodded slightly at the same time. Indeed, they could feel an invisible link formed between them and Shereimo. It was as if a thread had completely connected them all together. They were fully aware that this was because they had successfully become Tao companions. From now on, no matter what happened to Shereimo or where he was, they would always be the first to sense it and rush over immediately. Shereimo would no longer be able to leave them behind and escape from their side. Likewise, they wouldn't give Shereimo a chance to distance himself too far from them. So since both of you can already feel it, stop looking at me like I'm about to run away anytime. Ignoring their reaction, Shereimo's tone shifted again as he added. Besides, since the Tao companion contract has been established, the wedding banquet matters should also be put on the agenda. As soon as his words ended, Yu Huiqi's eyes lit up instantly, excitement clearly heard in his voice. Amo. Come back with me to the demon realm. Everything has been prepared for a long time. As long as you come back with me, we can get married right now. Feng Qian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, his fingers curling tightly into fists. Though he had long desired marriage, he had been preoccupied with searching for Shereimo, and these past few days were all about making sure they became Tao companions. All these preparations hadn't truly been made in time. But the thought of Shereimo marrying Yu Huiqi alone filled him with dissatisfaction. Amo. Feng Qian opened his mouth hesitantly, turning his head and lowering his gaze slightly. Yu Huiqi let out a soft scoff, already calculating the day ahead to see if tomorrow was a good day for the wedding. Although for him, as long as he was with Shereimo, every day would be auspicious. But such a significant matter required thorough attention. Shereimo observed their reactions, leisurely opening his mouth again. I plan to return to the demon realm. Not only Yu Huiqi and Feng Qian were stunned, but even 447 who was still drinking soup stopped abruptly. Little Mo, are you planning to go back to the demon realm to marry them both? 447 recalled Shereimo becoming Tao companions with both of them simultaneously and hesitated before asking. Even though I fully support you marrying them both directly, considering the food in the demon realm, shouldn't you reconsider? That stuff was definitely the worst thing he'd ever eaten across all the worlds he'd visited, and he didn't want to see it again. Shereimo didn't answer 447 but smiled brightly at the other two. Since we've reached this point, I believe perhaps both of you are willing to accompany me back to the demon realm to become my brides, correct? Feng Qian's eyes sparkled instantly, responding without hesitation, of course I am willing. As long as Shereimo wasn't going to return to the demon realm and marry Yu Huiqi, he would do anything, let alone willingly becoming Shereimo's bride. But Amo, I am the principal wife, right? As for him, he can be nothing more than a secondary consort. Saying so, Feng Qian glanced at Yu Huiqi. Yu Huiqi chuckled lightly, that would indeed disappoint you, but Amo's empress of the demon realm can only be me. After all, everyone already knows we are getting married. If not for you, we would have paid respects to heaven and earth by now. Shereimo continued to watch them with a smile, since neither of you can reach a conclusion, why not both be secondary consorts? In the future, I will consider who behaves well and promote accordingly. How does that sound? His tone carried a joking manner, but it was evident that both had taken his words seriously and were pondering earnestly. Feng Qian, it's not impossible. Yu Huiqi, I find it feasible. If they couldn't resolve this issue temporarily, they still had ample time and opportunities to sort it out slowly. What mattered most was settling the roles first. By now, 447 had already slumped onto Shereimo's shoulder, opening his mouth lazily. Little Mo, once you set the date, I'll just retreat to the system space then. Though he wanted to attend their wedding feast, he really didn't wish to eat those things from the demon realm. No, he didn't even want to look at them anymore. Shereimo chuckled softly, tapping his head. Rest assured, we are merely returning to go through the formalities. After all, I am the demon lord, and it will surely take place in the demon realm. As for the food in the demon realm, he couldn't bear to eat it either. Upon hearing this, 447 also felt slightly relieved. Hee, that's good. Chapter 159, on how to coax a demon lord into dual cultivation, complete. The three of them reached an agreement, and neither Yu Huiqi nor Feng Qian continued to endlessly argue about the matter. Still, they subtly did little things to please Shereimo. Shereimo wasn't in a rush. He simply brought both of them here to stay. He also used a spirit butterfly to send a message to the elders of the demon realm, briefly explaining the situation here and his intentions, leaving them with no room for negotiation or refusal. Surrounded together, the elders silently read Shereimo's message. The great elder slowly said, though this makes sense, are you sure our lord has no interest whatsoever in unifying the 6 realms? The second elder looked somewhat skeptical, how come I feel like our lord has already united 3 realms? This all happened too quickly. They were frantically searching for their ever-moving lord just the other day. Before they knew it, he informed them that not only was he getting married, but to 2 people at once. One was the king of demons from the beast realm, and the other was the immortal lord of the cultivation realm. Even with such distinguished positions, they could only be side consorts to their lord. Moreover, their lord had persuaded them both into marrying him simultaneously. Glancing at each other, the second and great elders couldn't help but marvel. Our lord truly keeps his cards close to his chest. These methods are quite effective, without even having to lift a finger against those people, he's managed to get them under control. Perhaps we should take a trip to the netherworld as well. The third elder's lips twitched slightly upon noticing the eagerness in the second elder's expression and hastily interjected. Don't let your imagination run wild. The reason our Lord is marrying them is because he genuinely likes them, he has no real intention towards uniting the 6 realms. The fourth elder chimed in agreement, that's right. If you actually go ahead and do that, aside from what our Lord might think of you, those 2 aren't people you want to provoke either. The fifth elder grinned knowingly, being a demon is about knowing one's place. We're not our Lord, so don't meddle in their private affairs. One day, we may end up not even knowing how we died. The great elder spoke solemnly, that's enough, everyone. Since our Lord has spoken, all we need to do is follow his orders. Fanning himself lightly, the second elder softly remarked. Our Lord must have his reasons for doing this, and we should merely follow along. By the way, have them strengthen patrols. It seems there are no issues with these immortal lords, but those behind them might not be so trustworthy. Our Lord's wedding is a major event, there shouldn't be any complications. Hearing the second elder's words, the others nodded in agreement and turned to discussing ways to decorate the demon realm beautifully. Mo, my hand is hurt. Come take a look and blow on it for me. Yuhuaichi moved closer to Shereimo, practically trying to burrow into his embrace, placing his hand before Shereimo's eyes to ensure he saw the almost healed wound on the back of his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Feng Qiyuan and sighed pitifully. Mo, despite my willingness to compromise and live harmoniously with him, look at him, always bullying me. I just wanted to cook for you, yet he cut my hand straight away. Shereimo set down the drawing notebook he'd been holding, instinctively embraced Yuhuaichi, paused briefly on the small wound on the back of his hand, then looked up toward Feng Qiyuan. In Feng Qiyuan's hands rested a plate of pastries. Hearing Yuhuaichi's complaint, he merely sneered and leisurely approached them, setting the tray down and sitting beside Shereimo. Mo, try this. I just learned how to make this yesterday. I added some biling flowers which you like best. It tastes quite good. Smiling gently at Shereimo, Feng Qiyuan completely ignored Yuhuaichi, pinching a piece of the pastry and offering it to him. Seeing that Yuhuaichi was not severely injured, Shereimo's nose flickered slightly, picking up the faint fragrance, and his attention was drawn to the pastry in Feng Qiyuan's hands. He opened his mouth, biting into the pastry. The soft, sticky texture dissolved instantly, filling his mouth with a lingering aroma, causing him to involuntarily narrow his eyes in contentment. It's indeed delicious. The Yuhuaichi in his arms glared angrily at Feng Qiyuan, as if a flame burned within his gaze. He was about to say something when he noticed the injury on his hand had already healed. Yuhuaichi. Feng Qiyuan raised an eyebrow at him, a slightly smug smile curling the corner of his lips. Yuhuaichi ground his teeth and shot him a glare, but he no longer brought up the wound on his hand that had already healed. Instead, he smiled softly at Shereimo and spoke in a gentle voice. Mo, I want to eat too. Could you feed me? As he said this, he reached out to hook his neck and leaned so close that it seemed as though he was speaking right into Shereimo's ear. The pose between the two of them was extremely intimate. Feng Qiyuan's relaxed hand resting on the table unconsciously clenched into a fist, yet he responded quite nonchalantly. Go ahead. Seeing that Yuhuaichi showed no intention of moving, Shereimo instantly understood his plan. Although somewhat helpless, he still took a piece himself and fed it into Yuhuaichi's mouth. The next moment, Yuhuaichi's smile stiffened slightly, but he swallowed the pastry anyway. A slow smirk crept onto Feng Qiyuan's lips. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I accidentally added yunluo fruits which demons can't touch. But since you're the demon king, this stuff shouldn't affect you much, right? Yuhuaichi gritted his teeth. You really are careless, going through all the trouble to find something nearly extinct. This item wouldn't have a big effect on him, at most, it would just make him unable to control his body for a short period. He didn't know how much Feng Qiyuan put inside, but Yuhuaichi felt an overwhelming heat surging through him, almost beyond his control. Upon hearing Feng Qiyuan's words and seeing Yuhuaichi's reaction, Shereimo couldn't help but furrow his brows. Qi, are you okay? He asked softly and quickly continued, Shao Qi, open the system store and get some medicine for him. Yuhuaichi shook his head and upon hearing Shereimo's concerned voice, a gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes as he weakly collapsed into his arms. Mo, I'm fine. Though Yuhuaichi's voice was weak, it wasn't entirely feigned. At the moment, he really struggled to control himself. His head felt heavy, and his legs transformed into snake tails tightly coiling around Shereimo. Feng Qiyuan could no longer maintain the amused expression on his face. His eyes turned cold as he immediately summoned his sword, intending to push Yuhuaichi off Shereimo. Shereimo caught the tip of the sword with a sigh and said helplessly. That's enough. You promised me you'd get along. It's fine if you play around a bit, but don't go overboard. Feng Qiyuan lowered his gaze. Mo, I didn't mean to. Yuhuaichi, the serpent-like figure twisting and dragging its tail around Shereimo, whined plaintively, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Mo, I feel terrible. Can you help me? Shereimo was about to say something to Feng Qiyuan when he noticed Feng Qiyuan's face turning red instantly. When he glanced down again, Yu Huiqi's tail had become restless and slipped under Shereimo's robes, winding upward along his calf. AMO. AMO. Just moments ago, they were glaring at each other, but now both looked at him with expressions that simultaneously shifted in an instant. 447, holding the medicine he just exchanged from the store, hesitated after glancing at this scene. Little Mo, I think these antidotes might not be needed after all. Shereimo's eyelids twitched. Before he could speak, 447 turned and left directly. Alright, little Mo. No need to explain, I'll leave right now and definitely won't disturb your great life together. Shereimo subconsciously raised his hand, wanting 447 to leave the medicine behind. But his hand was grasped by Feng Qiyuan, who stood beside him without his noticing. Yu Huiqi's snake tail wrapped around his waist, while Feng Qiyuan immobilized his hands. Their gazes burned hot and wild. Amo, look at me. Sighing once more, Shereimo knew exactly what was going to happen after these days of interactions. And he had no intention to stop it, instead loosening his body completely, indulging in their actions. Shereimo had to admit, those two were always unexpectedly in sync during moments like this. But what could he do? Whether one or shattered into two, they were people he chose. Since he picked them, allowing a little indulgence wasn't an issue, because he liked them. The end. Chapter 160, Bonus Chapter, this is a title. Shereimo never would have guessed that while waiting for the two guys to ascend, he too would be affected and rejected, thus being expelled from that world. At the moment of being affected and rejected, he thought there was some kind of bug in this world. After all, that guy's existence was special to begin with. Shereimo was still contemplating how to deal with this situation. However, he didn't expect to be directly sent to the next mission world but instead returned to the system space. Shereimo looked at 447 in front of him and gazed at the system space that he hadn't been back to for quite a while. His heart slightly sank. Little 7, what exactly is going on? Shereimo sat on the single sofa, one hand leaning on the armrest, rubbing his temples. His tone was relatively calm. But 447, who had been his partner for so long, knew perfectly well that his mood wasn't good at all right now. Sorry, little Mo, I'm unclear. It's not the system's reason, it should be the rejection of that small world. As for the reasons for the rejection of the small world, 447 hesitated, they had never been expelled like this before. So after being expelled, he quickly thought about the male protagonists with special identities they had encountered in these worlds. 447 thought that person might be one of those runaway task takers, possibly even a notorious one. Otherwise, how could that person go through several worlds without a wild system and always stick around Shereimo like glue? Shereimo remained silent, and 447 didn't know what to say. Since they both knew clearly that if the other party was indeed a fugitive task taker and belonged to an extremely dangerous type, then their current expulsion from that world also meant that either that world or the management bureau had already detected that person's existence. Therefore, the world rejected them out, which, in a certain sense, was also protective toward them as task takers. The management bureau had a specific department for capturing fugitive task takers and wild systems. If the worlds coincided with the task taker's world and sent them away, this signified that the strength of this fugitive task taker was much more powerful than they imagined, with an exceedingly high level of danger. After much silence, 447 flew up to Shereimo, holding his face and rubbing against it. His tone was laced with worry. Little Mo, don't worry, it might just be an issue with the heavenly way. After all, this world's heavenly way is so ineffective that it almost got replaced by a fake main character. I'll check the next mission world. You rest for a while. Let's continue doing missions later. Maybe in the next world, you will meet. 447 comforted, suddenly realizing something was wrong, and then covered his mouth. After all, they were currently inside the system space, where every word spoken or action taken would be recorded by the management bureau. He cleverly changed the subject, raising his voice. Maybe you'll encounter more delicious food in the next world. I know you're reluctant to leave the food of this world, but we've eaten it for so long. Changing our palate wouldn't be bad. Shereimo's emotions still hadn't improved. Right now, all he could think about was the previous worlds and his interactions with that individual. The fingers of his hand resting idly beside him tightened slightly. After a long while, they slowly loosened, and then he grabbed 447 and kneaded him. 447 was truly worried about his state and let himself be handled, carefully speaking. Little Mo, why don't you return to the main world to rest for a while? We have so many points accumulated anyway, and your wager with the director has long been fulfilled. The missions can be done anytime. Hearing 447's words, Shereimo was momentarily distracted. He had nearly forgotten that he originally took missions not only to exchange points for luck as food but also because of a bet with the management bureau director. Although the wager had long been completed and his marriage contract with the next director was dissolved early, he continued to take missions to gain more points. Recalling past events, Shereimo lowered his gaze. Memories from the past surged in his mind. Before his younger brother was born, the Demon Charmers clan hadn't seen a pureblood demon charmer for a very long time, and he was the first one. The Demon Charmers race naturally possessed mesmerizing beauty, standing there without doing anything could captivate countless admirers. But the less pure the bloodline, the weaker the power, making it easier for malicious people to target them. There was even a time when those crazies established an organization for capturing Shereimo. They sold the capture to others, and those with high bloodline purity were sent to laboratories. Everything changed after his birth. Pure blood not only possess faces that no one can refuse and great power but also have a special ability. Their mental strength may not be strong, but it is very gentle, capable of calming others. It was at this moment that his parents found the director of the management bureau. The director of the management bureau, referred to as main god by those task-takers, ruled over everything like a deity. Except for rare accidents, the main god would only have one child, and that child would become the new main god. If there was no child, they would choose a child for training, inheriting their abilities, thus becoming the next main god. The main god connects the main world with other smaller worlds through themselves, providing channels for task-takers to do missions, gaining the support of the small world's heavenly ways, and sustaining the main world's operation. However, they would also pay a price. They might experience mental disturbances, lose control, go berserk, or vanish in a time-space tunnel without notice. If someone could help them ease these issues, such things wouldn't happen. Therefore, after his birth, his parents reached an agreement with the main god to set down his betrothal to the next main god. In return, the management bureau helped them eliminate those organizations and establish rules against illegally hunting. But unfortunately, the little main god didn't like him and personally came to terminate the engagement. A sidebar. I've seen all your comments. However, because books get repeatedly pulled offline due to unforeseen reasons, it becomes hard for me to find the energy and spirit to continue writing more under such circumstances. Thus, I've decided to request an official ending tag for my works. Yet, I still feel reluctant. It's hard to let go of my characters who deserve to grow up healthily, yet now face forced termination so early on. So I will strive to give them a complete conclusion as much as I possibly can. I'll make every effort but, realistically, it's all I can do. Chapter 161, indeed, he once had a betrothal. However, the Lord God did not retract his promises to them because of that young lord's words. Their engagement did not end just like that. But the other party evidently wanted to avoid them. Aside from when he was very young and the person came over to dissolve the engagement, when he had seen them once, afterwards, he never saw them again. Then he had a younger brother, who, like him, was a pure-blooded succubus. That little lord must have detested him greatly, since after that event, they refused to come see him. Yet chaotic spiritual energy cannot be left without guidance. Especially as his spiritual energy was too chaotic, if left unaddressed, one would surely die at some unknown time. So the Lord sought him out again, but this time focused on his younger brother. Back then, he had just reached adulthood. Looking at his newly born brother, he rejected the Lord's request and signed an agreement with the Bureau. He became a tasker, repaying everything the Lord had done for them by completing tasks. He only needed a few points to buy food, and all other rewards, he didn't care about. However, once he finished his tasks, their betrothal would also be annulled, and they wouldn't be able to set their sights on his younger brother. The Lord saw his determination, so there was no more mention of the matter, and instead, they signed the agreement. Their wager had been completed long ago. But he had grown accustomed to being a tasker. It could make him stronger and protect the ones he cared about, without needing to rely on others. Shereimo had once thought it would be fine to continue as a tasker indefinitely, watching over his younger brother until he grew up, that would be a good choice. But fatefully, he met that person. Shereimo lost himself in deep thought, and number 447 looked at him anxiously. Rolling around in his arms a bit, he finally asked. Xiao Momo, if you're really worried, we can go back to the Bureau and investigate. Anyway, my clearance level is quite high now. Investigating will at least confirm the status of those recently captured. Number 447 hadn't finished speaking before Shereimo covered his mouth, feeling somewhat saddened by the coolness of Shereimo's fingertips. Shereimo let out a soft laugh and said, Alright, little seven, I'm fine, and there's no need for you to go back and check anything. But, I do want to take some time off. Let's first return to the main world, then go back and visit my younger brother. Pausing slightly as he spoke, Shereimo's mind conjured up the image of the young face, his tone softening. You know, I haven't even introduced you to my younger brother yet. That kid has always been under my protection, it's probably time for you two to meet. Also, we've both been overdue for vacation. We'll use this opportunity to make up for all the leave we've missed previously. You need to rest properly, and I want to spend some time with him as well. Number 447 blinked after hearing Shereimo's words, and curiosity began to bubble up within him. He knew Shereimo had a younger brother. However, Shereimo had always guarded his sibling fiercely, and even someone like him had never met him, knowing little about his information. Now it was unexpected that Shereimo mentioned bringing him to meet this child. For a moment, number 447 put aside concerns about that potentially runaway tasker. After all, his worry mostly stemmed from Shereimo's attachment, and since Shereimo wasn't saying much about it now, he naturally didn't feel so anxious either. Still, Shereimo's younger brother. A face extremely similar to Shereimo's appeared in number 447's mind. If he was Shereimo's younger brother, he should resemble him greatly. Definitely a beautiful little succubus, but what was his personality like? Number 447 immediately flew out of Shereimo's embrace and circled around him twice, excitedly opening his mouth. That. What does he like? I'll prepare a gift for our first meeting. Over these years, I've accumulated plenty of points. Seeing how enthusiastic he was, Shereimo couldn't help but let a smile curve his lips, suppressing the various emotions that had surfaced within his heart earlier. He loves eating small cakes. Each time I went back to see him after finishing a task, I'd always buy him a piece, which he adored. You don't have to worry too much. He's very well behaved and easy to get along with. If you accidentally anger him, giving him a couple of small cakes will easily mend things. Number 447 stared directly at Shereimo, observing the warmth and laughter in his eyes whenever he spoke about his younger brother, improving his own mood significantly. I see, then I'll go check out the system mall later. Number 447 turned his head to look at the small cakes sold in the system mall and didn't notice that after he turned around, Shereimo slowly retracted the smile on his face. Shereimo stood up and adjusted his clothes, glancing inconspicuously at the dot above the system space glowing with a faint red light, then quickly withdrew his gaze. He indeed needed to go back and see Shir. As for that person and this world's sudden rejection of him, it would be better to investigate further upon returning. Shereimo lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting a shadow, concealing all emotions in his eyes. Though there was still a hint of a smile on his lips, there wasn't a trace of warmth in his eyes, only an unbreakable darkness. Number 447 quickly selected the cake and left the system space with him, returning to their main world they hadn't been back to for quite some time. Looking at the familiar room, number 447 sprang off the bed before Shereimo did, flying around the room several times until finally landing on the couch. He stared at the fruit on the coffee table, scanned it over, and then picked up a banana to nibble on. Shereimo remained seated on the bed for a moment longer, raising a hand to massage his temples, then flexing his wrists, moving his body slightly. The flow of time differed between the main world and their small world. Even though they had completed a few missions within the small world, in the main world, only a month had passed. The fruits and roses in Shereimo's room were changed daily by the housekeeper. So, he just glanced at number 447 eating the banana without stopping him. Instead, he got up from the bed, called the housekeeper to arrange a simple dinner, and prepared the meal. It's late today, after the housekeeper has prepared dinner, let's eat something and rest. Tomorrow I'll take you to Deepening. With bright eyes, number 447 eagerly responded, all right. Shereimo had already reached the door, but hearing his answer, he paused, looked back, and said. The tablet is on the table, the password is my birthday. Feel free to use it while I handle some other matters. Okay. Chapter 162 Bonus Chapter, Their First Encounter. By the time Shereimo finished handling his affairs, 2 hours had already passed. He came out of the study room, rubbing his wrist, and was about to head to the bathroom in his bedroom for a shower. But when he pushed open the door, he noticed that 447 was still sprawled in front of his tablet playing Snake. Shereimo paused momentarily with the door half open, then walked straight up behind 447 and picked him up. Caught off guard by being lifted so suddenly, 447 started yelling wildly, ah! Wait. My snake! My snake is going to die! Shereimo. Shereimo. This snake took me so long to grow. 447 struggled fiercely but could only watch helplessly as his painstakingly cultivated Snake King collided into a newly appeared baby snake. 447, OAO. Alright, stop playing games now and let's go eat. Shereimo smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, cradling 447 in one hand while tapping his head lightly with his fingertips. Though originally sulking slightly, 447 stopped moping for a moment. He rubbed himself against Shereimo's palm and obediently allowed himself to be poked enough before sitting up and rubbing his belly. Okay, I'm a bit hungry too, let's eat first. Hee. Shereimo casually pinched him and placed him on his head, then led him downstairs to have dinner. After finishing their meal and returning to the room, Shereimo brought 447 into the bathroom. Once everything was done, Shereimo laid down on the bed, threw 447 into his duvet, and picked up his phone. 447 climbed out from the soft blanket and looked up at Shereimo, noticing his somewhat serious expression. Although he opened his mouth a few times, he ultimately said nothing. Once Shereimo had finished handling his business, 447 snuggled against his chest again. Shereimo, it's getting late, we should rest early. He couldn't wait to meet Shereimo's well-behaved younger brother tomorrow. Shereimo naturally sensed his anticipation and the slight upward curve of his previously tight lips became more pronounced as he put down his phone and turned off the light. Alright, let's get some rest. Anyway, he had already assigned someone to investigate the situation at the management bureau. If the person truly was an escaped tasker and their expulsion from that world was indeed related to his identity, both Shereimo and 447 were inevitably under the surveillance of the management bureau. Some things couldn't be directly acted upon and could only be handed over to others, but fortunately, over the years, he had built up some connections. Shereimo held 447 close and closed his eyes to sleep, though he wasn't entirely lost to slumber. Instead, he drifted into a dreamlike state. As he gazed at his small arms and legs, and looked up at the pinkish-white roses visible above, the distant sound of someone calling his name faintly reached his ears. At this moment, he was just 3 years old, hiding inside a giant cardboard box where he didn't even reach its height when standing. The familiar surroundings made Shereimo fall silent briefly. He rarely dreamed of his past, especially not this particular period, which tugged his thoughts back to those memories. Shereimo glanced once without intending to leave the box. Instead, he folded his legs and sat cross-legged within it, resting his chin on one hand, while absent-mindedly tapping the other on his knee. Since the dream involved events from his past, according to the timeline, he would soon encounter that person. The individual who had once been betrothed to him but later broke off the engagement due to disliking him, the young Lord God. And today was precisely the day that person would come to formally dissolve the engagement. Shereimo recalled the buried memories of that time, causing a sense of bewilderment to wash over him. Back then, he was only 3 and didn't understand what an engagement entailed, but he did know what he was supposed to do in the future. After all, his parents had never concealed from him the deal they had struck with the Lord God. He needed to grow stronger, learn to use his power to soothe others' turbulent spiritual energy. However, at such a young age, he couldn't fathom why all these responsibilities had to fall on his shoulders, or why they demanded so much from him when other little demons didn't have to do these things. They enforced stringent requirements on him to better stimulate the powers of a pure-blooded demon for his training. That day, after enduring it no longer, he got into a heated argument with them and ran away. But since he had been raised in the manner from birth, learning various skills daily and how to calm turbulent spirit energy, he had no idea about the outside world. He also lacked any opportunity to experience it, even unsure how far he could actually run. He ran as far away as he could, which ended up being a corner of the garden, where he hid himself in this pile of cardboard boxes. He stayed inside the box trying to comfort himself, thinking that when they found him, he wouldn't be mad anymore. But he didn't wait long because the young Lord God with whom he had a betrothal came that day. They had to entertain the young Lord God and also knew he couldn't possibly leave the manor, so they left him forgotten in the corner. Shereimo recalled his feelings at that moment and couldn't help but lower his gaze. What was it like for him back then, being alone in that little box? He thought that maybe it was because he wasn't obedient enough, so he had been abandoned. He regretted it somewhat, wondering if he shouldn't have gotten angry. Later, it was the young Lord God who found him and took him out of the box. Having been ignored all day, he burst into tears in the arms of the young Lord God. Back then, he didn't dislike the young Lord God. On the contrary, he had quite a good impression of the big brother who carried him out. The young Lord God accompanied him in playing in the garden for a while, then pulled out a piece of small cake like a magic trick. That was the best tasting cake he'd ever had, not only because of the circumstances but also because of the cake's own delicious flavor. That event stayed in his memory for a long time. However, just when he was about to go back and apologize, he overheard the conversation between the young Lord God and his parents. It turned out that the big brother who played with him, gave him cake, and cheered him up was the same Lord God he was betrothed to. And the Lord God didn't like him and didn't want to be with him. So to avoid causing any trouble later on, the Lord God decided to propose breaking the engagement when Shereimo was still young. At 3 years old, Shereimo didn't understand what an engagement or breaking one meant. But he did know that after the mention of breaking the engagement, everyone became unhappy. They told him that the young Lord God no longer wanted their betrothal, which meant he no longer wanted him either. That was indeed the case. Fortunately, the Lord God did not break his promise, and in the end, the matter of breaking the engagement was settled by both sets of parents without further ado. Their betrothal continued until he started taking on missions, eventually terminating their engagement completely. But he never saw that person again, nor tasted the same little cake from that day ever again. What's a child doing here? Chapter 163, Bonus Chapter. Shock. He's actually a clip. Upon hearing the faintly familiar voice from his memory, Shereimo's eyelashes quivered slightly. It felt oddly familiar. But considering it was something he had already experienced before, it wasn't surprising that it felt familiar. As he looked up, his heart sank. That incident had happened a long time ago when he was just 3 years old. He couldn't remember the features of the young god who came to dissolve the engagement very clearly, but he still remembered the taste of the cake on that day. Yet what he saw now was an extremely handsome face. He had no recollection of this face, but those eyes, they were unmistakably familiar to him. Shereimo slightly narrowed his eyes and observed the youth in front of him with increased curiosity and suspicion. Was it a coincidence? How could these eyes look so similar to his? In an instant, Shereimo felt as if something flashed in his mind, but it was too quick for him to grasp. While he was lost in thought, the youth picked him up suddenly. Wow, let me see who's such a little cutie pie, all alone here. Chi grinned and held him in one arm while pinching his cheeks with the other hand. Little one, tell big brother why you're all by yourself. Did someone bully you? His voice softened as he cajoled Shereimo, rubbing his head tenderly, with delight almost oozing out of his eyes. Shereimo. Wasn't this person acting totally different than how they acted when they first met? Lost in deep thought, Shereimo recalled carefully. It seemed like it was exactly this way, otherwise, they wouldn't have played together for so long back then, and he wouldn't have been so attracted to this guy initially. The blurred memories that had been deliberately forgotten became clearer in his mind at that moment. However, Shereimo furrowed his brows. This young god apparently didn't hate him as much as he had believed. So why did he dissolve their marriage contract? Shereimo was deeply lost in his thoughts and hadn't noticed Si-Chi's glowing eyes fixed on him. Si-Chi found himself liking the child in his arms more and more. He had never seen such an adorable child, his face pure as jade, silver hair slightly tousled, two small horns hidden amidst it. Behind him, a heart-shaped tail swayed, adorned with tiny, soft hairs that made people want to pinch them. And especially those blood-red eyes resembled the ruby he treasured most, floating with a gentle mist that seemed to have the charm of luring anyone into it. Si-Chi dared not imagine how beautiful this child would become once grown up. Still, even while marveling at this, the child in his arms scrunched up his cute little face, seemingly mad, ignoring him completely. However, instead of getting annoyed, Si-Chi adjusted his hold on the child to make it more comfortable. This sudden action startled Shereimo back from his thoughts. Ah! Instinctively, Shereimo clung tightly to Si-Chi's neck, glaring at him crossly, and his tone was far from friendly. Still, there was an undeniable childishness in his voice. What are you doing? When Si-Chi caught sight of Shereimo's expression, his heart nearly melted, and his voice also turned higher-pitched. Is my little darling mad? Alright, stop being upset. Would my darling like some cake? Big brother will buy you some cakes, okay? Si-Chi coaxed Shereimo gently, placing him down beside him. With just a snap of his fingers, a beautifully wrapped little cake appeared in his palm. Shereimo did not respond to his question but stared at him with growing perplexity. The 3-year-old Shereimo of the past and the Shereimo of now naturally had differing feelings when facing the same person and circumstances. Back then, he truly believed this person hated him, which led to dissolving the engagement. But now it seemed as though he actually liked him. What could have possibly happened to make him want to exit the engagement? Pushing aside his doubts for the moment, Shereimo's gaze towards Si-Chi softened subtly, specifically after focusing on the little cake in Si-Chi's hands. Seeing Shereimo's fixation on the cake, Si-Chi cheerfully unwrapped it, scooped up a small piece with a spoon, and held it close to Shereimo's mouth. My sweet darling, would you be a good boy and call me Big Brother? Just say, Big Brother, and the entire cake will be yours. Shereimo looked at Si-Chi and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Had this guy really been so clingy from the start? Or had he just not noticed back then? Shereimo thought it might be the latter, but without paying attention to Si-Chi's intentions, he directly bit into the spoon and snatched the little cake from his hand. Come on, since he was in his own dreams, he could do whatever he wanted. There was no way he'd compromise by calling this guy Big Brother. Si-Chi, degree. Alright, as long as you like eating, that's fine. Unable to personally feed Shereimo, Si-Chi felt a bit regretful, but still ruffled his hair while speaking with a somewhat helpless tone. Now, can you tell Big Brother why you're here? Who bullied you? For such a tiny demon to hide in a box, there was simply no way it wasn't because of some bullying. Shereimo looked at him. No one bullied me, I just had an argument with them and wanted to find a quiet place to stay. And who are you anyway? Why are you here? Si-Chi's eyes were filled with pity as he cheerfully opened his mouth. I'm called Si-Chi, you can call me Si-Chi brother, or simply call me Big Brother. I'm friends with the owner of this mansion and came over today for a visit. Really? But how come I've only heard that the only visitor today was the young Lord God? Shereimo narrowed his eyes slightly, and Si-Chi made no attempt to conceal anything. That's me. Si-Chi blinked his eyes, not knowing what crossed his mind, and suddenly changed his tone to something clearly persuasive. Since they made you unhappy, would you consider leaving here? How about coming with Big Brother, and let me take care of you in the future? His voice brimmed with excitement. He liked this child too much and almost couldn't wait to take him home right away. From the moment Si-Chi first saw Shereimo, he'd had the urge to bring this kid back home to raise himself. However, fearing he might scare him off, he hadn't dared to say it outright but planned to lead him gently. But now he simply couldn't help himself anymore. If not for the fear of Shereimo crying and getting upset, and for the old man finding him again to nag, he would have carried him away immediately. As Si-Chi inwardly sighed, his eyes remained full of anticipation, waiting for Shereimo's answer. Shereimo. He could be sure that when Si-Chi had met him before, he definitely hadn't mentioned anything about taking him home to raise. I won't. If you go with Big Brother, every day Big Brother will have many little cakes for you to eat, and no one will ever dare to bully you again. Shereimo's eyelashes flickered as he raised his hand to block Si-Chi's face that was trying to get close and touch him. Has anyone ever told you that you really sound like a child abductor right now? At this very moment, all the good impressions Si-Chi had left in Shereimo's mind had completely shattered. Yet strangely, Si-Chi himself didn't seem to notice at all. Chapter 164, It's him. Him. It must be him. How could my brother possibly be a human trafficker? Si-Chi chuckled and coaxed, grasping Shereimo's hand that was stopping him, then leaning in to rub against him. If you don't believe me, I can take you home to meet your parents and have a good chat with them. Si-Chi continued as if he had thought of something, opening his mouth on his own again. Also, the guardianship still needs to be transferred properly. Shereimo looked deeply at Si-Chi in silence, recalling how Si-Chi had once mentioned wanting to meet his parents. Back then, he hadn't given it much thought, and considering the strict attitude of his parents toward him, he assumed they were probably still angry because they hadn't come looking for him yet. At that time, he didn't want Si-Chi to get scolded along with him, so he hadn't agreed. Later, when they parted ways, Si-Chi went to see his parents, and he returned from the other side. When he saw Si-Chi in the living room, he was a little surprised. But at the time, he could tell from their serious expressions that his parents were discussing something important, so he secretly hid behind the door and listened to their conversation. However, now that he thought about it, maybe Si-Chi wasn't as hateful toward him after all. A notion flashed through Shereimo's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, before he met Si-Chi, the reason Si-Chi came here was indeed to break off the engagement. He narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Si-Chi a smile. Alright, but they are very busy. They probably don't have time to see us right now, big brother. Did you come here today for any particular business? Shereimo said this while raising a hand to hook around Si-Chi's neck, looking obedient yet taking the initiative, and even adding a bit of coquetry to his tone. If you have something important to do, I can accompany you first. This kind of Shereimo made Si-Chi momentarily unsure of what to do with his hands. Si-Chi felt as if his heart had melted into water, as if he had been struck by something. Damn it! How could there be such a cute little demon in the world? So obedient, so soft, and knows how to act affectionate. Si-Chi couldn't understand how Shereimo's parents could let such a well-behaved little one stay alone here. If this were his child, not only would he not argue, he wouldn't even utter a harsh word. However, reminded by Shereimo, Si-Chi did indeed recall the purpose of his visit today. Fine, it's just that your big brother has indeed come here today to handle some matters. Let's deal with them first, then your brother will go with you to meet your parents. Si-Chi had already made up his mind. After breaking the so-called engagement, he would have a cordial and friendly talk with the parents of this little demon. No matter what, he would bring this little guy back today, and no one could stop him. As he spoke, his gaze became increasingly determined, and he immediately picked up Shereimo and walked away. But the urgency in his steps caused Shereimo to retract the smile at the corner of his lips. Looking at Si-Chi walking down the familiar path, Shereimo silently adjusted himself to a comfortable position in his arms, laying his head on Si-Chi's shoulder, hiding his emotions from view. In the end, in the familiar living room, he saw his parents whom he hadn't seen for a long time. To be exact, he was still facing away from them, hearing only their familiar voices without seeing them face to face. Shereimo buried his head in Si-Chi's neck crease, lightly rubbing against him. Si-Chi comfortingly patted his back gently, softly whispering in his ear. Don't be afraid, dear. Your brother is here, I won't let anyone bully you. Faced with this scene, Mr. and Mrs. Shir exchanged bewildered looks. Mr. Shir frowned when he saw Shereimo nestled in Si-Chi's arms, but was stopped from saying anything by a signal from Mrs. Shir. With a warm smile, Mrs. Shir stepped forward to greet them. Chi has arrived, you must be hungry after the journey. I've just had someone prepare a few dishes you like. Come, sit down and eat first. Shereimo, who was originally sulking and unsure how to face this situation, twitched his eyelashes upon hearing that familiar term of address, his pupils suddenly tightening. He abruptly raised his head to look at Si-Chi, at the man whose eyes seemed extraordinarily familiar to him. Si-Chi didn't completely resemble the people he met in the small world, but those eyes were almost identical. But now. Ah Chi. Ever since the incident involving the attempted dissolution of the engagement, even though the engagement wasn't broken, he hadn't paid attention to this little god anymore. He had never known that this person's name. Chi, the name he had repeatedly whispered night after night in the small world. Is it a coincidence? Could there be so many coincidences? Shereimo wasn't someone who believed in coincidences much, but deep down, he didn't want to believe it. Even though when he just saw Si-Chi, those eyes seemed exactly like the ones in his memory, and this person always gave him a sense of familiarity. But he refused to believe that the one who once actively sought a divorce because they didn't like him would be the same person he encountered again and again in the small world. To be fair, the first time he met that person in the small world, it was purely because of their face. That face suited his tastes perfectly, and even now, Si-Chi's current face still fits his preferences. If the person he encountered in the small world was indeed the little god, then everything makes sense. Why did they meet in different worlds? Why could that guy keep showing up in his mission worlds without a system, yet as the main character of each world? It's because this person is originally the little god, and being the next divine ruler, Si-Chi can visit any world they desire, even without a system. In just that fleeting moment, Shereimo felt all his doubts vanish like thin fog retreating, revealing all the truths before him. Now it all boiled down to his choice, to believe or not to believe. To believe that he had fallen for the same person again, someone he briefly liked but later came to dislike. Or to keep lying to himself, thinking all of this was merely a coincidence. Shereimo clenched his teeth with a complex feeling, his hand gripping Si-Chi's shoulder slightly tighter, and his gaze toward him shifted subtly. This guy. Chapter 165, Yes, I only like him. Si-Chi looked at the little tail that was swaying in front of him, sensing a hint of agitation from Shereimo. He gently pressed his head and rubbed it softly. His thin lips grazed the small horn on top of Shereimo's head as his voice softened. Alright, be a good boy, I'll resolve this matter soon. Upon hearing Si Chi's words, Shir's father and mother became even more confused, struggling to understand his intentions. Before Si Chi arrived, they weren't unaware of the rumors circulating, that Si Chi had come today with the intention of breaking off the engagement. However, based on what they were seeing now, it seemed the two were getting along well, there shouldn't be any need to bring up the marriage contract anymore. The two exchanged glances, their confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Still, it was Shir's father who smiled first and questioned. Chi, what is it that you need to resolve? Is there anything we can assist you with? Most of Si Chi's attention remained on Shereimo, but he still raised his gaze toward Shir's father and gave him a polite smile before cutting straight to the chase. To be honest, Mr. Shir, I'm here today to dissolve the betrothal your family and my father arranged. Si Chi wasn't at all concerned about how they would react, continuing to smile as he spoke. To be frank, I'm not particularly fond of enchantresses. Besides, I'm already over 340 years old. How old is that kid? He probably can't even crawl yet. I suspect you wouldn't want your only child to be with someone as old as me either. More importantly, this marriage agreement was made without his knowledge, leaving him no choice in the matter. That's clearly unfair to him. Pausing briefly, Si Chi failed to notice the unusual look Shereimo was giving him, continuing on. I think this marriage agreement between us should never have been valid. So, I've come here today specifically to dissolve our engagement. As these words left his mouth, both Shir's father and mother found it difficult to maintain their smiles. Shir's father, forcing a laugh through gritted teeth, said, So your meaning is that you don't like my Mo because he's too young and unsuitable for you, right? Si Chi nodded, perceiving that Shir's father's mood wasn't exactly pleasant. He tightened his hold on the little enchantress in his arms, slightly shifting his body to protect him. His tone carried a note of helplessness. Uncle Shir, please don't look at me like that. All I did was go out and complete a few missions, and when I came back, my father told me I had an fiancé, a kid who's only 2 or 3 years old. TSK. Too young. It's simply not appropriate between us. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not very fond of enchantresses. Shereimo. Hearing this, Shereimo expressionlessly tugged at Si Chi's hair. Realizing the sudden pain, Si Chi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, lowering his gaze to look at Shereimo, his eyes immediately softening. Shir's father widened his eyes incredulously, alternately looking between Shereimo and Si Chi, taking a deep breath to suppress the words, if you dislike him, why are you holding him, that almost slipped out. But all of Si Chi's focus was on Shereimo at the moment, as he coaxed softly. Good boy, I wasn't talking about you. I just don't like young enchantresses, I didn't say I don't like you. You're different from the others. You're much cuter. Mr. and Mrs. Shir, who heard this clearly. For some reason, the anger and impulse to punch someone that had flared up inside them suddenly dissipated. Shereimo pulled the corner of his lips, his youthful voice light and tinged with laughter. Really? Brother, do you really only like me? Si Chi, being watched by Shereimo with a full smile, inexplicably felt a sense of unease arise. But he genuinely liked this little guy so much that he wanted to take him home and raise him right away. Therefore, he slightly nodded, his tone resolute. Of course. Shir's father, then have you considered? Before Mr. Shir finished his sentence, Si Chi seemed to remember something, brightening up as he glanced at him again. That's right. Uncle Yi, speaking of which, do you know who Guai Guai's parents are? Since he's also from the estate, you must know them. I'd like to meet them and have a proper conversation. As Si Chi spoke, Shereimo slowly turned his head, hugging Si Chi's neck while gazing at Shir's father and mother. He arched his eyes at them, flashing a coy and gentle smile without saying a word. Mrs. Shir hesitated, opening her mouth with a complex mixture of feelings. You. What do you intend to do after meeting his parents? Si Chi, holding Shereimo with a smiling face, explained, he's too cute and well-behaved. I want to talk to his parents and take him back to the management bureau. Mrs. Shir's lips twitched slightly as she had already figured it out. The relationship between these two indeed seemed great, but Si Chi had no idea that the one he was now hugging was the same little enchantress he just said he didn't like and wanted to break off the engagement with. You were just saying how our Momo is only 2 or 3 years old and too young for you, claiming it wouldn't work between you two. Now, when it comes to raising such a young enchantress, suddenly you don't mention whether it's suitable or not. Mr. Shir snorted coldly, his tone extremely unfriendly. Si Chi frowned, I'm not that perverted, I wouldn't touch a kid this small. When I say I want to raise him, it's not because I have those kinds of thoughts. I just think he's well behaved, but his parents are utterly irresponsible to let such a young child wander alone outside without supervision. They're completely negligent, it's fortunate he met me instead of someone else. If another person had taken him. As Si Chi spoke, his tone grew increasingly harsh. Just thinking about the possibility made his entire body exude uncontrollable hostility. Humph, since they're so irresponsible, it might be better if I take him home to care for him. Mr. Shir. Is there any chance it's because his parents knew he couldn't get lost? Mrs. Shir, in fact, aside from you, nobody would take him away. Si Chi. Something about this sounded a bit off. The end.